a prison that holds 3,000 death row inmates, yet there are no cell doors installed inside. However, the inmates inside never attempt to escape. Some even line up outside just to get imprisoned, just to come in and give you a foot massage, because you were once the renowned first playboy of the Great Xia. But due to your family's revenge by enemies, you were locked in this world's most terrifying prison. Unexpectedly, you were taken as a disciple by 3 mysterious old men. Over the course of 3 years, the old men subjected you to the most rigorous training imaginable. As a result, you became a god in the eyes of the 3,000 inmates. Just as you were enjoying a massage from the Queen of Assassins, the prison gates suddenly opened, and the warden arrived with a woman in military uniform, saying, "Shen, someone is looking for you." Shinaoshua watched the scene and scoffed. As expected of the renowned first playboy of the Great Xia, even as a prisoner, you still haven't changed your ways. Chen Fan, who was enjoying the service with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing this and looked at the woman in military uniform, surprised. "Shinaoshua, what are you doing here?" Shinaoshua took out a marriage certificate and said coldly, "Chen Fan, I'm here to annul our engagement. I have now been granted the title of 3-star Dragon General by the Dragon Lord and have become a disciple of the war god of the Vermilion Bird. It won't be long before I become the youngest war god of the Great Xia. Now that the Northern King's mansion no longer exists, you are no longer that lofty young master from Beijing. You are now just a worthless person with nothing to your name, and you, Chen Fan, are not worthy of me." Seeing Shinaoshua's proud and disdainful expression, Chen Fan smiled lightly. This once lofty general had always insisted on marrying him, but now she seemed like a completely different person. "What are you laughing at?" Shinaoshua frowned at Chen Fan's smile. Chen Fan looked at her coldly and slowly said, "This engagement was arranged by your father and my father back then. You don't have the right to annul it. How dare you speak to our general like that? You are just a lowly prisoner." Immediately, a female soldier beside Shinaoshua reprimanded Chen Fan. At her words, the Queen of Assassins, who was serving Chen Fan, turned cold and instantly lashed out with a red whip, sending the soldier flying. With a thud, the soldier flew several meters away, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, dead without uttering a word. Seeing this, Shinaoshua's expression turned cold as she looked at the red-haired woman and said, "Who are you to dare kill my guard? Seize her." Immediately, the other female soldiers charged at the Queen of Assassins. The Queen of Assassins responded with another whip, sending the group of female soldiers flying, crashing to the ground and screaming in agony. Shinaoshua glared angrily at the Queen of Assassins. Before she could speak, the Queen of Assassins had already grabbed her by the throat. The Queen of Assassins looked at Chen Fan and asked, "Master, should I kill her?" Chen Fan shrugged and said, "Forget it, just let her go." "Did you hear that? 3-star Dragon General, get out of here." The red-haired woman threw Shinaoshua out, who landed on the ground in a disheveled state. "I will kill you." At this moment, Shinaoshua was severely provoked. Her expression twisted as she glared at Chen Fan, and several people burst forth with overwhelming energy, charging directly at him. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before Shinaoshua. With a bang, she was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood, her dantian shattered. The Queen of Assassins stood before Shinaoshua coldly, saying, "With your level of strength, you dare to annul the master's engagement? You really don't know your place." She quickly tossed her away. 2 death row inmates stepped forward, grabbing Shinaoshua by her hair and dragging her out of the prison. Shinaoshua was thrown to the ground, looking utterly lost. What she prided herself on most was her formidable martial arts talent. It was also because of this that she was awarded the title of Dragon General at such a young age, becoming a focal point among the younger generation of the Great Xia. But now, with her cultivation completely destroyed, Shinaoshua's heart shattered. Soon, Shinaoshua's face twisted in madness as she screamed at Chen Fan, "It's all your fault. I, Shinaoshua, swear to make you suffer worse than death." With a spurt, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. The female soldiers nearby rushed over with concern. Shinaoshua used all her strength to shout, "Take me to see my master." Chen Fan, unaware of Shinaoshua's thoughts, would have said it was none of his business. At that moment, he looked at the warden and asked, "Warden, do you have any news about my sister?" The warden was about to speak when suddenly his phone received a message, causing his expression to change drastically. "What happened? Is there news about my sister?" Chen Fan noticed the warden's change in expression and hurriedly asked, "Young Master Chen, please watch this video first." The warden took out his phone and played a video for Chen Fan. In the video, an 18-year-old girl with a pale face and covered in bruises knelt on the ground, a dog collar around her neck, the other end held by a young man. The young man mocked, "So this is the princess of the Beijing Wangfu? Just a dog in front of me now, come on, bark for me." He teased the girl, who bit her lip in anger, glaring at him with hatred. If she dared to glare at him again, he kicked her hard. The girl let out a pained grunt, blood trickling from her lips, yet she remains silent. "Alright, you little brat, you think I can't handle you? Bring me that dog." Soon, a massive wolf dog was brought in. The wolf dog fixed its fierce gaze on the girl, saliva dripping from its mouth as it approached. "Don't come any closer." The girl cried out in fear as she backed away on the ground. In the next second, the wolf dog barked loudly and charged at her, claws bared. The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the video abruptly cut off. With a crunch, Chen Fan crushed the phone in his hand, his eyes turning blood red, exuding a terrifying aura. The girl in the video was his younger sister, Chen Ling. "Ah!" Chen Fan let out a heart-wrenching roar, an overwhelming killing intent erupting, sweeping across the entire prison. In an instant, all 3,000 inmates in the prison fell to their knees, terror written on their faces. "Damn it! Who the hell offended young Master Chen? Do they not want to live? Let me know who angered young Master Chen, and I'll twist his head off and use it as a urinal," the prisoners, filled with resentment, declared. In the hearts of these 3,000 condemned prisoners, Chen Fan is like a deity. One cannot afford to offend him. Chen Fan then glared at the warden with a fierce expression, asking, "Who sent this? Where is my sister now?" This just came from the director of the Jianghai Special Operations Division. The specifics are still unclear. "I'm going there now." Before the warden could finish speaking, Chen Fan coldly interrupted, "Tell my masters I'm out of prison." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan charged out of the death prison, and not a single guard dared to stop him. If the outside world knew about this scene, they would surely be shocked. The death prison is known as the most terrifying prison in Daxia and even the world. Any prisoner who enters here can never leave for life. Yet, Chen Fan left the death prison with such audacity that it left people in shock. At this moment, in the deepest chamber of the death prison, a deep voice emerged. "That kid finally left. Now it can be peaceful again." Then, a cold snort followed. "The death domain is quiet, but chaos is likely to break out outside. Those who attacked the Northern King's mansion back then will probably lose control." A sharp voice rang out. "Who among our trained disciples dares to act?" An old and cold voice said, "Send someone to inform that person in the imperial capital. If that kid loses even a hair, I won't mind letting all 3,000 prisoners out." At that moment, Chen Fan hurriedly arrived outside the Special Operations Division. But as he was about to enter, he was stopped by 2 guards. The guards glanced at Chen Fan and disdainfully remarked, "Where did this smelly beggar come from? Get lost." In the next moment, a loud crash sounded as the Jianghai Special Operations Division's door was shattered, sending the 2 guards flying like kites with cut strings, crashing to the ground, bleeding. The entire Special Operations Division was immediately alarmed. How dare someone cause trouble here? Don't they want to live? The Special Operations Division is a direct agency under the Daxia Cabinet, responsible for handling all special matters within Daxia, with the authority to execute first and report later. Who dares to provoke them? Get your act together. Chen Fan walked in and coldly shouted, "I am Su Hao, the director of the Jianghai Special Operations Division. Who are you?" A middle-aged man stepped forward, staring at Chen Fan, who returned the gaze and spat out, "Where is the girl from the video you sent to the warden of the death prison?" Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression changed slightly. "Who are you? Answer me." Chen Fan flickered and appeared right in front of Su Hao, instantly gripping his throat. Su Hao looked into Chen Fan's bloodthirsty eyes, his heart trembled, and he involuntarily said, "At the heaven on earth in the East District." With a bang, Su Hao was thrown to the ground, and when he looked up, Chen Fan had already vanished without a trace. "Director, are you okay?" Other Special Operations members hurriedly helped Su Hao up. Su Hao frowned and said, "Jianghai is likely to face a major incident. Contact the director of the Jiangnan headquarters immediately." Meanwhile, in a super luxurious entertainment club, many of Jianghai's young masters had gathered. In the center sat a young man, with a fierce-looking wolf dog lying beside him, making people hesitant to approach. At this moment, one of the young masters looked at the young man and asked, "Young Master Lu, you mentioned a treasure for auction. What is it?" Young Master Lu smiled slightly and said, "Don't rush, it will be here soon." Soon, someone carried a cage to the center stage of the club. Inside the cage lay a young girl, covered in blood and tattered clothes, her eyes filled with despair as if she had endured endless torment. This was Chan Linger. At this moment, everyone in the club looked at the girl with pity. "Young Master Lu, is this the treasure you mentioned?" Young Master Lu's lips curled up as he replied, "That's right. Do you know her identity? She is the daughter of the renowned Northern King, the Princess of Beijing." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback. The Northern King is revered as a great hero in Daxia, who once led troops to defend the Beijing frontier against the invasion of the Eight-Nation Alliance, slaying hundreds of enemy masters with a single sword. For his outstanding achievements for Daxia, he was awarded the title of Northern King, becoming the first royal of a different surname in Daxia. However, 3 years ago, war unexpectedly broke out at the frontier, and the Northern King led his troops into battle, resulting in complete annihilation. The 7 commanders of the Northern Army and 100,000 soldiers all perished, while the Northern King mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Then news spread that the Northern Army had betrayed the country, causing a sensation in Dacia, and ultimately, the cabinet declared the Northern King a wanted traitor. In a single night, the Northern King transformed from a revered hero into a scorned traitor, and everyone in the Northern King's mansion either faced beheading or was thrown into prison. The once mighty Northern King's mansion had completely ceased to exist, and today, the princess of the Northern King appeared here. In an instant, everyone's gaze was fixed on the girl in the cage. A young master looked at the young man and couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Lu, are you auctioning off this princess of Beijing?" The young man arrogantly replied, "That's right. The princess of Beijing is someone you all used to look up to. But today, everyone present has a chance. An opportunity to bid for a top-tier princess like her is rare. Aren't you all tempted?" As he spoke, the young masters present showed excited expressions, staring at the girl in the cage. Immediately, someone offered, "Young Master Lu, I'll pay 100,000 for her." "Ha, you think you can get the princess for just 100,000? I'll offer 500,000. I'll give 1 million. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to 10 million. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice declared, 30 million. I'll take this princess of Beijing. A proud young man made his way to the cage. It was Yichuan, the son of the general. The other young masters were taken aback and quickly backed off. Yichuan's father commanded the Zhanghai City Defense Army, his position only second to the city lord. Who would dare to compete with him? "I never expected I would have a chance to toy with the Northern King's daughter," he thought, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he approached Chen Linger. At this moment, the young man stood up and smiled. "Congratulations, young master he, on acquiring this princess of Beijing. You've got a fine treasure here, young Master Lu. Today, I'll indulge in the pleasure of having the princess," Yichuan said with a sinister smile, reaching to open the cage. But at that moment, the doors of the Heaven on Earth Club exploded open with a loud bang. This sudden scene stunned everyone present, and then Chen Fan entered with a fierce expression. When he saw the tragic state of his sister in the cage, his heart trembled violently as if it had been ripped apart. At this moment, Yichuan, seeing Chen Fan ruin his plans, scolded, "Bastard! Where did this guy come from to disrupt my business? You deserve to die." Chen Fan glared at Yichuan with bloodshot eyes, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. In the next moment, Chen Fan flashed in front of Yichuan, seized his head, and smashed it down hard. With a splatter, Yichuan's head exploded on the spot. Blood splattered all over Chen Fan, making him look like a demon from hell. The young masters stared in shock at the scene of Yichuan's exploded head. Chen Fan tore the cage apart and looked at Chen Linger's battered body, feeling a heart-wrenching pain inside. "Linger," Chen Fan gently called out, reaching out to embrace her. "Don't touch me, don't touch me," Chen Linger cried, her eyes filled with terror as she waved her hands away. "Don't be afraid, it's your brother. I'm back." Chen Fan quickly held Chen Linger's hand and called out. As Chen Fan called out to her, Chen Linger slightly raised her head. Seeing Chen Fan's familiar face, a glimmer of light appeared in her dull eyes, and the next moment, she fainted. At this moment, the young man who auctioned Chen Linger stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. "You're that kid from Beijing, Chen Fan. Weren't you locked up in prison?" Chen Fan suddenly looked up at the young man, expressionless. "You deserve to die, and so does everyone else here." As he spoke, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, "Kid, do you know where this is? How dare you cause a ruckus here?" A group of figures wearing matching uniforms adorned with a wolf totem rushed out, encircling Chen Fan. Then, a crew-cut man with a scar on his face stepped forward, looking at Chen Fan with a fierce expression. The young masters present breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the scarred man. He was Dao Lang, one of the 4 protectors of the Langmen. Langmen is the overlord of Jianghai's underground world, with influence spread throughout the city. Even the powerful in Jianghai dare not offend them easily, and this Heaven on Earth Club is Langmen's territory. Dao Lang looked at Chen Fan with a defiant expression. "Kid, I heard you're from Beijing. I've never seen a kid from there. Come kneel and bow to me." Before he could finish, Chen Fan charged forward and punched him, piercing Dao Lang's chest and tearing his entire body in half, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, the Langmen members and the surrounding young masters were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that someone had killed a protector. The Langmen members stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. How dare someone oppose them in Zhanghai? It was utterly outrageous. Chen Fan did not stop there. He unleashed a massacre on the Langmen members, who didn't even have a chance to fight back before all perished. At this moment, Chen Fan was drenched in blood, his murderous appearance sending chills down people's spines. He stared bloodthirstily at the young masters before him, advancing step by step. "Run, run!" The young masters looked at Chen Fan and were terrified, fleeing in all directions without a second thought. But Chen Fan flickered and blocked their path, saying, I told you, today you all will die." He then grabbed one of the young masters by the head and crushed it with his grip. "Don't kill me. My dad is the chairman of the Tianling group. You can't kill me. My father is the Secretary General of Jianghai City. Please, spare me. I know I was wrong." Soon, these young masters knelt before Chen Fan, begging for mercy. But Chen Fan remained expressionless, sending these privileged scions straight to hell. Seeing this scene, young Master Lu's lips twitched uncontrollably as he muttered, "Crazy, simply crazy." He quickly grabbed his wolf dog and attempted to sneak away. He soon reached the club's entrance. Just as he thought he could escape, a ghostly voice echoed in his ears, "You think you can escape?" Young Master Lu turned around only to find that everyone in the club was dead, and Chen Fan was standing behind him, staring at him. "Ah!" Young Master Lu was so scared his soul nearly left his body. He shouted at his wolf dog beside him. The wolf dog glared fiercely at Chen Fan, let out a growl, and charged at him. "You're that beast." Chen Fan recognized the wolf dog as the one that had attacked Linger in the video. His eyes turned cold, and he launched a punch that instantly exploded the towering, fierce wolf dog. Blood splattered all over young Master Lu, causing him to collapse to the ground, pale and terrified, staring at Chen Fan. "You humiliated and harmed my sister. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Chen Fan's eyes burned with murderous intent as he glared at young Master Lu, whose fear was palpable. Young Master Lu quickly pleaded, "You can't kill me. I'm the young master of the Lu family, one of Jianghai's 4 great families. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Lu family will not let you go." Chen Fan approached young Master Lu and coldly said, "Lu Jiao will soon join you in hell." In his final moments, young Master Lu suddenly shouted, "Don't kill me. It was all by Yufeng. He ordered me to do this." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan frowned. Young Master Lu kept insisting, "That's right. Bai Yufeng is the young master of the Bai family, one of the 7 great families in Jiangnan. He gave me your sister. I was just following his orders. Please, spare me." Chen Fan looked at him coldly and said, "Bai Yufeng should die, and so should you." However, he didn't immediately kill young Master Lu. Instead, he began to stomp on him, crushing all his bones, making him wish he were dead. Young Master Lu's agonizing screams echoed throughout the club. In the end, Chen Fan crushed all his bones, and he died in unbearable pain, his face contorted in agony, revealing the extent of his suffering before death. Then Chen Fan approached Chen Linger, picked her up, and prepared to leave. At that moment, a new group of people rushed in. It was Su Hao, the director of the Jianghai Special Operations Division. When he saw the horrific scene in Heaven on Earth, his body trembled violently. The Special Operations members who followed him were stunned. "Director, we must apprehend this murderer." Su Hao looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground and then at Chen Fan, feeling an overwhelming shock inside. Chen Fan looked at Su Hao coldly and said, "Are you going to take action against me?" "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Su Hao shook his head repeatedly, not daring to breathe. Chen Fan then carried Chen Linger and left Heaven on Earth openly. At this moment, one of the subordinates looked at Su Hao in confusion and said, "Director Su, he killed so many people, he's extremely dangerous. How can you let him go?" Su Hao shook his head and said helplessly, "I can't stop him." At this moment, a special operations member asked the director, "What should we do now?" Su Hao's expression turned serious. "Seal off the scene immediately. What happened here today must not get out." Although the events at Heaven on Earth were quickly sealed off by the Special Operations Division, many people in Jianghai quickly learned about it. At this time, within the Lu family in Jianghai, a figure rushed to Lu Shan, the family head, saying, "Not good, master. Young master has been killed." Lu Shan, in disbelief, replied, "What? Xiao Huang is dead? Are you serious? Who dares to kill him in Jianghai?" The family steward replied, "It's absolutely true, master. It is said that Heaven on Earth was bloodily washed today, and young master along with some other young masters died inside." Lu Shan immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "Bastard! Who did this? Who dared to kill my son? I will tear him to pieces." The steward respectfully replied, "We don't know yet. Heaven on Earth has been sealed off by the Special Operations Division, and they haven't disclosed who did it. However, the patrol officers have also gone there. They may know who the real culprit is." Lu Shan shouted, "Immediately contact the director of the patrol division." Meanwhile, at the Jianghai City Defense General's residence, the general and Jin Hong learned of their son's tragic death and were immediately enraged. With a stern expression, Jin Hong shouted, "Who dares to kill my son? Immediately gather 800 city defense troops." The events at Heaven on Earth also shook the entire Langmen. The killing of one of the 4 protectors was undoubtedly a provocation to their authority. Immediately, Langmen gathered hundreds of people to begin a full-scale search for the murderer. In an instant, a storm was brewing in Jianghai, with all forces focused on Chen Fan. In the Jiangnan province, at the Special Operations Headquarters. "What? The North Territory's heir has left the death prison and even forced his way into the Jianghai Special Operations Headquarters? At this moment, Zheng Tian, the head of the Jiangnan Special Operations Headquarters, changed his expression upon receiving the news. That's right, this was sent by Su Hao, the head of the Jianghai Special Operations Headquarters. The other party is likely here for his sister, Qin Linger, reported the subordinate. Immediately report this matter to the imperial capital and gather personnel to accompany me to Jianghai, Zheng Tian said decisively. As the news of Qin Jun's release from prison reached the imperial capital, it instantly caused a stir. Jianghai, City People's Hospital. Qin Jun rushed in, holding Qin Linger, and shouted, "Doctor, arrange an operating room for me immediately." The on-duty doctor was startled at the sight of the blood-soaked Qin Jun and the severely injured Qin Linger. "What happened to you?" The doctor began to speak, but Qin Jun waved his hand and grabbed the doctor's throat, glaring with murderous intent as he shouted, "Arrange it for me right now." The doctor trembled, feeling as if death itself was staring at him, and he dared not refuse, nodding repeatedly. The doctor quickly led Qin Jun to an operating room. "Get out, don't let anyone disturb us." Qin Jun placed Qin Linger on the operating table and barked at the doctor. The doctor hurriedly exited the operating room and called to the nurses, "Notify the patrol department immediately." Inside the operating room, Qin Jun looked at the faintly breathing Qin Linger and said, "Linger, I will not let anything happen to you." With a swift motion, he pulled out a needle pouch from his chest, opening it to reveal 9 white needles and 9 black needles. These were the Inyan life and death needles passed to him by Master San in the death prison. The white needles represented Yin, and the black needles represented Yang. With 9 Yin and 9 Yang needles combined, one could control life and death. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Qin Jun's right hand swept over the needle pouch, and 2 white needles and 2 black needles were instantly pinched and inserted into Qin Linger's 4 major acupoints. This needle technique was both fast and precise. If those renowned traditional Chinese medicine masters saw it, they would surely feel ashamed. As the 4 Inyan life and death needles were inserted, the life force that was about to wither in Qin Linger was instantly stabilized. However, Qin Jun soon furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "She's been poisoned." Damn it! Qin Jun's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. He did not expect that someone had poisoned Linger. Moreover, the poison had penetrated to the bone marrow. However, for Qin Jun, it was not difficult to detoxify, but he quickly discovered that nearly half of the blood in Linger's body was missing, and there were tiny needle holes all over her body, clearly indicating that nearly half of her blood had been drained. This discovery made Qin Jun even angrier. He could not imagine the torment Linger had endured over the past 3 years. Given Linger's current physical condition, she could not bear the pain and damage caused by detoxification. Ultimately, Qin Jun could only suppress the poison first, wait until he helped Linger recover her health, and then proceed with the detoxification. After that, Qin Jun began to clean the horrifying wounds on Linger's body. Time passed second by second, and outside the operating room, a group of people gathered, led by the hospital director along with several doctors, nurses, and security personnel. What's going on? At that moment, a female patrol officer arrived quickly with a group of officers. The female officer was none other than Zhao Yurong, who had previously appeared in the Tianshang Renjian. "Patrol officer, you finally arrived. Just now, a blood-soaked man brought in a severely injured woman and forced our doctors to arrange an operating room for him. We suspect he has killed someone," the hospital director said hurriedly. Hearing the director's description, Zhao Yurong raised an eyebrow, instantly thinking of Qin Jun. "Are you saying it was a very young man with a heavy aura of killing?" Zhao Yurong asked. "That's right, it was him." The leading doctor nodded and said, "Sir, you should hurry inside and catch him, he's right in there. Immediately clear out unrelated personnel, no one is allowed to approach here." Zhao Yurong quickly said, clearly having guessed that Qin Jun and his sister were in the operating room. "Aren't you going in to catch him?" the dean asked, puzzled. "Catch him?" Zhao Yurong rolled her eyes at him. She wanted to catch him, but how could she catch someone even the director of the Special Operations Department couldn't handle? She immediately contacted her superior to report the situation. Soon, several dozen minutes passed, and the operating room door suddenly opened. Zhao Yurong and the others outside stiffened, their expressions tense. Qin Jun pushed Qin Linger out, and he immediately spotted Zhao Yurong. "You again." Zhao Yurong looked at Qin Jun, her expression changing repeatedly, and finally took a deep breath and said, "I didn't expect you to be so bold, killing so many people and still daring to appear in the hospital. A bunch of scum, so what if I kill them?" "What? Do you still want to catch me?" Qin Jun said coldly. "Do you know who you've killed? They are all the privileged sons of Jianghai. Now that you've killed these people, do you think the forces behind them will let you go? Now you don't have the backing of the Northern King's mansion, they will never show you mercy, Zhao Yorong said coldly. But Qin Jun was unfazed, just a bunch of clowns. He looked at the hospital staff beside him and said, arrange a hospital room for my sister and assign a nurse to take care of her. Although Qin Linger's injuries were not serious, she had been heavily injured and poisoned, so she needed proper care. The hospital staff hesitated upon hearing this, but Zhao Yorong said, do as he says. Soon, Qin Linger was taken to a high-end hospital room. Captain. Outside the room, a constable hurried to Qin Linger and whispered a few words in her ear. Suddenly, Zhao Yorong's expression changed, and she walked directly into the room. Qin Jun frowned. What are you still doing here? I have news for you, the Lu family is on their way here, and the City Defense General of Jianghai has mobilized 3,000 city defense troops to come, even the Wolfgate has sent over 1,000 of their members. Zhao Yorong said one by one. After she finished speaking, she noticed that Qin Jun had no expression, as if he hadn't heard her at all. Did you hear me? Zhao Yorong frowned and couldn't help but call out. Qin Jun coldly replied, they want to come to die, I'll help them. Ha! Hearing this, Zhao Yorong was taken aback, looking at Qin Jun in disbelief. Do you know what you're about to face? Your martial arts are good, but can you kill 10 people, 100 people? Can you kill thousands? Why can't I kill them? Qin Jun turned to look at Zhao Yorong, who retorted, do you really think you're Superman? You really are big-chested and brainless. Qin Jun glanced at her impressive figure and said that. You. Qin Jun's words immediately made Zhao Yorong furious, nearly unable to hold back her anger. This was the first time someone had called her big-chested and brainless. Although her chest was indeed large, how could that mean she had no brains? At this moment, Zhao Yorong's proud figure trembled violently, like raging waves. Suddenly, Qin Jun's eyes sharpened, and he murmured, they're coming quite fast. He walked straight out. Outside the Jianghai People's Hospital, at this moment, hundreds of people rushed over, surrounding the hospital entrance. The family head has ordered that the murderer who killed the young master must not escape today. A cold-faced man in a suit shouted. He was the leader of the Lu family's guards, one of the 4 great families of Jianghai. After learning about Qin Jun's whereabouts from the patrol office, Lu Shan immediately gathered all the guards of the Lu family to capture Qin Jun. Yes. The group of guards nodded in unison. Don't worry, I won't escape. Suddenly, a casual voice came from inside the hospital. They glanced over and saw Qin Jun walking out with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of fearlessness. You are the northern heir, Qin Jun? The leader of the Lu guards stared at Qin Jun, his expression cold. Is this all the Lu family sent? Are you looking down on this heir? Qin Jun looked at the people before him and curled his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. The Lu guards, hearing that Qin Jun actually thought there were too few of them, immediately complained, damn, this kid is too arrogant. Seeking death. The guard leader's expression turned even colder as he lunged toward Qin Jun. Crack! Just as the guard leader reached Qin Jun, he didn't even have time to strike before his throat was instantly crushed by Qin Jun. Bang! The guard leader's body was casually thrown to the ground by Qin Jun, who shook his head. With such trash strength, you dare to make a move? Gulp! The Lu guards all swallowed hard, their faces showing horror. It was known that this guard leader was a retired special forces soldier, the strongest among them, yet he was instantly killed? How could this be possible? Brothers, let's go together and take this guy down. The family head will reward us heavily. At this moment, one guard mustered his courage and shouted. Immediately, the group of guards charged toward Qin Jun. Although Qin Jun had just displayed astonishing strength, could they really not overpower him with so many of them? As the saying goes, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. But soon they realized they were wrong. Qin Jun was not a fierce tiger, but a god of death. Pft, pft, pft. Qin Jun showed no mercy to this group of guards, his strikes all lethal. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and they didn't even have time to scream before falling to the ground one by one. In less than 30 seconds, all the Lu guards were brutally killed. At this moment, Zhao Yorong had just arrived outside the hospital and was dumbfounded at the sight of the bodies scattered on the ground. So trashy. Qin Jun curled his lips in disdain. These people were even worse than those who clean toilets in prison. Kid, you do have some strength. No wonder you dared to oppose my Wolfgate. Suddenly, a cold voice came. Qin Jun looked up to see a burly man approaching, his fierce and brutal eyes fixed on Qin Jun as if he wanted to devour him. The leader of the 4 guardians of the Wolfgate, the Scarred Wolf. At this moment, Zhao Yorong's expression changed as she spat at Qin Jun. This person is the most ruthless under the Wolfgate's leader, and he is also a first-grade martial artist. You should hurry and escape. A first-grade martial artist? He. Qin Jun smiled lightly. In the martial arts world, there are 9 grades, with the first grade being the weakest and the 9th grade the strongest. A first-grade martial artist was no different from an ant in Qin Jun's eyes. His smile, however, was filled with disdain and provocation in the eyes of the scarred wolf. A kid who hadn't even grown all his hair dared to mock him, a first-grade martial artist? This was simply seeking death. Kid, today you'll learn the consequences of opposing my wolf gate. The scarred wolf's expression turned cold as he snapped his fingers. Instantly, 400 to 500 wolf gate members armed with machetes surged out from all directions. They all looked fierce, filled with murderous intent as they stared at Qin Jun. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became incredibly oppressive with the appearance of these 400 to 500 people. Scar! Zhao Yuron's expression changed slightly, and just as she was about to reprimand the scarred wolf, he waved his hand, and the wolf gate members all charged toward Qin Jun. Quick! Zhao Yurong looked at Qin Jun, just about to shout the words "run fast," but her expression froze. She saw Qin Jun facing the hundreds of people, unhurriedly stomping his foot on the ground, and shouted, "Get lost!" Boom! With that stomp, the concrete ground within 100 meters of him exploded, countless concrete fragments shooting out like bullets towards the group from the wolf gate. Pft, pft, pft. Accompanied by splashes of blood, before the wolf gate group could reach Qin Jun, they were pierced by the flying concrete debris, each one dying on the spot. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the hundreds from the wolf gate lay in pools of blood, while the remaining ones were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, leaving only the remaining wolves standing there, their expressions dazed. Ha! At this moment, even Zhao Yurong was completely stunned. She had seen martial arts experts before, but even so, Qin Jun's stomp just now still shocked her. Isn't he just a playboy who knows nothing but indulgence? How could he be this strong? Zhao Yurong murmured to herself, her heart greatly impacted. The Qin Jun before her seemed like a completely different person from the one she knew, who was called the #1 playboy of the Great Xia, the heir of the Northern Territory. No, it should be said that they were fundamentally two different people. His martial arts cultivation might be on par with those in the imperial capital, right? Zhao Yurong murmured, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Qin Jun. At this moment, Qin Jun looked at the remaining wolf with a playful expression. Aren't you a first-class expert? Why aren't you making a move? You. The remaining wolf opened his mouth to look at Qin Jun but didn't know what to say. In his eyes, Qin Jun was completely an unfathomable expert, leaving him without the courage to act. Kid, you wait for me. The remaining wolf then dropped a harsh remark and turned to leave. However, as soon as he turned, a large hand grabbed his throat and crushed it. With a thud, the remaining wolf fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death, while Qin Jun stood before him. I don't like being remembered by others. Boom! 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 At that moment, the roar of cars echoed. Soon after, dozens of military trucks arrived quickly and stopped at the hospital entrance. Fully armed soldiers, holding firearms, rushed down from the trucks and quickly surrounded the entire hospital. A glance revealed that there were at least 700 or 800 soldiers present, all pointing their guns at Qin Jun. These people were from the Zhanghai City Defense Army. At this time, a middle-aged man in combat uniform walked over, his eagle-like eyes fixed on Qin Jun, exuding a chilling aura. General He! Zhao Yurong called out quickly upon seeing him. This man was He Jinghong, the commander of the Zhanghai City Defense Army. Qin Jun! He Jinghong looked at the murderer of his son before him, his eyes filled with intense killing intent, and immediately shouted, "Take him down!" Instantly, the soldiers of the City Defense Army charged towards Qin Jun with their guns drawn. Wait! Suddenly, a deep voice exploded. Wait! Just as the soldiers were about to subdue Qin Jun, a deep voice abruptly rang out. A group of people quickly approached, appearing before Qin Jun and He Jinghong. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my execution of duty? He Jinghong coldly shouted at the group. Zhang Tian, director of the Special Operations Department of the Jiangnan province. The leader of the group directly took out an ID and said, "Swish." He Jinghong was surprised. Director Zhang, why did you come personally? General He, we need to take this person away. Zhang Tian pointed directly at Qin Jun. Ha! He Jinghong's expression darkened. This kid killed my son, I can't let you take him away. General He, I am notifying you, not discussing with you. What? Do you want to obstruct the Special Operations Division from carrying out its duties? Zhang Tian coldly shouted with a strong demeanor. Immediately, He Jinghong's expression changed, and he ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, the Special Operations Division held a unique status and had the authority to act first and report later. He, as a mere city general, could not afford to offend them. Zhang Tian then turned his gaze to Qin Jun. Take him away. But at that moment, Qin Jun, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Zhang Tian with a playful expression. Did I say I would go with you? As soon as he said this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Zhang Tian stared at Qin Jun and said, Qin Jun, you are no longer the lofty heir of the northern border. This time, you have left prison without permission, not only barging into my special operations division but also killing so many people. You have committed multiple crimes. I advise you not to entertain any delusions, otherwise, I can immediately execute you on the spot. At once, the other members of the Special Operations Division glared at Qin Jun with cold expressions, exuding a fierce martial aura. These individuals were all martial artists of a certain rank, significantly stronger than those from the Zhanghai Special Operations Division, with some even being third-rank warriors or above. Execute me on the spot? Qin Jun chuckled. That's right. No one can save you now. Zhang Tian declared with authority, his face filled with intimidation. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Before Zhang Tian could react, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground, spitting blood, with several teeth knocked out. What are you? You dare to execute me on the spot? Qin Jun shook his hand dismissively. That slap was clearly delivered by him, so fast that everyone present failed to react in time. When they finally did, they were all left dumbfounded. He Jinghong and Zhao Yurong were both stunned. Qin Jun's arrogance exceeded their imagination. It should be noted that this was the head of the Special Operations Division of the Jiangnan Province, a position comparable to that of a regional governor, wielding the power of life and death. Who would dare to offend him? Yet now, Qin Jun had publicly slapped the man, not only humiliating Zhang Tian but also provoking the entire Special Operations Division. Director, are you alright? The members of the Special Operations Division quickly helped Zhang Tian up, who had a dark expression, glaring fiercely at Qin Jun. Qin Jun, you are simply lawless. Do you think you still have the protection of the Northern King? I tell you, even if the Northern King were alive, he couldn't protect you, a traitor who colludes with the enemy. Swish! As soon as Zhang Tian finished speaking, Qin Jun appeared in front of him, gripping his throat and coldly saying, You have no right to mention my father, let alone slander him. Crack! In the next second, Zhang Tian's throat was crushed by Qin Jun, and he was thrown aside. With a thud, Zhang Tian's body was carelessly tossed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. He never imagined that he, the head of the Special Operations Division of Jiangnan Province, would die like this, at the hands of a well-known playboy. At that moment, the scene fell silent, everyone frozen in shock. You actually killed the director? The members of the Special Operations Division looked at Qin Jun in disbelief, while Su Hao, the head of the Jiangcheng branch, suddenly felt grateful to be alive. Do you all want to die too? Qin Jun glanced at the group from the Special Operations Division coldly. The members of the Special Operations Division glared at Qin Jun, filled with righteous indignation, wanting to take action, but were stopped by Su Hao. With the director dead, are you sure you are stronger than him? Su Hao reminded them. His words brought clarity to the members of the Special Operations Division. In the end, they could only leave with Zhang Tian's corpse, feeling frustrated. Who would have thought that the #1 playboy of the Great Xia is actually a martial arts master? It seems everyone underestimated you. At that moment, He Jinghong coldly stared at Qin Jun and said, No matter how good your skills are, in front of so many guns, you only have one way to die. Click, click, click. In an instant, all the soldiers of the City Defense Army pulled their triggers, aiming at Qin Jun, ready to fire at any moment. Is that so? Qin Jun smiled lightly. I think you'll die faster than I will. Fire! He Jinghong commanded without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of piercing gunshots rang out, bullets shooting out like a storm towards Qin Jun. Zhao Yurong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but close her eyes, unable to bear to see Qin Jun's tragic fate. Under such an assault, even a martial arts master would undoubtedly die. General! Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted. Zhao Yurong was stunned and opened her eyes, only to be greatly shocked. She saw Qin Jun still standing there, but He Jinghong had fallen into a pool of blood, his body riddled with bullets, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. How could this happen? Zhao Yurong was astonished. The soldiers of the City Defense Army were also dumbfounded. They had clearly fired at Qin Jun, but the bullets had bizarrely turned and shot at He Jinghong instead. At that moment, the soldiers felt as if they were seeing ghosts. I told you you'd die faster than I would, but you didn't believe me. Qin Jun shook his head as he looked at He Jinghong's corpse. What kind of sorcery did you use? One of He Jinghong's subordinates trembled as he spoke to Qin Jun. Do you want to see it for yourself? Qin Jun replied. Retreat, quickly retreat. Immediately, those subordinates shouted. They all retreated, of course not forgetting to take He Jinghong's body with them. The bizarre scene just now had completely terrified the City Defense Army. Ah, how boring. Qin Jun pouted, then noticed Zhao Yurong staring at him intently. Woman, I know I'm very handsome, but you don't have to keep looking at me like that. If you look too much, I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me, Qin Jun said casually. Ha! Zhao Yurong came to her senses, and upon hearing Qin Jun's words, she rolled her eyes at him and huffed, don't get too full of yourself. Fall in love with you? Dream on. Qin Jun didn't say much more and directly returned to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhao Yurong's expression changed repeatedly as she muttered to herself, is this guy always hiding his true self? Just how powerful is he? At that moment, Zhao Yurong developed a strong interest in Qin Jun. In a luxurious private room of a club in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, a handsome young man sat on a leather sofa, one arm around a beautiful girl and the other holding a glass of red wine, savoring it. That guy actually escaped from prison, he has quite the guts. The young man took a sip of wine and smiled playfully. Young master, now that Lu Xiaohong is dead, does he know this matter is related to you? A middle-aged man standing nearby asked the young man. So what if he knows? Now he's just a worthless man with a ruined family. Does he still think he's the lofty heir of the Northern Territory? Now, he doesn't even have the right to lick my feet. The young man sneered, notify all the major forces in Jianghai, whoever kills him will be my Bai family's representative in Jianghai from now on. He was Bai Yufeng, the young master of the Bai family, one of the 7 great families of Jiangnan. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to leave. A worthless playboy thinks he can compete with me, he really doesn't know his place. Bai Yufeng took a sip of red wine, sneering. Young Master Bai, you are the most impressive. At that moment, the beautiful girl nestled in Bai Yufeng's arms said sweetly, hee hee, you know how to flatter. Come, serve me well. Bai Yufeng smiled wickedly and directly tore the girl's thin clothes apart. Soon, the private room was filled with seductive music. In the imperial capital, in the most prosperous area of this imperial city, stood a skyscraper with 4 prominent characters hanging above, Jun Tian building. At this moment, in a room on the top floor of this building, a woman dressed in purple finery, with stunning features and an ethereal presence, stood before a large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire landscape of the imperial capital, like a queen who ruled everything. It's been 3 years, I'm finally out. The woman in purple murmured, her eyes flickering slightly. Miss, do we need to take action? At this time, another woman stood behind the woman in purple, bowing slightly. Not yet, it's not our time to appear. Send someone to keep an eye on those old geezers. If anyone dares to bully the weak, then kill. The woman in purple said coldly. Meanwhile, atop a mountain in the Great Xia, an old man suddenly opened his eyes, his expression solemn. The hidden dragon is emerging from the abyss, the sky is about to change. The next day, Zhanghai City People's Hospital. As a ray of morning sunlight streamed into the ward, Qin Linger, lying in bed, slowly blinked her eyelashes, her eyes gradually opening. Linger, you're finally awake. At that moment, Qin Jun, sitting by the bed, looked at Qin Linger waking up and was instantly excited. Brother? Qin Linger looked at Qin Jun in disbelief. Brother, is it really you? Silly girl, of course it's me. Qin Jun smiled slightly, holding Qin Linger's hand tightly. Whoa, brother, I thought I would never see you again. Qin Linger immediately sat up and hugged Qin Jun, sobbing. It's okay, Linger. From now on, brother will never leave you again, and I won't let anyone hurt you anymore. Qin Jun comforted her, holding her tightly. Brother, father, at this moment, Qin Linger looked up at Qin Jun, hesitating to speak. Father will definitely be fine. Qin Jun said solemnly. Why do those people say father betrayed the country? How could father betray the country? Qin Linger asked, confused. If they don't say that, how would they have a reason to act against the Northern Town Prince's mansion and the Northern Army? The battle 3 years ago was simply a conspiracy against father and the Northern Army. Otherwise, with father's strength and the assistance of the 7 Legion commanders, how could they have been completely annihilated? Qin Jun said coldly. Conspiracy? Qin Linger's expression changed in shock, and Qin Jun continued, that's right, there are people in Great Xia who don't want the Northern Town Prince's mansion to exist anymore. Immediately, Qin Linger became extremely angry. Who is so malicious? I will definitely unearth the mastermind behind this and use their heads to honor the souls of the 100,000 Northern Army soldiers and the 7 Legion commanders. Qin Jun's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent, speaking with hatred. You, at this moment, a somewhat nervous voice sounded. Qin Jun turned around to see a young woman in a nurse's uniform, with a ponytail, looking about 18 or 19 years old, appearing in the ward, her eyes showing a hint of nervousness. Who are you? Qin Jun asked. My name is Feng Siki. I'm here from the hospital to take care of the patient. The nurse said nervously. Alright, I'll leave my sister in your care. Don't be nervous, you just need to take good care of my sister. Qin Jun said to her calmly, then looked at Qin Linger. Linger, I'll step out for a bit, you rest well. After that, Qin Jun left the hospital, planning to buy some medicinal herbs to help Linger recover her health. Although Linger was no longer in serious danger, her foundation was still injured and needed proper care. Only by quickly restoring her health could Qin Jun detoxify her. At the same time, in the Lu family of Zhanghai, Lu Shan was sitting in the main seat, surrounded by a group of high-ranking members of the Lu family. Now that Bai Xiao has issued the notice, whoever kills Qin Jun will become the Bai family's representative in Zhanghai. Lu Shan spoke up. Head of the family, we absolutely cannot miss this opportunity to align ourselves with the Bai family, especially since that brat has killed Xiaohong. We must kill him no matter what. An elder from the Lu family replied. Last night, all the guards we sent out were killed, and even the Wolf Gate suffered heavy losses. Moreover, that general he died mysteriously. This kid might not be so easy to deal with, Lu Shan said, his brow furrowed. Big brother, I know a group of foreign mercenaries. They are very powerful. If we pay them to take action, they will definitely be able to kill this brat, Lu Shan's younger brother, Lu Feng, said at that moment. Really? Lu Shan's expression tightened, while Lu Feng confidently replied, Big brother, don't worry. These mercenaries are seasoned killers. No matter how strong that kid is, he will undoubtedly die. Alright, you go contact them immediately. As long as they can kill that kid, any amount of money is fine, Lu Shan said without hesitation. At this moment, all the major forces in Jianghai received the notice from Bai Yufeng and began to mobilize various resources to kill Qin Jun, hoping to climb up the Bai family's big tree. For a time, Qin Jun became the target of everyone in Jianghai. However, at this moment, Qin Jun was unaware of all this. He had wandered through several pharmacies in Jianghai but had not found suitable herbs to nourish Linger's body and replenish her blood. He then entered a pharmacy called Zhibiozai. Sir, may I ask what you need? A staff member inquired as he looked at Qin Jun. What is the most precious herb in your store? Qin Jun asked directly. The staff member was taken aback and then replied, Sir, the most precious herb in our store is our store's treasure, a 300-year-old snow lotus. A 300-year-old snow lotus? Qin Jun raised an eyebrow, surprise evident in his eyes. Although a 300-year-old snow lotus is not as famous and precious as a 1,000-year-old one, it is still a herb of immense value, and this snow lotus is most suitable for nourishing Linger's body and helping her quickly recover the blood she has lost. I want that 300-year-old snow lotus, Qin Jun said immediately. At this moment, the staff member's expression changed, and he said, Sir, that snow lotus is worth 70 million. 70 million is nothing, just take it to the register. Qin Jun said, tossing out a black bank card, which was given to him by that girl Alice. It was said to be a black gold card exclusive to the direct descendants of the Rothschild family, capable of transferring billions of amounts at banks worldwide. The staff member stared blankly at Qin Jun, who had just thrown out a black card. 70 million, and he just buys it like that? How extravagant! Sir, please wait a moment. The staff member quickly walked into a room inside the store. Soon, an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows walked out from the room. He approached Qin Jun and said, Sir, hello, I am the store manager. Are you the one who wants to purchase our 300-year-old snow lotus? That's right. Is there a problem? Qin Jun replied. I'm sorry, sir, but that snow lotus has already been reserved by someone else. I'm afraid we cannot sell it to you, the store manager apologized. Reserved? Did the other party pay? Qin Jun asked. No, the store manager shook his head. Since they haven't paid, then this snow lotus doesn't belong to them. I will now offer double the price to buy it, Qin Jun said directly. The store manager's expression changed slightly. At that moment, a cold snort came from outside. You dare to snatch something I reserved? Who gave you the guts? At this moment, in Jubiozai, a man with an extraordinary presence entered, accompanied by two attendants, exuding an air of arrogance. Young Master Hai. The store manager hurriedly approached the man. Qin Jun looked at him and said, Is this snow lotus reserved by you? That's right. How dare you steal something that belongs to me? You've got some nerve. The man scoffed coldly. Young Master Hai, this gentleman is unaware that you have reserved this snow lotus. Please don't be angry, the shopkeeper quickly advised. Qin Jun, however, replied indifferently, I have decided to reserve this snow lotus. Swish! The shopkeeper's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly whispered to Qin Jun, Sir, this young Master Hai is not someone you can offend. Not someone I can offend? He. Qin Jun smiled lightly, looking at the man, you have two choices now, either give up this snow lotus, or I kill you and take it. At these words, the shopkeeper, the man, and his followers all changed their expressions, stunned. Is this guy crazy? How dare he say such things? Do you know who I am? The man said, his face darkening, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he stared at Qin Jun. Swish! Shin Jun stepped forward, instantly gripping the man's throat and coldly said, I don't want to know. Do you choose to die, or to give up this snow lotus? The man, being choked, turned red in the face and struggled with all his limbs. Let go of young Master Hai. The two followers shouted, rushing towards Shin Jun, only to be swatted away by him. This gentleman, you are being too overbearing. Suddenly, a clear, cold voice came from behind. A woman in a white dress, with long hair tied up, her features exquisite and coldly beautiful, walked in, exuding an air that kept others at a distance. Miss. The shopkeeper hurriedly approached her, respectfully addressing her. Overbearing? Shin Jun glanced at her, casually throwing the man to the ground and spitting, I have always been this overbearing. Do you have a problem with that? Swish. The woman's expression changed slightly, and Shin Jun looked at the man. Do you still want this snow lotus? You brat. My father is Hai Dafu, the richest man in Shanghai. The man shouted at Shin Jun. The richest man in Shanghai? What a joke. Shin Jun scoffed, unimpressed. Even the young lady of the world's #1 financial conglomerate, the Rothschild family, has to obediently massage his feet. What does a mere Shanghai rich man count for? You. The man looked at Shin Jun with disdain, nearly spitting blood from anger, then gritted his teeth and said, This snow lotus is a congratulatory gift my Hai family prepared for old Wang. If you dare to snatch it, it would be disrespectful to old Wang. I don't care about your old Wang or whatever, either get lost or die. Shin Jun shouted with a murderous look. The man felt the terrifying killing intent, his body trembled, his face turned pale, and in the end, he could only leave in a huff, holding his breath. Now, can I buy this snow lotus? Shin Jun turned his gaze to the shopkeeper. This. The shopkeeper hesitated, glancing at the woman beside him. Sir, you chased away my customers in public. This might not be good, the woman said to Shin Jun. Shin Jun stared at the woman for a few seconds, then spat. You have a problem. Ha! The woman's expression changed slightly, and the shopkeeper quickly reprimanded, Sir, how can you speak like that? At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared, staring at Shin Jun coldly. Young man, apologize to my lady immediately. I didn't say anything wrong. She really has a problem. Shin Jun looked at the woman. Do you not feel cold and in pain every full moon night? Swish. Upon hearing this, the woman's pupils constricted, looking at Shin Jun in disbelief. How do you know this? Her condition was known only to a few in her family. How could this person know? Isn't it obvious? Shin Jun said casually. Ha! The woman was instantly stunned. Can this really be seen with the naked eye? Who exactly are you? The woman's expression suddenly turned serious as she stared at Shin Jun. You can call me Shin Jun, or you can call me Brother Jun, Shin Jun teased. You bold fool, how dare you? The middle-aged man was about to reprimand him when the woman spoke up. Go bring that snow lotus here. Soon, the shopkeeper came out holding a wooden box. Shin Jun took it and opened it to find a 300-year-old snow lotus inside. Swipe the card. Shin Jun said directly. After the transaction was completed, Shin Jun was about to leave with the snow lotus, but before he walked away, he looked at the woman and said, If you have another episode, you can contact me. This is my phone number. Shin Jun left his phone number and exited the treasure-gathering pavilion. Shin Jun? Why does that name sound so familiar? The woman murmured, while the middle-aged man suddenly said, Isn't that the name of the heir from the Northern Territory? It is him. The woman was taken aback and said, Wasn't he imprisoned in the death prison? How could he be here? Meanwhile, Shin Jun, who had left the treasure-gathering pavilion, murmured, Master said I have an extremely lean body. I didn't expect to encounter it so soon. Interesting. Shin Jun's lips curled up slightly as he smiled. He then headed straight back to the hospital. A few minutes later, when Shin Jun returned to the hospital room, his expression changed. The room was in disarray, with several officers from the patrol department present, including Zhao Yorong. And on the hospital bed, Shin Linger had vanished. Where is my sister? Shin Jun shouted as he noticed Shin Linger was gone. Zhao Yorong approached him and said, Your sister and the nurse taking care of her were taken by the Wolfgate. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Shin Jun, causing Zhao Yorong and the officers present to turn pale. Where is the headquarters of the Wolfgate? Shin Jun glared at Zhao Yorong and shouted, Don't be impulsive, the Wolfgate is powerful, far from. Answer me. Before Zhao Yorong could finish, Shin Jun grabbed her throat and shouted. Zhao Yorong's eyes rolled back as she struggled, and the nearby officers quickly revealed the location of the Wolfgate headquarters. Bang! Shin Jun threw Zhao Yorong to the ground and turned to rush out. That bastard! Zhao Yorong lay on the ground, furious. This was the second time Shin Jun had acted against her. She had been pampered her whole life, and no one had ever dared to treat her this way, which made her hate Shin Jun to the core. Captain, are you okay? One of the officers asked. Contact the director immediately and mobilize personnel to the Wolf Gate. Zhao Yurong ordered as she got up and rushed out as well. 20 minutes later, at the Wolf Gate headquarters, Qin Jun's figure appeared. Kid, stop. This is the Wolf Gate. You can't just barge in. The guards outside the headquarters blocked Qin Jun's path. Bang bang bang. Without saying a word, Qin Jun directly exploded the bodies of the guards, then with a face full of killing intent declared, after today, there will be no more Wolf Gate. At the Wolf Gate headquarters, Qin Linger and Fong Siki were tied up, kneeling there, surrounded by a large number of Wolf Gate members. At the front, sitting in a wolf-headed chair, was a man dressed in a wolf fur coat with a fierce expression, Tian Lang, the leader of the Wolf Gate. Standing beside Tian Lang were the remaining two guardians of the Wolf Gate, Xia Lang and Xia Lang. Leader, these two girls are quite pretty. Why not let the brothers have some fun first? Xia Lang licked his lips, leering at the two women. This one is the daughter of the Northern King, a princess. If anyone is to play, it should be the leader first. Xia Lang said coldly, twirling a dagger in his hand. That's right, leader, you go first. Xia Lang said with a smile. Stop messing around, find that Northern Prince first. Anyone who dares to kill someone from my Wolf Gate will be subjected to 1,000 cuts, Tian Lang shouted with a dark expression. You bad guys, when my brother comes, he will definitely not let you go, Qin Linger yelled. Humph, even if you give your brother 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare come here, Xia Lang scoffed. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice like that of a ghost echoed. Qin Jun walked in with a face full of killing intent. Brother! Qin Linger exclaimed excitedly at the sight of Qin Jun. The members of the Wolf Gate present all changed their expressions upon seeing Qin Jun. You are the Northern Prince? Xia Lang looked at Qin Jun in surprise. Kid, you have quite the guts to dare to barge into my Wolf Gate alone. Do you really think there's no one left in my Wolf Gate? No need to call for help, the Wolf Gate is left with just 2 people. The others have all gone to hell, Qin Jun said coldly, exuding a murderous aura. This statement shocked everyone from the Wolf Gate. After all, there were hundreds of elite members gathered outside, and they were all dead? Moreover, they hadn't noticed anything at all. How could that be possible? If you touch my sister, you all deserve to die. Qin Jun's voice echoed like that of the Grim Reaper, and then he moved swiftly among the members of the Wolf Gate. Pft, pft, pft. The members of the Wolf Gate fell one by one, unable to even fight back. Whoosh! At that moment, the killer wolf moved, like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Qin Jun, with a dagger aimed at his back. Brother, be careful! Qin Linger shouted anxiously. Swish! Just as the dagger was about to stab Qin Jun, he suddenly turned to face the attacker. The killer wolf, looking into Qin Jun's cold, merciless eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent, felt a shiver run through his soul, and his hand froze in midair. Bang! Qin Jun threw a punch, directly exploding the head of this Wolf Gate guardian. As the killer wolf was killed, Xia Lang's eyes flickered for a few seconds before he charged towards Qin Linger, seeking death. Seeing this, Qin Jun's expression turned cold, and he flashed, instantly appearing in front of Qin Linger, causing Xia Lang to shrink his pupils and retreat hastily. As a result, Qin Jun's right hand opened wide and reached out. Put! Just after Xia Lang had taken 3 steps back, Qin Jun's claw pierced through his chest, directly pulling out his heart and crushing it on the spot. Xia Lang's eyes bulged wide, falling to the ground with unblinking eyes. At that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Qin Jun's gaze swept towards the leader of the Wolf Gate, Tian Lang. At this moment, Tian Lang watched his subordinates die one by one, yet remained incredibly calm. He stood up and looked at Qin Jun. No wonder you are the son of the Northern King. At such a young age, you possess this level of cultivation. I truly underestimated you. You talk too much, Qin Jun snorted coldly, stepping forward and instantly appearing in front of Tian Lang, directly grabbing his throat. Tian Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a 3rd-grade martial artist. How could he be subdued in an instant? My master is... Crack! Tian Lang began to speak, but before he could finish, Qin Jun crushed his throat. Bang! Then, the body of the Wolf Gate leader was casually thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Linger, are you okay? After dealing with the members of the Wolf Gate, Qin Jun approached Qin Linger with an apologetic expression. Linger, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well again. Brother, I'm fine, Qin Linger said with a smile, then looked at Fong Siki. Sister Fong, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm fine, Fong Siki said nervously, glancing at Qin Jun before quickly lowering her head. Brother, look, you've scared Sister Fong. Qin Linger pouted, then took Fong Siki's hand and said, Sister Fong, don't be afraid, my brother isn't a bad person. He killed those people to protect us. I know, Fong Siki nodded. Alright, let's leave this place first. Then Qin Jun led Qin Linger and Fong Siki away from the Wolfgate headquarters. Just a few minutes after they left, a large number of patrol officers appeared. Zhao Yurong followed the chief of the Zhanghai Patrol Department as they walked in. When they saw the scene of carnage before them, their expressions changed. That guy is simply a downright executioner, Zhao Yurong muttered to herself as she looked at the bodies scattered on the ground. This Northern Territory heir is really crazy, he even dares to kill the Tianlang. He's gotten himself into big trouble now, the patrol chief said, looking at the corpse of the Tianlang. Chief, what kind of backing does the Tianlang have? Zhao Yurong asked curiously. The Tianlang's master is an elder of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. The patrol chief replied directly. Hearing the words Martial Arts Association, Zhao Yurong's expression changed. At the City People's Hospital, as Qin Jun and the others returned, dozens of Mercedes-Benz S600s suddenly appeared at the hospital entrance, among which was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The appearance of this luxurious convoy immediately attracted everyone's attention. Qin Jun and the others also focused on the convoy. At that moment, the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom opened, and a pair of long, shapely legs wrapped in black stockings stepped out, adorned with black high heels with red soles. What a great pair of legs, I'd give them a 90. Qin Jun commented immediately. Do they look good? A soft, delicate voice reached Qin Jun's ears. Do they look good? The same soft voice echoed again. Not bad. Qin Jun replied. A series of delicate giggles followed. Qin Jun glanced over and found that the owner of those beautiful legs was a blonde beauty. This blonde beauty was dressed in a tight black professional suit that hugged her tall and curvaceous figure. Her impressive bosom was pushing against her white shirt, which seemed like it could pop its buttons with just a deep breath. This figure, combined with her mature and charming face, was truly captivating. Brother, if you keep staring, your eyes are going to grow on her. Qin Linger teased. Qin Jun, however, was unfazed and smiled. Beautiful women are meant to be looked at. What young Master Qin said is true. To be appreciated by young Master Qin is an honor for Fair. The blonde woman smiled. You know me? Qin Jun asked curiously. I am Xiao Fair, the president of the Ross Group's Daxia branch. The blonde woman replied. Ha! Qin Jun showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. Isn't the Ross Group the company under the Rothschild family that Alice mentioned? Qin Jun then asked, did Alice send you? Yes, the young lady learned that young Master Qin was released from prison and specifically instructed me to come and take care of young Master Qin's daily needs. I have already purchased a villa for young Master Qin in Shanghai, and you can move in directly. Xiao Feier said straightforwardly. That little girl really knows how to handle things, Qin Jun chuckled lightly. It just so happened that he didn't have a place to stay in Shanghai yet, and now Linger also wasn't suitable to continue staying in the hospital. Linger, we won't stay in the hospital any longer, Qin Jun said to Qin Linger, who reluctantly held Fong Siki's hand and said, then I won't be able to see Sister Fong anymore? At this moment, Qin Jun glanced at Fong Siki. Miss Fong, since Linger likes you so much, I would like to hire you to take care of my sister. Don't worry, your salary will definitely be better than at the hospital. This is an internship arranged by the school, I can't leave casually, Fong Siki said. It's just an internship, I'll handle it. Miss Fong doesn't need to worry, Xiao Feier arranged. Alright. Fong Siki thought for a few seconds and nodded. Next, Qin Jun and the three followed Xiao Feier to a villa area in Shanghai. This villa area was named Heart of the Riverside, built around a mountain peak, directly facing the sea, making it a picturesque location by the mountains and water. This place is quite nice, very suitable for Linger to recuperate, Qin Jun remarked. Hearing Qin Jun's words, Xiao Feier introduced, Young Master Qin, the villa I've arranged for you is the one at the very front, named Riverside No. 1, the most prestigious villa in this area. Moreover, I've also arranged a security team specifically to guard it, ensuring that no outsiders will disturb you, along with dedicated housekeepers and servants. Not bad, you really know how to arrange things, Qin Jun nodded. As long as young Master Qin is satisfied, Xiao Feier smiled slightly. They then entered the villa, and immediately a pair of women dressed in maid outfits with delicate features smiled sweetly at Qin Jun. Master, welcome home. Qin Jun was taken aback, and Xiao Feier explained, these two are Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu, the maids I specially selected for young Master Qin. You can command them as you wish. Maids? Qin Jun's gaze flickered, and a figure in a green dress appeared in his mind. Qin Niao. She was Qin Jun's personal maid in the Northern King's residence, growing up alongside him, and could be said to be the closest person to him aside from his father and sister. However, 3 years ago, the Northern King's residence was raided and destroyed, and now Qin Niao's fate was unknown. Young Master Qin, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with them? Xiao Feier asked, noticing Qin Jun's daze. No, Qin Jun shook his head, looking at Xiao Feier. Can you help me inquire about someone? The person he wanted her to inquire about was indeed Qin Yao. Next, the three of them settled into the villa, and he brewed the 300-year-old snow lotus into medicine, then gave it to Linger. As Linger took the snow lotus, her damaged physical foundation quickly recovered. In a few days, once Linger's body has recovered enough, we can detoxify her, Qin Jun murmured. He had not forgotten the person who poisoned Linger. Anyone who dared to poison his sister must die. He already had a suspect in mind, the young master Bai Yufeng of the Bai family, one of the 7 great families of Jiangnan, as mentioned by Lu Xiaohong. Jiangnan Province, Martial Arts Conference. What? Tian Lang is dead? Who killed him? At this moment, an elder dressed in martial arts attire was thunderously enraged upon hearing the news of the Wolfgate leader Tianlong's tragic death. He was indeed Tianlong's master, the 7th elder of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Conference. At this moment, the 7th elder was burning with fury. With his status, daring to kill his disciple was undoubtedly a slap in the face to him and the entire Jiangnan Martial Arts Conference. Reporting to the elder, according to the Jianghai Patrol Division's response, the culprit is the Northern Prince Qin Jun. The subordinate replied. Northern Prince? Wasn't he locked up in a death prison? How could he possibly get out? The 7th elder snorted coldly, but now that the Northern King's residence is gone, he's just a useless playboy, daring to kill my disciple, truly overestimating himself. Notify a Chang, let him take people to deal with this guy. The dignity of our martial arts conference cannot be provoked. Imperial capital, Shin family. Master, can my Dantian be rebuilt? Shinaoshua lay on the bed, and in front of her stood a woman dressed in a crimson robe, with striking features, long hair tied up, exuding a powerful aura. This woman was none other than Zhu Kei, one of the 10 war gods of the Great Xia. I will go to the Yanhuang Hall. There should be a spiritual medicine to reshape the Dantian, said the vermilion bird war god. Thank you, master. Upon hearing that she still had the chance to reshape her Dantian and restore her cultivation, Shinaoshua immediately became excited. Vermilion bird war god. Thank you. Shinaoshua's father, Shin Changqing, the current head of the Shin family, also expressed his excitement. Shinaoshua was already a 3-star dragon general at a young age, and her future was limitless. If she were to become a waste, it would be a significant blow to the Shin family. Shin Changqing then said coldly that damned Qin Jun, now a prisoner, still dares to be so arrogant, even driving outsiders to cripple Oshua's cultivation. It's simply unforgivable. Qin Jun, I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Shinaoshua shouted in anger. The vermilion bird war god looked aloof and disdainfully said, a mere wastrel, if it weren't for those few in the war department pleading for him, he would have died long ago. Now he dares to have someone act against Oshua. It's a crime that cannot be forgiven. Oshua, I have received news that this scoundrel has escaped from prison and has appeared in the Jiangnan province. Shin Changqing said at that moment. Escape? How is that possible? How could he escape from the death prison? The vermilion bird war god frowned. Perhaps he bribed someone in the death prison? After all, he has managed to manipulate people from the death prison to act for him. It wouldn't be surprising if he bribed someone to help him escape. Shin Changqing said dismissively. Staying in the death prison, he might have lived out the rest of his life in obscurity, but now he dares to escape. It's truly seeking his own death. The vermilion bird war god shook his head. Shin Changqing said, I have already contacted the Shin family's branch in Jiangnan province. This scoundrel won't be able to jump around for much longer. Father, spare his life. I want him to kneel before me and beg for mercy. All right, Shin Changqing agreed. At this moment, the vermilion bird war god looked at Shinaoshua. Oshua, what you need to do next is to recover your cultivation well and prepare for the upcoming human ranking battle. As long as you can seize the top spot in the human ranking, you will be able to join the Yanhuang Hall directly. At that time, you will gain more cultivation resources and become the youngest war god in the Great Xia, renowned throughout the world. Yes, master, I will not disappoint you. Shinaoshua nodded, murmuring to herself, Qin Jun, you will always be a waste, you are not worthy of me, Shinaoshua. Meanwhile, in Jianhai, after Qin Jun had Linger consume the snow lotus, Xiao Xin came to him, Master, someone is looking for you outside. Looking for me? Qin Jun was taken aback. He had just moved here, who could be looking for him? He immediately went outside. Outside the villa stood a middle-aged man with graying hair, accompanied by a young woman with an extraordinary demeanor. Are you looking for me? Qin Jun asked as he stepped out, looking at the pair. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Jun, his excitement palpable as he stared for several seconds, saying, You look so much like him, it's truly uncanny. Ha! Qin Jun was stunned. You really look too much like the Northern Guardian King, no wonder you are his son. The middle-aged man sighed as he looked at Qin Jun. You know my father? Qin Jun asked in surprise. The Northern Guardian King is revered by every soldier in the Great Xia. I was once a soldier of the Great Xia, how could I not know the Northern Guardian King? The man said excitedly. You were also a soldier of the Great Xia? Qin Jun asked. My name is Su Weigua, I served in the southeast war zone of the Great Xia. I retired due to injury. I always dreamed of seeing the Northern Guardian King in person, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Now, seeing his son is a way to fulfill that dream, Su Weigua said with emotion. My father has now become a traitor to the Great Xia, do you still admire him? Qin Jun's words immediately provoked Su Weigua to curse. What the hell are you talking about? The Northern Guardian King has devoted himself to the country, guarding the Great Xia for so many years, how could he betray the country? He must have been framed. Thank you for believing in my father. Seeing this, Qin Jun felt a warmth in his heart and expressed his gratitude. Young master, I came here specifically to remind you, you should leave Jianghai quickly. If you don't leave soon, it will be too late. Immediately, Su Weigua looked at Qin Jun and said anxiously. Why? Su Weigua replied, the eldest son of the Bai family, one of the 7 great families of Jiangnan, has already ordered all the major forces in Jianghai that whoever kills you will become the spokesperson for the Bai family in Jianghai. In other words, killing you is equivalent to climbing up the big tree of the Bai family. Now, all the major forces in Jianghai have mobilized a large number of people to target you, young master. I have already arranged everything. I will escort you out of Jianghai immediately. Bai Yufeng. Qin Jun's expression turned cold as he said, I didn't go looking for him, yet he took action first. Uncle Su, thank you for your kindness, but I will not leave Jianghai. Since they want to kill me, let them come, I happen to be bored. Su Weigua's expression changed, and just as he was about to say something, the woman beside him spoke up, Father, since the young master has said so, we should trust him. Who is this? Qin Jun glanced at the woman, and Su Weigua introduced, Young master, this is my youngest daughter, Ruqing. Ruqing greets the young master. Su Ruqing bowed to Qin Jun. Uncle Su, thank you for coming to remind me today. We should have a drink together when we have the chance. Qin Jun said with a smile. Su Weigua, seeing Qin Jun so resolute, could only say, if the young master needs anything, please let me know at any time. My Su family will definitely do our utmost to assist. At this moment, Xiaoxing and Xiaoye came to Qin Jun's side and said, Master, should we contact Miss Feier to send more people? No need, they are just a bunch of clowns, Qin Jun replied, curling his lips. Outside a villa area, in a car, Su Weigua and Su Ruqing were sitting there. Ruqing, do you really believe the young master can withstand the entire Jianghai elite forces? Su Weigua glanced at Su Ruqing, who replied, I don't know, but this young master gives me a different feeling. Previously, I heard he was a playboy, good for nothing, but after meeting him today, I feel he is very deep. No matter what, the young master must not be harmed. Immediately mobilize all the forces of the Su family to protect the young master. Hearing her father's words, Su Ruqing was surprised. Father, is it worth it for us to do this? Now that the king of the north has been judged as a traitor, helping him might bring disaster to the Su family. Without the king of the north, there is no Great Xia. The king of the north is the belief in the hearts of all Great Xia soldiers, he would never betray. Su Weigua said emphatically. In the blink of an eye, night fell. In a small tavern in Jianghai, Qin Jun sat down and called out, Boss, bring me your best wine. Soon, a dozen bottles of wine were placed in front of Qin Jun, and he picked up a bottle and started drinking. The wine is fragrant, but unfortunately not strong enough. After taking a sip, Qin Jun shook his head. Since he was young, he had followed his father tasting various fine wines, and his greatest wish was to drink the strongest wine and sleep with the most beautiful women. Unfortunately, he no longer had the opportunity to savor those fine wines. This thing called wine is best at the drunken immortal tower. Suddenly, a drunken voice came from nearby. Qin Jun glanced over and saw a ragged man with disheveled hair and a scruffy beard, reeking of alcohol, mumbling while holding a jug of wine, looking like a drunkard. Drunken immortal tower? Where is that? Qin Jun asked curiously, as he had never heard of that name before. The Drunken Immortal Tower is the best tavern in Great Xia, said to have top-quality wine that can make even the immortals drunk in one sip. It's a pity I have no chance to taste it. The drunkard lamented. The first tavern of the Great Xia? Interesting. Qin Jun's lips curled up in a playful smile. Suddenly, the lights in the tavern went out, and an invisible aura of coldness spread through the air. Finally here. Qin Jun took a sip of his drink, stood up, and walked outside, while the drunken man continued to drink without a care. Outside the tavern stood over 100 foreign men dressed in dark green combat uniforms, wielding triangular military daggers, with firearms at their waists, exuding a fierce and menacing aura, each resembling seasoned executioners. They were the mercenaries hired by the Liu family. "You are Qin Jun?" A bald man looked at Qin Jun and spoke in broken Great Xia language. "Even mercenaries have come, this is quite a big deal." Qin Jun smiled lightly. "The people of Great Xia are really something, they spend a fortune to hire us just to kill a young brat. What a waste of time," one of the mercenaries scoffed. Qin Jun glanced at the group and coldly said, "Did no one tell you that mercenaries are banned in Great Xia?" "Humph, the northern king who said that is dead now. What are you?" one mercenary retorted disdainfully. Swish! A cold glint flashed in Qin Jun's eyes, and he vanished from his spot. Thud! The next moment, the speaking mercenary had his chest pierced by Qin Jun, dying on the spot. "Not good, attack together." The bald man shouted sharply upon seeing this. Instantly, the group of mercenaries charged at Qin Jun. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, these battle-hardened mercenaries, who had killed countless, were all brutally slain by Qin Jun, leaving only the bald man alive. "You! Who exactly are you?" The bald man looked at Qin Jun with a face full of fear. "The Northern King is my father." As soon as Qin Jun finished speaking, he crushed the bald man's neck. But that wasn't the end. At this moment, a large group of people armed with various weapons approached the small tavern, each exuding an overwhelming aura. A glance revealed there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 of them. This scene was even more terrifying than the commotion outside the hospital last night. These people were gathered from various forces in Shanghai, all to hunt down Qin Jun. In an instant, the street outside the tavern was blocked, a dark cloud looming over the city, threatening to crush it. Kill! Suddenly, a battle cry erupted. The 4,000 to 5,000 people surged toward Qin Jun like a flood. "Those who harm the young master shall die." A cold, stern voice rang out. Just as these thousands charged at Qin Jun, a ruthless shout echoed. Puff! The next moment, a brilliant sword light erupted, directly slicing the first few dozen people in half, blood splattering everywhere. This scene stunned the remaining people, causing them to halt in their tracks. At that moment, a figure slowly approached from the darkness. Dressed in black with long hair, this man appeared to be in his 30s, with a cold expression. He held a sword in his left hand, resembling an ancient swordsman, floating towards them. "Cold Blade!" Qin Jun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. This man was Cold Blade, the guard who had been by his side at the Northern King's residence. Seeing Cold Blade appear, Qin Jun was very excited, but his expression changed when he noticed that Cold Blade held a sword in his left hand, while his right sleeve was empty. Cold Blade pays respects to the young master. Cold Blade knelt before Qin Jun, holding the sword with one hand. "Cold Blade, what happened to your right hand? Who did this?" Qin Jun quickly helped Cold Blade up, looking at his empty right sleeve with extreme anger. "Young master, it's nothing, I've lost my right hand, but I still have my left. Although my cultivation is not what it used to be, as long as Cold Blade is here, I will never let anyone harm the young master even a bit." Cold Blade said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of people. "Kill!" He held the sword in his left hand and immediately charged out. Put! 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 Blood flowers erupted everywhere. These thousands of people had no power to resist against Cold Blade. Although he held the sword in his left hand, his swordsmanship was still extraordinary, each strike claiming dozens of lives. Qin Jun watched this scene, his heart aching deeply. He knew very well how much effort it would take for a swordsman to practice with his left hand after losing his right, just to reach the current level. "Young master!" At that moment, a group of people appeared, led by Su Weigua, followed by hundreds of others. "Uncle Su, why are you here?" Qin Jun asked. "Young master, I told you I would never let anything happen to you. Kill for me," Su Weigua said in a deep voice. Immediately, the Su family members charged out as well. In just a few seconds, Cold Blade had already killed over 1,000 people, one man with one sword, sweeping through the crowd. This terrifying combat power frightened the remaining people to the core. They involuntarily stepped back, their eyes filled with terror, completely unwilling to advance any further. Bang! Suddenly, a rapid gunshot rang out. A bullet whistled towards Cold Blade, and his pupils constricted as he swung his sword with his left hand, blocking the bullet. Bang! 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 Soon, bullets shot in from different angles, all aimed at Cold Blade. These were not ordinary bullets but sniper rounds, with even greater destructive power. Cold Blade continued to swing his sword to defend, but his body was still forced back by the sniper bullets. Bang! At a critical moment, another bullet shot out, aimed directly at Cold Blade's vital point, and he was too occupied with blocking other bullets to pay attention. But at that moment, Qin Jun suddenly appeared in front of Cold Blade, his right hand flicking his fingers, and he actually caught the bullet, then flung it back. Put! The bullet instantly returned along its original path, directly taking out a sniper 100 meters away. This scene left everyone hidden in the shadows stunned. Show yourself, you coward hiding in the shadows. Qin Jun shouted coldly. Immediately, a group of figures in camouflage uniforms rushed over, armed with various firearms, their movements swift and their gazes sharp, clearly not ordinary soldiers. Then, two men stepped out behind them, one wore gold-rimmed glasses and a suit, glaring at Qin Jun with hatred, while the other wore combat gear with 5 leopard badges on his shoulder. Qin Jun, first you escaped from prison, then you rampaged in Jianghai, and now you've killed a soldier from my Jiangnan war zone. Now, in my capacity as a 5-star leopard captain of the Jiangnan war zone, I inform you that you are under arrest. Dare to resist, and you will be killed on the spot. The man in combat gear shouted at Qin Jun. 5-star leopard captain? He. Qin Jun looked at the other with a disdainful smile. What are you laughing at? The man in combat gear frowned. If it were in the past, you wouldn't even have the qualification to meet me. Qin Jun scoffed. The military ranks of the Great Xia were divided into dragon generals, tiger majors, and leopard captains, each further divided into 1 to 9 stars. In the past, as the young master of the Northern Territory, Qin Jun was surrounded by various dragon generals, the lowest being a tiger major. A mere leopard captain truly had no right to appear before him. You! The 5-star leopard captain glared at Qin Jun in fury, while the man in the suit shouted at Qin Jun, Kid, do you still think you are the young master of the Northern King's manor? Now you are nothing but a prisoner, even less than an ant. And who are you? Qin Jun glanced at the other, who coldly replied, I am the Secretary General of Jianghai City Guard. You killed my son before, and today is your death sentence. Leopard Captain, this kid is stubborn, I think we should just kill him on the spot. At that moment, the 5-star leopard officer was about to issue an order, but suddenly a man in a long robe appeared. Who are you? How dare you obstruct official business? Leave at once. The Secretary General shouted at the man in the long robe. The man replied indifferently, I am Mu Fanchang, the commander of the South China Special Operations Group. With this statement, the faces of the City Guard Secretary General, the 5-star leopard officer, and Su Weigui instantly changed, revealing a look of surprise. The Great Xia has 5 commanding officers who dominate the nation, each overseeing one of the 5 special operations groups, which in turn govern the 36 provinces of Great Xia. The South China Special Operations Group manages the special operations groups of 6 provinces, including Jiangnan Province. Therefore, the commander of the South China Special Operations Group is a figure of immense power. Even the provincial lord of Jiangnan must show respect. Greetings, Commander. The City Guard Secretary General and the 5-star leopard officer quickly bowed in salute. They did not doubt the identity of the man before them. In Great Xia, no one had the courage to impersonate one of the 5 commanding officers. Take your men and get lost immediately, Mu Fancheng said coldly. Hearing this, the Secretary General and the 5-star leopard officer's expressions changed. Commander. The Secretary General was about to speak when he was met with a chilling glare from Mu Fancheng. He trembled and said, Yes, I will obey the commander's orders. They were about to leave when Qin Jun pointed at the Secretary General and said, Kill him. Whoosh. As soon as Qin Jun's words fell, Lang Feng's sword was instantly drawn, decapitating the City Guard Secretary General. This scene caused the expressions of the others present to change dramatically. Mu Fancheng frowned and looked at Qin Jun. What do you mean by this? I killed his son, he definitely won't let me go. I don't like leaving hidden dangers, Qin Jun replied with a smirk. Mu Fancheng stared at Qin Jun. Do you know that it is no longer 3 years ago? So what? Qin Jun glanced at him. Mu Fancheng said coldly, if you return to the death prison now, you might still have a chance to live. And if I don't go back? Qin Jun smiled playfully. That is not up to you. Whoosh. As soon as Mu Fancheng's words fell, he appeared in front of Qin Jun, his right hand reaching out directly. Whoosh. Mu Fancheng's strike was so swift that Lang Feng couldn't even react in time. His claw was fierce and domineering, like a tiger breaking free from its cage, unstoppable. However, Qin Jun remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. Just as the claw was about to land on Qin Jun's shoulder, he suddenly threw a punch. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Mu Fancheng was sent flying back several meters, his right hand trembling. The look in his eyes revealed disbelief. Even the 5-star leopard officer and Su Weigui beside him were taken aback. This was one of the 5 commanding officers of Great Xia, the commander of South China, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet now, he had been repelled by a mere young master? If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. You. At this moment, Mu Fancheng looked at Qin Jun with a hint of astonishment. Although he had known that Qin Jun had once killed the commander of the Jiangnan Special Operations Group in an instant, he hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, being the son of the Northern King, having some martial skills wasn't anything remarkable. But only now did he truly realize the terror of this northern air. Although he hadn't used his full strength just now, being able to withstand and repel his attack was a rare feat in all of Great Xia. Moreover, he couldn't sense Qin Jun's depth at all, which made him realize that Qin Jun was definitely hiding his true strength. A tiger father has no dog son. It seems the saying is not wrong. The son of the Northern King, who shakes the world, how could he possibly be an unlearned dandy? It seems everyone has been deceived by you. Mu Fancheng looked at Qin Jun and said solemnly, I didn't deceive anyone. Qin Jun pouted. He had indeed been an unlearned young master in the past, but during these 3 years in the death prison, he had encountered 10 masters, which led to the current Qin Jun. But I must tell you, if your cultivation is exposed, you will die even faster. Some people will absolutely not allow a second Northern King to appear. Mu Fancheng said coldly. Are those people the ones who framed my father for treason back then? Do you know who they are? Qin Jun stared at Mu Fancheng and questioned. Some things are better left unknown to you. If it weren't for a few elders from the War Department risking their own merits to save you back then, you would have probably died long ago. I hope you won't let their good intentions go to waste. That's all I have to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. After Mu Fancheng finished speaking, he turned and left. The 5-star leopard commander also hurriedly took his men and left quickly, while those sent by the major forces of Jianghai had long since fled. Young master, your cultivation. At this moment, Lung Feng approached Qin Jun with a puzzled expression. He was well aware that his young master had never practiced martial arts since childhood. How could he possess such terrifying cultivation now? Qin Jun did not explain but looked at Su Weiguo beside him and said, Uncle Su, you should know which forces these people represent tonight, right? Yes, the leading ones are the Lu, Du, and Shui families from the 4 great families of Jianghai, and the rest are some powerful figures from Jianghai. Su Weiguo replied one by one. The 4 great families? What about the last one? Qin Jun asked curiously. Su Weiguo replied, my Su family is the remaining one of the 4 great families. I see. Qin Jun smiled slightly and looked at Lung Feng. Ling Feng, go deal with these 3 families and those powerful figures, then send their heads to the Bai family and tell Bai Yufeng to prepare a coffin and wait for death. Yes, young master. Lung Feng nodded and left directly. Su Weiguo was greatly shocked by this. Young master, you want to kill them all? That's right, from now on, Jianghai will be under the control of the Su family. Qin Jun said directly. This. Su Weiguo's expression was somewhat hesitant, while Su Ruqing appeared and bowed to Qin Jun. Thank you, young master. The Su family will not let you down. No one will dare to lay a hand on you in Jianghai from now on. Good. Qin Jun nodded and left directly. At this moment, Su Ruqing looked at her father and said, Father, it seems your choice was correct. I didn't expect the young master to be so strong. It seems the Northern King has a successor. Su Weiguo sighed. Meanwhile, no one noticed the drunkard sitting at the entrance of the tavern, taking a swig of alcohol and mumbling, what a good show. At the same time, after the 5-star leopard commander left the scene, he was shocked. I didn't expect that young master to hide so deeply. This matter must be reported immediately. Tonight's events must not be known to anyone, otherwise. Suddenly, a cold voice entered the 5-star leopard commander's ears, causing his body to tremble, and he exclaimed, See commander? The voice just now was indeed Mu Fancheng's. Understood. The 5-star leopard commander nodded repeatedly, even warning his subordinates tonight not to reveal a word to anyone. He dared not disobey the orders of the Special Operations Command's chief commander. As this group from the Jiangnan battle zone left, Mu Fancheng's figure emerged, his gaze flickering. Kid, let's see how you perform next. Lu family. At this moment, Lu Shan and several high-ranking members of the Lu family sat inside, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the outside, as if waiting for something. Can that group of mercenaries really do it? Lu Shan furrowed his brow. Big brother, don't worry. That mercenary group is from the top 10 in the mercenary world, the Underworld Serpent Mercenary Corps. They will definitely be fine, Lu Shan's younger brother, Lu Feng, said confidently. Head of the family, it's bad. Suddenly, a Lu family servant rushed in a panic. What are you flustered about? What kind of demeanor is that? Lu Shan scolded. Head of the family, there are people breaking in, the servant gasped. What? How is that possible? Who dares to invade the Lu family? Instantly, all the high-ranking members of the Lu family stood up in shock. A cold voice came from within. Cold Feng walked in, holding a long sword. Who are you? How dare you? Lu Feng immediately pointed at Cold Feng and shouted, but before he could finish, he was beheaded by a single strike. With Lu Feng killed, Lu Shan and the other high-ranking members of the Lu family were left dumbfounded. To be enemies with the young master, kill. Cold Feng left behind a single sentence, and blood splattered throughout the Lu family hall. A few minutes later, Cold Feng left, holding Lu Shan's head, while the entire Lu family was slaughtered. Following that, a storm of killings erupted across the entire Jianghai. Meanwhile, in the death prison, what? The master was attacked? Such audacity! Immediately inform my father and have him send all the major legions of the family to Daxia to protect the master. At this moment, a girl with twin ponytails received a call from Chao Feier and immediately became furious. Who dares to lay hands on the master? This is outrageous. The red-haired woman then took out her phone and made a call, coldly saying, immediately mobilize 300 purple gold assassins to Daxia to protect young Master Qin. Whoever dares to touch him, kill without mercy. The black-clad woman beside her also made a call, notify the head of the Black Hands East Asia Division to gather all personnel to Daxia. If the master loses even a hair, let them all commit suicide. Then, a woman in white formed a seal with her hands, murmuring, notify the Holy See to send 30 white-robed bishops to Daxia. Are you little girls trying to cause chaos in Daxia? Suddenly, a deep voice came. Instantly, the 4 women changed their expressions and all knelt down, saying, calm down, prison warden. Rest assured, that kid won't die. Just focus on your training. When the time is right, I will let you out. The deep voice sounded again. We can get out? The 4 women were taken aback, then excitedly knelt and said, thank you, prison warden. At this moment, Qin Jun, who had returned to the Binjiang villa area, was unaware that because of him, the entire Daxia was on the brink of chaos. Just as he was about to enter the villa, his gaze suddenly swept towards the mountain behind the villa, where he sensed the presence of a martial artist. Whoosh! Qin Jun charged straight up the mountain. Bang! At this moment, on the mountain in the villa area, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. The person was dressed in black, wearing wooden clogs, and wielding a samurai sword, clearly dressed like a person from the east. In front of him stood a woman in tight clothing, with delicate features and a cold expression. Hand over the item, the woman commanded sternly. Okay, I will give it to you. The man nodded repeatedly, looking fearful, as his right hand reached into his bosom to pull out a box. The woman immediately walked over to take the box. But just as the man bent down to hand over the box, he suddenly crushed it in his hand, and a cloud of pink smoke instantly sprayed out, hitting the woman in the face. Immediately, the woman shouted angrily, you bastard, you dare to play tricks on me? Whoosh! She was about to make a move, but suddenly found herself weak all over, collapsing directly to the ground. Hee little lady, you've fallen victim to my unique Hawan powder from the east, so don't even think about struggling. At that moment, the man sneered coldly, got up from the ground, and approached the woman, caressing her face as he spat, your skin is so smooth and tender. I've heard that women from the Great Xia are delicate. Today, I can finally have a taste. You bastard, how dare you? The woman shouted angrily. What do I have to be afraid of? Today, I'll let you experience the power of an East man. The man snorted coldly and reached out to tear her clothes, but a disdainful voice interrupted. What kind of East ghost dares to toy with a woman from the Great Xia? Who? The man's expression changed, and he quickly scanned the area, only to see a figure that had appeared out of nowhere. It was Qin Jun. Where did this little brat come from, daring to meddle? Go die! The man immediately threw a hidden weapon at Qin Jun, but the latter suddenly vanished from sight. Whoosh! The man's pupils constricted, a bad premonition washing over him. He hurriedly tried to retreat, but a large hand suddenly appeared, gripping his throat. The owner of the hand was, of course, Qin Jun. You! The man's face turned red as he struggled. I hate you East ghosts the most, Qin Jun said, curling his lip, and then he crushed the man's throat and tossed him aside. He then approached the woman and asked, are you okay? Hot, I'm hot. At that moment, the woman was in a daze, her face flushed, her hands tearing at her clothes. Did you take an aphrodisiac? Qin Jun said in surprise. Suddenly, the woman threw her arms around Qin Jun and began to kiss him wildly, even trying to rip off his clothes. Hey, miss, I'm not that kind of person, Qin Jun shouted. But at that moment, the woman had lost her senses, completely under the control of the drug in her body. Bang! Qin Jun had no choice but to knock her out and carry her back to the villa. Brother! In the villa, Qin Linger saw Qin Jun return and was about to speak, but upon seeing him carrying a woman, she exclaimed in surprise, brother, you said you were bringing a woman back, and you didn't even think to avoid people, teaching bad habits to children. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Jun said to the little stars, prepare a room, and there's a corpse in the back mountain, go take care of it. After he brought the woman to the room, he used the yin-yang life and death needle to remove the drug's effects from her body. Master, the corpse has been cleaned up, but I found this on him. Soon after, Xiaoyu returned to the villa, holding a small box. When Qin Jun opened it, he found a piece of transparent jade inside. What is this? Qin Jun played with the jade but found nothing special about it. Brother, who is that woman? Qin Linger asked curiously as she leaned closer. I don't know, I saved her on a whim, Qin Jun replied. Who are you? At that moment, the woman woke up, looking at Qin Jun and the others with suspicion. When she saw the jade in Qin Jun's hand, her pupils constricted, and she exclaimed, He sure you. Hand it over. The woman waved her hand, trying to grab the jade from Qin Jun. Qin Jun quickly seized her arm, twisting it and pressing her down onto the bed. You little girl, I saved your life, and you wake up without even saying thank you, wanting to make a move? That's too rude, isn't it? Bastard, let me go. Wu Qianyue shouted angrily, trying to use her strength to break free from Qin Jun's grip but found she couldn't escape at all. Oh, quite the spicy one. Qin Jun chuckled lightly and gave Wu Qianyue a slap on the backside. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Wu Qianyue let out a cry of pain. Beside them, Qin Linger quickly covered her eyes and mumbled as she ran out, not suitable for children. You bastard, you rogue, I want to kill you. At this moment, Wu Qianyue was both shy and angry, wishing she could tear Qin Jun into 1,000 pieces. She had never been taken lightly by a man in her life, let alone had her bottom spanked. TCH, who was it just now that hugged me and kissed me so passionately, yet still has the nerve to call me a rogue? Qin Jun said dismissively. His words instantly reminded Wu Qianyue of the scene on the mountain earlier. When she recalled the image of herself hugging Qin Jun and kissing him wildly, her face turned red with embarrassment, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. I was drugged, it wasn't intentional. Let go of me quickly, I am a member of the Central Special Operations Group. Wu Qianyue shouted. Another member of the Special Operations Group? Qin Jun curled his lip and released her. Now you know to be afraid, right? Hurry up and give me the he sure you. Wu Qianyue turned to Qin Jun and said arrogantly. Want it? Kiss me. Qin Jun smiled playfully. You. Wu Qianyue said angrily, this is something from my central group, how dare you covet it? Do you want to be caught? This thing is mine as long as it's in my hands. If you want it, kiss me, if not, get lost. Qin Jun said nonchalantly. Wu Qianyue was so furious that her chest heaved. She glared at Qin Jun fiercely, you wait for me. With that, she left the villa. This thing seems to be quite extraordinary. Qin Jun looked at the piece of jade in his hand, his eyes shining. The next day, with a shocking piece of news, the entire Jianghai was shaken. The Lu, Du, and Shui families, 3 of the 4 great families of Jianghai, were all exterminated, with not a single survivor. In addition, dozens of powerful figures in Jianghai were also killed, causing a stir throughout the city. Countless people were discussing who had such power to wipe out the 3 great families and numerous influential figures overnight. Just as Jianghai was in turmoil, far away in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, Bai Yufeng had just woken up when a servant rushed over, shouting, Young master, it's bad, something has happened. What could possibly happen so early in the morning? Bai Yufeng replied impatiently. Young master, you should go take a look at the door? The servant said, trembling. Bai Yufeng frowned and walked out directly. When he arrived at the entrance of the Bai family, he was stunned. There, neatly arranged at the entrance, were more than a dozen severed heads, with the head of the leader of the 3 great families of Jianghai on top. At that moment, a large crowd of Bai family members surrounded the scene, all pale with fear as they looked at the pile of heads. Damn it, who did this? Bai Yufeng was first shocked, then shouted angrily. Young master, a few minutes ago, someone threw these heads at the entrance, and they left a message, the housekeeper hesitated to say. What message? Bai Yufeng asked. They said to let the young master prepare a coffin and wait to die, the housekeeper whispered. Bastard! Bai Yufeng roared in anger. Young master, news just came from Jianghai that the 3 great families were exterminated, and many powerful figures are dead. What they did is clearly a provocation against you and the Bai family, his confidant replied. Qin Jun, it seems I really underestimated you. Bai Yufeng's expression turned sinister, since you want to play, then I will play with you. Meanwhile, outside the Binjiang one villa in Jianghai, a voice suddenly shouted, Qin Jun, come out. Outside the villa, a group of martial artists in training clothes stood, with the leader looking grim and forcefully shouting, Qin Jun, come out. Who are you? At this moment, the guards sent by Qiao Feier quickly appeared, coldly staring at the group before them. Get lost, let Qin Jun come out. The leader of the group said arrogantly, exuding a terrifying martial aura. He had already stepped into the ranks of a 5th-grade martial artist. What dog is this, disturbing people's sweet dreams so early in the morning? Qin Jun stepped out, looking displeased. You are Qin Jun? My junior brother Tianlang was killed by you? The leader glared at Qin Jun with a cold snort. Here to take revenge for that Tianlang? Qin Jun glanced at him. That's right, Tianlang is one of us from the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. How dare you kill him? The man shouted at Qin Jun. Jiangnan Martial Arts Association? What a load of nonsense! Qin Jun scoffed. You dare to insult the Martial Arts Association? At this moment, both the leader and his followers glared at Qin Jun, furious. Kid, today The man was about to make a move against Qin Jun, but before he could finish his sentence, a sword energy descended, splitting him in half. At this time, Leng Feng's figure appeared. Leng Feng, you're just in time, I'll leave these guys to you. Qin Jun waved his hand. Put. Without saying a word, Leng Feng directly cut the group in half. Have you finished what I asked you to do? Qin Jun looked at Leng Feng, who nodded. Young master, does that by family young master have a grudge against you? He attacked Linger before, almost killing her, Qin Jun said coldly. Upon hearing this, Leng Feng instantly erupted with a terrifying killing intent, saying coldly, dare to touch the county princess? I'll kill him right now. No rush, I want to personally send him to hell, Qin Jun said indifferently. Young master. At this moment, Su Ruqing's figure appeared, bowing to Qin Jun. Miss Su, why are you here? Qin Jun looked at Su Ruqing, who took out a document and said, Young master, this is the detailed asset list of the Lu family, Du family, Shui family, and all the major powers in Jianhai. It's all here for your review. These are all from your Su family. I'm not interested in these, Qin Jun replied. Young master, these assets add up to nearly 10 billion. You don't want any of it? Su Ruqing looked at Qin Jun in surprise, to which he smiled slightly. I don't lack money. With Alice, the world's top financial heiress, around, money was just a number to Qin Jun. Thank you, young master. Su Ruqing immediately expressed her gratitude to Qin Jun, then her gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, who was so blind as to seek trouble with the young master. They say they are from the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. What? They are from the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association? As soon as Qin Jun finished speaking, Su Ruqing was shocked. Is this Jiangnan Martial Arts Association very powerful? Qin Jun asked curiously. Su Ruqing then explained, Young master, have you not heard of the Daxia Martial Arts Association? Daxia Martial Arts Association? No impression. Qin Jun shook his head. He only knew about eating, drinking, and having fun, completely unaware of anything beyond the northern border. The Daxia Martial Arts Association is said to have been founded by several top martial artists of Daxia, aimed at recruiting and managing martial artists in Daxia. Now, this martial arts association has branches all over Daxia, and the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is one of them, being the strongest force in Jiangnan province aside from the 7 major families. No one dares to provoke them. Young master, now that you've offended the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, they probably won't let it go easily. Su Ruqing explained one by one. It's just a martial arts organization, if they don't want to live, then they can be wiped out. Qin Jun said dismissively. In that death prison, countless top martial sect leaders were imprisoned, and in front of him, they all had to respectfully call him Young Master Qin. A mere martial arts association was naturally not something Qin Jun would take to heart. He then returned to the villa, where Qin Linger was sitting at the dining table, calling out to Qin Jun, brother, come quickly and try the breakfast made by Sister Feng. It smells amazing. Feng Siki's face flushed slightly as she said, Linger, you're exaggerating. It's just a few ordinary breakfast dishes. It does taste good, Qin Jun said as he approached the table and took a bite, nodding in approval. Feng Siki, with a shy expression, said, as long as the young master likes it. Don't call me young master anymore. I'm older than you, just call me Qin Gu. Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, Feng Siki nodded, okay, young. Qin Gu. Qin Gu, Linger, our school is having an anniversary gala tonight, and I have a performance. Will you come if you have time? Suddenly, Feng Siki asked. Sure. Qin Linger exclaimed excitedly. Alright. Qin Jun looked at Qin Linger, who seemed eager to go, and nodded. Later, in a room, Qin Jun stared at Leng Feng. Now you can tell me, who exactly severed your right arm? Leng Feng's gaze flickered for a few seconds before he said solemnly, it was Xiaotian. Qin Jun's expression hardened, coldly stating, the White Tiger War God, one of the 10 great war gods, Xiaotian? Yes, 3 years ago, after the young master was imprisoned, Xiaotian led his men into the royal palace, wanting to plunder everything inside. I intended to stop him, but he severed my right arm. In the end, I only managed to escape with the help of other experts from the royal palace, but they all met a tragic end at Xiaotian's hands, Leng Feng recounted. Crack! Qin Jun clenched his hands tightly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Anyone who dares to touch my people deserves to die. Leng Feng, I will definitely avenge your severed arm. Thank you, young master. Leng Feng bowed. By the way, you need to take care of something next, Qin Jun instructed Leng Feng. In Jiangnan province, in a certain building, a short man with a big belly and a mustache angrily said to a man in a suit in front of him, "Useless. A bunch of useless people. We finally got our hands on the Hishiryu, and now it's gone. My lord, I'm sorry. We didn't expect that girl sent by the Central Special Operations Group to be so difficult. She chased us all the way to Jianghai, but according to our intel, that girl didn't get the Hishiryu either." The man in the suit replied, "Did she not get the Hishiryu? Then where did it go?" The short man frowned immediately. "We investigated, and that girl came out of a villa last night. We suspect that the Hishiryu is inside that villa," the man in the suit said, lowering his head. "Then why aren't you sending someone to find it? No matter what, we must bring that piece of Hishiryu back. Otherwise, you might as well commit seppuku." The short man scolded angrily. "Yes." The man in the suit bowed. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Jianghai University. Qin Jun and Qin Linger appeared here. "You guys are here? I'll take you to the auditorium. The gala is about to start." Soon, Fong Siki arrived at the school gate and led the two directly into the campus. As soon as Qin Jun stepped onto the campus, he sensed an unusual energy aura. Whoosh! At that moment, he cast his gaze toward a figure in the distance. As Qin Jun's gaze swept over, a woman appeared in his line of sight. This woman gave Qin Jun an impression of flawlessness. Her black hair danced lightly, her long eyelashes fluttered, her eyes seemed to be shrouded in mist, her red lips and pearly teeth sparkled with a lustrous sheen, her neck was slender, her skin was like ice and jade, her features were exquisite, her beauty was stunning, and her curvaceous figure was enchanting, making one exclaim, "Perfect." Moreover, her temperament was ethereal and transcendent, complemented by a long dress with a hint of ancient style, resembling a fairy who did not partake in the mundane world. She stood there quietly, attracting the attention and admiration of many college students around her. What a beautiful sister! At this moment, Qin Linger also noticed the woman and exclaimed in surprise. Fong Siki then introduced, "That lady is the most beautiful campus flower of our Jianghai University, known as the Fairy Situ." Fairy Situ? Qin Jun's eyes flickered. He sensed that this woman was extraordinary at first glance, and he discovered that there were quite a few experts hidden within this school. Additionally, he felt a trace of a special energy aura emanating from the university. This made Qin Jun vaguely feel that this university was not simple. Just as Qin Jun was gazing at the woman, she seemed to sense it. Her eyes, like black jewels, swept towards him. In an instant, their gazes met. "Brother, that sister seems to be looking at you. Could it be that she has taken a liking to you?" Qin Linger mumbled. "It's very possible. After all, your brother is so charming." Qin Jun smiled playfully. "Humph. Brother, you are so narcissistic." Qin Linger rolled her eyes at him. Soon, the three of them headed to the auditorium, while at that moment, Fairy Situ was still watching Qin Jun, her gaze flickering. "Miss, what's wrong?" A slightly less attractive woman standing beside her inquired. "This person is not simple," Situ Jing said. "Him?" The less attractive woman glanced at Qin Jun and said, "He doesn't have any martial artist aura, he looks like an ordinary person." "No, my intuition tells me he is extraordinary. I even feel as if he can see through me." Situ Jing shook her head. The woman was taken aback. "How is that possible? Is there really someone in this mundane world who can see through you, miss? Could it be that he? The day the seal is lifted is approaching, and this person suddenly appears. He is likely not here for good. You must investigate his background immediately," Situ Jing instructed, and the woman nodded. In the auditorium of Jianghai University, after Fong Siki arranged for Qin Jun and Qin Linger to find their seats, she left first, as she still had to prepare for her performance. Soon, the school anniversary gala officially began, with a group of students taking the stage to perform various acts. University life is really great. Qin Linger couldn't help but sigh as she watched the college students on stage. "Linger, do you want to go to university?" Qin Jun asked her. If it weren't for the incident 3 years ago, Linger should have been a college student by now. Qin Linger shook her head and said, "No, brother, I want to practice martial arts like you." "Practice martial arts?" Qin Jun was taken aback. "That's right," Qin Linger nodded, looking at Qin Jun. "I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to become a strong person like you and father, so that I can protect you in the future." "Silly girl, you are my sister, how could you be a burden?" Qin Jun patted Qin Linger's head, indulgently. "Brother, look, Sister Fong is on stage." At that moment, Qin Linger pointed at the stage. Qin Jun glanced at the stage and saw Fong Siki in a long white dress, her hair flowing, giving off an extremely pure vibe. Then, Fong Siki took the microphone and sang a song, her voice enchanting and melodious, winning a round of applause from the audience. "Sister Fong is really talented, she can cook and sing," Qin Linger praised, then looked at Qin Jun and said, "Brother, why don't we let Sister Fong be your wife?" What are you thinking, you silly girl? Qin Jun poked Qin Linger's little head. Soon, the performance ended, and after Fong Siki bowed to thank the audience and was about to head backstage, a group of people walked directly onto the stage, drawing curious looks from everyone present. Siki, be my girlfriend. Among the group, a young man in a white suit with golden hair, exuding wealth, held a bouquet of flowers and confessed to Fong Siki. However, his accent was heavily influenced by the Koreans, clearly not a person from the Great Xia. Wow, Jin Injuan actually likes Fong Siki and even confessed in public. I'm so envious. At that moment, a stir arose in the auditorium. The female students were filled with admiration, while the male students wore expressions of jealousy. Fong Siki, faced with this sudden confession, was completely stunned and at a loss. Siki, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement, Jin Injuan said, looking at Fong Siki with a smile at the corner of his mouth, reaching out to take her hand, but she instinctively stepped back. In an instant, Jin Injuan's expression darkened, looking somewhat displeased. He asked Fong Siki, Siki, what do you mean by that? Sorry, Jin, I don't like you, I can't be your girlfriend. Fong Siki shook her head and tried to leave, but the group of people behind Jin Injuan surrounded her. You actually rejected me? Jin Injuan's face was grim as he said, I've grown up this big, and no one has ever dared to reject me. Fong Siki, do you know what kind of person Jin Xiao is? Being Jin Xiao's girlfriend is an honor for you, you should hurry up and agree. A young man beside Jin Injuan scolded Fong Siki. He was Hai Lin, the son of the richest man in Jianghai, who had previously competed with Qin Jun for the Snow Lotus at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. No matter who he is, I will never agree to be his girlfriend, Fong Siki said resolutely. Bitch! Jin Injuan's face turned cold as he scolded, I like you, that means I think highly of you, how dare you refuse? Whether you agree or not, I will make you mine today. Hearing Jin Injuan's domineering words, the male students and school leaders present showed dissatisfaction, but no one dared to speak up. This was all because of Jin Injuan's identity. He was the young master of the Dejin Group from Goryeo. The Dejin Group was the top financial conglomerate in Goryeo, with a deep background and immense power. With this identity, Jin Injuan bullied both boys and girls at Jianghai University, and no one dared to say anything. Take her away. With a wave of his hand, Jin Injuan's subordinates were about to forcibly take Fong Siki away. The crowd could only watch helplessly, but no one dared to step forward. Just then, a cold and arrogant voice rang out, in the territory of our Great Xia, when did it become your place to flaunt your power, you Goryeo punk? Hearing the term Goryeo punk, Jin Injuan's expression turned cold as he shouted, Who? Your grandpa. Qin Jun suddenly dashed forward and slapped Jin Injuan, sending him flying to the ground. Put! Jin Injuan fell to the ground, spitting blood, half of his teeth knocked out. This sudden scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Qin. Big brother, thank you. Fong Siki was first taken aback, then looked at the person who acted and expressed her gratitude. It's you! At that moment, Hai Lin's expression changed upon seeing Qin Jun. You really are everywhere. Qin Jun glanced at Hai Lin. Jin Injuan, covering his face, angrily shouted, Bastard! What are you all standing there for? Go get him! Immediately, the group of subordinates charged at Qin Jun. Whoosh! Qin Jun charged out, and in less than 3 seconds, the group was scattered on the ground, some with broken arms, others with broken legs, screaming in agony. Hiss! The students in the auditorium all gasped in shock. Then, Qin Jun walked towards Jin Injuan. What? What do you want? I tell you, Jin Xiao is. Hai Lin hurriedly shouted at Qin Jun, but before he could finish, he was slapped away by Qin Jun. A Goryeo punk dares to act recklessly in our Great Xia, you really have some nerve. Qin Jun approached Jin Injuan and suddenly stomped down. Crack! Jin Injuan's leg was crushed on the spot, and he let out a piercing scream. Fuck! Bastard! You damned lowlife, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Jin Injuan shouted frantically, his face twisted in rage. Crack! Qin Jun crushed the other leg of his opponent. Ah! Another scream, like that of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the hall, and Jin Injuan fainted from the pain. Is that all you've got? What a piece of trash! Qin Jun scoffed. But he didn't stop there, he kicked towards the opponent's groin. Crack! The crowd faintly heard the sound of eggs shattering, and the boys instinctively clamped their legs together, drenched in sweat, secretly thinking this guy was too ruthless. That kick might just make a new eunuch in Goryeo. You actually crippled young Master Jin? You're finished! At that moment, Hai Lin looked at Jin Injuan's miserable state, his face turning pale as he pointed at Qin Jun and shouted. Shut up! Qin Jun kicked Hai Lin as well, turning him into the second eunuch of the new era. Ah! Hai Lin let out a piercing scream and also fainted from the pain. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent, only the sound of swallowing could be heard. By the time they came to their senses, Qin Jun had already left with Fong Siki. Outside the hall, Qi Linger gave Qin Jun a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you were so impressive just now. That damned Goryo person dared to bully Sister Fong, truly despicable. Big brother Qin, that Jin Injuan seems to have an unusual background." "I'm sorry for causing you trouble," Fong Siki said, her face full of guilt. "It's fine, this is Daxia, it's not his place to act wild here," Qin Jun said nonchalantly. "Big brother Qin, Linger, I need to go home tonight, so I won't be going back with you," Fong Siki said. "Okay," Qin Jun nodded. Half an hour later, Qin Jun returned to the villa with Qin Linger, but they had barely arrived when a group of masked men in black suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" Qin Jun glanced at the group coldly. "Kid, hand over what you got yesterday," one of the black-clad men shouted at Qin Jun. "Easterners?" Qin Jun sneered. "Are you guys with that bastard from last night? So that thing is indeed in your hands." Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, the black-clad man's expression hardened, exuding a fierce killing intent. "Hand it over, or you'll be dead." "Die, you bastard," Qin Jun retorted. "Kill." Immediately, the group of Easterners charged at Qin Jun, but at that moment, another group rushed out, attacking the Easterners. Among them was Wu Qianyue. Bang bang bang. After a fierce battle, the group of Easterners was slaughtered one by one. Then Wu Qianyue and the others looked at Qin Jun. "Little girl, you came to find me so soon. Could it be that you missed me?" Qin Jun teased Wu Qianyue. Swish! Wu Qianyue glared fiercely at Qin Jun. A man beside her suddenly pointed at Qin Jun and shouted, "Kid, how do you speak?" "How I speak is none of your business." Qin Jun shot back. "You're looking for death." The man's expression turned cold, radiating a chilling aura as he prepared to attack Qin Jun, but was stopped by Wu Qianyue. She stepped forward and said to Qin Jun, "You saw it too, now you've been targeted by those Easterners. If you don't give me the he sure you, they definitely won't let you go. Just a bunch of Eastern bastards, what's there to be afraid of?" Qin Jun scoffed. "Heh, so arrogant. Kid, do you know the identities of these Easterners? If we hadn't intervened just now, you would have been dead." The man mocked immediately. "Without you, they would have died even faster," Qin Jun replied coldly. "Arrogant. Today, let me see how much you weigh." At that moment, the man could no longer hold back and struck towards Qin Jun with a palm. "Han Fei, no!" Wu Qianyue shouted urgently, wanting to stop him. She knew very well that Qin Jun's strength was not simple, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress her so easily last night. But as soon as she spoke, a dull thunderclap echoed. A figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing in a heap, and that person was Han Fei. "With such little strength, you dare to act tough with me? Truly asking for a beating," Qin Jun said with a face full of disdain. The members of the Huazhong Special Operations Group were all dumbfounded. Han Fei had already reached the 6th rank in cultivation, and his talent and skills were among the top 10 in the younger generation of the Huazhong Special Operations Group. Yet, at this moment, he had been instantly killed by someone, and that person was also a young man? This was simply unbelievable. "Bastard, I will kill you." Han Fei got up from the ground, his face twisted as he glared at Qin Jun, ready to strike again, but was reprimanded by Wu Qianyue. "Enough, Qianyue, he." Han Fei looked at Wu Qianyue, wanting to say something, but she coldly interrupted, "Shut up." Then Wu Qianyue turned to Qin Jun and said, "Qin Jun, with your current identity and situation, having the he sure you in your hands will only bring you disaster. Moreover, if you don't hand it over now, the next ones to come won't be us, but the truly top experts from our Huazhong group. At that time, they won't show you any mercy." It was clear that Wu Qianyue already knew Qin Jun's identity. Qin Jun merely smiled lightly. "Even if the commander of the Huazhong group comes, if I don't want to give it, he can't take anything away." "Impudent! The commander is not someone a mere ant like you can slander. You don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth." Suddenly, a voice filled with authority rang out. "You don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth." Accompanying this authoritative voice, a middle-aged man dressed in a black long robe, with a cold expression, appeared, exuding a chilling aura. "Commander Yang." Wu Qianyue, Han Fei, and the other members of the Huazhong group all saluted upon seeing him. Among the 5 major special operations groups of the Great Xia, aside from the commander, there were also many other commanders responsible for handling a series of events, with status higher than that of the provincial commanders. The man before them was Yang Lin, the 9th commander of the Huazhong Special Operations Group. "Kid, for the sake of the King of the North, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the Yishiryu and kneel to apologize to Han Fei, and I may spare your life." Yang Lin looked at Qin Jun and shouted with overwhelming authority. Kid, hurry up and kneel, or when Commander Yang makes his move, you're finished. With Yang Lin's appearance, Han Fei immediately shouted with false bravado. Suddenly, Qin Jun's body flashed and appeared in front of Yang Lin like a ghost. Before the latter could react, a slap was delivered. Slap! A loud sound of a slap echoed, and Yang Lin was knocked to the ground, spitting blood wildly. Bang! Then Qin Jun stepped on Yang Lin's head, disdainfully saying, "Who do you think you are? Daring to act tough in front of me? Asking me to kneel and apologize to a waste, does he deserve it? You!" Hearing Qin Jun call him a waste, Han Fei was so angry he almost cursed, but seeing Yang Lin underfoot, he swallowed his words back. Wu Qianyue and the other members of the Huazhong group were all dumbfounded. The dignified ninth commander of the Huazhong group was actually powerless and trampled underfoot? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. How could this bastard be so strong? Wu Qianyue stared at Qin Jun, inwardly cursing. She had checked the other party's identity. This kid was clearly a spoiled young master who relied on the protection of the Northern King, utterly useless before. How could he suddenly become so strong? At this moment, the most shocked was Yang Lin. With his half-step innate cultivation, he was actually being trampled by a good-for-nothing young master, which was an immense humiliation for him. "You bastard, I will kill you!" Yang Lin roared. "Oh, still so arrogant, huh?" Qin Jun smiled playfully, applying pressure with his foot, causing Yang Lin to scream in agony, his entire face twisted and deformed under the force. "You! Let Yang Sishi go!" At this moment, Wu Qianyue looked at Qin Jun and said, "This guy wants to kill me. If I let him go, wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" Hearing Qin Jun's words, Wu Qianyue said solemnly, "Then what do you want? Kiss me, and I'll let him go," Qin Jun joked. "You!" Wu Qianyue glared at Qin Jun, who then spat, not willing. "Then keeping this guy around is useless." Immediately, Qin Jun was about to stomp Yang Lin to death when Wu Qianyue hurriedly called out, "Fine, I'll kiss you." "No, Wu Qianyue, do you know you are?" Han Fei was about to speak but was interrupted by Wu Qianyue, who suddenly stepped forward and kissed Qin Jun on the face. "Hey, not the face," Qin Jun complained. "You didn't specify. Now that I've kissed you, you should let him go, right?" Wu Qianyue huffed. "Alright, you win." Qin Jun pouted and kicked Yang Lin away, coldly saying, "If I see you again, be prepared to meet the king of hell." Yang Lin, supported by someone, got up from the ground, glaring at Qin Jun in fury. "Yang Sishi, let's leave first," Wu Qianyue said as she stepped forward. Soon, their group left the place. Watching them leave, Qin Jun took out the jade stone and muttered, "What on earth is this thing useful for?" It was something that the Special Operations Division and the Easterners cared about so much. It was definitely not an ordinary jade, but Qin Jun couldn't see anything special about it. Xiaoxing, have Xiao Fei help me check a piece of jade called He Shiryu. He then instructed Xiaoxing. Outside the villa area, Yang Sishi, didn't that kid say he was a useless good-for-nothing? How could he be so strong? Han Fei said unwillingly. "His strength may not be greater than mine. He just relied on his speed and agility to catch me off guard. Otherwise, how could a mere good-for-nothing be my opponent?" Yang Lin defended himself. "That's right, no matter how strong that kid is, he can't be a match for the Sishi. After all, the Sishi is a half-step innate expert. Could that kid possibly be an innate expert?" Han Fei nodded repeatedly. "Above the 9th rank is innate. Only by stepping into the innate realm can one be called a true martial arts master. An innate expert? Just because he's a good-for-nothing, he thinks he can step into the innate realm? That's simply ridiculous." Yang Lin scoffed. "Is he really not an innate expert?" Wu Qianyue murmured to herself. As for Han Fei, his eyes flickered for a few seconds before he secretly left to make a phone call. "Jun Xiao, someone is trying to make a move on your fiancé." He then hung up the phone, coldly saying, "Kid, daring to covet Jiang Xiao's woman, now no one can save you." Zhanghai, City People's Hospital. At this moment, in a hospital room, heart-wrenching screams echoed, "Damn bastard, I will kill you, kill you." In this hospital room, Jin Injuan's legs were in plaster, and upon learning that he had become a eunuch, his expression twisted as he screamed hysterically. On the adjacent bed lay Hai Lin, his face filled with despair. "I'm done for, I've become a useless person, I can no longer play with women. Father, help me take revenge, I want that bastard to die without a burial place." Hai Lin then fiercely looked at a nearby portly man. This man is none other than the richest man in Zhanghai, Hai Dafu. At this moment, Hai Dafu looked at his only son turned into a eunuch, and he was furious. He shouted, "Son, don't worry, I will not let this little brat go. Not only him, but also that bitch Fong Siki. Go and capture her immediately. I want to make her wish she were dead." Jin Injuan said with a sinister expression. "Yes, young Master Jin, rest assured, I will go and bring that girl right away." Hai Dafu nodded repeatedly. He turned and walked out of the room when a man approached quickly. "Chairman, we have already identified the person who harmed the young master in Young Master Jean. Since you have identified him, why aren't you going to catch him immediately?" Hai Dafu shouted. The man frowned and said, "Chairman, this person's identity is not simple. He is." He then revealed Qin Jun's identity. Upon hearing this, Hai Dafu's expression changed instantly. He was well aware of the news that the three major families of Jianghai and a dozen powerful figures had been exterminated, and he also knew that the murderer was this northern heir, Qin Jun. However, he never expected that the one who harmed his son and young Master Jean was this person. No matter what, he must die, otherwise, once the Dajin group seeks revenge, the entire Hai family and you and I will cease to exist. Hai Dafu said with a solemn expression, "Immediately issue a bounty in the black market. Anyone who can kill this guy will receive 3 million, no, 10 million. No, that's too little, 100 million. Whoever kills this son will get 100 million. Hai Dafu said coldly. Understood. The man nodded. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Conference, the seventh elder, upon learning that the disciples he sent to Jianghai to deal with Qin Jun had all been killed, was equally furious. Immediately issue a kill order to the entire Jiangnan province. Anyone from the martial arts conference who can take this boy's head will be heavily rewarded. In an instant, Qin Jun became the target of everyone in the entire Jiangnan province. At the same time, in a certain place in the west, an excited female voice rang out. The heir has finally been released from prison. Arrange for his return to the country immediately. The next day, in Villa No. 1, Qin Linger lay in bed, and Qin Jun stood beside her, his expression solemn. "Linger, I will detoxify you next. This process may be a bit painful." "It's okay, brother, I've endured the pain of these 3 years, so just go ahead." Qin Linger smiled. Whoosh! Immediately, Qin Jun performed the Yin-Yang life and death needle technique, piercing 2 needles into Qin Linger's body. Soon, Qin Linger showed a look of pain. "Linger, hold on," Qin Jun shouted, as another black needle pierced her abdomen. As this needle entered, black lines began to appear on Qin Linger's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of needles pierced different acupoints on Qin Linger's body, and her face twisted in immense pain. Qin Jun felt heartbroken but could only continue to detoxify her. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Linger suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the black lines on her body gradually disappeared. Clearly, the poison in Qin Linger had been expelled. Ha! 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 At this moment, Qin Linger was gasping for breath, her face pale, sweat beading on her forehead, as if she had just gone through the gates of hell. The poison had clearly caused her immense harm. If she hadn't consumed the snow lotus for 300 years to nourish her body, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. This made Qin Jun hate the person who poisoned her even more. If it weren't for the supreme medical skills he had learned, Linger would have had no one to save her. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the Great Xia, a figure shrouded in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of captivating eyes. That girl's poison has actually been resolved? Could it be? The person's gaze flickered, emanating a chilling aura. He then got up and walked out, arriving at a palace where, in the very center, sat a magnificent woman with long hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a brocade robe of shimmering glass. She exuded an air of nobility that made one hesitate to approach. At that moment, she looked at the man in black and said, "You arrived just in time. The girl's whereabouts have been discovered, and she is in Jiangnan." "In Jiangnan?" The man in black raised an eyebrow and replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, the poison in that girl has just been cured." "Cured?" The woman in the robe said coldly, "Did you not say that your poison could not be cured by anyone?" Swish! The man's expression changed, and he quickly knelt on the ground, saying, "My lord, please do not be angry. The only ones who can cure my poison are from the Yin-Yang sect, but that lineage has long been extinguished. Could it be that boy's doing?" The woman's gaze flickered. "Are you referring to?" the man in black asked, puzzled. "The heir of the Northern Territory." The woman spat. "Him? How is that possible? Was he not already imprisoned in the death prison?" The man in black exclaimed in surprise. "This palace has received news that he not only escaped from the death prison but also appeared in Jiangnan, saving that girl at an auction a couple of days ago." Upon hearing this, the man in black was shocked. Is there really someone who can escape from the death prison? Truly worthy of being that man's son, he indeed has some skills. The woman's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "You should go personally and bring those siblings back to me. Since this sister's blood is so potent, perhaps this boy's blood is even more powerful, and it might allow me to step into that realm." "Understood." The man in black nodded. At this moment, in the Binhai No. 1 villa, Qin Jun pulled out the yin-yang life and death needle and gently stroked Qin Linger's head, comforting her. "Linger, your poison has been cured, now you should rest well." He walked out of the room and said to Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu, "I'll write a prescription, you two follow it to gather the medicine and then feed it to Linger." "Yes, master." The two sisters nodded. "Young master." At that moment, Ling Feng appeared. "You're back? How did it go?" Qin Jun asked. Reporting to the young master, according to the investigation, after the Eastern Legion commander and the Lin Legion commander suffered a great defeat at the prince's hands, they disappeared without a trace, and there has been no news of them since. Ling Feng replied. 3 years ago, there were a total of 9 Legion commanders in the Northern Army, but only 7 accompanied the Northern King into battle. The top commander, Dongfang Changyuan, and the 9th commander, Lin Lengtian, did not go to war. Therefore, Qin Jun had Ling Feng investigate the whereabouts of these 2 commanders. Now that he had been released from prison, he not only wanted to uncover the mastermind behind the framing of his father and the Northern Army 3 years ago but also to rebuild the Northern Army. If he could have the assistance of these 2 commanders, it would save him a lot of trouble. Disappeared? No news at all? Qin Jun frowned. Yes, it is said that the court has also been searching for them, but they have remained silent until now. Young master, could it be that they have also encountered misfortune? Ling Feng asked. Impossible. The Eastern Legion commander is unmatched in combat, and the Lin Legion commander is also exceptionally clever. They wouldn't fall so easily. Continue to investigate. By the way, how is the Northern Army doing now? Qin Jun continued to ask. Upon hearing the words Northern Army, Ling Feng's expression darkened. Since the prince's incident 3 years ago, the Northern Army's designation has been cancelled. Some of the remaining soldiers have retired, while others have been assigned to guard the borders. The rest have all been distributed to other major war zones, but as far as I know, their situation is not good. They are often marginalized and mocked by the people from other war zones. Crack, crack, crack. Qin Jun clenched his fists tightly and said coldly, "It won't be long before the Northern Army returns. By then, no one will have the right to mock them. By the way, Ling Feng, you're back just in time. I need to go out for a bit. Stay here and protect Linger." Qin Jun immediately instructed Ling Feng. Naturally, he was preparing to head to the Bai family to deal with that Bai Yufeng guy. It was time to send this brat on his way after letting him live for so many days. After giving all the instructions, Qin Jun directly headed to Jiangzhou in Jiangnan province. 2 hours later, Jiangzhou, Bai family. Qin Jun's figure appeared here. "Stop! Who are you?" Bang! Qin Jun threw a punch, and the guard at the entrance was instantly sent flying, smashing the ancient bronze door of the Bai family to pieces. He walked in with a fierce expression. "Who are you? How dare you invade my Bai family? Someone, take him down." Immediately, a group of Bai family guards rushed towards Qin Jun. All these guards were martial artists of a certain rank, with the highest even reaching the 5th rank. However, they couldn't last even a minute against Qin Jun and were all slaughtered. "Where is Bai Yufeng? Get him out here." Suddenly, Qin Jun shouted with a face full of murderous intent. The young master is not here." A Bai family guard trembled as he knelt on the ground. "Where did he go?" Qin Jun barked. The young master went with the family head to Sihai Mountain Villa to celebrate old Wang's birthday, the guard quickly replied. "Sihai Mountain Villa?" Qin Jun's expression changed as he looked at the man and spat. "Do you know where Sihai Mountain Villa is?" I know." The guard nodded. "Lead the way." Qin Jun grabbed the man and headed towards Sihai Mountain Villa. Jiangzhou, Sihai Mountain Villa. At this moment, there were hundreds of luxury cars worth millions or even tens of millions parked outside the villa. Inside the villa, a grand birthday banquet was being held. All the prominent and influential figures from Jiangnan province had gathered here. Sitting in the Grandmaster's chair at the front of the banquet was an elderly man dressed in a red tang suit, looking spirited with a head of silver hair. Although he wore a smile, he exuded an air of authority that comes from long-standing power. At this time, a group of guests stepped forward to wish the elderly man a happy birthday, presenting various valuable gifts. Even the provincial governor of Jiangnan and the Jiangnan war zone sent people to deliver congratulatory gifts, creating a grand spectacle. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in the villa with a girl of about 15 or 16 years old, who had her hair tied in a ponytail. Upon seeing the scene before her, the girl couldn't help but mumble, "Such a grand occasion, Dad, who exactly is this old Wang?" "This old Wang is the person in charge of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan," the middle-aged man replied. "Sihai Chamber of Commerce? Is it more powerful than our 7 great families?" The girl pouted. The middle-aged man said solemnly, "The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the Great Xia. Its financial power is such that even the combined wealth of the 7 great families doesn't amount to 1% of it. Most importantly, behind the Sihai Chamber of Commerce stands a towering figure from the imperial capital. With a single word from him, the 7 great families could be wiped out in an instant. So powerful, the girl exclaimed in surprise. That's right. This old Wang controls all the rights of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan, and his elder brother is an elder in the chamber. His status and position are unimaginable. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he brought the girl before old Wang and bowed, saying, Su, bring my daughter to congratulate old Wang on his 70th birthday. I wish old Wang happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. This is a 1,000-year-old jade guanine, and I hope old Wang will like it. He took out a gift box and opened it, revealing a crystal-clear jade guanine. A 1,000-year-old jade guanine? This is the only jade guanine from the Tang dynasty in the Great Xia, previously auctioned for 500 million. I didn't expect to see it today. The Su family truly deserves to be one of the 7 great families of Jiangnan. At that moment, the other guests present were all astonished. This man was none other than Su Changhong, the head of the Su family, one of the 7 great families of Jiangnan. Master Su is truly too polite, please take a seat, old Wang said with a smile, his gaze subtly glancing at the young girl. The Wei family has come to congratulate old Wang on his 70th birthday, and has specially presented a famous painting by Wang Shiji. The Wu family has come. Following this, the heads of several other prominent families among the 7 great clans appeared one after another to celebrate the birthday, presenting various priceless gifts. Su family Su Yue represents the Su family to wish old Wang a long life, and has specially brought a pair of 1,000-year-old agate in jade. Soon, a delicate-looking, pure and graceful woman with long hair cascading down her shoulders and a slender figure appeared with a congratulatory gift, wishing old Wang a happy birthday. Is that the first beauty of Jiangnan, Su Yue? She truly is stunning. The Su family, being one of the 7 great clans, actually sent a woman to celebrate the birthday. Isn't that too disrespectful to old Wang? You might not know, but the head of the Su family suddenly passed away a few days ago, and he only had this daughter, Su Yue, with no son to inherit the position. Now the entire Su family's upper management is fighting for the head position, so naturally, they have no time to come. At this moment, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. After presenting her gift, Su Yue walked to the side and sat down. At that moment, a man approached her with a smile, saying, Yue, long time no see. Young master Bai. Su Yue nodded slightly. This man was Bai Yufeng, the eldest son of the Bai family. Yue, I heard about your father's passing, please accept my condolences. If there's anything. Bai Yufeng looked at Su Yue with concern. However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice echoed throughout the Four Seas villa. Bai Yufeng, get out here. As soon as these words were spoken, the once lively birthday banquet fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, and they saw a young man radiating a murderous aura walking in, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for prey. This person was Qin Jun, who had rushed over from the Bai family. Who is this? How dare he cause trouble at old Wang's birthday banquet? Does he not want to live? It seems he's here to find the young master of the Bai family? Could he be an enemy of the Bai family? At this moment, the guests were whispering among themselves as they looked at Qin Jun. Bai Yufeng's expression turned cold as he looked at Qin Jun, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Although he had never met Qin Jun, he had seen his photo, so he recognized him at a glance. He just didn't expect this guy to come looking for him, especially in such a place. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? Immediately, a security team leader rushed to Qin Jun and shouted, get him. Slap. As soon as the security team leader finished speaking, he was slapped away by Qin Jun, landing on the ground and spitting blood. Bai Yufeng, get out here! Qin Jun shouted with a fierce expression. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards Bai Yufeng. Swish! Qin Jun immediately locked onto Bai Yufeng, coldly saying, you are Bai Yufeng? At this moment, Bai Yufeng glared at Qin Jun with a dark expression. Kid, I didn't expect you to find this place, it seems you really don't know how to die. Daring to cause trouble at old Wang's birthday banquet is simply seeking death. At this time, Bai Russian, the head of the Bai family, waved his hand, and someone behind him instantly shot towards Qin Jun. This person was a 6th grade martial artist, rushing to Qin Jun and reaching out to grab him. Crack! The next second, Qin Jun crushed this person's throat and then threw him in front of Bai Russian. Swish! Bai Russian's expression darkened, and the other attendees were shocked to see a dead body. Qin Jun coldly stared at Bai Yufeng, stepping towards him as if a grim reaper was coming to collect his life. At this moment, the scene was silent, even the air seemed to freeze. But just then, a voice filled with authority rang out, young man, killing someone at my birthday banquet, you really do not take me seriously, do you? The words came from the elder Wang, who sat at the head of the table. His face was filled with anger as he glared at Qin Jun, his aura dark and terrifying, giving off an intimidating presence without him needing to raise his voice. Qin Jun glanced at him and disdainfully said, "What are you? You think you deserve my attention?" Boom! As soon as Qin Jun spoke, the scene erupted in commotion. Everyone gasped in disbelief, staring at Qin Jun. This kid actually dared to publicly insult and mock Elder Wang? He must have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Was he seeking death? The crowd couldn't help but murmur to themselves. Did he really need to be so eager to die? Swish! At that moment, Elder Wang's face darkened like ink, and he coldly spat, "Good, very good. You are the first to dare speak to me like this." At this time, the wealthy and powerful families began to step forward, reprimanding Qin Jun. "Kid, you have some nerve to speak to Elder Wang like that. You deserve to die. This damned ant must not be spared." That's right, daring to disrespect Elder Wang, not just him, but even his family should be eradicated to set an example. Listening to their scolding, Qin Jun's lips curled up as he retorted, "Looks like you all want to die. Impudent! Who do you think you are to act recklessly here? I now command you, in the name of the head of the Huang family of Jiangnan, to kneel and apologize to Elder Wang." Immediately, the head of the Huang family, one of the 7 great families, ordered Qin Jun imperiously. Swish! Qin Jun glanced at the head of the Huang family, then suddenly appeared in front of him, swinging his hand and swiftly grabbing the man's head, smashing it against a nearby table. Bang! The round table shattered, and the head of the family fell to the ground, bloodied and screaming in agony. Qin Jun stepped on the man's head, saying, "What nonsense about the Jiangnan great families? You dare to command me?" This sudden scene once again shocked everyone present. They watched in disbelief as the head of one of the 7 great families of Jiangnan was treated like a dog by this kid, all of them dumbfounded. This was the head of the Huang family, one of the 7 great families of Jiangnan, whose status was unmatched in the entire Jiangnan province. How dare this kid? Even Bai Yufeng was taken aback, not expecting this young man to be so reckless. "Wow, Dad, he's so arrogant." At this moment, the young lady from the Su family looked at Qin Jun excitedly. Su Changhong watched Qin Jun and shook his head. If this kid behaves like this today without a powerful background, he probably won't leave the Four Seas Villa alive. Beside him, Su Yue looked at Qin Jun, her eyes shining like the bright moon, gently instructing those around her. The Huang family members finally reacted, angrily shouting at Qin Jun, "Bastard, let go of the head of our family." Bang! As a result, Qin Jun crushed the head of the Huang family head under his foot. Silence. A deathly silence. At that moment, everyone present was frozen, their expressions stiff. The Huang family members were equally stunned. They never expected Qin Jun would dare to kill their family head. Was he insane? "Kill him, kill him!" The leading young master of the Huang family roared, and the other Huang family experts charged at Qin Jun. Bang bang bang! But as soon as they reached Qin Jun, they were all punched to pieces. "You! Just wait, the Huang family will never let you go." The young master of the Huang family glared at Qin Jun, his face dark as he watched his subordinates being killed. Crack! Just as he finished speaking, Qin Jun crushed his throat and tossed him aside. Gulp! 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 The guests watched in horror as the Huang father and son lay dead, involuntarily swallowing hard, their faces filled with shock. "Capture this kid for me!" At this moment, Elder Wang could no longer contain himself and roared in fury. At his birthday banquet, to kill so recklessly was a complete slap in the face to him and the entire Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. How could he possibly endure this? In an instant, groups of men in black appeared, surrounding Qin Jun. These were all guards trained by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and leading them were 2 7th-grade martial artists. "Those who block me shall die." As soon as Qin Jun's voice fell, he charged out, unleashing a massacre. In a moment, a slaughter unfolded within the Four Seas Villa. Although these guards were well trained, they were no match for Qin Jun. Even the 2 7th-grade martial artists were killed in an instant. However, the Four Seas Villa was the stronghold of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan, so there were many guards present. Soon, waves of guards rushed in, but before Qin Jun, they were like a swarm of ants, slaughtered without resistance. In the blink of an eye, the villa was littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The entire birthday banquet turned into a hell of slaughter. The powerful figures of Jiangnan looked at Qin Jun, who was killing indiscriminately like a god of death, all showing fear and trembling. "You go!" Seeing that over 1,000 guards could not stop Qin Jun, old Wang said to a person beside him. The man nodded and walked directly towards Qin Jun. Puff! At that moment, Qin Jun had just killed the last guard and turned his gaze towards this person. The man looked at Qin Jun and said, "You are indeed impressive. At such a young age, you possess such cultivation. In the Great Xia, you can be considered a genius. However, I particularly enjoy killing geniuses. To die at my hands today, you can consider it an honor." After saying this, the man suddenly revealed a pair of steel eagle claws, exuding a terrifying aura. Black Eagle? Isn't that an SSS level wanted criminal on the Great Xia's wanted list? It is said that this person is extremely vicious, having wiped out over a dozen families and killed many from the Special Operations Department, classified as an extremely dangerous SSS level wanted criminal. I didn't expect he would join the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, many people present were shocked upon hearing the name Black Eagle. With his identity exposed, fear spread across the crowd. An SSS level wanted criminal was a true executioner, a demon. Yet Qin Jun remained calm about this person's identity. SSS level wanted criminal? He didn't even qualify to be locked in the death prison. Among the 3,000 prisoners in the death prison, any one of them could make the world tremble, far stronger than this so-called SSS level wanted criminal. Kill him. At this moment, Old Wang's face darkened as he shouted, "Hee, kid, die." Black Eagle sneered coldly, swinging his eagle claws directly at Qin Jun. As he made his move, his cultivation was revealed. 9th grade martial artist. This level of cultivation shocked everyone from the major families present. 9th grade martial arts was among the top in all of Jiangnan. But Qin Jun merely smiled disdainfully. He threw a punch, directly clashing with the man's eagle claws. Boom! In an instant, a piercing explosion rang out. Black Eagle's specialized eagle claws were actually shattered by Qin Jun's punch, and his fist unstoppable, pierced through his chest. Puff! Blood sprayed from Black Eagle's chest, his eyes bulging wide. Qin Jun directly pulled out the man's heart, smirking, "SSS level wanted criminal. Is this all you've got?" He crushed Black Eagle's heart on the spot, and the latter fell to the ground with a thud, eyes wide open in death. At this moment, the scene fell into silence. Old Wang's face was filled with disbelief. He never expected that a 9th grade martial artist he had recruited with great effort would not even withstand a single move from this kid. How could this be possible? Qin Jun, however, did not care about the shock of others. He coldly fixed his gaze on Bai Yufeng, directly approaching him and saying, "How do you want to die? How do you want to die?" Qin Jun looked at Bai Yufeng coldly. Bai Yufeng had just opened his mouth when Qin Jun slapped him to the ground. "You poisoned my sister and handed her over to Lu Xiaohong to be bullied at will. What kind of death do you think I should give you?" Qin Jun stepped on Bai Yufeng's face and shouted coldly, "Bastard, stop!" The head of the Bai family, Bai Russian, shouted angrily at Qin Jun, and he took action. He was also a martial artist, having reached the 7th rank, but he was instantly grabbed by the neck by Qin Jun, who broke it on the spot. Bang! Bai Russian was casually thrown to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. "Father!" Bai Yufeng looked at his father's tragic death, crying out in pain. The people present watched the second master of the Jiangnan aristocracy die tragically, all breathing heavily, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. In their eyes, Qin Jun was now more terrifying than an executioner. "Damn you, you killed my father. My Bai family will never let you go." Bai Yufeng shouted at Qin Jun with a fierce expression. "Not let me go? Then I will destroy the Bai family." Qin Jun replied coldly. "Nonsense, my Bai family has stood in Jiangnan for decades. Do you think you can just destroy us?" Suddenly, a deep voice filled with murderous intent spread throughout the Sihai villa. Tap tap tap. Following that, a series of hurried and dense footsteps approached. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 soldiers in combat uniforms, with the Jiangnan Warzone insignia on their chests, appeared and surrounded the scene. "It's the Jiangnan Warzone people, why are they here?" Everyone was startled. The Jiangnan Warzone is one of the 10 major war zones of the Great Xia, headquartered in Jiangnan Province, controlling the military forces of Jiangnan, Jiangbei, and Jiangdong provinces. Normally, soldiers from the Jiangnan war zone rarely mobilize, as each province has its own city defense army stationed and does not easily deploy war zone forces. At this moment, from among the soldiers, a middle-aged man in a military robe with a crew cut and a cold expression stepped forward, with 3 golden tiger head medals on his shoulder. 3-star Tiger Colonel. Everyone was taken aback and exclaimed, "Isn't that the second son of the Bai family? I heard he served in the Jiangnan war zone, but I didn't expect he has already become a 3-star Tiger Colonel. Uncle, save me!" Bai Yufeng cried out excitedly when he saw the 3-star Tiger Colonel, who was none other than Bai Russian's younger brother, Bai Rufen. Earlier, Bai Russian had sensed something was wrong when he saw Qin Jun rampaging and immediately contacted Bai Rufen to come. However, when Bai Rufen arrived and saw his nephew being trampled and his elder brother's corpse lying nearby, his expression darkened, and his fists clenched, releasing a flood of murderous intent. "Bastard!" Bai Rufen shouted angrily at Qin Jun, charging forward and throwing a punch at him. His cultivation had reached the 8th rank. "Get lost!" Qin Jun didn't even glance at him, slapping him away effortlessly. "Put!" He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Bai Rufan's face twisted in rage as he shouted, "Shoot, shoot him dead." In an instant, the soldiers from the Jiangnan war zone were about to open fire on Qin Jun, but at that moment, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop, everyone stop." Swish! A man with graying hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, hurried over and shouted at the soldiers, "No shooting." "Governor!" Everyone present was startled to see this man. The person before them was none other than the governor of Jiangnan province, Li Yuntian. "Governor Li, what do you mean by this?" Bai Rufan shouted at Li Yuntian. "White school officer, have you forgotten the military orders of the war zone? During peacetime, personnel from the war zone cannot be moved at will. How can you casually relocate so many soldiers from the war zone?" Li Yuntian shouted at Bai Rufang. Swish! Bai Rufang's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "This child is armed and violent. Look at how many people he has killed on the scene. I am here on orders to capture this criminal and protect the people. What is wrong with that?" "That's right, provincial lord. This child is rampantly killing. The heads of the Huang and Bai families have both died at his hands. He is too dangerous and must be taken down immediately." The other noble leaders present spoke up one after another. Li Yuntian looked at the scene filled with corpses, his eyes also filled with shock. "Enough with the nonsense. If you want to kill me, a mere 3-star tiger officer is not qualified. If you don't want to die, get lost immediately." Qin Jun sneered and shouted coldly, "Impudent! Who do you think you are? Today, I will definitely kill you." Bai Rufang shouted with a dark expression. He spat at Li Yuntian, "Li provincial lord, I don't care what relationship you have with this child, he must die today." Li Yuntian was about to speak when old Wang coldly interjected, "Li Yuntian, this child must die today. If you want to protect him, you will bear the consequences." Hearing old Wang's words, Li Yuntian's expression changed repeatedly. If it were just Bai Rufang, a 3-star tiger officer, he wouldn't need to care, but old Wang was the head of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan. His words could paralyze the entire economy of Jiangnan province, and he was not someone he could offend lightly. "Old man, you've gone too far. Since you want to die, I will send you on your way first." Qin Jun glanced at old Wang and walked directly towards him. "Young Master Qin, don't be impulsive." Li Yuntian quickly stopped Qin Jun. "Young Master Qin? You are that northern border young master?" Old Wang looked at Qin Jun and instantly guessed his identity. "Your brain is quite sharp, but you will still die." Qin Jun said coldly, "He is actually that northern border young master. Wasn't it said that the northern border young master is just a playboy, only knowing how to eat, drink, and have fun? How can he be this strong?" The various noble leaders present murmured among themselves as they looked at Qin Jun. Upon learning Qin Jun's identity, old Wang mocked, "I thought you had a powerful background to be so arrogant. Turns out you were just a fallen young master with a ruined family. With your current status, you don't even have the qualifications to step into my Four Seas mountain villa, yet you want to kill me? It's simply laughable." Listening to the mocking words, Qin Jun smiled instead of getting angry and walked straight towards him. "Young Master Qin, don't. If you kill him, it will be a huge disaster," Li Yuntian quickly advised. "An old fool on his last legs, what harm is there in killing him? The sky won't fall." As soon as Qin Jun's words fell, he bypassed Li Yuntian and charged in front of old Wang. "You!" Seeing that Qin Jun really intended to kill him, old Wang's face changed dramatically, and he shouted angrily, "You dare! Stop!" At that moment, a cold and murderous voice came from behind Qin Jun, followed by a surge of overwhelming power aimed directly at his vital points. If Qin Jun did not stop, even if he killed old Wang, he would still be hit by this force from behind. Clearly, the person who struck was trying to force Qin Jun to halt, but he showed no signs of stopping, and his fist directly struck old Wang's head. Put! In an instant, old Wang's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere, staining Qin Jun completely. At that moment, Qin Jun's back was directly hit by that overwhelming force. Bang! In an instant, a powerful internal force surged into Qin Jun's body, but as soon as this internal force entered, it was neutralized by a mysterious power. At that moment, the man standing behind Qin Jun's expression changed. Qin Jun turned around and looked at him. He was a man in black armor, his cultivation reaching the half-step innate realm, staring at him in disbelief. "Are you done?" Qin Jun smiled slightly at him. "You? How is that possible?" At this moment, the man was shocked to the core. His half-step innate strike had not harmed the other party in the slightest. How could this be? "Could it be that you are?" Suddenly, the man thought of something, his pupils constricting as he stared at Qin Jun and shouted. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun threw a punch. Bang! In an instant, this half-step innate expert was blown apart by Qin Jun's punch. The people present were completely taken aback, each one frozen in shock. Really too easy to deal with, Shin Jun said, feeling disinterested. Compared to those prisoners, these people were far too easy to beat. At this moment, Li Yuntian looked at the tragic death of old Wang, his face turning very ugly. His heart sank, thinking that this was it. The head of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce had been publicly killed. Li Yuntian knew how furious the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would be, especially since old Wang's brother was a member of the Elder Council. With the power of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, once they took action, the entire Jiangnan would likely be turned upside down. Sigh, young Master Qin, you are too impulsive, now even I can't protect you. Li Yuntian sighed as he looked at Qin Jun. I, Qin Jun, do not need anyone to protect me. Qin Jun replied coldly. He continued to approach Bai Yufeng. Alright, it's your turn now. Please, don't kill me, I beg you. At this moment, Bai Yufeng was completely terrified by Qin Jun, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. You poisoned my sister and still want me to let you go? Qin Jun snorted coldly. I didn't poison her, it wasn't me. Bai Yufeng shook his head repeatedly in denial. Not you? Then who else? Qin Jun's expression darkened. He had previously asked Linger about the poisoning, but for some reason, Linger had a very vague memory of what had happened before and couldn't remember anything from the past 3 years. Now, with Bai Yufeng saying this, Qin Jun's heart was filled with doubt. Perhaps it was the person who handed your sister over to me who poisoned her. I really didn't do it, Bai Yufeng said. Wasn't it you who drew my sister's blood? Qin Jun questioned again. It wasn't me. Bai Yufeng shook his head repeatedly. Then who gave my sister to you? I don't know the person either. Just a month ago, he handed your sister over to me, wearing a mask. I didn't recognize him at all. What I'm saying is true, please don't kill me, Bai Yufeng said while knocking his head on the ground. After hearing this, Qin Jun furrowed his brows tightly. He had a vague feeling that the sudden appearance of his sister in Jiangnan was not simple. Yufeng, don't kneel to him. Everyone, open fire and kill him. At this moment, Bai Ruffing shouted. Noisy! Qin Jun's expression turned cold. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force shot out, instantly piercing through Bai Ruffing's head. As a spray of blood burst forth, Bai Ruffing fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. This scene once again shocked the others. Qi release. He actually. At this moment, Su Changhong from one of the 7 great families, the Su family, saw this and his pupils constricted, revealing a look of shock on his face. Dad, he's so powerful. His daughter Su Chanqian looked at Qin Jun with admiration. As Bai Yufeng saw his second uncle killed, he was even more terrified and knocked his head frantically. But Qin Jun had no intention of letting him go. Anyone who had harmed his sister deserved to die. Bang! He directly stepped on Bai Yufeng's head, crushing it. Then, Qin Jun walked out with a blank expression, while no one at the scene dared to speak. Even the soldiers from the Jiangnan battle zone swallowed hard at the sight of Qin Jun but did not dare to shoot at him. At that moment, a figure suddenly blocked Qin Jun's path. Ha! Qin Jun's expression changed as he looked at the person in his way, who was none other than the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Chanqian. Chanqian, come here. Su Changhong exclaimed in shock as he saw his daughter suddenly blocking Qin Jun. Su Chanqian looked at Qin Jun with admiration and said, Master, please take me as your disciple. Take you as a disciple? Qin Jun was taken aback. Su Chanqian continued, That's right, Master. I want to be your disciple and learn martial arts from you. I want to become as powerful as you. Chanqian, what nonsense are you talking? Come here quickly. Su Changhong hurriedly stepped forward to pull his daughter away, while addressing Qin Jun, Young Master Qin, I apologize. My daughter is young and doesn't understand. Please forgive her. Dad, I'm not going. I want to be Master's disciple. Su Chanqian insisted resolutely. Qin Jun spoke up, I am not your master, and I won't take disciples. Your father is also a martial artist. If you want to learn martial arts, you can ask him. My dad is too weak, not as good as you, and he always says I'm not cut out for martial arts. Su Chanqian said directly. Chanqian, you have a congenital blockage in your meridians, and you cannot practice martial arts. Stop this nonsense. Su Changhong immediately reprimanded his daughter and tried to pull her away. Congenital blockage in my meridians? Qin Jun's eyes narrowed as he stared at Su Chanqian for a few seconds, his eyes lighting up as he murmured, Interesting. I won't take disciples, but if you want to practice martial arts, you can find me at Jianghaiban No. 1. Qin Jun said before leaving, while Su Chanqian exclaimed excitedly, Great! I can finally practice martial arts. Chanqian, you have a blockage in your meridians and cannot practice martial arts. He might just be comforting you. Su Changhong shook his head. No, Dad, I believe him. I will definitely become a martial arts master. Su Chanqian said confidently. Outside the Sihai Mountain Villa, just as Qin Jun was about to head home, a clear voice came from behind him. "Young master, wait." Qin Jun turned around and saw a pure and beautiful girl chasing after him. This girl was Su Yue. "Who are you?" Qin Jun asked. "I am Su Yue, and I would like to invite the young master to dinner. May I have the honor?" Su Yue said with a bow, her demeanor very humble. "I never refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman." Qin Jun smirked. Immediately, a smile blossomed on Su Yue's face, like 100 flowers blooming, making one's heart race. "This woman," Qin Jun muttered to himself. "Young master, please." Then, Su Yue took Qin Jun to a restaurant. Drunken Immortal Tower? Qin Jun was surprised to see the name of the restaurant. Wasn't this the same Drunken Immortal Tower that the drunkard mentioned in that small tavern? He didn't expect it to be right here. "Young master, this is a branch of the Drunken Immortal Tower. The wine here may not be as good as the main tower in the imperial capital, but it is still a rare and exquisite brew. I hope you will like it," Su Yue introduced. "Let's go in and have a taste," Qin Jun said as he strode in. As soon as they entered the restaurant, a young man in a white long robe with an extraordinary demeanor approached them, followed by a group of people. The young man immediately spotted Su Yue, his eyes narrowing as he said, "I didn't expect to find such a beauty in Jiangnan." At that moment, a man beside the young man glanced at Su Yue and introduced, "Young Master Jiang, this person is the first beauty of Jiangnan, the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Yue, the first beauty of Jiangnan, truly deserving of the title." The young man smiled slightly and stepped directly in front of Su Yue. "Miss Su, may I invite you to share a drink with me?" "Ha?" Su Yue was taken aback by this sudden invitation, and just as she was about to refuse, Qin Jun coldly interjected, "Do you understand the order of arrival? Get lost and stay out of this." In the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, as soon as Qin Jun spoke, Zhang Xiaoyan's expression turned cold as he glared at him. "What did you just say? Still deaf, huh?" Qin Jun scoffed. "How dare you speak to young Master Zhang like that?" At that moment, the man who had just introduced Su Yue to Zhang Xiaoyun hurriedly stepped forward to reprimand him. "Sorry, young master, I already have an appointment," Su Yue said, giving a slight bow to Zhang Xiaoyun as she attempted to leave. But Zhang Xiaoyun blocked her. "No one has ever refused me. What if I insist you drink with me?" Slap! Qin Jun slapped him hard, knocking him to the ground. "Why are you so full of yourself every day?" Qin Jun rolled his eyes. "Young Master Jiang." The man beside him was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, rushing to help Zhang Xiaoyun while shouting at Qin Jun, "How dare you hit young Master Jiang? You've caused trouble, a big trouble. Do you dare to hit me?" At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyun covered his swollen face, staring at Qin Jun in disbelief. "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are." Slap! Qin Jun slapped him again, sending him crashing to the ground once more. "You scoundrel, everyone get him." Zhang Xiaoyun was completely enraged, his expression twisted in fury. Instantly, his entourage rushed towards Qin Jun, but at that moment, a crisp voice rang out, "No fighting allowed inside the Drunken Immortal Pavilion." A woman in a traditional qipao slowly walked out, gazing at Zhang Xiaoyun. "I will fight, so what?" Zhang Xiaoyun scoffed. "Throw them out, and ban them for life from entering the Drunken Immortal Pavilion," the qipao-clad woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, several figures rushed out, grabbing Zhang Xiaoyun and his companions, and threw them all out of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The woman in the qipao then looked at Qin Jun and Su Yue and said, "I apologize for disturbing you two guests. My name is Lu Qing, and I am the person in charge of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Please, come inside." Qin Jun and Su Yue were led into a classically decorated private room, and Lu Qing smiled. "May I ask what you two would like? I heard that your fine wines are exceptional. Bring me your best wine to try," Qin Jun said directly. "All right." Soon, Lu Qing brought a pot of wine to Qin Jun, personally pouring it for him, and said, "This is our Drunken Immortal Pavilion's 100-flower brew. Please give it a try." Qin Jun raised the wine cup, took a sip, and nodded. "The aroma of the wine is mixed with floral notes, leaving a lasting aftertaste. It truly is good wine. But this wine is still a bit lacking compared to the Drunken Immortal." Lu Qing smiled. "This 100-flower brew indeed cannot compare to our signature Drunken Immortal brew. That is a rare wine that can intoxicate even the immortals with just one sip." "Drunken Immortal brew? Then why not serve this wine?" Qin Jun asked curiously. "The Drunken Immortal brew is only available at our main location in the imperial capital. If you wish to taste it, you can go to the imperial capital," Lu Qing replied. Imperial capital. Qin Jun's gaze sharpened. He indeed needed to make a trip to the imperial capital. Although he was still uncertain about who was behind the framing of his father 3 years ago, which led to the annihilation of the northern town prince's residence, that person definitely came from the imperial capital. Only the high-ranking figures in the imperial capital had the power to make the northern town prince's residence vanish overnight, and only they would fear its existence. Therefore, entering the imperial capital was imperative for him. Alright, I will go to the imperial capital to try it when the time comes. Qin Jun tucked away his thoughts and smiled slightly. Alright, the drunken immortal pavilion congratulates you, young master. What do you two want to eat today? Just order whatever you like, no need to pay. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he walked straight out. Young Master Qin, why do I feel that the person in charge of the drunken immortal pavilion has a very good attitude towards you, even a sense of respect? Do you know her? At this moment, Su Yue looked at Qin Jun and asked. I don't know her, maybe it's because I'm too charming, otherwise you wouldn't have invited me to dinner, right? Qin Jun smiled playfully. Su Yue smiled and said, what young Master Qin said makes a lot of sense, but the reason I invited you to dinner this time is actually to seek your help. Seek my help? Su Yue nodded, explaining her family's current situation, and then said, I want to ask young Master Qin to help my mother take the position of the head of the Su family. What benefit do I get? Qin Jun asked directly. He was not someone who would do things without benefits. As long as my mother can control the Su family, the entire Su family will obey you. Qin Jun shook his head, that's not enough to attract me. Su Yue's eyes flickered, and she softly said, what if I add myself to the equation? I wonder if that would be enough. Swish. Qin Jun glanced at Su Yue. Are you prepared to make such a sacrifice? If the Su family falls into the hands of those people, they will definitely not spare me and my mother. My fate will be even worse. Su Yue said, then looked at Qin Jun. Moreover, with young Master Qin's talent and ability, your future achievements will surely surpass your father, the King of the North. It would be an honor for me to serve you. Is it okay not to have a title? Qin Jun smiled playfully. I am willing to be a concubine or a servant, not fighting for any title. Cough cough. Hearing Su Yue's words, Qin Jun coughed in surprise. For such a beautiful woman to say she is willing to be a concubine or a servant in front of you is too tempting for a man. Let me think about it. Qin Jun changed the subject and started drinking. Outside the drunken immortal pavilion, Zhang Yuntian, after being thrown out, was furious. Damn broken tavern, how dare they treat me like this? I will level this tavern to the ground. Zhang Yuntian roared. Young Master Zhang, please calm down. The background of the drunken immortal pavilion is not simple, it's not easy to provoke. The man quickly advised. It's just a broken tavern. No matter how powerful its background is, can it compare to my Jinling's first family? Go contact the leader of the Qingmen, have him bring his people here immediately, and level this broken tavern to the ground. And that bastard, I want him to be torn to pieces. Zhang Yuntian shouted. Understood. The man could only nod. Meanwhile, in the governor's mansion of Jiangnan province, Li Yuntian made a phone call, recounting the events at the Sihai villa, then said, now I can't protect him anymore. This kid is even more arrogant than his father. On the other end of the line, Mu Fancheng said helplessly. What should we do next? Li Yuntian asked. Don't worry about it, let's just watch the show. Mu Fancheng said directly, then hung up the phone. It seems those people in the capital can't sit still anymore. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. What? My brother was killed? Who did it? Didn't he have the black armored guards by his side? At this moment, an old man was furious. He was Wang Tianhai, the elder of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and the brother of old Wang. Immediately, his subordinate recounted everything that happened at Sihai Villa, and after Wang Tianhai listened, his expression darkened. A useless young master whose family has been destroyed dares to be enemies with my Sihai Chamber of Commerce? He simply doesn't know how to die. Notify everyone, I will personally go to Jiangnan. I want everyone to know what the consequences will be for opposing my Sihai Chamber of Commerce. In the capital, at a certain courtyard, an old man in white with white hair and eyebrows was drinking tea, while a man in black stood before him. Reports from Jiangnan indicate that the kid has likely stepped into the innate realm. Innate realm? The old man in white's eyes flickered slightly as he said, interesting, it seems this child has been hiding his strength. He managed to escape from the death prison, there's likely someone backing him. Now that he has entered the innate realm, we can't let him be anymore, the black-clad elder said coldly. The old man in white nodded, do not let our people take action, otherwise, those old fellows in the war department will cause a ruckus again. By the way, before he dies, find a way to extract the location of that item. You suspect that item is in his hands? The black-clad elder frowned. Since he is not a useless person, perhaps the king of the north entrusted that item to him, the old man in white said solemnly. Understood. The black-clad elder nodded. Meanwhile, at the drunken immortal building in Jiangnan, Su Yue received a phone call, and her expression changed instantly. What happened? Qin Jun asked. My mother is in trouble. I implore the young master to help rescue her. Su Yue immediately tried to kneel before Qin Jun but was stopped by him. Let's go. I'll accompany you to the Su family, Qin Jun agreed. As they stepped outside, they found a large number of figures in green clothing, armed with weapons, gathered outside the drunken immortal building. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyun stood at the forefront, coldly shouting, "Everyone, attack! Tear this tavern down!" Instantly, the group in green was about to move, but at that moment, Lu Qing stepped out, coldly saying, "Who gave you the courage to tear down my drunken immortal building? What are you waiting for? Attack!" Jiang Xiaoyun shouted. "Anyone who steps into the drunken immortal building, kill!" Lu Qing said indifferently. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, figures shot out from within the drunken immortal building, launching a massacre against the group in green. In an instant, over 100 people lay dead at the entrance of the drunken immortal building, causing Jiang Xiaoyun and the others to change their expressions. "We are from the Qing men, you dare to oppose us?" a man shouted. "Qing men?" Lu Qing's expression was cold as he said, "From now on, there will be no Qing men in Jiangnan." Ha, ridiculous. The Qing men is the largest gang in Jiangnan. You think a mere tavern can say such things? You're overestimating yourselves, Jiang Xiaoyun scoffed. You are the second young master of the Jiang family from Jinling in the north, right? Lu Qing looked at Jiang Xiaoyun and spat. That's right. Since you know my identity, hurry up and kneel, Jiang Xiaoyun said arrogantly. Go back and tell Jiang Qingshan to come personally to apologize within a day, otherwise, the 10 great families of the Great Xia will be reduced to 9, Lu Qing said coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyun, Su Yue, and the other guests in the drunken immortal building were all greatly shocked. Even Qin Jun looked at Lu Qing in astonishment. He knew that the Great Xia had 10 great families, which stood above all the noble clans, all of which had been passed down for over 100 years, deeply rooted and powerful in the Great Xia. Their words could determine the lives and deaths of countless people. Lu Qing actually dared to claim that the 10 great families of the Great Xia would become 9. Such audacity was simply outrageous. I didn't expect this little girl to be even more arrogant than me. Qin Jun chuckled softly. I've heard that the drunken immortal building has some background, but to think it can compete with one of the 10 great families, the Jiang family of Jinling, is still far-fetched. Su Yue shook her head, then looked at Jiang Xiaoyun with her brows tightly furrowed. But I didn't expect this person to be the second young master of the Jiang family. This could be troublesome. Hearing Lu Qing's words, Jiang Xiaoyun laughed heartily. You think a broken tavern can deal with my Jiang family? That's the biggest joke. Calling yourself the drunken immortal, you really think you're a deity, Jiang Xiaoyun said disdainfully. Bind him. Send someone to notify Jiang Qingshan. If he doesn't show up before sunset, be prepared to collect his son's corpse, Li Qing said coldly. Immediately, 2 people rushed forward and took Jiang Xiaoyun down. You bastard, you dare to. Before Jiang Xiaoyun could finish his curse, he was knocked unconscious with a single palm strike. Young master, I apologize for the disturbance, Li Qing turned and bowed. Interesting, Qin Jun smiled lightly and followed Su Yue out first. Then Li Qing took out his phone and made a call, saying, Miss, the young master has arrived. Jiangzhou, Su family. At this moment, in the hall of the Su family, a middle-aged man with prominent cheekbones and hawk-like eyes sat with an elderly man dressed in martial arts attire, his temples slightly gray, and with a pair of triangular eyes. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your assistance. It allowed me to subdue those old fellows in the Su family and smoothly take the position of the family head, the middle-aged man said respectfully to the elder. Brother Su, you are too polite. The Su family and my Jiangnan Martial Arts Association have always had a good relationship. It is only right for me to do this, otherwise, the Su family would be leaderless, and chaos would ensue, the elder said, stroking his beard. However, I must say, the Su family matriarch is still quite charming. It would be a pity to resolve this matter so easily. Instantly, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he smiled. Elder Wu is right. My sister-in-law is currently in the guest room. If Elder Wu is interested, you may take her. Ha, that I shall not be polite, the elder said, squinting his eyes with a lewd expression as he stood up and walked toward the guest room. Master, she is after all the wife of the former family head. If you do this, I fear. At this moment, a man spoke to the middle-aged man. Humph, this wretched woman wants to compete with me for the position of family head. Not killing her is already showing respect for my elder brother. Now that Elder Wu has taken a liking to her, why not take advantage of it? As long as I can win Elder Wu's favor, with the support of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, the strength of the Su family will surely rise to a new level. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and he was none other than Su Zhengyang, the second master of the Su family. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. What happened? Su Zhengyang jumped up and rushed outside, only to see all the guards of the Su family lying on the ground, while Su Yue and Qin Jun appeared here. My dear niece, you have finally returned, Su Zhengyang said, looking at Su Yue. Second uncle, what have you done to my mother? Su Yue shouted. Your mother? Don't worry, I found her a new man. She should be quite happy now, Su Zhengyang said with a cold smile. Instantly, Su Yue's expression changed, and she angrily rebuked. My mother is your sister-in-law, how could you do such a despicable thing? Oomph, I am now the head of the Su family, I can do whatever I want. Su Zhengyang snorted. Suddenly, Qin Jun flashed in front of Su Zhengyang, grabbing his neck and coldly saying, your time as family head is over. Crack! In the next second, Su Zhengyang's neck was crushed by Qin Jun. This scene happened too quickly, the members of the Su family were completely caught off guard, all dumbfounded. Su Zhengyang, even in death, never expected that he would be sent to hell just after taking the position of family head. Where is my mother? Speak quickly. At this moment, Su Yue shouted at Su Zhengyang's subordinate. In the guest room, the subordinate trembled. Su Yue rushed toward the guest room, with Qin Jun closely following. Inside the guest room, a woman dressed in mourning clothes, with delicate features and a voluptuous figure, was being pinned down on the bed by Elder Wu, continuously screaming and struggling. She was the Su family matriarch, Hua Mengyao. Please, let me go, Hua Mengyao pleaded. Madam, you wouldn't want outsiders to see you like this, would you? Elder Wu said with a lewd smile, directly tearing open Hua Mengyao's collar, revealing large swathes of her snowy skin, and even her proud peaks were faintly visible. You're already so old, yet still so lecherous. Aren't you afraid of dying in bed? Suddenly, a cold snort came from behind Elder Wu. Swish! Elder Wu's expression changed, and he turned around sharply, slapping out. Put! Elder Wu was struck by Qin Jun's slap and spat out blood on the spot. Mother! Su Yue hurried to Hua Menjiao's side, tightly holding her hand. Yue! Hua Menjiao looked at her daughter and embraced her, tears welling in her eyes, giving off a feeling of deep sympathy. Mother, it's okay now, Su Yue comforted her mother. Yue, who is this? At that moment, Hua Menjiao's gaze swept towards Qin Jun, her phoenix eyes slightly reddening, exuding a faint charm. This woman is actually a natural seductress? Qin Jun observed Hua Menjiao, his expression shifting slightly. A natural seductress is a very special physique. It doesn't make one strong quickly, but it inherently carries a seductive aura that makes others unconsciously desire them, ultimately unable to extricate themselves. In ancient times, such a natural seductress was akin to the calamity-inducing Daji. Qin Jun had heard his masters mention natural seductresses before, but he never expected to see one in person. However, Hua Menjiao was an ordinary person. If she had profound cultivation, the seductive aura she emitted would be even more terrifying, capable of enchanting hearts with just a frown or a smile. Bastard! At this moment, Elder Wu glared at Qin Jun and struck towards him. Bang! Qin Jun raised his leg and kicked fiercely, directly smashing Elder Wu against the wall. The powerful impact embedded him into the wall, and he spat blood wildly, his internal organs reduced to pulp. At this time, the senior elders of the Su family all appeared here. When they saw Elder Wu embedded in the wall, already dead, they were all dumbfounded. Elders, the family head was killed by this boy. One of Su Zhengyang's subordinates quickly pointed at Qin Jun and accused. Swish! One of the elders looked at Qin Jun and pointed at Elder Wu on the wall, asking, did you kill him too? Absolutely. Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, the elder's expression turned extremely ugly. Do you know who he is? Second uncle, this man intended to harm my mother, he deserved to die. Su Yue quickly said. He is the fifth elder of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, and now he is dead in the Su family. The Martial Arts Association will definitely not let us off. Now the entire Su family is going to be finished along with you. The other senior members of the Su family cried out, their eyes filled with despair. Upon learning of Elder Wu's identity, Su Yue's expression also changed. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is a giant in Jiangnan, on par with the Four Seas Commerce Association, and its strength is not something the Su family can compare to. Another damn martial arts association. Qin Jun scoffed, while Su Yue said, young Master Qin, as far as I know, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association has already issued a kill order against you. Really? Qin Jun said coldly, then after today, there will be no more martial arts association in Jiangnan. Hearing this, the Su family members looked at him as if he were a fool. To say there would be no more martial arts association in Jiangnan, how arrogant must one be to utter such words? It should be known that the Martial Arts Association's influence spans the entire Great Xia, being the organization with the most martial artists aside from the official government. Moreover, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is merely a branch of the Great Xia Martial Arts Association, so dealing with the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association means opposing the entire Great Xia Martial Arts Association. Who in Great Xia has the guts to stand against the Great Xia Martial Arts Association? Young master, the Martial Arts Association is filled with powerful experts. It probably won't be easy to deal with, Su Yue reminded. Just a mere martial arts association, Qin Jun, however, was unconcerned, directly grabbing Elder Wu's corpse and walking out. Qin Jun dragged the corpse of the fifth elder to the headquarters of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Half an hour later, at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, bang! A figure flew over, instantly smashing the gate of the Martial Arts Association to pieces. In an instant, everyone at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association was startled and rushed out, only to see a corpse lying on the ground. Fifth elder. Upon seeing the body was that of the fifth elder, the people of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association were greatly shocked and cried out, "Who dares to lay such a deadly hand on an elder of our Martial Arts Association?" The group of Martial Arts Association members immediately scolded angrily. Qin Jun stepped into the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, his expression cold. In an instant, hundreds of martial artists within the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association turned their gazes toward Qin Jun, each with icy eyes, exuding a fierce aura. "Who are you? How dare you be an enemy of our Jiangnan Martial Arts Association?" At this moment, an elder of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association stepped forward and questioned Qin Jun. "Didn't you send someone to Jianhai to kill me? You don't even know who I am?" Qin Jun sneered. "You are the North Border's heir, Qin Jun?" Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. An old man stepped forward, his expression dark as he stared at Qin Jun. He was the master of the Wolf Gate, the seventh elder of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. "Exactly. Now that I'm here, if you want to kill me, just do it quickly," Qin Jun said casually. "Kid, you have quite the guts to dare." The seventh elder looked at Qin Jun coldly, but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun appeared in front of him and crushed his throat with a wave of his hand. "Chattering so much, what a waste of words. Since you won't make a move, then I will." Qin Jun casually threw the seventh elder's corpse to the ground and immediately began a massacre at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Pft, pft, pft. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs and broken arms littered the ground. Although there were hundreds of martial artists in the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, most were between the first and fourth ranks, with only a handful above the fifth rank, and there were merely two ninth-rank martial artists. In Qin Jun's eyes, they were no different from a swarm of ants. "Stop! Qin Jun, do you not fear that you are slaughtering our Jiangnan Martial Arts Association so recklessly? Moreover, our Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is affiliated with the Great Xia Martial Arts Association. What you are doing is making enemies of thousands of martial artists from the entire Great Xia Martial Arts Association." At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association looked at Qin Jun's massacre and shouted with a fierce but weak tone. Bang! Qin Jun threw a punch, exploding the man's head, and coldly snorted, "Noisy!" In the blink of an eye, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association was wiped out by Qin Jun. At this time, Su Yue, Hua Mangyao, and a group of Su family members rushed over, and when they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. "Alright, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association is gone." Qin Jun clapped his hands and said casually, as if destroying the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association was as easy as squashing an ant. Gulp! 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 All the members of the Su family swallowed hard, their hearts filled with shock. The heir is indeed the son of the Northern King, so brave, truly a tiger father has no dog son. Mangyao admires you. Hua Mangyao immediately bowed to Qin Jun. "Madam Su, you are being too polite, from now on, you will be the head of the Su family," Qin Jun said lightly. Hua Mengyao's expression changed slightly. Qin Jun looked at the Su family members present. "Do you have any objections?" "The heir is right, Mangyao, you are the lady of our Su family, and now that the head of the family has passed away, the position of the new head should rightfully be yours. We have no objections," the elders of the Su family immediately said. Clearly, the destruction of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association had made them acutely aware of the terror of this North Border heir. How could they dare to have any objections? "Thank you, uncles and elders, for your kindness. I will not let you down in the future," Flower Mangyao responded. "Alright, the matter is settled, and I should return to Jianhai." Qin Jun spoke up, while Su Yue hurriedly said, "Young master, it's getting late. Why not stay at the Su family for the night? Tomorrow, I'll send someone to take you back, and it will also give us a chance to properly thank you." "Alright." Qin Jun glanced at the time and nodded. "At the Su family, young master, you just killed so many people. Why not take a bath to wash off the smell of blood?" Flower Mangyao looked at Qin Jun, and Qin Jun glanced at his blood-stained clothes. Okay. Soon, Qin Jun arrived at a bathroom with a huge bath. Just as he was halfway through undressing, Su Yue suddenly walked in. Ha! Qin Jun was taken aback. Miss Su, what are you doing here? Yue is naturally here to serve the young master with his bath. Su Yue bowed. Qin Jun glanced at her and awkwardly said, you don't have to do that. Now that the young master has helped my mother take the position of head of the Su family, Yue is already the young master's person. What's wrong with Yue helping the young master bathe? Is the young master shy? Su Yue blinked her pure big eyes at Qin Jun. What do I have to be shy about? You probably don't know that my nickname is the #1 playboy of the Great Xia. Come on. Qin Jun said nonchalantly. He couldn't let go of his reputation as the #1 playboy of the Great Xia. At this moment, however, Su Yue's face turned slightly red. After all, she was still inexperienced and now had to bathe another man, which naturally felt a bit awkward. But after taking a deep breath, she slowly began to help Qin Jun take off his clothes. Soon, Qin Jun entered the bath, and Su Yue also stepped into the bath, instantly soaking her thin gauzy dress, becoming somewhat translucent. Gulp! Seeing this, Qin Jun swallowed hard. He had to admit that although he had seen many beauties, Su Yue could definitely rank in the top 3. Now, with her wet and alluring appearance, an ordinary person would have lost control long ago. Miss Su, if you keep this up, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back, Qin Jun said helplessly. Su Yue's face turned crimson, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness as she looked at Qin Jun. Now that Yue is already the young master's person, the young master can do as he wishes. Immediately, Su Yue struck a pose as if inviting him to pick her. Qin Jun immediately felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He didn't pretend to be reserved and embraced Su Yue, and the two began to kiss. After that, everything progressed smoothly, and with a series of moans, the #1 beauty of Jiangnan, Su Yue, officially became Qin Jun's woman. Soon, the bathroom was filled with soft sounds, and an hour later, after a fierce battle, Su Yue lay weakly to the side, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Qin Jun appeared refreshed. Young master, you were too fierce, Su Yue said shyly. At this moment, she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. Ah, what can I do? Qin Jun said helplessly. Ever since his third master had given him a bunch of unknown medicinal supplements, he found that his prowess in that aspect had skyrocketed. Coupled with his deep cultivation, his abilities had reached a new height, not to mention an ordinary woman like Su Yue, even the women from the dead prison couldn't withstand it. It seems the young master really can't have just one woman, otherwise, he would suffer greatly, Su Yue sighed. Bang bang bang. At that moment, a knock sounded. Is the young master in? It's my mother. Su Yue's expression changed, a bit flustered. It's fine, I'll go take a look. Qin Jun was quite calm. He got up, dressed, and walked out. Outside the room, Flower Manhwa was standing there. What's wrong? Mrs. Su, Qin Jun asked. Young master, I have been looking for Yue but haven't found her, so I wanted to ask if you have seen her? Hua Manhwa inquired. Oh, I haven't seen her either. Perhaps Miss Su has gone out for some reason. You don't need to worry, Qin Jun replied awkwardly. Alright then. Hua Manhwa nodded and turned to leave. Qin Jun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the other party discovered that he had taken care of their precious daughter, it would be hard to explain. At the same time, news of the annihilation of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Conference spread rapidly, causing a stir. Soon, not only in Jiangnan province but also in other major provinces, discussions were rampant. This was the first time in the 36 provinces of the Great Xia that a martial arts conference had been wiped out, which was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to the Great Xia Martial Arts Conference. Immediately, the headquarters of the Martial Arts Conference issued orders to mobilize the martial arts conferences from Jiangbei, Jiangdong, and Sunan provinces to Jiangnan to capture the culprit. With all 3 provinces' martial arts conferences mobilized, this display instantly shocked the entire Great Xia. In the Jiangnan battle zone, damn it, a useless young master dares to kill my subordinate from Mushan. Who gave him the courage? At this moment, a man with a full beard shouted coldly, his tiger-like eyes making it hard to look directly at him. He was Hu Shan, the governor commanding the entire Jiangnan battle zone, a 9-star tiger general. Upon learning that his capable subordinate, Bai Rufeng, had been killed by Qin Jun, he immediately flew into a rage. Governor, isn't the young commander always at odds with the Northern King? If we can present this boy's head to the young commander, perhaps it will please him, and then you will have a chance to be promoted to Dragon General, one of Hu Shan's trusted aides suggested. Swish! Hu Shan's eyes lit up. You're right, this is a twofold benefit, avenging our loss while pleasing the young commander. Good, immediately gather 3,000 elite troops. I will personally capture this lawless young master from the north. Daring to kill someone on my territory, this kid thinks he has the Northern King backing him. This time, I will make him understand the power of this governor. Hu Shan coldly declared. Immediately, the Jiangnan battle zone began to assemble 3,000 elite soldiers. At this moment, Wang Tianhai, an elder of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, had also brought people to Jiangnan. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, the Shin family. The Shin family is a branch of the imperial capital Shin family and one of the 7 major families in Jiangnan. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Shin family were gathered here. The head of the Shin family, Shin Yuhai, said, "Now the main family in the imperial capital has issued orders for us to capture this young master from the north. What do you all think? This young master from the north has killed the heads of the Bai and Huang families, and even Wang Lao has been killed by him. How can we capture him?" A senior member of the Shin family frowned. "The only way now is to unite with the major families in Jiangnan and mobilize all our forces to have a chance at capturing this young master from the north." Shen Quan, the eldest son of the Shin family, stated. "Quater is right, but as far as I know, Qin Jun has already allied with the Su family, and that girl from the Su family wants to take him as her master, so she won't act against him. Therefore, we can only unite with the Wu, Wei, Bai, and Huang families. I have also contacted someone. With his help, even if this young master from the north is strong, he won't be able to turn the tide," Shin Yuhai said solemnly. "Ha?" Everyone looked at Shin Yuhai curiously, wanting to know who he was referring to. But Shin Yuhai did not reveal it and instead began to contact the 4 major families. In the blink of an eye, night fell over the land. In the Su family restaurant, Qin Jun and Hua Mengyao were sitting together eating, while Su Yue, perhaps because her body had not yet recovered or fearing that her mother would discover something, found an excuse and did not come to eat. "Young master, I raise this cup to you. Thank you for not only saving me but also allowing me to take the position of the head of the Su family," Hua Mengyao said to Qin Jun, holding up her wineglass. "Madam Su, you are too polite," Qin Jun replied, taking a sip, while Hua Mengyao downed hers in one go. Soon, both of them had consumed quite a few cups, and Hua Mengyao's face was flushed, her eyes dreamy, showing signs of intoxication. Under the influence of the wine, Hua Mengyao's charm was fully revealed, resembling a ripe peach, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. "This woman is truly a beauty," Qin Jun thought to himself. A stunning young woman combined with a naturally alluring figure was simply a double buff, incredibly lethal. As the saying goes, one does not know the beauty of mature women in their youth, even a beauty like Su Yue pales in comparison to her mother. "Madam Su, I finished eating, I'm leaving now." Qin Jun then stood up and left directly, fearing that if he drank any more, he might commit another crime. He had just slept with her daughter. If he were to sleep with her as well, that would truly be inhumane. What Qin Jun did not know was that after he stood up to leave, Hua Mengyao's eyes sparkled with light, as if she were not drunk at all. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Jun was about to head back to rest when he suddenly paused, staring ahead. At that moment, a figure dressed in black and wearing a mask stood before him, having appeared out of nowhere. "Who are you?" Qin Jun asked coldly. "The one who will kill you," the person replied bluntly. "Who sent you?" Qin Jun asked indifferently. "The dead do not need to know these things." After saying this, the person instantly vanished from sight. Whoosh! In an instant, the masked figure appeared right in front of Qin Jun, wielding a short sword aimed directly at his vital points. This strike was fast, fierce, and precise, showcasing the skills of a professional assassin. Moreover, the short sword was infused with a sharp true energy, clearly indicating that this person had already reached the innate realm. Once a martial artist steps into the innate realm, their internal energy transforms into true energy, allowing it to be released externally. With innate realm cultivation combined with the attack power of a top assassin, even a martial artist of the same level would find it hard to resist. However, Qin Jun did not evade or block, he simply watched as the short sword lunged toward him. Slap! Just as the sword was an inch away from Qin Jun's head, he suddenly extended 2 fingers and instantly pinched the blade, preventing it from advancing any further. Whoosh! The masked figure's expression changed, and without hesitation, he swung a dagger with his other hand, aiming for Qin Jun's chest. This strike was even faster, making it hard to defend against. But Qin Jun twisted his fingers, directly crushing the short sword, and with a flick of his fingers, he sent the broken blade flying. Put! Put! 2 sprays of blood erupted, and before the masked figure could react, Qin Jun severed the tendons in his hands, blood gushing out. Bang! Qin Jun grabbed the man's neck with one hand and slammed him to the ground, producing a loud crash. Put! The masked figure spat out blood on the spot, his bones shattering. "Speak, who sent you?" Qin Jun asked coldly. Put! The man bit his tongue and committed suicide. So ruthless? Qin Jun was taken aback. To bite his tongue and die as soon as he was caught clearly indicated he had undergone professional training. "Young master." At that moment, Su Yue hurried over, her expression changing upon seeing the corpse of the masked figure. "What happened?" "It's nothing," Just a killer, Qin Jun shrugged. A killer? Who could have sent him? Su You's expression turned serious. Who cares who it is? There are plenty of people who want to kill me, Qin Jun said with a light smile, looking at Su Yue. I came to tell you that the Qingmen has indeed been destroyed, Su Yue replied. The Qingmen has been destroyed? Qin Jun was taken aback, recalling what Lu Qing from the Drunken Immortal building had said. Su Yue said, the one from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Lu Qing, said he wanted to destroy the Qingmen, and as a result, the Qingmen really were destroyed. Could it really be the doing of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? This tavern is indeed not simple. Qin Jun smiled playfully, then looked at Su Yue. Yue, judging by your appearance, you should be almost recovered, right? Ha! Hearing Qin Jun's words, Su Yue suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly said, young master, I'll go rest first. Let's rest together. Qin Jun chuckled, picked up Su Yue, and entered the room, starting a new battle. Meanwhile, in a dark palace, a man in black suddenly appeared, kneeling on the ground and saying, reporting to you, my lord, number 19 has been sacrificed. In front of him sat a figure shrouded in a cloak, making it impossible to see his face, who spoke in a low voice. It seems this northern border heir has indeed stepped into the innate realm. No wonder the imperial capital wants him dead. My lord, should we continue to send new assassins? The kneeling man inquired. The tomb of the god of killing is about to open. Tell that group of candidates that whoever can bring back the head of the northern border heir can enter the tomb of the god of killing, said the cloaked figure. His words startled the black-clad man below. Using the northern border heir's head as a selection test for entering the tomb of the god of killing meant that this northern border heir might not have enough lives to spare. Yes, my lord. The black-clad man nodded and retreated. Jinbei Wan, the blood debt you owe from back then will now be repaid by your son. The cloaked figure's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke indifferently. The next day, early in the morning, outside the Su family, a large crowd had gathered, numbering in the thousands, completely surrounding the Su family. Who are you? How dare you invade my Su family? Hua Mengyao stepped out immediately, her face serious. At this moment, Shen Yuhai, along with the heads of the Wu and Wei families, emerged, accompanied by two elders, the Grand Elder of the Bai family and the Grand Elder of the Huang family. Seeing the five major families present, Hua Mengyao's expression changed slightly. Master Shen, you suddenly barged into my Su family today, may I ask what this is about? Let that northern border heir roll out. The Grand Elder of the Bai family and the Grand Elder of the Huang family shouted in unison, exuding a fierce aura. Upon seeing this, Hua Mengyao and the others from the Su family turned solemn. At that moment, a cold voice came. What are you barking about so early in the morning? Qin Jun walked out with a displeased expression. He had originally planned to start the morning with Su Yue, but this group had interrupted his good intentions, naturally making him very unhappy. Qin Jun, you killed my Bai family. The Grand Elder of the Bai family pointed at Qin Jun and scolded, but his words were abruptly cut off as Qin Jun appeared before him and directly grabbed his throat. You talk too much. Qin Jun snapped the Grand Elder's neck and threw him to the ground. He then surveyed the people from the five major families. Do you all want to die? Instantly, the expressions of the five major families turned serious, and the atmosphere was incredibly tense. At this moment, Shen Yuhai spoke. No wonder you are the famous northern border heir, you are indeed arrogant, but today, the five major families are joining forces, and I don't believe you can withstand it. That's right. The various major families shouted in unison. Just you lot? A bunch of clowns. Qin Jun scoffed. Arrogant. Immediately, all the people brought by the five major families charged at Qin Jun. In an instant, the Su family was filled with the sounds of battle cries. The Su family members were so frightened that they kept retreating, while Qin Jun threw a punch. Boom! In an instant, a deafening sound erupted. Qin Jun's punch seemed to tear through space, unleashing an extremely violent force that swept out like a fierce wind scattering leaves, directly reducing the hundreds of people charging forward into dust. Immediately, a rain of blood fell within the Su family. At this moment, Shen Yuhai and the others were all dumbfounded. True Qi released. He is a congenital expert. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Shen Yuhai, looking at Qin Jun in shock. What? A congenital expert? How is that possible? Shen Yuhai looked at Qin Jun in disbelief upon hearing this. Although he was shocked inside, he had to believe it. After all, the person beside him was a half-step congenital expert, a secret master he had invited to deal with Qin Jun. He had originally thought that with a half-step congenital expert present, Qin Jun would undoubtedly die, but he never expected the other party to have stepped into the congenital realm. Let's go! The man pulled Shen Yuhai to leave, but at that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. So it's a congenital warrior, no wonder you're so arrogant, daring to destroy my Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Boom! As this cold voice sounded, an overwhelming pressure descended, enveloping the entire Su family, making everyone from the Su family and the 5 major families gasp for breath. The next second, a large number of martial artists dressed in the attire of the Martial Arts Association rushed in, each exuding a sharp aura, their strength all above the second rank, much stronger than those from the 5 major families. At this time, a man in a blue long robe walked in with a gloomy expression. He radiated a terrifying congenital might, his eyes glinting coldly, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. President Lei Qianjue of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Xin Yuhai exclaimed, "Kid, you are the heir of the Northern Territory?" Lei Qianjue's piercing gaze fixed on Qin Jun, filled with an oppressive aura. "You are the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association?" Qin Jun casually glanced at him. "At such a young age, you've stepped into the congenital realm, truly worthy of being the offspring of the Northern King. But unfortunately, you shouldn't have destroyed my Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Being enemies with the Martial Arts Association, even if the Northern King is not dead, he cannot protect you." Lei Qianjue shouted domineeringly. His words shocked everyone from the major families present. Although they had heard the news of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association's destruction, they never expected the culprit to be Qin Jun. Lei Qianjue has long stepped into the congenital realm and is the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, with formidable strength. With him taking action, this kid is undoubtedly dead. Xin Yuhai's gaze flickered as he spoke solemnly. "I don't think so." The half-step congenital expert was still fixated on Qin Jun, his expression not relaxing. "It's over now, with Lei Qianjue personally taking action, the Su family will be buried with him." The members of the Su family looked utterly despondent. Anyone from Jiangnan knew of Lei Qianjue's terror. Calling him the #1 expert in Jiangnan would not be an exaggeration. Now that he was taking action, how could there be any chance of survival? With the heir here, the Su family will be fine. At this moment, Su Yue stepped forward, looking confidently at Qin Jun. She had lost some of her youthful innocence and gained a more mature charm. "Are you done talking?" Qin Jun said, digging in his ear and glancing at Lei Qianjue, showing an attitude of not taking him seriously at all. "Die." Lei Qianjue, seeing Qin Jun's disdain for him, immediately struck out a palm towards Qin Jun. This palm, infused with sharp true qi, tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, producing a piercing explosive sound. Qin Jun, with one hand still digging in his ear, casually waved out with the other, directly clashing with Lei Qianjue's palm. Boom! Instantly, a deafening sound erupted, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Crack! A sound of bones cracking was heard. Lei Qianjue was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, his entire right arm shattered into pieces from Qin Jun's punch. "You!" Lei Qianjue stared wide-eyed at Qin Jun. Just as he opened his mouth, the figure of Qin Jun appeared before him, stepping on him and throwing the earwax he had just dug out onto his face, coldly saying, "With such pathetic strength, you dare to come here and boast? Who gave you the courage? Was it Liang Jingru?" Xin Yuhai and the others watched in shock as the renowned #1 expert from Jiangnan was instantly defeated by Qin Jun. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed this outcome. "Ah!" And Lei Qianjue, humiliated by Qin Jun, roared in fury, "Kill him, kill him." Immediately, the members of the Martial Arts Association from Jiangbei, Jiangdong, and Sunan all charged at Qin Jun. Bang! Qin Jun kicked Lei Qianjue away, sending him crashing into a dozen Martial Arts Association members, and he looked at the members from the 3 provinces with a fierce expression, spitting out, "Are you sure you want to make a move against me?" At that moment, an extreme and terrifying aura radiated from Qin Jun. He had spent 3 years in the death prison, mingling with those who were ruthless killers, and naturally, he had absorbed a terrifying aura. Under the intimidation of this aura, the hundreds of martial artists from the 3 provinces froze, their steps halted. They all trembled inside, filled with intense fear. At this moment, Qin Jun seemed like a ferocious beast ready to devour anyone. They were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly, not daring to approach Qin Jun at all. "No one is allowed to retreat, all of you, charge at him, kill him," Lei Qianjue shouted angrily. But none of the Martial Arts Association members dared to step forward. "Kid, you really have some skills." Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Hu Shan, the governor of the Jiangnan battle zone, strode in wearing a battle robe. Behind him, a large number of soldiers aimed their firearms at Qin Jun. On the walls of the Su family, rows of soldiers also appeared, all pointing their guns at Qin Jun, including heavy machine guns. Even in the sky, the roar of airplanes could be heard. Dozens of armed helicopters appeared above the Su family, with anti-aircraft guns and rocket launchers mounted on their doors. This display startled everyone. "Governor Hu, you came just in time, quickly kill this kid," Lei Qianjue called out as he saw Hu Shan appear. Young Master Qin, he is the governor of the Jiangnan battle zone, Hushan. Su Yue quickly introduced to Qin Jun. The governor is here, today is indeed lively. Qin Jun sneered. Young Master Qin, I have long heard of your great name, and today I finally meet you. It's a pity this is our first and last meeting. Open fire. Hushan glared at Qin Jun with a dark expression. Without saying another word, he issued the order to fire. Although Qin Jun was strong, under such firepower, even a congenital expert would undoubtedly die, unless he had reached the master realm and cultivated protective energy. Wait! Suddenly, a deep voice came. Another elder walked in. It was Wang Tianhai, an elder of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Who are you? Hushan looked at him in confusion. I am Wang Tianhai, elder of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Wang Tianhai said coldly. So it's the elder of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, a pleasure to meet you. Hushan immediately cupped his fists in greeting. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, as the largest chamber of commerce in the Great Xia, possessed wealth and power that even a battle zone governor like him could not afford to offend. Elder Wang, what brings you here? Hushan inquired. Wang Tianhai fixed his murderous gaze on Qin Jun. This kid killed my brother. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Ah Feng, break his legs. I want to personally chop his flesh piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. Wang Tianhai ordered directly. Whoosh! A figure in black armor shot like a meteor towards Qin Jun, swiftly slashing at his legs with a sword. Break my legs? He. Qin Jun smiled lightly, waving his right hand as an invisible force shot out, directly severing the black-armored man's legs. Put. With 2 sprays of blood, the black-armored man suddenly fell to the ground, letting out a painful scream. How is this possible? Wang Tianhai's pupils contracted in disbelief. This offing was a congenital expert he had specially transferred from the Black Armor Guard, yet he hadn't even touched Qin Jun before being incapacitated? How could this kid be so strong? Fire! At this moment, Hushan realized the terror of Qin Jun and immediately shouted. Day. In an instant, gunfire erupted. A dense rain of bullets poured in from all directions in the sky towards Qin Jun, resembling a massive bullet storm. Day. At this moment, the concentrated gunfire echoed throughout the Su family, leaving everyone inside dumbfounded. Hushan, however, felt a sense of relief. Under such an assault, no matter how strong Qin Jun was, he could only be turned into a sieve. But just as Hushan was preparing to enjoy the sight of Qin Jun being turned into a sieve, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze. Not just him, Lei Qianjue, Wang Tianhai, and all the prominent figures present had their expressions stiffen, petrified. They saw that the dense bullets stopped just an inch away from Qin Jun, then fell to the ground as if an invisible wall of air had blocked them. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of bullets hitting the ground was incessant, while Qin Jun stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking completely unfazed. As for the soldiers firing, they looked as if they had seen a ghost, cold sweat running down their backs. How could this happen? Is he human or a ghost? Hushan said in disbelief. Rocket launchers, fire quickly. Suddenly, Hushan shouted. Instantly, the soldiers on the armed helicopters loaded rockets into their launchers and aimed them at Qin Jun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the rockets shot towards Qin Jun, trailing orange-red tails, but as they neared him, they inexplicably changed direction and charged towards the helicopters. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the helicopters erupted in explosions, engulfed by flames, with debris scattered everywhere. Hushan watched this bizarre scene, his face pale, and shouted at Qin Jun, What are you, human or ghost? Others shared this question in their hearts. Clearly, the previous scenes were too strange, too bizarre, far beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, on a high building 100 meters away, Mu Fancheng stood watching everything happening at the Su family, exclaiming, this kid's strength has actually reached this level. It seems that before long, a new northern king will emerge in the Great Xia. He is even less restrained than the northern king. Once he becomes the new northern king, he will surely bring disaster to the Great Xia. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Mu Fancheng. A man in white approached, his expression cold, exuding a compelling aura. By Zijuan, why are you not at your central China headquarters, but running to Jiangnan? Mu Fancheng glanced at him and snorted coldly. This man was none other than the commander of the central China headquarters, Bai Zijuan. Bai Zijuan came to Mu Fancheng's side, gazing at the distant Su family, and said in a deep voice, this kid took that piece of Yishiryu and injured my people from the central China headquarters. Naturally, I have to come. Mu Fancheng smiled lightly. So you plan to take action yourself to eliminate this disaster? Bai Zijuan, with a cold expression, said, you don't need to provoke me. No matter how strong he is just a young junior, not qualified for me to take action personally. However, if he were merely a playboy, he might still have a chance, but now that he has shown such strong martial talent, those people will definitely not allow him to become a second king of the north. Bai Zijuan said coldly. Humph, are they afraid this kid will seek revenge on them? A group of selfish, nation-destroying scoundrels. Mu Fancheng snorted coldly. Bai Zijuan frowned slightly, looking at Mu Fancheng. Be cautious with your words. Wanting to kill him isn't that easy. Moreover, do you really think the king of the north is dead? Mu Fancheng glanced at Bai Zijuan, and after he finished speaking, he turned and left. Whoosh! Bai Zijuan's eyes narrowed, staring at the distant Su family, his expression changing. Su family, Qin Jun looked at Hushan with a playful smile. Do you think I'm human or ghost? You. Hushan opened his mouth, completely at a loss for words. Qin Jun walked over to Hushan. What? What are you going to do? Hushan looked at Qin Jun approaching, his eyelids twitching violently. Kill you, Qin Jun said succinctly. Whoosh! Immediately, Hushan's expression changed, shouting at Qin Jun, I am the governor of the Jiangnan war zone, a 9-star tiger general. If you kill me, it will be a capital offense. Crack! The next second, Hushan's throat was crushed by Qin Jun, who coldly said, if I'm going to kill you, and I don't kill you, wouldn't that make me a saintly fool? Bang! The body of Hushan, the governor of Jiangnan, was casually thrown to the ground by Qin Jun. The others looked at Qin Jun, who dared to kill even a war zone governor, all trembling inside. And you? Qin Jun looked at Wang Tianhai. You have already offended the War Department. As long as you let me go, I can use the connections of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to protect you. Wang Tianhai's expression changed as he shouted. At the brink of life and death, he no longer cared about avenging his brother. As a businessman, he only wanted to save his own life. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. But Qin Jun didn't give him that opportunity at all. Bang! Qin Jun slapped Wang Tianhai's head, exploding it. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lei Qianjue leaped and shot towards the outside, attempting to escape. Can you escape? Qin Jun sneered. Clang! He kicked a sword on the ground, and the sword shot out instantly, making a ringing sound, piercing through Lei Qianjue's body and pinning him to the door of the Su family. Gulp! This scene scared everyone, making them swallow hard. The people from the 3 provinces Martial Arts Association all showed fear, trembling. Run, run fast! Someone shouted, and immediately, the people from the Martial Arts Association, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the Jiangnan War Zone, and the 5 major families all scrambled to run outside. At this moment, they wished they had 8 legs, wanting to get as far away from Qin Jun as possible. Am I that terrifying? Qin Jun looked at the group of people who fled without a trace and couldn't help but mutter. The members of the Su family, hearing Qin Jun's words, all had dark expressions, unable to help but grumble. Aren't you terrifying? If you weren't terrifying, there would be nothing in this world that is. Young master, you have now made a name for yourself in battle. Your name will soon spread throughout the Great Xia. Hua Mengyao said to Qin Jun. Hasn't my name already spread throughout the Great Xia? Qin Jun smiled lightly. Whoosh! He then suddenly turned his gaze towards the tall building in the distance, where Bai Zijuan stood, the two of them locking eyes across the space. Commander, do you want to? At this moment, a person appeared behind Bai Zijuan and asked. Let's go back. Bai Zijuan shook his head and left directly. Qin Jun also left the Su family and returned to Jianhai. However, just as Qin Jun was leaving Jiangzhou, news of his sweeping through the 5 major families, killing the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, the elder of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and the governor of the Jiangnan War Zone quickly spread. In an instant, Jiangnan was shaken, and soon the entire Great Xia was in an uproar. No one expected that the once notorious playboy heir of Great Xia, now without the backing of the Northern King, would dare to offend the Martial Arts Association, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and the War Department all at once. This was simply going against the heavens. In the eyes of some, what shocked them the most was that the playboy who only knew how to indulge in food, drink, and pleasure had now transformed into a congenital realm powerhouse. This was what truly left them in awe. For a moment, all the forces in Great Xia focused their attention on Qin Jun, the fallen heir of the northern region. On the road away from Jiangzhou, in a carriage, Zhang Xiaoyun sat inside, lowering his head and not daring to speak. Beside him sat a man in gray, with a gloomy expression. It was Zhang Qingshan, the head of the Zhang family. Father, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that the drunken immortal building would. Zhang Xiaoyun began, but his father immediately interrupted him, coldly scolding, Enough! You reckless fool, you dare to provoke the drunken immortal building? Do you know that even the forces in the imperial capital do not easily provoke the drunken immortal building? You are lucky to have come back with your life. What you say is true, but all of this is that bastard's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have offended the drunken immortal building. I must kill that bastard. Jiang Xiaoyun said indignantly. Shut up! Jiang Qingshan scolded again. Do you know who that bastard is? He is the heir of the northern region. The heir of the northern region? Jiang Xiaoyun was taken aback, then disdainfully said, but the northern king's residence has been raided and his family exterminated, right? What kind of heir is he now? Enough! Don't think about revenge. Go home and stay put. The most important thing now is that your elder brother participates in the human ranking battle. As long as your elder brother can secure the top spot in the human ranking and join the Yenuang Hall, our Jiang family can advance further, and it's not impossible for us to become the top family among the 10 great families of Great Xia. Jiang Qingshan said coldly. Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes flickered as he secretly muttered, that damned guy, I'll settle the score with you after my elder brother secures the top spot in the human ranking. Then, the beautiful face of Su Yue appeared in his mind, and he secretly vowed to win this woman. Jianghai, Binjiang Villa District. As soon as Qin Jun returned, he saw a man sitting at the entrance of the villa district, dressed simply, with messy hair, a scruffy beard, and dark skin. The man looked at Qin Jun and stood up, but one of his legs was crippled. However, Qin Jun did not overlook him because he sensed a dangerous aura from the man. This was a feeling he had never experienced since leaving the death prison. Who are you? Qin Jun asked. Someone has offered $1 billion for your life. The man spoke in a hoarse voice and instantly made his move. Someone has put a bounty of $1 billion on your life. Upon hearing this, Qin Jun was taken aback and then dissatisfied, saying, only $1 billion? That's too cheap, isn't it? Do you look down on me? Those prisoners in the death prison, who didn't carry bounties of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, and he was only worth $1 billion, this was simply too embarrassing. Ha! The man was somewhat stunned to see that Qin Jun actually thought $1 billion was a low bounty. I didn't want to stain my hands with blood again, but unfortunately, I urgently need this $1 billion, so I'm sorry. The man looked at Qin Jun and said, once I get the $1 billion, I'll buy you a nice grave. Then, the man with the crippled leg began to walk towards Qin Jun step by step. Although he had a crippled leg, each step he took covered several meters, faster than a normal person's speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qin Jun, one hand transforming into a claw, aiming directly for Qin Jun's vital points. His strike seemed slow, yet it gave an unavoidable feeling. Although this man walked with a limp, his skills were not simple. You're quite good, but if you want to kill me, you're still a bit short. Qin Jun smirked and suddenly threw a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a thunderous sound. Staggering back, the man was forced to retreat several meters, coughing. Young master! At that moment, Lung Feng rushed over, his eyes glinting coldly as he stared at the man, who looked at Qin Jun in shock and said, your strength is actually this strong? You're not bad either, but with your internal injuries so severe, forcing yourself to fight will only exacerbate them. Once they explode, there will be no saving you, Qin Jun said lightly. I know, but I must get this 100 million, the man said solemnly. You want this 100 million to treat your injuries? Hearing Qin Jun's words, the man shook his head. My wife is seriously ill and urgently needs the money. You have quite a sense of loyalty, Qin Jun remarked, looking at the man. I can save your wife. You. The man stared at Qin Jun, revealing a look of doubt. If you trust me, bring your wife to find me. If you don't believe me and continue to attack, then I can only send you to hell, Qin Jun said coldly. The man pondered for a few seconds before turning to leave. Young master, he wants to kill you. Why are you still helping him? Lung Feng asked, confused. He's a talent. Qin Jun smiled slightly. He then returned to the villa, where Qin Linger rushed over, her face filled with anxiety. Brother, Sister Feng is missing. Missing? Qin Jun frowned. That's right, I've been trying to call Sister Feng's phone all day, but I can't get through. I even went to her school and home to look for her, but found nothing. Could something have happened to her? Qin Linger said anxiously. Don't worry, I'll go look for her, Qin Jun reassured her, and he headed straight to the Jianghai Special Operations Division. The people at the Jianghai Special Operations Division were startled to see Qin Jun. Qin, young master, what brings you here? The director of the Jianghai Special Operations Division, Suao, quickly appeared, looking tense. Now, Qin Jun's notorious reputation made everyone in the division fear him like a tiger. Help me find someone. Qin Jun directly mentioned Feng Siki's name. As a special organization of the Great Xia, finding someone was naturally the fastest for the Special Operations Division. Soon, Suhao reported, Miss Feng was captured a few hours ago and taken to a villa in Jianghai. Tell me the address, Qin Jun commanded, then vanished from the Special Operations Division. In a luxurious villa in Jianghai. Crack! The sound of a whip cracking echoed, mixed with painful moans. Inside the villa, a woman lay on the ground, her body covered in whip marks, skin torn and bleeding, her face contorted in pain. It was Feng Siki. A young man stood nearby, wielding the whip and striking her repeatedly. He was Hai Lin, the son of a wealthy family. On the sofa in front, Jin Injuan, with his legs in plaster, shouted darkly, whip her hard. I want this bitch to wish she were dead. Crack! Hai Lin immediately unleashed another 10 lashes. Fong Siki was beaten to the brink of unconsciousness. Go find me a dog. Jin Injuan coldly snorted. Hai Lin was taken aback. Jin Xiao, what do you mean? Since I can't do this bitch myself, let her be used by a beast. Jin Injuan shouted with a twisted, sinister expression. Having been turned into a eunuch by Qin Jun, his psyche had completely warped. Alright. Hai Lin showed no opposition and quickly had someone bring in a large dog. No, don't. Fong Siki looked at the large dog approaching her face filled with terror. Bitch, enjoy yourself. Jin Injuan laughed maniacally. Bang! At that moment, a loud crash suddenly echoed from outside the villa. The villa's front door was smashed to pieces, and Qin Jun walked in with a murderous look on his face. It's you! Jin Injuan and Hai Lin stared at Qin Jun, their pupils constricting with intense hatred. Qin Jun looked at Fong Siki, who was lying on the ground, her skin torn and bleeding, and his expression turned cold as he said to the two of them, It seems I shouldn't have turned you into eunuchs. I should have sent you straight to hell. He walked directly towards them. Go, take him down. Hai Lin shouted immediately. The guards inside the villa rushed towards Qin Jun, but he smashed them apart with a single punch. Then, Qin Jun grabbed Hai Lin by the head and slammed him into a nearby marble coffee table. Bang! The marble coffee table shattered, and the son of the Jianghai tycoon was left with a split skull, dead beyond recovery. Liner! At that moment, Hai Dafu appeared with a middle-aged man. When he saw his son's tragic death, he cried out in anguish. Second uncle! You finally came! This bastard has ruined my people, quickly take him down. Jin Injuan shouted excitedly at the middle-aged man beside Hai Dafu. Swish! The man looked at Qin Jun coldly and said, Dare to touch my Dajin group's people? You're seeking death. He waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards rushed towards Qin Jun. Both were martial artists trained by the Jin family, reaching the 7th rank, but in front of Qin Jun, they were no different from ants. Crack! Crack! In an instant, Qin Jun snapped their necks. The man was left dumbfounded. Qin Jun, I didn't expect that 1 billion wouldn't be enough to kill you. At this moment, Hai Dafu glared at Qin Jun, his eyes filled with rage. So that 1 billion was from you, Qin Jun scoffed. Go accompany your son in death. Hai Dafu pulled out a handgun and pulled the trigger at Qin Jun. Bang! A bullet shot towards Qin Jun. Just when Hai Dafu thought Qin Jun was surely dead, he miraculously caught the bullet between 2 fingers. How is that possible? Hai Dafu's eyes widened in disbelief. Go accompany your son. Qin Jun flicked his hand, and the bullet pierced through Hai Dafu's head. At this moment, Jin Injuan and his second uncle were both left stunned. Only you two are left. Qin Jun glanced at them, and Jin Injuan's second uncle immediately shouted, Kid, if you dare to touch us, the Jin group will never let you go. Put. Qin Jun casually pointed, and a burst of energy pierced through the man's forehead. Seeing his second uncle die tragically, Jin Injuan trembled in fear. He looked at Qin Jun and immediately bowed his head, saying, Please, don't kill me. I can give you money, a lot of money. Do you think I'm poor? Qin Jun sneered. At that moment, Jin Injuan's phone rang. He looked at the number and quickly answered, crying, Father, save me. Injuan, what's wrong? Didn't your second uncle come to find you? The chairman of Dajin Group, Jin Defy, said on the other end of the line. Second uncle is dead, and he wants to kill me. Jin Injuan cried out in fear. Damn it, put it on speaker. Jin Defy's expression darkened, and Jin Injuan immediately switched to speaker mode. Bastard, I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch a hair on my son, Dajin Group will do everything to ensure you die a horrible death. Jin Defy roared over the phone. I'll be waiting, Qin Jun said. Put. He directly crushed Jin Injuan's head. After dealing with Jin Injuan, Qin Jun carried Fong Siki and left. After Qin Jun left, Su Hao, accompanied by members of the Special Operations Department, appeared in the room, looking at the corpses scattered throughout with a changing expression. Director, this one seems to be the young master of the Dajin Group from Goryeo. One of the Special Operations members pointed at Jin Injuan. Dajin Group? Su Hao's expression changed as he looked at Jin Injuan, and he said in a deep voice, This is troublesome. The Dajin Group is the largest financial conglomerate in Goryeo, controlling more than half of the country's economy and holding absolute influence in Goryeo. Now that the heir of the Dajin Group has died in the Great Xia, one can imagine the storm it will cause, potentially even leading to a diplomatic incident between the two countries. Immediately seal off the scene and report this matter, Su Hao said solemnly. Meanwhile, in Goryeo, in the top office of the Dejin Group headquarters, an extremely angry voice rang out as a man in a suit with graying hair smashed his phone to pieces, his face dark and filled with murderous intent. He was Jean Dafa, the chairman of the Dejin Group. Chairman, what happened? Jean Dafa's secretary asked. Unjuan and Urfa have been killed. Jean Dafa said coldly. What? The secretary was shocked to learn that the Jean family's young master and the chairman's brother had been killed. Immediately notify the Great Xia government and tell them that within 3 days, they must hand over the murderer of my son and my brother, or else the Great Xia will be prepared to face the wrath of the Dejin Group. Jean Dafa roared. Yes. The secretary nodded quickly. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, Qin Jun returned to Villano. 1. Holding Fong Siki. Sister Fong. Qin Linger saw Fong Siki covered in injuries and anxiously looked at Qin Jun. Brother, how could Sister Fong be hurt like this? It's okay, Linger, Miss Fong will be fine, Qin Jun reassured as he carried Fong Siki into the room, laid her on the bed, and then removed her clothes, leaving only her underwear, before starting to clean the whip marks on her body. Half an hour later, under Qin Jun's treatment, the whip marks had almost all healed. Fong Siki slowly woke up and called out to Qin Jun. Qin. Brother Qin. Siki, I'm sorry for getting you involved this time, Qin Jun apologized. Brother Qin, this has nothing to do with you acted against them because of me. Fong Siki shook her head, then looked down at her thin underwear, her face turning red. Qin Jun quickly said, Siki, don't think too much, I only removed your clothes to clean your wounds. I know, Fong Siki nodded shyly. Sister Fong. At that moment, Qin Linger ran in. Linger, keep Siki company, Qin Jun said as he left the room. Cold Fong approached him and said, Young master, what you're doing in Jiangzhou has spread, now the entire Great Xia is probably buzzing about it. The more it spreads, the better, Qin Jun replied, and Cold Fong looked puzzled. Qin Jun explained, the reason those who framed my father spared my life back then was that I was just a playboy and posed no threat to them. Now that I've grown stronger, do you think they can still sit still? Young master, are you trying to draw the snake out of its hole? Cold Fang's eyes lit up. Just wait, those hiding in the shadows will all jump out one by one, Qin Jun said, his eyes flashing coldly. Suddenly he added, by the way, find out who participated in that battle 3 years ago. Those who could injure my father and kill 7 Legion commanders must not be ordinary strongmen. Investigate these people thoroughly, if any are still alive, I want to kill them one by one. Hearing Qin Jun's words, Cold Fong nodded, I will definitely find out. Master. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Qin Jun walked out and saw Su Chanxian standing outside the door. You came quite fast, Qin Jun said. But I'm not your master, so don't call me that in the future. Aren't you going to teach me martial arts? Then how can you not be my master? Su Chanxian pouted. I'm just teaching you, I never said I would be your master. Qin Jun looked at Su Chanxian and said, however, your meridians are blocked. If you want to become a martial artist, you must clear these meridians, and that process will be more painful than death. Are you sure you can endure it? I can. Su Chanxian replied without a second thought. Don't answer too quickly, you'll know how painful it is once you experience it. Qin Jun scoffed. No matter how painful it is, as long as I can become a martial artist, I will persevere. Seeing the determined expression on Su Chanxian's face, Qin Jun curiously asked, why do you want to become a martial artist so badly? I want to avenge my mother. Su Chanxian's expression hardened, and a deep hatred flickered in her eyes. Your mother was killed? With the power of the Su family, you can't take revenge? Qin Jun asked in surprise. That's right, so I need to become stronger, so I can avenge my mother. At this moment, Su Chanxian's demeanor was serious, devoid of her previous playful attitude, replaced by an unwavering gaze. Good. Following that, Qin Jun began to clear the blocked meridians in Su Chanxian's body. Soon, Su Chanxian let out a piercing and painful scream. But then she bit her lip tightly, her hands clenched, enduring the agony of her meridians being torn apart. This girl has quite a bit of willpower, no wonder she has a natural martial vein. Qin Jun thought to himself. Indeed, Su Chanxian was not a useless person with blocked meridians who couldn't cultivate, rather, she was a martial arts genius with a natural martial vein. The martial vein is a special type of martial arts channel. Those who possess this channel absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a speed dozens or even hundreds of times faster than other martial artists. The faster one absorbs the spiritual energy, the faster they can cultivate. For this reason, having a martial vein body makes one an exceptional martial arts talent. However, Su Chanxian's meridians were blocked, preventing her martial vein from awakening, and thus she couldn't practice martial arts. But Qin Jun discovered that Su Chanxian's meridian blockage was intentionally caused by someone. It seems someone doesn't want this girl to awaken her martial vein. Qin Jun's eyes flickered. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, a booming sound echoed from within Su Chanshan's body, as if something had been unblocked. Immediately, Su Chanshan felt incredibly light all over. She looked at Qin Jun, drenched in sweat, and asked, "Master, have my meridians been unblocked?" "Yes," Qin Jun nodded. "But don't be too happy, you've only unblocked one meridian, and there are still 6 more to go. When can the remaining 6 be unblocked?" Su Chanshan asked. "You should rest well first, and we'll continue tomorrow. You can stay here for the next few days," Qin Jun said. He then introduced Su Chanshan to Linger and the others. Since she was of the same age as Qin Linger and the others, they quickly bonded. Once her martial vein awakens, this girl will likely become a coveted existence, Qin Jun thought to himself as he looked at Su Chanshan. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the War Department base. At this moment, in a conference room, a group of generals from the Great Xiao War Department had gathered together, and their purpose for gathering was to discuss how to deal with Qin Jun. This Qin Jun not only escaped from prison but also killed so many people, now he even dares to kill the governor of the Jiangnan war zone. He is simply lawless. That's right, this kid is a traitor like his father, bringing disaster to the country. He absolutely cannot be forgiven. Several dragon generals spoke up, wanting to severely punish Qin Jun. Who do you say is a traitor bringing disaster to the country? Suddenly, a strong voice echoed through the room. At that moment, in the War Department conference room, an energetic old man entered, leaning on a cane, followed by a man in military uniform with a crew cut and a resolute face. Marshal Wei. The generals in the conference room all stood up and saluted the old man. This old man was Wei Zhenghua, one of the 4 marshals of the Great Xia. Who did you just say was a traitor harming the country? Wei Zhenghua's fierce gaze fixed on the general who had just spoken. The latter's expression changed, and he stammered, "Marshal Wei, I." Bang! Wei Zhenghua swung his cane and slammed it hard on the conference table, startling everyone. He scolded, "If it weren't for King Jinbei leading the army to resist the 8-nation alliance's invasion back then, Great Xia would have long fallen, and how could you people enjoy your honors sitting here? Without King Jinbei, there would be no peaceful and prosperous Great Xia today. If he is a traitor, then what are you? A bunch of useless leeches?" Hearing Wei Zhenghua's furious reprimands, all the generals present lowered their heads, not daring to speak. "I tell you, if I hear anyone insult King Jinbei again, take off your military uniform and get out of the War Department," Wei Zhenghua said coldly. "Yes." The group of War Department generals quickly responded. As for King Jinbei's son, the governor he killed was corrupt and embezzling. The evidence is all here, he did not kill the wrong person. Then, the crew-cut man behind Wei Zhenghua threw a document onto the table, detailing Hu Shan's various crimes. "Marshal, even if Hu Shan is guilty, he is still a member of the War Department, a dignified 9-star Tiger colonel, and should be judged by a military court, not killed at will. Moreover, this Qin Jun has killed so many people, if we don't take him down, it will be hard to pacify the public, and Jiangnan will not be peaceful." A 5-star dragon general spoke up. "I will make the decision on this matter, you don't need to worry about it. Anyone with objections can come to me." After saying this, Wei Zhenghua turned and walked out, leaving a group of generals looking at each other in confusion. In another office of the War Department, Wei Zhenghua sat down, took a sip of tea, and looked at the man in military uniform with a crew cut. "Jin Dao, what do you think of this kid? In 3 years, he has transformed from a spoiled rich kid into a congenital powerhouse and even escaped from the death prison. It seems he has gone through a lot in there. But with him being so ostentatious, those people will likely not tolerate him." Jin Dao replied. Those guys framed King Jinbei back then. If it weren't for the stability of Great Xia, I would have settled the score with them long ago. Now they want to deal with this kid. I, Wei Zhenghua, will never agree." Wei Zhenghua's expression turned cold, his face filled with anger. To kill King Jinbei and the 7 commanders of the Jinbei army, those who participated back then were definitely not just those people. They'd probably have deeper forces behind them. Jin Dao's words made Wei Zhenghua's expression stiffen. "Are you saying they were involved too?" "That's just a guess." Jin Dao pondered. Wei Zhenghua then said, "No matter what, you go to Jianhai personally and bring that kid back. He absolutely cannot have any accidents. Otherwise, if that guy comes back and finds out his son is in trouble, Great Xia will be in chaos." Jin Dao frowned. "Marshal, do you think King Jinbei is still alive?" "I believe in him, he won't die so easily." Wei Zhenghua's eyes sparkled with determination. In Jiangnan, in a certain building, the short, plump man who had previously wanted to seize the Hishiryu sat there, holding a photo of Qin Jun and coldly said, "I didn't expect this kid to be the son of the Northern King. Back then, the Northern King killed so many of my people in Dongying, and now his son comes to ruin my great plans in Dongying. Both father and son deserve to die. Sir, this kid just killed the president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. His cultivation level has likely already reached the innate realm. It won't be easy for us to snatch the Yishiryu from him, a man said at that moment. Innate realm is nothing. I've already contacted the higher-ups, and soon a group of martial arts experts from Dongying will arrive. We will definitely be able to kill this kid. The short man scoffed. Sir, I have a plan that can not only retrieve the Yishiryu but also kill the son of the Northern King. The man immediately said, his eyes flashing for a few seconds before he spoke. Oh, what plan? The short man asked curiously, while the other leaned in to whisper in his ear. Good, let's do it. The short man immediately shouted. The next day, in Villa No. 1, with a piercing scream, Su Chanshan's second meridian was opened by Qin Jun, and she was so exhausted that she collapsed on the bed, unable to move. There are 5 more. Once you've rested, we'll continue, Qin Jun said, curling his lips. Young master, that Wu Qianyue has arrived, Lung Feng reported. That woman came again? Qin Jun raised an eyebrow and walked out, only to see Wu Qianyue standing at the door. He directly said, What? You still want to seize that piece of jade? Wu Qianyue, holding a suitcase, replied, I'm here to stay with you. Stay with me? What do you mean? Qin Jun was taken aback. The Yishiryu was lost from my hands. Since you won't give it to me, I can only stay by your side every day to ensure you won't give it to anyone else. If you find me annoying, just give me the Yishiryu, and I'll leave immediately, Wu Qianyue said directly. It's fine, if you want to stay, then stay. I have plenty of rooms here anyway, Qin Jun said nonchalantly. Wu Qianyue huffed, taking her suitcase and entering the villa. Brother, who is this sister? Qin Linger asked curiously, looking at Wu Qianyue, followed by Fong Siki, Su Chanshan, and the others. Your family has so many women? Wu Qianyue was taken aback by the group of women, then sneered. No wonder you're the most notorious playboy of the great Xia. Your flirtatious nature hasn't changed at all. You know I'm a playboy, yet you dare to move in? Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Qin Jun teased. Do you dare? Wu Qianyue immediately put her hands on her hips, glaring at Qin Jun. At that moment, a voice came from outside. I'm here. At the door stood the man who had wanted to kill Qin Jun for $1 billion yesterday, holding a haggard-looking woman in his arms. This is my wife. Can you really save her? The man looked at Qin Jun, his eyes filled with apprehension. If even I can't save her, then no one else can save her except my master, Qin Jun said as he approached the woman the man was holding, examining her body. He frowned, and the man, seeing this, became anxious. How is it? Your wife isn't sick, she's been poisoned with a curse, Qin Jun replied. Cursed poison? The man's face changed. That's right, this curse is called blood-biting curse, which will continuously devour your wife's vitality, ultimately leading to her death. At this moment, Wu Qianyue stepped forward, shocked. Isn't cursed poison only found in Miaozhong? How could it appear here? Can you save her? The man looked at Qin Jun with hopeful eyes. Of course. Qin Jun said confidently, but I don't like working for free. What do you want? As long as you can save my wife, I would give you my life. The man said directly. Qin Jun smiled playfully, then I want your life. The other party immediately spat out, fine, as long as my wife is okay, Nieyun will give you my life. Subsequently, Qin Jun began to detoxify his wife. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several yin-yang life and death needles fell onto his wife's body, and soon something seemed to be wriggling in her abdomen. Qin Jun snorted coldly, still trying to run. He inserted 2 more yin-yang life and death needles into Nieyun's wife's abdomen, then suddenly flipped her over and slapped her back hard. Poof! Immediately, a blood-colored worm was spat out from her mouth, the very blood-sucking goo worm that had almost killed her. Nieyun looked at the culprit that nearly harmed his wife and crushed it underfoot. He then expressed his gratitude to Qin Jun. Thank you. You can take my life now, do whatever you want with it. Qin Jun smiled lightly. What benefit would I get from killing you? Nieyun looked at Qin Jun in confusion. Your life is now mine. From now on, I am your master. Qin Jun said directly. Swish. Nieyun's expression changed, and Qin Jun looked at him. What's wrong? Unwilling? Since I promised to give you my life, you can make me do anything, but right now, I'm just a cripple, I'm afraid I can't help you much. Nieyun said self-deprecatingly. With me here, you won't be a cripple. But first, let me treat the hidden injuries in your body, otherwise, I fear you might kick the bucket at any moment. Next, Qin Jun began to treat the hidden injuries in Nieyun's body. An hour later, Qin Jun took a deep breath, put away the yin-yang life and death needles, and looked at Nieyun. What exactly have you been through to suffer such severe hidden injuries? If it weren't for me, you would have really kicked the bucket. It's all in the past. Nieyun shook his head, his eyes filled with weariness. No matter what your past is, remember, you are now my Qin Jun's person. Qin Jun said coldly. Your hidden injuries are not completely healed yet, you need to take some medicine to recuperate. During this time, remember not to use your true energy. Nya Yun nodded. Qin Jun then prescribed some medicine for Nya Yun, saying, once your hidden injuries are completely healed, I will treat your leg ailment. Thank you. Nya Yun looked at Qin Jun and bowed deeply. After Nya Yun and his wife left, Lun Feng asked, young master, should we check this person's identity first? No need, no matter what his identity was before, he is my person now. Qin Jun said indifferently. You can even dispel goo poison? At this moment, Wu Qianhua looked at Qin Jun in shock. With her status, she had a certain understanding of goo poison. In the entire Great Xia, there were very few people who could dispel goo poison, even those national medical masters might not be able to do it, yet Qin Jun had done it so easily. This left Wu Qianhua extremely astonished. I know a lot of things. Qin Jun smiled gently. I'm becoming more and more curious about you. Wu Qianhua's eyes were fixed on Qin Jun, sparkling with curiosity. Woman, don't be too curious about me, otherwise, I fear you might fall in love with me. This remark from Qin Jun earned him a roll of the eyes from Wu Qianhua. Stop dreaming, I would never fall in love with you. Wu Qianhua said proudly, by the way, where am I staying? Xiaoxing, find her a room. Qin Jun said to Xiaoxing. Immediately, Xiaoxing took Wu Qianhua to a room, while Qin Linger blinked at him and said mischievously, brother, you really always have a group of beauties around you. There's nothing I can do, it's just that your brother has too much peach blossom luck. Qin Jun shook his head helplessly. Humph, narcissist. Qin Linger pouted. At this moment, Fong Siki approached Qin Jun and said, brother Qin, now Linger doesn't need anyone to take care of her, so I won't stay here anymore. You want to leave? Qin Jun looked at Fong Siki. Linger really likes you, you should continue to stay here. If you feel bad about it, then just cook for us occasionally. Sister Fong, please don't go. I can't bear to part with you. Qin Linger quickly grabbed Fong Siki's hand and pouted. After thinking for a moment, she said, alright then. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Fong Siki truly prepared a feast, and Qin Linger, Su Chanqian, and Wu Qianhua all praised her cooking. Sister Fong, your skills are amazing. You will definitely be the model of a virtuous wife and good mother in the future, Qin Linger said while gobbling down her food. These are just some home-cooked dishes, nothing special, Fong Siki said shyly, stealing a glance at Qin Jun. They're indeed delicious. Qin Jun also praised. Who? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from outside. What's going on? The women looked puzzled. Nothing, you all continue eating, Qin Jun said as he stood up and walked outside. In the villa's courtyard, Cold Fong was holding a sword in his left hand, staring coldly at a man in front of him. The man was dressed in black, with long hair tied back, a cold expression, and a dagger in his hand. His aura was restrained. If one did not see him with their own eyes, they would not notice his presence at all. Young master, Cold Fong said as he looked at Qin Jun and bowed. Who is he? Qin Jun asked, and Cold Fong introduced. This man just tried to sneak into the villa, but I discovered him. As expected of the young master of the northern region, even in decline, you still have such a master to protect you. The man in black said coldly as he looked at Qin Jun. Who sent you? Qin Jun asked. Dead men don't need to know these things. The other party shot towards Qin Jun with incredible speed, like an arrow released from a bow. Cold Fong was about to step forward to block him when another cold voice rang out. Number 7, your speed is indeed fast, but the head of the young master of the northern region belongs to me. Whoosh! In an instant, a figure appeared behind Qin Jun, fingers clawed, reaching for his heart. The appearance of this person was sudden, and their speed was so fast that it was hard to defend against. But when this claw landed on Qin Jun, the figure dissipated like foam. Phantom! The person's pupils constricted, and just as he was about to retreat, a chill came from behind him. Bang! Before he could react, his entire body was sent flying by a force of gravity. Put! The man fell at the feet of the previous black-clad man, spitting blood wildly. Number 5, it seems you're not that impressive either, the black-clad man said coldly, looking down at him. Cough cough cough. At this moment, the man on the ground coughed, clutching his chest, and stared at Qin Jun. How can this guy be so fast? Who sent you? Speak honestly, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Qin Jun said coldly. He, young master of the northern region, you have quite the bravado. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the darkness, black rays suddenly appeared, shooting towards Qin Jun from all directions without any blind spots. These black rays were black silver needles, glimmering with a ghostly green sheen, clearly coated with deadly poison. These black silver needles tore through space, moving at an incredible speed, each containing terrifying power, capable of shattering stone. Young master, be careful. Cold Fong immediately prepared to swing his sword to block, but Qin Jun sneered, and a terrifying force erupted from him, shattering all the black silver needles. How is this possible? My rainstorm pear blossom needles can even pierce through the protective aura of a master. How could you possibly block them? A man in white suddenly appeared, staring intently at Qin Jun, exuding a strong aura of menace. The three great earth-level assassins. The killing sect really has a grand scheme. At that moment, a cold voice came through. Whoosh! The three men turned sharply, only to see a man in a dark green combat uniform with a buzz cut walking into the villa courtyard. Who are you? How do you know about the killing sect? The man in white coldly glared at him. Military Department, Blade. The man replied indifferently. Whoosh! Upon hearing the words Blade, the expressions of the three men changed, revealing a serious demeanor. Qin Jun's eyes also flickered upon hearing the name. He had heard of this person before in the Northern Town Prince's mansion. It was said that Blade was a super powerhouse from the Great Xia military department, who had single-handedly killed dozens of top experts from enemy nations, gaining fame in battle. Although he did not hold the title of war god, it was rumored that his strength was comparable to that of the 10 war gods of Great Xia. Even Qin Jun's father had praised Blade multiple times before, showcasing his formidable reputation. Blade, are you going to interfere with our killing sect's affairs today? Don't forget the rules set back then. At this moment, the man who had been injured by Qin Jun stood up and questioned Blade. Whoosh! Blade glanced at him and then vanished from his spot. The next second, he appeared in front of the man, his calloused right hand gripping the other's neck as he coldly said, You have no right to talk to me about rules. Crack! Instantly, the man's throat was crushed by Blade, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Bang! Blade casually tossed the man's corpse to the ground and looked at the remaining two, spitting out, No matter who you are working for, if you kill him, you are making an enemy of the military department. If I encounter you again, there will be no mercy. Whoosh! The expressions of the man in white and the man in black changed, their eyes flickering for a few seconds before they turned to leave. But Qin Jun's voice suddenly rang out, Did I let you go? Ha! The two men froze, just about to look at Qin Jun, only to find that he had already appeared in front of them. Bang! Qin Jun grabbed each of their heads and violently slammed them together, causing both of their heads to explode on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Blade looked at Qin Jun expressionlessly, You are quite ruthless. They were going to kill me, isn't it only right that I kill them? Qin Jun replied seriously, then looked at Blade, Are you here to kill me too? Commander Wei is very worried about you, Blade said. Grandpa Wei? Qin Jun's expression changed instantly. Commander Wei was a close friend of his father, often appearing at the Northern Town Prince's mansion, and Qin Jun had always referred to him as Grandpa Wei. Their relationship was like that of a grandfather and grandson. 3 years ago, when the Northern Town Prince's mansion was raided and his family was exterminated, Qin Jun was supposed to die, but it was Grandpa Wei and several of his father's military friends who intervened, ultimately saving Qin Jun's life, allowing him to enter the death prison. Is Grandpa Wei okay? Qin Jun pondered for a long time before asking slowly. Commander Wei is fine, but he has been thinking about you for the past 3 years. I came today on his orders to take you away, Blade said, looking at Qin Jun. Take me away? That's right, as you can see, even the killing sect has made a move against you. If you continue to stay here, no matter how strong you are, you will not escape disaster. Commander Wei has prepared a safe place for you, ensuring that no one will find you. Listening to Blade's words, Qin Jun shook his head. No need, if I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have left the death prison. Now that I am out, I will not hide anymore. No matter what monsters or demons come, let them come. Qin Jun shrugged, his face showing indifference. Do you know what kind of people you are about to face? Just the killing sect alone is not something you can contend with by yourself. The military knife stared at Qin Jun, who curiously asked, Killing sect? What organization is that? I've never heard of it. The killing sect is an extremely ancient assassin organization in the Great Xia, established by a generation of killing gods, and it has existed for over 300 years, with profound roots. In these 300 years, everyone the killing sect has assassinated, except for one person, has not survived. The military knife spoke solemnly. Immediately, Qin Jun asked with curiosity, Who is that one person who survived? Your father, the king of the north. The military knife replied. They even attempted to assassinate my father? That's right, they made a move against your father 10 years ago, but failed. The consequence was that your father destroyed half of the killing sect's strongholds in the Great Xia, severely wounding the sect. Therefore, their attempt on you this time is driven by old grudges. They will not let you go. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 3 top-tier Earth-level assassins. Earth-level assassins? Killing sect assassins are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Excluding the heaven-level assassins, earth-level assassins are the most elite. After hearing the military knife's explanation, Shin Jun spat, "Thank you for the introduction, but I won't back down. Since my father wiped out half of the killing sect back then, this time, I will send them on their way for good." Whoosh! Shin Jun's words made the military knife frown, saying, "You are too naive. Even your father couldn't completely annihilate the killing sect back then. How can you do it alone? It's simply impossible unless you are stronger than your father." To this, Shin Jun remained non-committal, saying, "You can go back now and tell Grandpa Wei that I will visit him soon." He waved his hand and walked into the villa. Young and reckless, blindly arrogant, you will never become the second king of the north. The military knife shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, night fell silent. Shin Jun sat cross-legged in his room, his hands forming intricate seals, mysterious powers surging within him, as if he were striking against something. With each impact, Shin Jun's face showed pain, but he held on tightly. Boom! Soon, another thunderous sound erupted, and Shin Jun opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, revealing a look of helplessness. Failed again. It seems I need to think of other ways to break through this 10th lock. Boom! Suddenly, from a certain location in Jianhai, a loud noise erupted, and a terrifying aura shot into the sky. Whoosh! Shin Jun's gaze sharpened, and he rushed out of the room, his eyes scanning a certain direction. "Isn't that where Jianhai University is?" Shin Jun frowned. "Young master, this." Cold Blade spoke, looking in that direction. "Stay here." Shin Jun left a sentence and vanished from the villa. Jianhai University. At this moment, in a dilapidated teaching building of the school, black mist swirled, and a terrifying energy aura erupted from within, soaring into the sky. It seemed that something dreadful was about to emerge from this teaching building. At this time, figures appeared, including the fairy Sima Jing. In addition, there were dozens of young people, all students of Jianhai University, including teachers, cleaners, and others. These people now seemed like different individuals, all staring at the teaching building, exuding a sharp aura. After waiting so long, is the seal finally about to break? At this moment, a man exclaimed excitedly. He couldn't wait to rush towards the teaching building, but as he got close, a terrifying black mist erupted, directly blasting him away, crashing to the ground and spitting blood wildly. The others, seeing this, had their expressions tighten, looking grave. The seal may be broken, but that demon's power still exists. That thing won't be so easy to obtain. Sima Jing said indifferently. "Jinger, let's team up later." At that moment, a man dressed in luxurious attire approached Situ Jing with a smile. However, Situ Jing frowned slightly and said, "Sun Yi, we are not familiar, don't call me Jinger." The man's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment, and a shadow flickered in his eyes, but he still maintained his smile. "Sorry, Miss Situ." Just then, Su Hao appeared with a large group of special operations personnel. He scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the special operations is enforcing the law, please leave immediately." But the people present didn't even glance at the special operations team. Su Hao looked at them, unfazed, and coldly said, "I know your identities are not simple, but this is the Great Xia. Do you want to be enemies with the special operations? What is the special operations? Do they have the right to control us?" A bearded man scoffed. "You." Su Hao's expression darkened, and he charged at the man. Bang! The man threw a punch, sending Su Hao flying. Whoosh! Just as Su Hao was about to crash to the ground, a figure suddenly appeared and caught him. Su Hao turned his head in surprise and said, "Young Master Qin?" The person who appeared was none other than Shin Jun, who had rushed over. "Thank you, young master." Su Hao expressed his gratitude. "Where did this wild kid come from, daring to meddle?" The bearded man said coldly, looking at Shin Jun. Situ Jing looked at Shin Jun, her eyes flickering. "You're quite arrogant." Shin Jun's gaze swept over the man. "Humph, kid, you." The bearded man scoffed disdainfully, but his words were cut short as Shin Jun had already grabbed his throat. "I can't stand people who are more arrogant than me." With a squeeze of his hand, the man's throat was crushed, and he fell to the ground like a dead dog, unable to close his eyes. The others present turned pale, all staring at Shin Jun, their expressions shifting. Su Hao's face lit up with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Shin Jun. "Young man, which faction are you from? Do you know who you just killed?" An old man in gray robes asked Shin Jun. "Just a dead man, who cares who he is?" Shin Jun replied with a smirk, looking at the old man. "What? Do you want to accompany him?" Whoosh! The old man's expression hardened, and he scolded in a low voice, "Arrogant." Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. The old man in gray was sent flying by Shin Jun's slap, and he grunted, "I'm just being arrogant, so what?" At that moment, the scene fell into silence, everyone was speechless. They were extremely dissatisfied with Shin Jun, but seeing the fate of the bearded man and the old man, they suppressed their impulses, calculating the background of this young man in their hearts. How could someone so young possess such strength, yet they had never heard of him? Whoosh! At this moment, the gray-robed old man covered his face, his expression twisted as he glared at Qin Jun. Just as he was about to retaliate, a cold voice came, "No wonder you are the son of the Northern King. Truly, a tiger father does not raise a dog." This voice was from Situ Jing, and her words made the gray-robed old man and the others present freeze, their hearts shaken. This young man is the son of the Northern King? At that moment, the expressions of those present, coming from different factions and with distinguished identities, changed drastically. The Northern King, these three words held immense power. Especially for certain factions in the Great Xia, the Northern King was a nightmarish existence. "You're here too." Qin Jun smiled at Situ Jing and walked over. "Kid, what do you want to do?" The man in white who had just spoken to Situ Jing blocked his path, staring at him with hostility. "Get lost!" Qin Jun shouted without hesitation. "You!" Sun Ye's expression darkened as he stared at Qin Jun with a hostile look. At that moment, Situ Jing stepped forward and said, "Why has the young master come here? What do you think?" Qin Jun looked at him with a playful expression. "I was wondering why such an ordinary university would hide so many experts. It turns out there are treasures here." He then cast his gaze toward the abandoned teaching building. His words made the others' expressions stiffen. "Young master, the things inside are not for just anyone to obtain. Now that the king of the north is gone, I advise you not to get involved," Situ Jing said calmly. "Is that so? Then what if I insist on getting involved?" Qin Jun smiled mischievously. "Kid, now that the king of the north is gone, do you think you, a lone wolf, can compete with us? You overestimate yourself." Sun Yi looked at Qin Jun with disdain, mocking him. "You talk too much." Suddenly, Qin Jun glanced at Sun Yi, and that look sent chills down Sun Yi's spine. His body instinctively recoiled, but Qin Jun's hand, like a ghost, grasped his neck. Crack! In an instant, Qin Jun snapped Sun Yi's neck and tossed him to the ground. The people present watched in shock as Sun Yi was killed, their pupils constricting in disbelief. They were not as shocked when the bearded man was slain by Qin Jun, but now, to see Sun Yi killed over a mere disagreement? This was too domineering, too forceful. And how dare he? After all, Sun Yi came from that family. Even Situ Jing's expression changed slightly as she looked at Sun Yi's corpse. She turned to Qin Jun and said, "You've caused trouble." "I enjoy causing trouble." Qin Jun smiled playfully and nonchalantly walked toward the teaching building. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying black mist erupted from within the teaching building. Just as everyone thought Qin Jun would be blown away by the black mist, he instead walked straight through it and entered. At that moment, everyone present was stunned. Such dense demonic energy. As Qin Jun stepped into the teaching building and felt the surrounding black mist, his eyebrows raised. This black mist was none other than the demonic energy that only those of the demonic path could cultivate. For ordinary martial artists, once this demonic energy entered their bodies, they could be lightly injured or, in severe cases, have their brains eroded by the demonic energy, losing their self-awareness and becoming madmen. But upon seeing this demonic energy, Qin Jun let out a cackling laugh, as if he were extremely excited. Immediately, a terrifying devouring force emerged from within him, beginning to frantically absorb the demonic energy in the teaching building. He charged straight toward the source of the demonic energy, quickly arriving at the underground of the teaching building, where a cave was located, and the terrifying demonic energy emanated from within. Qin Jun stepped directly into the cave and discovered a thumb-sized golden orb floating here, surrounded by strands of demonic power, as if it were sealed. However, the sealing power was already minimal. "Martial Dao Golden Core!" Qin Jun exclaimed in surprise. He had heard from several masters that when a martial artist reached a certain height, a golden core would condense within them, commonly known as the Martial Dao Golden Core. The Martial Dao Golden Core contained the essence of a person's entire strength. Once it was destroyed, that person would be completely crippled. Conversely, if the Martial Dao Golden Core was seized by another, they could absorb its power to rapidly enhance themselves. Therefore, the Martial Dao Golden Core was extremely precious. However, with the depletion of spiritual energy in the world, it had become exceedingly difficult for martial artists to cultivate, and no one had been able to condense a Martial Dao Golden Core for hundreds of years. Thus, today's martial artists had no knowledge of the Martial Dao Golden Core. Who would have thought that such a small Jianghai university would hide a Martial Dao Golden Core, sealed by a demonic cultivator? No wonder those guys would hide here. It seems they were just waiting for the seal on this golden core to dissipate so they could seize the opportunity to take it. Qin Jun's eyes flickered. This martial arts golden core was enough to create a top-tier martial arts powerhouse. I wonder if this golden core can help me break the 10th shackles. Shin Jun thought to himself as he reached out directly towards the martial arts golden core. The process went smoothly. The sealing power of the martial arts golden core had almost completely dissipated, so there were no obstacles. Buzz! In an instant, Shin Jun's right hand grasped the martial arts golden core, but at that moment, the golden core shook violently, and a cold, sinister voice came from within. Kid, this martial arts golden core was exchanged for my life. It's not something you can just take. Your physical body looks decent. It will belong to me from now on. He accompanied by a chilling, piercing laughter, a terrifying demonic aura erupted from the martial arts golden core, instantly enveloping Shin Jun's body. Then Shin Jun felt a powerful force rushing into his mind, attempting to take control of his body. Seizing the body, Shin Jun immediately understood that the demon cultivator who had sealed this martial arts golden core had left behind a remnant soul consciousness within it, and now it was trying to seize Shin Jun's physical body to take this opportunity to be reborn. Humph, a mere demon cultivator thinks it can seize my body. It's overestimating itself. Shin Jun snorted coldly, and a terrifying demonic power erupted from within him. This demonic power was 100 times more terrifying than that of the demon cultivator, and if outsiders saw this, they would surely exclaim that a great demon lord had descended. At this moment, the remnant soul exclaimed, "How is this possible? You actually..." Before it could finish speaking, its remnant soul consciousness was destroyed by the demonic power that Shin Jun unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Shin Jun returned to normal. He curled his lips and said coldly, "Are today's demon cultivators really this pathetic? They actually have to rely on seizing others' bodies to survive. If Master C knew about this, he would be furious." Swish! At this moment, Shin Jun looked at the martial arts golden core in his hand, and he began to absorb it frantically by operating his cultivation technique. The power contained in this martial arts golden core was extremely strong, but within moments, Shin Jun had absorbed it completely. Boom! A rumbling sound echoed from within Shin Jun, and his aura surged, but he still hadn't broken the 10th shackles within him. A martial arts golden core's power isn't even enough to break this 10th shackle? Shin Jun said helplessly. It seemed that to advance further, he would have to find another way. He even began to consider whether he should capture a few people with martial arts golden cores, kill them, and then devour all their golden cores. At that moment, martial arts golden core powerhouses hidden around the world inexplicably sneezed, feeling a chill run down their spines, as if they were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Outside the teaching building, the demonic aura had completely disappeared, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. The aura of that martial arts golden core has vanished. Could it be that the kid got it? The people outside the teaching building began to discuss. At this moment, more people gathered on the scene, all martial artists, and all above the 9th rank. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from inside the teaching building, attracting everyone's attention. Swish! At this moment, Shin Jun walked out with his hands in his pockets, and in an instant, all eyes were on him, each with different expressions. "You guys haven't left yet? Aren't you going to sleep at this late hour? If you're not sleeping, I'm going back to sleep. Bye-bye." Shin Jun waved his hand and was about to leave. "Kid, you killed a young master of the Gonsun clan and still want to leave?" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. A large hand abruptly appeared, tearing through the air and reaching fiercely for Shin Jun's head. With this strike, the power was immense, at least that of a 5th-tier innate expert or above. The innate realm is divided into 9 tiers, with each ascending tier representing greater cultivation. Bang! Shin Jun raised his hand and delivered a punch, directly shattering the massive hand, and without pause, he struck like a bolt of lightning at the head of its owner. Bang! The man's head instantly exploded, blood splattering everywhere, a horrifying sight. At this moment, everyone else was taken aback, and those who had followed the owner of the massive hand swallowed hard, looking at Shin Jun with fear in their eyes. "Is there anyone else who wants to die? If not, I'll just go home and sleep." Shin Jun glanced around and curled his lip. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. "I didn't expect that after such a long absence, this world has given birth to a rare genius." Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the void. Everyone turned their gaze and saw a figure slowly approaching. "It's him!" The expressions of those present changed. At this moment, a burly man with a tiger-like back and a bear-like waist walked over, his solid body resembling a wall, seemingly brimming with strength. His face was covered in a beard that stood upright like steel needles, exuding a wild aura, and his messy long hair flowed down, with a pair of tiger-like eyes that were captivating. Everyone present was astonished. "It's the Mad Lion, he actually came." Mad Lion? That name sounds quite imposing. Shin Jun's lips curled up as he quietly watched the approaching man. "Young master, this man is the 10th on the earth ranking, you can't afford to provoke him." Su Hao hurriedly came to remind Shin Jun. 10th on the earth ranking? Shin Jun's eyes flickered. In the Great Xia, there are three major martial arts rankings: the Heaven ranking, the Earth ranking, and the Human ranking. The Human ranking only includes those under 25 years old, so all those ranked there are the elite of the younger generation in Great Xia. As for the Earth ranking, those listed are all renowned first-class experts in Great Xia, with at least innate level cultivation. The Heaven ranking, on the other hand, is the strongest of the three, with only the top experts of Great Xia able to enter it. At this moment, the Mad Lion stood before Qin Jun, coldly staring at him. "Kid, hand over that martial arts golden core, and I, the Mad Lion, might spare your life." "Are you very strong?" Qin Jun asked casually. "10th on the Earth ranking, what do you think?" "Although the strength you just displayed is impressive, it's still not enough in front of me, the Mad Lion." The Mad Lion said disdainfully. "Who is stronger, the 10th on the Earth ranking or the 3rd on the Heaven ranking?" Qin Jun asked curiously. Previously, in the death prison, a prisoner claimed to be the 3rd on the Heaven ranking, and it was he who informed Qin Jun about the three rankings. Ha! Upon hearing Qin Jun's question, not only was the Mad Lion stunned, but everyone else also looked at Qin Jun as if he were foolish. Was such a question even necessary? The 10th on the Earth ranking was nothing but a weakling in front of the 3rd on the Heaven ranking. Even the 1st on the Earth ranking couldn't withstand a single move from the 10th on the Heaven ranking, let alone compare with the 3rd. The gap between the Heaven ranking and the Earth ranking was like heaven and earth. Naturally, the 3rd on the Heaven ranking is stronger. The Mad Lion finally reacted, his face darkening. "Oh, then you're not my opponent, so get lost," Qin Jun said nonchalantly. That 3rd on the Heaven ranking had once caused such a ruckus in the death prison that it disturbed his sleep, and in the end, he had to scrub toilets for a month to avoid being killed. This 10th on the Earth ranking was naturally no match for him. However, this straightforward remark sounded like a provocation and insult to the Mad Lion. How could he, the dignified 10th on the Earth ranking, be told by a young brat that he was not his opponent? It was simply a slap in the face. Everyone else felt that Qin Jun must be crazy to dare to say such bold words. Although the Mad Lion was at the bottom of the Earth ranking, apart from the Heaven ranking and the Earth ranking, there were few who could be his opponents in the Great Xia, let alone a young junior like Qin Jun. Even though he was 1st on the Human ranking, he was still not enough to be compared to someone ranked 10th on the Earth ranking. "You brat, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll let you know the price of arrogance." The Mad Lion shouted angrily, swinging his fist directly at Qin Jun. Bang! With this punch, the momentum was like a rainbow, directly shattering the air and producing a piercing sound of sonic boom. At this moment, the Mad Lion lived up to his name, resembling a frenzied lion, unstoppable. But before Qin Jun could make a move, a figure appeared in front of him, catching the punch from the opponent. "Commander!" Su Hao exclaimed in surprise as he looked at this person. This person was none other than Mu Fanchang, the commander of the Southern Special Operations Group. With a few steps back, the Mad Lion was forced to retreat several meters from the impact. "Greetings, Commander." Su Hao and his subordinates quickly bowed and called out to Mu Fancheng. "Southern Commander." The expressions of the others changed upon seeing Mu Fancheng. As the one in charge of the entire Southern Special Operations Group, naturally, everyone recognized him. "Commander Mu? What do you mean by this?" The Mad Lion glared at Mu Fancheng, clearly displeased. "This is my southern territory. No one is allowed to act recklessly here," Mu Fancheng said calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Immediately, the Mad Lion's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, he looked at Qin Jun. "Brat, next time you won't be so lucky." He glared fiercely at Qin Jun before turning to leave, but at that moment, a voice rang out. Since when did the dignified commander of the Special Operations Group become a lapdog for a useless young master? At this remark, everyone present was taken aback. How could someone publicly call the commander of the Special Operations Group a dog? That took quite a bit of audacity. Mu Fancheng looked expressionless as he gazed ahead, where a young man dressed elegantly and exuding noble aura approached, followed by a man holding a sword in both hands. "Young Master Lin, what brings you here today?" Mu Fancheng asked the young man, his face showing no sign of anger. "Who is this guy? How dare he insult your commander like that?" Qin Jun curiously asked Su Hao. Su Hao replied in a low voice, "His surname is Lin, and only the young Master Lin Bufan from the imperial capital's Lin family would dare to be so arrogant." "The Lin family from the imperial capital?" Su Hao continued in a hushed tone. "That's right, the Lin family is one of the top 10 families in the Great Xia, rooted in the imperial capital, with immense power. The head of the Lin family is the current Grand Tutor. The Lin family's 3 sons, the eldest, Lin Changjun, is the commander of the Dragon Guard in the imperial capital, a 4-star dragon general. The second, Lin Changhai, is a martial arts expert ranked 7th on the Earth ranking. As for the third, only his name, Lin Changsheng, is known, nothing more." And this Lin Bufan is the son of Lin Changjun, the direct grandson of the Lin family, who has been practicing martial arts since childhood, with exceptional talent, and has taken one of the 4 great elders of the Great Xia Martial Arts Association as his master. With such a powerful background, no wonder he dares to directly insult your commander, Qin Jun said with a playful smile. At this moment, Lin Bufan glanced at Qin Jun, a useless young master, yet you have the southern commander protecting you, you do have some ability. Enough with the nonsense. What do you want? Qin Jun said, crossing his arms and glancing at Lin Bufan. Hand over that martial arts golden pill, and kneel to me, bowing 3 times, and I will let you go, Lin Bufan said arrogantly. Fine, then you kneel to me, bow 3 times, and call me grandpa, and I will spare your life, Qin Jun replied directly. Impudent! Before Lin Bufan could speak, the man beside him, holding the sword, turned cold and drew his sword, slashing at Qin Jun. Boom! With this sword strike, a brilliant sword light shot through the air, like a rainbow piercing the sun, directly slashing towards Qin Jun. The sword's momentum was like a rainbow, 10 times more terrifying than the previous punch from the raging lion. Bang! At the critical moment, Mu Fancheng struck again, shattering the sword. Lin Bufan immediately glared at Mu Fancheng with disdain and said, Mu Fancheng, are you really going to be this waste slapdog? Now that the Northern King's residence is gone, there's no benefit in being his dog. Young Master Lin, out of respect for the Lin family, I can overlook this, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Mu Fancheng replied coldly. What? Are you going to make a move against me? Lin Bufan scoffed. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. Qin Jun appeared in front of Lin Bufan out of nowhere and slapped him to the ground. Young master! The man who had just drawn his sword frowned and was about to attack Qin Jun, but at that moment, Mu Fancheng released a pressure that restrained him. You! Lin Bufan stared at Qin Jun in disbelief. A waste who had lost everything dared to strike at him. Unforgivable. Lin Bufan's eyes flashed with intense anger as he directly launched a palm strike at Qin Jun, his own cultivation having also reached the innate realm. Bang! But the result was that he was once again slapped to the ground by Qin Jun. Even the onlookers couldn't sense any true energy movement, it was as if Qin Jun simply used a casual slap to knock down the Lin family's young master, who possessed innate cultivation. You! Lin Bufan glared at Qin Jun with a twisted expression, while the latter stepped on his face, trampling him. I told you to bow and call me grandpa, but you refused and forced me to act. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Soon, Lin Bufan's face was left unrecognizable under Qin Jun's assault. Ah! Bastard, I will kill you, kill you. Lin Bufan screamed hysterically. The man with the sword shouted, you scoundrel, let go of the young master. He then turned to Mu Fancheng. Commander Mu, if anything happens to my young master today, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Mu Fancheng did not respond but walked over to Qin Jun. Alright, you've vented your anger. For my sake, let him go. Fine, I'll give you face today. Qin Jun looked down at Lin Bufan and smirked. Remember, stop pretending in front of me. When I'm showing off, you wouldn't even know where you are. With that, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and left with an air of nonchalance. Young master, are you alright? The man with the sword hurried to Lin Bufan's side, helping him up, his face covered in blood, a sight too gruesome to behold. Bastard! Qin Jun, I, Lin Bufan, swear I won't rest until I kill you. Lin Bufan shouted. Young Master Lin, I advise you, if you don't want to die, it's best not to trouble him again, Mu Fancheng reminded. Mu Fancheng, I remember you. Lin Bufan glared fiercely at Mu Fancheng before quickly leaving. One brings trouble upon oneself cannot live. Mu Fancheng shook his head inwardly. He knew that if it weren't for his face today, this guy would have already been sent to meet the King of Hell by Qin Jun. That kid wouldn't care about his identity or background at all. But clearly, this young Master Lin wouldn't learn his lesson from this, and Mu Fancheng couldn't be bothered to care. After all, no one can stop someone who was determined to seek death. As Mu Fancheng left, those who had come for the martial Dao Golden Pill also dispersed, but Qin Jun left a deep impression on them that night. At this moment, Situ Jing was deep in thought, not knowing what she was pondering. Her maid said, Miss, should we contact the family's experts immediately? No need, Situ Jing shook her head. The battle for the human ranking is approaching, and without that martial Dao Golden Pill. Before the maid could finish speaking, Situ Jing confidently declared, even without the martial Dao Golden Pill, I can still take the top spot on the human ranking. At this moment, Qin Jun was unaware that by obtaining this martial Dao Golden Pill, he was about to trigger a massive storm in the Great Xia. He returned directly to the villa, but found it in disarray. The guard team sent by Qiao Feier lay sprawled in pools of blood, and Lung Feng was half kneeling on the ground, blood dripping from his mouth, with several wounds on his body. Even Wu Qianyue looked pale, having been injured. What happened? Qin Jun hurriedly asked. Young master, I'm sorry. Lung Feng looked at Qin Jun, kneeling with his head bowed, and furrowed his brow. What exactly happened? At this moment, Wu Qianyue spoke up. It was the Eastern Japan people. Just half an hour ago, a group of them broke in. They were very powerful, and there were even Eastern Japan ninjas assisting them. They kidnapped your sister. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Qin Jun, his eyes radiating a cold light. Young master, it's my incompetence for not protecting the princess. Lung Feng is willing to accept any punishment. Lung Feng stated directly. This isn't your fault, they were numerous, and you couldn't possibly protect Miss Qin alone. Wu Qianyue quickly said. It's fine. Qin Jun helped Ling Feng up, who then said, Young master, they left an address, telling you to go alone with the He Shiryu. They've clearly set a trap for you, you mustn't fall for it, Wu Qianyue immediately warned. Young master, I'll go with you, Lung Feng insisted. No need. I can handle this group of little devils by myself. Where are they? Lang Feng provided an address, and Qin Jun left the villa immediately, while Wu Qianyue furrowed her brow and made a phone call. Jiangzhou City, Kuroda Building. At this moment, on the top floor of the building, a man in a suit with a handlebar mustache sat smoking a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. Is everything arranged? Standing next to him was a masked man who replied, Everything is ready, but will he come? Humph, that kid slaughtered the 3 major families of Jianghai for his sister. He values her so much, he will definitely come. As long as he arrives, we must capture him and obtain the He Shiryu. Prince Inchan is coming today, we absolutely cannot disappoint him. Otherwise, you and I should prepare to commit seppuku. The suited man said coldly. Yes. The masked man nodded. Soon after, a voice came through the masked man's earpiece, and he said to the suited man, He's here. Good, let's move. The suited man took a sip of red wine, a satisfied look on his face. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Kuroda building, Qin Jun walked in with a fierce expression. The building was dimly lit, but the darkness was filled with murderous intent. In an instant, flashes of blades and shadows appeared, and terrifying killing intent surged toward Qin Jun. You Eastern Japan devils, all of you must die. Qin Jun shouted expressionlessly, his eyes flashing with a blood-red cold light, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter erupted from him, as if a demon had descended. He charged out directly, and a massacre began. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed, and on the top floor of the Kuroda building, the suited man leisurely sipped his red wine and smoked his cigar, saying to the masked man, It's been so long, that kid should have dealt with it by now, right? Almost, let me check. The masked man asked into his earpiece, How's it going down there? Has that kid dealt with it? But after asking, there was no response from the earpiece. The masked man frowned, sensing that something was amiss. Just as he was about to step outside to investigate, the office door was smashed to pieces, and Qin Jun stormed in with a fierce expression. Swish! Swish! At that moment, both the suited man and the masked man changed their expressions. The former exclaimed, Qin Jun? How is that possible? Did you not expect me to still be alive? Qin Jun replied coldly. The suited man jumped to his feet in disbelief, saying, There are 300 of my Eastern warriors and 30 elite ninjas downstairs. How could you be unharmed? Did they not attack you? At this moment, the suited man was so shocked he could hardly speak. The Eastern side had sent a large number of elite warriors and a group of skilled ninjas. How could this kid still be alive? Those useless fools have gone to meet the king of hell, Qin Jun said coldly. Hearing this, the suited man's pupils constricted, and the masked man beside him instantly vanished from sight. Whoosh! The next second, a cold gleam shot out from behind Qin Jun, aimed directly at his vital points. The appearance of this cold gleam was so sudden that it went completely unnoticed. This was precisely the ninjutsu that Eastern ninjas excelled at, capable of concealing their forms and killing invisibly. But to Qin Jun, it was as trivial as a child's play. Bang! He retaliated with a punch, instantly shattering the cold gleam. At the same time, the masked man's figure materialized, only to be struck by Qin Jun's punch, dying on the spot without even a chance to evade. Gulp! Watching the masked man die tragically, the suited man was immediately frightened into swallowing hard. He looked at Qin Jun, trembling, and said, You. Before he could finish, Qin Jun grabbed his throat and coldly demanded, Where is my sister? She's not here, the suited man stammered. Where is my sister? Speak! Qin Jun shouted, tightening his grip on his throat. The suited man's face turned pale, as if he were about to suffocate. He used all his strength to say, She is at the Eastern Embassy in Jiangnan. Crack! Immediately, Qin Jun crushed the man's throat and tossed him to the ground. He then rushed down the stairs. Outside the building, a large number of special operations personnel appeared, led by the newly appointed director of Jiangnan Special Operations, Du Chang. He looked at Qin Jun with a stern expression and quickly called out, "Young Master Qin, where are you going? Get out of my way!" Qin Jun coldly shouted, disappearing from the scene. When the special operations personnel entered the Kuroda building, their expressions changed drastically, and many of them vomited on the spot. The building was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the floor was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, a sight too horrific to bear. "This young master is too ruthless," the new director lamented. "Director, the Kuroda building is the property of the Black Dragon Society. What should we do now?" A special operations member inquired. "What of the Black Dragon Society? This is the Great Xia, they have no right to act recklessly here." The director snorted coldly, then furrowed his brow, saying, "But for some reason, I always feel that something big is about to happen. You need to find out where this young master has gone immediately." In Jiangzhou, in a bustling economic district, there stood a heavily guarded Japanese-style building surrounded by soldiers. This was the Eastern Embassy in Jiangnan. Inside the embassy, in a Japanese room, a stout, short Eastern man was sitting at a table drinking with a young man of noble demeanor. "Your Highness Inchan, why did you come in person this time?" the stout man asked. "My father is very dissatisfied with your efficiency. It has been so long, and you haven't even secured a piece of jade," the young man replied, taking a sip of sake coldly. The short, stout man's expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly knelt and bowed, saying, "Ah, it's my subordinate's incompetence. If it weren't for that northern border heir meddling, the He-Sure jade would have been in our hands long ago." "The northern border heir?" The young man's gaze sharpened as he asked, "You mean the son of the northern king?" "Exactly, it was he who snatched the He-Sure jade away. But he's about to die soon, and then the He-Sure jade will return to us," the short, stout man replied. "Humph, the northern king once betrayed and slaughtered 100,000 of our eastern Japan soldiers. This time, let his son pay the price," the young man scoffed. The short, stout man then said, "Your Highness, I also brought you a gift." He clapped his hands, and the door to the room opened, revealing two men escorting a woman inside, and that woman was Qin Linger. "What is this?" The young man looked at Qin Linger, and the short, stout man introduced, "Your Highness, this is the daughter of the Northern King, Qin Linger. I originally intended to send her to die with her brother. But since your Highness has arrived, killing her like this would be too wasteful, so I specially brought her to present to your Highness." "The daughter of the Northern King? I shall savor her well." The young man's eyes glinted with malice as he stared at Qin Linger. He stood up and approached her, one hand caressing her cheek as he commented, "The skin of a woman from the Great Xia is indeed smooth." "Bastard, let go of your hand." Qin Linger shouted angrily. "Oh, quite spirited, I like that." The young man chuckled lightly, while the short, stout man flattered, "Your Highness, this little girl should still be a virgin, you can have your fun tonight." "Yoshi, you did well, very good." The young man patted the short, stout man on the shoulder, then turned to Qin Linger, "Little beauty, tonight I'll teach you well, so you know the strength of the men of the great Eastern Japan Empire." After saying this, he picked up Qin Linger and was about to proceed, but she struggled continuously, to no avail. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted, startling the young man. "What's going on?" he asked, displeased. "Your Highness, please calm down, I'll go take a look," the short, stout man quickly said as he went outside. However, when he saw the scene before him, he was left dumbfounded. At that moment, the bronze door of the Eastern Japan Embassy had been shattered to pieces, and all the guard soldiers outside lay dead on the ground. Qin Jun walked in, exuding a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. The northern border heir. The short, stout man looked at Qin Jun, his expression changing as he exclaimed. He hadn't expected this guy to still be alive, and to have directly barged into the embassy. Swish! Qin Jun fixed his gaze on the short, stout man and walked towards him, shouting, "Where is my sister? Quick, shoot him, kill him, kill him." The short, stout man felt an overwhelming sense of danger and shouted. Immediately, a group of guards in the embassy drew their guns and aimed at Qin Jun, but a barrage of bullets flew out, none hitting Qin Jun, while he swiftly dispatched the guards one by one. Then, Qin Jun charged towards the short, stout man. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, two Eastern Japan warriors appeared, wielding katanas and slashing at Qin Jun. Both had reached the 5th level of innate cultivation. Crack! Crack! In the next second, two crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed. The two Eastern Japan warriors didn't even have time to react before Qin Jun crushed their throats. The short, stout man was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. "Where is my sister?" Qin Jun stepped on him, shouting angrily. "Are you the northern border heir?" At that moment, the young man, Ren Chuan, stepped forward, looking down at Qin Jun with arrogance, while behind him, Qin Linger was also brought out. "Linger! Qin Jun called out anxiously as he looked at Qin Linger. But that Prince Inchan had a hand tightly gripping Qin Linger's neck, coldly saying to Qin Jun, "Kid, kneel before me, or don't blame me for being ruthless. You dare!" Qin Jun's expression turned cold, killing intent radiating from him. "Oomph, you can try." Inchan tightened his grip on Qin Linger, while Qin Jun's eyes were filled with murderous rage. "You're seeking death." In an instant, he shot towards the opponent with such speed that it was almost unnoticeable. "Watch out, Your Highness." At that moment, a man suddenly appeared, pulling Inchan back with one hand while wielding a sword to attack Qin Jun. Bang! Qin Jun flicked his finger, shattering the opponent's long sword, and immediately embraced Qin Linger. "Linger, are you okay?" Qin Jun asked anxiously, looking at Qin Linger. Qin Linger coughed a few times, her breathing returning to normal as she looked at Qin Jun. "Brother, I'm fine." "Damn it, kill him." Inchan glared at Qin Jun and immediately ordered the man with the sword. But the man frowned. "Your Highness, this person's strength is likely above mine." "What? How is that possible? You are one of my father's top experts." Inchan exclaimed in shock. Swish! At this moment, Qin Jun set Qin Linger aside and glared at Inchan with a fierce killing intent. "You dog-like Japanese scum deserve to be torn to pieces." He charged directly at Inchan. "Your Highness, run!" The man with the sword shouted, rushing towards Qin Jun. In less than 3 seconds, he was blasted apart by Qin Jun's punch, blood raining down. Inchan was left dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground. Qin Jun approached him with a murderous aura, like the arrival of death. If you dare to harm Prince Inchan, my great Eastern Empire will not let you go." The short, fat man shouted at Qin Jun. Bang! His head was immediately crushed under Qin Jun's foot. Inchan swallowed hard, terrified, and shouted at Qin Jun, "My father is Prince Inchan of the Eastern Empire. My uncle is the Emperor of the East. You cannot kill me. Even if the Emperor himself comes today, you will still die." Qin Jun shouted expressionlessly. "Don't!" Suddenly, a desperate shout rang out. A large group of people rushed into the embassy. Leading them was Du Chang, accompanied by Li Yuntian, the governor of Jiangnan province. Li Yuntian glanced at Inchan and quickly approached Qin Jun, saying, "Young Master Qin, this person cannot be killed." "Exactly, he cannot be killed." The newly appointed director also said. "Shouldn't the Japanese scum die?" Qin Jun replied coldly. "The Japanese deserve to die, but he is the son of Prince Inchan of the Eastern royal family. If he dies in the Great Xia, it will cause a serious diplomatic incident between the two countries, even leading to war again. No one can bear the consequences of that," Li Yuntian explained. "Yes, young master, this guy deserves to die, but his status is not ordinary, he truly cannot be killed." "Don't worry, I will immediately send him back to the east," Du Chang said repeatedly. "Brother, why don't we just let it go? Look, I'm fine." Qin Linger stepped forward to persuade, not wanting her brother to be harmed because of her. Seeing this, Inchan immediately began to mock with a smug expression. "Ha, lowly Xia people, do you see? Want to kill me? You're not qualified. Even if I play with your sister, what of it? You lowly Xia people will still have to send me back home safely. My great Eastern Empire is not something you East Asian sick men can offend." Listening to Rinchuanyi's unrestrained mockery and insults, Li Yuntian and Du Chang both frowned, wishing they could step forward and slap the guy twice, but for the sake of the bigger picture, they could only endure. "Director Du, take him away immediately," Li Yuntian hurriedly called out to Du Chang, fearing that if this guy continued, he would truly provoke Qin Jun's anger, and that would be troublesome. Du Chang quickly called for people to take Rinchuanyi away, but at that moment, Qin Jun's cold voice rang out, "Wait." Li Yuntian and Du Chang were taken aback, and Qin Jun stared at Rinchuanyi coldly, saying, "Since your identity is so impressive, I won't kill you today." Hearing this, both Li Yuntian and Du Chang breathed a sigh of relief, while Rinchuanyi became even more arrogant. "Ha, lowly people of the Great Xia, I knew you would." Put. Before he could finish, Qin Jun suddenly stomped and crushed his groin, then forcibly tore off one of his arms. "Ah!" Rinchuanyi let out a piercing scream. Li Yuntian and Du Chang's expressions changed, and they tried to persuade him. "Young master." "Shut up!" Qin Jun shouted mercilessly. Instantly, Li Yuntian and Du Chang trembled and fell silent. "You lowly person of the Great Xia, my great Eastern Empire will definitely not let you go. You will die, you will die." Rinchuanyi, enduring the pain of his severed arm, screamed hysterically at Qin Jun. Sizzle! Qin Jun expressionlessly tore off the other arm, and Rinchuanyi let out another sharp, ear-piercing scream. He was in so much pain that he fainted, but Qin Jun jabbed him with a needle, bringing him back to consciousness. He wanted this guy to suffer more than death. Put. Next, Qin Jun broke both of his legs. At this point, Li Yuntian was already too shocked to make a sound, his eyes filled with endless despair. But Qin Jun was not done. he grabbed Renchuani's mouth, reached in, and tore out his tongue, piercing both his eyes and ears. In that moment, Renchuani had turned into a human pig. Everyone else present was drenched in sweat, swallowing hard. Even Li Yuntian and Du Chang felt a chill run down their spines, secretly muttering that this northern prince must not be offended, he was too terrifying. Alright, you can take him home now. Qin Jun clapped his hands and said to Li Yuntian and Du Chang. They looked at the current state of Renchuani, their mouths twitching, thinking to themselves, sending Renchuani back like this is worse than killing him directly. If the Eastern Japan royal family sees Renchuani like this, they might be so furious that they would go to war. Young master, you have gone too far this time. Do you know that by doing this, it might really lead to war between the two countries? Li Yuntian sighed. Let them go to war if they want. Does my great Xia fear a tiny little country? When did you all become so cowardly? Qin Jun scoffed. The current world situation is unpredictable. If war breaks out, it won't be good for great Xia. And young master, you might not know, but yesterday, the Dejin group of Goryeo has already issued a notice to our great Xia, demanding that we hand you over within 3 days, or they will retaliate against great Xia fiercely, Li Yuntian explained one by one. A mere group dares to be so arrogant? Qin Jun raised an eyebrow, and the other continued, this Dejin group is the #1 financial group in Goryeo, even the king of Goryeo is restricted by them. Once they speak, Goryeo is very likely to go to war with Great Xia. At that time, Great Xia's situation will be extremely dangerous, especially since other countries are also eyeing Great Xia covetously. Tell those old guys in the imperial capital that if Goryeo and Eastern Japan come at us, and they dare not go to war, I, Qin Jun, will fight alone. A mere barbarian, what is there to fear? Qin Jun left a sentence behind and took Qin Linger away. What is there to fear from mere ants? Listening to Qin Jun's arrogant and disdainful words, Li Yuntian and Du Chang exchanged glances. This young master is even more domineering and arrogant than his father, with no taboos. Li Yuntian said solemnly. So what should we do now? Du Chang frowned as he looked at Ren Chuan, who had turned into a human pig. First, report the situation here truthfully, then send him back to the East Japan, and the rest will wait for accountability and punishment from above. Hearing Li Yuntian's words, Du Chang felt helpless. He knew that with such an incident, he and Li Yuntian, the two highest officials in Jiangnan, would definitely face accountability. As the newly appointed director of Jiangnan, he feared he would be ousted before he even got comfortable in his position. At this moment, after leaving the embassy, Qin Linger worriedly said, Brother, will you really be okay? Don't worry, Linger, I will be fine, Qin Jun said, affectionately ruffling Linger's hair, to which she replied, Brother, I want to learn martial arts, I don't want to be your weakness anymore. Alright. Qin Jun nodded, feeling it was time for Linger to learn some skills for self-defense. Young Master Qin, are you alright? At that moment, Xiao Feier and a group of people approached Qin Jun. What brings you here? Qin Jun asked in surprise, and Xiao Feier replied, Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu told me about what happened at the villa. I immediately found out that young Master Qin came to Jiangzhou, so I brought people right away. I'm sorry, young Master Qin, my people were useless and failed to protect Miss Qin. I will immediately dispatch another group of experts from abroad to ensure her safety. Thank you, but there is still one more thing. I wonder if you can handle it. Qin Jun looked at Xiao Feier, who responded, Please, young Master Qin, go ahead. Do you know about the Dajin group? Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, Xiao Feier replied, Are you planning to deal with the Dajin group? How do you know? Qin Jun asked curiously, and Xiao Feier smiled slightly. I've heard about the Dajin group's announcement to the Daxia regarding your matter. I just contacted the young lady, and she has ordered me to do whatever it takes to bring down the Dajin group and teach them a lesson. Is that so? That's perfect, Qin Jun said. Rest assured, young Master Qin, after dawn, it will be a nightmare for the Dajin group, Xiao Feier said confidently. Qin Jun did not doubt her words. After all, no matter how strong the Dajin group was, it was still far from the world's oldest top financial family, the Rothschilds. Soon, the night passed, and a new day began. In Goryeo, as the stock market opened, an explosive piece of news shocked the entire country. As soon as the market opened, hundreds of billions of funds were suddenly poured into the stock market, crazily suppressing and targeting the Dajin group's stock price. This turn of events sent shockwaves through Goryeo's business community and even attracted global attention. As the #1 financial group in Goryeo, the Dajin group was a well-known entity worldwide, and now someone dared to take action against it, which was naturally shocking. When Jin Dafa learned of this, he was immediately furious. Damn it, who dares to target my Dajin group? Immediately gather all funds to stabilize the stock price. Less than half an hour later, his secretary urgently reported, Not good, Chairman, the other side has invested another 500 billion and is crazily suppressing our stock price. Moreover, we've just received news that a large number of our partners and suppliers have announced the cessation of cooperation with the Dajin Group. With this news, our stock price is plummeting. Boom! Jean Dafa's face turned ashen, as if struck by lightning. Damn it, who has such power? Immediately find out who is behind this. Jean Dafa roared. An hour later, when Jean Dafa learned that the mastermind behind all this was the Ross Group, he was completely stunned. He was well aware of the background of the Ross Group, but he couldn't understand why they would target the Dajin Group, especially since there was no animosity between the two. Immediately, Jean Dafa used all his connections to contact a person in charge of the Ross Group to inquire about the reason, and the response was just one sentence: "You have offended someone you shouldn't have." Upon hearing this, Jean Dafa furrowed his brows, pondering over the people he had recently interacted with. Could it be him? Jean Dafa thought of the man who had killed his son and brother. The only person he had offended recently was this one. How is that possible? He actually has connections with the Ross Group? For a moment, Jean Dafa's face darkened like ink. "Chairman, what should we do now?" the secretary asked. "Immediately notify the stock exchange to close the market," Jean Dafa said coldly. Then he made a phone call. "How is that batch of people you experimented on? Get them to Daxia right away to capture someone." After hanging up, Jean Dafa said coldly, "Kid, I will never give up so easily, just wait." Ultimately, the Securities Exchange of Goryeo announced the market closure, which prevented the Dajin Group's stock from completely collapsing, but even so, its stock price had still dropped by more than half, resulting in losses of hundreds of billions. In the land of the rising sun, at the Incheon prince's mansion, when Prince Incheon saw his only son turned into a grotesque figure, he was so furious that he spat blood on the spot. "Damn Daxia people!" Prince Incheon's face twisted as he screamed hysterically. "Notify the driver, I must immediately go to the palace to meet His Majesty the Emperor." Prince Incheon shouted. "Your Highness," but the prince. One of his subordinates looked at Incheon and couldn't help but say, "With he living like this now, it's meaningless, give him a quick end. But this debt, I must make Daxia pay it back," Prince Incheon said with a grim expression, and he headed straight for the Emperor's palace. An hour later, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Land of the Rising Sun issued a notice to Daxia, demanding that within one day, they hand over the murderer of Prince Incheon's son and the one who slaughtered the embassy of the Land of the Rising Sun in Jiangnan, or else they would consider using military force to resolve the matter. As soon as this news broke, it instantly sparked countless discussions. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Daxia urgently convened a series of meetings. In a conference room in the imperial capital, a group of people gathered, all of whom stood at the pinnacle of power in Daxia, including Wei Zhenghua. "I do not agree to hand over Qinjun, a mere small country. If they dare to go to war, our Daxia's million soldiers will accompany them to the end," Wei Zhenghua shouted forcefully, exuding an iron-blooded military aura. Marshal Wei, the one who died, is not just a young master of the Dajin Group, but the nephew of the Emperor of the Land of the Rising Sun, a true member of the imperial bloodline. If we do not give them an explanation, and a war breaks out between the two countries, can you bear the consequences? Moreover, this incident is extremely serious, a national embassy, and that kid dared to slaughter it at will. If this gets out, it will greatly affect our Daxia's image internationally and could even trigger a huge diplomatic crisis. Therefore, this matter must be dealt with seriously and cannot be left unchecked. Another elder in military attire spoke up. He was He Zhendong, one of the four marshals of Daxia. Wei Zhenghua wanted to say something, but an old man with white hair interjected, "All right, no more arguing, let the national leader decide this matter." Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to the man sitting at the head of the table, the one who held the highest power in Daxia, the national leader of Daxia. At this moment, the ruler spoke indifferently. "Tell the East Japan that we will compensate for the losses related to the embassy. As for the murderer, if they want to catch him, they can come and do it themselves. We are powerless." Upon hearing this, General He and several others immediately changed their expressions and were about to speak, but were interrupted by the ruler. "Enough, just do as I say." Seeing this, everyone could only nod and then dispersed. At this time, a figure appeared behind the ruler and said, "Are those 10 prison wardens really that terrifying? Is it worth it for us to risk a fallout with East Japan over them? The terror of those 10 is beyond what you and I can imagine," the ruler of the Great Xia said with a serious expression. At this moment, in the imperial capital, the Lin family. When Lin Bufan returned to the Lin family, disfigured and in a miserable state, the entire Lin family was shaken. As the young master of the Lin family, Lin Bufan was the most cherished existence in the family, and now he looked like this, which naturally left the Lin family members in disbelief. "Damn Qinjun, how dare he humiliate my son like this?" Lin Bufan's father, Lin Changjun, looked at his son's tragic appearance and was immediately filled with thunderous rage. And that Mufancheng, he is in cahoots with that brat. I want them all to pay the price. Lin Bufan gritted his teeth and said, just a mere commander from central China dares to disregard my Lin family. Does he really think we can't do anything about him? At this time, Lin Changhai, the second son of the Lin family, shouted with a fierce expression. Mufancheng has that family backing him. It's not that easy to deal with. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a tang suit and leaning on a dragon-headed cane, walked in. Despite his age, he still exuded a unique aura of authority. He was Lin Wuwei, the head of the Lin family and the current grand tutor. Father! Father! Lin Changjun and Lin Chanhai called out to Lin Wuwei. Grandpa! Lin Bufan looked at his grandfather, his eyes filled with grievance. Lin Wuwei looked at his precious grandson in such a state, his face also filled with anger. He slammed his dragon-headed cane down and coldly said, the son of a treacherous minister dares to humiliate my Lin family's descendants. Does he really think my Lin family has no one left? Chanhai, immediately gather a group of experts to head to Jiangnan and bring that brat and the martial arts golden elixir he obtained back. Lin Changhai said, Father, that brat has Mufancheng protecting him, let me go personally. Good. Lin Wuwei nodded and said to Lin Changjun, you immediately go and invite old Hua to treat Mufan. We absolutely cannot delay his participation in the human rankings battle. Yes. Lin Changjun replied. Meanwhile, in a mysterious place in the imperial capital, a group of people knelt there. All of them were dressed in battle uniforms and were of the Tiger School level, with two men at the forefront even wearing 3-star Dragon General insignias. At this moment, a sound of footsteps approached. They glanced over and saw a man in his late 20s, draped in a battle robe, walking over. This man had distinct facial features, and his deep-set eyes seemed to see through everything. His tall stature exuded an unmatched aura. We welcome the young marshal out of seclusion. The group of soldiers immediately called out respectfully. Get up! The man in the battle robe had his lips tightly pressed, exuding an invisible authority. Later, in a room, the man in the battle robe sat there, holding a cup of tea, while someone in front of him was reporting on recent events. The son of the king of the north, that young lord, actually came out of the dead prison? At this moment, the man's brows raised slightly, and his subordinate said, yes, this guy has killed countless people since he came out, even governor who was killed by him, along with elders from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and people from the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, all falling victim to his ruthless hands. Interesting. A smile curved at the corners of the man's mouth. As far as I know, the Martial Arts Association and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce are already preparing to take action against him. I'm afraid he won't live for many days. The subordinate said coldly. No, he can't die yet. The man suddenly shook his head, and the subordinate was taken aback. Why? With this boy around, perhaps I can make that one in the dungeon willingly serve me. The man in the battle robe took a sip of tea and spat it out. Swish! Instantly, the subordinate's gaze sharpened. I understand, young Marshal wants to use this kid to force that one to submit. Exactly, it's been 3 years, and that one still refuses to yield. This boy might be a breakthrough, so he can't die yet. The subordinate nodded immediately. I understand. Meanwhile, the news of the martial arts golden pill reaching the North's heir, Qin Jun, quickly spread throughout the Great Xia, causing a stir among various factions. The value of the martial arts golden pill is self-evident. Now that it has appeared in the hands of someone who has lost everything and has no backing, how could it not provoke envy? In no time, all factions in Great Xia set their sights on Qin Jun, preparing to seize the martial arts golden pill. In a dark cave somewhere in Great Xia, a chilling voice echoed. That martial arts golden pill was painstakingly obtained by the sect leader back in the day. It must not be given away to some young brat. Immediately notify everyone to retrieve that martial arts golden pill. And Qin Jun was unaware that because of a martial arts golden pill, he had once again become the target of many. Zhanghai Qin Jun had just returned to the villa with Qin Linger when a woman came stumbling over, shouting, Young Master Qin, please, save my husband. Ha! Qin Jun looked at the woman in surprise. Aren't you Nyeyun's wife? This woman was indeed Nyeyun's wife, who had previously been poisoned. Young master, please save my husband. The woman immediately knelt down and bowed her head. What happened to Nyeyun? Qin Jun asked immediately. My husband is in grave danger. I implore you to help. The woman said, tears welling in her eyes. Qin Jun frowned, instantly realizing something had happened to Nyeyun, and he said directly, take me there immediately. In an old neighborhood in Zhanghai, Nyeyun was half kneeling on the ground, covered in various wounds, bloodied and gasping for breath, while in front of him stood a dozen figures dressed in retro attire, all martial artists above the 9th rank. The leading man coldly stared at Nyeyun and shouted, Nyeyun, surrender obediently, or don't blame us for not considering our kinship. I have nothing to do with the Nye clan anymore, I will not go back. Nyeyun said coldly, The clan leader has ordered that if you don't return, you will go back in a body bag, along with that wild woman. Do you think she can escape? She will die with you. Attack! At the leader's command, the others all drew their swords and charged at Nya. My people are not something you can touch. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. The group of martial artists turned sharply to see Qin Jun strolling over leisurely. The leader frowned at Qin Jun. Kid, where did you pop up from? Want to meddle? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jun flashed in front of him, his right hand grabbing the man's head coldly. Dare to touch my people? Die! Bang! Instantly, the man's head was crushed by Qin Jun. This scene shocked the others, their expressions tightening as they retreated, warily watching Qin Jun. Kid, you have some nerve to oppose my Nya clan. Do you know I? One of them shouted at Qin Jun, but before he could finish, Qin Jun punched him, exploding his head. Shut up! At this moment, the remaining members of the Nya clan were all frightened into silence, looking at Qin Jun with faces full of apprehension. I don't care who you are. Go back and tell the people behind you that Nya is now under my protection. If you want to touch him, you better ask me if I agree. Get lost. With that last word spoken, the group trembled internally and fled in a hurry. Husband. The wife of Nya, who had been following Qin Jun, rushed towards Nya, her heart aching as she said, Husband, are you okay? I'm fine. Nya shook his head, followed by a bout of coughing, and then looked pale as he gazed at Qin Jun. Master. Thank you. Don't speak for now. Earlier, I told you not to use your true energy, and now that you've forced it, your condition has worsened. Qin Jun directly used the Inyan life and death needle to pierce into Nyayan's body, helping to stabilize the chaotic true energy within him. After some treatment, Nyayan's breath gradually improved. You still need a few herbs to properly recuperate. From now on, you and your wife should stay at my villa, Qin Jun said. Master, the Nya clan won't let this go easily. I don't want to implicate you, Nya said to Qin Jun. I said, you are now my person. No one can touch you, no matter who they are, Qin Jun said solemnly. He then took Nya and his wife back to the villa. On the way, Nya informed Qin Jun of his background. It turned out that Nya came from the ancient martial arts clan, the Nya clan. Ancient martial arts clan? Qin Jun's eyes flickered. He had heard of the ancient martial arts clans. They were some of the oldest martial arts families in the Great Xia, who practiced martial arts for generations without contact with the outside world, so not many people knew about them. Only a few martial artists were aware of the existence of the ancient martial arts clans. There were several major ancient martial families in the northern region, all of whom followed the orders of the northern king. Therefore, Qin Jun was quite familiar with the ancient martial arts clans and was surprised to learn that Nya also came from one. Nya was once the most talented martial arts genius of the Nya clan, showing astonishing talent from a young age and was highly regarded by the clan. Later, after Nya came of age, the Nya clan arranged a marriage with another powerful ancient martial family, intending for Nya to marry their young lady. However, Nya unexpectedly met his current wife, fell in love at first sight, and privately pledged their lives to each other, rejecting the marriage contract. This angered the clan leader of the Nya clan, who wanted to execute Nya's wife. In the end, Nya fought his way out of the Nya clan with his wife, suffering internal injuries and a disability in his legs from that battle. Impressive! After hearing Nya's story, Qin Jun gave him a thumbs up, admiring him. It's all my fault that my husband has become like this, Nya's wife said, her face full of guilt. Nya tightly held his wife's hand, weighing, you are my wife, and even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you. This time, even if they don't come looking for me, once my strength is restored, I will go find them. I suspect the poison in your body was placed by the Nya clan, so I must settle this score with them. Qin Jun smiled slightly and said, well said, this score must be settled. When the time comes for you to settle the score, take me with you. Thank you, master. Nya expressed his gratitude to Qin Jun once more. They then returned to the villa area. You brat finally showed up. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out. Qin Jun glanced over and saw a person standing at the door, glaring at him fiercely. This person was none other than the 10th-ranked wild lion. You dare come looking for me? Qin Jun said coldly to the wild lion. Humph, kid, if it weren't for Mu Fancheng intervening earlier, you would have been smashed to pieces by me long ago. Hand over that martial arts golden core obediently, or don't blame me. The mad lion shouted arrogantly, but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun suddenly threw a punch. Bang! Before the mad lion could react, he was sent flying by Qin Jun's punch, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, several teeth knocked out. Damn you! At that moment, the mad lion stared wide-eyed at Qin Jun, then, filled with rage, shouted, bastard. Furious, he stood up and immediately threw a punch at Qin Jun. Boom! With this punch, the Mad Lion showed no mercy, unleashing all the strength of his 10th rank on the ground. But the result was the same. Shin Jun casually threw another punch, sending the Mad Lion flying once more. Put! The Mad Lion fell to the ground again, spitting blood, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? No, I don't believe it. The Mad Lion stumbled to his feet again, and this time he shouted angrily, Heavenly Lion Fist. Boom! He unleashed a martial technique, throwing another punch with a momentum like a roaring lion, unstoppable. But in the end, the result was still the same. Shin Jun suppressed him with a single punch. At that moment, the Mad Lion finally recognized reality. This young man in his early 20s was far above him in cultivation. Still want to fight? Go ahead. Shin Jun looked at the Mad Lion with a playful smile. The Mad Lion trembled at Shin Jun's smile, shivering slightly, cursing inwardly that he was truly a freak. To be able to crush him, the 10th on the ground ranking, at just 20-something, was simply unscientific. He then struggled to get up from the ground and waved his hand, saying, I give up. Give up? There's no giving up with me. Shin Jun's expression turned cold. Ha! The Mad Lion was taken aback, looking at Shin Jun's icy gaze. What? What do you want? Either submit or die. Choose for yourself. Shin Jun said coldly. Hearing this, the Mad Lion said without a hint of hesitation, I choose to submit. Ha! Seeing the other party submit so decisively, Shin Jun was a bit surprised. You submit just like that? No resistance? No hesitation? Resist what? If I resist, I might get killed by you. And you're so strong, recognizing you as my master isn't shameful, so what's there to hesitate about? The Mad Lion pouted and grumbled. Shin Jun smiled lightly, you're quite perceptive. But since you've submitted to me, there can be no betrayal, otherwise, you should know the consequences. Don't worry, I, the Mad Lion, am not the kind of person who betrays. The Mad Lion patted his chest and assured. At that moment, Wu Qianyue arrived at the villa and looked at Shin Jun, immediately shouting, You guy, you actually stormed the East Japan embassy and killed the son of the East Japan prince. Are you crazy? It's just killing a Japanese guy. What's the big deal? Shin Jun said dismissively. Do you know? Before Wu Qianyue could finish, Shin Jun interrupted. Alright, enough of that. I want to ask you, what exactly is the Hishiryu, and why do the Japanese want it so badly? Immediately, Wu Qianyue's expression turned serious and said, The Hishiryu is related to the national seal of the Great Xia. National seal? Shin Jun was taken aback, and Wu Qianyue continued, That's right. When Qin Shi Huang unified the 9 provinces and established the land of Huaxia, he ordered the creation of a national seal using the most precious Hishir by from jade. It is said that on the day the national seal was born, 9 true dragons descended into the national seal, and since then, there have been rumors that the national seal possesses the power of the true dragon. Whoever obtains it can gain the true dragon's power and become the true dragon emperor, ruling the world. Ha! Is there such a thing? True dragons descending? Nonsense! Shin Jun curled his lips. Whether it's true or false, no one knows, but this rumor has been passed down for thousands of years. Emperors from various dynasties and those noble families, as well as powerful martial artists, have all sought to obtain this imperial jade seal. However, since the fall of the Qin dynasty, the imperial jade seal has disappeared. Later, there were rumors that the imperial jade seal split into 9 pieces of Hishir jade, scattered across the world. Only by gathering all 9 pieces of Hishir jade can the imperial jade seal reappear in the world. And the piece of Hishir jade in your hand is one of the 9 pieces. After hearing Wu Qianyue's words, Shin Jun was astonished and said, The small piece of jade has such a big background? Currently, the Eastern Japan royal family also possesses a piece of Hishir jade, which is why the Eastern Japanese have been searching for the whereabouts of the other pieces over the years, to gather all 9 pieces of Hishir jade and obtain the imperial jade seal. At that time, they can rightfully dominate the Great Xia. Wu Qianyue continued. The Eastern Japanese also have a piece of Hishir jade? Then why doesn't your Special Operations Division go and snatch it back? Shin Jun mumbled. Immediately, Wu Qianyue gave Shin Jun a roll of her eyes and said irritably, Do you think the Eastern Japan royal family is a park where anyone can just go in and grab something? That only shows that your Special Operations Division is trash. With strong power, let alone the Eastern Japan royal family, even the White House in the United States would go. Shin Jun said disdainfully. Wu Qianyue was almost infuriated to death by Shin Jun's words. This guy really can't stop bragging. As if the White House in the United States is somewhere you can just go to. Miss. At this moment, a group of people appeared, led by an old man who respectfully called out to Wu Qianyue. Uncle Fu, why are you here? Wu Qianyue looked at the old man in surprise. Miss, I was sent by the family head to bring you back, the old man said directly. Back? Wu Qianyue was taken aback and said, Uncle Fu, tell my father that I am on a mission and cannot return. On a mission means staying at another man's house? Wu Qianyue, aren't you ashamed to disgrace the Wu family? Suddenly, a voice full of sarcasm came. A woman dressed extravagantly, with an arrogant expression, appeared with a group of people. Wu Qianyue frowned at the woman. Jun Ruoxue? What are you doing here? I came on behalf of my brother, Jun Ruoxue said, hands on her hips. Wu Qianyue, you are my brother's fiancé, and now you are actually mingling with another man. You two adulterers are simply bringing shame to my Jun family. Swish! Wu Qianyue's expression darkened, and she said coldly, Jun Ruoxue, what nonsense are you talking? Who is mingling? Who are the adulterers? I'm talking about you two. Jun Ruoxue pointed at Wu Qianyue and Qin Jun. You. Wu Qianyue was furious, and at that moment, Su Chanxian rushed out and shouted at Jun Ruoxue, you wicked woman, you are not allowed to speak about my master. Which wild girl ran out to scold me? Slap her. Jun Ruoxue said arrogantly. Swish! Immediately, someone behind her rushed towards Su Chanxian and swung a hand to slap her. This person was a 7th-grade martial artist, and Su Chanxian had not yet awakened her martial veins, so she was naturally no match for him. The strong wind from the slap came, leaving Su Chanxian no time to dodge, and she could only instinctively close her eyes. Bang! The next second, a crisp sound of a slap echoed. But Su Chanxian did not feel herself being hit. She involuntarily opened her eyes and saw that the person who had swung at her had actually been sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his face a bloody mess, unrecognizable. At this moment, Qin Jun stood in front of Su Chanxian, shook his hand, and said coldly, did you ask for my permission to hit someone on my territory? Master, thank you. Su Chanxian immediately exclaimed excitedly. I told you, I am not your master. Qin Jun had no choice but to say, and at that moment, Jun Ruoxue glared at him with a dark expression, you bastard, not only did you seduce my brother's fiancé, but you also dared to touch someone from the Jun family. You have some nerve. Come here, take him down. In an instant, a group of people rushed towards Qin Jun from behind Jun Ruoxue, all of them above the 7th rank. But at that moment, a voice like a roaring lion suddenly rang out, a bunch of ants, how dare you touch my master? Boom! A wild lion charged forward, its massive fist smashing out, creating a deafening sound. The Jun family's guards didn't even have time to dodge, their bodies exploded one by one, blood splattering all over Jun Ruoxue, leaving the young lady of the Jun family in a daze. At this moment, Uncle Fu's pupils constricted, staring at the wild lion with a serious expression. Wu Qianyue was equally astonished, she had no idea who the wild lion was. Why you? Who are you? Jun Ruoxue finally came to her senses and shouted at the wild lion. Little girl, you aren't worthy to know my name. Get lost. The wild lion scoffed. Do you know I am the eldest lady of the Jun family? Do you dare to oppose us? Jun Ruoxue shouted. Jun family? Upon hearing these two words, the wild lion's expression changed slightly, revealing a serious look. He naturally knew the Jun family, the foremost among the top 10 families of the Great Xia, with profound heritage, a true aristocratic clan of the Great Xia, wielding immense power. Most importantly, the current head of the Jun family, Jun Maxiao, was the number 1 on the Earth ranking, and it was rumored that a heavenly ranking powerhouse was hidden within the Jun family. With dual ranking powerhouses, even a strong man like the wild lion couldn't afford to offend them. What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing the wild lion's change in expression, Jun Ruoxue haughtily snorted. She knew that as long as she mentioned the Jun family, even the most formidable person would have to bow down to her, the eldest lady of the Jun family. If you know fear, then kneel and kowtow to me, perhaps I might spare your life. Jun Ruoxue pouted, raising her head and huffing. Her words darkened the wild lion's expression, although he didn't dare to offend the Jun family, for a Jun family miss to demand he kneel and kowtow was too dismissive of him, a 10th-ranked powerhouse. Little girl, do you know who I am? The wild lion glared at Jun Ruoxue, his face filled with menace. Jun Ruoxue was taken aback. She truly didn't know who this guy was, and at that moment, a low, cold voice came, a mere 10th on the Earth ranking dares to bark here? Swish! At that moment, as the low, disdainful voice sounded, a formidable middle-aged man appeared outside Villa No. 1, followed by 2 innate realm warriors and dozens of warriors ranging from 7th to 9th rank, creating a truly intimidating scene. 7th on the Earth ranking, Lin Changhai. The wild lion's expression changed as he looked at this person, shock evident in his eyes. This imposing middle-aged man was none other than Lin Changhai, the second master of the Lin family, one of the top 10 families. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Jun Ruoxue looked at Lin Changhai in surprise. Someone dared to provoke my Lin family, so naturally, I had to come, Lin Changhai replied coldly. Who? Dares to provoke the Lin family? Jun Ruoxue asked in astonishment. Although the Lin family was not as powerful as the Jun family, they were still among the top families. Who would dare to provoke them? Then she thought of someone and suddenly looked at Qin Jun. Could it be you? The Lin family sure is quick to arrive. Qin Jun appeared indifferent, while Lin Changhai glared at him with a fierce expression and shouted, "Kid, do you still think you're that invincible prince of the north? Now the northern king's mansion is gone, and you are just a prisoner. How dare you oppose my Lin family? You are simply seeking death. Take him down." With Lin Changhai's command, the two innate realm powerhouses behind him shot towards Qin Jun. The Mad Lion's expression changed, and just as he was about to make a move to defend himself, Lin Changhai looked at him and shouted, "Mad Lion, are you really going to be an enemy of the Lin family?" Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Changhai, directly suppressing the Mad Lion. Put! The Mad Lion trembled, spitting out blood on the spot. But at that moment, a cold snort came from the side. "What is the Lin family worth?" Bang! Bang! Immediately, two booming sounds echoed. The two innate experts charging towards Qin Jun suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that poured down. At this moment, Qin Jun's figure abruptly appeared in front of Lin Changhai, reaching out to grab him and slamming him hard into the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, the ground was smashed into a deep pit, and Lin Changhai lay in the pit, crazily spitting blood, his body not knowing how many bones had broken. Ah! Then, Lin Changhai let out a piercing scream. At this time, Jun Ruoxue, the Mad Lion, Wu Qianyue, and the Lin family's butler, Fu Bo, were all dumbfounded, each one stunned. Lin Changhai, a super strong man ranked 7th on the Earth ranking, was actually killed in an instant by Qin Jun? How could this be possible? Not to mention others, even the Mad Lion, who had personally experienced Qin Jun's terror, was taken aback. He knew very well that the gap between each of the top 10 on the Earth ranking was enormous, and the difference between 7th and 10th was so great that even 5 or 6 of him couldn't make up for it. Yet Qin Jun could instantly suppress Lin Changhai, ranked 7th on the Earth ranking, which showed that he hadn't even used his full strength against the Mad Lion before. Otherwise, he would have been turned to dust long ago. Thinking of this, the Mad Lion shivered, his thoughts of submission to Qin Jun deepening. This guy was simply a bug-like existence. At this moment, Lin Changhai was the most shocked. How could he, rank 7th on the Earth ranking, not even withstand a single move from Qin Jun? This was unacceptable. Damn you, you actually ambushed me, despicable and shameless. He endured the pain throughout his body and roared in anger. Clearly, he thought Qin Jun's ambush was the reason he couldn't resist in time. Then he used all his strength to strike at Qin Jun. "You don't know when to die." Qin Jun snorted coldly and smashed down with a punch, directly exploding Lin Changhai's head. Gulp! Gulp! Watching Lin Changhai die a miserable death, the group of Lin family warriors all swallowed hard, trembling all over. "Take him away. Go back and tell your Lin family people, if they come to bother me again, I won't mind having the Lin family removed from the great Xia aristocracy." Qin Jun kicked Lin Changhai's headless corpse towards the group of Lin family warriors. This group of Lin family warriors didn't dare to say a word and quickly left with Lin Changhai's body. Whoosh! Then, Qin Jun's cold gaze swept towards Jun Ruoxue. At this moment, Jun Ruoxue's face kept changing, revealing a look of fear as she looked at Qin Jun. "You!" Just as Jun Ruoxue opened her mouth, Qin Jun coldly said, "Kill her." His words shocked everyone. He had just killed the second master of the Lin family and was now going to kill the young lady of the Jun family. Was he crazy? "Qin Jun, spare her life," Wu Qianyue quickly said. "Wu Qianyue, I don't need you to plead for her. Does she dare to kill me? I am the young lady of the Jun family." Seeing Wu Qianyue plead for her, Jun Ruoxue immediately scoffed. "Shut up!" Wu Qianyue glared at Jun Ruoxue, thinking that this girl was really brainless and didn't even look at the current situation. "I've never seen someone so eager to die." Qin Jun glanced at Jun Ruoxue and coldly said to the Mad Lion, "Did you not hear? Kill her." "Yes." The Mad Lion nodded and charged towards Jun Ruoxue. "You dare!" Jun Ruoxue's pupils constricted as she shouted. She didn't expect Qin Jun to really dare to kill her. After all, she was the young lady of the top family in the Great Xia. How could he dare? Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly, charging towards the raging lion. Bang! The person clashed with the raging lion, their body exploding backward. Kongang realm? The raging lion shouted at this person. Above the innate realm is the Kongang realm, and the raging lion is a strong practitioner of the Kongang realm, but he is at the 7th level, while the other is only at the 3rd level. "Miss, hurry and go." This person grabbed Jun Ruoxue and tried to leave quickly. Clearly, this person is a guard secretly protecting Jun Ruoxue from the Jun family. Anyone who tries to save the person I want to kill will not succeed. Qin Jun said. He waved his hand, and an invisible force tore through space, like a long rainbow, instantly piercing through the body of this Kongang realm expert. Bang! The person's body instantly exploded, turning into a puddle of flesh. Ah! Jun Ruoshue screamed in fright. He really is at the Jixian realm. The raging lion's expression tightened as he glanced at Qin Jun. Above the Kongang realm is the Jixian realm. Upon reaching the Kongang realm, one can condense true energy around their skin, making their body as tough as Kongang, able to withstand bullets, indestructible. Upon reaching the Jixian realm, one can condense true energy into a finger force, killing invisibly with a mere gesture, even more terrifying. After Qin Jun killed Lin Changhai in an instant, the raging lion suspected he had entered the Jixian realm, and now it was indeed true. A Jixian realm expert in his 20s, this kid is truly defying the heavens. The raging lion muttered to himself. You are a devil. At this moment, Jun Ruoshue pointed at Qin Jun and shouted. Bang! The raging lion no longer hesitated and struck, killing Jun Ruoshue. With a freak like Qin Jun as his master, he had nothing to fear. At this time, Wu Qianyue was swallowing hard, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Qin Jun. I never expected that the young master who only knew how to indulge in pleasure back then has now transformed into a Jixian realm expert. It's truly unexpected. Suddenly, a chilling and piercing voice came. Then, in everyone's sight, a man in a black robe appeared abruptly, leaving no trace. Who are you? Qin Jun coldly asked the man. It's you! Qin Linger, standing nearby, suddenly recalled a scene in her mind and shouted, 3 years ago, it was you who captured me. Hee. The man in the black robe let out a sinister laugh. Looking at Qin Linger, little girl, I didn't expect you to remember me. It seems that the poison didn't make you lose all your memory. Swish! Qin Jun's expression turned cold as he looked at the man in the black robe. You poisoned my sister? That's right, I did, but unfortunately, I don't know who cured her. The man's eyes flickered with a cold light as he stared at Qin Linger. Tell me, who cured the poison in your body? I did. Qin Jun said coldly. Swish! The man's expression changed immediately as he looked at Qin Jun and shouted, how is that possible? How could you cure my poison? Are you from the Yin Yang sect? You actually know about the Yin Yang sect? Qin Jun raised an eyebrow. The Yin Yang sect was the sect where his third master was from. Hearing Qin Jun's words, the man in the black robe's pupils constricted as he stared at him. Are you really from the Yin Yang sect? This is impossible. The Yin Yang sect was already extinct, wasn't it? Qin Jun was shocked to hear this. The Yin Yang sect extinct? His third master had told him to return to the Yin Yang sect if he had the chance after being released from prison. How could the Yin Yang sect be extinct? Why did the Yin Yang sect become extinct? Why did you capture my sister? Who exactly are you? Qin Jun glared at the man, coldly demanding. Kid, want to know? Then obediently come with your sister. The man in the black robe snorted coldly. It seems you want me to take action. Qin Jun smirked and walked towards him. Brother, be careful. Qin Linger couldn't help but exclaim. Kid, do you think that just because you've stepped into the finger profound realm, you can fight me? You overestimate yourself. The man in the black robe sneered disdainfully, suddenly waving his hand, a cloud of colorful smoke enveloping Qin Jun. You've fallen for my 5 absolute poison smoke. No matter how strong you are, you can only let me slaughter you. The black-robed man smiled coldly, full of arrogance. Really? At that moment, Qin Jun walked out of the colorful smoke, looking coldly at the other party, as if nothing had happened. How is that possible? The black-robed man was taken aback. The 5 absolute poison smoke was his unique skill, not to mention the finger profound realm. Even a master realm expert would have to surrender if they inhaled even a trace of it. How could Qin Jun possibly be unharmed? He looked at Qin Jun, momentarily speechless. Your poison doesn't seem to be effective. Qin Jun sneered. Whoosh! The expression of the black-robed man darkened, and he suddenly struck out a palm towards Qin Jun. His palm glowed with a ghostly blue sheen, clearly containing deadly poison. Bang! But Qin Jun did not dodge. Instead, he threw a punch, colliding with the man's palm and sending him flying. Put! The black-robed man crashed to the ground, spitting blood, and when he saw Qin Jun unaffected by his ghostly poison palm, his mentality completely collapsed, shouting, Are you immune to all poisons? Answer my question. Qin Jun said coldly, not wasting words. Whoosh! The man attempted to get up and flee, but Qin Jun suddenly appeared in front of him. Did I let you go? Boom! Qin Jun threw another punch, destroying the man's dantian and rendering his entire cultivation useless. Instantly, the black-robed man looked utterly desperate, saying, If you have the guts, kill me. My master will avenge me. Who is your master? Qin Jun asked coldly. but the other party refused to say a word. Do you think I can't do anything if you don't speak? Shin Jun waved his right hand, and a black needle shot out, piercing directly into his body. Ah! The black-robed man let out a piercing scream. He felt as if countless insects were gnawing at his flesh, causing him unbearable pain. I have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. Are you going to talk? Shin Jun waved another black needle, looking at him. Yin Yang life and death needle? You really are from the Yin Yang sect. The black-robed man looked at the black needle in Shin Jun's hand, his pupils constricting as he shouted. Whoosh! Shin Jun struck again with a needle. Ah! The black-robed man let out a series of heart-wrenching screams. At this moment, he not only felt thousands of ants gnawing at him, but the pain in his entire body was magnified tenfold by Shin Jun, making him wish for death. Soon, the black-robed man was rolling on the ground in agony, frantically scratching at his body, his skin torn and bloodied. The others, including the Mad Lion and Wu Qianyue, watched in horror. This guy is terrifying. I absolutely cannot betray him. The Mad Lion swallowed hard at the sight. At that moment, his loyalty to Shin Jun reached an unshakable level. Kill me, just kill me. The black-robed man shouted at Shin Jun, wanting nothing more than to die, but Shin Jun didn't even give him the ability to die, forcing him to plead for death. Want to die? Then answer my questions honestly. Shin Jun said coldly. I will. The black-robed man nodded eagerly, ready to confess everything, but at that moment, a cold, piercing reprimand echoed in his mind. You dare to betray me? Boom! The next second, the black-robed man's soul was destroyed by an invisible force, and he died on the spot. Whoosh! Shin Jun's expression darkened as he coldly said, soul power? How could the person behind this guy have reached such a level? Meanwhile, in a palace of the Great Xia, a woman dressed in a luxurious and noble robe of glazed silk sat coldly on the throne and said, I didn't expect him to be forced to this extent by that kid. The heir of the Northern Territory, I truly underestimated you. However, you and your sister cannot escape my grasp. Come here. The woman snorted coldly. In Villa No. 1, with the death of the man in black, Shin Jun directly ordered the Mad Lion to dispose of the body. As for the person behind it, Shin Jun believed that the other party would not let it go easily. He just needed to wait for them to come. At this moment, Shin Jun glanced at Wu Qianqian. Are you going home, or do you want to stay here? I haven't retrieved the Hishiryu from you, so of course I can't leave. Wu Qianqian huffed, her gaze on the Lin family's steward, Fu Bo. You can go back first. Yes, miss. Fu Bo glanced at Shin Jun and left directly. You've offended the two most powerful families among the top 10 families. Let's see how you handle it now. Wu Qianqian muttered to Shin Jun. What to do? Just chill. Shin Jun smiled playfully, appearing completely unconcerned. His demeanor infuriated Wu Qianqian, who thought to herself that this guy was truly reckless. Next, Shin Jun continued to clear the remaining blocked meridians in Su Qianqian's body. When the news of Lin Changhai's death and Jun Ruoshua's tragic demise reached the Jun and Lin families, the two top families in the imperial capital erupted in chaos, and soon a wave of fury enveloped the entire imperial capital, making it feel like a storm was coming. At this moment, on the top floor of the Jun Tian building in the center of the imperial city, a woman dressed in purple, exuding an extraordinary aura, sat there with a slight smile. Well done, as expected of the heir of my northern town king's mansion. In front of her stood a woman in black who whispered, Miss, the Jun and Lin families will likely take action now. Especially Jun Mo Shao, with his daughter dead, he probably won't be able to sit still. Jun Mo Shao, that guy is merely a defeated general under the prince back then. If he wants to bully the weak, I don't mind sending him on his way. The woman in purple said disdainfully. She then asked, have those people made any moves? Not yet, the woman in black replied. They are quite patient. I want to see how long they can endure. The blood debt of the northern town king's mansion must be repaid bit by bit. At this moment, the woman in purple spoke expressionlessly, exuding an invisible aura that made the air in the office still. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Boom! In Jianghai, Villa No. 1 suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, and in an instant, endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged madly towards the villa. At this moment, the night was quiet, and the bright moon hung in the sky. Yet, within Villa No. 1, a thunderous rumble echoed. The entire spiritual energy of Jianghai converged frantically towards this villa. Not only the spiritual energy of Jianghai, but even the spiritual energy of the entire Jiangnan province rushed towards Villa No. 1. At this moment, all the martial artists in Jiangnan were startled. They all looked confused. Inside Villa No. 1, Su Qianqian sat cross-legged on the bed, her blocked meridians completely cleared by Shin Jun. As the meridians were unblocked, a golden vein emerged within her body, shimmering with a mysterious glow, this was the martial vein. At this moment, Su Chanshan's martial vein awakened directly. Once awakened, this martial vein generated a terrifying absorption power, drawing in all the spiritual energy from the world, and then, like a whale swallowing the sea, it crazily devoured this spiritual energy. The speed of absorption surprised even Qin Jun. Although he knew the power of the martial vein body, he didn't expect it to be this strong. And this was just the initial awakening. This little girl is truly a rare genius. Qin Jun smiled gently at Su Chanshan. Boom! Immediately, a rumbling sound erupted from within Su Chanshan. First-grade martial artist. She directly stepped into the realm of martial artists, becoming a first-grade martial artist, second-grade martial artist, third-grade martial artist, sixth-grade martial artist, seventh-grade martial artist, eighth-grade martial artist, ninth-grade martial artist. Next, Su Chanshan's realm skyrocketed, directly reaching the ninth-grade realm. This speed of improvement made Qin Jun click his tongue in amazement. While others might take decades to reach the ninth-grade realm, Su Chanshan, a newcomer to martial arts who hadn't even practiced any techniques, managed to step into the ninth-grade realm in an instant. If this were to spread, martial artists across the entire Great Xia would surely be filled with envy and jealousy. Rumbling. Soon, a series of booming sounds came from within Su Chanshan, and then, above the villa, endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to gather, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that surged madly towards Su Chanshan, helping her break through to the innate realm. Is she about to break through to the innate realm? Qin Jun exclaimed in surprise. As this vortex of spiritual energy appeared, pairs of eyes filled with a sense of the ages opened across Great Xia. Has a new genius been born in Great Xia? Whispers echoed. Clearly, the commotion caused by Su Chanshan's martial vein awakening had alarmed martial arts experts all over Great Xia, and their gazes all swept towards the Jiangnan direction. Immediately head to Jiangnan, find this genius, and bring her back. Such a genius must not fall into the hands of others. In an instant, various martial arts factions sent people to Jiangnan. In the villa, Su Chanshan was attempting to break through to the innate realm, but she had not practiced any martial arts techniques. Relying solely on the spiritual energy absorbed through her martial vein, it was not easy to break through to the innate realm. Qin Jun immediately said to her, "Girl, I will now pass on a technique to you. Remember it and start operating according to the technique's route." He then transmitted a technique to Su Chanshan. During his 3 years in the death prison, he had obtained numerous martial arts techniques from 10 masters. After receiving Qin Jun's teachings, Su Chanshan began to silently operate the technique as instructed. As she operated the technique, the spiritual energy within her, which had been scattered like loose sand, began to circulate and ultimately surged towards her Rin and Du meridians. A ninth-grade martial artist, once the Rin and Du meridians are opened, can step into the innate realm. However, opening the Rin and Du meridians is not that easy. But with her martial vein and the technique taught by Qin Jun, Su Chanshan successfully opened her Rin and Du meridians and stepped into the innate realm in less than an hour. Boom! At that moment, Su Chanshan exuded a powerful innate aura, and as she stepped into the innate realm, her blood suddenly began to boil. Ha! Qin Jun raised an eyebrow at the sight, thinking, this little girl's bloodline seems quite extraordinary. He had just sensed a special bloodline aura from her. Some superfamilies have descendants that contain powerful bloodline powers, inherited from their ancestors. Clearly, Su Chanshan's identity and background were not as simple as just being a young lady from a Jiangnan noble family. After all, a mere Jiangnan noble family could not possibly possess any powerful bloodline inheritance. Meanwhile, in an ancient building in Great Xia, an elderly man over 70 sat cross-legged. In this building stood a stone tablet that suddenly flickered with light, pointing towards Jiangnan. Whoosh! The old man's eyes suddenly opened wide, and a glimmer of brilliance shone in his murky eyes. He gazed at the stone tablet, his eyes flashing with surprise. Such a strong bloodline aura. Could it be that another prodigy has been born in the clan? No, this direction is not within the clan, could it be? The old man frowned slightly, his expression changing. In Villa No. 1, as she stepped into the innate realm, Su Chanshan's internal martial veins finally stopped absorbing spiritual energy, and her realm stabilized at the first stage of the innate realm. Su Chanshan then opened her eyes. Feeling the immense power of true energy within her, she exclaimed, "What a powerful force! Congratulations, you've directly become an innate realm martial artist," Qin Jun said with a slight smile. "I've reached the innate realm?" Su Chanshan was shocked, knowing that even her father had never stepped into the innate realm, and she had managed to do so, which was truly unimaginable. "Master, thank you." Su Chanshan immediately jumped up in excitement, hugging Qin Jun and giving him a peck on the cheek. Hey, what are you doing? "I'm not that easygoing," Qin Jun said, rolling his eyes. Master, you're amazing." Su Chanshan released Qin Jun, grinning widely. I told you, I'm not your master, so don't call me that from now on. No, I, Su Chanshan, have decided that you are my master, and for this lifetime, you will be my master. Su Chanshan placed her hands on her hips, pouting defiantly. Don't worry, master, if anyone tries to harm you in the future, I'll help you beat them up. Beat up who? You think just because you're in the innate realm now, you're strong? There are many who are much stronger than you. First, take care of your own life. Xin Jun shot Su Chanshan a disdainful look and turned to leave. Su Chanshan clenched her fists secretly, muttering, Master, I will definitely not let you down. The next day, morning. Xin Jun had just woken up when Xiao Xing came to the door and said, Master, there's a man outside looking for you. Looking for me? Xin Jun walked straight out. Outside the villa stood a middle-aged man, who bowed to Xin Jun and said, Young Master Qin, please save my young lady. Aren't you that guy who was with the young lady from the treasure-gathering pavilion? Xin Jun recognized the middle-aged man, who was indeed the one he had encountered when purchasing medicinal materials at the treasure-gathering pavilion, and who had almost attacked him at that time. Last night was a full moon, your young lady must have fallen ill, Xin Jun said. The middle-aged man nodded, yes, my young lady fell ill last night and then fell into a coma. We've consulted many doctors, but none could wake her. I remembered that you said before that if my young lady fell ill, I could seek your help, so I specifically came to ask for your assistance. Do you think I can save your young lady? Xin Jun smiled lightly. Whether you can save her or not, it's worth a try, the man replied directly. You are quite loyal to your young lady. Alright, I also need to buy some medicinal materials from you, so take me to see your young lady, Xin Jun said directly. He was planning to purchase a batch of cleansing medicinal materials from the treasure-gathering pavilion to help Linger cleanse her marrow and step into the martial path, and Nieyun's recovery also required some precious medicinal materials. Now that the man had come to him, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, that young lady from the treasure-gathering pavilion had an extremely lean constitution. Back in the dead prison, Master had mentioned that he needed to find 9 special constitutions. Although Master didn't say what these 9 constitutions were for, they must have some use, and the extremely lean constitution was one of them, so he certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing. Sunan Province. Provincial capital, Su City. At this moment, in a high-end villa, a woman lay on the bed with a pale face, in pain, her eyes tightly closed. She was the young lady Wei Ruhua from the treasure-gathering pavilion. Beside her stood a man with graying hair at the temples, his brow furrowed, a look of deep worry on his face. He was Wei Donglai, the master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Young Master Ding, I entrust my daughter Ruhua to you, you must save her. At this moment, Wei Donglai looked at a man in his 30s beside him and pleaded. The man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He replied calmly, Mr. Wei, rest assured, I am my master's only closed-door disciple. If you don't trust me, do you not trust my master? I wouldn't dare. Master Hua is the chief saint of the Great Xia Sacred Medical Hall, a true national physician. How could I question that? Wei Donglai shook his head repeatedly. Though my medical skills may not match my master's, saving Miss Wei is not a problem, the man said confidently. Then I ask young Master Ding to act immediately. As long as you can save my daughter, I will certainly reward you handsomely, Wei Donglai said at once. Reward? The man looked at Wei Donglai. Do you think I, Ding He, lack money? Ha! At this, Wei Donglai was taken aback, not understanding. The man then looked directly at the unconscious Wei Ruhu on the bed and said, I don't need money, but if I save Miss Wei, I hope Mr. Wei can marry her to me. Swish! Upon hearing this, Wei Donglai's expression changed. He hadn't expected the other party to have such an intention. But now, with his daughter's life hanging by a thread, and having sought many doctors without success, and Master Hua being taken away by the Lin family of the imperial capital, this disciple of Master Hua was the only one left who could save his daughter. What? Mr. Wei, are you unwilling? At this moment, Ding He's expression turned cold as he pushed up his glasses and snorted, My master is a national medical saint, and as his only closed-door disciple, do you think I am unworthy of Miss Wei? Of course not, but marriage is not a child's play. This matter must be discussed with my daughter's wishes, Wei Donglai explained. If a person is dead, do their wishes still matter? Currently, the only one who can save your daughter is me. Either marry your daughter to me, or you can just wait to see her die. Ding He said bluntly. Immediately, Wei Donglai's face changed repeatedly. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. A middle-aged man appeared with Qin Jun, and it was Qin Jun who had just spoken. Swish! Ding He's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Jun. Kid, where did you come from? You dare to insult me? Do you know who I am? Slap! Qin Jun directly slapped him, coldly snorting. People like you practicing medicine are a disgrace to healers. At this moment, Wei Donglai was shocked, looking at Qin Jun. Who are you? Master, this is the young master of the northern border, Qin Jun. He can save the young lady, the middle-aged man introduced. Young master of the northern border. Upon hearing these 4 words, Wei Donglai's expression changed. Dingy stood up, covering his face, and angrily shouted at Qin Jun, "You, a traitor's son, dare to lay hands on me? You have some nerve. Do you know who my master is? To have taught such a shameless disciple as you, your master is not a good person either," Qin Jun said nonchalantly. "Young Master Qin, you must not speak carelessly. His master is the chief saint of the sacred medical hall, honored by the national lord as the national physician of Great Xia, Master Hua Chuanqiu," Wei Donglai hurriedly reminded. Sacred medical hall? Qin Jun's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard of this sacred medical hall, founded by a generation of great physicians, gathering the top masters of medicine in Great Xia. A military doctor from the Northern Army had come from the sacred medical hall. Ding Yi shouted, "That's right, my master is the chief saint of the sacred medical hall. Even those high-ranking officials must show respect before my master. You, a ruined traitor's son, dare to insult my master, you are doomed. It seems this sacred medical hall has also gone rotten. Anyone can be the chief saint," Qin Jun scoffed. "You." Ding Yi immediately stared at Qin Jun, just about to speak, when Qin Jun suddenly grabbed him and threw him out. "All right, it's much quieter now." Qin Jun clapped his hands, his gaze fixed on Wei Ruhua on the bed, his brow furrowing. "It's actually this serious." As a body of extreme yin, Wei Ruhua would erupt with a large amount of cold energy every full moon night. Previously, someone must have used medication to suppress this cold energy, but it had not dissipated. Instead, it had accumulated more and more over time. Last night, it must have completely erupted, leading to an inability to suppress it, causing the cold energy to invade her brain. If it were any later, this woman's soul would be completely eroded and destroyed by the cold energy of her extreme yin body, and there would be no way to save her. "You all can leave, I need to treat her now," Qin Jun said directly. "Young Master Qin, can you really save my daughter?" Wei Donglai asked with some doubt. After all, Qin Jun had previously been just a playboy. How could he possibly understand medicine? "Do you have any other choice now? Get out," Qin Jun said coldly. "Master, there's no other way now. We might as well let him try," the middle-aged man said. He then pulled Wei Donglai out of the room. Qin Jun looked at Wei Ruhua. "I'm sorry." He stepped forward and removed all her clothing. Instantly, a perfect body appeared before Qin Jun. Although Qin Jun was also somewhat of a playboy, he couldn't help but silently recite a calming mantra at this moment. He then took out the yin-yang life and death needle and began to administer acupuncture to Wei Ruhua. Outside, Ding Yi had a terrifyingly dark expression. "Damn it, I will not let you go." He took out his phone and dialed a number. At the same time, the Martial Arts Association sent out a message that instantly caused a stir in the Great Xia. The Great Xia Martial Arts Association, the disciple of the Grand Elder, Xiang Changkong, challenged the Northern Realm's young master Qin Jun. This news caused a sensation in the Great Xia. The Martial Arts Association had 4 Grand Elders, the most powerful 4 figures aside from the president, all said to have reached the Master Realm. The Grand Elder's disciple, Xiang Changkong, was a well-known prodigy of the younger generation in the Great Xia, already securing a spot in the top 10 of this year's human rankings. Now, this prodigy openly challenged the Northern Realm's young master, instantly attracting everyone's attention. For a time, various forces speculated whether Qin Jun would accept the challenge. However, while the outside world was in an uproar, the protagonist, Qin Jun, was fully focused on saving Wei Ruhua. His treatment process was quite simple. First, he used needles to seal her meridians, then directly absorbed the cold energy that had accumulated in her body for years. Over the years, the cold energy accumulated in Wei Ruo's body was immense, and this cold energy was not something an ordinary person could withstand. If it were anyone else, even a martial arts master would not dare to easily absorb the cold energy within her, but Qin Jun had no such concerns. What he needed most now was various energies to help him break through the 10th lock. Half an hour later, all the cold energy that had accumulated in Wei Ruo's body was absorbed by Qin Jun. He quickly refined this cold energy and directed it towards the 10th lock for a breakthrough. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from within Qin Jun. "Ah, still a little short." Qin Jun shook his head. This attempt to break through the 10th lock had failed. At this moment, Wei Ruo's eyelashes fluttered gently, and her eyes slowly opened. When she looked at Qin Jun, she was first taken aback, then she saw herself lying naked on the bed, and her expression instantly changed. Seeing this, Qin Jun quickly pulled out the yin-yang life and death needle from her body and explained, "Don't misunderstand, I was treating you just now. That's why I removed your clothes." "Thank you." After hearing Qin Jun's words, Wei Ruo said calmly, but her cheeks still showed a hint of crimson. "You." Can you turn around? Wei Ruhua whispered. Oh, okay. Qin Jun nodded and quickly turned around, taking deep breaths repeatedly. It was not something an ordinary person could endure, having such a stunning beauty lying naked in front of him. Ah, I really am a good man. Qin Jun secretly sighed. If the women from the dead prison heard this, they would definitely roll their eyes at him in unison. Soon, Wei Ruhua finished dressing and said, alright. Qin Jun turned around to look at Wei Ruhua. The cold energy in your body has been absorbed by me, but you are a body of extreme yin. Every time there is a full moon, a large amount of cold energy will still be generated within you. Extreme yin body? Wei Ruhua was taken aback and asked, is there no way to solve this? There is. I can teach you a technique, and then you can cultivate according to the technique to control this cold energy yourself. At that time, this cold energy can also help you quickly increase your strength, Qin Jun explained. My father has previously found many techniques for me, wanting me to cultivate and become a warrior, but they all failed, Wei Ruhua explained. That's because your extreme yin body is only suitable for cultivating techniques with a yin cold attribute. You cannot cultivate other techniques. I have a technique here, you can try cultivating it. Qin Jun directly passed a technique called the Nine Yin Divine Art to Wei Ruhua. This technique was passed down by Master Jiao and was exactly a yin cold attribute technique. Thank you. Wei Ruhua looked at Qin Jun with gratitude after receiving the Nine Yin Divine Art. No need to be polite, I also wanted to buy a batch of medicinal materials from your treasure-gathering pavilion, so consider this my payment, Qin Jun said directly. Young master, whatever medicinal materials you need, as long as our treasure-gathering pavilion has them, we can provide. Wei Ruhua immediately replied. They then left the room. Outside the room, Wei Donglai was anxiously pacing back and forth. When he saw Wei Ruhua come out, he immediately exclaimed, Ruhua, are you alright? Father, I'm fine. This time, thanks to young Master Qin, otherwise I might have. Wei Ruhua began to speak, while Wei Donglai looked at Qin Jun with gratitude. Young Master Qin, thank you. I, Wei Donglai, will remember your life-saving grace today. Father, young Master Qin needs a batch of medicinal materials. Young Master Qin, what medicinal materials do you need? I will have someone prepare them immediately. Wei Donglai said hurriedly. Qin Jun then listed all the medicinal materials he needed. Master, young Master Ding has brought a large number of patrol officers here. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had followed Wei Ruhua ran over. Soon after, Ding He led a large group of patrol officers rushing in. Wei Donglai frowned at the sight and stepped forward to ask, Young Master Ding, what do you mean by this? Mr. Wei, this matter has nothing to do with you. Come, take him. Ding He shouted, but before he could finish, he saw Wei Ruhua and his expression froze. Miss Wei, how did you wake up? Young Master Ding, my Ruhua has been cured by young Master Qin. I apologize for what happened earlier, Wei Donglai quickly said. Damn it! Suddenly, Ding He's expression turned cold, dark as ink. He had originally wanted to take advantage of Wei Ruhua's illness to capture her, but Qin Jun had gotten there first, which intensified his hatred for Qin Jun. Arrest this guy, Ding He ordered directly, and the group of patrol officers charged towards Qin Jun. Get lost. Qin Jun simply uttered one word, and the group of patrol officers was sent flying by an invisible force, each one crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Ha! Ding He was immediately dumbfounded. At this moment, Qin Jun walked towards him, and the latter, seeing him approach, shouted with a fierce but weak tone, What? What do you want to do? Prince Qin, this young Master Ding is a direct disciple of the renowned healer Hua. I hope you. Wei Donglai advised, having heard of Qin Jun's reputation for being reckless, fearing that he might directly kill Ding He, which would lead to trouble. Rest assured, an ad like him is not worthy of dying by my hand. But, Qin Jun's tone shifted, and with a wave of his right hand, a cold glint flashed, instantly severing Ding He's hands. Ah! Ding He let out a piercing scream. Qin Jun coldly stated, but someone like him is not worthy of being a healer. You actually crippled my hands? At this moment, Ding He's face twisted in despair and pain as he stared at Qin Jun. As a healer, losing his hands meant he was utterly ruined. For Ding He, a disciple of the national healer, this was far more painful than death. Qin Jun completely ignored him and walked out. A piece of trash wasn't worth a second glance. At this moment, Wei Donglai furrowed his brow and said to Wei Ruhua, it's better to keep your distance from this prince in the future. He is too reckless. If this continues, it will surely lead to disaster. Wei Ruhua shook her head and whispered a few words in her father's ear, causing him to look shocked. Father, trust me, Wei Ruhua said firmly. After leaving the Wei family, Qin Jun did not return directly to Jianhai but headed towards a certain place in Su City. Soon, he arrived at a street where he sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. He needed various energies to break through the 10th shackles, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. He then walked inside. At this moment, in front of a shop selling raw stones on the street, a crowd had gathered, all staring at a piece of raw stone being cut. Many people were discussing whether this raw stone could yield jade or if it was completely worthless. This was the most popular form of gambling nowadays. If one struck it rich and extracted top-quality jade, they would become wealthy overnight. Soon, the raw stone was cut, revealing nothing inside. It was clearly a worthless stone. "Is there anyone who wants to continue buying raw stones?" the shop owner asked. Immediately, many people scanned the various raw stones in the shop, trying to guess which one might contain jade. At this moment, Shin Jun stepped forward and pointed to a piece of raw stone being used as a table leg, saying, "I want to buy this raw stone." "Ha!" The shop owner and others were stunned upon hearing Shin Jun's words, looking at the piece of raw stone that was clearly worthless. It was obvious that it couldn't possibly contain jade, which was why the shop owner used it to prop up the table, yet someone wanted to buy it. "Young man, this raw stone is clearly worthless, it can't possibly contain jade," someone immediately advised. "That may not be the case," Shin Jun replied non-committally. The spiritual energy fluctuation he sensed earlier came from this raw stone. "He looks like a novice, let him spend money to learn a lesson," others chimed in. They clearly thought Shin Jun didn't understand gambling on stones. "Kid, this raw stone costs 100,000. The shop owner glanced at Shin Jun and said directly. "Swipe the card." Shin Jun took out a bank card and said, "What? This worthless stone costs 100,000, and this kid wants it? He's definitely a big fool. Which rich young master is this? So extravagant?" The crowd immediately mocked and ridiculed him, thinking Shin Jun was just a naive rich kid. The shop owner was even more delighted, never expecting to sell a worthless stone for 100,000, it was like a pie falling from the sky. Soon, the shop owner took Shin Jun's card and charged 100,000, asking, "Do you want to cut this raw stone on the spot?" "Go ahead." Shin Jun nodded. "The raw stone is so large that he can't take it away, it's better to cut it directly." The shop assistant immediately began to cut the stone, and before long, green light began to emerge from it. It actually turned green? Is there really jade inside this raw stone? Everyone was taken aback. They had originally thought it was a worthless stone, but it turned out to be jade. As the green light grew more dazzling, the crowd was left in awe. Once the raw stone was completely cut open, there was a piece of crystal clear jade inside, glowing with a dark green light. This jade was brilliant and even emitted a rich aura of spiritual energy. "It's actually a spirit stone." Shin Jun's expression tightened in surprise. A spirit stone is a crystal formed from the essence of the world's spiritual energy. In ancient times, when the world's spiritual energy was abundant, spirit stones were essential resources for cultivators, allowing them to quickly enhance their strength. However, now that the world's spiritual energy has dwindled, resources like spirit stones have long since disappeared, so it was unexpected to find one here. Moreover, judging by the aura of spiritual energy emitted by this spirit stone, it was at least a high-grade spirit stone, which could potentially help Shin Jun break through the 10th lock. As for the others, they didn't recognize the spirit stone, but they could tell that this piece of jade was extraordinary, even more precious than the top-grade imperial green jade in the jade market. "Damn, this kid hit the jackpot, he found such a top-quality jade for just 100,000. I'm so envious I'm in tears." The scene erupted with exclamations, and everyone stared at the spirit stone, their eyes gleaming with greedy desire. The shop owner was completely dumbfounded. He thought it was a worthless stone, yet it turned out to be a top-grade jade, and he had only charged 100,000? The owner nearly spat blood in anger. "Not bad." Shin Jun smiled lightly and reached for the jade. But at that moment, the shop owner said directly, "I'm not selling this raw stone anymore, I'll give it to you for 100,000. Swish! Shin Jun shot a cold glance at him. "I've already paid, now you say you won't sell?" "That's right, I'm not selling it anymore." The shop owner was about to grab the spirit stone, but Shin Jun sent him flying with a slap. "Dare to snatch my things?" Shin Jun took the spirit stone into his hands, and the shop owner, lying on the ground, shouted, "Bastard, you dare to oppose me? Get him!" Suddenly, a group of shop assistants rushed out with clubs, charging at Shin Jun. "So it's a black shop?" Shin Jun sneered. Bang bang bang. The group of shop assistants was all kicked away by Shin Jun. He walked over to the owner, who immediately became fearful and said, "I'm sorry, Bang! The owner was crushed under Shin Jun's foot, his head exploding. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, sweating profusely. Shin Jun walked out holding the spirit stone. "Young master, I'll offer 5 million for that jade. I'll give 10 million. I want it for 30 million. A crowd of people began to bid at once. However, Shin Jun ignored them. Just then, a charming and melodious voice rang out, "Young master, my Wanbao pavilion is willing to offer 100 million for the jade in your hand." Qin Jun glanced over and saw a woman in a red qipao appear before him. She had long, wavy red hair and enchanting phoenix eyes that sparkled with a mesmerizing sheen, complemented by her fiery red lips, making her alluring. The qipao she wore had a high slit, revealing a pair of long, sexy legs, and the mysterious glimpses of her figure stirred desire in many. Many men present swallowed hard at the sight of her but dared not harbor any improper thoughts. After all, she was the head of Wanbao Pavilion, someone they could not covet. "You offer 100 million? Qin Jun looked at the woman in the qipao and said, "Yes, I wonder if the young master could part with it? From now on, you will be the most esteemed guest of my Wanbao Pavilion." The woman in the qipao smiled. "Just 100 million, is your Wanbao Pavilion out of money?" Suddenly, a cold voice came through. Then, another woman in white appeared, locking eyes with the qipao woman, their gazes intertwining with invisible sparks, like a needle against a weed-on. "What are you doing here?" Qin Jun looked at the woman in white in surprise. The woman in white was Wei Ruhua. "Young master, you saved my life, I would like to treat you to a meal. I wonder if the young master has time." Wei Ruhua looked at Qin Jun and said, "A meal? Well, I am hungry too." Qin Jun nodded. "Young master, please." Immediately, Wei Ruhua led Qin Jun away, while the woman in the qipao smiled slightly, not angry, but instead followed them. "Isn't that the young lady of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion? She actually came too? The Gathering Treasure Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion are sworn enemies. I wonder who will get this piece of jade," the crowd murmured. At this moment, a figure in the crowd made a phone call, saying, "Fourth Master, I have discovered a treasure." Meanwhile, in a dark place in Sioux City, a cold voice echoed, "The target is now in Sioux City. If you cannot take his head this time, you will all lose your qualification to enter the God of Killing tomb. He must die today. His life is mine. Whoever competes with me, I will kill them too." Immediately, voices filled with cold killing intent rang out. "Sioux City, Zue Xianlu. Wei Ruhua brought Qin Jun here. There is actually a Zue Xianlu here?" Qin Jun exclaimed. "Young master, every provincial capital in the 36 provinces of the Great Xia has a branch of Zue Xianlu, and this Zue Xianlu is the most popular restaurant in the Great Xia," Wei Ruhua explained. "Every province has a branch of Zue Xianlu? Then why haven't I seen it in the northern border?" Qin Jun asked in surprise. The northern border refers to the Northern Frontier Province, one of the 36 provinces of the Great Xia, located in the far north, hence the name. But Qin Jun had never heard of Zue Xianlu. "Young master, this Zue Xianlu only appeared after the incident at the Northern King's mansion." Wei Ruhua hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "I see." Qin Jun's eyes flickered as he said, "To become the number one restaurant in the Great Xia in just 3 years and to open branches across the 36 provinces, the owner of Zue Xianlu must be quite capable." Wei Ruhua then whispered to Qin Jun, "According to my father, the owner of Zue Xianlu is a woman." "A woman?" Qin Jun was taken aback. "That's right, but no one knows who this woman is. It is said that she is extremely powerful, and even the big shots in the imperial capital do not dare to offend her." After hearing Wei Ruo's words, Qin Jun became curious about the owner of Zue Xianlu. "Manager Lu, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Wei Ruo suddenly called out. Qin Jun looked and saw that the woman in the qipao, who had just offered 100 million for the spirit stone, had also arrived at Zue Xianlu. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "If Miss Ruhua can invite the young master from the northern border to dinner, can't I, Lu Ruyan, invite the young master as well?" She then looked at Qin Jun and slightly bowed. Lu Ruyan of Wanbao Pavilion pays her respects to the young master. "It is truly a pleasure to meet you today. I wonder if Ruyan could have the honor of inviting the young master to dinner?" As she lowered her head, a deep chasm appeared before Qin Jun's eyes, making his blood boil. "This woman is quite interesting." Qin Jun smiled lightly. The woman before him exuded charm at all times, making it hard to resist, but she was different from Su You's mother. The latter was a natural beauty, while this woman had cultivated her allure. Beside them, Wei Ruo frowned and coldly said, "Manager Lu, you really are impressive, knowing the identity of Prince Qin so quickly. However, Prince Qin is my guest. If you want to invite him to dinner, please do it another day." "Prince, do you really not want to have dinner with Ruoyan?" Lu Ruoyan's pair of phoenix eyes gazed at Qin Jun, her charm fully displayed, making it hard for anyone to resist. Qin Jun let out a cold laugh and said, "Your charms are useless against me, so don't waste your effort." Wei Ruo was puzzled by this remark, but Lu Ruoyan's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting Qin Jun to see through her. "No wonder you are the prince of the northern border, you are indeed formidable. Since that's the case, then Ruoyan will invite the prince another day. After Lu Ruoyan finished speaking, she swayed her willow-like waist and left. Later, in a private room of the drunken immortal pavilion, Qin Jun drank wine and looked at Wei Ruohua. It seems you have a grudge against that woman? Grudge is not quite the right word, but the Wanbao pavilion she belongs to is a competitor of my Ju Jiazhai, so we often compete for certain treasures. Moreover, we are both known as the twin beauties of Sunan, so we are often compared, which makes our relationship not so good, Wei Ruohua explained. I see. Qin Jun smiled playfully. Wei Ruohua then asked curiously, Prince, what do you mean by charm techniques? Qin Jun explained, and Wei Ruohua was surprised, so Lu Ruoyan can actually do that? No wonder many men were willing to be at her service before. By the way, Prince, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction in Sioux City tonight. Do you want to attend? Wei Ruohua said at this moment. Auction? Not interested. Qin Jun shrugged. Wei Ruohua hesitated and said, this auction. What is it? Qin Jun looked at Wei Ruohua, who replied, it is said that there will be something from the Northern King's mansion auctioned at this event. Suddenly, Qin Jun's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with a cold light. They dare to auction items from my Northern King's mansion? The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has some nerve. Qin Jun immediately prepared to attend the auction. He would not allow anyone to touch the items of his Northern King's mansion. Half an hour later, after they finished their meal and left the drunken immortal pavilion, a group of people suddenly surrounded them, each holding long knives and glaring fiercely at Qin Jun. They wore matching uniforms, each adorned with a knife pattern. People from the Blade Society? Wei Ruohua's expression changed, and Qin Jun curiously asked, Blade Society? What is their background? Prince, the Blade Society is the most powerful organization in the Sunan province. The president, Ba Tian, ranks 9th on the Earth ranking and is known as the Overlord of Sunan. No one dares to provoke him. At this moment, the group from the Blade Society parted to make way for a bearded man in his 40s or 50s who stepped forward. Fourth Master, what brings you here? Wei Ruohua asked, looking at him. Miss Wei is here too. The man glanced at Wei Ruohua, then turned to Qin Jun with a smile. This must be the renowned prince of the northern border. Your arrival in Sunan truly brings glory to our region. I don't want to hear nonsense. Qin Jun said coldly. Then Fourth Master spoke, Prince, I came today to ask you for a treasure. Treasure? Yes, the piece of jade you just opened at the stone shop. Our president is very fond of it and wants to acquire it. I wonder if the prince would be willing to part with it. Fourth Master said directly. Wei Ruohua quickly said, if President Ba wants jade, we have plenty at Jujiazhai, he can take any he likes. Sorry, but the president only likes the piece in the prince's hand. Fourth Master's eagle-like eyes fixed on Qin Jun. And what if I refuse? Qin Jun crossed his arms, looking at the other man with a playful expression. Fourth Master confidently said, in this Jiangsu province, as the president of the Blade Society, there is nothing I cannot obtain. He. Qin Jun chuckled lightly. In the next second, he flashed in front of Fourth Master, gripping his throat and coldly said, those who dare to steal from me are all dead. Crack! Fourth Master's throat was crushed and he was thrown aside. Immediately, the group from the Blade Society was dumbfounded, each one at a loss. Get lost! Qin Jun coldly shouted, and under the pressure of his powerful aura, the group hurriedly lifted Fourth Master's corpse and fled. Young Master, this Fourth Master is a trusted aide of the Blade Society's president. If you kill him, I'm afraid the Blade Society won't let it go easily. Why don't you leave Jiangsu first, and as for tonight's auction, I will go and bid for that item from the Northern King's residence to hand over to you. Wei Ruohua said to Qin Jun. I want to retrieve the items from my Northern King's residence myself. Qin Jun smirked and coldly said, as for this Blade Society, if they come to provoke me again, they will be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, night fell. In Sioux City, the central area, there stood a luxurious building, the venue for tonight's auction held by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, the place was bustling with people, gathering the wealthy and influential figures from all over Jiangsu and even other major provinces. Qin Jun, following Wei Ruohua, also arrived here. Young Master, we meet again. Immediately, a delicate voice came. Lu Ruyan walked over with a charming expression, wearing a purple long dress that made her look even more alluring. As soon as she appeared, her delicate body pressed tightly against Qin Jun, causing Wei Ruohua beside her to frown. Then, an unhappy voice rang out, Ruyan, who is this kid? Swish! A young man in a white suit, looking dignified, approached, casting a hostile glance at Qin Jun, who was closely standing with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at the young man in the suit and said, Ning Xiao, let me introduce you to this. The young man directly interrupted Lu Ruyan, coldly shouting at Qin Jun, Kid, I don't care who you are, stay away from Ruyan. Are you threatening me? Qin Jun raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a playful smile as he looked at him. Exactly. The young man haughtily snorted. But in the next second, he was filled with rage, wishing he could tear Qin Jun to pieces. Qin Jun unexpectedly wrapped his arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, looking at the young man provocatively and said, "The thing I fear the least is threats. You." The young man glared at Qin Jun with a face as dark as ink, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Attack! He waved his hand, and two martial artists rushed towards Qin Jun. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's expression turned cold. "Ming Chang, if you dare to make a move, you will never see me again." Swish! The young man's expression froze, staring fiercely at Qin Jun. "Kid, you wait for me." Then he turned and left. "Young master, do you have an interest in her?" Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Jun with a flirtatious gaze, her whole body leaning against him, appearing shy and charming. Wei Ruhua frowned beside them. "What do you think?" Qin Jun looked at Lu Ruyan playfully, his hand directly pinching her ample backside. "Ah!" Lu Ruyan trembled, letting out a moan. "Young master, you are so bad," Lu Ruyan said shyly. "Not bad in elasticity." Qin Jun smiled playfully. As the #1 playboy of the Great Xia, it was not his style to miss out on a good deal. He then walked into the auction. As Qin Jun left, Lu Ruyan's previously shy and enchanting expression instantly vanished, turning extremely cold. Swish! At that moment, a woman in black suddenly appeared behind Lu Ruyan and coldly said, "Miss, this guy dares to disrespect you like this. Should I take care of him? You are no match for him." Lu Ruyan shook her head. "How is that possible? No matter how powerful he is, he's just an innate level." The woman in black scoffed. "You underestimate him too much, even I can't see through him." Lu Ruyan's phoenix eyes sparkled with a strange light. The woman in black was taken aback. Could it be that he is hiding his strength? Meanwhile, at the auction site, Qin Jun followed Wei Ruhua to a private room on the upper floor. The auction had 2 levels. The first floor had scattered seating, while the second floor consisted of individual private rooms, accessible only to those of noble status. As the young lady of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Wei Ruhua naturally had a private room. "Do you know what they are auctioning from the Northern King's mansion tonight?" Qin Jun asked as he sat in the room, looking at Wei Ruhua. "I don't know." The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce only revealed that there would be a treasure from the Northern King's mansion up for auction, but they didn't disclose what it is. However, this has attracted quite a number of people to tonight's auction. It is said that even people from the imperial capital have come. Wei Ruhua said one by one. "Humph, I want to see who dares to covet the things of my Northern King's mansion tonight." Qin Jun snorted coldly. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair walked onto the auction stage. He looked at the crowd and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the auction held by my Four Seas Chamber of Commerce tonight. I am the auctioneer for this event." After a brief self-introduction, the old man announced the official start of the auction. Soon, the first item was brought up, and the auctioneer introduced it. The first item is called the Beauty Pill. Once taken, it can instantly rejuvenate one's skin, making one look 10 years younger. It is a rare treasure, so don't miss out. Upon hearing this, the women in the audience gasped, their eyes wide as they stared at the Beauty Pill. For women, their appearance is of utmost importance, and now there was a pill that could rejuvenate their skin and make them look 10 years younger. This was simply irresistible for them. Immediately, the various married women, young ladies, and heiresses began to bid without waiting for the auctioneer to call out the starting price, all eager to secure the Beauty Pill. At this moment, in the private room on the second floor, Wei Ruhua exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to have such a miraculous pill. It's just a low-level pill for skin care, nothing impressive," Qin Jun said dismissively. "You understand pills, young master? I can easily refine this kind of low-level pill," Qin Jun replied nonchalantly. After 3 years in the death prison, his third master not only taught him medical skills but also various pill formulas and techniques. A pill for skin care like this was merely the most basic type. Swish! Hearing Qin Jun's words, Wei Ruhua's eyes sparkled, and she said, "Young master, may I purchase a batch of skin care pills from you?" "You want to buy?" Qin Jun asked in surprise. "Yes, young master, as you can see, just one beauty pill has attracted so many people to fight over it. If my Gathering Treasure Pavilion could have a batch of such pills, it would surely make a name for itself. At that time, not to mention surpassing the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, even the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would have to concede to my Gathering Treasure Pavilion," Wei Ruhua said eagerly. "Alright, I happen to find the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce displeasing. As long as you can take them down, you can have as many skin care pills as you want, just prepare enough materials," Qin Jun said directly. "Thank you, young master." Immediately, a hint of joy appeared in Wei Ruhua's eyes, and she felt incredibly excited. She had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before the Gathering Treasure Pavilion would become famous throughout the Great Xia. At this moment, the bidding outside had already concluded, and the beauty-enhancing pill was purchased by a wealthy heiress for a price of 1 billion. Even Qin Jun was somewhat surprised, not expecting such a low-tier pill to be so profitable. If he were to produce a batch, wouldn't he easily become the richest person in the world? With the auction of this beauty-enhancing pill, the atmosphere at the auction site became lively. Following this, a series of auction items were presented, leading to a frenzy of bidding. Qin Jun did not pay much attention to these items but quietly waited for the item from the Northern King's mansion to appear. However, soon an item caught Qin Jun's attention. He scanned the auction stage. At that moment, there lay a 3-foot-long sword, rusted and worn. The sword was covered in rust, looking like an ancient sword that had been silent for a long time. The crowd looked at the sword with puzzled expressions, not understanding why the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would present such a rusty sword. But Qin Jun stared intently at the sword. He sensed a heavy malevolent aura emanating from it. This aura seemed to be sealed within the sword, something that ordinary martial artists would not be able to detect, but Qin Jun noticed it at a glance. At this time, the auctioneer spoke. Everyone must be wondering why this rusty sword is here. He paused for a few seconds, picked up the sword, and continued, "Don't be fooled by the rust, this sword is not simple." Immediately, several people brought a heavy iron block to the auction stage. The auctioneer held the sword and lightly struck the iron block, instantly cutting it in half. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. Such a heavy iron block was casually sliced in two? It should be noted that there were many martial artists present, and they could all see that the auctioneer had not used any internal force or true energy. It was just a simple slash, yet it cut through the thick iron block, which was several centimeters thick, into two pieces. The sharpness was truly astonishing. It could be said to be capable of cutting iron like mud. In an instant, the martial artists at the scene all had excited glints in their eyes as they stared at the sword. For martial artists, possessing a powerful weapon would be like adding wings to a tiger. Naturally, this sword that could cut iron like mud became an object of their desire. At this moment, the auctioneer smiled and said, "I believe everyone has witnessed the power of this sword. Such a powerful weapon, if missed, will be gone. Now I announce that the starting bid for this sword is 3 million, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 1 million. As soon as this was said, many people at the scene began to bid. 5 million, 10 million, I bid 30 million. In the blink of an eye, the price reached 50 million. And there were still many people continuing to bid. At this time, Qin Jun looked at the sword with flickering eyes, and Wei Ruhua beside him said, "Are you interested in this sword, young master?" "That's right." Qin Jun nodded. Others thought it was just a sword that could cut iron like mud, but he knew this sword was far from ordinary. Once the malevolent aura sealed within it erupted, the sword's power would reach an astonishing level, and it could even become an unparalleled weapon. 100 million. At this moment, Wei Ruhua directly called out the bid. "Ha!" Qin Jun was taken aback and looked at her. She smiled and said, "Since you want this sword, let me bid for it as a gift for you, young master." Qin Jun did not refuse. After all, this young lady was not short on money, and moreover, he had saved her life. A guest in box no. 3 bids 100 million. Is there anyone willing to bid more than 100 million? The auctioneer announced. Many people at the scene fell silent. 100 million was no small amount. 300 million. Immediately, a voice came from another private room on the second floor. "Damn, 300 million, is it really that rich?" Instantly, many people gasped in surprise. The auctioneer smiled and said, "Box number 5 bids 300 million. Without any hesitation, Wei Ruhua called out again, 500 million. As this 500 million price was announced, everyone on the first floor gasped in shock. A sword had actually fetched a price of 500 million, which was simply unimaginable. At this moment, in box number 5, a refined middle-aged man sat there, his eyes sparkling, saying, "It seems someone has recognized the extraordinary nature of this sword. Keep bidding." Immediately, box number 5 directly called out a sky-high price of 1 billion. Following that, Lu Ruyan walked out from the first floor hall and shouted, "My Wanbao Pavilion bids 5 billion. Hiss! Instantly, everyone at the auction site gasped in shock. This Wanbao Pavilion is really wealthy, making a move with 5 billion right away. They really don't treat money as money. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. "It's this woman again." Wei Ruhua frowned at Lu Ruyan and was about to continue bidding, but was stopped by Qin Jun. "Forget it. Young master, do you not want this sword anymore?" Wei Ruhua asked in confusion. Qin Jun smiled gently, watching Lu Ruyan downstairs. "That girl will bring the sword over obediently." Meanwhile, in box number 5, the middle-aged man said lightly, "Forget it, let her have it." He then glanced at a man in black standing beside him. Go get this sword later, and remember not to attract attention. Yes, master. The man in black nodded. In the end, this sword was acquired by Lu Ruyan for the astronomical price of 5 billion. Next, various treasures were brought out, including 2 low-grade yellow-level martial arts techniques and 1 middle-grade yellow-level martial arts technique. This 4C's Chamber of Commerce is quite capable, even bringing out martial arts techniques for auction. Qin Jun scoffed. Martial arts techniques are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with each level further divided into low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade. Although the low-grade and middle-grade yellow-level techniques are the lowest tier, they are extremely rare in this era, and even major martial arts forces treat them as treasures, never putting them up for auction. Soon, more than half an hour passed. At this point, the auctioneer spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction is nearing its end, and the next item up for bid is the finale of this auction, a treasure from the Northern Town King's mansion. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression tightened, and they all began to anticipate this treasure from the Northern Town King. After all, everyone was well aware of the Northern Town King's past strength, and treasures from his mansion would naturally not be ordinary items. Soon, someone brought a tray covered with red cloth to the auction stage. For this final item, please take a look. The auctioneer lifted the red cloth. Everyone's gaze swept over, and Qin Jun suddenly stood up, staring intently at what lay beneath the red cloth. Whoosh! As the red cloth was lifted, a golden seal appeared in everyone's sight, exuding an aura of dominance and ruthlessness. Everyone stared at the seal in shock, while Qin Jun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a cold light, his expression extremely grim. Young master, this is... Wei Ruhua beside him asked in confusion. The Northern Town King's seal. Qin Jun said coldly, word by word. At this moment, the auctioneer held up the seal and introduced it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Northern Town King's seal, personally forged by the Northern Town King himself, possessing the authority to command the entire Northern Army and the Northern border. Seeing this seal is like the Northern Town King himself being present. When this seal was revealed back then, it once frightened away 1,000,000 troops from the Bear Country. Although the King of the North is no longer here, this seal can still be considered a treasure. As Qin Jun listened to the auctioneer's introduction, his face darkened like ink, and he coldly shouted, "Damn the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, how dare they auction the King of the North's seal? Truly despicable." The King of the North's seal contained the glory of his father's life. Back then, his father wielded this seal to command the Northern Army in battles across the land, invincible in all directions. This seal represented the entire Northern Army and was a spiritual symbol in the hearts of all its soldiers. Now it was being publicly auctioned, which was not only an insult to Qin Jun's father but also a humiliation to the entire Northern Army. Crack, crack, crack. Qin Jun's fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound, wishing he could annihilate the Sihai Chamber of Commerce right then and there. At that moment, the crowd at the scene was discussing the King of the North seal, and someone immediately mocked, "That King of the North colluded with foreign enemies and betrayed the great Xia. He is a traitor who deserves to be executed by all. His royal seal is nothing but a worthless trinket." Bang! Suddenly, the door of box No. 3 was smashed to pieces, and Qin Jun leaped down from the second floor, landing in front of the person who had just mocked him, glaring at him with a fierce expression. "Who are you calling a traitor?" "Naturally, that treacherous King of the North." The man huffed, holding his head high. Bang! In the next second, Qin Jun punched, exploding the man's head. This sudden scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Ah! Murder! Many people screamed and quickly distanced themselves from Qin Jun. After killing the man, Qin Jun walked towards the auction stage. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a group of guards rushed over, surrounding Qin Jun. The leader shouted, "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at our Sihai Chamber of Commerce auction?" Bang! Qin Jun threw another punch, directly smashing the leader's head as well. He then charged out, attacking wildly, and in the blink of an eye, the group of guards lay in a pool of blood. At this moment, the scene fell silent, not a sound to be heard. The auctioneer on the stage looked at Qin Jun. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be that heir of the northern region, right?" "Heir of the northern region? He is the heir of the northern region?" The crowd looked at Qin Jun in astonishment. "That's right," Qin Jun admitted directly, "auctioning the King of the North's seal in public, insulting my King of the North's residence. Do you think my King of the North's residence is no longer here?" With a loud roar, Qin Jun charged towards the auction stage. "Heh, the King of the North's residence has long been destroyed." The auctioneer sneered, unleashing his innate second-tier cultivation, striking towards Qin Jun with a palm. Boom! A piercing explosion sounded. A figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind the auction stage, embedding itself into it, dying on the spot. This person was none other than the innate second-tier auctioneer. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Watching the auctioneer being killed with a single punch, the crowd swallowed hard, their faces filled with terror. Qin Jun then directly picked up the King of the North's seal from the auction stage, coldly stating, "As long as I am alive, the King of the North's residence will always exist." Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent shouted, "Kid, you have killed my Sea Chamber of Commerce people time and again. Do you really think my Sea Chamber of Commerce cannot kill you?" At this moment, a group of figures in black battle armor appeared, each holding sharp weapons and staring at Qin Jun. The leader, clad in black armor, exuded a powerful aura, radiating a fierce killing intent. It's the black armored guards of the Sea Chamber of Commerce. It is said that these black armored guards are a specially trained warrior team of the Sea Chamber of Commerce, each with astonishing combat power. I didn't expect the Sea Chamber of Commerce to mobilize so many black armored guards this time. Many people looked at the group in black armor in shock. Attack! With a command from the leading black armored guard, over 100 black armored guards charged towards Qin Jun. These individuals were not merely attacking, they formed a formation to encircle Qin Jun, attempting to strangle him. This formation could unleash greater power. A bunch of useless chickens. But Qin Jun looked down on them, throwing a punch directly out. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. Instantly, a dozen black armored guards were smashed to pieces, their formation shattered in an instant. Boom! 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 Qin Jun showed no mercy, delivering punch after punch, reducing all these black armored guards to rubble. At that moment, the leading black armored guard, bursting forth with innate 6th-tier cultivation, charged at Qin Jun. He struck with lethal intent, showing no mercy. However, as he reached Qin Jun, his body froze, for Qin Jun's right hand had already pierced through his black armor, directly stabbing into his chest. Put! Immediately, this black armored guard's heart was ripped out and crushed in public. In an instant, everyone at the auction was horrified, some retching, their faces pale and bodies trembling. The black armored guard fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. He died without understanding why his seemingly formidable black armor was as fragile as paper before Qin Jun, failing to withstand even a moment. At this time, Lu Rian walked over and praised Qin Jun, "Young master, you truly are invincible, even the renowned black armored guards are no match for you." Black armored guards? Just a bunch of trash. Qin Jun scoffed. At this moment, everyone present was terrified by Qin Jun's terrifying display, not daring to breathe, each one silent as a cicada in winter. Clap! 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 In the midst of this silence, a round of applause suddenly erupted. Qin Jun glanced over and saw a refined middle-aged man walking out from the 5th box on the 2nd floor. The man smiled at Qin Jun and said, "No wonder you are the son of the King of the North. Truly, a tiger father begets no dog son. Who are you?" Qin Jun coldly asked, looking at him. "It doesn't matter who I am, but now you have completely offended the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. In this vast Daxia, there may be no place for you to hide," the middle-aged man said lightly. "So what?" Qin Jun retorted. "If you are willing to pledge loyalty to me, I can guarantee that within Daxia, no one will dare to touch you." At the man's words, everyone present was shocked, wondering about his identity to dare say such things. Qin Jun sneered, and the middle-aged man replied, "What? You don't believe what I say? Pledge loyalty to you? You aren't worthy." Qin Jun coldly shouted, his disdain evident. "You aren't worthy." As these three words were spoken, the air in the room froze. The middle-aged man still maintained his refined demeanor, not angry, but a smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Young man, talking back is useless, you should be very clear about your current situation. Not to mention the forces you have offended, just those who wanted your father dead back then will not allow a son of the North with such formidable martial talent to live. You can only survive by finding a powerful backing." Listening to the man's words, Qin Jun curled his lips. "Are you done? If you're done, you can leave." At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression soured, and he was about to explode when suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. A group of individuals in uniform, wielding long knives, rushed in. They surrounded the auction site, numbering in the hundreds. "It's the Blade Society." The crowd gasped in shock. The group parted to make way, and a man in a black coat, robust and with a face full of stubble, stepped forward. A pair of eyes, sharp as a tiger's, flickered with a chilling brilliance. He exuded a terrifying sense of oppression, making one inexplicably want to kneel in submission. President of the Blade Association. The crowd looked at this man, their expressions changing, fear evident on their faces. For the people of the southern Jiang province, the president of the Blade Association was a god of death, and no one in the entire southern region dared to offend him. The person before them was none other than the 9th on the Earth ranking, the president of the Blade Association, Ba Tian. Swish! Ba Tian's cold gaze swept directly towards Qin Jun, and he shouted with an oppressive tone, "Kid, are you the one who killed my people?" "I've killed many, which one are you referring to?" Qin Jun replied casually. Seeing Qin Jun's nonchalant demeanor, Ba Tian coldly said, "In this southern region, you are the first to dare kill someone from my Blade Association." Kill! In an instant, hundreds of Blade Association members raised their blades towards Qin Jun. At this moment, Wei Ruhua stepped forward. "President Ba, young Master Qin is a distinguished guest of my treasure-gathering pavilion. If you harm him, my pavilion will be at odds with the Blade Association. Young Master Qin is also a guest of my Wanbao pavilion. If the Blade Association makes a move, my pavilion will not stand idly by." Lu Ruyan also spoke up. At this moment, everyone at the auction was taken aback. They never expected that the renowned southern beauties would stand up to openly oppose the Blade Association for Qin Jun. The treasure-gathering pavilion and Wanbao pavilion were both forces second only to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and the Great Xia, controlling vast resources and wealth. Yet they had always been competitors. Who would have thought they would stand together today? At this moment, Ba Tian's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with a chilling light as he stared at Wei Ruhua and Lu Ruyan. "Are you sure you want to oppose my Blade Association?" "Absolutely," Wei Ruhua replied firmly. Lu Ruyan wore a charming smile, not answering, but her meaning was clear. "Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then today I will kill you all together," Ba Tian shouted darkly. "Those unrelated, get lost." With Ba Tian's command, everyone at the scene fled in panic. Only Qin Jun, the two women, and a refined middle-aged man remained. At this moment, the Blade Association members charged forward with their blades. "Miss, be careful." The middle-aged man, secretly protecting Wei Ruhua, rushed out, unleashing the strength of a 9th-grade martial artist against the Blade Association members, while two 9th-grade martial artists also rushed out beside Lu Ruyan. The three 9th-grade martial artists directly blocked the hundreds of Blade Association members. "Bring me my blade," Ba Tian shouted, and two men appeared carrying a large blade. The blade was about a meter long, a palm's width wide, and a finger's thickness, a heavy blade radiating a chilling aura. Swish! Ba Tian gripped the heavy blade and swung it fiercely, creating a tearing sound as the blade sliced through the air, instantly severing the two 9th-grade martial artists beside Lu Ruyan in half, and even the 9th-grade martial artist protecting Wei Ruhua was sent flying, spitting blood wildly. Boom! Ultimately, the blade struck the ground, creating a deep pit in the marble floor, showcasing the immense power behind it. Wei Ruhua's expression changed immediately, while Lu Ruyan remained remarkably calm. Ba Tian raised the heavy blade, pointing it at the three of them. "You three must die today." Boom! Ba Tian stomped his feet, delivering a powerful strike that came crashing down. At that moment, it felt as if the entire space was being torn apart, the terrifying force surging forth, filling the air with a sense of suffocation. Boom! Just as the blade was about to fall, Qin Jun threw a punch. Crack! To everyone's astonishment, the heavy blade, weighing hundreds of pounds, was shattered by his punch. Put! Qin Jun's fist landed directly on Ba Tian, instantly sending him flying, blood spewing wildly. Swish! The elegant middle-aged man's expression tightened, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Ba Tian lay on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. As he coughed up blood, he shouted at Qin Jun, "How is this possible? How can you be so strong?" "It's because you're too weak." Qin Jun walked over to Ba Tian and coldly said, "How do you want to die? You want to kill me?" Ba Tian's expression stiffened. Qin Jun replied coldly, "Shouldn't you be dead? Do you know who I am? I am from the Guihai clan. Dare you try to kill me?" Ba Tian said disdainfully, "Kid, I advise you to obediently hand over that spirit stone and offer it to the Guihai clan, or perhaps I might spare your life." "You talk too much." Qin Jun directly stomped down, crushing Ba Tian's head. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "In just 3 years, your cultivation has reached a level where you can kill the 9th strongest on the earth ranking in an instant. It's truly incredible." This was said by the elegant middle-aged man. He stared at Qin Jun and said solemnly, "Could it be that the treasure of the Northern King is in your hands? Otherwise, how could you have become so strong?" "Treasure?" Qin Jun was taken aback by the other's words. "You don't know?" The man looked at Qin Jun and said, "More than a decade ago, your father obtained a treasure, and it is said that he became a top-tier powerhouse in the world because of it, even rising to become the Northern King who shook the world." Upon hearing this, Qin Jun's heart jolted. He had never heard his father mention any treasure. At this moment, Lu Ruyan also flickered her eyes upon hearing this. "Do you also want that treasure?" Qin Jun then looked at the man coldly. He. Who in this world doesn't want the treasure in your father's hands? Otherwise, there wouldn't have been that ambush against your father and the Northern Army 3 years ago." The middle-aged man smiled lightly. Hearing this, Qin Jun's expression changed repeatedly. He hadn't expected that the reason for the attack against his father and the Northern Army 3 years ago was because of a treasure his father possessed. But if that treasure truly existed, why had he never heard his father mention it? You really don't know about that treasure? The man stared intently at Qin Jun, clearly still somewhat skeptical. What I know or don't know is none of your business, Qin Jun snorted coldly. Young master of the northern border, you are being unreasonable. The man frowned and said coldly, since you are unwilling to speak, then come back to Tianmen with me to discuss it. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow shot towards Qin Jun at high speed. Whoosh! The shadow moved extremely fast, appearing in front of Qin Jun in an instant, its right hand reaching directly for his peepa bone. This person had already reached the diamond realm, and if that claw landed, Qin Jun's peepa bone would be instantly crippled, losing all ability to move. Crack! The next second, a sound of bone breaking echoed. Snap! With that sound, the middle-aged man's expression changed. It turned out that the one whose bone had broken was not Qin Jun, but the shadow. His hand that had reached for Qin Jun's peepa bone had somehow been caught by Qin Jun and was crushed to pieces. Yet, this person didn't make a sound. Instead, his other hand swung out a short blade towards Qin Jun's chest. Swish! Just as the short blade was swung out, it was snatched away by Qin Jun. Put! Following that, the man's throat was sliced open by Qin Jun. Immediately, a large amount of blood gushed from the black-clad man's throat. He tried to cover it with his hand, but it was of no use. With a thud, this 8th-stage Diamond Realm powerhouse fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. A dignified 8th-stage Diamond Realm expert was killed in an instant by Qin Jun. If this were to spread, it would surely shake the entire Great Xia. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was the most unsightly. He stared intently at Qin Jun, his eyes flashing with brilliance. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "It seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. But in front of me, you're still lacking a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to walk towards Qin Jun step by step. With each step he took, his aura surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he exuded the might of a 9th-tier Vajra realm, and this might continued to rise. Ultimately, this person unleashed the power of the Finger Profound Realm. Seeing the opponent step into the Finger Profound Realm, even Lu Ruyan's expression changed, but Qin Jun remained completely calm. He spoke, "Finger Profound Realm? Is this your strength? The 3rd tier of the Finger Profound Realm is enough to suppress you." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed, and a terrifying finger force shot towards Qin Jun at high speed. Although it was just a finger force, it seemed to contain a monstrous wave, wanting to completely suppress Qin Jun. Whoosh! Qin Jun also shot out a finger. His finger force was unremarkable, but when it collided with the opponent's finger force, it instantly destroyed the opponent's finger force that contained the monstrous wave. Impossible! The man's pupils contracted, and he shouted, "Put!" Immediately, Qin Jun's finger force pierced through his body, a spray of blood shooting out, and he knelt on the ground. Qin Jun's single finger had completely destroyed all of his cultivation. At that moment, the man looked dazed, while Lu Ruyan's expression kept changing. Wei Ruhua looked at Qin Jun with ripples in her eyes. "You!" At this moment, the man raised his head to look at Qin Jun, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Clearly, Qin Jun's strike had dealt a tremendous blow to him, even causing his mental state to collapse. He, a 3rd-tier Finger Profound Realm expert, was killed in an instant by a young junior in his 20s, which shattered his mindset. "You actually..." He stared at Qin Jun, his expression changing repeatedly. "How much do you know about the ambush against my father 3 years ago?" Qin Jun approached the man coldly. The reason he hadn't killed the opponent directly was to learn some information about the ambush against his father 3 years ago. So what if you've entered the Finger Profound Realm? The man sneered, "Those people from back then, they won't let you go. Even your father fell into their hands. You, a mere Finger Profound Realm, are just a slightly larger ant in front of them." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the man laughed loudly. Bang! Qin Jun directly smashed the man's head with a palm. At this moment, his gaze flickered. He had a premonition that the ambush against his father and the Northern Army 3 years ago likely involved people far beyond his imagination. But no matter who these people were or how powerful they were, he would find them one by one and use their blood to honor the 100,000 souls of his father in the Northern Army. "Young master, you've offended 2 major forces now." At this moment, Lu Ruyan spoke. "Are you referring to the Guihai clan and the Tianmen?" Qin Jun looked at Lu Ruyan, and she explained, "As far as I know, the Guihai clan is one of the top ancient martial clans in the Great Xia, with a long history and a high reputation in the martial arts world of Great Xia. And the Tianmen comes from the imperial capital, a superpower in the capital, with its leader being Yang Ding Tian, who ranks 6th on the last heavily ranking. These two forces are not simple. But Qin Jun didn't care and said, so what? If they provoke me, I'll destroy them. Young master is truly manly. I like it. Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Jun with enchanting phoenix eyes. Alright, stop flirting and go get that sword. Qin Jun said, curling his lips. Soon, Lu Ruyan came from behind the auction stage, holding the rusted sword in front of Qin Jun. Young master, I originally planned to bid for this sword to give to you, but now that you've caused such a scene, I've saved 50 billion. Qin Jun took the sword, and at that moment, he felt the strong malevolent energy within the sword, comparable even to that of his fifth master. It should be noted that his fifth master was a living king of hell, having killed countless people, and his malevolent energy was so dense that it couldn't be matched even by all 3,000 prisoners in the death prison combined. The fact that the malevolent energy in this sword could rival that of his fifth master was terrifying. He immediately prepared to find a place to study the sword thoroughly, and Wei Ruhua quickly followed him. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered as she softly said, it seems our young master is hiding quite deeply. The woman in black appeared again. Miss, what do you plan to do next? Such an extraordinary genius cannot be missed, especially since he is very likely to have obtained that treasure from the king of the north. Lu Ruyan then asked, by the way, do we have any news about the Valley Master? Not yet. The Valley Master has been missing for so many years, it won't be easy to find him. The woman in black replied. Keep looking. If we can't find the Valley Master soon, the 100 Flowers Valley will be in chaos. Lu Ruyan said solemnly. At this moment, Qin Jun had just left the auction when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He found himself on a street, but it was completely deserted, with no lights at all. Even the moon was covered by dark clouds, making it eerie and dim. What's wrong? Wei Ruhua, who had followed him, asked in confusion. Come out. Qin Jun said coldly. As soon as he spoke, a terrifying killing intent spread through the dark street. Soon, 4 figures appeared abruptly, exuding a chilling murderous aura that made one's heart race. All 4 of them had reached the finger-profound realm. At that moment, Qin Jun's phone suddenly rang. As he answered, his expression changed instantly. He immediately ignored the 4 and intended to rush back to Jianhai. Where do you think you're going? The 4 charged directly at Qin Jun. Get lost. Qin Jun shouted in fury. Get lost. With a roar, an unparalleled malevolent energy erupted from him. Gripping the rusted sword, he charged at the 4. Boom! The sword let out a thunderous sound, and a terrifying blood-red swordlight erupted from it, slashing towards the 4. The 4's pupils constricted as they felt a strong sense of suffocating death. They unleashed all their power in an attempt to block the strike. However, when the blood-red swordlight descended, their bodies were instantly cut into a pile of severed limbs. The rust on the sword in Qin Jun's hand was gradually falling away, revealing a flow of bloodlight within. But Qin Jun did not notice this at the moment. He simply vanished from the scene. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Qin Jun left, 2 figures in black robes appeared abruptly. They looked at the severed limbs on the ground, their brows furrowed, their expressions grave. The strength of this Northern Territory young master has actually reached such a level? One of the black-robed figures said solemnly. The other black-robed man spoke up. With his current strength, among the candidates qualified to enter the Killing God tomb, only those 2 from the entire killing sect can fight him. Others would just be walking to their deaths. This matter must be reported immediately, otherwise, if we continue to act against him, it will only lead to greater losses for the killing sect. The 2 then vanished from the spot. As for Qin Jun, it took him nearly 2 hours to return to the Jianghaino 1 villa. At this moment, the villa was in disarray. The Mad Lion lay on the ground, covered in blood, barely alive. And Su Chanxian, Wu Qianyue, Xiao Xing, Xiao Yu, and Fang Siki were all seriously injured. What happened? Where is Linger? Qin Jun shouted with a grim expression. Master, I'm sorry. The Mad Lion said to Qin Jun, his face full of guilt, followed by a bout of coughing, his breath faint. Swish! Qin Jun's expression tightened as he stepped forward to perform the Yin-Yang Life and Death Needle technique on the Mad Lion, then frowned. The Mad Lion's injuries were extremely severe. His entire meridian system had been shattered, and even his internal organs had been displaced. If it weren't for his good fortune, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Half an hour later, after Qin Jun's treatment, the Mad Lion's life was saved, but his meridians were completely severed, and he had now become a useless person. Thank you, Master, for saving my life, but unfortunately, the Mad Lion said with a downcast expression. Clearly, he had realized that he had become a useless person. Don't worry, I will help you restore your meridians. Qin Jun said directly. My meridians can still be restored? The Mad Lion was taken aback, looking at Qin Jun in shock. That's right. He then treated the other women one by one, while he also received some bad news. Linger had been kidnapped. Just when Qin Jun was attending the auction, a mysterious powerful figure had invaded the villa, severely injuring the Mad Lion in an instant, and then publicly abducting Qin Linger. It seems the other party came specifically for Miss Linger, Wu Qianyue said. At this moment, Qin Jun's face was as dark as ink, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent, and a chilling aura surrounded him. Linger was his only remaining family, and now she had been taken away, with no news of her whereabouts, which made his heart burn with anxiety. Don't worry, I'll contact the Special Operations Division right away to see if they can find anything, Wu Qianyue said to Qin Jun. Right, the Special Operations Division. Qin Jun immediately dialed a number. Hello? The voice of Mu Fancheng came from the other end. The last time they met, Mu Fancheng had given him his phone number, telling him to reach out if he needed anything. My sister has been kidnapped, help me investigate and find out who did it. Qin Jun said coldly. What? Your sister has been kidnapped? Mu Fancheng was taken aback and said, I understand, I will arrange for people to investigate immediately. Don't act rashly. Clearly, he was afraid that Qin Jun would do something drastic out of anger over his sister's abduction. If anything happens to my sister, I will make the entire Great Xia run with blood, Qin Jun said expressionlessly before hanging up the phone. Mu Fancheng listened to Qin Jun's words, his mouth twitching as he muttered, this madman. Come here. He then called over his trusted aide and instructed, immediately mobilize all intelligence resources from the South China headquarters to find a person for me. He also called the commanders of the Central, North, East, and West China headquarters, asking them to join in the search for Qin Linger. The commanders of the four major headquarters were quite puzzled by this. Why is there a need to mobilize such a large force to find the daughter of a traitor? The commander of the West China headquarters scoffed. If this girl isn't found, just wait for the Great Xia to run with blood. Mu Fancheng said coldly. He had no doubt about Qin Jun's words, given how much he cared for his sister. If anything really happened to her, the entire Great Xia would likely fall into chaos. Humph. The commander of the West China headquarters was completely unconcerned. However, the other commanders of the Special Operations Division still ordered a search for Qin Linger's whereabouts. At this moment, after finishing the call, Qin Jun began to ponder who had kidnapped Qin Linger. The first group that came to his mind was the ones who had poisoned Linger before. That guy knows about the Yin Yang sect and is skilled in poison? Could it be someone from the poison sect? Qin Jun thought to himself. He had heard Master San mention the poison sect before. It was a sect that specialized in poison within the Great Xia. Its founder was known as the King of Nine Deadly Poisons, whose mastery of poison arts shook the world. The poison sect had become a terrifying force, having used poison to kill countless people. The Yin Yang sect had fought against the poison sect several times, but later the poison sect was hunted down by the Great Xia authorities and ultimately vanished without a trace. By the way, there's one more thing. Just as Qin Jun was pondering, Wu Qianyue spoke again. What is it? Qin Jun asked. Wu Qianyue then revealed the news that the great elder of the Great Xia Martial Arts Association's disciple, Xiang Changkong, wanted to challenge him. As far as I know, Xiang Changkong is a top genius of the Martial Arts Association. He entered the innate realm at just 18, and now he is likely even stronger, making him a formidable competitor in this year's human ranking battle. Wu Qianyue introduced. Let him get lost. Qin Jun replied coldly. Right now, he only wanted to find Linger, he couldn't care less about some ridiculous challenge. Are you the young master of the Northern Territory? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Qin Jun's gaze sharpened as he saw three groups of people outside the villa. All three groups were dressed in a retro style, wielding swords and knives, each exuding a fierce aura. Who are you? Qin Jun asked coldly. Impudent, kid. We are from Qingcheng Mountain. Hand over that martial arts golden Dan. One group, dressed in green and holding long swords, shouted at Qin Jun. We are from the Fire Sect. We come from the sword forging manor. The other two groups said with cold arrogance. These three groups clearly came from ancient martial arts sects of the Great Xia, all here for that martial arts golden Dan. Get lost. Qin Jun shouted coldly. Arrogant. The faces of the three major sects turned cold, and they charged directly at Qin Jun. Seeking death. Qin Jun was already filled with rage due to Linger's capture, and now these people were foolishly provoking him. In an instant, his killing intent was completely ignited. Boom, his murderous aura erupted, making it feel as if one were standing in a sea of corpses and blood. He gripped the sword in his hand, the rust on it rapidly flaking off, and the sealed murderous energy seemed ready to explode at any moment. Qin Jun wielded the sword and charged out. Puff, puff, puff. As soon as Qin Jun made his move, he unleashed various killing techniques without a hint of mercy. He wielded the sword, crazily reaping the lives of these three sect members, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Jun did not notice that the sword in his hand was frantically absorbing the blood of these people. In the blink of an eye, the members of the three ancient martial arts sects were left with very few, and the remaining ones looked at Qin Jun in terror. At that moment, in their eyes, Qin Jun was akin to the Grim Reaper from hell. Are you going to be our enemy from Qincheng Mountain? The last remaining member of Qincheng Mountain trembled as he looked at Qin Jun. Puff! Without a word, Qin Jun sliced him in half with a single strike, and the blood that splattered out was all absorbed by the sword. Immediately, the other two sect members turned to flee without saying a word, but Qin Jun swung his sword and killed them all. At this moment, outside the villa, severed limbs and broken arms were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, the sword in Qin Jun's hand trembled violently, all the blood it had absorbed was drawn into the blade, and the rust had completely fallen off. This sword can actually drink blood? Qin Jun's gaze fixed on the sword. No wonder the murderous energy was so heavy, this sword seemed to be an evil sword. Qin Jun muttered to himself. But he didn't care, whether it was an evil sword or a righteous sword, as long as it could kill, it was a good sword. Swish! Suddenly, he glanced towards a corner and coldly said, "You've been hiding and watching the show for so long, aren't you planning to come out?" The few people hidden in the shadows changed their expressions, they hadn't expected to be discovered by Qin Jun. "Let's go!" They immediately tried to leave, but Qin Jun flashed directly in front of them. Instantly, the four of them wore expressions of vigilance and seriousness as they stared at Qin Jun. There were 4 of them in total, all dressed in black, exuding a faint demonic aura, each with a cultivation level above the innate 5th stage, the strongest among them having reached the innate 8th stage. Demonic cultivators? Qin Jun glanced at the 4 and frowned. "Are you also here for that martial arts golden elixir?" That martial arts golden elixir was originally seized by our sect leader at the cost of his life. We only want to return it to its rightful owner. One of them said boldly. "The one who took that martial arts golden elixir back then was your sect leader?" Qin Jun raised an eyebrow. "That's right," the man replied. "That martial arts golden elixir is already gone, and your sect leader is dead. If you want to accompany your sect leader, I can send you on your way." Qin Jun smirked. Whoosh! Instantly, the faces of the 4 changed. "North Border's young master, sorry, our demon sect has no intention of being your enemy, please show mercy." Suddenly, an old man with white hair appeared in front of Qin Jun, a black mark on his face. "Elder 4. The 4 looked at the old man and called out hurriedly, "You are from the demon sect?" Qin Jun glanced at the old man, who nodded, "That's right. When did the demon sect become so pathetic?" Qin Jun immediately mocked without mercy. Instantly, the expression of the demon sect elder and the other 4 disciples stiffened. The reason Qin Jun said this was that he had heard his 4th master mention the demon sect before, which was said to be the most powerful demonic organization within the Great Xia territory, with countless strong individuals, even the masters being at the bottom. But now, an elder of the demon sect had just barely broken through to the diamond realm, which made Qin Jun question it. At this moment, the 4th elder felt awkward for a few seconds and looked at Qin Jun, saying, "Young master, do you perhaps know our demon sect?" "I don't know. But isn't the demon sect the strongest demonic organization in the Great Xia territory?" Hearing this, the 4th elder's expression dimmed as he said, "That was all over 100 years ago. Since the upheaval 100 years ago, the demon sect has suffered devastating losses and has been unable to recover. Now, the demon sect is merely hanging on by a thread. That's why our sect leader would go to any lengths to obtain that martial arts golden elixir, to enhance our strength and revive the demon sect." Listening to the 4th elder's words, Qin Jun was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that such a powerful demon sect had fallen. He then looked at the other party and said, "If you want the demon sect to rise again, it's not impossible." "Ha!" Qin Jun's words left them stunned, looking at him in confusion. "If the demon sect swears loyalty to me, I can make the demon sect rise again," Qin Jun said directly. Whoosh! His words shocked both the other party and the few disciples of the demon sect. Clearly, they hadn't expected Qin Jun to make such a request. The 4th elder then said solemnly, "Although your cultivation is formidable, you are not a person of the demonic path. The demon sect cannot possibly swear loyalty to you." "Who said I'm not a person of the demonic path?" Qin Jun coldly replied. Boom! The next moment, an overwhelming demonic aura erupted from his body. This demonic aura surged forth, directly condensing into a demonic god figure above Qin Jun's head, shocking everyone. "Demon! God!" The 4th elder of the demon sect stared wide-eyed at the demonic god figure, while the 4 disciples of the demon sect were left dumbfounded. Even the fierce lion and Wu Qianyue looked on with expressions of shock. Clearly, they had not expected that Qin Jun was actually a demonic cultivator. Thud! At that moment, the fourth elder knelt before Qin Jun and exclaimed, "I pay my respects to the inheritor of the demon god." As the fourth elder knelt, the other four disciples of the demon sect also knelt down. Qin Jun immediately retracted the demonic aura and said, "Is it all right now? I didn't expect that you, young master, are actually the legendary inheritor of the demon god. If you can become the master of our demon sect, it would be an honor for us. I will return to discuss this with the elders of the sect," the fourth elder said excitedly. "All right." Qin Jun nodded. The fourth elder then quickly led the four disciples away. "Master, I can't believe you are still a demon cultivator. This is truly unexpected." At that moment, the mad lion exclaimed in shock. Wu Qianyue furrowed her brows and said to Qin Jun, "The demon sect is the public enemy of the entire martial world of the Great Xia. If you want to reclaim them, you will surely offend the entire martial world of the Great Xia, and you will become a target for everyone." "So what?" Qin Jun replied dismissively. The reason he wanted to reclaim the demon sect was to establish a power of his own. Although he was strong, he was still limited in his capabilities. If he had a powerful force today, he could protect Linger and do more things. Therefore, he thought of reclaiming the demon sect, believing that with his abilities, he could make the demon sect grow rapidly. As for being enemies with the martial world of the Great Xia, Qin Jun didn't care at all. What if he were to be against the whole world? "Young master." At that moment, Lung Feng returned with blood on his lips, clutching his chest. "What happened?" Qin Jun frowned. He had previously sent Ling Feng to investigate the participants involved in the ambush against his father and the Northern Army 3 years ago, but he didn't expect Lung Feng to be injured. "Young master, I found some information regarding the battle 3 years ago between the prince and the Northern Army," Lung Feng said directly. Swish! Qin Jun's gaze sharpened as he said, "Speak." "During my return to the northern region, I discovered that on the day the prince led the Northern Army into battle 3 years ago, the 4 ancient martial families of the northern region all secretly mobilized," Lung Feng stated one by one. Swish! Qin Jun's expression darkened instantly as he coldly said, "They also participated in the actions against my father and the Northern Army?" "Yes, and during my investigation, I was detected by members of the Hellion clan, who sent guards to chase me." Listening to Lang Feng's words, Qin Jun said, "The injuries on you were caused by them?" "That's right." Lung Feng nodded. In an instant, a cold light flashed in Qin Jun's eyes, and a strong aura of killing intent enveloped him. The 4 ancient martial families of the northern region had always been loyal to the northern king's mansion, yet they had betrayed his father. A group of traitors, they all deserved to die. Qin Jun shouted with murderous intent. At this moment, he wished he could directly return to the northern region and kill all these traitors. These 4 ancient martial families were subdued by my father back then. If they had no support behind them, they would never dare to betray my father," Qin Jun said solemnly. Lung Feng nodded, "That's right. I also found out that the day before the prince led his army into battle, a war god from the Great Xia secretly met with the head of the Hellion clan." Swish! "Who?" Qin Jun's expression turned cold. "The war god of Jinling, Zhang Yuntian," Lung Feng said solemnly. Immediately, Qin Jun's eyes narrowed. "You suspect he is the mastermind behind this? Just a war god alone might not be enough, but if the war god of Jinling is really involved, then there might be higher level figures behind him, such as..." Lung Feng didn't finish his last few words, but Qin Jun knew he was referring to those big shots in the war department. After all, apart from them, no one else could command the war god of the Great Xia. Moreover, Qin Jun knew that many people in the war department were quite wary of the existence of the Northern Town Army, the biggest reason being that the Northern Town Army only listened to his father's orders and completely disregarded the war department's dispatches, which naturally made many in the war department dissatisfied. "No matter who it is, anyone involved in the events of 3 years ago must die," Qin Jun declared word by word. "By the way, young master, during my trip to the northern border, I encountered quite a few soldiers from the Northern Town Army. They were all very excited to learn that the young master was out of prison and are looking forward to you rebuilding the Northern Town Army," Lung Feng continued. Qin Jun's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly, "The Northern Town Army will definitely be rebuilt." After that, he went straight back into the room and took out the spirit stone to refine and absorb it. He was still uncertain about how strong the enemies who had participated in dealing with his father and the Northern Town Army were, so he had to continue to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, when the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce learned about the events at tonight's auction in Sunan, it shocked the entire chamber. "This northern border young master is too arrogant, he must die." "That's right, if he doesn't die, where will our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's face be? The president is about to return, if this matter is not handled well, won't it make us all look useless?" At this moment, the elders and high-ranking members of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce were discussing fervently. Vice President, what do you think? They then turned their gaze to a middle-aged man, who was none other than Gu Qianjue, the Vice President of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Gu Qianjue said directly, issue a bounty, 30 billion for injuring the Northern Border Young Master, a high-grade yellow-level technique for severing a limb of the Northern Border Young Master, and a third-grade breaking realm pill for taking his head. Upon hearing this, the elders and high-ranking members present all changed their expressions, greatly shocked. Vice President, our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce is not without strong individuals. Why do we need to issue a bounty? One elder asked in confusion. Killing him like this would be too cheap for him, wouldn't it? If we let him become the prey of all martial artists in the Great Xia, constantly hunted, wouldn't that be more interesting? Moreover, doing so would also demonstrate the strength of our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, letting everyone know that anyone who opposes us will become an enemy of the world. Gu Qianjue said coldly. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, saying, the Vice President is right, we must do it this way. Let's see how capable that Northern Border Young Master is at surviving. They were well aware that once this bounty was issued, not to mention the loose cultivators of the Great Xia, even the major families in ancient martial arts sects would likely take action. After all, both the high-grade yellow-level technique and the third-grade breaking realm pill were extremely tempting, especially that third-grade breaking realm pill, which could allow a person to directly step into the celestial phenomenon realm. In the path of martial arts, beyond the profound guidance is the celestial phenomenon realm. Once one steps into this realm, they can invoke the phenomena of heaven and earth when using martial techniques, causing terrifying destructive power. The celestial phenomenon realm is the strongest realm below the master realm. In this era, where no masters have emerged, the celestial phenomenon realm is the martial arts goal pursued by countless martial artists. However, stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Among 100 profound guidance realm experts, there might not even be one who can step into the celestial phenomenon realm. They might spend their entire lives only reaching half a step into the celestial phenomenon realm. Yet, this third-grade breaking realm pill has a 70% chance of allowing a half-step celestial phenomenon realm expert to successfully step into the celestial phenomenon realm, and even a 9th-tier profound guidance realm expert has a 50% chance of stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm after taking it. This shows how powerful the third-grade breaking realm pill is. Once the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce puts it out as a bounty, it will surely stir up a bloody storm. And they have already anticipated how tragic Qin Jun's fate would be. At this moment, in the Lin family of the imperial capital, an old man with white hair walked out of a room, and the head of the Lin family directly asked, Old Hua, how is my grandson? The old man was none other than the chief healer of the Great Xia Sacred Medical Hall, honored by the national lord as the court physician, Hua Chuanqiu. Previously, the Lin family had invited him to treat Lin Bufan. Young Master Lin is no longer in serious danger, he just needs to rest for a few days, Hua Chuanqiu said, gently stroking his beard. Hua Lao is truly a miraculous healer. Lin Wuwei smiled, but at that moment, Lin Bufan's father, Lin Changjun, looked at Hua Chuanqiu and said, Hua Lao, there is something I must tell you, your disciple has had his hands crippled. What? Upon hearing this news, Hua Chuanqiu's expression changed. What happened? Master, you must avenge me. Immediately, Ding Yi came before Hua Chuanqiu, crying, with thick bandages wrapped around the stumps of his arms. Here, who did this? Hua Chuanqiu looked at his beloved disciple's severed hands, his face darkening. It was that northern region heir. He not only humiliated me but also insulted you, saying you are unworthy of being the chief healer of the sacred medical hall, a quack. I couldn't stand it and argued with him, and as a result, he cut off my hands. Ding He recounted, embellishing his tale with tears. Bastard! Hearing Ding He's lament, Hua Chuanqiu's anger flared, his face contorted with rage. This northern region heir is simply lawless. I will go immediately to see the national lord. This scoundrel must be severely punished. At this moment, Lin Wuwei spoke up. Hua Lao, this person has enmity with my Lin family, let us handle him. My Lin family will surely give you disciple a satisfactory explanation. Then I thank you, Grand Tutor. If the Lin family has any needs in the future, do not hesitate to say so. Hua Chuanqiu clasped his fists. He then took Ding He and left. Lin Changjun looked at his father. Father, this move is quite clever. Now we have completely pulled this Hua Xingqiu into the Lin family's camp. What I want is not just him, but the sacred medical hall behind him. It is said that the sacred medical hall possesses various miraculous pills and formulas left by the saint physician. If we can obtain them, it will surely greatly enhance the Lin family's strength. Lin Wuwei's eyes flickered. Lin Changjun's expression turned grim. Father, if that's the case, let me personally go to Jianhai to avenge my second brother. Your identity is not suitable for this. Lin Wuwei shook his head, while Lin Changjun frowned. But father, that brat could even kill my second brother. If I don't take action, it won't be so easy to kill him. Your third brother has already sent someone, Lin Wuwei said coldly. Lin Changjun was taken aback. What? This matter has even alarmed my third brother? That's right, let your third brother's people handle that brat. The human ranking battle will be held in just over a week. We must prepare well to ensure Bufan can reach the top of the human ranking. Lin Wuwei commanded sternly. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Yamato, at the residence of Prince Inchan, when Prince Inchan learned of the reply from the Great Xia War Department, he went into a rage, smashing things around him. Damn Great Xia, do they really think we in Yamato dare not go to war with you? Immediately contact Goryeo, the United States, the Bear Country, India, and other nations. Now that the King of the North is gone, it's time to let Great Xia feel the terror of the Eight-Nation Alliance once again. Prince Inchan commanded coldly, then turned to his confidant. Also, notify the Black Dragon Society to spare no effort in bringing back the head of that northern region heir, along with the Hishiryu he possesses. Bring them both back to me. Yes, my lord. The confidant nodded. On a private plane heading to Great Xia, a woman looked at the distant Great Xia border, her eyes sparkling. Heir, we are finally going to meet. The next day, in Villa No. 1, that Xiang Changkong actually set up a ring in the center of Jiangzhou. At this moment, Wu Qianyue looked at the news on her phone in surprise. Really? That guy really wants to challenge the master. Su Chanxian leaned over and muttered. The martial arts competition has created such a big spectacle. If that guy doesn't show up, everyone will think he's afraid, and the Martial Arts Association will definitely take the opportunity to stomp on him hard. Wu Qianyue said, glancing at Qin Jun's room. Is he still not awake? There's no need for the master to take action against someone like him. I can handle it myself, Su Chanxian huffed. You. Wu Qianyue looked at Su Chanxian in shock. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, in the city center, a huge arena had been set up, surrounded by a group of martial arts association members. On that solemn stage sat a young man about 25 or 26 years old. He was Xiang Changkong, a highly respected disciple of the Grand Elder of the Martial Arts Association. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered, and even major news media were live broadcasting the event. Many were discussing whether the northern region's young master would appear to accept the challenge. Online, numerous netizens were also engaged in various discussions about it. But soon, several hours passed, and Qin Jun did not appear. It seems this northern region young master is afraid. He doesn't even dare to show his face. That's right, he must be scared. How could a playboy young master, who only knows how to indulge in pleasure, be a match for the Martial Arts Association's prodigy? Yeah, this prodigy reportedly entered the innate realm at 18. He is a true genius, far beyond what a playboy young master can compare to. That guy must be a coward. That playboy young master thought he was impressive, but turns out he's just useless. At this moment, many people on site began to mock and insult, and even online, there were a bunch of people frantically typing to ridicule Qin Jun for being a coward, afraid to come out and fight. Is the young master really afraid? At this moment, among the crowd stood a graceful lady, the current head of the Su family, Hua Mengyao. Beside her, Su Yue immediately said, the young master would never be afraid. He probably just thinks this person isn't worth his effort. Suddenly, on the stage, Xiang Changkong's eyes widened, flashing with a cold light. He slowly stood up, his tone laced with disdain and contempt. Northern region young master, I thought you had some ability, but it turns out you're so weak. You were so arrogant before, wantonly slaughtering members of my martial arts association, yet now you're timid and afraid to show up. It seems I, Xiang Changkong, misjudged you and overestimated this so-called young master. A mere coward like you isn't worth my effort. You don't deserve it. With that, Xiang Changkong flicked his sleeves and stood proudly, exuding an air of arrogance that made it seem as if he regarded the northern region young master as an insignificant ant. At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. My master is not a coward. Ha! Xiang Changkong paused, his gaze following the source of the voice, and he saw a girl with a ponytail striding confidently toward him. This girl was Su Chanxian, who had rushed from Jianghai. Did you just say master? You're Qin Jun's disciple? Xiang Changkong looked at her and said. That's right. Su Chanxian huffed, while Xiang Changkong coldly replied, oh? Your master is too scared to come out, so he sent a little girl like you. I'm here to tell you that my master isn't afraid of you, it's just that you're not worthy of my master taking action. To deal with you, Su Chanxian alone is enough. With that, Su Chanxian moved, lightly stepping forward, and instantly leaped onto the stage, her momentum like a rainbow. This scene left everyone watching in shock. They never expected that the northern region young master wouldn't come himself but would send a little disciple to accept the challenge. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Su family? She actually dares to challenge the top genius of the Martial Arts Association? At this moment, many people in Jiangzhou recognized Su Chanxian, the young lady from a prominent family in Jiangnan, all wearing puzzled expressions. Chanxian, what are you doing? Come down. Just then, Su Changhong arrived at the scene and saw his daughter rushing onto the stage, instantly shocked. Father, you're here. Just in time for you to see how powerful your daughter is now, Su Chanxian said with a grin as she looked at her father. You silly girl, don't go crazy. Come down. Su Changhong was extremely anxious. He knew very well that his daughter had no cultivation at all. How could she possibly be a match for the people at the martial arts conference? Meanwhile, Xiang Chankong's face was as dark as water, his gaze like a torch, firmly locked onto Su Chanxian, his tone laced with barely concealed anger and disdain. Humph, Xin Jun actually sent you, this wet behind the ears girl, to challenge me. This act is not only a personal insult to me but also a blatant humiliation to the entire martial arts conference. Humph, you talk too much. Su Chanxian snorted and immediately made her move. Since you want to die, then I will. At that moment, a glint of killing intent flashed in Xiang Chankong's eyes as he prepared to strike hard, wanting to show that northern arrow lesson. But before he could finish his sentence, his pupils constricted, for Su Chanxian had already rushed in front of him, and she had unleashed a powerful surge of true energy. This little girl had actually stepped into the innate realm? At this moment, Xiang Chankong was greatly shocked, but amidst his astonishment, he quickly countered Su Chanxian's attack. Bang! With a sound like muffled thunder, Xiang Chankong's body was sent flying backward, stabilizing himself only at the edge of the stage. At this moment, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Each one stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. As for Su Changhong, he looked at his daughter with an expression of utter incredulity, even doubting whether the Su Chanxian on the stage was really his daughter. How did this girl become so strong all of a sudden? Could it be that her meridians have been opened? Su Changhong thought of something, his expression tightening, his face becoming extremely serious. Wow, this little girl is actually so impressive? Simply explosive. After a brief moment of silence, the scene erupted into waves of astonishment, surging like a tide. At this time, Xiang Chankong's face looked the worst. He stared at Su Chanxian with intensity. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? His cultivation had already reached the 5th stage of the innate realm, and he realized that the power of his opponent was even greater than his own. This made Xiang Chankong, who prided himself on being a genius, unable to accept it for a moment. Is that all the strength you have? You still want to challenge my master, truly overestimating yourself. Su Chanxian curled her lips, her face full of disdain. Her words further provoked Xiang Chankong, who glared at her with a twisted expression and shouted, "No!" Boom! Xiang Chankong activated his technique, unleashing all his true energy, simultaneously executing a martial skill to strike at Su Chanxian. With this strike, he unleashed 200% of his power, determined to completely suppress Su Chanxian. As the pride of the martial arts conference, how could he be inferior to a little girl? He had to prove himself. But ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. Su Chanxian saw Xiang Chankong charging at her with great momentum. She did not dare to be careless and instead urged her martial veins, unleashing all her strength. Boom! As the two forces collided violently, a deafening roar erupted. A powerful wave of true energy spread out, sending everyone around the stage flying away, and then a figure was sent flying out, crashing heavily onto the ground below the stage, spitting blood. This person was not Su Chanxian, but Xiang Chankong. This scene left everyone at the scene dumbfounded, including the viewers watching through the live stream, all of them wide-eyed and speechless. Young Master Xiang. At that moment, a group of Martial Arts Association members hurriedly approached Xiang Chankong, who was spitting blood madly, clearly injured and suffering a great emotional blow, his spirit completely shattered. Damn girl! At this moment, an elder from the Martial Arts Association stepped forward, his face dark as he glared at Su Chanxian on the stage. Xiang Chankong was the disciple of the Grand Elder, and now that he had been injured, if there was no explanation, they would all be held accountable by the Grand Elder when they returned. Therefore, he couldn't care less about bullying the weak and charged directly at Su Chanxian on the ring. His cultivation had already reached the diamond realm, and the force he unleashed completely suppressed Su Chanxian. Swish! Su Chanxian's face suddenly turned pale, a heavy sense of suffocation clung to her like a shadow, tightly wrapping around her. Under the overwhelming pressure of that person's imposing aura, she found that she didn't even have the space to raise her hand in resistance. Although she possessed a martial vein, her cultivation was still shallow, and she was no match for someone in the diamond realm. Qian! Su Changhong's face changed drastically as he rushed over, but his cultivation hadn't even reached the innate realm, and he was too late. In the blink of an eye, the elder from the Martial Arts Association was in front of Su Chanxian, striking down towards her head. If that hit landed, Su Chanshan would be killed instantly. The onlookers couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to bear witnessing such a bloody scene. But at that critical moment, a cold snort rang out, "Old man, bullying the weak, aren't you ashamed?" Bang! Just as the elder's palm was about to land on Su Chanshan's head, a figure suddenly appeared, throwing a punch that sent him flying. Put! The elder from the Diamond Realm crashed onto the ring, spitting blood wildly. Su Chanshan turned around sharply and saw Qin Jun standing beside her. "Master, I knew you would come to save me," Su Chanshan exclaimed, hugging Qin Jun excitedly. "Alright, you girl, running off to fight before your skills are even solidified. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have turned into a headless ghost by now," Qin Jun said, shaking his head gently, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. Su Chanshan pouted, her eyes shimmering with a hint of grievance. "Master, I'm doing this to help you relieve your worries." After saying that, she placed her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at the elder, her bright eyes seeming to spit fire. "Besides, I have already defeated that guy who dared to challenge you. Who would have thought this old man would be so pathetic, at his age still attacking a junior like me, truly lacking in grace. North Border's young master. How could you?" At this moment, the elder looked at Qin Jun, his face filled with disbelief. Clearly, he hadn't expected Qin Jun's cultivation to have broken through to the Diamond Realm. Qin Jun stepped forward, without any unnecessary words, and stomped down, crushing the elder's head. Gulp! 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 In an instant, the onlookers were faced with such a bloody scene, all swallowing hard, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. The Martial Arts Association members were all dumbfounded, glaring at Qin Jun, but no one dared to say a word. At this time, Xiang Changkong's expression was icy as he stared at Qin Jun. "North Border's young master, you killed my Martial Arts Association elder, this grudge will be avenged." Swish! Qin Jun glanced at Xiang Changkong indifferently, coldly saying, "Is it you who wants to challenge me?" A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, his tone filled with disdain. "Humph, it seems any kind of trash dares to challenge me. You!" Xiang Changkong's face turned ashen with anger at Qin Jun's words, his eyes wide open as if they could spit fire. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You wait and see, one day, I will trample you underfoot and make you understand my power." Too bad, that day will never come. Qin Jun's words were like ice picks, piercing directly into Xiang Changkong's heart. Before his voice faded, his figure had transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly disappearing from the arena. Whoosh! In the next moment, Qin Jun appeared right in front of Xiang Changkong, directly gripping his throat, causing the latter's face to turn red as he struggled desperately. "Remember, don't challenge me in your next life." Qin Jun's voice was as cold as the biting wind, devoid of any emotion. With a crisp crack, accompanied by the fading light in Xiang Changkong's eyes, this so-called top genius of the martial arts conference had his neck snapped by Qin Jun. Like discarding a trivial object, Qin Jun casually threw Xiang Changkong's corpse to the ground, then his gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over the remaining shrinking members of the martial arts conference, his tone carrying an undeniable resolve. "Take their bodies and leave this place immediately. Go back and tell the people of the martial arts conference that from now on, any member who dares to step into Jiangnan will be killed without mercy." As he spoke, a chilling aura emanated from Qin Jun, as if the very air had solidified. The members of the martial arts conference exchanged glances, not daring to hesitate for a moment, quickly lifting the elder and Xiang Changkong's bodies, hastily retreating from the scene. "Master, you are amazing." Su Chanshan clapped directly at Qin Jun. "Chanshan." At that moment, Su Changhong rushed over, looking at his daughter and saying, "You scared me to death just now." "Father, I'm sorry for worrying you," Su Chanshan said, lowering her head and sticking out her tongue. "Young master." Soon after, Su Yuwei and her mother also approached Qin Jun, bowing respectfully. "You all came," Qin Jun smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over Su Yuwei, who shyly lowered her head. "Chanshan, your meridians have been unblocked?" Su Changhong looked at Su Chanshan with a serious expression. "That's right, it was master who helped me unblock them. Father, now I am a true martial artist." "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge mother," Su Chanshan said, waving her fists. Sigh. In response, Su Changhong showed no signs of happiness, instead letting out a heavy sigh, looking worried. "Father, what's wrong?" Su Chanshan asked, puzzled. "Chanshan, the meridians in your body were blocked by you, right?" Suddenly, Qin Jun walked over and asked Su Changhong. "What? Father, my meridians were blocked by you?" Su Chanshan's expression changed immediately, disbelief written all over her face. Su Changhong glanced at Qin Jun, then looked at Su Chanshan. "Chanshan, the meridians in your body were blocked by your mother." "My mother? Why?" Su Chanshan asked, confused. "Your mother did this to prevent the people from the Gongsun family from discovering your martial veins." Hearing Su Changhong's words, Su Chanshan was taken aback. "Gongsun family? Is that my mother's family? That's right. Su Changhong nodded and said, the Gongsun family is one of the 9 great families of the Great Xia, and your mother comes from the Gongsun family, having awakened the bloodline power of the Gongsun family's inheritance. But because she was not a direct descendant of the Gongsun family, they cruelly extracted your mother's bloodline power for the direct descendants of the Gongsun family. Later, your mother escaped from the Gongsun family and met and fell in love with me. After you were born, your mother discovered that you possessed the legendary martial veins. She feared that if this news reached the Gongsun family, they would come after you again, so she blocked all the meridians in your body, preventing you from awakening your martial veins. Later, your mother also suffered from bloodline extraction, and shortly after giving birth to you, she perished from exhaustion. Listening to Su Changhong's words, Su Chanshan's face was filled with sorrow and pain, murmuring, Mother, those people from the Gongsun family are truly ruthless. Qin Jun snorted coldly. He was very clear that extracting the bloodline power from a person would cause indescribable harm to the owner of that bloodline. At best, it would greatly diminish their cultivation, and at worst, it could cost them their life. And to extract the awakened bloodline power simply because one was not a direct descendant was undeniably ruthless. Gongsun aristocracy, I will kill them to avenge my mother. Su Chanshan shouted angrily. Chanshan, don't be impulsive. The terror of the Gongsun aristocracy is not something you can contend with, Su Changhong quickly advised. No matter how terrifying they are, I must avenge my mother and destroy the Gongsun aristocracy. At this moment, Su Chanshan clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. Destroy my Gongsun aristocracy? Little girl, you really are naive. Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain rang out. Qin Jun, Su Chanshan, and Su Changhong all turned their gazes, only to see a group of people dressed in long robes, their expressions cold and proud, with contempt on their faces. Each of them exuded an overwhelming aura. Are you people from the Gongsun aristocracy? Qin Jun said coldly. That's right, we are from the Gongsun aristocracy. The leader said coldly, then fixed his gaze on Su Chanshan. I didn't expect that Gongsun Lan not only awakened her ancestral bloodline but also gave birth to a daughter with a martial vein. Truly, the heavens are aiding my Gongsun aristocracy. You bunch of villains, I will kill you. Su Chanshan shouted and charged directly at the group from the Gongsun aristocracy. Chanshan. Su Changhong's expression changed, and he was about to step forward to stop her when the leader snorted coldly, a little girl who doesn't know her limits. He waved his right hand, directly striking towards Su Chanshan. His cultivation had already reached the finger-profound realm, and he didn't take Su Chanshan seriously at all. But at that moment, a hand pressed down on Su Chanshan, halting her movement. The owner of that hand was Qin Jun. Then, with his other hand, Qin Jun struck out, colliding with the leader. Bang! Immediately, the Gongsun aristocracy member was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, his right hand shattered to pieces. This scene shocked the other members of the Gongsun aristocracy, who hurriedly helped the man up, calling out, Third young master, are you alright? Bastard, all of you, go and kill him. The man clutched his severed arm, glaring at Qin Jun with a fierce expression, shouting, Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the group from the Gongsun aristocracy erupted with terrifying true energy, charging towards Qin Jun. Pft, pft, pft. Qin Jun directly swung out his sharp sword, and with one slash, the bodies of the group were cut in half, their blood splattering everywhere, all absorbed by the sword. As it continuously drank blood, the bloodlight flickering on the sword became increasingly eerie, and the sealed malevolence seemed ready to burst forth at any moment. You! At this moment, the man referred to as the third young master stared wide-eyed at Qin Jun. How do you want to die? Qin Jun looked at him coldly. You dare to kill me? I am. Put. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun's sword swept past, and his head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Master, thank you. Su Chanshan calmed down and looked at Qin Jun gratefully. You, girl, are too impulsive. Remember, when your strength is insufficient, develop quietly first, rather than seeking death. If there's a next time, don't call me master, I can't afford to lose face. Qin Jun snorted coldly. Yes. Su Chanshan nodded. At this moment, Su Changhong frowned and said, I didn't expect the Gongsun aristocracy to find us so quickly, this is troublesome. What are you afraid of? Kill as many as come, Qin Jun said dismissively. Su Changhong's expression turned solemn. Young Master Qin, you may not fully understand the 9 great aristocracies. The 9 great families of the Great Xia have existed since the Qin dynasty, their ancestors once being formidable figures that shook the world. No matter how many generations the Great Xia dynasty has gone through, it cannot shake the status of these 9 great families. To this day, the foundation and power they have accumulated are such that even the current top 10 families, let alone individual strength, would find it hard to contend with them. That would undoubtedly be like an ant trying to shake a tree, seeking its own demise. Is that so? Shin-jun smiled lightly. No matter what families they are, if they provoke me, they will only end up as a bunch of corpses. Young master. At that moment, Wei Ruhua arrived. What brings you here? I came to deliver the medicinal materials you needed, but I just received another piece of news. Shin-jun looked at Wei Ruhua. What news? Immediately, Wei Ruhua spoke of the bounty issued by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. What? Such a thing exists? Su Changhong and Su You's expressions changed, and they quickly checked, only to find it was true. The bounty from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce had officially been announced, and its release sent shockwaves throughout the Great Xia. No one expected that the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would issue such a generous reward for the killing of a single person. If they injure me, they'll pay 30 billion, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce really is wealthy. Shin-jun looked at the bounty and smiled with interest. Compared to that high-grade yellow-level martial art and the third-grade breakthrough pill, this 30 billion is nothing, because the first two are the real temptations that no martial artist can refuse. Especially the third-grade breakthrough pill, which is said to give a chance to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. I fear even those at the profound guidance realm will find it hard to resist. Wei Ruhua said with a serious expression. What should we do? Su Chanxian asked worriedly. For now, the only option is for the young master to go abroad and hide for a while, Su Changhong said. Young master, I will arrange for you to go abroad immediately, Su Yue said hastily. No need. Shin-jun shook his head. If the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce can put a bounty on me, why can't I put a bounty on them? Ha! Hearing this, Wei Ruhua and the others were taken aback. Shin-jun looked directly at Wei Ruhua and said, You will represent me in issuing a notice. Anyone who kills a mid-level member of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce will be rewarded with 50 billion. Killing an elder or high-ranking member will earn a low-grade profound-level martial art, and if someone can kill the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, they will receive a fourth-grade recovery pill. This reward can be stacked infinitely, with no upper limit. Shin-jun's words left Wei Ruhua and the others stunned, their expressions changing dramatically. They never expected Shin-jun would also issue a bounty, and the rewards were even more terrifying than those of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, especially the last statement about infinite stacking, which shocked them immensely. Young master, are you serious? After a silence of several seconds, Wei Ruhua couldn't help but ask Shin-jun, Do you think I'm joking? Shin-jun replied, Young master, are you sure? That low-grade profound-level martial art and that fourth-grade pill are incredibly precious, do you really? Su Changhong looked at Shin-jun with some hesitation. Clearly, he did not believe Shin-jun could offer these two rewards. A profound-level martial art, just one, could spark competition among countless families, ancient martial clans, and martial arts sects. After all, in this current era of martial arts decline, having a yellow-level martial art is already quite good among the major forces, while a profound-level martial art is a rare sight. Only those with ancient lineages might possess one. As for the fourth-grade pill, it is known that pills are graded from 1 to 9, and a third-grade pill is already a rarity. Only super chambers like the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce could offer one, and even then, only one as a reward. Yet Shin-jun was talking about a fourth-grade pill, which was truly hard to believe. A fourth-grade elixir, I'm afraid only a power like the 9 great families could possess it, right? This inevitably made Su Changhong suspicious. Even Wei Ruhua and Su Yue were hesitant to believe that Shin-jun could casually produce a book of profound-level techniques or a fourth-grade elixir. Don't worry, since I dare to say it, I can definitely produce it, Shin-jun said with a gentle smile. For him, let alone the techniques given by his 10 masters, even the 3,000 prisoners in the dead prison had no idea how many profound-level techniques they had given him, and there were even earth-level techniques. As for the fourth-grade elixir, as long as he had enough materials, he could refine as many as he wanted. This was simply not a problem for him. Alright, I will announce it immediately, but compared to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, outsiders might not believe you, young master. Therefore, to make them believe in this bounty, we need. Wei Ruhua looked at Shin-jun as she spoke. I'll give you a low-grade profound-level technique right now. As for the fourth-grade recovery elixir, you prepare a few materials, and I will refine it for you immediately. Shin-jun said directly. Clearly, to make those people believe in this bounty, he had to present genuine rewards. Subsequently, Shin-jun went directly to the Su family and refined all the materials brought by Wei Ruhua into various elixirs for enhancing cultivation and healing injuries, then gave part of them to the Su family and Su Chanxian, while the rest he had sent back to Jianghai, to be delivered to Lungfeng, Guangshi, and Nyeyun. Soon, Wei Ruhua prepared the materials needed for Shin-jun to refine the recovery elixir and began the process. The recovery elixir, as the name suggests, could instantly restore all true energy when one's true energy was exhausted, equivalent to having a second life. Moreover, even a master-level expert could instantly recover all their true energy after taking this elixir, which is why it was rated as a 4th-grade elixir. Qin Jun believed that the allure of this elixir was definitely stronger than the 3rd-grade breakthrough elixir from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Several hours later, Qin Jun successfully refined a 4th-grade recovery elixir. After handing the elixir to Wei Ruhua, he left alone. Instead of returning to Jianghai, he headed straight to the provincial capital of Jiangbei, Jinling. His target was the first family of Jinling, the Jiang family. On his way to Jinling, Wei Ruhua announced Qin Jun's bounty through the gathering treasure pavilion. In an instant, the entire Great Xia was in an uproar. Kill a mid-level member of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, reward 50 billion. Kill an elder or high-ranking member of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, reward a low-grade profound-level technique. Kill the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, reward a 4th-grade recovery elixir. When Wei Ruhua released the bounty set by Qin Jun through the gathering treasure pavilion, the entire Great Xia was shaken. No one expected that just after the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce issued a sky-high bounty, this northern heir who was being hunted had also issued a bounty, and the rewards were even more terrifying than those of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Killing a mid-level member of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce could earn 50 billion? This was simply treating money as if it were worthless. Especially the later rewards of the low-grade profound-level technique and the 4th-grade elixir shocked countless martial artists. As martial artists, they naturally understood the preciousness of profound-level techniques and 4th-grade elixirs. These two items, even the ancient martial families and sects with deep foundations in the martial world, might not easily produce, yet this northern heir had so readily brought them out? This was hard to believe for a moment. Soon, some people thought the northern heir was just trying to attract attention. How could a down-and-out heir, whose family was destroyed, possibly produce profound-level techniques and 4th-grade elixirs? But soon, Wei Ruhua showcased a low-grade profound-level technique and a 4th-grade recovery elixir through a live broadcast. Those martial artists could confirm through the live stream that this was indeed a profound-level technique and a 4th-grade elixir. At that moment, the entire Great Xia erupted. No one expected that the northern heir had truly produced a profound-level technique and a 4th-grade elixir. For a moment, all factions in the Great Xia began to stir, setting their sights on the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Compared to the bounty issued by Qin Jun, the reward offered by the Four Seas Chamber was naturally insignificant. Although the Four Seas Chamber was the foremost commercial entity in Great Xia, for those martial arts experts, the allure of obtaining this mysterious level cultivation method in 4th-grade elixirs was too great to ignore. At this moment, in the imperial capital, at the headquarters of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, all the high-ranking officials and elders gathered once more, and everyone's expression was extremely grim. Clearly, they were caught off guard by Qin Jun's move. The vice president, Gu Qianjue, who sat at the head of the table, wore a particularly dark expression as he said, "It seems I underestimated this northern prince. I didn't expect that even with the northern king's residence gone, he still possesses so many treasures. It appears they were all left to him by the northern king back in the day. Vice President, what should we do now?" Many high-ranking members of the chamber looked worried, clearly concerned that those martial artists would come after them for the bounty. After all, who could resist the temptation of a mysterious level cultivation method? What is there to fear? Is our Four Seas Chamber so easy to deal with? Gu Qianjue coldly snorted, "And have you all forgotten the saying that a common man is innocent but bears the guilt of possessing a jade?" Immediately, everyone was taken aback, and an elder's eyes flickered. "Are you saying that by offering these precious treasures as a bounty, that Northern Prince will instead attract others' attention?" "Exactly. This young man thinks that by offering these treasures as a bounty, those people will target our Four Seas Chamber? Little does he know that in the eyes of those powerful figures, a fallen prince with no family or backing is actually easier to deal with. Since this young man has those treasures, why would they need to offend our Four Seas Chamber? Isn't it easier to just rob him directly?" Gu Qianjue smiled coldly and said, "You all spread the word secretly, saying that the Northern King left him a pile of cultivation methods, elixirs, martial skills, and other treasures. He even left him the He Sure You." Hearing this, everyone praised, "Vice President, this move of yours is truly brilliant." Then Gu Qianjue said indifferently, "And that gathering treasure pavilion, daring to openly oppose our Four Seas Chamber for this young man, must not be spared. Notify them, within 3 days, I want the gathering treasure pavilion to cease to exist in Great Xia." "Yes." Everyone nodded in agreement. In the imperial capital, at the Martial Arts Association. At this moment, a group of high-ranking officials from the association gathered here, but one by one, they remained silent, the atmosphere feeling extremely oppressive. In front of them lay the bodies of Xiang Changkong and another elder. Just then, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps broke the silence, and 4 elderly men with silver hair and deep-set eyes slowly entered. They were surrounded by an indescribable aura of authority, making the air feel as if it had grown colder. "We pay our respects to the 4 elders." The high-ranking officials spoke in unison, their voices filled with deep respect. These 4 were the 4 grandmasters of the Martial Arts Association, the 4 elders. The elder in the lead, draped in a grey robe, was the Grand Elder Guhi, whose face at this moment resembled the sky before a storm, dark enough to drip water. When his gaze fell upon the lifeless face of his beloved disciple, sorrow and grief intertwined in his eyes. Although he emitted no aura, everyone still felt a strong sense of suffocation. It was as if a storm was about to break. In Great Xia, there is a saying, when a grandmaster is enraged, blood will spill for 1,000 miles. Everyone understood that with the death of the Grand Elder's beloved disciple, once his fury erupted, the entire Great Xia would tremble. Beside him, the 4th elder's face was as dark as water, anger churning in his chest. He gritted his teeth and growled, "This northern prince is simply deeply sinful, deserving of death 1,000 times over. Great Elder, I have decided to personally head south to Jiangnan and take the head of this thief to honor the spirit of Changkong in the heavens." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples upon ripples. The other high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association echoed in agreement, some slamming their hands on the table, others glaring with wide eyes, all claiming they would personally go to Jiangnan to kill the Qin Jun and vent their pent-up hatred. The entire conference hall was filled with a heavy atmosphere of killing intent and determination. At that moment, the silent Gui finally spoke. "To deal with a young junior, must our Martial Arts Association mobilize so many strong fighters? If this gets out, won't it imply that our Martial Arts Association has no one left? Where is the face of our Martial Arts Association?" "But Great Elder, this person's cultivation has already reached the Diamond Realm. If we do not take action, how can we capture him?" The 4th elder frowned deeply. "I have already reported this matter to the president. The president's adopted son will return soon, and once he claims the top spot on the human ranking, he will personally go to Jiangnan to kill Qin Jun." Guhi said one by one. "The president's adopted son is coming back?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They were well aware of how monstrous and perverse the president's adopted son was, and now that he had entered that place, his strength was likely even more terrifying. The president's adopted son is actually going to participate in this year's human ranking? That's simply a dimensional strike. The 2nd elder couldn't help but exclaim. Participating in the human ranking battle is just the beginning, this time he also wants to. What Gui said next left all the high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Qin Jun had arrived in Jilin City, Jiangbei. Just as he was about to head to the Jiang family, a sudden loud bang erupted. Boom! Accompanied by a roaring sound, a Lamborghini sports car whizzed past on the bustling street, directly sending an old man flying several meters away. A young man then got out of the car, first looking down at his vehicle, and then glaring at the old man who was lying on the ground, continuously spitting blood, cursing, "Old man, can't you watch where you're going? Do you know how much this car costs? Can you afford to pay for the damage? Grandpa, are you okay?" At that moment, a boy of about 16 or 17 rushed over with a worried expression, unhesitatingly bending down to pick up the old man, his eyes filled with concern and panic. "Old man, are you still alive? If you're not dead, hurry up and get out of the way, don't block my path." The young man urged impatiently, his words lacking any sympathy or compassion, only expressing dissatisfaction at the time wasted. "How can you be like this? You hit someone and are still so arrogant?" The boy glared at the young man, unable to contain his anger. The crowd of onlookers also pointed and criticized the young man. "It's just an old man, so what if he dies? It saves the country food." In response, the young man merely curled his lip, speaking with extreme arrogance. "You!" The boy trembled with rage, shouting, "My grandpa is a retired soldier who has served the country. How can you say that?" So what? He's just a retired soldier. Do you know who I am?" The young man said with a cold arrogance, "I am Jiang Xiaoyun, the 2nd young master of the Jiang family." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd that had been scolding the young man instantly fell silent, fear evident in their eyes. The Jiang family was the overlord of Jinling and the entire Jiangbei province. As one of the top 10 families of the Great Xia, the Jiang family was like the heavens in Jiangbei. Even the provincial governor dared not act recklessly in front of them. How could these commoners dare to offend a member of the Jiang family, especially the 2nd young master? What if it's the Jiang family? Can they trample on lives at will? The boy retorted indignantly. Jiang Xiaoyun let out a cold snort. "That's right, in front of my Jiang family, you lowly commoners are nothing but ants that can be crushed at any moment. Don't think that just because your grandfather is a mere retired soldier, even the war zone commander would have to kneel and bow before me. Hurry up and take this old man away. I don't have time to waste on you lowly commoners. After saying this, Jiang Xiaoyun turned to get back into his car. The crowd present could only seethe in silence. The young man was about to step forward to argue, but was pulled back by the old man, who gasped, Shinner, it's fine, Grandpa is okay. But as soon as the old man finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Grandpa! The young man cried out in grief, then glared at Jiang Xiaoyun, you villain, I will avenge my grandfather. He immediately charged towards Jiang Xiaoyun. You little brat, seeking death. Jiang Xiaoyun's expression turned cold as he saw the boy rushing at him, and he threw a punch without hesitation. This punch showed no mercy, clearly aimed at killing the boy outright. Just then, a figure abruptly blocked in front of the boy, grabbing Jiang Xiaoyun's fist with a swift motion. It's you! Jiang Xiaoyun's pupils constricted in shock as he looked at the figure. It was Qin Jun, who had just arrived in Jinling. Crack! Without saying a word, Qin Jun crushed Jiang Xiaoyun's fist, causing him to let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Bastard, you! Jiang Xiaoyun glared at Qin Jun, but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun kicked out fiercely. Thud! Jiang Xiaoyun was sent flying, crashing onto a sports car, instantly blowing out all 4 tires. He slid to the ground, crying out in agony. Big brother, thank you. The young man looked at Qin Jun with gratitude. No need to be polite. Qin Jun turned and approached the injured old man, immediately using the Inyan life and death needle to treat him. During the treatment, Qin Jun noticed the various gunshot wounds and injuries on the old man's body, clearly left from the battlefield. He was even wearing a dark green military uniform from decades ago. Seeing a veteran who fought for the country being treated this way filled Qin Jun with rage towards the Jiang family. Under Qin Jun's treatment, the old man's injuries quickly healed, and he gradually regained consciousness. Grandpa, you're awake. The young man exclaimed excitedly, looking at Qin Jun, Big brother, thank you for saving my grandpa. This young brother saved me? The old man asked in surprise. Yes, Grandpa, this big brother not only saved you but also beat up the one who hit you, the young man quickly explained. The old man's expression changed immediately as he turned to Qin Jun and said, Brother, you beat up that second young master of the Jiang family? Qin Jun nodded. This is troublesome. The old man's face darkened as he hurriedly said, Young brother, you should leave Jiangbei quickly. When the patrol officers arrive, I'll say it was me who hit him. I won't let you take the blame. Leave? None of you 3 are leaving today. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyun roared with a sinister expression. He immediately took out his phone to call for help. Last time in Jiangnan, he was beaten by Qin Jun, and he had been holding on to that grudge. Now that the other party had come to his territory to hit him, it completely ignited the fury of this second young master of the Jiang family. He was determined to make Qin Jun pay the price. Qin Jun directly approached Jiang Xiaoyun, coldly saying, If it weren't for these retired soldiers, the great Xiao would have long ceased to exist. How could you act so arrogantly as a young master of the Jiang family? Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down, shattering one of Jiang Xiaoyun's legs, causing him to scream in agony. Ah! Damn it, the Jiang family will never let you go. Jiang Xiaoyun shouted hysterically. The Jiang family? What are they worth? This great Xia was built by every soldier of great Xia. It's not for you so-called noble families to enjoy. After today, there will be no Jiang family in this world. Qin Jun said coldly. His words shocked the onlookers, who thought to themselves that this young man was too bold. How dare he speak such treasonous words in Jinling? An old veteran, supported by his grandson, approached Qin Jun. Little brother, you must not speak carelessly. The Jiang family is powerful. They are not something we commoners can provoke. My father told me since I was young that there is no distinction between high and low, rich and poor. If we are to speak of nobility, it is you soldiers who guard the homeland and protect Great Xia who are the truly noble ones. Without you, there would be no prosperous Great Xia today. Today, I, Qin Jun, will let everyone know that soldiers cannot be insulted, and veterans cannot be insulted either. Qin Jun said, each word cold and resolute. After saying this, he crushed Jiang Xiaoyun's other leg. Then he dragged the man's body towards the Jiang family. At that moment, the crowd was stunned, and the old veteran felt tears welling in his eyes, as the long dormant blood in his heart seemed to boil again. Minutes later, at the Jiang family mansion, bang! With a loud roar, the Jiang family gate was shattered, and a cold, furious voice echoed, Jiang family, come out and die. Jiang family, come out and die. As this thunderous shout rang out, the once quiet Jiang family courtyard erupted in chaos. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Jiang family guards rushed out, all martial artists of the 6th rank or above, with even a dozen innate realm experts among them, showcasing the true foundation of a noble family. As they charged out, they saw Qin Jun dragging Jiang Xiaoyun inside. Jiang Xiaoyun, having been dragged all the way to the Jiang family, was bloodied and on the verge of death, unable to even scream. Second young master. The Jiang family members cried out upon seeing this. Bastard, who are you? How dare you treat the second young master like this? Let go of the second young master immediately. Attack! The Jiang family guards surged towards Qin Jun, unleashing their inner strength and true energy. Boom! However, Qin Jun did not waste words. He swung the blood-drinking sword, and a blood-red streak shot through the air, tearing apart the bodies of the Jiang family guards. The blood that splattered out was all absorbed by the sword. After absorbing this wave of blood, the blood light on the sword shone even more eerily, and the power sealing the murderous aura within the sword was continuously weakening, clearly indicating that the sword could accelerate the dissipation of that sealing power through blood consumption. This scene left the Jiang family members present dumbfounded. At that moment, Jiang Qingshan, the head of the Jiang family, and several high-ranking members emerged. When they saw the severed limbs and the bloody Jiang Xiaoyun, their faces darkened instantly. Father, save me! Jiang Xiaoyun cried out for help as he caught a glimpse of Jiang Qingshan. Xiaoyun! Jiang Qingshan's heart burned with rage at seeing his precious son treated this way. He glared at Qin Jun, about to speak, but Qin Jun suddenly stomped down on Jiang Xiaoyun's head. No! Jiang Qingshan let out a roar, but it was too late to stop it. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyun's head was crushed by Qin Jun's foot, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, creating an extremely bloody scene. The Jiang family members present trembled in disbelief as they looked at Qin Jun. In front of the entire Jiang family, he publicly executed the second young master of the Jiang family? This is simply a blatant humiliation of the Jiang family. Since the Jiang family became one of the top 10 families of the Great Xia, no one has ever dared to insult them like this. Qin Jun is definitely the first. At this moment, behind Qin Jun, the director of the Jinling Patrol Division rushed in with a group of patrol officers. Accompanying them were members of the Jiangbei Special Operations Division, led by their director. They had received news that someone was beating up the second young master of the Jiang family in the street and immediately rushed over. After all, if anything happened to a member of the Jiang family in Jiangbei, they would all be finished. But when they arrived at the Jiang family and saw the severed limbs and the second young master of the Jiang family trampled to death by Qin Jun, each of them felt a shock in their hearts, their faces showing horror. You bold thief, how dare you commit murder in public? Arrest him immediately. The director of the patrol division shouted at Qin Jun. Instantly, a group of patrol officers drew their firearms and aimed them at Qin Jun. Get lost. Qin Jun spat out a word, and a terrifying aura erupted, directly blasting the group of patrol officers away. At that moment, the director of the Jiangbei Special Operations Division's gaze sharpened as he stared at Qin Jun. You are the heir of the Northern Territory? Heir of the Northern Territory. As these 4 words were spoken, everyone present stiffened, all eyes fixed on Qin Jun. The name of the heir of the Northern Territory was well known among the major families of the Great Xia. They never expected that he would suddenly come to the Jiang family. Heir of the Northern Territory. I want you to accompany my son in death. Suddenly, Jiang Qingshan's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Qin Jun, an extremely terrifying pressure erupting from him. Seeing his own son die tragically before him made Jiang Qingshan, who usually had excellent composure, unable to hold back any longer. If he couldn't take down Qin Jun today, how could the Jiang family still have the face to remain one of the top 10 families? Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Jiang Qingshan, freezing the air around him. He was at the 4th stage of the Finger Profound Realm. The head of the Jiang family had reached the Finger Profound Realm, and when he made his move, he showed no mercy, directly attacking Qin Jun with all his strength. Bang! Qin Jun also threw a punch, instantly sending Jiang Qingshan flying. Put! Jiang Qingshan crashed to the ground, spitting blood wildly. Head of the family. The other members of the Jiang family changed their expressions upon seeing this, shock evident in their eyes. This person's strength is actually... The director of the Jiangbei Special Operations Division's pupils constricted as he looked at Qin Jun with a serious expression. Everyone, attack together and kill him. At this moment, an elder of the Jiang family shouted angrily at Qin Jun. In an instant, a group of powerful Jiang family members charged at Qin Jun. Among them were Innate Realm, Diamond Realm, and several Finger Profound Realm experts. Qin Jun, wielding the blood sword, charged out and began a massacre. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, blood flew everywhere in the Jiang family, severed limbs and broken arms splattering around. In less than a minute, all the powerful members of the Jiang family present were slaughtered by Qin Jun, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. At this moment, the other members of the Jiang family were dumbfounded. Jiang Qingshan looked at the corpses all over the ground, even more furious, spitting blood again. he glared at Qin Jun. You slaughter my Jiang family like this. When my second brother, the god of war of Jinling, returns, I will have you torn to pieces. Qin Jun coldly replied, I came here today specifically for this god of war of Jinling. Immediately notify Jiang Yuntian to appear at the Jiang family within an hour, or he should prepare to bury the entire Jiang family. Qin Jun said coldly. He came to the Jinling Jiang family to find the god of war of Jinling, Jiang Yuntian. As the god of war of the Great Xia, Jiang Yuntian's whereabouts were unpredictable, and the fastest way to find him was naturally through the Jiang family. Hearing Qin Jun's words, everyone was taken aback. Clearly, they did not expect that Qin Jun's target in coming here was the god of war of Jinling. Could it be that he wanted to take action against the god of war of Jinling? Thinking of this, both Jiang Qingshan and the director of the Special Operations Department wondered if Qin Jun had gone mad. That was the war god of the Great Xia, representing the pinnacle combat power of the Great Xia War Department, whose identity and status were second only to the four marshals in the War Department. Who would dare to oppose the war god of the Great Xia? Oomph, an arrogant fool. Jiang Qingshan snorted coldly and quickly took out his phone to call his second brother, Jiang Yuntian. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jiangbei war zone, in the conference room, a middle-aged man dressed in combat uniform, towering at 8 feet tall, sat at the head of the table, resembling a majestic mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. His deep-set eyes, cold and piercing, seemed capable of seeing through everything. He was Jiang Yuntian, one of the 10 war gods of the Great Xia. In front of him sat a group of high-ranking officials from the Jiangbei war zone, all of whom were above the rank of 7-star Tiger School. This year, the Great Xia will organize an elite competition among the Warzone legions, and the one who wins first place will. Jiang Yuntian was introducing the event, but before he could finish, his phone rang suddenly. Upon answering, he immediately stood up, his eyes flashing with a cold light, and a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted, sweeping through the entire conference room. The faces of the Warzone leaders changed instantly, wondering what had happened to provoke such anger from the war god. Jiang Yuntian hung up the phone, his expression dark as ink. War god, what happened? A dragon general couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yuntian directly recounted the events concerning the Jiang family. The leaders were all taken aback. This northern heir is too arrogant, isn't he? Now that the northern king's mansion is gone, he still dares to be so brazen? Openly threatening the war god, simply reckless. The leaders all denounced. It seems this trouble should have been dealt with 3 years ago. Jiang Yuntian said coldly. Notify everyone, mobilize 30,000 Jiangbei soldiers, and follow me to Jinling. Today, this war god will make Jinling the burial ground for this brat. Jiang Yuntian declared emphatically. Soon, the Jiangbei war zone urgently mobilized 30,000 fully armed soldiers to Jinling. They then directly sealed off the entire city of Jinling, and in an instant, this bustling city was filled with an indescribable atmosphere of slaughter. The commotion in Jinling quickly spread. The War Department in the imperial capital was the first to receive the news. Wei Zhenghua, one of the four marshals, was shocked upon learning of the events in Jinling. Is this kid crazy? He actually wants to take action against the Jiang family and the war god of Jinling? Jin Dao, you must go to Jinling immediately. Don't let this kid do anything foolish, and ensure his safety. Wei Zhenghua instructed the military officer in front of him. Yes. Jin Dao nodded. Meanwhile, in another office of the War Department, He Jindong, one of the four marshals, sat there and smiled lightly upon hearing about Jinling. This northern heir is really getting more and more reckless. But this is a good opportunity. Openly confronting the war god of the Great Xia, this time no one can save you. He then dialed a phone number. Connect me to the director of the War Punishment Department. In the imperial capital, on the top floor of Juntian building, a cold voice rang out. Notify the Earth Fiends, ensure the heir's safety at all costs. At the same time, in the airspace of the Great Xia, a private jet was speeding along. A noble-looking woman with a cold demeanor was sitting there sipping coffee when a man hurriedly approached, reporting to the master, "We just received news that the heir has gone to the Jiang family in Jinling, and the war god of Jinling has mobilized 30,000 Jiangbei soldiers to seal off Jinling." Swish! The woman's expression turned cold. Immediately head to Jinling. The plane then changed direction and flew straight to Jinling. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. In the Jiang family of Jinling, Qin Jun glanced at the time and looked at Jiang Qingshan coldly, saying, "An hour has passed, and that guy still hasn't arrived. It seems he doesn't care about your Jiang family anymore. In that case, you all can go die." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice filled with authority and murderous intent suddenly rang out, "Impudent! My Jiang family is not something a mere ant like you can provoke." Boom! Accompanied by a rumbling sound like an earthquake, Jiang Yuntian, clad in battle robes and military boots, strode majestically into the Jiang family. Tap tap tap. Behind him, countless warriors from Jiangbei rushed in, brandishing various firearms, all aimed at Qin Jun. At this moment, the war god of Jinling, Jiang Yuntian, arrived with 30,000 Jiangbei warriors, completely surrounding the Jiang family. An endless aura of slaughter filled the entire Jiang family, turning it into a battlefield, the air completely solidified. Second brother. Jiang Qingshan looked at Jiang Yuntian, calling out with a face full of sorrow. Elder brother. Jiang Yuntian directly approached Jiang Qingshan, who had a fierce expression and said, Second brother, you must kill him to avenge Xiaoyun. Rest assured, he will definitely die today. Then, Jiang Yuntian fixed a dark gaze on Qin Jun, the terrifying aura of slaughter completely enveloping him. This aura was so strong that it could crush the spirit of an ordinary person, and even a master at the Xian level would find it hard to resist. You are the war god of Jinling? Qin Jun looked at Jiang Yuntian with a sneer, to which the latter coldly replied, Damn you, if I had known this day would come, I should have sent you to hell 3 years ago. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Jun's eyes narrowed as he stared at Jiang Yuntian. Is it true that my father's ambush 3 years ago, when he led the northern town army into battle, is related to you? Jiang Yuntian's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Qin Jun. It seems you know quite a bit. Since you are going to die today, let me make it clear for you. 3 years ago, a sudden war broke out at the border, and your father led his troops into battle. This was all a trap aimed at your father, the northern town army, and the northern town prince's mansion. The ultimate result of this trap was that your father and the entire northern town army perished in battle, and they were branded as traitors and enemies of the state. The entire northern town prince's mansion was raided and exterminated, and thus the northern town prince's mansion ceased to exist. Crack, crack, crack. Listening to Jiang Yuntian's words, Qin Jun's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. Although he had long suspected that the incident 3 years ago, where his father and the northern town army met with disaster and were accused of treason, was a setup, hearing it confirmed that it was all a plot against his father and the northern town prince's mansion made it hard for him to control his rage. Boom! In an instant, an endless killing intent erupted from Qin Jun. This killing intent solidified into a tangible form, transforming into a blood-red light that enveloped the entire Jiang family. Immediately, everyone inside the Jiang family felt a strong sense of suffocation, the terrifying killing intent invading their bodies, causing them to feel numb all over, as if their blood had frozen. Jiang Yuntian frowned, showing a hint of seriousness. He had originally thought that Qin Jun was at most at the Xin level, but now it seemed that the opponent's strength was far beyond that. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this plot, and who else is involved? Qin Jun glared at Jiang Yuntian, shouting angrily. Want to know? Wait until you die, and then I'll tell you. Jiang Yuntian replied coldly. Then, he charged towards Qin Jun, but at that moment, another figure suddenly appeared, waving a hand to block Jiang Yuntian's attack. Thud thud thud. The person immediately staggered back, and Jiang Yuntian also took a few steps back. He fixed his gaze on the person who intervened, frowning. Military Blade? What are you doing here? The person before him was indeed Military Blade from the War Department. I come on the order of Commander Wei to take him away. Military Blade said directly. Whoosh! Jiang Yuntian's expression turned cold as he shouted, This kid killed so many people from the Jiang family? He can't possibly leave here alive. The military knife replied, Are you openly going against Commander Wei? What of Commander Wei? Don't forget who is behind me, Jiang Yuntian scoffed. Instantly, the military knife frowned and said to Qin Jun, You retreat first, I'll hold him off. No need, he must die today. Qin Jun directly pushed aside the military knife, his face revealing a murderous intent as he stared at Jiang Yuntian. Are you crazy? Do you know who he is? You want to kill him? The military knife's expression changed, looking at Qin Jun in disbelief. Whoosh! At that moment, another person appeared. It was Mu Fancheng. He spoke to Qin Jun with a heavy tone, You can't kill him. If you do, you will have no place to stand in the Great Xia. Clearly, Mu Fancheng knew that with Qin Jun's strength, it was indeed possible to kill Jiang Yuntian, but if the other party died, the consequences would be unbearable. Mu Fancheng, do you think this kid can kill me? Jiang Yuntian said disdainfully. Although the momentum Qin Jun displayed was strong, he did not believe the other could kill him. After all, he was one of the 10 war gods of the Great Xia, ranked 10th, but still a legitimate war god. How could a 20-something kid possibly kill him? It was simply absurd. But Mu Fancheng was well aware of Qin Jun's terror. He looked at the other, about to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Jun. He must die today. Whoosh! With that, he transformed into a streak of light and shot towards Jiang Yuntian, seeking death. Jiang Yuntian's expression turned cold as he raised his hand for a strike. Boom! As he struck out, a vast force of true energy erupted, carrying a terrifying might towards Qin Jun. This strike surpassed the realm of the finger profound, clearly indicating that this Golden Ridge war god had already stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm. Be careful! The military knife was about to step forward to block, but was pulled back by Mu Fancheng. Don't worry, he won't be harmed. How is that possible? In front of him is the great Xia war god. The military knife frowned tightly. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The military knife glanced around, his eyes freezing in disbelief. At this moment, the Jiang family members and the soldiers from Jiangbei were all dumbfounded. They saw that under this strike, a figure was sent flying, smashing a deep pit into the marble floor of the Jiang family. And that person was not Qin Jun, but Jiang Yuntian. At this moment, the scene fell into silence, not a sound to be heard. No one expected that one of the 10 war gods of the Great Xia, the Golden Ridge war god, would be defeated in one move by someone who was just a 20-something youth. This scene was absolutely unbelievable unless witnessed firsthand. Jiang Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Tap tap tap. At this time, Qin Jun walked towards Jiang Yuntian. Cough cough cough. Jiang Yuntian lay on the ground, coughing up blood, mixed with bits of internal organs. Clearly, Qin Jun's strike had severely injured him. How is this possible? Jiang Yuntian stared at Qin Jun, his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Answer my question. Otherwise, die. Qin Jun stepped on Jiang Yuntian's head, coldly shouting, "Those who harm high-ranking generals of the Great Xia War Department and endanger their lives shall be executed on the spot according to the law." Suddenly, a cold, stern voice rang out. At that moment, a group of people appeared in the Jiang family. All of them were dressed in dark black battle armor, equipped with black gold long knives at their waists, each with a cold expression, sharp eyes, and an aura of intense killing intent surrounding them. People from the War Punishment Department? The military knife and Mu Fancheng's expressions changed. I didn't expect even the War Punishment Department to come. This is trouble. Mu Fancheng frowned. The War Punishment Division? Qin Jun's eyes flickered. He had heard some rumors about the War Punishment Division before. It was said that this division was a special organization within the War Department, wielding immense power. Any soldier or high-ranking general who betrayed the Great Xia could be executed on the spot by them. Moreover, if anyone threatened the generals of the War Department, the War Punishment Division would also take action, killing them on the spot. In short, the War Punishment Division was a blade of the War Department, capable of restraining and controlling its generals while also protecting them. Because of this, the members of the War Punishment Division were all top-tier superpowers, known for their strict adherence to military law, showing no mercy or favoritism. The War Punishment Division is here, kid, today you will undoubtedly die. At this moment, Jiang Yuntian looked at Qin Jun with a cold expression. So what if it's the War Punishment Division? No one can save you today. Qin Jun shrugged dismissively. Presumptuous. The leader of the War Punishment Division immediately shouted at Qin Jun, to despise the War Punishment Division and disregard the law, kill. In an instant, 4 members of the War Punishment Division drew their long knives and slashed at Qin Jun. Swoosh! 4 sounds of air being torn apart echoed as the 4 moved in unison, striking quickly, fiercely, and accurately, aiming for Qin Jun's vital points, leaving him no room to evade. Qin Jun swung the blood sword in his hand. Clang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the black gold long knives in the hands of the 4 members of the War Punishment Division were all cut in half by Qin Jun's blood sword. With that one sword strike, Qin Jun's blade instantly struck the armor of the 4, sending them flying, spitting blood, and their armor cracking open. This scene caused the expressions of the other members of the War Punishment Division to change, revealing shock. It should be known that their knives and armor were made from special materials, boasting incredible hardness and defensive capabilities. Even a full-force strike from a half-step master couldn't destroy them, yet Qin Jun, with just one sword, not only severed their knives but also tore their armor apart, which was truly unbelievable. At this moment, the leader of the War Punishment Division stared at Qin Jun. North Borders Air, do you know the consequences of attacking the War Punishment Division? This is a grave act of treason. After today, even if you don't die, it will be hard for you to find a place to stand in the Great Xia. Listening to the other party's words, Qin Jun sneered, just about to speak when a cold reprimand rang out. What a big mouth, try touching my family's heir. Clack, clack, clack. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached. A group of Western men in suits, exuding a powerful aura, surrounded a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair and an aloof demeanor, who appeared in the Jiang family. The moment this woman appeared, she captured everyone's attention. Who are you? The leader of the War Punishment Division frowned at her. This is our European Union chairperson. One of the men beside her introduced. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the War Punishment Division leader and the others changed. The European Union? That was an extremely powerful organization in the Western world, an alliance of several countries. And the identity of the European Union chairperson was no ordinary title, comparable to that of a head of state. You are the European Union chairperson? The leader of the War Punishment Division frowned, staring at the woman. What? Do you think I'm fake? The woman coldly retorted. Then, a hurried sound of footsteps was heard. The governor of Jiangbei, accompanied by a group of Jiangbei officials, rushed over. He looked at the woman and quickly stepped forward, saying, Chairperson, hello, I am the governor of Jiangnan. I just received a notice from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, learning that you have come to Jiangbei. We did not greet you in time, please forgive us. Hearing the words of the governor of Jiangnan province, everyone finally confirmed that this young woman was indeed the president of the European Union. I'm sorry. The head of the War Punishment Department immediately bowed and apologized to her. You are fourth sister Si Ruching? At this moment, Qin Jun looked at her in surprise and exclaimed, Young master. Si Ruching smiled at Qin Jun and stepped forward, saying, Young master, it's been so long since we last met, I didn't expect you to remember me. Fourth sister, is it really you? Qin Jun asked in astonishment. When he was young, his father had adopted 7 foster daughters, and at that time, his father told him that if he couldn't find a wife in the future, he could choose one of these 7 sisters as his bride. However, all 7 sisters left the northern town prince's residence after reaching their teenage years, and Qin Jun had no idea where they went or what they did. His father never told him, only saying that when the time was right, they would meet again. He never expected to see fourth sister here today. The others were equally astonished to hear the conversation between Qin Jun and the president of the European Union. How could such a dignified president be Qin Jun's sister? How was that possible? Fourth sister, where have you been all these years? How did you become the president of the European Union? Qin Jun looked at Si Ruching with curiosity. I'll explain all of that to you later. Si Ruching's gaze swept directly to the head of the War Punishment Department. You want to harm my family's young master, don't you? The head's expression changed as he replied, President, this is an internal matter of our great Xia, I hope you. Slap. Suddenly, Si Ruching slapped the head of the War Punishment Department across the face. Everyone was taken aback. Although the head was furious, he suppressed his anger and coldly said to Si Ruching, President, what do you mean by this? Let me tell you, I don't care who you are. Today, if anyone dares to touch my family's young master, I will make them die. Si Ruching said coldly. Swish. The head of the War Punishment Department's expression darkened, ready to explode, but then a soldier restrained him. President of the European Union, do you dare to offend? Are you not afraid of the Lord's wrath? The head of the War Punishment Department's eyes flickered for a few seconds. He glanced at Qin Jun and ultimately left with his men in disgrace. Then, Qin Jun looked at Zhang Yuntian and coldly said, Now no one can save you. Answer my questions obediently, and I can make your death a bit more merciful. You want to know who the mastermind behind this scheme 3 years ago was? Who was involved? Zhang Yuntian looked at Qin Jun coldly. That's right. Qin Jun replied coldly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zhang Yuntian laughed maniacally, glaring at Qin Jun. Kid, let me tell you, no matter how strong you are, in the eyes of those behind the scenes, you are just a slightly larger ant. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Boom. The next second, a deafening explosion rang out. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Zhang Yuntian's body, and his entire being exploded with a thunderous sound, unleashing overwhelming energy that destroyed everything around him. He had chosen to self-destruct. Self-destruction is a method used by martial artists above the innate realm to perish together with their enemies, but it is never used unless absolutely necessary. Qin Jun did not expect this guy to self-destruct directly. He immediately summoned a force to withstand the energy shockwave from the explosion. However, many members of the Zhang family present were blown to pieces by Zhang Yuntian's self-destructive energy. Zhang Qingshan was sent flying by the explosion, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, his face filled with unwillingness and despair. Lord God of War. At this moment, the soldiers from the Jiangbei war zone looked at Zhang Yuntian's tragic death, their faces filled with grief and anger. Qin Jun merely curled his lips. What a pity. He originally wanted to learn about the mastermind behind everything from the other party, but he didn't expect this guy to choose to self-destruct instead. If he had known, he should have directly used soul-searching techniques on him. Ha! Suddenly, Qin Jun saw something fall to the ground where the god of war of Jinling had self-destructed. He stepped forward to take a look, and it turned out to be a piece of jade. He sure you? Qin Jun exclaimed in surprise as he picked up the jade. This piece of jade was identical to the Yishiryu he had obtained. He didn't expect that the god of war of Jinling also had a piece of Yishiryu. This trip wasn't in vain after all. He then glanced at Jiang Qingshan and the others. You should be on your way too. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Jiang family was slaughtered by Qin Jun, leaving no one alive, with corpses strewn everywhere. Thus, one of the top 10 families of the Great Xia, the Jiang family, was exterminated. After Qin Jun wiped out the Jiang family, he left with Si Ruqing, leaving Mu Fancheng and the others looking at each other in confusion. This kid's strength has actually reached such a level? Military Knife said with a serious expression. The god of war of Jinling is dead, now the Great Xia is going to be completely lively. Mu Fancheng said lightly. And no one knew that at this moment, in a secret room of the Jiang family, a young man stood there, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred, gritting his teeth and saying, "Father, second uncle, brother, I will definitely avenge you." This person was Jiang Shaofeng, the eldest son of the Jiang family. He had been in the secret room cultivating, preparing for the upcoming battle for the rankings, but he never expected that overnight, the Jiang family would be exterminated. Ancestor. At this moment, he remembered what his father had told him before, that there was an ancestor of the Jiang family who was cultivating in Longhu Mountain. This ancestor had already entered the realm of a master. If he came out, he would surely be able to kill Qin Jun and avenge the Jiang family. Next, Jiang Shaofeng secretly left the Jiang family and headed for Longhu Mountain. Meanwhile, the news of the North Border's heir exterminating the Jiang family spread rapidly. At this moment, in a dilapidated old house in Jinling, the old man who had been bumped into by Jiang Xiaoyun sat in the house, and his grandson rushed in anxiously. "Grandpa, the Jiang family has really been exterminated." "What? The Jiang family has been exterminated?" The old man was astonished. "That's right, it is said to have been done by the North Border's heir." The young man nodded. "North Border's heir?" The old man's expression immediately tightened. Could that young man be the son of the king of the north? At this moment, the retired soldier was utterly shocked. "Grandpa, I also want to join the army and become a person like my big brother and the king of the north," the young man said, clenching his fists with determination. "Good, Xianer." The old man nodded with satisfaction. No one knew that because of Qin Jun's actions today, a renowned military god would be born in the Great Xia in the future. At this time, Qin Jun and Si Ruqing were having a meal together. At the same time, Qin Jun learned why his fourth sister had become the president of the European Union. It turned out that she had been sent to the West by her father for study, and during an accident, she saved the former president of the European Union, so she had stayed within the European Union. Due to her outstanding abilities and methods, she ultimately became the youngest president of the European Union at the recommendation of the old president. "Fourth sister, you are really amazing," Qin Jun praised. "My little skills are nothing compared to the other sisters," Si Ruqing smiled slightly. "By the way, where are the other sisters now? I haven't seen them for a long time," Qin Jun asked. "They should be appearing soon. Back then, the prince sent us to various places to study, just so we could help the heir today." Listening to Si Ruqing's words, Qin Jun's gaze sharpened. Could it be that father anticipated what would happen 3 years ago? The prince is always calculating. He must have foreseen the arrival of this day long ago. Si Ruqing replied. "My father is truly inscrutable." Qin Jun pouted. At the same time, the news of the destruction of the Jiang family and the death of the war god of Jinling spread throughout the Great Xia, causing a stir across the entire realm. No one expected that one of the top 10 families of the Great Xia, the Jiang family, would be wiped out just like that, and by a debauched young heir no less. In that moment, everyone's perception of this northern heir reached a new height. In the war department of the imperial capital, as he listened to the report from the military officer, Wei Jinghua's expression changed repeatedly. "It seems I underestimated this kid, but with the death of the war god of Jinling, the Yanhuang Hall will surely set its sights on him." Wei Jinghua's brows furrowed tightly, his expression heavy. Meanwhile, within the heavenly gate of the imperial capital, a voice emerged. "This child is indeed a talent worth nurturing. Tianjian, you go personally to bring him back." In a military camp in the northwest of the Great Xia, a man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist sat there, his tiger-like eyes captivating and terrifying, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. He was Xie Aotian, one of the 10 war gods, the White Tiger War God. This kid actually defeated Zhang Yuntian with a single move? Xie Aotian raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Although Zhang Yuntian is the weakest among us 10, to defeat him in one move means this kid's strength has at least reached the celestial phenomenon realm. Could it be that the treasure of the Northern King is in his hands?" At this moment, a chilling light flickered in the eyes of the White Tiger War God, making it hard to look directly at him. "Bai Su!" Suddenly, Xie Aotian called out. At that moment, a man dressed in white battle armor, with a cold expression, entered the military camp and saluted. "I pay my respects to the military lord." You quickly take 1,000 white tiger guards to Jiangnan and bring that northern heir back to me. If there is any resistance, directly incapacitate him. Remember, I want him alive." Hearing Xie Aotian's words, the man in white armor nodded, "Yes, military lord." On the other side, after Qin Jun and his fourth sister finished their meal, they left Jiangbei, while Si Ruqing stayed behind to handle some matters. However, just after he left Jiangbei, he received a phone call from Wei Ruhua. Subsequently, Qin Jun immediately headed to Su City. Jiangdong, Su City. In the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Master Wei, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's actions this time are clearly aimed at destroying your Gathering Treasure Pavilion, and now the only one who can save you is me. Are you sure you won't agree to my request? At this moment, Dingyi sat there, sipping a cup of tea, calmly looking at Wei Donglai in front of him. Wei Donglai's expression changed repeatedly. Not long ago, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce mobilized all its forces to suppress the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, directly severing all suppliers and salespeople of the pavilion, even poaching a large number of its personnel. Although the Gathering Treasure Pavilion had been strong over the years, it was still far from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. This time, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's strike caused the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to suffer heavy losses, even reaching the brink of collapse. Just at this moment, Dingyi came again, demanding that Wei Donglai marry his daughter Wei Ruhua to him, and in return, he would ask his master, Hua Shou, to intervene and let the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce spare the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Young Master Ding, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is the culmination of my life's work, but I will not sell out my daughter for it, Wei Donglai said solemnly. Swish! Dingyi's expression turned cold, and he slammed down the teacup, staring at the other man. Master Wei, even at this point, you still refuse to see the reality? The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's actions this time are precisely because you are allied with that northern heir. Do you think their goal is merely to shut down your Gathering Treasure Pavilion? That's far from enough. They want both you and your daughter to accompany that northern heir to the grave. Now, the only way for you to save yourselves is to marry Wei Ruhua to me, and my master can then step in to save both of you. Otherwise, you will have no way out. Thank you for your kind offer, but I will never marry you. Suddenly, Wei Ruhua walked over and said to Dingyi. Dingyi looked at Wei Ruhua with a cold expression and said, Miss Wei, are you still hoping that northern prince can save you? Let me tell you, that brat has not only offended the Four Seas Merchant Association but also the Lin family in the imperial capital. He won't live for many days. I advise you to think it through. My patience is limited. If you are unwilling to marry me, I guarantee that by tomorrow, there will no longer be a Gathering Treasure Pavilion in this world. At this moment, Dingyi stared at Wei Ruhua with a domineering look, exuding an air of intimidation. Whether the Gathering Treasure Pavilion exists after tomorrow is still unknown, but you will definitely be dead by then. Before his words fell, a bone-chilling coldness accompanied by a sharp voice suddenly cut through the air. Immediately after, Qin Jun's figure leisurely stepped in, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Your Highness, Wei Ruhua and Wei Donglai exclaimed as they looked at Qin Jun. Dingyi, upon seeing Qin Jun, was instantly filled with hatred, gritting his teeth and shouting, Northern Prince, last time I spared your life, it seems that was unnecessary. As Qin Jun spoke, he walked towards Dingyi. Brat, do you think I will let you manipulate me like last time? Dingyi snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and two figures appeared at that moment. These two had sharp eyes, and their cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the Diamond Realm. You brought helpers this time. A cold smile curved Qin Jun's lips, while Dingyi shouted, Take this guy down for me. With Dingyi's command, the two figures instantly shot towards Qin Jun. Thud! Thud! With a wave of his right hand, Qin Jun's blood-drinking sword instantly slashed out, and two sprays of blood immediately gushed forth, completely absorbed by the sword. The two 9th stage Diamond Realm experts were beheaded on the spot, and their heads rolled right at Dingyi's feet. Looking at the two bloody heads, Dingyi was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat pouring down his face as he swallowed hard. At this moment, Qin Jun approached Dingyi, slowly pointing the sword in his hand at him. Dingyi, terrified, shouted, You can't kill me, my master is. Thud! Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun beheaded him with a single stroke. Ah, Your Highness, you've gotten yourself into trouble again. Wei Donglai sighed as he looked at Dingyi's corpse. It doesn't matter. Qin Jun shrugged, he had caused so much trouble already, he didn't care about one more. People from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, come out. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. Ha! Wei Donglai and Wei Ruhua were both taken aback and hurried outside. They saw a large group of martial artists suddenly appear in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, all of them above the innate level, with several Diamond Realm experts among them, and even 4 or 5 experts at the Profound Realm. This display left the father and daughter dumbfounded. What is this about, everyone? Wei Donglai quickly began, but before he could finish, one of the profound realm experts coldly shouted, "Hand over that Xian-level cultivation method and the 4th grade elixirs." At once, Wei Donglai and Wei Ruhua understood the intentions of this group. They were clearly here to snatch the 2 rewards Qin Jun had previously given. "Everyone, these 2 items are the rewards set by the Northern Prince. If you want them, you must complete the corresponding bounty tasks," Wei Ruhua said directly. "Don't waste my time, hurry up and hand over those 2 items, or today we will destroy your so-called gathering treasure pavilion." A diamond realm expert with a big knife and a face full of stubble shouted arrogantly. The others were all eyeing Wei Donglai and his daughter, ready to strike at any moment. "You want the rewards without completing the bounty tasks. What? Do you think this prince is easy to bully?" Suddenly, Qin Jun walked out with his sword, a fierce expression on his face as he stared at the group of people. The heir of the northern border. The martial artists from various parts of the Great Xia recognized Qin Jun, their expressions shifting. The strong man from the diamond realm, holding a knife, immediately pointed at him and shouted, "Kid, you're just a lonely man now. Do you think you're still that heir with the support of the Northern King, high and mighty?" Put. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of bloodlight suddenly descended, splitting him in half, blood splattering all over the others nearby. Qin Jun sheathed the blood sword and coldly said, "I don't like being pointed at." At that moment, the expressions of the others changed, all of them watching Qin Jun with wary eyes. Then, one of the strong men from the Finger Profound realm stepped forward and said to Qin Jun, "Heir of the northern border, I am." Put. Just as he opened his mouth, another beam of bloodlight descended, directly cutting him in half. Watching the Finger Profound realm expert get killed before he could even react, the others' expressions turned serious, and they all retreated, looking at Qin Jun in terror. "Too much nonsense," Qin Jun said coldly. In an instant, the group of martial artists fell silent, not daring to speak. Qin Jun looked at them coldly and said, "If you want techniques and pills, you can have them, but first, you must exchange the lives of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce members. If you want to snatch them, let's see whose head is harder, yours or my sword." Swish! After Qin Jun finished speaking, he was about to swing his sword, and the group of people, frightened, turned and fled. "Humph, a bunch of useless trash," Qin Jun sneered. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. A man walked in, looking at Qin Jun and clapping, as expected of the son of the Northern King. "You didn't disappoint." "And you are?" Qin Jun coldly stared at him. "I come on the orders of the young marshal," the man said directly. "Young marshal?" Upon hearing these 2 words, Qin Jun's gaze sharpened, then he coldly said, "What does he want with me?" "The young marshal wants to see you," the man replied directly. "If he wants to see me, let him come himself." "Let me see him? Who does he think he is?" Qin Jun said bluntly. "Impudent." The man's expression darkened, glaring at Qin Jun with cold intensity. "You dare to disrespect the young marshal? And what if I do?" Seeing Qin Jun's indifference, a hint of killing intent flashed in the man's eyes as he suddenly struck at him. Boom! As he made his move, a terrifying aura erupted. Put! Qin Jun swung his sword, directly severing the man's arm. Ah! The man let out a cry of pain, clutching his severed arm and retreating repeatedly. "Go back and tell your so-called young marshal, if he wants to see me, he can come himself," Qin Jun said unceremoniously. The man glared at Qin Jun, gritting his teeth as he left. At this moment, Wei Ruhua looked at Qin Jun and asked, "Heir, who is this young marshal?" Wei Donglai said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, this young marshal should be the military genius who single-handedly destroyed a military group in the Golden Triangle 9 years ago, now one of the 10 war gods of the Great Xia, the commander of the Qilin army, and the youngest 7-star dragon general, Xiao Wuchen." "That's right, it's him." Qin Jun nodded. When the Northern King's residence was still around, he had heard some rumors about this young marshal. This person was the second genius born in the Great Xia military after Qin Jun's father. At just 18 or 19, he single-handedly infiltrated the Golden Triangle and annihilated a military group of 50,000, instantly rising to fame. Later, he achieved remarkable feats and, at the age of 20, became one of the 10 war gods of the Great Xia, earning the title of Qilin War God. A year later, he formed a legion called the Qilin Army. In less than 2 years, he transformed the Qilin Army into a top-tier legion of the Great Xia, and he was even referred to as the Young Marshal of Great Xia. This man, now only 27 or 28, had already become the war god of Great Xia, a commander of an army. His life could be described as an existence on a fast track. Initially, countless people believed this young marshal would become the second king of the north, perhaps even more terrifying than the king of the north himself. After hearing her father's words, Wei Ruhua exclaimed in surprise, "There are actually such figures in Great Xia?" Since the incident with the King of the North 3 years ago, this young marshal has rarely had news about him circulating. It's normal for you not to know, Wei Donglai replied. At that moment, Wei Ruhua looked at Qin Jun and asked, Young master, could this young marshal suddenly wanting to see you also have some ulterior motive? Who cares what his motive is? If he provokes me, I'll just kill him, Qin Jun said nonchalantly. He didn't care about the title of young marshal, any enemy could be killed. Wei Ruhua continued, Young master, what should we do next? I will give you some yellow grade techniques, martial skills, and pill formulas. You should take all these things to auction to quickly enhance the strength of the gathering treasure pavilion, Qin Jun said directly. Thank you, young master. Wei Ruhua immediately expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me, your gathering treasure pavilion originally suffered this unwarranted disaster because of me. At the same time, you should announce that any collaborators of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce who are willing to sever ties with them and turn to collaborate with the Gathering Treasure Pavilion will receive a longevity pill, which can extend life by 10 years. Qin Jun continued. 10 years of extended life? Qin Jun's words shocked Wei Ruhua and Wei Donglai. Young master, is what you said true? Wei Ruhua couldn't help but ask. Of course. Qin Jun nodded. Immediately, Wei Ruhua excitedly said, if this pill truly exists, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce will probably not last long. After all, whether ordinary people or martial artists, no one could refuse an extension of 10 years. After leaving a batch of techniques, martial skills, and pill formulas, Qin Jun left, instructing Wei Ruhua to prepare the necessary herbs for the longevity pill before bringing them to him for refinement. At that moment, Wei Donglai looked at his daughter and sighed, Ruhua, your choice is correct, this young master is too terrifying. Being his enemy would be a nightmare. Jiangnan Province. The Su family boom. Suddenly, the door of the Su family was shattered. Su Changhong and Su Chanxian rushed out and saw a group of imposing figures dressed in ancient attire walking in. Who are you? How dare you intrude into my Su family? Su Chanxian immediately shouted. The leading elder, a man in his 50s, fixed his gaze on Su Chanxian, his eyes narrowing in shock. So it's the martial Vane body. Hearing this, Su Changhong's expression changed as he looked at the group and asked, Are you people from the Gongsun clan? The elder paid no attention to Su Changhong's words and instead focused on Su Chanxian, excitedly saying, I never expected that a martial Vane body would be born in this world, and it even carries the bloodline of my Gongsun clan. Truly, heaven is aiding my Gongsun clan. Xianxian, run! Hearing the elder's words, Su Changhong quickly shouted to Su Chanxian. Boom! The elder glanced at Su Changhong and waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that struck him instantly. Bang! Su Changhong's body exploded on the spot, turning into a pile of severed limbs. Father! Su Chanxian cried out in anguish as she watched her father die tragically. Head of the family. The other members of the Su family also changed their expressions and shouted, Avenge the head of the family. At that moment, an elder from the Su family shouted as he charged towards the elder. The other members of the Su family also rushed forward recklessly. A bunch of ants, kill them all, the elder said coldly. Suddenly, the group of Gongsun aristocrats behind him rushed out, unleashing a massacre against the Su family. I will kill you. At that moment, Su Chanxian roared at the old man with a fierce expression, immediately channeling all her martial energy to strike at him. Boom! The old man merely took a step forward, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped Su Chanxian, forcing her to kneel on the ground, unable to move. Little girl, although you possess a martial body, unfortunately, you are still very weak. The old man sneered as he approached Su Chanxian. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Su Chanxian's eyes turned blood red, and she screamed at the old man. The old man scoffed, waved his hand, and knocked Su Chanxian unconscious, grabbing her and leaving. Soon, the entire Su family was slaughtered. The Su family has been exterminated? Qin Jun had just returned to Jiangnan when he learned of the Su family's annihilation, and he immediately rushed to their residence. When he arrived at the Su family's door, he was met with a scene of devastation, as if it were a hell on earth. A large number of patrol officers and special operations personnel surrounded the area, their expressions grave and their steps hurried, clearly busy dealing with this shocking case in Jiangnan. As Qin Jun stepped into the courtyard, the sight before him was horrifying. The ground was littered with torn clothing and mangled bodies, with not a single complete corpse in sight. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood, as if even the wind had frozen in place, lingering for a long time. Young master! At that moment, the director of the Jiangnan Special Operations Division, Du Chang, looked at Qin Jun and quickly called out respectfully. Who did this? Qin Jun asked coldly. According to the investigation, a group of martial arts experts broke into the Su family and wiped them out. As for their identities, it has not yet been clarified, Du Chang explained. What about the eldest daughter of the Su family? Where is she? Qin Jun then asked. We have not yet found the body of the eldest daughter. Swish! Qin Jun's gaze sharpened as he coldly said, Gongsun aristocrats. The only ones capable of such brutality against the Su family and taking Su Chanxian away were the Gongsun aristocrats. Do you know where the Gongsun aristocrats are located? Qin Jun asked Du Chang, who was taken aback. Gongsun aristocrats. That is one of the top aristocratic families in the Great Xia, and their location is extremely secretive, only the commander would know. Qin Jun immediately called Mu Fancheng to inquire about the location of the Gongsun aristocrats. You're not thinking of causing trouble for the Gongsun aristocrats, are you? Mu Fancheng couldn't help but say. You just need to tell me where the Gongsun aristocrats are. Hearing Qin Jun's words, Mu Fancheng directly replied, these 9 major aristocratic families have always been hidden in the shadows, their stronghold is extremely secretive, and very few people in the entire Great Xia know about it. Even the Special Operations Division only knows about some of their external bases, but they have no idea where their stronghold is. Is your Special Operations Division that useless? You don't know anything. Qin Jun scoffed. Ha! On the other end of the line, Mu Fancheng was speechless and retorted, do you think the Special Operations Division is omnipotent? The existence of the Special Operations Division is only to handle matters that ordinary people cannot deal with. An extraordinary existence like the 9 major aristocratic families is not something the Special Operations Division can provoke. Alright, enough nonsense. Quickly mobilize all resources to help me find out where the Gongsun aristocrats are. Qin Jun said directly, by the way, do you have any news about my sister? Regarding your sister, I have mobilized the entire South China headquarters to search, and even other major regional headquarters have been dispatched, but there are still no leads. Mu Fancheng replied. Qin Jun then hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. It had been several days without any news of Linger, which made Qin Jun extremely worried. Young master! At that moment, a voice called out. Qin Jun looked up and saw Su Yue appearing here. Young master, you don't need to worry too much, Miss Su will definitely be fine, Su Yue said, comforting Qin Jun with concern. Hearing her words, Qin Jun took a deep breath, temporarily setting aside the heaviness in his heart, and said, come have a few drinks with me. He then took Su Yue to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. However, just as they arrived at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and had yet to step inside, they saw a dozen luxury cars parked there. A large group of black-clad bodyguards got out of the cars, directly blocking others who wanted to enter the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, standing in 2 rows as if welcoming someone. At this moment, Qin Jun was also stopped outside. He sneered, who is it? Such a grand occasion. At that moment, a middle-aged man got out of one of the cars. Isn't that the head of the Shin family? Su Yue remarked, looking at the man. This person was indeed Shin Yuhai, the head of the Shin family, one of the 7 major families in Jiangnan. Previously, he had led several major families to attack the Su family, intending to deal with Qin Jun, but had managed to escape due to the interference of other forces. After Shin Yuhai got out of the car, he turned and approached another Rolls-Royce Phantom, respectfully opening the rear door. Then, a young man dressed in designer clothes with half-dyed yellow hair stepped out, looking frivolous and completely like a playboy. Young master, please, Shin Yuhai said respectfully to the young man. How can one drink without beautiful companions? I heard there's a woman here known as the most beautiful in Jiangnan, bring her to accompany me for a few drinks, the young man said with a frivolous expression. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuhai's expression changed slightly. What? Is there a problem? The young man looked at Shin Yuhai coldly. Young master, that most beautiful woman in Jiangnan is the eldest daughter of the Su family, Shin Yuhai said. So what? I am the young master of the prestigious Shin family in the capital. What does a mere provincial family count for? The young man dismissed it with a wave, then looked at Shin Yuhai. Shin Yuhai, I have trained your branch of the family for so many years, can you not even handle such a small matter? Young master, do you know who Su Yue's backing is? Shin Yuhai said, looking very troubled. Whoever her backing is, can it be greater than my Shin family in the capital? The young man said disdainfully. Her backing is me. Suddenly, a cold voice came. The young man and Shin Yuhai turned to see Qin Jun directly shaking off the bodyguards and walking over, with Su Yue quietly following behind him. Swish! Shin Yuhai's expression changed instantly as he looked at Qin Jun, filled with fear. The young man frowned at Qin Jun and said coldly, You are Qin Jun? Shinafei, it's been many years, I didn't expect you to still remember me, Qin Jun said with a cold smile, arms crossed. This young man was Shinafei, the notorious playboy in the capital and the younger brother of Shinashui. Immediately, Shinafei's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with a sinister cold light as he stared at Qin Jun. Kid, you crippled my sister's dantian, the Shin family hasn't settled this score with you yet, and you dare to come to me. Shin Yuhai, take him down immediately. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuhai's expression changed, and he quickly said, young master, this person is not easy to deal with. We should retreat first. Retreat? What are we retreating for? He is just a stray dog now. What do we have to fear with so many of us? Hurry up and have someone take him down. I want to avenge my sister. Shanao shouted arrogantly. He. Qin Jun sneered. This pair of siblings from the Shin family was truly something else. Slap. Qin Jun directly gave Shanao a big kick, sending him face first into the ground. Young master. Shin Yuhai's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to help Shanao up. You bastard, do you dare to hit me? At this moment, Shanao glared at Qin Jun with uncontrollable anger, looking as if he wanted to devour him. As the distinguished young master of the Shin family, he had never been struck by anyone, and Qin Jun's blow had directly slapped him in the face. So what if I hit you? Qin Jun replied dismissively. Bastard! Shanao cursed angrily, shouting to the two bodyguards he had brought with him, kill him. Yes. The two bodyguards charged directly at Qin Jun. However, before they could reach him, he kicked them away. Bang! Bang! The two flew out, crashing into Shanao and knocking him to the ground with a scream. Young master. Shin Yuhai's expression changed. He had just opened his mouth when Qin Jun grabbed his throat and crushed it. I let you run before, but since we've met this time, it's time for you to go. Qin Jun looked at Shin Yuhai coldly. He never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Bang! Immediately, the body of the head of the Jiangnan Shin family was casually thrown to the ground by Qin Jun, and the bodyguard's expressions changed, looking at Qin Jun with fear. You! Shanao had just moved the bodyguard off him when he saw Shin Yuhai's corpse, his expression stunned, momentarily at a loss for words as he looked at Qin Jun. It's your turn. Qin Jun's gaze swept over Shanao, who trembled and incredulously said, You dare to kill me? You were once my future brother-in-law, so it wouldn't have been right to kill you, but since your sister wants to break off the engagement with me, you have nothing to do with me now. Killing you won't burden me. A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Jun's mouth, while Shanao's expression changed as he shouted, My sister has already regained her cultivation. Once she participates in the human ranking battle and takes first place, she can join the Yenuang Hall and become the new war god of the Great Xia. If you dare to kill me, my sister will definitely not let you go. Bang! The next moment, Qin Jun stomped on Shanao's head, coldly saying, You talk too much. However, he hadn't expected that Shanao's dantian had actually recovered. It seemed the Shin family was quite capable. He then muttered, Human ranking battle? What is that? Is it related to the human ranking? At that moment, a voice entered Qin Jun's ears. The human ranking battle is a competition to select the top 10 talents of the new human ranking, held every 10 years by the Tianji Pavilion. Qin Jun turned to see a woman in green walking out. It was Lu Qing, the head of the Jiangnan Drunken Immortal Building. Miss Lu, what is this Tianji Pavilion you just mentioned? Qin Jun asked curiously. The Tianji Pavilion is an extremely mysterious organization. It is said that they are omnipotent and all-knowing, and the three rankings of heaven, earth, and man in the Great Xia are established by them. Lu Qing explained. Omnipotent and all-knowing, are they really that powerful? Qin Jun raised an eyebrow, surprised. Lu Qing smiled slightly. Not everyone, but the Tianji Pavilion indeed has that strength. It is said they possess the ability of divination and foresight. There is nothing in this world they do not know. Swish! Immediately, Qin Jun's expression became serious, his gaze flickering as if he was pondering something. He then looked at Lu Qing. When will this human ranking battle be held? In 3 days, at the peak of Yanshan in the imperial capital. Lu Qing replied directly. Thank you for the information. Qin Jun expressed his gratitude. After that, he and Su Yue began to drink in the Drunken Immortal Building. Young master, are you going to participate in this human ranking battle? Su Yue asked Qin Jun. I'm not really interested in the human ranking battle, but I am a bit interested in that Tianji Pavilion, Qin Jun replied directly. His goal was to find someone from the Tianji Pavilion to see if he could learn about Linger's whereabouts and the location of the Gongsun family. Although he did not know whether this Tianji Pavilion could truly predict the future and was all-knowing, it was clear that the other party had some skills since they could establish the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and humanity. Now that there was no news from the Special Affairs Bureau, he could only rely on other forces. After all, whether it was Linger or Su Chanshan, the later they were found, the more danger there would be. Next, the two chatted and drank, while Su Yue's face flushed with a hint of crimson, appearing alluring and tempting. Qin Jun couldn't help but pull her in for a kiss. Under the influence of alcohol, Su Yue became bolder, wrapping her arms around Qin Jun's neck and kissing him passionately. Instantly, the two erupted with hormones in the private room. However, just as Qin Jun was about to take it further, Su Yue suddenly whispered, "Young master, let's wait until we get home." "Aren't you afraid your mother will find out?" Qin Jun smiled playfully. Su Yue shyly lowered her head. "Mother is out of town, she shouldn't be back so soon." Soon after, Qin Jun took Su Yue back to the Su family. A fierce battle was about to break out. At this moment, Wei Ruhua officially announced to the public that anyone who severed ties with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would receive a longevity pill granted by the Northern Border's young master. With the appearance of this longevity pill, which could extend life by 10 years, the entire Great Xia was thrown into an uproar. No one expected that the Northern Border's young master had just revealed a mysterious level cultivation method and a 4th-grade recovery pill, and now he was presenting a pill that could extend life by 10 years. This showcased the terrifying power of the Northern Border's young master to all factions. Soon, many forces announced their severance of cooperation with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, clearly indicating that even a giant like the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was powerless in the face of the temptation of a 10-year lifespan. Subsequently, many members of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce suffered brutal killings, and even several high-ranking officials from the chamber were ambushed. At this moment, the crisis of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce had truly arrived. In the imperial capital, in a certain room, "Young Marshal, you must avenge me. That Northern Border's young master is simply too arrogant." At this moment, a man with a severed arm knelt on the ground, lamenting. He was the man whose arm had been severed by Qin Jun today, and sitting in front of him was the young marshal, Xiao Wuchen. Xiao Wuchen glanced at him. In just 3 years, this young master seems to have become a completely different person. But with his current status, he is not yet qualified for me to meet him. "Shadow, you go personally and bring him back." At this moment, a wave of energy rippled through the air, and a cold voice responded, "Yes, young marshal." Meanwhile, at the Shin family, the news of Shinalfei's death sent shockwaves through the entire family. Soon, night fell. Back at the Su family, Hua Mangyao returned home and immediately headed for Su Yaoi's room. "Yu Wei." As she reached Su Yaoi's door, Hua Mangyao was about to push the door open when a low, melodious sound drifted into her ears. "Yu Wei." Just as Hua Mangyao was about to enter, she heard the sound from inside, and she froze, her hand pausing on the door. Her expression changed instantly. As someone who had been through it, she naturally knew what that sound was. She just didn't expect. Inside the room, when Su Yue heard Hua Mengyao's call, her expression changed, and she nervously exclaimed, "Young master, my mother is back, should we?" "It's fine." Qin Jun smiled, not stopping. Hua Mengyao's cheeks flushed, and in a panic, she turned and left. An hour later, in the Su family hall, Hua Mengyao sat there. "Madam Su." At this moment, Qin Jun walked in, looking at Hua Mengyao with a playful expression, causing her to show an embarrassed look. "I pay my respects to the young master." Flower Mengyao stood up and bowed to Qin Jun, calling out, "It seems Madam Hua already knows, right?" Qin Jun sat down and got straight to the point. "I had my suspicions before, but I didn't expect it to be true. I don't expect Yongwei to hold a significant place in the young master's heart, but I hope the young master won't abandon her." Flower Mengyao expressed her hopes to Qin Jun. "Rest assured, although my reputation isn't great, I'm not the kind of person who starts something and then abandons it. Since Yongwei has become my woman, she will always be my woman, Qin Jun." Qin Jun said directly. "Then I entrust Yongwei to you, young master," Flower Mengyao said gratefully. Qin Jun couldn't help but glance at Flower Mengyao a few more times. After not seeing her for many days, this Madame Su seemed to have gained even more charm, and with her naturally alluring figure, she appeared even more graceful. Meanwhile, in Jiangdong, Su's family, at Wanbeige. "Have you found the Valley Master?" Lu Ruyan looked at the woman in front of her with surprise. "Miss, look at this." The woman handed Lu Ruyan a photo, and the latter's gaze sharpened, saying, "It really is the Valley Master. Quick, where is the Valley Master now? Take me there immediately," Lu Ruyan said excitedly, looking at the woman in the photo. And that woman was none other than Flower Mengyao. The next day, Qin Jun set off early to return to Jianghai, but just after leaving the Su family, the vehicle he was in suddenly came to a halt. He focused his gaze and saw a large group of men in white cloaks, wearing armor and wielding black blades, suddenly appear outside the vehicle. Qin Jun then got out of the car and saw that this group of men in white cloaks and armor numbered at least 1,000, all glaring at him with fierce eyes. The murderous aura emanating from them had solidified into something tangible, clearly indicating they were executioners who had fought their way out of a pile of corpses. Then, a man dressed in white battle armor, holding a blood-stained long knife, stepped forward. His gaze was deep, and his eyes were sharp as he stared at Qin Jun, making one feel as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast, a thorn in their throat. "It really is a day that won't let up." Qin Jun smirked and said, "Where are you all from? White Tiger Army, by Su. The man replied expressionlessly. White Tiger Army? Sent by Xiaotian? Qin Jun's expression immediately turned cold. The leader of the White Tiger Army was the White Tiger War God, Xiaotian. Qin Jun didn't expect that before he could find trouble with the other party, they had come looking for him first. The army leader wants to see you. Will you come with us voluntarily? Or should we have these 1,000 White Tiger Guards take you? Bai Su coldly looked at Qin Jun. In an instant, the 1,000 White Tiger Guards around him all stepped forward in unison, their blades pointed at Qin Jun, a terrifying killing intent enveloping him, creating a sense of overwhelming pressure. White Tiger Guards? Qin Jun glanced at the group. He had heard of the White Tiger Guards, the most elite force within the White Tiger Army, personally crafted by the White Tiger War God, all of whom were martial artists of at least the 3rd rank, and had gone through countless battles, each one a master of killing. Then, Qin Jun disdainfully said, "Is this all just a bunch of trash?" His words directly ignited the killing intent of the White Tiger Guards, and they all charged at Qin Jun with their blades. However, their steps were uniform and contained the essence of formation, but Qin Jun didn't care much. He swung the blood-drinking sword, gently caressing the blade and saying, "Today, let you drink enough blood." Whoosh! Accompanied by a burst of bloodlight, Qin Jun charged out with his sword. A massacre erupted. The 1,000 White Tiger Guards indeed had astonishing combat power, and with the formation's hidden essence, even a strong warrior in the Diamond Realm would find it hard to escape if surrounded. However, for Qin Jun, this was nothing. Holding the blood-drinking sword, he swept wildly, and anyone blocking his path was cut into pieces. At this moment, Qin Jun was like a god of death from hell, sweeping through thousands of troops. The renowned White Tiger Guards couldn't even withstand a single move from Qin Jun, and in an instant, over half of the 1,000 White Tiger Guards lay dead. Boom! At this time, Bai Su finally made his move. Gripping his weapon, he charged at Qin Jun like a fierce tiger, striking down with all his might, showing no mercy. Swish! Qin Jun watched as Bai Su came at him and coldly said, "Die." Thud! He stepped forward, and with a swift motion, his sword slashed out. This strike had no technique, nor did it unleash any explosive power. It was an incredibly pure sword strike. Yet, this sword radiated a brilliant blood-red light, tearing through the sky with unstoppable force. Crack! The weapon in Bai Su's hand shattered instantly, and his pupils dilated before he lost all awareness. Qin Jun's sword cleaved him in half, and even the hundreds of White Tiger Guards around him were torn apart. Flesh scattered everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the air. The scene fell into silence, the remaining White Tiger Guards frozen in shock. Easily defeated. Qin Jun sheathed his sword coldly. What kind of sword is this? Its killing intent is so strong? Suddenly, a deep voice reached Qin Jun's ears. Swish! Qin Jun turned around to see a man standing not far away, holding a sword with both hands. This man emitted no aura, appearing like an ordinary person, but Qin Jun sensed an undeniable sword intent emanating from him. Standing there, he resembled a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. Who are you? Qin Jun asked, looking at the man. This person was undoubtedly the strongest he had encountered since his release from prison. Let me introduce myself, I am the 3rd sword of the Earth ranking, and I also have another identity, a member of the Heavenly Gate. The sword-bearing man spoke. 3rd of the Earth ranking? A member of the Heavenly Gate? Qin Jun smirked, looking at him. So, you're here to kill me? No, our leader wants to invite you to join the Heavenly Gate. The man replied directly. Invite me to join the Heavenly Gate? Qin Jun was taken aback, and the man continued, "That's right, our leader believes you are a person of great potential and wants to meet you to extend the invitation. As long as you become a member of our Heavenly Gate, rest assured, no one will dare to touch you, and the Heavenly Gate will provide you with ample resources and everything you desire." Heh, sounds pretty good. Qin Jun smiled playfully and said, "But I'm not interested. Are you sure you won't consider it? If you join our Heavenly Gate, the grudge for killing our members can be wiped clean, otherwise, we hold grudges." Tianjian said lightly. Hold grudges? Then I'll just destroy your Heavenly Gate, and that way, there won't be any grudges to remember. Qin Jun replied nonchalantly. His words left the other party momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Qin Jun to say such a thing. Destroy the Heavenly Gate? If this word got out, it would surely make people think this guy was insane. What is the Heavenly Gate? It is one of the top forces in the imperial capital, not weaker than those aristocratic families, who would dare to say they would destroy the Heavenly Gate. Do you know what you're saying? Tianjian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Qin Jun. Swish! Suddenly, Qin Jun vanished from his spot. Tianjian's pupils constricted, and he instinctively reached for his sword, but Qin Jun appeared before him like a ghost, and his right hand struck out directly. Bang! Tianjian had no time to draw his sword or dodge, he could only instinctively raise his sword to block, but his body was sent flying. Thud, thud, thud. After that strike, Tianjian was blasted back several dozen meters, crashing to the ground, spitting blood, his sword hand trembling. You! At this moment, he stared wide-eyed at Qin Jun, his face filled with disbelief. As the third-ranked existence on the Earth ranking, he faced Qin Jun but didn't even have the chance to draw his sword before being suppressed, which dealt a tremendous blow to his heart. How could this young man be so terrifying? Go back and tell your so-called Heavenly Gate master not to bother me, or one day I'll go to the imperial capital and wipe out your damn Heavenly Gate. After Qin Jun finished speaking, he got into his car and left. The members of the White Tiger Guard at the scene all wore expressions of fear, not daring to obstruct him in any way. Cough, cough, cough. Then, the Heavenly Sword stood up, coughing, and looked at the unsheathed sword in his hand, murmuring, "Sigh, I am ashamed to be the heir of the Heavenly Sword." After that, Qin Jun returned directly to Jian Hai. Stop! Suddenly, a sharp voice rang in his ears. He turned around to see a man rushing over, holding a knife, and in an instant, he grabbed Qin Jun and pressed the knife against his throat, then shouted to a woman behind him, "Don't come over, or I'll kill him." At that moment, a woman with a gun chased after them, and when she saw it was Qin Jun, she instantly calmed down and said, "Go ahead, kill him if you want." Ha! At this moment, the man holding Qin Jun was dumbfounded, not understanding what the other party meant. He shouted, "Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill him?" Qin Jun, however, felt somewhat helpless. He didn't expect to encounter such a police and criminal chase right after returning, and he had become a hostage. As for the woman with the gun, it was naturally Zhao Yurong, which is why she was so calm upon seeing Qin Jun. "Why don't you try?" Zhao Yurong directly provoked him. "You!" Instantly, the man, furious, was about to attack Qin Jun, but somehow, he flew out and crashed to the ground, spitting blood. "You really have bad luck." Qin Jun shook his head as he looked at the man. Then, a police officer came forward and directly subdued the man, while Zhao Yurong looked at Qin Jun and said, "Thanks. I helped you catch a criminal, and you just say thank you?" Qin Jun mumbled at Zhao Yurong. "What do you want? Should I give you a good citizen award?" Zhao Yurong rolled her eyes at him. "I haven't eaten yet today, treat me to a meal." Qin Jun rubbed his stomach. It had been a few hours since he returned to Jian Hai, and he was just a bit hungry. "All right." Zhao Yurong didn't refuse and took Qin Jun to a restaurant to eat. However, they hadn't been eating for long when a group of people suddenly appeared in the restaurant. This group was dressed in matching suits, exuding a strong presence, and at the forefront was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, who walked straight towards Zhao Yurong. Whoosh! Zhao Yurong's expression changed as she quickly moved from across the table to sit next to Qin Jun. "What are you doing?" Qin Jun, who was eating, was taken aback as he saw Zhao Yurong move over. "Don't speak," Zhao Yurong whispered. At that moment, the man in the Zhongshan suit approached and respectfully said to Zhao Yurong, "Miss, please come back with us, the old man is waiting." "I won't go back for a blind date, I already have a boyfriend," Zhao Yurong replied directly. "Ha!" The middle-aged man was stunned, and his gaze involuntarily swept towards Qin Jun. "Miss, your boyfriend wouldn't be." "That's right, he is my boyfriend." Zhao Yurong wrapped her arm around Qin Jun's and leaned against his shoulder, speaking affectionately. "Put." At that moment, the food Qin Jun had just put in his mouth sprayed out. Zhao Yurong immediately shot him a glare, while the middle-aged man stared at Qin Jun for a few seconds and said, "Miss, you wouldn't be pretending to have a boyfriend to avoid the old man's arranged blind date, would you? How could that be?" Zhao Yurong exclaimed, but her gaze flickered for a few seconds as if she made a decision, and she directly kissed Qin Jun on the cheek. Smack! The sudden kiss left the middle-aged man dumbfounded. Qin Jun's eyes widened as he thought, he was actually kissed forcefully by someone? The esteemed first playboy heir of the Great Xiao was unexpectedly kissed by a woman. How embarrassing was that? Qin Jun secretly scoffed, while Zhao Yurong, after finishing the kiss, immediately released Qin Jun. Her pretty face flushed. She looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Do you believe it now? You should hurry back and tell my grandfather that I already have a boyfriend and won't be going on blind dates." The man glanced at Qin Jun several times and spat, then, "Miss, we shall take our leave." With that, they left. At that moment, Zhao Yurong covered her chest and took a deep breath, her proud bosom rising and falling violently, as if it were about to burst forth. "Hey, you took advantage of me," Qin Jun complained. Zhao Yurong shot him an annoyed glare. "What do you mean I took advantage of you?" "Of course. That was my first kiss," Qin Jun said, looking aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yurong's mouth twitched, and she huffed, "Who doesn't know about your romantic escapades as the heir of the Northern Territory? First kiss? I think that was just today's first kiss." After saying that, she turned to return to her seat, but Qin Jun suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Instantly, Zhao Yurong fell onto Qin Jun, who embraced her and kissed her directly. Woo woo! With this sudden kiss from Qin Jun, Zhao Yurong's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively began to slap Qin Jun. A few seconds later, Qin Jun released her, and she quickly covered her mouth, standing up and stepping back, glaring at Qin Jun with a mix of shame and anger. You took advantage of me once, I took advantage of you once, now we're even. But your lips are quite soft, Qin Jun said, savoring the moment. You jerk! Zhao Yurong glared fiercely at Qin Jun, her chest heaving with anger, as if her clothes might burst open at any moment. Truly, you are quite accommodating. Qin Jun sighed. Zhao Yurong glared at him again, feeling furious. If she didn't know she wasn't a match for this guy, she would have definitely fought back. Oomph. She could only huff angrily and turn to leave, fearing that if she stayed any longer, she would really lose control. Is that it? You're leaving? Qin Jun pouted, then suddenly called out, Hey, you haven't paid the bill yet. However, at that moment, Zhao Yurong had already vanished without a trace. This woman invited me to dinner, and in the end, I still had to pay. Sigh, what a loss. Next time, I must steal a kiss to make up for it. Qin Jun muttered to himself. After paying, he returned to Villano. 1. Master. Young master. At that moment, Lung Feng, Nya Yun, Kuang Shi, and the twins, Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu, all appeared, calling out as they saw Qin Jun return. It seems your strengths have improved quite well, Qin Jun said to Lung Feng, Nya Yun, and Kuang Shi. Now, Lung Feng had broken through to the Diamond Realm, and Nya Yun's injuries had completely healed, with his cultivation reaching the 9th stage of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. As for Kuang Shi, with Qin Jun's medicinal pills, his cultivation had also advanced rapidly, stepping into the Finger Mysterious Realm. Thank you, Master. Kuang Shi immediately bowed in gratitude to Qin Jun. At this moment, his admiration for Qin Jun had reached an indescribable level. He never expected that a few pills would allow him to directly enter the Finger Mysterious Realm. If he had relied on his own training, it would have taken him at least 5 or 6 years to achieve that. I'll teach you a set of diamond techniques, practice it well, and you should be able to step into the Celestial Phenomenon Realm in no time, or even challenge the Master Realm. Qin Jun then passed on a technique to Kuang Shi. Heavenly Grade Technique. Kuang Shi was left dumbfounded upon receiving this technique. It should be known that what he had practiced before was merely a mid-grade mysterious technique, but now Qin Jun had given him a heavenly grade technique, which left him utterly shocked. It's just a heavenly grade technique, no need to be so surprised. As long as you perform well, there will be even better techniques than heavenly grade in the future. Qin Jun said, Master, from now on, you are my reborn parents. Whoever you want me to kill, I will kill without hesitation. The Mad Lion immediately knelt down before Qin Jun and knocked his head 3 times. A heavenly grade technique, you just handed it out so casually? Nya Yun looked at Qin Jun in astonishment. It should be noted that even as an established ancient martial family, the Nye clan only possessed a superior earthly grade technique, which was a top secret of the Nye family, only cultivable by those of direct bloodline. Qin Jun casually took out a heavenly grade technique, which was truly shocking. Heavenly grade techniques, I have plenty. Qin Jun said something extremely bold, and if this statement were to spread, the entire martial community of the Great Xia would surely go crazy. Subsequently, Qin Jun imparted a heavenly grade technique to both Lang Feng and Nya Yun, and even taught a technique to Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu. The 2 sisters were already martial artists, and Qin Jun found that their innate talents were quite good, worthy of cultivation. Brother Qin, do you have any news about Linger? At this moment, Feng Siki looked at Qin Jun and asked. Qin Jun's expression darkened. Not yet, but I will definitely bring Linger back. What about that girl Wu Qianyue? Why haven't I seen her? Qin Jun then asked. Sister Wu seems to be on some mission, Feng Siki replied. That girl with her mediocre skills is on a mission? Qin Jun chuckled lightly. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached. A group of people in black robes quickly appeared outside the villa. Among them was the 4th elder of the demon sect, standing beside 3 old men, one of whom, with white hair, had reached the half-step celestial realm. Elder, this is the inheritor of the demon god. The 4th elder pointed at Qin Jun and introduced him to the half-step celestial elder, then looked at Qin Jun, inheritor of the demon god. This is our demon sect's elder, currently in charge of the sect, and the other 2 are the 2nd and 3rd elders. Old 4, are you sure this kid is the inheritor of the demon god? The 3rd elder looked at Qin Jun with disbelief, even showing a hint of disdain. He has condensed the image of the demon god, he is indeed the inheritor. The 4th elder affirmed. You all. Qin Jun was about to speak when suddenly a delicate voice shouted, You remnants of the demon sect have finally appeared. Immediately, a group of people dressed in white, wielding long swords, rushed in and surrounded the group of demon sect members. At the front of the group stood a woman about 26 or 27 years old, clad in a spotless white robe, her long hair tied back simply, exuding an air of unassailable purity. Her features were exquisite but carried a frosty demeanor, giving off a vibe that kept strangers at bay. Not good, it's the Jade Rakshasa of the Sword Sect. The faces of the demon sect members changed, their expressions suddenly turning extremely ugly. How did the Sword Sect know we were here? Did you leak information? The third elder glared at Qin Jun and shouted. Sword Sect, what is that? Qin Jun looked at the woman in white and shouted, Hey, what do you want? The Sword Sect is here to eliminate the remnants of the demon sect. Those unrelated, quickly retreat. The woman coldly commanded, drawing a long sword, her aura erupting with terrifying might. Her cultivation had already reached the 7th stage of the celestial realm. Feeling the strength of the opponent's cultivation, the members of the demon sect all showed a hint of despair. I'll hold her off, you all quickly retreat. The words of the Grand Elder of the demon sect were resolute, his eyes flashing with a determined light, as if he had already cast aside life and death. Ha, a group of remnants from the demon sect, my sword sect has been tracking you for a long time. Today, we will capture you all without exception, no one will escape. The woman in white said disdainfully, her long sword flashing with a cold light, transforming into a sharp sword shadow that charged directly at the members of the demon sect. With a thunderous roar, as the woman made her move, a heart-pounding pressure suddenly descended, as if the very air had solidified under this terrifying aura. In the face of this power, the members of the demon sect could not even muster the thought of resistance, only able to watch helplessly as the assault, like a mountain, bore down upon them. Even the highest ranked among them, the Grand Elder of the demon sect, was merely half a step into the celestial realm, and compared to the woman in white, who was at the 7th level of the celestial realm, the difference was like heaven and earth, with no chance of victory. Today, even if we die, the people of the demon sect vow to never yield, and we will never tarnish the reputation of our sect. The voice of the Grand Elder of the demon sect was as cold as a biting wind, each word ringing out clearly. Yes, better to be shattered jade than to remain whole tiles. We vow to uphold the glory of the demon sect. The disciples of the demon sect roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, their eyes flashing with a resolute determination to die. Without a moment's hesitation, they prepared to reverse their internal power and self-destruct, intending to perish together with the members of the sword sect. But at that moment, Qin Jun's voice suddenly rang out, Hey, woman, these people are mine, you can't kill them. As soon as Qin Jun spoke, both the sword sect and the demon sect members turned their gazes toward him. Are you in cahoots with these demon sect people? The woman in white looked coldly at Qin Jun, her eyes filled with a sinister glint, as if she would strike him the moment he confirmed it. No, they are about to become my people. Qin Jun replied directly. Associating with the demon sect, you must also be a wicked person. Die. The woman's expression turned icy, her sword twisting in her hand, instantly slashing toward Qin Jun. Wow, such a bad temper? Woman, you can't be on your period, can you? Qin Jun looked at her with a playful smile. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the woman's face grew even colder, and the sword in her hand erupted with sharp sword energy, slashing toward Qin Jun. In an instant, Qin Jun was enveloped by thousands of sword energies. The third elder of the demon sect coldly remarked, This kid actually dares to tease you, Luocha, he really doesn't know how to live. If he is truly the heir of the demon god, he absolutely cannot be harmed. The Grand Elder of the demon sect said solemnly. He was about to make a move, but his expression suddenly froze, and he stopped. He saw that the thousands of sword energies surrounding Qin Jun had automatically dissipated, and Qin Jun stood there, unscathed, as if nothing had happened. How could this be? The woman in white's expression changed, her brows furrowing tightly. The others were also greatly shocked. Is this guy really that strong? The third elder of the demon sect was dumbfounded. I told you he is the heir of the demon god, he won't be so easily defeated. The fourth elder said in a deep voice. Mere tricks. The woman in white snorted coldly again, twisting her sword in hand, and once more attacked Qin Jun. Hey, coming again. Do you really think this young master is easy to bully? Qin Jun huffed, bringing his right hand's index and middle fingers together, transforming them into a sword, and instantly slashed out. Boom! As he swung his sword, a deafening roar erupted, as if the heavens were being torn apart. A brilliant sword light shot through the air, directly crashing toward the woman. Whoosh! At that moment, the woman's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of shock. She quickly gathered all her strength to swing her sword in defense. But Qin Jun's sword light was like the might of the heavens, unstoppable. Crack! In an instant, the sharp sword in the woman's hand was severed, and she was sent flying by the sword light. Even the ground was cut open, creating a chasm several meters long. The woman lay on the ground, spitting blood, her clothes torn apart, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Purple? Shin Jun looked at the purple lace peeking out from her torn clothes, astonished. He hadn't expected this seemingly cold woman to be so repressed inside, and to wear purple lingerie. Whoosh! Shin Jun's voice snapped the woman back to reality, and she quickly covered her torn clothes, glaring at Shin Jun with a mix of anger and fury, her eyes seeming to want to devour him. To use your finger as a sword and unleash such terrifying sword intent? Old Four, are you sure he is the heir of the demon god, and not the heir of the sword god? The third elder of the demon sect said in disbelief. At this moment, the fourth elder of the demon sect was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that Shin Jun, an heir of the demon god, would have such high attainments in the sword path. Senior sister. At this time, the group from the sword sect reacted and rushed to the woman's side, with several of them glaring at Shin Jun. You dare to attack senior sister? Let's go together. No! The woman in white quickly stopped them. Although she wished to tear Shin Jun into pieces, she knew very well that with the might of his previous sword strike, the sword sect disciples charging in would only be cannon fodder. The woman was then helped to her feet, her eyes fixed on Shin Jun as she coldly spat. Who exactly are you? Shin Jun. Shin Jun simply replied with 2 words. Shin Jun. The woman in white repeated the name, her gaze locked onto Shin Jun. I remember you. Withdraw. She then led the sword sect members to leave. The third elder of the demon sect quickly shouted, we can't let the tiger return to the mountain. Shin Jun glanced at him, then you go. Ha! The third elder suddenly felt awkward. Shin Jun looked at the woman. Woman, you remember me, but I still don't know your name. The woman coldly shot him a glance and uttered 3 words, you Linglong. After saying that, she left without looking back. You Linglong? The Linglong body. Shin Jun's eyes flickered. The reason he let this woman go was that he discovered she possessed a special physique, the Linglong body. This Linglong body was one of the 9 types of physiques that his master had asked him to find. Moreover, this Linglong body was even more terrifying than Wei Ruo's extreme body. Anyone with this physique possessed a Linglong heart. This Linglong heart allowed one to have clear insights, with a strong talent for sudden enlightenment, greatly aiding in cultivation. But this woman seems difficult to get along with. Shin Jun muttered. He then turned his gaze to the people of the demon sect. I won't say much more. I want all of you in the demon sect to submit to me. Do you have any objections? Seeing Shin Jun's directness, the members of the demon sect were stunned, exchanging glances. The grand elder of the demon sect looked at Shin Jun sternly and said, our demon sect only submits to the heir of the demon god. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying demonic aura erupted from Shin Jun, an endless wave of demonic energy surged forth, coalescing in the air into a demonic statue towering over 10 meters high. Demon god? He really is the demon god. At this moment, the members of the demon sect looked at the imposing demonic statue, all shocked. The 4 grand elders of the demon sect immediately knelt before Shin Jun, saying, we pay our respects to the heir of the demon god. We pay our respects to the heir of the demon god. The other disciples of the demon sect all knelt in worship. At the same time, in the western part of the Great Xia, deep within Kunlun, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, gazing towards the direction of the Jianghai, and said in a deep voice, such strong demonic energy, could it be that a super demon has appeared in the secular world again? At this moment, Shin Jun looked at the kneeling members of the demon sect and said, your submission alone is not enough. I need to plant soul marks on all 4 of you. Ha! Hearing about the soul mark, the 4 great elders were taken aback. They never expected that Shin Jun would actually plant a soul mark on them. Once this soul mark was planted, any thoughts of betrayal would be instantly erased by the other party. But to plant a soul mark, one had to at least reach a certain realm, right? Could it be? At that moment, the 4 of them thought of something, glanced at Shin Jun, and their hearts surged with turmoil. What? Unwilling? Shin Jun said coldly. We are willing. The 4 great elders quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately, Shin Jun planted the soul mark on these 4 elders of the demon sect, and now their lives and deaths were completely in his hands. Is it just you people in the demon sect? Shin Jun asked. The demon sect still has over 300 people. The elder replied. Just this few? Shin Jun frowned. The elder sighed, in recent years, the demon sect has been dwindling, and we are constantly besieged by various sects led by the sword sect, so others have either died or scattered. Forget it, even fly meat is still meat. Gather all these people, I want to train you all anew. Shin Jun said directly. Yes. The elder nodded. At the same time, in the imperial capital, within the Shin family, Shanao Shui appeared, and her dantian had already recovered, even her cultivation had broken through to a new height. But when she looked at the Shin family before her, her expression changed, for the Shin family was now draped in white sails and wreaths. She glanced around and saw a morning hall set up in the center, with a photo of her brother Shanalfei displayed on it. Brother! Shanalshua rushed to the morning hall, staring at her brother's photo, her face filled with disbelief. Ashue, you finally returned, said Shin Shangqing, the head of the Shin family, looking haggard. Father, what on earth happened? How could my brother die? Who did this? Shanalshua cried out. It was that bastard Qin Jun, he killed your brother. Shin Shangqing shouted coldly. Swish! Immediately, Shanalshua's expression darkened, her fists clenched, and she said with a murderous intent, Qin Jun. Qin Jun. First, you humiliated me, crippled my dantian, and now you've killed my brother. I, Shanalshua, will not rest until I kill you. Shanalshua declared coldly. Father, I'm going to Jiangnan to kill him right now, Shanalshua said directly. At that moment, the figure of the vermilion bird war god appeared here. Master, Shanalshua said respectfully. In 2 days, it will be the human ranking battle. What you need to do now is to strive for the first place in the human ranking. As for that northern prince, the Yenuang Hall has already made a move, he won't live for many days, the vermilion bird war god said. The Yenuang Hall has made a move? Shanalshua was taken aback. Zhang Yuntian is a disciple of the Yenuang Hall, and moreover, the northern king provoked the Yenuang Hall back then, they have always remembered this debt. Now that the northern king is gone, this debt will naturally fall on this kid. The vermilion bird war god continued. If the Yenuang Hall makes a move, then even if this kid has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will undoubtedly die. Shin Shangqing shouted. That's right, by the time the human ranking battle ends, that kid will probably have gone to hell to see the northern king. The vermilion bird war god then took out a crimson pill and handed it to Shanalshua. This is a blood pill I refined with my essence blood, containing a trace of my bloodline power. You can use it to help you secure the first place in the human ranking. Thank you, master. Shanalshua said excitedly as she took the blood pill, then murmured, once I secure the first place in the human ranking, I, Shanalshua, will be the most admired beauty of the great Xia. At this moment, Shanalshua felt an immense sense of relief for having torn up her engagement with Qin Jun. She was about to become a lofty phoenix, while Qin Jun, a man whose family had been destroyed and who was of lowly status, how could he be worthy of being her fiancé? In the blink of an eye, night fell. Outside Villa No. 1, a sudden sound of countless footsteps echoed. Hundreds of figures dressed in black, wielding samurai swords, appeared, each adorned with an embroidered black dragon on their chests. Is that Qin Jun right here? The leading man said coldly, while another bowed and replied, yes. Kill everyone except that brat without mercy. The leader commanded coldly. What are you all doing out here at this late hour? Suddenly, Qin Jun stepped out, a toothpick in his mouth, looking at the group with a spoiled expression. You're the one who dared to kill His Highness Rinchuan. The leading man immediately fixed his gaze on Qin Jun. Eastern barbarian? Qin Jun's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected that after all this time, these Eastern barbarians would still dare to come. Charge! They were about to rush at Qin Jun, but at that moment, a group of Special Operations members appeared, led by Du Chang, the director of the Jiangnan Special Operations. Take them all down! Du Chang commanded, and the Special Operations members clashed with the group. Whoosh! The leader's expression tightened as he suddenly slashed his sword at Qin Jun. Dare to touch the master? Die! A loud voice suddenly rang out. The Mad Lion sprang out, delivering a punch the size of a cooking pot, instantly obliterating the leader. Mad Lion, can you keep it down next time? My ears are ringing. Qin Jun said, digging in his ears, looking at the Mad Lion with a speechless expression. I'll be more careful next time. The Mad Lion said awkwardly, scratching his head. Meanwhile, after a fierce battle, the Special Operations members had captured the entire group. Du Chang quickly approached Qin Jun and said, Young master, sorry for disturbing you. What brings you here? Qin Jun asked curiously. Our intelligence department found that a large number of Black Dragon Society members had disguised themselves to infiltrate Jiangnan, so we specifically monitored them. We didn't expect they were here to deal with the young master, Du Chang explained. Black Dragon Society? Qin Jun was taken aback, and the other continued, Young master, the Black Dragon Society is the largest underground force in the East, with a history spanning hundreds of years. Today, their influence extends across the military, political, and business realms of the East, making them a colossal presence in the international dark world. And behind the Black Dragon Society is the Eastern royal family. They must have come here on the orders of the royal family to deal with the young master and avenge the son of Prince Rinchuan. A gang organization wants to kill me? They overestimate themselves. Qin Jun said disdainfully. Who are you? Stop. Suddenly, a Special Operations member shouted. Outside the villa, 4 figures suddenly appeared. The four had cold expressions, their eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, as if they had lost their will, heading straight for Qin Jun's villa. The special operations guards quickly moved forward, attempting to block them and inquire about their intentions. However, in the blink of an eye, the four's expressions changed drastically, their lips curling into a sinister arc, revealing sharp fangs, like beasts awakening from the abyss, letting out deafening roars, their eyes bloodshot, flashing with a frenzied crimson light. Even more horrifying was that their hands were covered in thick hair, their fingertips elongated and sharp, resembling the claws of a beast, exuding a chilling cold light. At that moment, the air seemed to be torn apart, and several muffled puff sounds followed in quick succession. The members of the Special Operations Division who attempted to interrogate were caught off guard and were torn to pieces by the four mutated individuals with astonishing speed and strength, leaving only echoes of terror and splattered blood at the scene. The other members of the Special Operations Division changed their expressions, feeling a chill in their hearts, but they still gripped their weapons and charged forward. As a result, the combat power of these four was incredibly fierce, each one resembling a beast of prey, and they swiftly killed over a dozen elite members of the Special Operations Division. "What the hell is this? Why does it look so bizarre?" the Mad Lion asked curiously. "Genetic humans." Du Chang's expression suddenly changed, exclaiming in shock. In an instant, the eyes of the four individuals locked onto Qin Jun like hungry wolves, emitting low, threatening growls, as if ferocious beasts had caught the scent of their prey, and they lunged toward him. Puff, 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 puff. However, before they could reach Qin Jun, Lung Feng shot out, sword in hand, and his sharp sword light directly cleaved the four into halves. Du Chang then stepped forward to inspect, his brow furrowed as he said, "Indeed, they are genetic humans." "What are genetic humans?" Qin Jun asked curiously. "Your Highness, there was once a country that secretly conducted research by integrating the genes of beasts into human genes, causing changes in human genes to possess the strength and characteristics of beasts. Such individuals are called genetic humans. However, this research is a violation of humanity and has been strictly prohibited by the Great Xia and other nations. I never expected that there are still people researching genetic humans today. This matter must be reported immediately," Du Chang said seriously. "Combining human and beast genes? Isn't that a human-beast hybrid? That's really perverse." Qin Jun scoffed. Afterward, Du Chang quickly left with the bodies of the four genetic humans and the other members of the Black Dragon Society. "Master, you really have a lot of enemies, even human-beast hybrids have emerged," the Mad Lion remarked. "Sigh, being too handsome just makes people jealous." Qin Jun shook his head and sighed. He then returned to the villa to refine pills. Wei Ruhua had sent a batch of longevity pill materials during the day, and he was preparing to refine them. At that moment, Nye Yun suddenly raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping toward a certain direction, and he left the villa directly. "In the Kim family's villa in Goryeo. What? All four genetic humans are dead?" Kim Dafa's face turned grim as he listened to his subordinate's report. "Yes, according to the life detectors implanted in them, they have all died," the subordinate reported. "Then continue to send out more genetic humans," Kim Dafa immediately shouted with a dark expression, clearly indicating that the four genetic humans were sent by him. "Master, the laboratory said that the remaining test subjects are undergoing a new round of upgrades for genetic humans and cannot be sent out for the time being," the subordinate reported. "Damn it!" Kim Dafa's face darkened. "You, go to the dark web and post an SSS-level bounty. Whoever can capture that kid will receive 1 billion. 1 billion? The subordinate was taken aback. "Master, the group's funds are already running low. If we take out another billion, I'm afraid." "Stop talking nonsense. Do as I say. Only by eliminating this kid can the Dejin group be revived," Kim Dafa shouted with a grim expression. "Understood." The subordinate quickly nodded. An hour later, on the dark web, the announcement of a 1 billion SSS-level bounty sent the entire international underworld into a frenzy. The next day, Qin Jun stretched lazily and walked out of his room. That night, he refined 17 longevity pills. If it weren't for the lack of medicinal materials, he could have made more. However, according to Wei Ruhua, the materials needed for the longevity pills were extremely rare, making it difficult to gather more. "Young master, something has happened." At that moment, Lung Feng hurriedly approached Qin Jun. "What is it?" Qin Jun asked. "Someone on the dark web has issued an SSS-level bounty on you, with a reward of 10 billion. Lung Feng replied. "Another bounty on me?" Qin Jun was taken aback, then said, "Wait, what is this dark web?" The military knife stood there and said, "Marshal, I will notify everyone to strictly guard against those foreign forces entering the Great Xia. The Great Xia is so vast, you can't guard against it. Moreover, compared to those foreigners, the talents of the Great Xia are the most dangerous. The more dazzling this kid's performance is, the less likely those people will let him live. They will never allow a second northern king to appear. Listening to Wei Jinghua's words, the military knife asked, "What should we do next? It seems we can only go find that old guy." Wei Jinghua's gaze sharpened as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, truly heaven helps me. I didn't expect this kid to be on the dark web's SSS level bounty list. At this moment, several elders of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce were extremely excited upon learning about the bounty. Ever since Qin Jun offered the longevity pill as a reward, almost all of the chamber's partners had severed ties with them, severely injuring the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, many people had targeted the chamber's members to obtain the reward offered by Qin Jun, leading to the tragic deaths of many mid to high-level members, causing everyone in the chamber to feel insecure. This had troubled several elders for days, but now hearing about the bounty, they were naturally very pleased. At this time, Vice President Gu Chenjue appeared and coldly said, "That kid's good luck is about to end." "Vice President? Is there more good news?" the crowd asked curiously. "The president will return the day after tomorrow," Gu Chenjue replied. "The president is coming back? Great! Once the president returns, that kid is undoubtedly dead." Immediately, the elders were filled with excitement. In their hearts, the president was the most mysterious and powerful figure, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to single-handedly create the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, as long as the president returned, dealing with Qin Jun would be a piece of cake. At the Nye clan of the ancient martial arts family, Qin Jun and the Mad Lion followed Nye Yun to this place. "Nye Yun, you traitor, how dare you!" The guards at the entrance of the Nye clan immediately shouted at Nye Yun, but before they could finish, the Mad Lion crushed one of their heads, saying, "So annoying." Nye Yun looked at the Nye clan before him and directly stepped inside. Within the Nye clan, Nye Yun's return immediately caused a stir throughout the clan. As the former number one genius of the Nye clan who later betrayed them, Nye Yun was still highly regarded within the clan. His appearance drew ridicule and insults from many members of the Nye clan. "Nye Yun, you finally returned." At this moment, a middle-aged man in a long robe stepped forward, looking at Nye Yun with a stern expression. "Greetings, clan leader." The members of the Nye clan called out in unison, and he was none other than the clan leader, Nye Tianlei. "It seems that in your heart, your parents are still more important." Nye Tianlei's gaze pierced through Nye Yun like ice, his tone cold as he said, "Did you bring back the techniques and pills I asked you to take from the Northern Prince? If you're interested in my things, you could have just asked directly, why go around in circles?" Before he finished speaking, Qin Jun stepped out leisurely from behind Nye Yun, a playful smile on his lips as he looked at Nye Tianlei. Whoosh! As Qin Jun appeared, Nye Tianlei's expression tightened, surprised as he said, "The Northern Prince? You?" Nye Tianlei was about to speak when Qin Jun directly said, "I'm right here, what do you want?" "Northern Prince, you have quite the audacity to dare to barge into my Nye clan alone. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to leave here today?" As soon as Nye Tianlei finished speaking, the Mad Lion stepped forward, fiercely shouting, "With me, the Mad Lion here, who dares to touch my master? 10th on the earth ranking, the Mad Lion?" Nye Tianlei glanced at the Mad Lion, disdainfully saying, "A mere 10th on the earth ranking dares to bark in my Nye clan? Do you think my Nye clan is just any place? Since you all have come today, then just stay here." Immediately, a group of powerful members from the Nye clan rushed out, surrounding Qin Jun and the others, their eyes fixed on them like hungry wolves. "Let me see just how powerful you so-called ancient martial arts clan really is." The Mad Lion, having greatly increased his cultivation and learned a heavenly level technique, was filled with fighting spirit and roared as he charged forward. Bang! 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 Instantly, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The Mad Lion had now reached the finger-profound realm, and with the diamond technique taught by Qin Jun, his combat power surged, becoming unstoppable, truly invincible within the finger-profound realm. "He's only ranked 10th on the earth ranking, how can he be this strong?" Nye Tianlei frowned as he watched the Mad Lion, and at that moment, an elder from the Nye clan coldly said, "Clan leader, leave him to me." Boom! The elder unleashed the might of the celestial phenomenon realm and charged directly at the Mad Lion, but at that moment, Nye Yun suddenly struck, sending him flying with a single punch. Put! The elder from the Nye clan spat out blood, retreating in disbelief as he looked at Nye Yun. "Your cultivation has actually recovered?" Nye Yun coldly stared at Nye Tianlei. "Nye Tianlei, was the poison in my wife's body you're doing?" "That's right, I had someone plant that poison, intending to control you. I didn't expect you to be so tough, escaping for so many years." Nye Tianlei scoffed coldly. Swish! Instantly, a fierce killing intent flashed in Nye Yun's eyes as he glared at him. "Today, I will kill you to avenge my wife." Boom! Nye Yun unleashed all his cultivation and shot towards Nye Tianlei. Humph, a mere celestial phenomenon realm dares to act recklessly in front of me. Nya Tianlei looked down on him, and a terrifying, unparalleled pressure erupted from his body. This pressure was so strong, it felt like the wrath of heaven, overwhelming the world. Master. Qin Jun glanced at the opponent. This person had already reached the master realm. In this era, a master-level expert could establish their own sect, standing as a pillar of strength. But Qin Jun was not worried about Nye Yun, he simply watched quietly. Facing Nye Tianlei's master-level cultivation, Nye Yun showed no fear. He directly activated the heavenly-level technique taught by Qin Jun, and the quality of the true energy erupting from his body seemed to reach a new level, exuding overwhelming power. This is. Nye Tianlei's expression changed as he sensed the power of Nye Yun's true energy. Before he could react, a punch from Nye Yun came crashing towards him. Bang! In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out, forcing everyone around to retreat. Staggering back, both Nye Tianlei and Nye Yun found themselves pushed away. You! How can your true energy be this strong? What technique have you cultivated? Nye Tianlei looked at Nye Yun in disbelief. He had cultivated the Nye clan's unique high-grade earth-level technique, and he was in the master realm, yet Nye Yun was only at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm, and his true energy was even stronger than his? This was hard for Nye Tianlei to believe. Could it be that you've cultivated a heavenly level technique? Suddenly, Nye Tianlei thought of something, staring intently at Nye Yun, then shook his head. Impossible, how could you possibly possess a heavenly level technique? It's just a heavenly level technique, what's so impossible about it? Qin Jun scoffed, rolling his eyes. Heavenly level techniques, as top-tier martial arts techniques, produce true energy of a quality that was completely incomparable to that of lower-tier techniques. Therefore, even if Nye Yun's cultivation was not at the master realm, with the heavenly level technique, he could bridge the gap between himself and Nye Tianlei, allowing him to fight above his level. This is why martial artists sought high-grade techniques. The higher the grade of the technique, the stronger the effect on the martial artist's power. Qin Jun understood this, which was why he had not intervened earlier. Do you really possess a heavenly level technique? Listening to Qin Jun's words, Nye Tianlei fixed his gaze on Nye Yun, his eyes shimmering with intense light. If he could obtain a heavenly level cultivation technique, he would have hope of breaking through to the Grand Master level. Nye Yun did not answer the question but charged at his opponent again. Bang! 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 Immediately, the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither side willing to back down. At this moment, both unleashed their full strength, employing all sorts of techniques and martial skills. But soon, relying on his Grand Master strength, Nye Tianlei gained the upper hand, striking Nye Yun back with a palm, causing him to spit blood. Humph, even if you possess a heavenly level technique, you will surely lose today, Nye Tianlei coldly declared. Nye Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blood-red as he glared at Nye Tianlei and charged forward again, fighting with reckless abandon. Put. Immediately, Nye Yun was wounded in multiple places, but he did not retreat an inch, instead fighting with all he had. Master, aren't you going to intervene? Nye Yun looks like he can't hold on. At this moment, the Mad Lion said to Qin Jun. Qin Jun lightly replied, it's fine, he is using his opponent as a sharpening stone, refining himself in the clash on the edge of life and death, seeking a breakthrough. So ruthless? The Mad Lion exclaimed in surprise. Put. In the midst of the battle, Nye Tianlei struck Nye Yun again with a palm, causing the latter to spit blood, yet he looked at his opponent with a cold expression. Whoosh! In the next second, Nye Yun grabbed the hand that struck his chest with one hand, while his other hand transformed into a claw and struck out like lightning. Put! Nye Yun's claw instantly pierced through Nye Tianlei's chest, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Ah! Nye Tianlei let out a miserable scream, staggering back from Nye Yun, and looked down at the exposed white bones of his chest, his face extremely grim. He glared at Nye Yun. Damn bastard! Kill him! Kill him! At this moment, Nye Tianlei was completely enraged. Instantly, a group of Nye family experts rushed towards Nye Yun, including 4 half-step grandmasters. At this time, Qin Jun finally made his move. Get lost! With this word, the Nye family's experts were instantly blasted away, each one crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black ray of light shot towards Qin Jun. This black ray moved at incredible speed, appearing before Qin Jun in the blink of an eye, aiming to penetrate his body. But Qin Jun simply waved his hand and caught the black ray, opening his palm to reveal a black insect. Goo worm! Qin Jun immediately crushed the goo worm. At that moment, a strangely dressed man emerged from behind Nye Tianlei, coldly staring at Qin Jun. Dare to kill my precious insect, you shall die. He waved his right hand, and dozens of differently colored insects shot towards Qin Jun at high speed. These were all goo worms, and they moved even faster than the previous one, making them nearly impossible to defend against. However, Qin Jun did not make a move. Instead, a terrifying power erupted from him, shredding all the goo worms to pieces. How is this possible? My insects can even penetrate true qi, how could? At this moment, the man's pupils constricted as he stared at Qin Jun. What you have is not true qi, what kind of power is this? Whoosh! Qin Jun instantly appeared before the man, directly grabbing his throat. The dead don't need to know these things. You dare to kill me? I am from the meow. Crack! Before the man could finish, Qin Jun snapped his neck and tossed him to the ground. Immediately, Qin Jun coldly glanced at Nye Tianlei. How do you want to die? Damn North Territory heir. Do you really want to be enemies with my Nye family? Nye Tianlei glared fiercely at Qin Jun. I don't intend to be enemies with the Nye family. I just want the Nye family to change its clan leader. Qin Jun smiled. Whoosh! His words made Nye Tianlei's expression darken, his eyes flashing with intense anger as he coldly said, if you want the Nye clan to change its leader, it won't be that easy. I tell you, I have already joined the Ancient Martial Alliance. If you dare to kill me, the Ancient Martial Alliance will never let you go. Ancient Martial Alliance? What is that? Qin Jun asked in confusion, while Nye Yun explained, the Ancient Martial Alliance is an organization that manages the major ancient martial families and sects of the Great Xia. Its strength is formidable, and the current leader, Gu Santon, is the second strongest on the heavenly ranking. What a load of nonsense. No one can save you today. Qin Jun scoffed coldly. Presumptuous. How dare you disrespect the Ancient Martial Alliance? Suddenly, a stern voice rang out. At that moment, three figures in long robes appeared within the Nye clan, their demeanor proud as they coldly stared at Qin Jun. They are from the Ancient Martial Alliance. Nye Tianlei's expression brightened. Speak of the devil, they arrived so quickly. Qin Jun glanced at the three, and one of them coldly said, we came today to convey the will of the alliance, but we didn't expect to encounter someone here spouting nonsense, daring to despise the Ancient Martial Alliance. What audacity! Another person directly shouted, why waste words with him? Those who despise the Ancient Martial Alliance shall be killed without mercy. Whoosh! This person swung his sword and charged at Qin Jun. Bang! Before he could reach Qin Jun, the latter swung out the bloodthirsty sword, cleaving him in half with a single strike. Swish! Swish! The remaining two's expressions changed as they stared at Qin Jun. You dare to kill a member of the Ancient Martial Alliance? What? You can kill me, but I can't kill you? Qin Jun sneered. Qin Jun? You are the North's heir, Qin Jun? The faces of the two changed instantly upon hearing his name. It seems my reputation is quite big, even you know me. Qin Jun smiled playfully. One of them blared at Qin Jun and shouted, North's heir, don't be so arrogant. Others may fear you, but the Ancient Martial Alliance does not. I tell you. Put. Before he could finish, Qin Jun cut him down with a sword, coldly saying, noisy. The last person, seeing this, turned and fled without a word. You actually. At this moment, Nye Tianlei's face was extremely ugly. He never expected this guy would dare to kill even members of the Ancient Martial Alliance. He was simply insane. Die. At this time, Nye Yun charged directly at Nye Tianlei. Want me dead? It's not that easy. Nye Tianlei's eyes turned fierce as he activated a forbidden technique, his cultivation instantly surging. However, at that moment, Qin Jun released a pressure that suppressed him, rendering his surging cultivation useless. Bang! Immediately after, Nye Yun smashed Nye Tianlei's head with a punch. As the members of the Nye clan watched their leader die tragically, their expressions changed one by one. Now that your leader is dead, from now on, Nye Yun will be your new leader. Who has any objections? Qin Jun coldly surveyed the surroundings. Master, I. Hearing that Qin Jun wanted him to be the leader, Nye Yun was taken aback, while Qin Jun looked at him and said, you don't need to worry about anything else, just be a good leader. Master, although Nye Tianlei is dead, there are still 3 elders in the Nye clan. The new leader must gain their consent. Nye Yun replied. Those old geezers? If they don't agree, just kill them. Qin Jun snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping towards a certain direction in the Nye clan, where there was an ancestral hall housing 3 elderly men with white beards. These 3 were the 3 elders of the Nye clan, all of whom were above the master realm. Big brother, this kid is too arrogant. Are we really not going to take action? One of the elders said with a face full of indignation. Swish! The elder in the center, with murky eyes shining with light, said, this child's strength far surpasses ours. How is that possible? He is so young, how could his cultivation be so strong? The indignant elder's expression changed, and another elder said solemnly, this child's talent is likely greater than that of his father. Another such prodigy has emerged from the secular world. Those people from that place will surely be restless again. Back then, they acted against the northern king. I wonder if they will try to suppress his son this time. Looks like the great Xiao will be lively again. The elder in the center murmured to himself. Brother, if those people really intend to act again, with Nya Yun's connections, it won't implicate our Nya clan, will it? The indignant elder asked worriedly. Everything, we will observe the changes. The elder replied. Outside, under Qin Jun's strong suppression, all the members of the Nya clan present obediently knelt before the newly appointed clan leader, Nya Yun. Afterward, Qin Jun left with the fierce lion, while Nya Yun, having just become the clan leader, naturally had a pile of matters to handle. At the same time that Qin Jun left the Nya clan, far away in the southwest of Great Xia, in the Miao region, in a dim room, an old woman dressed in Miao clothing sat cross-legged. A figure rushed in and knelt before the old woman, saying, Mother, the life curse of the fifth brother has died. Suddenly, the old woman opened her eyes, revealing a chilling glare, and coldly said, Although the fifth is a wayward son, he is still my child. Whoever kills the fifth must die. Mother, it's bad. Another person hurriedly entered the room and said to the old woman, Mother, that girl has run away. Boom! The old woman's expression darkened, and a terrifying aura emanated from her. She coldly looked at the person and said, You can't even keep track of a girl. What a waste. Go find her immediately. The holy curse is about to succeed, and she must be found at once. Yes, mother. The man quickly nodded. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, at the Su family. Madam, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion in Jiangdong requests an audience. A servant said to Hua Mangyao. The manager of Wanbao Pavilion? Hua Mangyao was taken aback and said, Let them in. Then, Lu Ruyan entered wearing a long dress, with a blooming golden rose embroidered on her chest. As Hua Mangyao looked at the golden rose, her expression changed instantly. She looked at Lu Ruyan and said, You, disciple Lu Ruyan of the Golden Flower Envoy of the 100-Flower Valley pays respects to the Valley Master. Lu Ruyan immediately knelt and bowed to Hua Mangyao. For a moment, Hua Mengyao's expression changed repeatedly. After a long silence, she said, Get up. I am no longer the Valley Master of the 100-Flower Valley. Valley Master, you will always be the master of my 100-Flower Valley. Now that the 100-Flower Valley is in crisis, I implore the Valley Master to return with me to the valley and take charge, otherwise, the 100-Flower Valley, which has been passed down for thousands of years, may be lost. Lu Ruyan stood up and bowed to Hua Mangyao. What happened to the 100-Flower Valley? Hua Mengyao's expression changed, and then Lu Ruyan recounted everything one by one. Once Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Hua Mengyao's expression darkened. I didn't expect so much to happen in the 100-Flower Valley after I left. I thought that by sealing my cultivation and leaving the valley to enter the world, I would have no further connection with the 100-Flower Valley, but I didn't expect. Sigh. This is all fate. Hua Mangyao said with a complex expression, then looked at Lu Ruyan. You wait outside for a moment. I have some matters to attend to before I return to the valley with you. Yes, Valley Master. Lu Ruyan nodded and turned to leave. At that moment, Su Yue entered, glanced at Lu Ruyan, and then looked at Hua Mangyao. Mother, who was that girl just now? She is a friend of your mother. Yue, your mother has to go on a trip for some business, so the Su family will be entrusted to you from now on. Hua Mangyao said to Su Yue. Mother, where are you going? Is something wrong? Su Yue asked curiously. However, Hua Mangyao did not elaborate and left after giving her instructions. But for some reason, as Su Yue watched her mother leave, she suddenly felt a sense of unease. Meanwhile, Qin Jun returned to Jianhai. Friend, I see that your bones are extraordinary. You must be a martial arts genius. I have a peerless skill here, not for 998, not for 798, just for 198, and you can take it home. I guarantee that once you practice it, you will be the best in the world. Opportunities are fleeting, don't miss out on such a great chance. At that moment, a somewhat lewd voice suddenly rang in Qin Jun's ear. Qin Jun's expression tightened, and he turned around sharply, only to see a chubby man in a Taoist robe standing beside him, though he didn't know when he had arrived. This fat man weighed at least 200 pounds, wearing a dirty Taoist robe, his face full of fat with squinty eyes that looked quite sleazy, and his hair was a messy tangle, resembling a bird's nest. 2 streams of snot were even dripping from his nostrils, making him look as filthy as could be. At that moment, he was holding a yellowed, tattered book, looking at Qin Jun with a sly grin. Qin Jun frowned as he looked at the man. If it weren't for the man's voice just now, he wouldn't have noticed his presence at all, which shocked him deeply. It is known that even the most skilled expert would be sensed by him the moment they entered a 10-meter radius. Yet this person had appeared behind him without him realizing it. He examined the man further, frowning again, because the man had no cultivation at all. He was just an ordinary person. Friend? What's wrong? Do you think my price is too high? How about 98? This price is already very low. It cannot go any lower, the chubby man said with a pained expression. Shin Jun snatched the book from the man's hand and opened it, only to see the words Jinping Mei written in large characters. Is this your peerless skill? Shin Jun's mouth twitched, looking at the man with a face full of black lines. I took the wrong one. The chubby man quickly took the book back, and at that moment, his stomach suddenly growled. Hungry? Shin Jun glanced at him and said, let me treat you to a meal. A meal? The chubby man's eyes lit up, and then he said seriously, friend, you are too kind, but, if you don't want to eat, then forget it. Shin Jun turned to leave, but the man immediately grabbed him and smiled, since you are so kind, how can I refuse your good intentions? Let's go eat right now. A few minutes later, in a restaurant, Shin Jun sat there, watching the chubby man across from him who had already cleared 7 or 8 empty plates and was still gobbling down food. He couldn't help but mutter, how many days has he gone without eating? Even the nearby wild lion couldn't help but complain, Master, this fat guy looks like a con artist, why are you treating him to a meal? Shin Jun stared at the man without speaking. His intuition told him that this fat Taoist was definitely not simple. In the blink of an eye, the chubby man had finished all the food in front of him, his mouth covered in grease. So, are you full? Shin Jun asked him. The chubby man scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, can I eat a bit more? Instantly, both Shin Jun and the wild lion couldn't help but curse, are you a pig? But Shin Jun continued to order a pile of food for the guy. He wanted to see just how much this man could eat. Just then, a group of people appeared, led by a man who looked to be around 30, dressed in a black suit, exuding a strong aura. The man glanced around and his gaze landed directly on Shin Jun as he walked straight over. Are you the North Realm heir, Shin Jun? He asked as he approached. Who are you? Shin Jun shot a glance at him, and the man replied directly, I am Zhao Yorong's older brother, Zhao Shiji. Zhao Yorong's brother? Shin Jun was taken aback, and the other man looked at him. I heard you are dating my sister? Shin Jun, I came here to tell you that with your current status, you are not worthy of my sister. Break off your relationship with her immediately. Listening to his words, Shin Jun smiled lightly, while the wild lion glared at Zhao Shiji, ready to strike at any moment. Zhao Shiji frowned at Shin Jun's smile and coldly said, what? You don't accept it? Shin Jun, if your father were still alive, with your status as the North Realm heir, you would have been qualified to be my Zhao family's son-in-law. But now, you have nothing. Although you have some skills, in the face of real power, those skills are insignificant. Do you know who my Zhao family has chosen as Yorong's future husband? Zhao Shiji looked at Shin Jun with a proud expression. Who? Shin Jun asked. The grandson of the king of Jinshi, Xiao. Zhao Shiji snorted coldly. Upon hearing this name, the wild lion also showed a look of shock. The king of Jinshi is the current emperor's uncle, a true royal noble, and his grandson Xiao is the emperor's nephew, whose status is even more distinguished than Shin Jun's former identity. After all, his father was merely a king of a different surname, while the other party's grandfather is a true prince of the great Xia. The grandson of the king of Jinshi? Shin Jun said lightly. That's right, now you know the gap, right? With your current status, you don't even have the qualification to carry the shoes of the Jinshi heir. So if you don't want to embarrass yourself, it's best to break up with Yorong immediately. Zhao Shiji commanded Shin Jun from a high and mighty position. Just as Shin Jun was about to retort, who do you think you are? Zhao Yorong hurried over, dissatisfied with her brother. Brother, what are you doing here? Yorong, I heard you are in a relationship, so I came to see your boyfriend, Zhao Shiji replied. I didn't expect you to choose Shin Jun, a fallen heir burdened with the crime of treason, as your boyfriend. Do you know this has made Grandpa and the family elders extremely unhappy? I came today to make this guy understand and break up with you immediately. Zhao Shiji stated. Brother, you. Zhao Yorong frowned, about to speak, but Shin Jun pulled her close and smiled playfully at Zhao Shiji. Sorry, but Yorong is already my woman. If you want us to break up, wait until the next life. As for that grandson of the king of Jinshi, let him roll as far away as possible. Swish! Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiji's expression darkened, ready to explode, but Shin Jun directly said, Wild Lion, throw them out, don't let them disturb our sweet moment. Yes, master. The wild lion immediately grabbed Zhao Shiji's collar and threw him out, while the group he brought was also tossed out one by one. Seeing this, Zhao Yorong's expression changed, and she broke free from Shin Jun, looking at him and saying, I'm sorry about what just happened. I didn't expect my brother to come. Shin Jun smirked at her, now I've offended quite a few people for you. How do you plan to compensate me? You. What do you want? Zhao Yorong looked at Shin Jun, a bit nervous, even taking 2 steps back, afraid he would try to kiss her again. Shin Jun laughed heartily, don't worry, I won't force a kiss this time, but since I said you are my woman, why don't we make it a real act? Hearing this, Zhao Yurong was taken aback, while Qin Jun continued, although you have a bit of a temper, your figure is still quite nice. At least you won't let your child go hungry in the future, right? Qin Jun stared at Zhao Yurong's impressive features and blinked. Zhao Yurong quickly reacted, her pretty face flushed, and she shot Qin Jun a glare, pervert. She ran off immediately. How am I a pervert? Am I not speaking the truth? Qin Jun said innocently. Well, I think you're absolutely right. When looking for a wife, one should find someone who won't let the children go hungry in the future. At that moment, the chubby little guy wiped his greasy mouth, his small eyes filled with lewd intent. Qin Jun glanced at him. Are you a Taoist? Of course, I am a genuine Taoist who never deceives the young or the old, the chubby guy said seriously. Which Taoist temple? Changsheng Temple. Upon hearing this name, Qin Jun said, Changsheng Temple? I've never heard of it. It's just a small temple. Of course, you haven't heard of it, the chubby guy replied. So what do you plan to do next? Qin Jun asked. The chubby guy scratched his messy hair and said to Qin Jun with a shameless grin, well, I haven't found a place to rest yet. I see that you're kind-hearted and a compassionate person, you wouldn't want to see me homeless, right? How about? Alright, I get it, Qin Jun waved his hand and said, I can provide you with a place to stay, but I don't support idlers, you need to show some skills. Skills? The chubby guy was taken aback, his small eyes spinning wildly. Suddenly, Qin Jun pointed in a direction, if you can deal with that guy, I'll take you in. Whoosh! As Qin Jun pointed, the wild lion looked over first but saw nothing. Confused, he said, Master, there's no one there. The chubby guy shook his head, friend, I can't fight, and that guy looks tough to deal with. Immediately, Qin Jun's gaze sharpened, realizing that it was indeed not simple, even the wild lion couldn't see it, yet this chubby guy could, indicating he was extraordinary. I didn't expect you to find me. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the direction Qin Jun pointed. In the next second, a figure shrouded in black clothing and wearing a mask appeared abruptly, as if materializing out of thin air. The wild lion's expression changed instantly, staring at the figure with a serious look. What a strong concealment technique. Who are you? The figure approached and uttered two words, shadow. The shadow ranked fourth on the earth list. The wild lion was taken aback, looking at Qin Jun, Master, this person is the shadow, ranked fourth on the earth list. He is best known for his concealment techniques and is said to be able to kill without a trace, making him extremely difficult to deal with. So, if you can handle him, I'll take you in, Qin Jun said, not looking at the shadow but at the chubby guy. Well, the chubby guy scratched his head, looking a bit hesitant. I was sent by the young marshal, you must come with me today. The shadow looked at Qin Jun coldly. If you want to take my master away, you have to get past me first. The wild lion roared angrily and charged at the shadow. Bang! The shadow dodged, instantly disappearing before the wild lion, who then suddenly seemed to be struck hard, flying out and crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Meanwhile, the shadow had already reached Qin Jun. You only have this one chance, Qin Jun said to the chubby guy. Can you guarantee that I'll get to eat this much good food every meal? The chubby guy asked Qin Jun. From now on, you can eat whatever you want, Qin Jun replied directly. Whoosh! At that moment, the shadow's hand shot towards Qin Jun like lightning, moving at an incredible speed. Slap! As a result, just an inch away from Qin Jun, a fat, greasy hand suddenly clamped down on his wrist. The owner of this hand was, of course, the little fatty. Sorry, friend, the little fatty said, looking at the shadow. Sizzle! Immediately, the shadow swung out a sharp blade with his other hand, directly stabbing towards the little fatty. The little fatty merely pointed a finger, releasing no power, yet the shadow found himself kneeling on the ground, completely unable to exert any strength. What have you done to me? At this moment, the shadow stared intently at the other party, his heart filled with shock. Friend, fighting and killing really isn't good. Why don't we the little fatty try to mediate? Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun directly crushed the shadow's throat, leaving the little fatty stunned. Alright, you can follow me from now on, Qin Jun said and then got up to leave. The little fatty looked at the shadow's corpse and muttered, this friend is really ruthless. Then he revealed a mischievous smile, but I like it. Next, Qin Jun took the little fatty back to Villa No. 1. By the way, what's your name? Qin Jun asked the little fatty. My name is Isin. The little fatty replied. Isin? That's quite a unique name. Qin Jun smirked and said, from now on, just call me boss, and I'll take care of you. Okay, boss, the little fatty nodded with a grin, and Qin Jun felt, for some reason, that he had been schemed against. At that moment, Lang Feng approached Qin Jun and said, young master, the people from the demon sect have all arrived in Shanghai. Let's go take a look. Later, in a warehouse in Jianghai, Qin Jun met all the disciples of the demon sect, totaling over 300, with the weakest among them being a 4th-grade warrior. "Greetings, Master." The 4 elders of the demon sect and the other disciples all knelt before Qin Jun and called out, "Get up! From now on, you will stay here. I will teach you new techniques and prepare a batch of elixirs for you. All you need to do is work hard to improve your strength. I, Qin Jun, do not need useless people under me. Do you understand?" Qin Jun coldly admonished the group from the demon sect. "Yes, Master," they all replied in unison. Next, Qin Jun selected a technique from the pile of demonic techniques taught by his 4th master and passed it on to the disciples of the demon sect. Heavenly level technique. At this moment, the 4 elders were all taken aback. The demon sect had been passed down to this day, and the highest level technique they possessed was merely a top-grade mysterious level technique. Qin Jun's immediate offering of a heavenly level technique, especially a top-grade one, naturally left them dumbfounded. "As long as you practice diligently, there will be even stronger techniques in the future," Qin Jun said. "Thank you, Master." All the disciples of the demon sect looked at Qin Jun with admiration, completely treating him as the master of the demon sect. After that, Qin Jun specifically guided them until night fell before leaving. "Tomorrow it's time to head to the imperial capital." Qin Jun looked at the bright moonlight and murmured to himself. The day after tomorrow would be the battle for the human ranking. He did not plan to participate, but he had to meet the people from the heavenly secret pavilion to see if he could find any clues about Linger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 figures shot over, each exuding a sharp aura as they fixed their gaze on Qin Jun. Qin Jun glanced at them. "Foreigners?" All 3 were foreigners, not from the Great Xia. "Are you the Northern Border's young master who has a bounty of 100 billion? I didn't expect you to be so young. I thought you would be more impressive," one of them said in broken Great Xia language, looking at Qin Jun with disdain. "Are you all here for that 100 billion bounty?" Qin Jun glanced at the 3 of them and said coldly, "With just the 3 of you, that 100 billion is probably out of reach." "Arrogant. Kid, do you know our identities? I am the Viper, ranked 9th on the International Assassin list. I am the Shadow, ranked 13th on the International Assassin list. Ranked 15th on the International Assassin list, Bloodslaughter." The 3 revealed their identities, all top assassins from the International Assassin list. Qin Jun had heard Blood Queen mention this assassin list in the death prison. It was a ranking of the world's most elite assassins. Those who made the list were all top-tier killers. "Not even in the top 3? You really underestimate me." Qin Jun scoffed. "Humph, with you, you aren't even qualified to make the top 3 assassins take action." The Viper, ranked 9th, said disdainfully. "Oh really? That woman, Blood Queen, seemed to say that the top 3 assassins are all trash." Qin Jun replied. "Blood Queen?" Upon hearing this somewhat familiar name, the 3 were momentarily stunned, then their pupils shrank sharply as they exchanged glances. "Isn't Blood Queen Blood Demon?" The 3's expressions changed, and they exclaimed in shock. You know Blood Demon?" At this moment, the 3 trembled, looking at Qin Jun in disbelief. "Blood Demon? That woman, Blood Queen, certainly has a loud name. By the way, she left me a token before, do you know it?" Qin Jun casually tossed out a token, which was engraved with the blood-red characters for Demon. Demon token. Seeing this token, the 3 instantly collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. They repeatedly bowed to Qin Jun, saying, "We didn't know your relationship with Blood Demon, please spare our lives." "Ha?" Qin Jun was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that Blood Queen had such a deterrent power in the assassin world. A single token could make these 3 assassins kneel and beg. 3 useless fools. Blood Demon has long been imprisoned in the death prison, never to leave. What is there to fear? At that moment, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out. 3 useless fools. Blood Demon has long been imprisoned in the death prison, never to leave. What is there to fear? Suddenly, a scornful voice came. Qin Jun and the 3 assassins glanced over and saw a tall, blond man stepping out of the darkness, exuding a cold and proud demeanor. "It's the Berserker Jinx, ranked 24th on the dark list." The 3 assassins were taken aback. "Ranked 24th on the dark list?" Qin Jun glanced at the blond man, who walked over and arrogantly snorted. "Kid, I didn't expect you to know that woman, Blood Demon, but unfortunately, a prisoner can't save you. Just surrender obediently, or else I'll have to take action." "Arrogant." The Lion King snorted coldly and directly attacked the other. Bang! In an instant, their fists collided violently, producing a loud sound. Thud thud. With this strike, the Lion King was sent flying back several dozen meters, while Jinx only took 3 steps back. Such strength! The Lion King looked at him with surprise in his eyes, then his expression turned cold, again. He directly activated his diamond skill, a faint golden light shimmering around him, exuding an indomitable might as he charged at Jinx. Bang! This strike was even more ferocious than the last, causing Jinx to retreat 4 or 5 steps, his face cold as he glared at the Lion King. Fuck, you've completely angered me. Roar! He clenched his fists and let out a roar, his blood suddenly boiling, unleashing a terrifying aura. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a state of frenzy, his eyes blood-red, exuding a terrifying aura. His strength surged dramatically, even causing surprise to flicker in Qin-jun's eyes. Berserker, truly terrifying, the 3 assassins said with grave expressions. Boom! In an instant, the frenzied Jinx sent the raging lion flying with a single punch, and he charged forward, delivering another devastating blow. This punch tore through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Crack! Suddenly, Qin-jun stood in front of Jinx, raising his hand to block the punch. He remained completely still, and no matter how powerful Jinx's punch was, it couldn't budge Qin-jun in the slightest. Bloodline frenzy, you do have some skill, Qin-jun said coldly, then he squeezed Jinx's fist. Crunch! In an instant, Jinx's fist was crushed, pain etched across his face. Bang! Qin-jun kicked out again, sending Jinx flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood wildly. At this moment, the 3 assassins were completely dumbfounded. Cough cough cough. Jinx lay on the ground, coughing violently, his blood-red eyes returning to normal, filled with disbelief as he stared at Qin-jun. Not bad, but if you want to kill me, you're still a bit short, Qin-jun said, curling his lip. Jinx coldly glared at Qin-jun for a few seconds before attempting to get up and leave, but Qin-jun's voice suddenly rang out, you think you can just leave? Whoosh! Jinx's expression turned cold, and just as he was about to shout, he turned around to find Qin-jun standing right in front of him. Crunch! Qin-jun's right hand directly grasped his throat and crushed it on the spot. At that moment, the 3 assassins were utterly stunned. A formidable figure ranked 24th on the dark list had just died like this? Then Qin-jun's gaze swept over the 3, who were so frightened they repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy. I still need a few slaves, are you willing? Qin-jun said indifferently. Willing, willing. The 3 nodded repeatedly without any hesitation. Although it was humiliating for them, as top assassins on the international killer list, to become someone's slave, it was better than losing their lives. After all, it's better to live poorly than to die well. Soon, Qin-jun cast a soul mark on the 3. On the dark web, news quickly spread that the Berserker Jinx, ranked 24th on the dark list, had died in the Great Xia. As soon as this news broke, it sparked discussions throughout the dark web. The dark list is a ranking released by the dark web that encompasses the major powerhouses of the dark world. Those who can be listed are all top superpowers in the dark realm. Now, the fact that the Berserker ranked 24th had died just like that was naturally shocking. While the dark web was abuzz with discussions, in the death prison, everyone learned of the bounty issued against Qin-jun on the dark web. The prisoners in the death prison were extremely dissatisfied with this news. Qin-jun was a godlike figure in their hearts, and now someone had offered a bounty of 10 billion for him. This was simply a contempt for them. Those stupid guys on the dark web dare to lay a hand on our master, they are simply seeking death. A red-haired blood queen snorted coldly. I will notify the mafia right away. Let them issue a message that anyone who dares to touch our master will be our enemy. I want to see who has the guts to oppose the mafia. The black-clad woman snorted coldly, and if anyone from the outside world saw her, they would be extremely shocked, for she was the leader of the Western underground world's largest gang, the mafia, known as the Black Widow, a ruthless and powerful woman. With a single word, she could mobilize 300,000 members of the mafia. At this moment, the lowly girl and the woman in white beside her both had cold glints in their eyes. One was the young lady of the Rothschild family, and the other was a goddess from the Western Church. Choose 2 people to be released from prison to assist that kid. The others will continue to stay in the death prison for cultivation and must not interfere with external matters. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from deep within the death prison. Upon hearing this, the 3,000 prisoners in the death prison all showed excitement in their eyes. Since being locked up here, their dream had always been to leave the death prison. But no matter how powerful they were, once they entered the death prison, they could never leave without the word of 10 prison wardens. Now that the prison warden had spoken, their chance to leave had come. Warden, let me go. I will definitely clear all obstacles for young Master Qin. Let me go. Whoever dares to touch young Master Qin, I will crush their skull. In an instant, all 3,000 prisoners in the death prison were recommending themselves. Blood Demon, Butcher, you 2 will be released. If that kid gets hurt in the slightest, you 2 will die. Immediately, a cold voice came from deep within the death prison, causing the 2 kneeling prisoners to tremble and quickly lower their heads, saying, Yes, Warden. The other prisoners looked on with envy. Meanwhile, deep within the death prison, 10 figures were sitting cross-legged. One of them spoke, "I hope that kid can grow up quickly, otherwise, when that day comes, we won't be able to help him. We've been planning for so long, that kid won't disappoint us." At this moment, the eyes of these 10 people flickered, their faces filled with complex emotions. The next day, early in the morning, Shin Jun took a plane to the imperial capital. This time, he only brought along the Mad Lion, Cold Edge, and the chubby guy, while the others stayed in Shanghai. On the plane, Shin Jun was resting with his eyes closed when suddenly a harsh voice rang out, "Everyone, do not move! Everyone, do not move!" At this moment, 4 figures suddenly stood up in the cabin, brandishing firearms and shouting. This sudden turn of events caused many passengers in the cabin to panic and scream. Bang! Immediately, a gunshot rang out, and one of the armed men in a green long robe coldly said, "Shut up! Whoever dares to talk again, I will kill them." Instantly, all the passengers were too frightened to speak. At this time, one person approached the man in the green robe and said, "The cockpit and other crew members have been controlled." The man in the long robe then walked directly to a certain seat and looked at a woman wearing sunglasses, dressed in ordinary jeans and a t-shirt, but with a very slim figure, and said, "Miss Liu, hello." Swish! The woman in sunglasses changed her expression slightly, took off her sunglasses, revealing bright, clear eyes as she looked at him. "Are you here for me?" "To be precise, we are here for your unparalleled grandfather." The man sneered, then ordered, "Notify the cockpit to change the flight direction and head abroad immediately." Wait! At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The man glanced over and saw someone standing up. It was Shin Jun. The man's accomplice immediately aimed his gun at Shin Jun and shouted, "What do you want?" "I don't care what you want to do, but this plane's direction cannot change. I still need to go to the imperial capital. Don't waste my time," Shin Jun said coldly. His words left the hijacker and the passengers present stunned, all of them dumbfounded. Many passengers secretly thought this kid must be crazy. He didn't even consider the situation and dared to say such things. "I think you want to die." At this moment, the leading man in the green robe's expression turned cold, and he was about to shoot Shin Jun. Bang! Suddenly, the Mad Lion sprang out, delivering a punch that instantly struck the man, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Put! 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 Immediately, Cold Edge struck fiercely, a flash of cold light passed, and the throats of the remaining hijackers erupted with blood arrows, dropping dead on the spot. "Go deal with the others," Shin Jun said, and Cold Edge headed towards the cockpit. At this moment, all the passengers in the cabin were stunned, while Shin Jun approached the man in the dark green long robe, stepping on him coldly and saying, "If only you had listened to me." "You!" The man glared at Shin Jun, furious. "Kid, I am from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, ranked 3rd in the world. You dared to oppose us, and you're dead." Crack! Shin Jun crushed the man's chest with a kick, his ribs piercing his heart, killing him instantly. So much nonsense! He then intended to return to his seat, when the woman stood up and looked at him, saying, "Thank you for saving me. May I ask how to address you, sir?" "I didn't want to save you, I just didn't want to waste time." Shin Jun closed his eyes to rest once he returned to his seat. The woman was momentarily taken aback, her gaze flickering over Shin Jun for a few seconds before she sat back down. Next, the plane landed smoothly at the Imperial Capital International Airport. As the plane touched down, a group of officers immediately boarded the aircraft, carrying the bodies down. At this time, Shin Jun and the others stood up and walked towards the exit. When they stepped outside the plane, they were astonished by the sight before them. Over 1,000 fully armed soldiers stood outside, guns at the ready. "What a grand display!" Shin Jun exclaimed, while the Mad Lion remarked, "Master, they can't be here to welcome you, right? Do I have such a big presence?" Shin Jun scoffed. "At least you have some self-awareness." Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. A woman dressed in luxurious attire, with an arrogant demeanor, approached, disdainfully glancing at Shin Jun and the others, then turned to the woman in sunglasses who had just exited behind him, calling out warmly, "Chengyu, how are you? Those hijackers didn't harm you, did they?" Lu Qingyu shook her head. "Yu Qing, I'm fine. But thanks to these gentlemen, if they hadn't taken down those hijackers, I might have been in grave danger by now." Upon hearing this, the glamorous woman glanced at Shin Jun and the others. "They dealt with those hijackers?" Her face was filled with skepticism, clearly not believing that these seemingly ordinary guys had such capability. At that moment, a man in military uniform, with 3 dragon stars on his shoulder, approached Lu Qingyu and said, "Miss Lu, I am here on orders to take you home." He then turned his gaze to Shin Jun and the others. "And you all need to come with us for a brief inquiry." "An inquiry? Why?" Shin Jun replied coldly. "They are the ones who saved me," Lu Qingyu quickly interjected. "Miss Lu, please don't misunderstand. We are just conducting a routine inquiry," the military man responded. What if I refuse to go? Shinju looked at him, and the man's expression darkened, remaining silent, but the thousands of soldiers present all aimed their weapons at Shinju and the others. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the roar of engines erupted, and dozens of million-dollar Maybach S680s formed a convoy, driving directly to the helipad entrance. This scene startled everyone present. Wow, what a luxurious convoy! Which young master or miss is arriving? The passengers on the plane began to discuss. Soon, the row of vehicles stopped right in front of Shinju's plane, and figures in black suits, exuding a fierce aura, began to descend from the cars. All these people are martial artists, more than 100 of them, and all above the 5th rank. This scene caused the 3-star dragon general's expression to change. He waved his hand, and the soldiers on site all turned their guns to aim at these people, adopting a defensive posture. At this moment, Lu Qingyu and the glamorous woman beside her were greatly shocked by this display. Whose convoy is this? Such a grand spectacle? The glamorous woman asked curiously, her lips slightly parted. At that moment, a woman stepped down from the front passenger seat of a car in the center, then quickly walked to the back seat and opened the door. Whoosh! As the door opened, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a purple luxurious outfit, wearing 10-centimeter high heels and exuding a powerful aura, stepped out. The moment this woman appeared, everyone on site was stunned. Everyone was captivated by her presence, and her ethereal beauty made countless men and women infatuated and envious. At this moment, the 3-star dragon general and the 2 women, Lu Qingyu, looked at her, and their expressions changed instantly as they exclaimed, "It's her." The woman then walked straight over. The 3-star dragon general was about to step forward to speak, but she directly ignored him and approached Shinjun, respectfully calling out, "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, young master." At this moment, when the woman in the purple outfit respectfully addressed Shinjun with these 4 words, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Shinjun looked at her, first stunned for a few seconds, then exclaimed in surprise, "Second sister? After all these years, I didn't expect the young master to still remember me," the woman in purple said with a charming smile, making one feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze, instantly stirring feelings of affection. The only ones who knew the identity of this purple-clad woman, the 3-star dragon general and Lu Qingyu, had their expressions change repeatedly, their hearts extremely shocked. Who is this woman in the purple outfit? She is the head of the first group in the Great Xia, the Jun Tian Group, the queen of the Great Xia business world, Ji Zixuan. The Jun Tian Group under her command occupies more than half of Great Xia's GDP, and even the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce pales in comparison to the Jun Tian Group. It can be said that Ji Zixuan's words can sway the entire economy of Great Xia. Most importantly, this head of the Jun Tian Group is rumored to secretly control a vast power. Anyone who opposes the Jun Tian Group ends up dead. There was once a super-rich family that tried to target the Jun Tian Group, and the next day, that family was completely wiped out, leaving not a single survivor. In short, this woman is undoubtedly the most untouchable existence in Great Xia. They never expected that such a high-ranking, noble woman would show such respect to a young man. Young master? Could it be that he is the young master of the northern border? At this moment, the 3-star dragon general's pupils constricted as he looked at Qin Jun and exclaimed. His words startled the 2 women, who looked at Qin Jun with varying expressions. "Second sister, what brings you here?" Qin Jun looked at Ji Zixuan, quite surprised, as she was one of the 7 adopted daughters his father had taken in back then, ranked 2nd. He didn't expect to see his 4th sister not long ago and now encounter his 2nd sister so soon. "I heard that the young master has come to the imperial capital, so I specially came to welcome you." Ji Zixuan smiled slightly and said, "Young master, let's go." "They won't let me leave, saying I need to be investigated." Qin Jun glanced at the 3-star dragon general, and then Ji Zixuan looked at him. "You want to investigate my family's young master?" Immediately, the 3-star dragon general's expression changed repeatedly, and he hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Miss Ji, you misunderstand." Although he is a dignified 3-star dragon general, for some reason, he felt a sense of panic in front of this queen of the Great Xia business world, completely lacking the might of a general. Coupled with her identity and power, even he did not dare to offend her easily. "So can we leave now?" Ji Zixuan said coldly. "Yes, yes." The 3-star general nodded repeatedly. Then Ji Zixuan took Qin Jun and the others into the car and left. After they departed, the 3-star general took a deep breath, a hint of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He is actually that northern heir. At this moment, Lu Qingyu murmured to herself, while the woman beside her snorted coldly, "I didn't expect a useless heir from a broken family to get involved with this strong woman from Jun Tian Group. He must be playing the role of a pretty boy." Lu Qingyu quickly said, "Yuqing, you shouldn't speak carelessly. The woman, however, was unconcerned, a smirk of disdain on her lips. I'm just speaking the truth. Right now, he is nothing but a useless heir with nothing to his name. The only thing of value is his face. If it weren't for that, how could Ji Zixuan treat him this way? I feel he is not that kind of person. Lu Qingyu's eyes flickered as she gently shook her head. Qingyu, you can know a person's face but not their heart. The woman said, Qingyu, you must be wary of this person. Perhaps the kidnapping on the plane was all his scheme, just to stage a heroic rescue and try to win your favor. It must be so. Her words were firm, as if she had already seen through Qin Jun's schemes. Qin Jun, however, was unaware of this woman's thoughts, otherwise, he might have directly confronted her, calling her an average woman. Soon, Qin Jun's convoy arrived at the most prosperous commercial area of the imperial capital, where a skyscraper towering hundreds of meters high stood. The four large characters of Jun Tian Group were very eye-catching. Jun Tian Group? Second sister, is this your company? Qin Jun asked curiously. This is prepared for you, Ji Zixuan replied. Prepared for me? That's right, the Jun in Jun Tian is your name. The true owner of Jun Tian Group is actually you. Ji Zixuan led Qin Jun into the building, and they made their way to the top floor of Jun Tian building. As the 3-meter-high bronze door slowly opened, a luxurious atmosphere instantly enveloped them. The room was designed like a royal palace, resplendent and extremely luxurious. Heir, welcome home. Ji Zixuan smiled at Qin Jun. So luxurious. This company must earn quite a bit each year, right? Qin Jun sat on the genuine leather sofa, marveling. Not bad, this year's revenue is about 1 trillion. Upon hearing this, Qin Jun was astonished. How much? 1 trillion? Wow, is it really that rich? Now, all of this belongs to you, heir. Ji Zixuan said lightly. Second sister, I can't accept this. Qin Jun quickly shook his head. Heir, Jun Tian Group was built by me following the prince's orders, as a solid support for you. Listening to Ji Zixuan's words, Qin Jun was surprised. Was this arranged by my father? That's right. After we 7 sisters left the royal mansion, we each developed our own paths, and everything we did was prepared for you, to ensure that you would still have a powerful force of your own without the support of the northern prince's mansion. Ji Zixuan explained one by one. Qin Jun's eyes kept flickering. He didn't expect his father to think so far ahead. Ah, it's a pity that my father. Qin Jun sighed, and Ji Zixuan said, Heir, don't lose heart. The prince will definitely be fine. Does second sister know something? Qin Jun looked at Ji Zixuan, and she replied, after that battle 3 years ago, I used all my resources to investigate. Although the prince and the others were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties, the prince did not die in that battle. He mysteriously disappeared. Mysteriously disappeared? Qin Jun frowned, and Ji Zixuan continued, that's right, with the prince's cultivation, those people could never have killed him. It is precisely because the prince is missing, rather than dead, that they did not completely eliminate the heir back then, fearing that one day the prince would return. At the same time, they also wanted to use the heir to lure the prince out, but for the past 3 years, the prince has shown no signs. Qin Jun's expression kept changing, and he couldn't help but ask, then where has my father been for the past 3 years? Why hasn't he appeared? Well, Ji Zixuan said solemnly, I've been investigating this all along, but I haven't found any leads yet. However, now that the heir has returned, it's time to root out those culprits from 3 years ago and those who falsely accused the prince of treason, to clear the shame of the Northern Town Prince's mansion and the Northern Town army. Qin Jun looked at Ji Zixuan. Does second sister know who those culprits were back then? I've been investigating for the past 3 years. The ambush against the prince and the Northern Town army 3 years ago involved not only domestic forces but also foreign ones, including Dongying, the Bear Country, the United States, the Sun Never Sets Country, and Tianzhu. They all sent their top experts to take action. In addition, there were also several top experts involved, such as the leader of the Celestial Hall, the president of the Dark Council, and the leaders of the Divine Hall, Ji Zixuan said one by one. So many foreign forces were involved? Qin Jun was greatly shocked. He had heard those prisoners mention the Celestial Hall, the Dark Council, and the Divine Hall even in the death prison. These were all top superpowers in the Western world, with legacies that rivaled the Holy See. He never expected that the leaders of these major forces would all participate in the attack on his father. Back then, the prince not only shook the Great Xia but was also regarded as a nightmare by the entire Western forces. He didn't know how many Western experts he had slaughtered, so these Western countries and forces hated the prince to the bone, wanting nothing more than to kill him. Who were the domestic participants? Qin Jun asked coldly. Compared to these foreign forces, Qin Jun hated those domestic people who targeted his father even more. After all, his father had devoted himself to protecting the entire Great Xia, while these people colluded with foreign enemies against him, causing the deaths of 100,000 innocent Northern Town Army soldiers, and even framed his father for treason, wanting him to bear the infamy even after death, which was even more insidious and ruthless. Swish! Ji Zixuan's expression tightened, and she said in a deep voice, "I have only found 3 forces involved domestically." "Which 3? Qin Jun immediately asked. "The Ancient Martial Alliance, the Yanhuang Hall, and the Supervisory Court." Ji Zixuan listed them one by one. Swish! Qin Jun's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within. He didn't expect the Ancient Martial Alliance to be involved as well. He then asked, "What forces are the Supervisory Court and the Yanhuang Hall?" The Supervisory Court is the largest supervisory institution in Great Xia, responsible for overseeing all officials, with more power than the Special Affairs Department. Previously, the Supervisory Court had been targeting the prince, claiming several times that the prince was amassing troops and had intentions of establishing his own power. They even sent supervisors to the northern border to monitor the prince, but were directly killed by the prince, resulting in deep enmity between the Supervisory Court and the prince. In the battle 3 years ago, the Black Knights of the Supervisory Court and the leader of the 9th group of the Supervisory Court were involved, and ultimately the entire Black Knights were annihilated, with 6 of the 9 leaders dead and 3 injured, severely weakened. Moreover, the evidence that accused the prince of colluding with the enemy and committing treason was also provided by the Supervisory Court. Ji Zixuan said one by one. Immediately, a cold light flickered in Qin Jun's eyes, and a murderous intent enveloped him. "However, I suspect that there are people behind the Supervisory Court pulling the strings, very likely a certain elder from the cabinet." "The cabinet is also involved?" Qin Jun's expression turned cold. The cabinet was the strongest central organization in the Great Xia, second only to the national leader. All major orders concerning the Great Xia needed to be discussed and decided upon by the national leader and the 7 cabinet elders. It could be said that the cabinet was the most powerful entity in the Great Xia, aside from the national leader. The Supervisory Institute is directly under the cabinet. Without the backing of a cabinet elder, even the president of the Supervisory Institute wouldn't dare to mobilize the Black Knights to deal with the prince. But we haven't yet found out which elder it is. This matter probably only the president of the Supervisory Institute knows. Ji Zixuan said coldly. Qin Jun replied indifferently, "Then what about the Yanhuang Hall?" "What is that?" The Yanhuang Hall is an organization that has existed since the founding of the Great Xia, created by the ancestors of the Great Xia. It gathers the most elite warriors of the Great Xia and has always been directly controlled by the national leader, serving as the Great Xia's greatest trump card. However, over the years, the Yanhuang Hall has developed rapidly and has gradually distanced itself from the control of the national leader, now being managed by the 9 elders of the Yanhuang Hall. They also control a large part of the War Department, and even the appointments of the 10 war gods are decided by the Yanhuang Hall. 2 of the 4 marshals also come from the Yanhuang Hall. The Yanhuang Hall regularly selects some people from the Great Xia War Department to join them. It is said that the prince was once recruited by the Yanhuang Hall but refused, and both the prince and the Northern Defense Army do not follow the orders of the Yanhuang Hall, which has made the Yanhuang Hall very dissatisfied with the prince. 3 years ago, during that ambush, the Yanhuang Hall was one of the masterminds. The war god of Jiling that the heir destroyed before was backed by one of the 9 elders of the Yanhuang Hall. Ji Zixuan explained in detail. After hearing all this, a cold light flickered in Qin Jun's eyes, and a chilling aura enveloped him. "The Supervisory Institute, the Yanhuang Hall, the Ancient Martial Alliance, I will not let any of them go," Qin Jun declared word by word. Hiss! At that moment, the fierce lion standing behind him gasped, secretly thinking, "This master is too bold, isn't he?" Whether it's the Ancient Martial Alliance, the Supervisory Institute, or the Yanhuang Hall, they are all the most terrifying existences in the Great Xia. Even those on the heavenly ranking would probably not dare to offend them easily, yet Qin Jun wants to deal with all of them. This kind of courage is unmatched. "If the heir wants to deal with these people, my second sister will definitely assist with all her strength," Ji Zixuan replied. "Second sister, let me handle this grudge myself." "What? Do you look down on your second sister?" Ji Zixuan smiled gently. "Your second sister is not just good at running a company. Do you know what the biggest secret of the Jun Tian group is?" "Ha?" Qin Jun was taken aback. Ji Zixuan blinked and said, "I won't tell you for now, you'll find out later. By the way, heir, you came to the imperial capital today, should it be for tomorrow's human ranking battle? Do you want to participate?" Qin Jun shook his head. "I'm not interested in the human ranking battle. I just heard that the organizer of the human ranking battle is the Tianji Pavilion, and this Tianji Pavilion is said to know everything. I want to inquire about Linger's whereabouts." At this moment, Ji Zixuan said solemnly, regarding the princess, I have also learned about it. I have been sending people to search these days, but there has been no news. The force that captured the princess should not be simple. As for the Tianji Pavilion, it has always been extremely mysterious, but they indeed know everything. They might really have news about the princess. However, people from the Yenuang Hall and the Ancient Martial Alliance will also appear in tomorrow's human ranking battle. Swish! Qin Jun's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, isn't that just right? Gulp! Suddenly, the little fatty beside him let out a growl from his stomach, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Hungry? Qin Jun glanced at the little fatty, while Ji Zixuan said, sorry, I was just focused on talking and forgot to give you something to eat. Soon, Ji Zixuan arranged a sumptuous meal in the room, and the little chubby boy immediately began to wolf it down. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Qin Jun shook his head as he watched the way this guy was eating. He looked less like a Taoist and more like a starving ghost reincarnated, so embarrassing. At the same time, the news of Qin Jun entering the imperial capital quickly spread among the major forces in the city. As the most focused figure in the Great Xia today, Qin Jun's arrival naturally attracted attention from all sides. At this moment, in one of the top 10 noble families, the Lin family, that kid actually came to the imperial capital. Could it be that he is here for tomorrow's human ranking battle? Lin Changjun frowned upon hearing this news. He then looked at his father, Lin Wuwei. Father, if this kid also participates in tomorrow's human ranking battle, wouldn't that be? He has no chance to participate in tomorrow's human ranking battle. Lin Wuwei coldly interrupted. Swish! Lin Changjuan's expression changed. Father, are you planning to? Since he has come to the imperial capital, let it become his burial ground. Lin Wuwei said coldly, giving instructions to Lin Changjun, who nodded repeatedly. Yes, father, rest assured, this kid will undoubtedly die tonight. Meanwhile, in another of the top 10 noble families, the Jun family, the members were also discussing Qin Jun. Ever since Qin Jun killed the Jun family's eldest daughter, the family harbored deep hatred for him. They had wanted to send someone to kill him at that time, but their family had stopped them. Second Master, now that this kid has come to the imperial capital so openly, if we don't take action, won't outsiders think we are afraid of him? A strong member of the Jun family said to a middle-aged man, who was Jun Moyao, the brother of the family head, Jun Maxiao. Jun Moyao's expression changed repeatedly. My elder brother said repeatedly before entering seclusion that we must not act. If we act recklessly, it would be disobeying his orders. Second uncle, you don't need to take action, I will take this kid's life. Suddenly, a cold voice came. A tall young man dressed in a long black robe with his long hair tied back walked in, exuding a strong aura. As soon as this young man appeared, the members of the Jun family exclaimed, Young master! This young man was none other than the Jun family's heir, Jun Lingtian. Lingtian, you're back! Jun Moyao said to Jun Lingtian, you are to participate in the human ranking battle tomorrow. This kid is still. No problem, I'll use this kid to practice my skills. It's been a while since I killed someone. Jun Lingtian's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint as he coldly said, this kid dared to kill Ruoshua. I will make him wish he were dead. With that, Jun Lingtian turned and left. At the heavenly gate of the imperial capital, a voice rang out, since this kid has come to the heavenly gate, it's time to meet him. At this moment, the Martial Arts Association and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce were also discussing Qin Jun's appearance. In a courtyard in the imperial capital, two old men dressed in black and white were playing chess. The old man in black said, that kid has come to the imperial capital? What do you think? What do you think? The old man in white picked up his teacup and took a sip, replying lightly. It is said that the head of the Jun Tian group personally went to pick him up, and even the chairman of the European Union has connections with him. The power hidden behind this kid is likely not to be underestimated. The old man in black said solemnly. No matter what his identity is, since he has entered the imperial capital, everything is out of his control. From his current performance, it seems that the treasure of the Northern King must have fallen into his hands, allowing him to grow to this level in such a short time. If this item can be used by us, you should know very well what the outcome would be. The old man in white had a deep glimmer in his eyes, while the old man in black looked at him and said, so what do you plan to do? Let old Chen handle this matter. 3 years ago, the Supervisory Institute suffered such a huge loss. It's time to collect some interest from this kid, the old man in white said lightly. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed, and Qin Jun had not stayed at Jun Tian Group but had instead wandered around the capital. Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Unknowingly, he found himself outside an ancient and elegant building, with the words Drunken Immortal Pavilion written in brilliant gold on the sign. This should be the main building of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, right? Qin Jun's eyes sparkled as he walked inside. Since he was here, he might as well try the pavilion's famous wine Drunken Immortal Brew. However, as soon as he stepped into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he heard a cacophony of insults and shouts. Hurry up and bring Shirshir out to drink a few cups with me. Stop chattering, or I'll smash your Drunken Immortal Pavilion. At that moment, a drunken young man was banging on the table, shouting loudly, exuding an air of arrogance. Many guests around were discussing him. Isn't that Fong Xin, the son of the deputy commander of the Imperial Capital's Forbidden Army? No wonder he has the guts to cause trouble here. Do you think the Drunken Immortal Pavilion dares to take action against this young Master Fong? Although the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is formidable, this young Master Fong's father is the deputy commander of the Forbidden Army. And don't you know that this deputy commander has taken the 9,000 years as his godfather? Wow, he actually took the 9,000 years as his godfather. That background is incredible. Many guests gasped at the mention of the 9,000 years. Sorry, young Master Fong, I only dance and don't serve drinks. Suddenly, a soft and melodious voice came from above. On the staircase of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a woman dressed in an intricately embroidered long dress, with her long hair tied up, delicate features, and a graceful figure, slowly descended. Wow, it's Miss Shirshir. So beautiful. No wonder she's the #1 dancer in the Imperial Capital, she's truly stunning. At that moment, many people in the audience looked at her with infatuated expressions. Young Master Fong's eyes lit up as he looked at her, sparkling with lewdness, and shouted, she's just a dancer, it's your honor to drink with me. Do you dare refuse? Do you believe I'll have my father shut down your Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Little girl, hurry up and come over to drink a few cups with me. Fong Xian eagerly tried to approach her, but at that moment, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. If you're drunk, you should go home and sleep. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Fong Xian turned around angrily to shout, but before he could finish, the owner of that large hand grabbed his collar and threw him out. Bang! In an instant, young Master Fong was thrown out of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, letting out a cry of despair. This sudden scene left everyone in the tavern dumbfounded. Wow, who is this? So bold. How dare he lay hands on young Master Fong? This kid doesn't look like one of those aristocratic sons from the Imperial Capital. Others present exclaimed as they looked at the person who had acted. Now it's much quieter. Qin Jun smirked, it was he who had just acted. At this moment, Lu Shirshir looked at Qin Jun, her gaze slightly focused, and bowed, saying, thank you, young master, for your help. Shirshir is very grateful. You know me? Qin Jun looked at her in surprise. Now that the young master's reputation spreads across the land, Shirshir has naturally heard of you. Lu Shirshir smiled. Young master? Which family does he belong to? He seems to be that young master from the Northern Territory. Soon, someone recognized Qin Jun, and their expression changed instantly. As Qin Jun's identity was revealed, all the guests present were frightened and quickly retreated, creating distance from him. The Northern Territory heir is now infamous, who would dare provoke him? However, Qin Jun paid no attention to the actions of others and directly sat down. Go get me a few jars of your most famous Drunken Immortal Brew to try. Yes, my lord. Lu Shirshir clapped her hands, and soon 4 women brought 4 jars of wine to Qin Jun. Wow, they actually brought out 4 jars of Drunken Immortal Brew at once. The people present were all stunned at the sight of the 4 jars. It should be known that a single sip of the Drunken Immortal Brew from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is worth over $1 million, and there are purchase limits. Unless one has a noble status, even if you have money, you wouldn't get a taste. Yet now, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had served Qin Jun 4 jars of the brew, a treatment that was simply unimaginable. Qin Jun, of course, was unaware of the significance. He looked at the Drunken Immortal Brew and couldn't wait to pour himself a cup, downing it in one gulp. Good wine! Qin Jun's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed. He had drunk quite a bit before, but this Drunken Immortal Brew truly left a lingering taste, and with just one sip, it gave him a feeling of floating. Suddenly, Qin Jun's gaze sharpened. He noticed that after the brew entered his stomach, a faint trace of spiritual energy was being absorbed by him. Although this trace of spiritual energy was very weak, Qin Jun still sensed it. Clearly, this Drunken Immortal Brew had surpassed ordinary mortal wine and belonged to the category of spiritual wine. His 7th master was a person who loved wine to the core and had once said that spiritual wine is brewed from various spiritual herbs, not only tasting better than mortal wine but also generating spiritual energy that can enhance one's cultivation. However, to this day, the method of brewing spiritual wine had long been lost. Yet now, Qin Jun felt a trace of spiritual energy from this Drunken Immortal Brew, clearly indicating that it was indeed spiritual wine. This Drunken Immortal Pavilion is quite interesting. A smile crept onto Qin Jun's lips as he looked at Lung Feng, Kwang Shi, and the chubby boy. You all should try it. Immediately, the three of them began to drink as well, and soon they were exclaiming in admiration. At this moment, the other people present looked at Qin Jun and the others with envy. They didn't even have the chance to taste a sip of the drunken immortal brew, while Qin Jun and his friends were drinking heartily. This huge disparity truly made them envious and resentful. Where is the Northern Territory heir? Where is the young lord? Suddenly, a shout echoed in the drunken immortal pavilion. A flamboyantly dressed young man rushed in, looking around. Soon, he spotted Qin Jun, his eyes brightening as he dashed over. Qin Jun raised an eyebrow at the approaching youth, while Guangshi and Lang Feng were ready to take action, but the other party directly knelt before Qin Jun. Put! Seeing the sudden kneeling, Qin Jun sprayed out his drink, looking at the young man in surprise. What are you doing? The others were also taken aback. Young lord, you are simply my idol, Pei Qianli. I admire you so much. Please give me an autograph. Just sign it on me. The young man took out a pen, lifted his shirt, and said to Qin Jun. Qin Jun was dumbfounded at this scene. What the heck? He actually had a fan? Isn't this the second young master of the Pei family, that playboy? What's he doing? Many people looked at the young man with confusion. Qin Jun said to the young man, you can get up now, forget about the autograph. No way, you are my idol. I know all about your deeds, they are simply amazing, so impressive. I've always dreamed of meeting the young lord and getting your autograph. Now that I've finally met you, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity, Pei Qianli kept saying. Qin Jun couldn't resist the young man's persistence and could only pick up the pen and sign on the young man's body. Great! Today, I'm feeling generous. I'll buy all the drinks for everyone here. Pei Qianli stood up excitedly, waving his hand grandly as he said, thank you, young Master Pei, thank you. Instantly, everyone at the scene began to praise him. At this moment, Lu Shishir looked at Pei Qianli and said, second young Master Pei, the few jars of wine the heir is drinking are worth over 1 billion. Are you sure you want to foot the bill? Just over 1 billion? I thought it was a lot. I'll cover it all, Pei Qianli said extravagantly. At this, Qin Jun couldn't help but twitch his mouth, secretly thinking that this guy was even more of a spendthrift than he had been back in the day. Then Pei Qianli looked at Qin Jun and asked, young master, do you have anything to do later? What do you want to do? Qin Jun asked curiously. I want to take you to a fun place. Pei Qianli grinned. Qin Jun showed a hint of curiosity, and since he indeed had nothing to do afterward, he followed Pei Qianli out after finishing his drink. Meanwhile, what happened in the drunken immortal building quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. A few minutes later, Qin Jun and the others followed Pei Qianli to a basement. Where are you taking me? Qin Jun asked curiously, while Guangshi and Lang Feng both looked on guard, and the chubby guy was still holding a jar of drunken immortal brew, drinking it with great enjoyment. Young master, you'll find out soon. Pei Qianli pushed open a large door in front of them, revealing a vast underground space. This underground space was octagonal, with rows of tiered seating around it, and in the center was a sunken arena, surrounded by iron wire mesh as thick as a thumb, resembling a cage. At that moment, two people were engaged in a fierce battle in the arena, wildly striking each other, while the crowd shouted and screamed, get him! Kill him! This is... Qin Jun was taken aback. Young master, this is the most famous gladiatorial arena in the imperial capital. The fighters in the arena are all experts brought in by the arena's owner from various places. They engage in life and death duels here every day, and the spectators can place bets on who will win, Pei Qianli explained. Bang! At that moment, one of the fighters in the arena had his head smashed by a punch from the other, brain matter splattering everywhere. Many in the crowd cheered and screamed, while some angrily cursed the fighter who had been killed, clearly having placed bets on him. Young master, this is the favorite game of all the young masters in the imperial capital. Do you want to place a bet too? Pei Qianli asked with a smile. You young masters really know how to have fun, Qin Jun chuckled lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, the next two fighters entering the arena are the king of fighters from the United States, Tyran, and our arena's undefeated champion, the fierce tiger with a record of 99 victories. In today's battle of the dragon and tiger, let's see who will emerge victorious. At this moment, a host stepped forward to introduce. Following that, a man, towering like a mountain at 2 meters tall with brown hair and bare-chested, walked onto the arena. As he entered, he let out a series of beast-like roars. I didn't expect the gladiatorial arena to even bring in the king of fighters from the United States this time. This is going to be exciting, Pei Qianli exclaimed. Qin Jun looked at this American king of fighters, noting that his strength was not bad, having reached the 9th level of innate power. Tyran! 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 At this moment, a large number of spectators shouted, and they were throwing money to bet on Tyran. After all, he was the most famous king of fighters in the American boxing scene. Soon after, another person stepped onto the arena. This man was only about 1 meter 80 tall, with a simple face, dark skin, and also bare-chested, wearing shorts, and his body was covered in various twisted scars, giving off a fierce vibe. As this man appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers and shouts. Swish! But as Chin Jun looked at this person, his expression changed instantly. Swish! At this moment, when Chin Jun looked at the other person who had stepped onto the arena, his face changed again. Young master? What's wrong? Do you know this fierce tiger? Pei Chinli noticed the change in Chin Jun's eyes and quickly said, this fierce tiger is said to be a slave owned by the owner of the beast fighting arena. Don't be fooled by his young age. But this guy has an undefeated record of 99 matches in the arena. He has almost been killed several times, yet he managed to endure and ultimately defeated his opponents. He is truly a ruthless character. Listening to Pei Qianli's words and seeing the various scars crisscrossing the opponent's body, Chin Jun's expression turned extremely ugly, and a strong killing intent enveloped him. This killing intent was so intense that even Pei Qianli shivered beside him. What's wrong with the master? He seems off, the Mad Lion said in confusion. That fierce tiger was once a personal guard of the young master, named Huzi. Lang Feng said, staring at the person who had stepped onto the arena. This person was indeed Huzi, Chin Jun's personal guard from the northern border. Huzi was once just a child from an ordinary farming family in the northern border, born with a natural strength. Later, when his parents were killed by bandits, he single-handedly infiltrated the bandit lair to take revenge, killing them all. Originally, he was to be captured by the constables, but he encountered Chin Jun, who saved him, and he became his personal guard. 3 years ago, after the Northern King's mansion was raided, Huzi also disappeared, and it was unexpected to see him here. He is actually the master's personal guard? At this moment, the Mad Lion and Pei Qianli looked at the person on the stage in surprise. At this moment on the arena, Huzi calmly stared at the imposing Tai Long, while the audience cheered for them and placed bets wildly. Tai Long swung his massive fists and looked at Huzi coldly, saying, "Little guy, do you dare to come up here and challenge me? You've got some guts. If you don't want to die, I advise you to kneel and surrender quickly." But Huzi shouted back, "If we're going to fight, then let's fight. I will never back down." Although he was only at the 6th level of innate strength, he showed no fear in front of this 9th level innate powerhouse. "You overestimate yourself." Tai Long snorted coldly and swung his massive fist down hard towards Huzi. Boom! With his 9th level innate cultivation and his size advantage, this punch tore through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. "Kill him! Kill him!" At this moment, many people in the audience shouted and screamed. Huzi also threw a punch, directly clashing with Tai Long's fist. Bang! A muffled thunder sounded. Huzi was blasted back, crashing into the arena railing, and then half-knelt on the ground, spitting blood. He was only at the 6th level of innate strength, and being able to withstand a punch from a 9th level powerhouse without dying was already extraordinary. "Damn ant, die!" Tai Long roared, his massive body charging at Huzi like a tank, his huge fist coming down hard. "Go, kill him! Blast him, go Tai Long!" At this moment, a group of people cheered for the American boxing king, while many others cheered for Huzi. The atmosphere in the beast fighting arena was incredibly lively. Facing Tai Long's punch, Huzi also roared, channeling all his strength and striking back fiercely. Bang! Another loud sound erupted, and Tai Long took 3 steps back, while Huzi was once again sent flying, landing on the ground and spitting blood. "Damn ant!" Tai Long looked at being pushed back by an ant, his face twisted in rage, his eyes flashing with a bloody hue, and he swung another punch towards Huzi's head. Tiger attempted to stand up, but after several tries, he failed. The 2 punches from his opponent had already displaced his internal organs. Moreover, he had hidden injuries that greatly affected his combat ability. Waste! At that moment, those who had bet on Tiger looked at him in such a state and cursed angrily. Facing the shouts around him, Tiger paid no attention, constantly muttering, "I can't die, I haven't found the young master yet, I absolutely cannot die." Suddenly, a powerful will erupted from within Tiger, and he forced himself to slowly rise from the ground. At that moment, Tai Long's massive fist was already coming down. Bang! At a critical moment, a figure suddenly tore through the iron wire mesh above the arena and landed on the stage, raising a hand to block Tai Long's punch. Ha! This sudden turn of events startled everyone present. "Oh my, is that the young master?" Pei Qianli exclaimed in shock, for the person who rushed onto the stage was Chin Jun. "Damn it, who are you to dare?" Tai Long roared at Chin Jun, trying to push his fist forward, but the opponent's palm felt like a mountain, preventing his fist from advancing even a bit. "Get lost!" A terrifying force erupted from Chin Jun's palm, instantly shattering Tai Long's entire arm, while his fist landed directly on Tai Long's chest. Put! Tai Long's chest was pierced on the spot, blood splattering out. His eyes bulged wide as he stared at Qin Jun, and without saying a word, he collapsed onto the stage. At that moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. The mighty American boxing champion was actually killed in one move? Is this real? Young master, is that you? At this moment, although Tiger was only looking at Qin Jun's back, he instantly recognized him and was filled with immense excitement. Tiger, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Qin Jun turned to look at Tiger, feeling a bit guilty as he saw the scars all over him. Tiger pays respects to the young master. Tiger immediately wanted to kneel before Qin Jun but was stopped. Just then, a group of men in black rushed out from around the arena, surrounding the stage. One of them looked at Qin Jun coldly and said, "Sir, you are openly disrupting the order of the arena. What do you intend to do?" "Young master, be careful, they are." Tiger hurriedly warned, but Qin Jun said, "Don't mind them, let's go." He directly took Tiger and was about to leave, but at that moment, a loud voice came, "This kid is my slave, you can't just take him away." A man draped in a mink coat, with graying temples, walked out with a commanding presence, holding a cigar, followed by two men with fierce expressions. Swish! Qin Jun glanced at the man and pointed at Tiger, saying, "You say he is your slave?" "That's right, this kid is my slave. If you want to take him away, he must first become a corpse." The man took a puff of his cigar and shouted domineeringly. "Very well." Qin Jun revealed a chilling expression and coldly said, "In that case, this arena has no reason to exist." As soon as he said this, it shocked everyone present, and they all thought this kid was too arrogant. One must know that to open such a large arena in the imperial capital, the background force behind it was incredibly strong. It was not something that could be easily destroyed. Arrogant. The man was about to speak when Cold Edge and Mad Lion charged over, launching a massacre against the arena's personnel. Pft, pft, pft. Blood splattered everywhere, and the guards of the arena didn't even have a chance to fight back before being slaughtered one by one. Swish! The man's expression changed, and he shouted to the two men behind him, "Take care of them." Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the two men shot out. They had all reached the Diamond Realm, but these two couldn't even withstand a single move from the Mad Lion and were blown apart. At this moment, the man was completely dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, his subordinates had been slaughtered, and Cold Blade was charging directly at him with his sword. Do you know who my master is?" The man's face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted. "No matter who it is, you will die today." Qin Jun replied coldly. "When beating a dog, you must look at its owner. Those who want to kill me should at least ask if I agree." Just then, a proud voice came from behind Qin Jun. At that moment, a group of people appeared in the arena. Leading them was a young man dressed in a plain white robe, with a cold and arrogant expression and sharp eyes. "Young Master Lu, save me!" the owner of the arena exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he saw the young man. Clearly, this young man was the one behind the arena's owner. "It's him, young Master Lu Hai." The people in the arena changed their expressions, filled with fear as they looked at the young man. Lu Hai was the young master of the Lu family, one of the top 10 families of the Great Xia. The Lu family not only had deep roots but also produced a war god in this generation, known as the Invincible War God. This invincible war god had never suffered a defeat since rising to prominence at the age of 20, having single-handedly slaughtered 5 foreign masters, gaining fame in battle, and ranking among the top 10 war gods of the Great Xia, with a fearsome reputation. Because of the existence of this invincible war god, the Lu family had become even more powerful, and no one in the imperial capital dared to provoke them. Kill. However, Qin Jun showed no reaction to the appearance of young Master Lu, simply uttering one word. Put. In an instant, the owner of the arena had his throat sliced by Cold Blade's sword, collapsing into a pool of blood. This scene left everyone in the arena dumbfounded. They never expected that after young Master Lu appeared, the other side would still dare to act, completely disregarding the Lu family's face. Lu Hai's expression darkened as he glared at Qin Jun and spat, "Good, very good. You are the first person in this imperial capital to dare to provoke me." He then clapped his hands, and soon a bald monk dressed in a red robe, with a fierce face and violent eyes, stepped out from behind him. 5th on the Earth ranking, the Killing Monk. The Mad Lion's expression changed upon seeing this person. He quickly said to Qin Jun, "Master, this person is the Killing Monk, ranked 5th on the Earth ranking. It is said that he was once a disciple of the Great Xiao's first temple, the Heavenly Dragon Temple, but due to his violent nature in breaking the precepts by killing, he was expelled from the temple and renamed the Killing Monk." The bald monk glanced at the Mad Lion and said coldly, "Mad Lion, I didn't expect you to be here too." "Mad Lion? The one ranked 10th on the Earth ranking?" Lu Hai looked at the Mad Lion, then at Qin Jun. "No wonder you dare to provoke me. It turns out you have a top 10 expert by your side." but unfortunately, he won't be able to save you today. Killing monk, let's kill him together. With Lu Hai's command, the bald monk shot out like an arrow, exuding a suffocating aura of terrifying killing intent. This person had already reached the finger profound realm, and was above the 8th stage of the finger profound realm. Slap! Just as he moved, Qin Jun appeared in front of him, reaching out to grip his throat and coldly said, "Killing monk? Your name is quite loud, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak." Crack! Then, a crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The 5th-ranked powerhouse was directly crushed by Qin Jun's grip on his throat and thrown to the ground. In an instant, everyone in the arena was greatly shocked, and Pei Qianli couldn't help but shout, "Damn, the young master is too awesome, right? He killed the 5th on the earth ranking in an instant? Young master, you are incredible." At that moment, Pei Qianli shouted at Qin Jun, like a fervent fan. At this moment, Lu Hai's face was extremely grim as he looked at the corpse of the slain monk, then turned to Qin Jun. He never expected that with the monk's cultivation, he would be killed in an instant by the opponent. But before Lu Hai could speak, Qin Jun's cold voice reached his ears. "You should die too." Swish! Lu Hai's pupils constricted as he stared at Qin Jun. "You dare to kill me? Why wouldn't I dare?" Qin Jun pointed with his hand, and an invisible sword energy directly sliced Lu Hai in half. Hiss! Watching the young master of the Lu family being killed, everyone gasped in shock. "It's over, the young master of the Lu family has been killed, that undefeated war god is going to be furious." The crowd murmured as they looked at Lu Hai's severed body. Meanwhile, Qin Jun was preparing to leave with Huzi, but he said, "Young master, can you save one more person?" "Ha?" Qin Jun asked curiously, "Who to save?" Huzi then led Qin Jun to a certain area of the arena, where there were rooms resembling cells. "It's him." Huzi pointed to a room where a boy looking about 13 or 14 years old was chained and imprisoned. "His name is Xiao Jun, he's an orphan. He was captured by the owner of this arena, intending to train him as a fighter to make money for them. When I was beaten half to death, it was Xiao Tian who took care of me," Huzi explained. "In that case, let's take him with us." Qin Jun directly opened the door, and Huzi went inside, calling out, "Xiao Jun, brother Huzi." Xiao Jun looked up at Huzi in surprise. Cold Foam then stepped forward and swung his sword, severing the chains binding Xiao Jun's limbs. "Brother Huzi, who are they?" Xiao Jun looked at Qin Jun and the others with a hint of nervousness. Huzi quickly introduced them to Xiao Jun, who then hurriedly said to Qin Jun, "Thank you, young master." However, Qin Jun stared at Xiao Jun for several seconds without speaking. "Ha? Young master, what's wrong?" Huzi asked. "Nothing." Qin Jun shook his head. He had sensed a special aura from Xiao Jun, but it was very mysterious, even he couldn't see through it completely. Yet his intuition told him that this Xiao Jun might not be simple. They then left the arena. At this time, Pei Qianli looked at Qin Jun with an apologetic expression. "Young master, I'm sorry. If I hadn't brought you here, we wouldn't have provoked the Lu family. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found Huzi. The Lu family is nothing to worry about," Qin Jun said coldly. "I know you're powerful, but the Lu family has a war god of the Great Xia, known as the undefeated war god. This person is said to be terrifying, having never lost a battle in his life," Pei Qianli explained. "Undefeated war god?" Qin Jun's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then I want to see if he really is undefeated." "Pei Qianli, you useless fool." Suddenly, a scolding voice came. Swish! Pei Qianli looked at the newcomer, his expression changing as he said unkindly, "Pei Bailey, what do you mean?" At this moment, a man approached with a group of people, angrily shouting at Pei Qianli, "Pei Qianli, you waste who only knows how to squander, actually got involved with that infamous young master of the north, and spent over $1 billion for him. Do you even know what you're doing? What I do is none of your business. It's not your money anyway." Pei Qianli huffed defiantly. "You." The man's expression turned cold as he shouted, "I am your older brother, so I have the right to manage you. Let me tell you, father has already ordered to freeze all your financial resources, and if you dare to collude with that notorious young master of the north again, I will break your legs and make you a complete waste." The man coldly shouted. Whoosh! Pei Qianli's expression changed. He was about to speak when Qin Jun beside him spat out 2 words, "Noisy." Slap! He swung his hand directly, sending the man flying. Put! The man crashed to the ground, spitting blood, and glared at Qin Jun with anger. "Who are you? How dare you hit me? I am Pei family's eldest son, Pei Bailey. I am the infamous North Border heir you speak of," Qin Jun said. Whoosh! Pei Bailey's expression changed, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes as he looked at Qin Jun. He shouted with a fierce facade, "North Border heir, I am just teaching my brother a lesson. What does it have to do with you?" "It indeed has nothing to do with me, but I just want to hit you. Is there a problem?" Qin Jun's words nearly made Pei Bailey spit blood in anger. He pointed at Qin Jun, "You." At that moment, Pei Qianli stepped forward and sternly said to Pei Bailey, "I don't care what you think, but the heir is my idol, and I won't allow you to slander him. And the money I spent was all left to me by my mother. You have no right to freeze it. Although I am indeed a wasteful son, I am not someone you can bully at will." Hearing Pei Qianli's words, Pei Bailey's face darkened like ink as he coldly said, "Good, kid, remember what you said." He then stood up and left with his men. "Heir, thank you for venting my anger just now," Pei Qianli said gratefully to Qin Jun. "It seems your relationship with your family isn't very good," Qin Jun observed Pei Qianli, who nodded. "My mother was my father's second wife. Although she is wealthy, she is not respected by a prominent family like the Pei family. Since I was born, I have been deemed a waste, unable to cultivate martial arts, so I am even more looked down upon by my father and the Pei family. In their eyes, I am just a wasteful son who knows nothing but indulgence. However, in recent years, the Pei family has been declining, ranking at the bottom among the 10 great families, and the entire family relies on my mother's family's wealth to sustain itself. Therefore, although I am wasteful, they have endured. But I am unwilling to live like this. That is why I regard you, the heir, as my idol. You were once called the #1 waste of the great Xia, but now you have become someone who can control the lives and deaths of others at will. I want to be like you," Pei Qianli said to Qin Jun one by one. "I see." At that moment, Qin Jun understood why this guy admired him so much. He had found hope for life in him. He then examined Pei Qianli's body, fell silent for a few seconds, and said, "You are indeed very wasteful." He discovered that this guy not only lacked talent but also had weak meridians, making him completely unsuitable for martial arts cultivation. "Ha!" Qin Jun's words left Pei Qianli speechless. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a heavy and dense sound of footsteps approached. The next second, a fully armed army clad in golden armor appeared, their weapons all aimed at Qin Jun. These people were all martial artists above the 4th rank, and their weapons and armor were not ordinary. Dragon Guard Army. Pei Qianli's expression changed upon seeing the army. Qin Jun frowned at the mention of the Dragon Guard Army. The Dragon Guard Army is a legion stationed in the imperial capital, responsible for its safety, thus possessing immense combat power, with both equipment and strength being the top among the great Xia's legions. Then, from the Dragon Guard Army, a middle-aged man in armor, imposing and dignified, stepped forward. He was Lin Changjun, the head of the Lin family and also the commander of the Dragon Guard Army. Heir, it's Lin Changjun, the head of the Lin family, and he is also the commander of the Dragon Guard Army, Pei Qianli quickly introduced to Qin Jun. North Border Heir. Lin Changjun stared at Qin Jun with a cold expression, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. "What? Are you planning to take revenge for your son and brother?" Qin Jun looked at him with a calm demeanor. "As the heir of the Northern Territory, you escaped from the death prison without permission, and now you bring martial artists into the imperial capital, recklessly attacking here. This has seriously threatened the safety of the capital. As the commander of the Dragon Guard Army, it is my responsibility to apprehend you immediately." Lin Changjun looked at Qin Jun with righteous indignation, his words resolute. It seemed as if he was dealing with Qin Jun solely to protect the safety of the capital, rather than for personal revenge. "What a righteous speech," Qin Jun sneered. Lin Changjun's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Take him down. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy." Instantly, the Dragon Guard Army charged towards Qin Jun. Cold Fong and the others were about to make a move when suddenly, figures in black appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, 72 figures cloaked in black robes appeared before Qin Jun, their faces masked with ghostly visages, wielding black sickles, resembling a group of hellish reapers. Swish! Lin Changjun's expression changed as he looked at this group, shouting, "Who are you? Dare to oppose the Dragon Guard Army? Are you trying to rebel?" The 72 did not speak, swinging their sickles as they charged at the Dragon Guard Army without hesitation. Put! 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 In an instant, blood flew everywhere, severed limbs scattered across the ground. The well-equipped Dragon Guard Army found themselves utterly powerless against these 72. Damn it! Lin Changjun's face darkened as he swung a long knife and charged at the 72. They are all martial artists above the innate realm. Qin Jun looked at the 72 with surprise. The weakest among them had reached the 5th stage of the innate realm, while the strongest even reached the finger's end realm. Such a lineup was something even the Jin Lingjiang family, one of the top 10 families, had never possessed. "You have quite a powerful backing, no wonder you dare to be so fearless." Suddenly, a cold voice entered Qin Jun's ears. He glanced over and saw a young man in a dark long robe, with long hair tied back, walking towards him with an indifferent expression. "Jun family's young master, Jun Lingtian," Pei Qianli exclaimed upon seeing him. Soon, Jun Lingtian arrived in front of Qin Jun, coldly staring at him. From the Jun family? Qin Jun glanced at him and said, "Are you here to take revenge for your sister? Die." Jun Lingtian immediately prepared to strike, but then another group of people hurried over. A group of figures in black robes, with cold expressions, appeared before Qin Jun. All of these individuals were above the 9th rank, and the three leading them each had profound auras, all at the celestial realm. As they looked at Qin Jun, they exuded overwhelming killing intent, as if harboring deep-seated hatred. Jun Lingtian glanced at this group and coldly said, "People from the Supervisory Institute? What are you doing here?" The Supervisory Institute. Upon hearing these three words, Qin Jun's expression changed, his eyes flashing with cold light. He did not expect to encounter people from the Supervisory Institute so soon. "Young Master Jun, we are here under the orders of the director to take this boy to the Supervisory Institute for investigation," one of the three said to Jun Lingtian. Jun Lingtian coldly replied, "This guy is the one I want to kill, no one can take him away." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards Qin Jun, unleashing a terrifying force. "Get lost!" Qin Jun faced the young master of the Jun family and directly threw a punch, sending him flying. Put! Jun Lingtian crashed to the ground, spitting blood, staring at Qin Jun in disbelief. "How is this possible? You actually..." Despite having reached the Fingers End realm, he couldn't even block a single punch from Qin Jun, leaving him unable to accept the reality. Truly worthy of being the son of the Northern King, indeed a tiger father begets no dog son. At this moment, the three leaders of the Supervisory Institute coldly stared at Qin Jun. "So you are from the Supervisory Institute? I haven't come looking for you yet, and here you are, delivering yourselves right to my door," Qin Jun said coldly, looking at the three. "Kid, it seems you already know about the events of that year," one of the three said ominously, fixing his gaze on Qin Jun. "Back then, your Supervisory Institute's 9 leaders led some worthless Black Knights against my father, and as a result, the Black Knights were completely annihilated, with 6 of the 9 leaders dead and 3 injured. The remaining 3 must be you 3, right?" Qin Jun glanced at the 3. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the 3 darkened, their eyes flashing with deep gloom and hatred. The battle from 3 years ago was a disgrace for the entire Supervisory Institute. They were the 3 leaders who had survived that battle by sheer luck. Although they had lived, the shame of that battle had lingered in their hearts, and because of it, their cultivation had fallen from the Master Realm to the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, never to return to the Master Realm again. Thus, their hatred for the Northern King reached its peak, and now, facing Qin Jun, the son of the Northern King, their hatred was palpable. "Damn you! The blood debt left by your father back then will be repaid by you," one of the 3 roared, charging directly at Qin Jun. Whoosh! Qin Jun's gaze sharpened, coldly saying, "Since my father didn't kill you 3 back then, let me send you on your way today." Whoosh! His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. Bang! In the next moment, the leader of the Supervisory Institute who had attacked froze, as Qin Jun's figure appeared before him, his right hand gripping the man's throat, then violently slamming him down to the ground. With a dull thud, the leader's body was smashed into the ground, his bones shattering, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Qin Jun as he gasped, "You." Before he could finish his sentence, he breathed his last. Old 5. At this moment, the other 2 leaders cried out in anguish, then glared at Qin Jun with uncontrollable rage. "Bastard, die." Boom! Boom! The 2 leaders immediately activated secret techniques, forcibly boosting their cultivation, charging towards Qin Jun with the intent to kill. At the same time, they unleashed their strongest martial skills, clearly aiming to end Qin Jun's life. In that moment, their combat power reached the peak of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, their momentum like a rainbow, unstoppable. Bang! Qin Jun stepped forward, appearing before one of them, and with a single punch, he shattered the opponent's martial skill. His fist, like a bamboo splitting, destroyed all of the opponent's power, directly piercing through his chest. Put! The leader spat out blood, his body instantly exploding, and at that moment, a furious roar came from behind Qin Jun. "Die!" Bang! The other leader, filled with overwhelming rage, slammed his fist hard against Qin Jun's back. But this punch, comparable to the 9th level of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, landed on Qin Jun as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? At that moment, the remaining leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoosh! Qin Jun then turned to face him, coldly asking, "Are you done? Are you even human or a ghost?" The leader stared at Qin Jun in disbelief. Put! Qin Jun threw a punch, directly exploding the head of the Supervisory Institute leader. Thus, the last 3 leaders of the Supervisory Institute were all sent to hell by Qin Jun. At this time, the remaining members of the Supervisory Institute were all in a daze. Whoosh! And Qin Jun showed no mercy to this group from the Supervisory Institute, wielding the bloodthirsty sword and charging out to kill. Put, put, put. In an instant, blood flew everywhere, and severed limbs and broken arms were scattered across the ground. This group from the supervisory court had all been slaughtered by Qin Jun. At this moment, both Junling Tian, who was still collapsed on the ground, and Lin Changjun, who was engaged in a fierce battle on the other side, looked at Qin Jun in shock. Qin Jun's cultivation completely exceeded their imagination. Immediately, Qin Jun cast a cold glance at Junling Tian and walked towards him step by step. You, how can you be so strong? Impossible, this is impossible. I am the strongest. Junling Tian kept shaking his head and shouting. Since his birth, he had possessed exceptional talent, hailed as a martial arts genius rarely seen in 100 years, and had always been extremely proud, looking down on his peers. But now, Qin Jun had displayed a cultivation even more terrifying than his, which dealt a severe blow to Junling Tian's self-proclaimed genius status, nearly shattering his will. In response, Qin Jun shook his head. Such a fragile will was simply too easy to break. Go to the underworld to accompany your sister. Qin Jun swung his sword, ready to send this young master of the Jun family on his way, but at that moment, a cold light shot over, directly deflecting Qin Jun's sword. Whoosh! Qin Jun's expression changed, and he glanced around to see a middle-aged man in a white robe, graceful and elegant, walking towards him. Who are you? Qin Jun asked coldly. The Lord of the Heavenly Gate, Yang Ding Tian. The man replied indifferently. The Lord of the Heavenly Gate? Qin Jun glanced at him, and at that moment, the others present were all taken aback upon learning his identity. Damn, the Lord of the Heavenly Gate, that's a super powerhouse ranked 6th on the heavenly list. Why is he here? The wild lion exclaimed in disbelief. For someone like him, ranked 10th on the Earth list, a heavenly list powerhouse was an unattainable existence. Ranked 6th on the heavenly list? Cold Phone frowned at young Ding Tian, his expression serious. This Lord of the Heavenly Gate isn't here to attack the young master, is he? Pei Qianli swallowed hard. The chubby boy glanced at young Ding Tian and muttered, is he really strong? At this moment, Qin Jun looked at the Lord of the Heavenly Gate coldly and said, are you here to take revenge for your people? No. Young Ding Tian shook his head, looking at Qin Jun. I admire you greatly and would like to invite you to join my Heavenly Gate. Not interested. Qin Jun replied coldly. You might want to consider joining my Heavenly Gate, but I advise you not to kill this young master of the Jun family, or disaster will surely follow. Disaster will follow? Qin Jun glanced at young Ding Tian, who continued, this young man's father, Jun Mo Xiao, is a terrifying existence not weaker than me. If it weren't for the fact that he was defeated by your father back then and developed a heart demon, he wouldn't have been reduced to merely being on the Earth list. Moreover, aside from Jun Mo Xiao, the Jun family has another powerhouse ranked 8th on the heavenly list. Are you sure you can withstand the wrath of 2 heavenly list powerhouses? This kid's father was defeated by my father? Qin Jun looked at Junling Tian and sneered, as expected, both father and son are trash. You can't speak about my father. Junling Tian shouted angrily at Qin Jun. Trash can't even be mentioned? Qin Jun snorted coldly. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Jun Mo Yao, the second master of the Jun family, appeared with a large group of people. Second uncle. Junling Tian called out to Jun Mo Yao. Jun Mo Yao looked at Junling Tian's current miserable state, his expression extremely grim, and he fixed his gaze on Qin Jun. Kid, do you really think my Jun family has no one left? You bunch of trash, do you even count as people? Qin Jun glanced at Jun Mo Yao and the others disdainfully. Boom! In an instant, Jun Mo Yao's expression turned cold, a strong killing intent flashing in his eyes as his cultivation erupted. Half-step master realm. And this was not the end. Jun Mo Yao directly activated a secret technique, forcibly enhancing his cultivation level once again, stepping into the master realm. This guy is ruthless, actually using a secret technique to forcibly elevate himself to the master realm. Yang Ding Tian looked at Jun Mo Yao with a look of astonishment. Although secret techniques can enhance one's cultivation, they come with significant side effects. One would never use them lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. Jun Mo Yao's direct use of the secret technique clearly indicated his intent to kill Qin Jun. North Borders heir, if you are willing to join my Tianmen, I can help you once. Yang Ding Tian said directly to Qin Jun. No need, Qin Jun replied coldly. Can the heir withstand the master realm? The mad lion frowned, while the nearby Huzi shouted, no, I want to help the heir. He was about to rush forward but was pulled back by Lang Feng. Trust the heir. North Borders heir, go die. Jun Mo Yao shouted angrily, carrying the might of a master as he charged towards Qin Jun. Boom! The moment a master made a move, the explosive power of true energy was strong enough to shake the heavens and earth. A terrifying aura erupted, causing many powerful figures in the imperial capital to take notice. Master aura? A master has actually made a move? In an instant, various powerful figures in the imperial capital were shocked. At this moment, however, Qin Jun remained incredibly calm, facing Jun Mo Yao's attack without flinching, simply standing there quietly. Could it be that this guy has already stepped into the master realm? Seeing Qin Jun so calm, Yang Dingtian frowned. At that moment, the heavenly sword appeared behind Yang Dingtian and said, "Master, can you not see through this person's true strength?" "I can't see through it." Yang Dingtian shook his head, staring at Qin Jun. "This person exudes an unfathomable feeling all over. My intuition tells me he might be even more terrifying than the northern king of the past." Just as he spoke, Jun Mo Yao had already rushed in front of Qin Jun, striking him with a powerful palm. This strike contained all the power he had after forcibly elevating himself to the master realm, with no reservations. Zila, the air in front of Qin Jun was instantly torn apart by Jun Mo Yao's palm, a terrifying force pressing towards Qin Jun. The space he occupied rippled as if unable to bear the might of the master. But Qin Jun looked at Jun Mo Yao's attack and shook his head. Too weak. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, Qin Jun suddenly drew his sword. The sword in his hand shimmered with a blood-red light, tearing through the heavens as it slashed towards Jun Mo Yao. Poochie! As a result, Jun Mo Yao was instantly cut in half by Qin Jun's sword, his organs and entrails scattering everywhere. Gulu! 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 As Jun Mo Yao was slain, a series of gulping sounds echoed at the scene, and everyone was dumbfounded, including Yang Dingtian. He actually killed Jun Mo Yao with a single sword strike? The heavenly sword's pupils constricted, unable to believe it. Although Jun Mo Yao had elevated himself to the master realm using a secret technique, he still possessed master-level power, yet he was killed by Qin Jun with a single sword strike. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. He must have relied on that sword to kill Jun Mo Yao. Yang Dingtian fixed his gaze on the blood sword in Qin Jun's hand, speaking in a deep voice. "That sword?" The heavenly sword looked at the sword in Qin Jun's hand, frowning. "This sword is not ordinary." As the inheritor of the heavenly sword, his understanding of swords was naturally profound, and he could tell at a glance that the sword in Qin Jun's hand was not an ordinary one. He did not unleash master-level power just now, so he could only rely on this sword to kill Jun Mo Yao. Yang Dingtian felt a slight relief in his heart. If Qin Jun possessed master-level cultivation at such a young age, it would indeed be astonishing. Second uncle. Jun Lingtian looked at his second uncle's tragic death, crying out in grief. The members of the Jun family were all dumbfounded. This guy is terrifying. At this moment, Lin Changjun looked at Qin Jun, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Retreat! He immediately ordered the Dragon Guard army to fall back. "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving," Qin Jun shouted fiercely. He looked at Lin Changjun and charged forward with his sword drawn. Whoosh! As Qin Jun attacked, Lin Changjun's body trembled, his face turning pale, while the soldiers of the Dragon Guard army rushed towards Qin Jun. Stab! 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 With a single sword strike, Qin Jun cut through the group of Dragon Guard soldiers, cleaving them in half. In the blink of an eye, Qin Jun was before Lin Changjun. "I am the commander of the Dragon Guard army. My father is the Grand Tutor of the current dynasty. How dare you kill me?" Lin Changjun looked at Qin Jun, forcing himself to suppress his fear, and shouted. "There is no one in this world that I, Qin Jun, dare not kill." Qin Jun replied coldly. After he finished speaking, he prepared to strike again, but at that moment, a deep voice rang out, "Young master, stop!" Boom! Immediately, an overwhelming pressure descended, enveloping the area. A Grand Master. Yang Dingtian's pupils constricted in shock. A Grand Master. As the pressure covered the entire area, Yang Dingtian exclaimed in surprise. His words left everyone else dumbfounded. A Grand Master? That was a transcendent existence at the peak of the Master Realm. The power gap between each level of the Master Realm was immense, especially after reaching the 7th level, which was worlds apart from the first 6 levels. Thus, the 7th to 9th levels of the Master Realm were referred to as Grand Masters. Yang Dingtian was at the 6th level of the Master Realm, and that was why he found it difficult to withstand the pressure, leading him to conclude that the other party was a Grand Master. Whoosh! Just as everyone was stunned by Yang Dingtian's words, a flash of green light appeared, transforming into a figure clad in a green robe. Green Dragon War God. Yang Dingtian called out upon seeing this person. This individual was one of the 10 war gods of the Great Xia, and among them, the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were the most renowned, with the Green Dragon War God being the strongest. The Green Dragon War God had long been stationed in the imperial capital, serving as one of its protectors. "Green Dragon War God, save me!" Lin Changjun exclaimed, his eyes filled with hope upon seeing the Green Dragon War God. "Today, no one can save you." Qin Jun swung his sword directly at Lin Changjun, causing everyone else to gasp in shock, wondering if this guy had gone mad for daring to attack in front of the Green Dragon War God. "This guy is too arrogant." Yang Dingtian shook his head at Qin Jun. Although he had just killed Jun Moya with the help of his sword, the latter was merely a pseudo-master who had enhanced himself through secret methods, while the Green Dragon War God was a genuine grandmaster. Although he had not participated in the heavenly ranking, his strength was enough to place him among the top 3. The two were not comparable at all. Qin Jun's disregard for the Green Dragon War God was undoubtedly arrogance. Whoosh! The Green Dragon War God watched Qin Jun's attack, waved his right hand, and a beam of green light shot out, blocking Qin Jun's sword strike. Whoosh! In an instant, he stood before Lin Changjun and said to Qin Jun, "Young master of the Northern Territory, for your father's sake, I will not hold today's matter against you, but if you continue to act recklessly, don't blame me for not giving the Northern King face. Get out of the way, or I will kill you too." Qin Jun replied expressionlessly. Hiss! As soon as he said this, everyone present gasped in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but exclaim, even he was startled by Qin Jun's words. Perhaps he really has that capability. Tianjian suddenly said, staring at Qin Jun. How is that possible? To this, Yang Dingtian immediately denied it, saying, what a joke. A kid in his 20s can kill a grandmaster? That would probably shake the entire Great Xia. At this moment, the Mad Lion was also startled by Qin Jun's words. Damn, Master is too brave. He actually wants to kill the Azure Dragon War God. The young master is too daring. He is simply a god in my heart. Pei Qianli looked at Qin Jun with admiration. At this moment, the Azure Dragon War God, hearing Qin Jun's words, narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Do you know what you are saying? Do you think I'm joking? Qin Jun glanced at the Azure Dragon War God, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent. This killing intent flickered and vanished, but it made the Azure Dragon War God's pupils constrict, and his expression became serious. Azure Dragon War God, this guy is too arrogant. You absolutely cannot let him go. At this time, Lin Changjun shouted at the Azure Dragon War God, clearly wanting to use him to kill Qin Jun. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant blood-red sword light flashed and pierced through his body. Qin Jun directly bypassed the Azure Dragon War God and cleaved Lin Changjun in half with a single sword strike. This sword was incredibly fast. Such a fast sword. Yang Dingtian exclaimed in shock. He realized that with his cultivation, he didn't have full confidence in avoiding this sword. He then muttered to himself, could this kid really? The others were also taken aback to see Qin Jun kill Lin Changjun right in front of the Azure Dragon War God. This was simply a blatant slap in the face to the Azure Dragon War God. Just when they thought the Azure Dragon War God would take action against Qin Jun, he stared at Qin Jun for a few seconds and then said, you are quite good. After saying this, he turned and left. Ha! This sudden turn of events left everyone else in shock. Jun Ling Tian was even left dumbfounded. He hurriedly called out to the Azure Dragon War God, Azure. Put. Before Jun Ling Tian could finish, his head was severed by Qin Jun's sword. At this point, both the Lin family's eldest son and the Jun family's young master had fallen at Qin Jun's hands. In that moment, the entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard. It seems we have all underestimated this kid. The heavens of Great Xia are about to change completely. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Jun and uttered 2 sentences before turning to leave. Qin Jun then cast his gaze towards the 72 people in black robes and masks. Just as he was about to inquire about their identities, they left directly. Who are these people? Qin Jun murmured. Master, you are amazing. At this moment, the Mad Lion walked over, praising Qin Jun. Young master, you are incredible. Watching you just now made my blood boil. If only I could be as impressive as you. Pei Qianli exclaimed excitedly. You should just stick to being a playboy, Qin Jun said, shaking his head at Pei Qianli, who then showed a hint of disappointment. Tiger, find a place, I'll treat your injuries first. He then spoke to Tiger. Soon, they left, and in the distance, the Azure Dragon War God stood there and said, what happened tonight must not be known to the public. Yes, a voice immediately responded. Following that, a group of people appeared, quickly clearing the scene of the bodies. Qin Longxiong, you have a good son. The Azure Dragon War God looked at the corpses on the ground and muttered to himself. Although what happened that night was suppressed, the Lin family, the Jun family, and the supervisory court all received the news. Within the Lin family, Qin Jun, you little brat, my Lin family will never rest until we settle this with you. The head of the Lin family, the current Grand Tutor Lin Wuwei, after learning that his eldest son had also been killed, let out a furious roar and then directly spat blood and fainted. Within the Jun family, as the news of the tragic deaths of Jun Mo Yao and Jun Ling Tian returned, the entire Jun family fell into chaos. What should we do now? The family head is in seclusion. We should report this matter to the Supreme Elder for a decision immediately. The elders of the Jun family discussed among themselves. Soon, in the ancestral hall of the Jun family, an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows sat cross-legged. Upon hearing the report from the Jun family elders, a terrifying aura emanated from him. All the elders present were pressed to their knees, trembling in fear. He was the Jun family's powerful elder, ranked 8th on the heavenly ranking, and the highest-ranking supreme elder of the Jun family. How dare that brat from the northern region humiliate my Jun family like this? The supreme elder of the Jun family thundered in anger. Supreme Elder, should we contact the family head immediately? One elder asked. No, Mo Xian has just managed to dispel his inner demons and is breaking through his shackles to reach that realm. If he learns of this matter, it will surely lead to his failure in breaking through. Issue a decree, no one from the Jun family is to disturb Mo Xian or discuss this matter. As for that brat from the northern region, I will personally take action and bring back his head to honor Mo Yao and Ling Tian. The supreme elder of the Jun family said coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, in a gloomy courtyard of the imperial capital, a figure hurriedly approached a room and knelt, saying, reporting to the director, all 3 teen leaders have been killed by Qin Jun. After a long silence in the room, a low, hoarse voice emerged, go contact those 4, have all 4 of them return. Hearing this, the kneeling person trembled and quickly nodded, yes, director. In the Lu family of the imperial capital, when the family head Lu Dishan learned of his son Lu Hai's tragic death, he was equally furious. Northern region heir, my Lu family will tear you to pieces. Lu Dishan shouted directly. Family head, this child is said to be extraordinary in strength and has killed the god of war of Jinling. Should we contact the elder? A mere fallen heir of a ruined family, why should my cousin, that kind of person, take action? Lu Dishan shook his head, referring to his cousin, the undefeated god of war Lu Jingho, one of the 10 great gods of war of the Great Xia. Meanwhile, at the top of Jun Tian building, crack. The wine glass in Ji Xian's hand was crushed in an instant. With a cold expression, she said, Lin family, Jun family, Inspection Institute, what great audacity. Do they really think the heir has no backing? Whoosh! Ji Xian immediately stood up, exuding the regal aura of a queen, and coldly said, notify Tiangang and Disha, let them take action, starting with the Lin family, one by one, wipe them out. Let their blood tell everyone that the Northern King's mansion is still here, and my Northern region heir is not someone anyone can bully. The next day, early in the morning, Qin Jun looked at Hu Zi and asked, Hu Zi, how do you feel? Thank you, heir, I feel like I have nothing wrong with me now, Hu Zi said, clenching his fists with a simple expression. After a night of treatment and recovery, Hu Zi's internal injuries had all healed, and he had even made some breakthroughs in his cultivation. You've worked hard these 3 years. Qin Jun patted Hu Zi's shoulder. Suddenly, Hu Zi plopped down and knelt before Qin Jun, saying, heir, it's all my incompetence. 3 years ago, when the mansion was in trouble, I not only couldn't avenge the prince but also couldn't protect you. I'm sorry, heir. Seeing this, Qin Jun quickly helped Hu Zi up. This matter is not your fault, you need not blame yourself. Heir, am I too useless, unable to help you with anything? Hu Zi lowered his head, his honest face filled with self-reproach. Of course not. You possess innate divine strength. Once all the divine power within you is unleashed, you will be a top-tier powerhouse. How could you not help me? Qin Jun quickly said. Really? Hu Zi looked up at Qin Jun, his honest face filled with uncertainty. What? You don't believe my words? No, I believe in the young master. The young master wouldn't lie to me. Hu Zi immediately replied. Next, I will help you gradually awaken the divine power within you. Qin Jun said directly. Hu Zi was a rare natural divine power wielder. Such a person, although lacking strong cultivation talent, inherently contained divine power within, and his strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Moreover, as the divine power continued to awaken, his strength would grow even stronger. Of course, the divine power within Hu Zi had only awakened a small part. If it were fully awakened, his strength would be unimaginable. What Qin Jun needed to do next was to help Hu Zi continuously awaken and unleash the divine power within him. Brother Hu Zi. At that moment, the little soldier Xiao Jun arrived. Xiao Jun, quickly pay your respects to the young master. Hu Zi hurriedly called out. I pay my respects to the young master. Xiao Jun bowed to Qin Jun. No need to be so polite, from now on, you can follow me along with Hu Zi. Qin Jun said lightly. Yes, young master. Xiao Jun nodded. Qin Jun examined Xiao Jun but couldn't discern anything. However, he could feel that this little guy was definitely not simple, and the fact that even he couldn't see through him made him curious. Then Qin Jun approached the chubby boy. Get ready, we'll be going to kill someone soon. Kill someone? Isn't that a bit too much? The old man said that those who cultivate the Tao will face heavenly punishment if they are stained with too much blood. The chubby boy shook his head repeatedly. If you perform well, I'll arrange a full Manchuhan banquet for you afterward. Qin Jun said directly. A Manchuhan banquet? What's on it? The chubby boy asked curiously. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, braised salted duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flower, small intestines. Hearing Qin Jun list a series of dishes, the chubby boy's eyes immediately lit up, and drool started to flow from his mouth. He quickly wiped his mouth and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Didn't you just say that those who cultivate the Tao will face heavenly punishment for killing? Qin Jun looked at the chubby boy with a playful smile. We cultivators are going against the heavens. What does a mere heavenly punishment count for? The chubby boy said with a determined expression. If Qin Jun hadn't just seen the scene of him drooling, he might have really believed this guy. This was no cultivator, he was simply a glutton. Master, are you going to Yinshan? The mad lion asked Qin Jun. That's right. Qin Jun nodded. He came to the imperial capital precisely for this. Let's go. He then took the mad lion and the chubby boy to Yinshan, while Long Foam stayed behind to look after Huzi and Xiao Jun. But just as he stepped out, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the military knife that followed General Wei. What are you doing here? Qin Jun asked the military knife. Did you kill Lin Changjun and Jun Ling Tian last night? And the 3 leaders of the Supervision Institute? The military knife asked directly. That's right, is there a problem? Qin Jun shrugged. Whoosh. The military knife's expression changed, looking at Qin Jun coldly. This is a big problem. Do you know how much trouble you've stirred up this time? Originally, General Wei went to find someone to protect you, but now, I'm afraid no one can protect you. While they haven't made a move yet, I'll send you out of the imperial capital now to find a place to hide. But Qin Jun shook his head. No need, I still need to go to Yinshan. Yinshan? The military knife was taken aback, looking at Qin Jun. Are you going to participate in the human ranking battle? No, I have other matters. If you have nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Qin Jun said directly. Aren't you afraid of dying? At that moment, the military knife stared at Qin Jun and asked, Of course I'm afraid. Who isn't afraid of death? But in this great Xia, no one can kill me. Qin Jun left those words and walked away. This guy. Hearing Qin Jun's arrogant words, the military knife's expression changed. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Commander Wei, you need to come back quickly, something has happened. At the headquarters of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, all the vice presidents, elders, and senior executives from various branches were gathered. In front of them stood a figure cloaked in a long robe and wearing a mask, obscuring their appearance. Greetings, President. They all bowed and called out to this person. This mysterious figure was the president of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the most enigmatic existence within it. How has the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce been recently? The person asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the president. Vice President Gu Qianjue immediately recounted the recent events in detail. President, it is our incompetence that has caused the chamber to suffer heavy losses. Please punish us. Gu Qianjue knelt on the ground, filled with self-reproach. The heir of the Northern Territory? Isn't that the son of the King of the North? Interesting. The president murmured, the eyes behind the mask flickering with strange light. President, this person has humiliated our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. We absolutely cannot let him go. Several elders exclaimed. Where is he now? He is currently in the imperial capital, Gu Qianjue quickly replied. Amu, bring him to see me, the president said directly. Then, a man with a dull expression, long hair, and wearing a gray long robe stepped out from behind him and nodded. Meanwhile, 100 miles outside the imperial capital, Yinshan was under strict military control. Apart from martial artists, no ordinary person could step into Yinshan. At the peak of Yinshan, there was a huge platform with a completely black octagonal arena in the center. This was the place to select the top 10 talents of the new human ranking. As time passed, a large crowd had gathered, all from various powerful factions, including wealthy families, ancient martial arts clans, and some from other secret forces. Among them were people Qin Jun recognized, such as Sita Jing, who had appeared at Jianghai University, and Lin Bufan, the young master of the Lin family whom he had disfigured. Miss, there are quite a few people here this time, even the talents from the sword-casting manor, Qingcheng Mountain, and the Guihai clan have come, a woman beside Sita Jing said, looking at the talents around them. They need not concern themselves. I am quite interested in that heir of the Northern Territory. If he can come, it would be interesting, Situ Jing said lightly. Oomph, what a worthless heir. He is nothing but a stray dog now. A cold and disdainful voice suddenly came. A proud and beautiful woman appeared, and it was she who had spoken. This woman was Shinaoshua, accompanied by her master, the war god Zhuke. Isn't that the war god Zhuke, one of the war gods of Great Xia? Is that her direct disciple Shinaoshua? I heard Shinaoshua is the young lady of the Shin family, one of the top 10 families in Great Xia. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Many people at the scene were discussing the master-disciple pair of Zhuke war god and Shinaoshua. As for Situ Jing, she glanced at Shinaoshua and said, "You seem to look down on that heir of the Northern Territory? Of course, he is just a worthless piece of trash with a ruined family and a lowly status. Once I claim the top spot on the human ranking, I will personally kill this waste," Shinaoshua declared coldly, her expression proud. When it came to Qin Jun, her eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, wishing she could tear him apart on the spot. "Kill me? Shinaoshua, do you think you are worthy?" Suddenly, a cold voice came through. "Kill me? Shinaoshua, do you think you are worthy?" Abruptly, a detached voice echoed at the peak of Yenshan, like a wave of cold air sweeping in, causing everyone present to shudder inwardly. The crowd glanced over and saw Qin Jun with his hands in his pockets, a playful expression on his face, followed by the two mad lion and the chubby boy. With Qin Jun's appearance, many people's expressions changed. "He actually came?" Situ Jing exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Qin Jun. Lin Bufan clenched his fists, his eyes radiating killing intent as he stared at Qin Jun. "Isn't that the heir of the Northern Territory? He actually came too." At this moment, many recognized Qin Jun's identity, sparking a wave of discussion. "Qin Jun." Shinaoshua's expression darkened as she looked at him, her eyes bursting with overwhelming killing intent. "You do have some skill. Your dantian was destroyed, yet you managed to rebuild it and restore your cultivation." Qin Jun casually glanced at her. "Qin Jun, I didn't go looking for you, yet you came to me. Today, I will tear you to pieces." Shinaoshua roared, her demeanor suggesting she wished to skin him alive. "Kill me? Just you?" Qin Jun scoffed. "Back in the death prison, you publicly broke off our engagement and humiliated the Northern King's mansion. If it weren't for Elder Shin, do you think you could have walked out of the death prison alive?" His words astonished many, clearly unexpected that Qin Jun and Shinaoshua had an engagement. "Go die." Hearing Qin Jun's words, Shinaoshua was about to strike, but was stopped by the war god of the vermilion bird. The human ranking battle is of utmost importance. Listening to her master, Shinaoshua temporarily suppressed her anger and coldly stared at Qin Jun. "You wait for me. Once I take the first place in the human ranking, I will come to send you on your way." "Do you think you still have a chance to take the first place in the human ranking?" Qin Jun suddenly said. Shinaoshua glared at him coldly. "What do you mean? I have never liked being remembered by others. Since you want to kill me, then I cannot spare you." Suddenly, Qin Jun threw a punch at Shinaoshua. He was never one to show mercy. Last time in the death prison, he spared her life only because of Elder Shin, merely crippling her cultivation. But now that this woman had restored her cultivation and was still intent on killing him, Qin Jun naturally would not hold back. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow back in spring. With Qin Jun's sudden attack, everyone present was taken aback, and Shinaoshua was left dumbfounded, completely unable to react. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the war god of the vermilion bird suddenly intervened, grabbing Shinaoshua to avoid Qin Jun's strike. She looked at Qin Jun coldly, her expression stern. "Qin Jun, today is the day of the human ranking battle. Do not act recklessly." "If I want to act recklessly, what can you do about it?" Qin Jun retorted disdainfully. "You." The war god of the vermilion bird's expression darkened, about to get angry, but at that moment, a sharp voice rang out. "You are the heir of the Northern Territory?" A young man in green walked over with a cold and proud demeanor, glaring at Qin Jun. "Who are you?" Qin Jun glanced at him, and the latter coldly replied, "I am Qin Xian, the current disciple of the sect leader of Qingqing Mountain." "You killed my people from Qingqing Mountain, didn't you? And my people from the sword-casting manor. My people from the fire gate also died at your hands." At this moment, a young man in white holding a long sword and a man with fiery red hair and a fierce expression both glared at Qin Jun and shouted. They were the prodigies from the sword-casting manor and the fire gate. Previously, the people from the three major forces attacked Qin Jun for the martial Dao Golden Pill, but they all ended up tragically dead, which naturally made the three major forces hold a grudge against him. "I killed them, is there a problem?" Qin Jun said with a calm expression. His words sparked discussions among many present. This northern region heir is too arrogant. He dares to offend the sword-casting manor, Qingqing Mountain, and the fire gate. These three ancient martial arts sects are not simple. Since you admit it, then today I will. Qin Xin's expression tightened, ready to strike at Qin Jun. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun flashed in front of him and swept out with a sword. Put! In an instant, Qin Xin's body was sliced in half by Qin Jun's sword, and all the blood on him was absorbed by the blood sword. This scene left the others dumbfounded. Qin Jun did not stop there. He swiftly struck out 2 more swords, directly killing the 2 prodigies from the sword-casting manor and the fire gate. The prodigies of these 3 ancient martial arts sects had no chance to retaliate and were instantly killed. At this moment, the entire peak of Yanshan was silent, with everyone wide-eyed, looking at Qin Jun in disbelief. They never expected this northern region heir to kill the prodigies of the 3 ancient martial arts sects without a second thought. This was too arrogant, too ruthless. Bastard, you dared to kill my senior brother. The people from Qinqing Mountain, sword-casting manor, and the fire gate reacted, glaring angrily at Qin Jun. They exuded a terrifying aura, ready to attack him. Today, in the battle for the human ranking, only the younger generation may act. Others must not act recklessly. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out. 3 figures in long robes with profound auras appeared on the peak of Yanshan. It's the people from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. With the appearance of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion members, the people from the 3 ancient martial arts sects suppressed their anger and killing intent. They did not dare to oppose the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Qin Jun's gaze sharpened as he approached the 3 and asked, "Are you the people from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion?" "That's right," the central figure among them replied. "I heard that your Heavenly Machine Pavilion knows everything. I want to ask about the whereabouts of 2 people, can you tell me?" Qin Jun asked directly. "Not everyone can inquire about information from my Heavenly Machine Pavilion," the person replied. Hearing this, Qin Jun frowned. "What are your conditions?" "If you can secure the first place in this human ranking, as a reward, my Heavenly Machine Pavilion can tell you the answers you seek," the person said. "All right." Qin Jun's expression hardened. He stepped onto the octagonal arena and coldly declared, "I want the first place in this human ranking. Does anyone have any objections?" As soon as Qin Jun said this, all the prodigies present were taken aback. Damn, this kid is too arrogant. Does he think that just because he killed those 3 prodigies from the ancient martial arts sects, he is invincible? This guy is too cocky. Immediately, all the prodigies glared at Qin Jun with indignation. As the top talents of the major forces in the Great Xia, they all came to compete for the first place in this human ranking battle. Now, Qin Jun was so arrogantly claiming he wanted the first place, which was simply disregarding them. "Kid, who do you think you are? If you want the first place in this human ranking, you have to defeat all of us first." Someone stepped forward and shouted at Qin Jun. Qin Jun looked around the crowd, his expression unchanged as he coldly replied, "If that's the case, then let's not waste time. All of you come at me together, I'll take care of you all at once." Boom! With Qin Jun's words, the crowd erupted. No one expected Qin Jun would dare to say such a thing, asking them to come together and be dealt with all at once. This kind of bravado was something they had never heard before. This was too dismissive of them. Isn't this guy a bit too arrogant? At this moment, the maid beside Situ Jing, Dai Mei, frowned as she looked at Qin Jun. Situ Jing gazed at Qin Jun, her eyes flickering. Damn it, who does he think he is? Shinaoshua looked at Qin Jun's arrogance and couldn't help but want to step onto the stage, but the Zhuke war god said, "This kid's strength is beyond my comprehension, do not underestimate him. I've long heard that this heir of the Northern Territory is extremely arrogant. Seeing him today, he truly lives up to his reputation." At this time, a young man in the crowd with a slanted fringe and a frivolous expression crossed his arms and sighed as he looked at Qin Jun. Beside him, a short-haired, cold man exuding an icy aura said indifferently, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be toppled by the wind. Even the king of the north met a bad end, he will too." "Is that so? Then should we place a bet on whether he can overpower everyone and take first place on the rankings today?" The young man looked at the short-haired cold man with a playful smile. "No bet." The short-haired man flatly refused. "Ah, how boring." The young man immediately lost interest. At that moment, a deep voice came, "Interesting." Then, in the sight of everyone, a young man dressed in a black long robe, with long hair tied back and a cold expression, appeared at the peak of Yanshan. He held a black heavy knife about 1 meter long, 3 feet wide, and as thick as a finger in his right hand, dragging it on the ground and creating a series of sparks. "Isn't that the young master of the Guihai clan, Guihai Idao? He actually came too? I've heard that this Guihai Idao is the most terrifying existence of the current Guihai clan, even surpassing any previous genius of the clan. As far as I know, this guy has cultivated the Guihai clan's secret knife technique, the overbearing knife technique, to a very high level, able to fight across great realms. Many people present discussed as they looked at the young man holding the heavy knife. Their words reached Qin Jun's ears. Guihai clan? His gaze sharpened as he focused on this person. Wasn't the president of the overbearing knife society he killed in Sunan from the Guihai clan? Whoosh! Guihai Idao dragged the heavy knife onto the stage, and when the heavy knife struck the platform, it actually created a dent in the specially crafted material. He fixed his gaze on Qin Jun, heir of the Northern Territory. I've heard of you. A distant relative of my Guihai clan in Sunan was killed by you, right? Are you here for revenge? Qin Jun asked coldly. A mere distant relative isn't worth my effort. I came today for the first place on the rankings. Since you also want that first place, let me see what you're made of. Boom! As soon as Guihai Idao finished speaking, the heavy knife in his hand suddenly swept towards Qin Jun, and the blade unleashed a violent hurricane that howled, directly tearing through space and producing a piercing sonic boom. This strike seemed unstoppable, truly overwhelming. The overbearing knife of the Guihai clan is indeed terrifying. The crowd gasped in shock. Although this strike was not aimed at them, it still sent chills down their spines. Boom! In an instant, the knife was before Qin Jun, producing a deafening roar. The power of this strike was so strong that even a Xianjing expert could not withstand it. Not bad, Qin Jun praised as he looked at the knife. Whoosh! He then swung the sword in his hand directly, and this sword was executed without any technique, just an extremely ordinary strike. However, when his sword collided with the heavy knife in Guihai Idao's hand, bang! In an instant, a force that completely overwhelmed Guihai Idao erupted from Qin Jun's sword, sending him flying. Put! Guihai Idao was thrown off the stage, half kneeling on the ground, spitting blood, and his hand gripping the knife trembled, blood oozing from his tiger mouth. He looked up at Qin Jun and, after a moment, uttered 3 words, "You are strong." At that moment, the others present were once again dumbfounded. Damn, is this kid that fierce? Even Guihai Idao couldn't withstand his sword. Incredible, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Many people exclaimed in amazement. Is there anyone else who wants to come up? No one? Then the first place on the ranking is mine, Qin Jun said. Suddenly, Lin Bufan pointed at Qin Jun and shouted, Qin Jun, don't be so arrogant. He then looked at the other talented individuals present. Everyone, since this kid wants us to come together, why not fulfill his wish? Otherwise, are you really willing to be suppressed by a spoiled young master? With Lin Bufan stirring the pot, the other talented individuals from various major forces showed signs of restlessness. Whoever can kill this kid today can directly join my Yan Huang Hall and gain access to all its resources. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared at the top of Yanshan. It's the left deacon of Yan Huang Hall, the Zhuke war god said, looking at the middle-aged man. Yan Huang Hall. Qin Jun's gaze instantly swept toward the old man, his eyes flashing with coldness. The others present changed their expressions upon hearing Yan Huang Hall. With their status, they naturally knew of its existence and understood that it was a martial arts force founded by the emperor of the Great Xia, with a deeper foundation than those ancient martial sects. Now, as long as they killed Qin Jun, they could obtain all the resources of Yan Huang Hall, which was a tremendous temptation for them. Immediately, the talented individuals from various major forces all focused their attention on Qin Jun. Without further ado, they all charged toward the stage. In an instant, more than a dozen talented individuals rushed onto the stage, all attacking Qin Jun. Their strengths ranged from innate realm to diamond realm, with a few at the guiding mystic realm. Get lost! Qin Jun looked at these people and directly slashed out with his sword. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, the bodies of these more than a dozen talented individuals were sliced in half by Qin Jun, not leaving a single complete corpse. The others present all had their pupils constrict. Qin Jun, die! Suddenly, Shanao Shua's voice rang out. She charged onto the stage and swallowed the blood pill transformed from her master's blood. Ah! Immediately, her face twisted, letting out a painful scream, her whole body glowing with a crimson light. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Shanao Shua, and a blazing red flame engulfed her. At that moment, Shanao Shua's cultivation soared to the celestial realm, and she charged directly at Qin Jun. You overestimate yourself. Qin Jun looked at Shanao Shua rushing over, disdainfully saying, Kneel! He shouted, and an even more terrifying pressure descended upon her. Boom! In an instant, Shanao Shua felt a heavenly might descend, forcing her to kneel on the ground, unable to move. You! She looked up at Qin Jun, her expression one of disbelief. Shanao Shua, today I officially announce that the engagement between us is hereby dissolved. You are no longer my fiancé. Qin Jun looked down at Shanao Shua, speaking each word clearly. Put! Hearing Qin Jun's words, Xiaoxue spat blood in anger, her eyes filled with rage as she glared at Qin Jun. Alright, you can go die now. Qin Jun then raised his sword and slashed at Xiaoxue. Beast, stop. At a critical moment, the Zhuke war god charged onto the stage, a terrifying flame rushing toward Qin Jun. Boom! As the Zhuke war god made his move, the fireball instantly enveloped Qin Jun. At this moment, the people from the Tianji pavilion saw the situation and immediately shouted, Zhu. However, before he could finish his sentence, the left steward of the Yenuang Hall directly said, Everyone, this child is a fugitive from the Great Xia prison break. Today, the Zhuke war god has been ordered to capture him, so please do not interfere in this matter. As soon as these words were spoken, the people from the Tianji pavilion looked at their leader, who nodded, and immediately they ceased their actions. At this time, the Zhuke war god came to the arena and helped Xiaoxue up, asking, Aoxue, are you alright? I'm fine, thank you, master. Aoxue has embarrassed you, Xiaoxue said with a face full of guilt, her eyes filled with deep unwillingness. She never expected that after borrowing her master's bloodline power, she would kneel down at Qin Jun's command. It was an immense humiliation. This child's cultivation is extraordinary, he is indeed not someone you can handle. Today, master will take revenge for you and kill this vile creature. The Zhuke war god said coldly. But at that moment, Qin Jun's voice suddenly came out, you two really have the same tone. Whoosh! Immediately, the Zhuke war god's gaze sharpened, and the flames enveloping Qin Jun suddenly dissipated with a loud bang. While Qin Jun stood there unscathed, even his clothes were not burned. This scene not only shocked the Zhuke war god but also startled the other major forces present. You! How could you be unscathed? The Zhuke war god exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Qin Jun. Her flames were transformed from bloodline power. Although they were not as powerful as true divine fire, even a master-level expert would be either dead or severely injured upon contact, yet Qin Jun was completely fine? With such little ability, you still want to kill me? Who gave you the courage? Qin Jun glanced at the Zhuke war god with extreme disdain. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the Zhuke war god. Her expression was cold, and her eyes flickered with two blazing flames as she stared at Qin Jun, ready to strike. But at that moment, a group of people suddenly appeared at the top of Yanshan, led by a man in black who smiled and said, Today's battle for the ranking is really lively. Isn't that Tohai, one of the four guardians of the Ancient Martial Alliance? The people from the Ancient Martial Alliance actually came too. The crowd looked at the man in black in surprise. In previous battles for the ranking, the Ancient Martial Alliance had never participated, and this time not only did they send someone, but it was also one of the four guardians, which was quite astonishing. Upon hearing the words Ancient Martial Alliance, Qin Jun's expression turned cold, and his eyes flashed with a chilling light. You are the son of Qin Longshan? The guardian Tohai's gaze swept over Qin Jun, filled with an invisible pressure. Could it be that the Ancient Martial Alliance is also here for this young master of the Northern Territory? Someone speculated immediately. What? Back then, you dealt with my father, and now you want to kill me? Qin Jun said coldly. Since you already know, there's no need to say more. Today, you must die. Tohai said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the Ancient Martial Alliance behind him all stared at Qin Jun with murderous intent. His life, my Jun family will take. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the foot of the mountain, causing the eardrums of everyone present to buzz. Soon after, an elder led a group of martial artists to appear here. This elder was the supreme elder of the Jun clan. At this moment, the supreme elder glared at Qin Jun with a face full of killing intent, exuding a terrifying aura of a master. Is that the supreme elder of the Jun clan, ranked 8th on the heavenly list? He actually came too. The crowd was once again shocked. I didn't expect so many people to want your life. It seems I don't need to take action. Then, another young man stepped onto the top of Yanshan, looking coldly at Qin Jun. Who are you? Qin Jun glanced at the other party, revealing a hint of curiosity in his eyes. This guy has actually reached the half-step master realm, making him the strongest among the young generation present. Kid, this is my martial arts association's president's adopted son. You killed so many people from our association, and today this place will be your burial ground. The two old men behind the young man coldly stared at Qin Jun. They were two of the four elders of the Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association actually has a grudge against this kid? Damn, how many people has this guy offended? For a moment, everyone at the top of Yanshan looked at Qin Jun in shock. The Martial Arts Association, the Ancient Martial Alliance, the Yenuang Hall, the Jun family, any of these forces is not simple, but today they all want to kill this young master of the Northern Territory. Such a spectacle is likely unprecedented. I wasn't wrong, he's dead for sure. At this moment, the short-haired, cold man looked at Qin Jun indifferently, while the frivolous-looking man beside him crossed his arms and gazed at Qin Jun. Why do I feel like he's very calm? Who will die? It might not be certain yet. At this moment, the atmosphere at the top of Yenshan became extremely tense. The vermilion bird war god looked at Qin Jun coldly and said, "It seems you only have one way to die today. The only ones who will die today are you." Qin Jun curled his lips, looking at these people. "Since you're all here, let's go together." Boom! As soon as Qin Jun said this, everyone present was taken aback, thinking this guy must be crazy to say such a thing. Although he had just dealt with those prodigies, they were all from the same generation. Now, whether it was the Vermilion Bird War God, the Supreme Elder of the Jun family, or the people from the Ancient Martial Alliance and the Martial Arts Association, they were all top-tier experts above the celestial phenomenon realm. This kid actually dared to speak so boldly, claiming he would take them all down? This was simply madness to the extreme. Arrogant. The Vermilion Bird War God's expression turned cold, exuding the might of a master, while the Supreme Elder of the Jun family, the 4 guardians of the Ancient Martial Alliance, and the 2 elders of the Martial Arts Association all unleashed their master might, pressing down towards Qin Jun. They wanted this kid, who looked down on them, to understand what master might truly is. At this moment, 5 or 6 rare master-level experts appeared, all targeting Qin Jun at once. If this were to spread, it would surely shock the entire Great Xia. But at this critical moment, a bloodthirsty and cold voice suddenly rang out, "Anyone who moves against young Master Qin will be killed without mercy. Anyone who moves against young Master Qin will be killed without mercy." As this cold and bloodthirsty voice echoed, a terrifying aura of slaughter instantly enveloped the entire top of Yenshan. At this moment, everyone present felt an inexplicable chill, as if a cold light was running down their backs. Even the master-level experts had their expressions tighten, their gazes sweeping towards the source of the voice. Then, in everyone's sight, 2 figures appeared at the top of Yenshan. One was draped in a blood-red robe, with blood-colored hair and eyes glowing with a bloodlight, as if containing a sea of corpses and blood. The aura of blood and slaughter around him was suffocating. The other was sturdy, with bulging muscles and veins like dragons all over his body, dressed in black combat gear, with a rugged face and a fierce demeanor that made people dare not look directly at him. Why are these 2 guys here? Qin Jun looked at the 2 in surprise. They were the Blood Demon and the Butcher from the 3,000 prisoners of the death prison. With their appearance, the scene was filled with a rich aura of blood and slaughter, so strong that many present found it hard to breathe. The gazes of the master-level experts all turned to these 2, their brows furrowed. Blood Demon? Butcher? At this moment, the Vermilion Bird War God looked at the 2, his expression changing in shock. "How did you end up here?" As one of the war gods of the Great Xia, the Zhuke war god naturally recognized these 2 notorious villains who had committed heinous crimes both in Great Xia and internationally. But weren't these 2 already imprisoned in the death prison? How could they appear here? Could it be that they escaped? "Do you all want to kill young Master Qin?" The Butcher glanced at the group, his eyes gleaming with ferocity and a chilling killing intent. "No need to waste words with them. Kill!" The Blood Demon shouted directly. Boom! In an instant, an endless surge of blood energy erupted from the Blood Demon as he charged towards the nearest member of the Ancient Martial Alliance. Pft, pft, pft. The members of the Ancient Martial Alliance hadn't even reacted before the Blood Demon tore them apart one by one. The Blood Demon's hands were instantly stained red with blood. He extended his tongue to lick the blood on his hands, wearing a look of enjoyment. This scene made many people feel their scalps tingle and their bodies tremble. Bastard! The Ancient Martial Alliance's 4th guardian, Takuya, saw this and his face turned furious as he charged at the Blood Demon. At this moment, the Butcher charged towards the Martial Arts Association members. "Young Master, be careful!" The 2 elders of the Martial Arts Association shouted to their president's adopted son as they rushed towards the Butcher. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the Butcher was engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 elders of the Martial Arts Association. Although he was outnumbered, the Butcher completely dominated the fight. On the other side, Takuya exchanged dozens of blows with the Blood Demon, and his flesh was torn apart in several places. At this moment, the other people present were greatly shocked. "Master, you actually have such powerful helpers?" The wild lion behind Qin Jun couldn't help but exclaim. "Looks like I won't need to make a move today. What a pity for my full banquet," the chubby boy said with a face full of disappointment. "It seems a few masters released these 2 guys." Qin Jun muttered to himself. Without the permission of his masters, these 2 wouldn't have been able to leave the death prison, no matter how powerful they were. Whoosh! At this moment, the Zhuke war god fixed her gaze on Qin Jun. "These 2 came for you? Could it be that you colluded with the warden of the death prison?" It was already absurd for Qin Jun to leave the death prison, and now even these 2 demons had come out to help him. The only explanation was that Qin Jun had colluded with the warden of the death prison, otherwise, how could they have left? You talk too much. Qin Jun directly swung his sword towards her. Boom! The Zhuke war god's expression turned cold as she unleashed a surge of master-level power towards Qin Jun. Her cultivation had already reached the third stage of the master realm. Bang! However, the master-level power she unleashed was shattered by Qin Jun's sword, and that sword came rushing towards her uncontrollably. How is this possible? The Zhuke war god's pupils constricted, and before she could be shocked, she hurriedly mobilized all her strength to form a protective shield to block Qin Jun's sword. Bang! Qin Jun's sword shattered the Zhuke war god's protective shield, sending her flying back, crashing into the railing of the arena, and then half-kneeling on the ground, spitting blood. Master! Shinaoshua looked at her injured master, her expression changing. He actually defeated the master-level Zhuke war god? Could this child have already stepped into the master realm? At this moment, the others present looked at Qin Jun in astonishment. Put! At this time, Takuya from the ancient martial alliance had his arm torn off by the blood demon, staggering back, but he couldn't care less about his injuries as he stared at Qin Jun on the arena, incredulously saying, he actually stepped into the master realm? This child truly cannot be left alive. The left steward of the Yanhuang Hall stared at Qin Jun with a murderous intent. See, I told you it wasn't certain who would win. The man with the side-swept bangs smiled lightly. Meanwhile, the short-haired man beside him stared at Qin Jun, his fists clenched tightly. Is he feeling the pressure? The man with the slanted bangs looked at the short-haired man and patted his shoulder, saying, don't be discouraged. Have you forgotten who his father is? His father is the king of the north, feared throughout the world. It's only natural that we are not as good as his son. Master-level Sita Jing stared at Qin Jun, her eyes shimmering with light. At that moment, the god of war Zhuke fixed her gaze on Qin Jun, two flames seemingly burning fiercely in her pupils. Qin Jun coldly replied, the god of war Zhuke is nothing special. Ah! Suddenly, the god of war Zhuke let out a furious roar, standing up abruptly, surrounded by a blazing crimson flame. Within her, a terrifying bloodline power erupted. This bloodline power burned wildly, causing the aura around the god of war Zhuke to surge dramatically. At this moment, a phantom image of a Zhuke appeared behind her, emitting a cry. You wretched being, die! With a roar from the god of war Zhuke, she struck out a palm towards Qin Jun. The force of this palm surpassed the 5th level of the master realm. Young Master Qin! Blood Demon and Butcher's expressions changed, and just as they were about to rush forward, an elder from the Jun family blocked their way. Get lost! The two shouted in unison, unleashing their full power, instantly shattering the elder from the Jun family. But it was already too late. The god of war Zhuchua's palm was already before Qin Jun. At this moment, Qin Jun coldly said, do you think that just because you possess a trace of Zhuke bloodline, you can consider yourself a divine beast? Boom! Qin Jun did not draw his sword but instead threw a punch directly at the incoming palm. As their fists and palms collided, a terrifying energy erupted, completely enveloping the two of them. The specially made arena was instantly reduced to dust, waves of energy radiating outwards, forcing everyone present to defend against the energy backlash. As for Shinaoshua, she was blasted away by the residual energy, spitting blood repeatedly. Who won? Soon, as the energy gradually dissipated, everyone's gaze turned towards the two, eager to know who had won and who had lost. But when they saw the two, they were all dumbfounded. At this moment, where the arena had been, Qin Jun stood unscathed, gripping the god of war Zhuchua's neck with his right hand, coldly saying, to kill me, you are not worthy. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking, the god of war Zhuchua's throat was crushed by Qin Jun. With a casual wave, bang! The god of war Zhuke, one of the 10 great gods of the Great Xia, was thrown to the ground like a dead dog, her eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. At this moment, the scene fell into silence, not a sound to be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The dignified 3rd-level god of war Zhuke had actually died just like that? Did that not mean that this young master of the Northern Territory had at least reached the 3rd level of the Master Realm, or even stronger? Thinking of this, many people at the scene gasped in shock, looking at Qin Jun in disbelief. To step into the Master Realm in his 20s and reach above the 3rd level, this could no longer be described as genius, it was simply a monster, a prodigy. Master! Shinaoshua looked at her proud master lying dead, her face filled with grief. At this moment, the left steward of the Yanhuang Hall glared at Qin Jun with a dark expression, his eyes flashing with cold light, coldly shouting, you dare to wantonly kill our great Xia's god of war, you wretched being, you cannot be spared. Boom! The left steward erupted with the power of the 5th level of the Master Realm, transforming into a cheetah rushing towards Qin Jun. As he made his move, he held nothing back, directly unleashing a martial technique to strike. Cracking mountain palm. He struck out with a palm, a vast true energy erupting, transforming into a palm print like a mountain, fiercely pressing down towards Qin Jun. Boom! Facing the left deacon's palm strike, Qin Jun swung his fist and smashed it out, producing a deafening sound. In an instant, the mountain-like palm print was shattered, and the left deacon was violently sent flying, crashing onto a massive rock several meters away. Bang! The rock shattered with a loud noise, and the left deacon lay on the ground, spitting blood uncontrollably, his body likely broken in numerous places. Qin Jun stepped forward, one step at a time. You! The left deacon looked up at Qin Jun, his expression changing repeatedly. 3 years ago, you were also part of the conspiracy against my father and the Northern Army, weren't you, Yan Huanghao? Qin Jun coldly shouted at him. Your father was arrogant and disobedient to the orders of Yan Huanghao, which is why he ended up like this. Do you want to follow in your father's footsteps? The left deacon snorted coldly. Put. Immediately, Qin Jun swung his sword, severing one of the left deacon's arms. Ah! The left deacon screamed in agony, glaring at Qin Jun in fury. Bastard, you! Before he could finish, Qin Jun struck again, cutting off his other arm. The grudge against my father and the Northern Army starts with you. Next, I will make every single person from Yan Huanghao go underground to repent for my father and the 100,000 Northern Army soldiers you harmed. Put. Next, Qin Jun swung his sword again and again, completely dismembering the left deacon's body. In the end, he died a painful death, his face twisted and hideous, incredibly horrifying. Many onlookers swallowed hard, their scalps tingling at the sight. At this moment, the fourth protector of the ancient martial alliance, Taku, watched the left deacon's tragic death, his expression changing repeatedly as he clutched his severed arm and prepared to leave. With the people of Yan Huanghao dead, do you ancient martial alliance members still want to escape? Suddenly, Qin Jun's cold voice reached Taku's ears, shaking his very soul. Whoosh! At that moment, the butcher stepped forward, reaching out to grab Taku, who instinctively swung his other hand to defend. Put. As a result, that hand was brutally torn off by the butcher. Ah! Taku let out a miserable scream. The butcher lifted Taku's body and brought him before Qin Jun, who looked at Taku in terror and shouted, Don't kill me. I had nothing to do with your father's matter. I wasn't involved 3 years ago. This was all the doing of the alliance leader and the major forces of the alliance. Taku pleaded repeatedly. The people of the ancient martial alliance deserve to die. Qin Jun said coldly. Bang! He stomped down, crushing Taku's head, his methods extremely cruel and bloody. At this moment, the others at the scene looked at Qin Jun in fear, especially those from major forces like Qingqing Mountain and the sword-casting manor, who had previously made enemies of Qin Jun. Now, they were all breaking out in cold sweat, feeling as if they were hovering at the gates of hell. Lin Bufan was particularly shaken, watching Qin Jun tremble, no longer the arrogant and reckless figure he once was. Young Master Qin, are we going to kill all 3 of these guys? At this moment, the blood demon licked his lips, looking bloodthirsty at the Martial Arts Association's president's adopted son and the 2 elders. The 2 elders of the Martial Arts Association looked extremely grave, while the president's adopted son had a deep expression, his eyes flickering. Young Master of the Northern Realm, our president is about to emerge. If you kill us, our president will never. One of the elders shouted at Qin Jun. Bang! Before he could finish, the blood demon suddenly struck, piercing through his chest and ripping out his heart, then devouring it in front of everyone. You! The Martial Arts Association elder's eyes widened as he looked at the blood demon, but before he could say a word, he collapsed to the ground, gasping his last. The others at the scene watched in horror as the blood demon devoured a heart raw, their faces turning pale, and many began to vomit, daring to threaten young Master Qin, truly overestimating oneself. The blood demon licked the blood from his hands, disdain written all over his face. Young Master, hurry and run. At that moment, another elder from the Martial Arts Association suddenly shouted at the president's adopted son, pushing him away and charging at the blood demon. Even if I die, today I will take you all down with me. The elder's body rapidly swelled, emanating a terrifying aura. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. The others at the scene were startled and began to retreat. A self-destructing master-level expert would unleash power comparable to a missile explosion. But before the elder could explode, a blood-red swordlight suddenly descended, splitting his body in 2. This blood-red swordlight came from Qin Jun. At this moment, the president's adopted son did not flee, his face was as dark as ink, coldly staring at Qin Jun. You don't seem afraid of death, Qin Jun said indifferently. You dare not kill me. The man replied coldly. Oh, really? Do you think that the Martial Arts Association president behind you can suppress me? A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Jun's mouth. He can't suppress you. But what about the Huangfu clan? The man looked at Qin Jun with arrogance. The Huangfu clan. As these 4 words were spoken, many people's expressions changed, revealing shock in their eyes. The 9 great clans of the Great Xia, though not widely known, were recognized by those present due to their status. They understood the terror of these 9 clans. These clans had existed since the Qin dynasty, and over thousands of years, the Great Xia had experienced numerous dynastic changes, yet these 9 clans had not perished, instead passing down their legacy to this day, showcasing their profound heritage and formidable strength. There were even rumors that the establishment of the current Great Xia was aided by the 9 great clans. Because of this, even the Great Xia government could not interfere with the 9 clans, and they had to heed the commands of the 9 clans. Now, this adopted son of the Martial Arts Association had actually mentioned one of the 9 clans, the Huangfu clan, which led many to speculate, could this young man be from the Huangfu clan? If so, this young master from the north had truly kicked a steel plate. Are you from one of the 9 great clans? Qin Jun frowned at the young man. That's right, my father is. The young man abruptly stopped mid-sentence as if recalling something, then looked at Qin Jun. I am indeed from the Huangfu clan. If you dare to touch me, the Huangfu clan will make your life worse than death. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, not expecting the young man to truly be from the Huangfu clan. The Huangfu clan? Ha, this kid is ultimately doomed. Lin Bufan grinned maliciously. Meanwhile, Xiaoshui glared at Qin Jun with bloodshot eyes. Since you are from the Huangfu clan, you should know where the Gongsun clan is located, right? Qin Jun suddenly said to the young man. Ha? The young man was taken aback by this question. Why do you ask that? Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Jun stepped forward, appearing in front of the young man, gripping his throat and coldly saying, Tell me, where is the Gongsun clan? The young man, choked by Qin Jun, twisted in pain, struggling with all his limbs, but it was of no use. In front of Qin Jun, despite having half-step master-level cultivation, he could not exert any power. Still not saying? Qin Jun increased his grip, and the young man grew increasingly pained, struggling to say, I don't know? Don't know? Aren't you from the Huangfu clan? How could you not know the location of the Gongsun clan, which is also one of the 9 great clans? As the sense of impending death washed over him, the young man hurriedly said, I'm just a bastard child of the Huangfu clan's leader, raised in the Martial Arts Association, never even been to the Huangfu clan, so I naturally don't know where the Gongsun clan is. Bastard child? Qin Jun frowned, while the others were astonished by the young man's identity. Since that's the case, what use do we have for you? Qin Jun said coldly. Crack! He crushed the young man's throat on the spot and casually tossed him to the ground. Everyone was taken aback. Although he was just a bastard child, his father was the leader of the Huangfu clan. Blood from the Huangfu clan flowed through his veins, and this guy was killed just like that? At that moment, everyone was shocked by Qin Jun, the heir of the Northern Territory, and his audacity. This guy was utterly unrestrained, willing to kill anyone. Then, Qin Jun's gaze swept toward Xiaoshui, and he stepped forward, coldly saying, You should go accompany your master now. Qin Jun, what right do you have to kill me? Xiaoshui looked at Qin Jun with a face full of unwillingness, to which Qin Jun coldly replied, Shouldn't you be the one to die? Qin Jun, putting aside the facts, do you really have no faults at all? At this moment, Xiaoshui's eyes were filled with resentment. Put aside the facts? Qin Jun was taken aback, clearly not expecting this woman to say something so shameless. He immediately scolded, Put aside your nonsense. Bang! Qin Jun struck out with his palm, instantly piercing through the woman's chest, and the powerful impact sent her plummeting off the cliff. For a woman with such a hopeless mindset, Qin Jun showed no mercy. Keeping such a woman alive was just a waste of resources. Swish! At that moment, Qin Jun's gaze shifted to Lin Bufan, who trembled and was about to speak, only to be silenced. For such insignificant beings, Qin Jun couldn't be bothered to waste words, he simply killed them. Then he looked toward Qinqing Mountain, the sword-forging manor, the blazing fire sect, and other ancient martial arts forces. As they felt Qin Jun's gaze sweep over them, their faces turned pale, their bodies tensed. Qin Jun emotionlessly declared, Kill them all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, the blood demon and the butcher shot out, unleashing a massacre on the members of these ancient martial arts sects. In an instant, the peak of Yenshan was filled with wails, and corpses lay everywhere. Some even knelt before Qin Jun, begging for mercy, but ultimately could not escape death. Although these people had not attacked him, Qin Jun had already forged enmity by killing the prodigies of their forces, and since that was the case, he naturally would not let them go. This guy is ruthless enough. At this moment, the man with the side-swept bangs looked at Qin Jun and smiled lightly. The cold short-haired man beside him said, What he's doing will only provoke public anger, making him a target for everyone, ultimately leading to his demise. Swish! At this time, Qin Jun seemed to ponder, his gaze sweeping over the two men. Though these two were not as strong as the bastard child of the Huangfu clan, they had both reached the celestial phenomenon realm. Moreover, one possessed a special physique, while the other harbored a powerful bloodline, clearly not simple characters. The man with the side-swept bangs looked at Qin Jun as he approached and immediately said, "The Tianqing Division's East China General Team, Tianfeng, pays respects to the heir." He then pointed to the short-haired man, "This is Bai Shan from the North China General Team. Are you also here to participate in the Heavenly Rankings battle?" Qin Jun asked the two. "We originally planned to join in the fun, but we didn't expect to witness the heir's spectacular rampage. Luckily, we didn't go on stage earlier, otherwise, we would have been embarrassed," Tianfeng said with a smile. Qin Jun glanced at the two but said nothing more, instead walking straight toward the three people from the Tianji Pavilion. He looked at the person in the center and said, "I should be considered first on the human rankings now, right? You are not just the number one on the human ranking but the only one to have made it onto the list this time." The person from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion smiled. "Can you now tell me the answer I want to know?" Qin Jun asked directly, looking at the other person. "The Gongsun clan is located in the Tsangshan Mountains of East China," the person replied straightforwardly. Immediately, Qin Jun's gaze sharpened, and he said, "I have one more question. Is it about your sister?" The person stared at Qin Jun. Suddenly, Qin Jun's expression changed, revealing a hint of shock on his face. He hadn't expected the other party to know this. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion was indeed not simple. "That's right, I want to know where my sister is," Qin Jun asked directly. "You will know where your sister is in 3 days," the person from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion answered. In response, Qin Jun's expression shifted, and he didn't say much more but instead said, "Thank you. Take this order." The person suddenly tossed a token to Qin Jun, which bore the words Heavenly Machine. "What is this?" Qin Jun asked curiously, to which the other replied, "This is your reward for being number one on the human ranking." Qin Jun didn't pay much attention, pocketing the token and heading down the mountain. "You actually gave him this order? Could it be?" The other two members of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion looked at the man in the center in astonishment, while the latter's gaze flickered without speaking. At the foot of Yanshan, the wild lion looked at Qin Jun and asked, "Master, are you going to the Gongsun clan next?" "That's right, I need to save someone," Qin Jun nodded. Now that Su Chanshan had been captured by the Gongsun clan for so many days, she was likely in grave danger. Moreover, the Gongsun clan had previously extracted her mother's bloodline, and now that they knew she possessed a martial vein, they would certainly not let her go. Although he hadn't acknowledged that girl as his disciple, she had called him master so many times, Qin Jun naturally couldn't stand by and watch her die. "Master, the Gongsun clan is one of the 9 major clans," the wild lion said worriedly. "So what if they are one of the 9 major clans? If young Master Qin wants to destroy them, then let him," the butcher scoffed. "Are you two here because my master sent you?" Qin Jun looked at the butcher and blood demon. "Yes, Lord Jinyu sent us to assist young Master Qin," blood demon and butcher nodded. "Then let's go." They immediately headed towards the Gongsun clan. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, a massacre was also taking place within the Lin family. 72 masked individuals were slaughtering the members of the Lin family mercilessly. They were the mysterious figures who had helped Qin Jun deal with the Dragon Guard that night. In addition, there were 4 individuals wearing silver-white masks involved, all of whom had reached the Master Realm. Faced with these 72 innate realm experts plus 4 Master-level fighters, the Lin family was utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, Lin Wuwei watched his clansmen die tragically, his face filled with grief and anger as he glared at Ji Zixuan standing before him, shouting, "Ji Zixuan, you are going too far." Swish! Ji Zixuan glanced at him. "Dare to touch the young master, the Lin family deserves to die. Not just the Lin family, but you old man, must die too." Lin Wuwei roared. "Do you dare? I am the Grand Tutor of the current dynasty. If you dare to kill me, are you not afraid of the ruler's wrath? So what?" Ji Zixuan stepped closer to Lin Wuwei, extending her delicate hand and directly grasping his throat, lifting him up. "Compared to my family's young master, what is a mere Grand Tutor?" Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out, "Presumptuous! Under the Emperor's feet, you dare to be so arrogant!" Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within the Lin family, shaking the entire imperial capital. Soon after, news of the Lin family's annihilation and the death of the elder Lin Wuwei spread rapidly throughout the imperial capital, causing a stir across the city. As one of the top 10 noble families of the Great Xia, the Lin family, with its patriarch being the current Grand Tutor, was unexpectedly annihilated? Who had such audacity to dare kill even the Grand Tutor? Just as everyone was discussing the matter of the Lin family, another shocking piece of news arrived. The North Border's heir had slaughtered most of the top talents participating in the human ranking battle at the peak of Yanshan, even consecutively killing the Vermilion Bird War god, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, the adopted son of the Martial Arts Association president, and various other powerful figures, including the steward of the Yanhuang Hall. As this news spread, not only the imperial capital but the entire Great Xia was shaken. At this moment, the North Border's heir became the focal point of discussion among the people of Great Xia, having single-handedly slaughtered over half of the top talents participating in the human ranking battle, even slaying the master-level Vermilion Bird War god. Such achievements and talent were enough to stir the entire nation. At this moment, countless people regarded Qin Jun as the foremost figure of the younger generation in Great Xia. They even speculated that a second king of the North was about to be born. At this moment, Qin Jun had evidently become the center of attention for all of Great Xia. His reputation even reached foreign lands, sparking much discussion. Meanwhile, within the War Department of the imperial capital, this guy has actually stepped into the master realm? Wei Zhenghua, who had just returned, was greatly shocked by the recounting of the military knife. Yes, I didn't expect his strength to be so formidable, and it is said that the Blood Demon and the Butcher, who were imprisoned in the death prison, have also come out to help him. The military knife replied. It seems those few prison wardens in the death prison really care about this kid, otherwise, those two wouldn't have been able to leave the death prison. Looks like I was overly concerned for this kid. Wei Zhenghua chuckled lightly. Martial, even so, he has directly offended the Yanhuang Hall, the Ancient Martial Alliance, the Martial Arts Association, and even the Wangfu family. With those few wardens from the death prison, they probably can't protect this guy. The military knife frowned tightly. You underestimate the capabilities of those 10 wardens in the death prison. The terror of those 10 is far beyond your imagination, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to contain the 3,000 demons with heinous crimes in the death prison. However, if they truly anger those 10 and release all 3,000 demons, Great Xia might really fall into chaos. Wei Zhenghua said solemnly, then his gaze flickered, but that person has already agreed to intervene, so there's no need to worry too much. Swish! At this moment, the military knife's expression tightened, astonished. Marshal, the person you mentioned is. Exactly, it's the one you have in mind. Hiss. Immediately, the military knife's expression changed, and he gasped in shock. Meanwhile, in an ancient sect, a man with long hair tied at his shoulders, dressed in a white robe, with distinct features, was sitting cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, surrounded by an enigmatic aura. Swish! He suddenly opened his eyes, his aura in disarray, and he clutched his chest, incredulously saying, "Did something happen to my father and the family?" Boom! Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping through the entire sect. In an instant, the entire sect was shaken. Within one of the 9 great families, the Wangfu family, in a study, damn it, what is Jiang Biehe doing? He can't even protect Howard. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a splendid robe, with an imposing demeanor, angrily reprimanded, exuding an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. He was Huangfu Zhengtian, the head of the Wangfu family, and Jiang Biehe was the president of the Martial Arts Association. Tell Jiang Biehe that if he can't deal with this North Border heir, he might as well not live. Huangfu Zhengtian said coldly. At this time, Qin Jun was unaware of the commotion caused by his actions at Yanshan. He was on his way to Tsangshan, and as the sun set and night fell, Qin Jun and his companions finally arrived at the city closest to Tsangshan. Welcome, heir of the North. At that moment, Tianfeng arrived before Qin Jun. What are you doing here? Qin Jun looked at him in surprise. This is the Huadong region. As a member of the Huadong Special Operations Group, I naturally came to welcome the heir, Tianfeng smiled. Since you're here, then perfect, take me to Tsangshan, Qin Jun said directly. Swish! Immediately, Tianfeng's expression became serious as he looked at Qin Jun. Heir, do you really want to go to the Gongsun clan? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Jun looked at him, and Tianfeng replied, Heir, the 9 major clans do not allow outsiders to enter, and their strength is unfathomable. With just you few, I'm afraid. Enough, I don't want to hear nonsense. Are you taking me or not? If not, I'll go by myself. Qin Jun was about to leave when another person appeared. Greetings, Master. Tianfeng quickly called out upon seeing this person, then turned to introduce him to Qin Jun. Heir, this is the commander of our Huadong Special Operations Group, Su Tiancheng. Are you going to stop me too? Qin Jun looked at him coldly. Su Tiancheng stared at Qin Jun. If you want to go to the Gongsun clan, you must prove that you have the strength to enter. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Qin Jun, overwhelming the Huadong commander, forcing him to stagger back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Is that enough now? Qin Jun replied, leading the group of fierce lions away. Master, are you alright? Tianfeng quickly asked Su Tiancheng. I'm fine. Su Tiancheng wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at Qin Jun's retreating figure. This young man's strength has actually reached this level. Master, has his cultivation surpassed yours? Tianfeng couldn't help but ask. Not surpassed, but crushed. He is probably even more terrifying than the former king of the north, the Huadong commander said with a heavy expression. Tianfeng sighed. This really is a case of comparing people and getting frustrated. Fenger, you need not be disheartened. Your physique is special. If you can awaken it, the future may not be without the chance to battle him. Su Tiancheng patted Tianfeng's shoulder. Meanwhile, Qin Jun and the others, after more than 2 hours of travel, arrived at a great mountain, which was Xiangshan, the location of the Gongsun clan. The entire Xiangshan was a primitive forest, usually ignored by people, but no one expected that one of the 9 major clans of the Great Xia, the Gongsun clan, was hidden within. In less than half an hour, Qin Jun and his group found the Gongsun clan's location, but when they stepped into the clan, the scene before them left them in shock. At this moment, within the Gongsun clan, corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. The entire Gongsun clan had turned into a wasteland, with traces of a fierce battle everywhere, bloodstains on the ground and walls, along with various marks left by swords and knives. What happened to the Gongsun clan? The fierce lion couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Jun's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. He directly entered the Gongsun clan to search, but there was not a single living person inside. The entire Gongsun clan had over 1,000 corpses, including more than a dozen Grandmaster-level experts, and even some above the Master realm. However, now they had all turned into corpses. Moreover, from the looks of it, they had shown no signs of resistance. But Qin Jun did not find Su Chanxian's body. Who could have such great power to annihilate the entire Gongsun clan? The Mad Lion, Blood Demon, and Butcher looked at the scene before them with confusion. Soon, a group of people appeared, led by Su Tiancheng, the commander of Huadong, along with Tianfeng and other members of the Huadong general team. They had come out of concern that the conflict between Qin Jun and the Gongsun clan might spiral out of control, so they wanted to investigate. However, when they saw the scene before them, they were also taken aback. Damn, young master, did you really wipe out the Gongsun clan so quickly? This speed is too fast, right? Tianfeng exclaimed in shock. Qin Jun rolled his eyes at them, while Su Tianqing's expression turned serious as he said, the blood has long since dried, the Gongsun clan has already been exterminated. The Gongsun clan has been wiped out? Tianfeng's expression changed, and he asked, who has such power to annihilate the entire Gongsun clan? In the Great Xia, the only ones capable of this would probably be. Su Tianqing's gaze flickered for a few seconds, hesitating to speak. Probably what? Qin Jun suddenly asked. Probably only the people from the hidden clans could do it, Su Tianqing said directly. Hidden clans? Qin Jun frowned. He had never heard of the existence of hidden sects. Even Tianfeng was curious and asked, Master, what kind of power are these hidden clans? Why have I never heard of them? The hidden clans, I have only heard of them, but never seen them. It is said that in the Great Xia, there are some families that are older and more terrifying than the 9 major clans, some of which have a lineage that exceeds 3,000 years, even 5,000 years. These families are referred to as hidden clans, and they usually conceal themselves in certain paradises, not communicating with the outside world. Therefore, very few people know of the existence of hidden clans. I have only seen their introduction in some texts from the Special Operations Department. Moreover, the people from these hidden clans do not belong to ordinary martial artists. They have transcended the level of mere mortals and belong to the realm of martial arts practitioners. What they possess within them is not true energy, but a more powerful essence. Thus, these hidden clans exist in a different dimension from us. If they were to act, even the 9 major clans would not be able to stop them. As Su Tiancheng elaborated, Tianfeng, Mad Lion, and the others all showed varying expressions. They clearly did not expect that such a terrifying force was hidden within the Great Xia. Practitioners? Aren't they like the immortals in novels? Tianfeng couldn't help but scoff. That's right, if these martial arts practitioners reach a certain level, they can indeed extend their lifespan, even living for 1,000 years, Su Changqing nodded. Living for 1,000 years? Wouldn't that make them ancient relics? Mad Lion swallowed hard. Qin Jun's gaze flickered as he looked at Su Tianqing and asked, according to what you said, these hidden clans do not communicate with the outside world. Why would they suddenly act against the Gongsun clan? I don't know, Su Tianqing shook his head. Could it be because of that girl? Qin Jun frowned, suddenly having a guess. He had a vague feeling that the extermination of the Gongsun clan might be related to Su Chanxian, or more precisely, to the martial veins within her. What brings you to the Gongsun clan? At this moment, Su Tiancheng looked at Qin Jun with curiosity. Looking for someone, Qin Jun shrugged, then prepared to leave. With the Gongsun clan destroyed, it was meaningless for him to stay here. As for Su Tianxian's whereabouts, he might have to ask the Tianji Pavilion. Just then, Su Tianqing's phone rang, and as he answered, his expression changed instantly. What happened? Master, Tianfeng asked anxiously, noticing his master's unusual expression. The Huazhong general team previously retrieved a great Xia treasure from abroad, but they encountered an ambush from foreign forces while passing through the East Sea border, suffering heavy losses. The higher-ups have ordered our East China team to immediately go for support. This treasure is of great importance and absolutely cannot fall into the hands of foreign forces, Su Tiancheng said in a deep voice. What? These foreign forces are too arrogant. They dare to attack our Special Operations Department on our own territory. Tianfeng immediately rebuked. Hearing this news, Qin Jun's eyes flickered. The Great Xia treasure? He felt a hint of curiosity. What Great Xia treasure was worth the foreign forces daring to act against the Special Operations Department on Great Xia's soil? He then looked at Su Tiancheng and said, I'll go with you. Ha? Su Tiancheng looked at Qin Jun. You want to come with us? I am also a part of Great Xia. These foreign forces dare to covet our Great Xia treasures. I naturally cannot stand by and watch. Qin Jun smiled slightly. Su Tiancheng's gaze flickered for a few seconds before he finally nodded. Soon, Qin Jun and the others followed Su Tiancheng directly onto a private plane heading to the East Sea border. Meanwhile, at the East Sea border, the night enveloped the land. In the distance, the waves rolled, and the sound of the sea was thunderous. At the border, a fierce battle was underway. A group of Special Operations Department personnel, covered in blood, formed a circle, and in their midst stood a woman tightly clutching a rectangular box. At that moment, a large number of foreigners dressed in strange attire gathered around them. Hand over that thing, or you little ones will die today. A fierce-looking foreign man shouted at the Special Operations personnel. Shut up! Our Great Xia treasures cannot fall into the hands of you foreign people. This is the territory of Great Xia. Do you dare to attack our Special Operations Department? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of Great Xia? One of the Special Operations personnel shouted coldly. What of your wrath? Do you think Great Xia dares to come to our stronghold? The fierce man scoffed. Offend Great Xia, and you will be punished, no matter how far. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Offend Great Xia, and you will be punished, no matter how far. In an instant, a cold and merciless voice echoed. A man in white walked over, exuding an icy aura that gave off a feeling of no entry for outsiders. It's the commander. The commander is here, great. The Special Operations personnel looked at him, their expressions filled with excitement. This man in white was Bai Zijuan, the commander of the Central Special Operations Department. Commander of the Central Special Operations? The group of foreigners looked at Bai Zijuan, their expressions stiffening, revealing a hint of seriousness. Bai Zijuan coldly stared at the group. You trespass on Great Xia's territory and kill my Central Special Operations personnel. You deserve to die. Boom! In an instant, an extreme cold aura erupted from Bai Zijuan, directly enveloping the group of foreigners. They immediately felt their bodies stiffen, as if the blood within them had frozen. Bang bang bang! The next second, the previously arrogant foreigners exploded one by one, turning into a pile of severed limbs. Commander is awesome. The Special Operations personnel cheered excitedly. The woman in the middle holding the box also breathed a sigh of relief. She was Wu Qianyue. But at that moment, a cold voice came. No wonder you are one of the 5 commanders of the Special Operations Department. Your reputation is well deserved. Boom! Accompanied by this voice, a fiery ball descended from the sky, directly aimed at Bai Zijuan. Commander, be careful! The faces of the Special Operations personnel changed, and they hurriedly shouted. Bang! Bai Zijuan raised his hand, and a cold aura transformed into an invisible sharp sword, directly shredding the fireball. Swish! At that moment, a foreign man with long, fiery red hair appeared, surrounded by a swirl of flames. From the American Ability Bureau? Bai Zijuan looked at him coldly. I am Horst, one of the 5 enforcers of the Ability Bureau. The man replied indifferently. So even the Ability Bureau has come. The group from the Special Operations Division was taken aback. The Ability Bureau was a top-tier espionage organization in America, similar to the Special Operations Division, filled with experts possessing powerful abilities. These abilities allowed them to sense the natural elements of the world through mental power, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or even wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, which they could manipulate for attacks. I've long heard of the prowess of the 5 commanders of the Great Xia Special Operations Division. Today, I wish to witness it. Another voice rang out, and soon two brown-haired men in knightly armor, wielding western swords, appeared. Knights of the Round Table from the Sun Never Sets Kingdom? You've come to join the fun too? Bai Zijuan said coldly, looking at the two. This treasure should have been in our museum in the Sun Never Sets Kingdom, but it was stolen during transport by you. Naturally, we must come to retrieve it, one of the men said. Nonsense! Wu Qianyue retorted coldly, this item was plundered from our great Xia by your Sun Never Sets Kingdom back in the day. You bandits have the audacity to come and reclaim it, how shameless! You little girl, dare to insult my Sun Never Sets Kingdom? The expressions of the two men darkened, and they immediately swung their swords at Wu Qianyue. Boom! Bai Zijuan instantly intervened, blocking the two, and said coldly, on the territory of our great Xia, if you touch my people, you are being too presumptuous. Swish! Swish! The two men then charged directly at Bai Zijuan. Bang! 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 The three of them engaged in a fierce battle, clashing intensely. Meanwhile, the American Ability Bureau enforcer Horst charged at Wu Qianyue, but a cold voice rang out, let me see just how powerful you so-called ability users are today. Boom! A beam of aurora shot towards Horst, who quickly summoned a ball of fire to defend, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Horst staggered back, and in front of him stood a figure, Su Tiancheng, the commander of East China. You are the commander of East China? Horst glared at Su Tiancheng coldly. Die! Su Tiancheng wasted no words and charged at him. Rumble! The two engaged in a fierce battle, both unleashing combat power comparable to the 5th or 6th stage of a master realm. Hee, it seems this treasure will ultimately fall into the hands of my country of Tianzhu, a chilling voice echoed. Wu Qianyue glanced over and saw a man from Tianzhu, wearing a headscarf, with cold eyes fixed on the long box in her hands. Damn it, even the Tianzhu people have come. The group surrounding Wu Qianyue darkened their expressions. Qianyue, take the item and leave quickly, we'll hold him off. The group from the Special Operations Division charged at the Tianzhu man, but he unleashed a palm strike that sent them all flying. This Tianzhu man was also a master-level powerhouse. Little girl, hand over the item. The Tianzhu man coldly demanded as he approached Wu Qianyue. Not a chance. Wu Qianyue clutched the long box tightly, her expression resolute. Seeking death. The man charged at Wu Qianyue, who instinctively closed her eyes, but at that moment, a cold voice rang out. What a bunch of rabble daring to come to our great Xia. Are you Tianzhu people looking to change your capital again? Swish! Hearing this voice, Wu Qianyue suddenly opened her eyes to see a figure standing in front of her, gripping the Tianzhu master's throat with his right hand. Qin Jun. Wu Qianyue looked at the person in surprise. The one who had struck was Qin Jun, and the master from the Tianzhu kingdom stared wide-eyed at Qin Jun. You. Back then, my father should have led the northern town army to completely annihilate your Tianzhu. Qin Jun said, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Crack! In that instant, the master from the Tianzhu kingdom had his throat crushed by Qin Jun and was thrown to the ground. His second sister had told him that 3 years ago, during that battle, the Tianzhu kingdom had also participated. The reason for their involvement was nothing more than the massacre of the Great Xia border soldiers by the Tianzhu army over a decade ago, attempting to encroach on Great Xia's territory. As a result, the king of Northern Town led 200,000 troops to crush the Tianzhu army, directly assaulting the capital of Tianzhu and ultimately forcing the Tianzhu ruler to abandon the city and flee. If the Great Xia government hadn't intervened in time to stop the war, the entire Tianzhu kingdom might have ceased to exist. However, the Northern Town army still destroyed the capital of Tianzhu, leading them to acquire a new capital. Therefore, Qin Jun held no goodwill towards the Tianzhu people. Are you okay? Qin Jun then turned to Wu Qianyue. Thank you, you've saved me once again. Wu Qianyue said gratefully. However, Qin Jun's gaze was fixed on the long box in her hand, and he asked, what treasure is inside? Just as Wu Qianyue was about to speak, a loud noise came from a distance. Su Tiancheng had severely injured Horst with a single palm and was about to kill him when a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. A mere commander from Great Xia dares to kill my ability bureau's people. Boom! In an instant, the sky above erupted with thunder, and a terrifying blue lightning bolt descended violently towards Su Tiancheng. As the lightning struck, the expressions of everyone present changed, and Su Tiancheng's pupils constricted. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the lightning. The power of this lightning was comparable to an attack from a Grandmaster-level expert. Master! At that moment, Tianfeng called out nervously. Bai Zijuan also had a serious expression, wanting to rush over, but it was already too late. The terrifying blue lightning appeared right in front of Su Tiancheng and struck down directly at him. But just at that critical moment, Qin Jun suddenly flashed in front of Su Tiancheng, and the lightning struck him instead. Boom! In an instant, Qin Jun was enveloped by the lightning, arcs of terrifying electricity flickering around him, and the overwhelming aura sent Su Tiancheng staggering back, his blood boiling. The expressions of the others changed. Qin Jun. Wu Qianyue called out anxiously. Master. Young Master Qin. The accompanying figures, the lion, blood demon, and butcher, all called out with worried expressions. Whoosh! Then, a figure appeared from the distant sea, stepping on the waves and appearing before everyone. This person was robust, wearing blue battle armor, with thick hair, a rugged face, and a fierce glint in his eyes. Surrounding him were arcs of lightning, as if a thunder god had descended, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. My lord! Horst called out to this person immediately. Are you the infamous Thunder King of the Ability Bureau from the United States? Su Tiancheng looked coldly at him. Humph. That's right, I am the Thunder King. You're lucky, a young brat is here to die for you. The Thunder King snorted coldly. Hey, I'm not dead yet. At that moment, Qin Jun's voice came out, and the lightning that enveloped him surged into his body, while he stood there as if nothing had happened, his clothes merely tattered from the strike. A perfectly good outfit ruined. You owe me a new one, Qin Jun said, glancing at the Thunder King with a pout. How is that possible? You're not hurt? The Thunder King looked at Qin Jun, who appeared completely unfazed, and was taken aback. Even the others were startled, except for Su Tiancheng, who had previously witnessed Qin Jun's terrifying power and was not too shocked. Qin Xiao is indeed Qin Xiao. It seems we were worrying unnecessarily, the butcher remarked. Master, you're amazing. The wild lion looked at Qin Jun with admiration, stars in his eyes. Damn it! The Thunder King's expression darkened as he raised both hands, two crackling balls of lightning forming in his palms. The aura emitted by these lightning balls was extremely terrifying, causing the others present to feel a suffocating sense of death. Thunder rumbled. Soon, the surroundings were filled with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, creating an atmosphere as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Be careful, this Thunder King is one of the top lightning ability users in the Supernatural Bureau, and his control over thunder is extremely powerful. Su Tiancheng warned Qin Jun. Just as Qin Jun was about to speak, the chubby boy walked over. Let me handle it. You? Qin Jun looked at the chubby boy in surprise. I haven't made a move today. If I don't act now, I won't get to enjoy the feast, the chubby boy said, pursing his lips. Can you handle this? Qin Jun asked. Don't worry, I have some knowledge of thunder techniques. The chubby boy replied nonchalantly. The crowd was shocked to see this chubby Taoist preparing to confront the Thunder King, who even the commander of the Great Xia could not contend with. Su Tiancheng expressed concern, but Qin Jun directly said, don't worry, he'll be fine. You bunch of ants, go die. The Thunder King merged the lightning balls in his hands into a super lightning ball over a meter in diameter, flashing with brilliant blue arcs, and hurled it towards the chubby boy and Qin Jun. Boom! As the lightning ball shot out, a terrifying aura swept through the air, and the deafening thunder echoed, overwhelming everyone else. The chubby boy appeared remarkably calm in the face of this. He formed a hand seal and suddenly shouted, lightning summoning technique. Immediately, he brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together and pointed to the sky. Boom! In an instant, a deafening thunderclap resonated from the heavens, echoing throughout the East Sea. At that moment, a purple lightning bolt tore through the sky, illuminating the entire night like a giant purple dragon breaking through the void. This scene left Su Tiancheng, Bai Zijuan, Wu Qianyue, Tianfeng, Horst, and the two roundtable knights dumbfounded. Even many people in the Great Xia, witnessing the purple lightning illuminating the night, were startled. They had never seen such terrifying thunder. Deep within Longhu Mountain, an ancient pair of eyes suddenly opened, gazing at the purple lightning in the night, exclaiming, such powerful lightning techniques, could it be that some ancient cultivator has awakened in this world? At this moment, cries of astonishment erupted from Kunlun Mountain, the 10,000 Great Mountains, and Qingqing Mountain. With the arrival of this purple lightning, the entire Great Xia trembled. Simultaneously, as the purple lightning descended, the massive lightning ball conjured by the Thunder King seemed to be under some kind of pressure and dissipated on its own. This scene left the Thunder King dumbfounded. Boom! The next second, the purple lightning surged forth like a purple dragon, directly engulfing the Thunder King, producing a deafening roar. Then, an endless wave of thunderous energy erupted, sending the others present flying. The distant sea surface surged with towering waves, as if it were about to overturn the heavens and the earth. The energy released by the purple lightning continued for over 10 minutes before finally dissipating. When the thunder finally dissipated, a massive pit with a diameter of several dozen meters and an unfathomable depth appeared where the Thunder King had stood, and the ground around it was completely cracked, resembling a spider web. As for the Thunder King, he was naturally reduced to nothing. At this moment, everyone else at the scene was dumbfounded. Even Qin Jun's eyes flickered with a strange light, and then he looked at the chubby boy and said irritably, "Why make such a big fuss over such a small character?" "Well, I haven't used this in a long time, and I didn't control the intensity well." The chubby boy scratched his head awkwardly. "Damn, this chubby boy is too awesome, right?" The mad lion couldn't help but curse, and even the blood demon and the butcher had shocked expressions on their faces. They were all used to grand scenes, having been imprisoned in the death prison, but what had just happened still left them greatly shaken. At this moment, Bai Zijuan and Su Tianshang were both staring at the chubby boy, their faces serious, and Tianfeng couldn't help but mutter, "Wow, it turns out this little Taoist is the real deal." Just as everyone was in shock, Horst and the two round table knights were so frightened that they wanted to flee without saying a word, but Qin Jun slashed out with his sword, sending all three of them to hell. He then approached Wu Qianyue and snatched the box from her hands. "I want to see what treasure is worth so many people wanting it." He immediately opened the box, and clang! A sharp sword chant rang out. Inside the box lay a long sword that was entirely black, with mysterious patterns on the blade, exuding a chilling aura. This. Qin Jun looked at the sword, his gaze sharpening. He could tell at a glance that this sword was not an ordinary item, even not inferior to the blood-drinking sword in his hand. "What kind of sword is this?" Qin Jun asked curiously. "This sword is called Chengying, one of the top 10 famous swords of the Great Xia," Wu Qianyue introduced. "Chengying?" Qin Jun's eyes flickered as he said, "It's a good sword." He then directly stated, "I'll take this sword as payment for saving you today." Swish! Upon hearing this, Wu Qianyue's expression changed. "This is a treasure of the Great Xia. It must be submitted to the National Treasury." Submit to the National Treasury? Who knows when it might be snatched away by those foreigners again. "Let me keep it safe," Qin Jun replied, his gaze sweeping over Su Tiancheng and Bai Zijuan. "Do you have any objections?" Swish! Swish! The two commanders' expressions changed, and Su Tiancheng said, "If it weren't for you and this little Taoist intervening today, this sword would have probably been taken by the Americans. I think it's indeed more appropriate for you to keep it. As long as this sword remains in the Great Xia, it doesn't matter. Submitting it to the National Treasury would only let a famous sword gather dust." Bai Zijuan's eyes flickered for a few seconds but did not speak. "All right, then I'll take it." Qin Jun was not polite and directly took the Chengying sword and left. Once Qin Jun and the others departed, the group from the Special Operations Division looked at Bai Zijuan. "Commander, this sword was ordered to be retrieved by the Elder, and now we've just let him take it. How do we explain this to the Elder?" Bai Zijuan did not respond, but Tianfeng curled his lip. "The Elder is useless. That guy even dares to kill the steward of the Yenawang Hall. Looks like you and I need to return to the imperial capital." Bai Zijuan's gaze swept over Su Tianshang, who nodded in agreement. The next day, as soon as Qin Jun returned to the imperial capital, he received news. His second sister had been captured for destroying the Lin family and killing the current Grand Tutor, and she was to be publicly executed. Upon receiving this news, Qin Jun instantly exploded. "In the imperial capital, where is my second sister now?" Qin Jun asked coldly. Cold Feng replied, "Young master, your second sister has already been taken to woman for execution." Swish! Immediately, Qin Jun's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent. He directly handed the Chengying sword to Leng Feng and said, "This sword is called Chengying. From now on, it will be your accompanying sword." As Leng Feng held the Chengying, one of the top 10 famous swords of the Great Xia, his expression changed. "Young master, no need to say more. Take this sword and follow me to rescue my second sister." Qin Jun coldly commanded. "Yes, young master." Leng Feng grasped the sword with his left hand, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent. "Qin Jun, do not act impulsively." Suddenly, an old yet powerful voice came from behind. Wei Zhenghua's figure appeared, and Qin Jun quickly called out, "Grandpa Wei." "Kid, since you still call me Grandpa Wei, then you shouldn't go to the noon gate today." Wei Zhenghua looked directly at Qin Jun and said, "My second sister is about to be executed, how can I not go?" Qin Jun's expression darkened as he spoke directly. "I know about this matter, but your second sister openly exterminated the entire Lin family and even killed Lin Wuwei, the current Grand Tutor. This has caused a stir in the court, and several cabinet elders have jointly petitioned for her severe punishment. Moreover, the Jun Tian Group, under Ji Zixuan, has controlled most of the Great Xia's economic lifeline for many years, making the court wary of them and eager to eliminate them. This time, her actions have provided the court with an excuse. Anyone who tries to save her will be opposing the entire Great Xia. Most importantly, they are not only targeting your second sister but also using her to deal with you. The Noon Gate is already surrounded by heavy troops, with powerful figures from the Supervisory Court, Yenawang Hall, and the Special Operations Division lying in ambush. If you go, you will only accompany your second sister to her grave." Wei Zhenghua said to Qin Jun one by one. So what? Today, whoever dares to touch my second sister, I will kill. I don't mind turning this imperial capital into a river of blood. Qin Jun shouted with a face full of killing intent. Immediately, Wei Zhenghua's expression changed as he looked at Qin Jun. Do not speak recklessly. Grandpa Wei, I'm sorry, but today no one can stop me. After he finished speaking, he left directly. Alas, Wei Zhenghua couldn't help but sigh. Marshal, what should we do now? The military knife looked at Wei Zhenghua, who narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, we can only wait for that person to take action. In the center of the imperial capital, the noon gate stood tall, surrounded by fully armed imperial guards, impenetrable. All around, countless martial artists shadowed the area, their breaths steady, guarding the place so tightly that not a drop of water could leak through, creating a scene of stern vigilance. In this heavily guarded central area, a simple yet solemn execution platform was prominently visible. On the platform, Ji Zixuan was escorted up by two celestial realm martial artists. Although her limbs were tightly bound by specially made chains, which seemed to have a spiritual light flowing over them, clearly designed to suppress a powerhouse like her. Facing Ji Zixuan stood an old man, his golden hair wildly flowing like a raging tide, his expression imposing without anger, with eyes as cold and deep as stars, examining Ji Zixuan with an irresistible aura. He was the ninth elder of Yanhuan Hall. At this moment, a white-haired elder stood beside him. This man was Bai Zizai, the director of the Special Operations Division, with Bai Zijuan, the commander of Central China, and Su Tianshang, the commander of Eastern China, standing behind him. In addition, there was He Zhendong, one of the four marshals of the War Department, and Fang Wuhan, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. Even the Azure Dragon War God and the White Tiger War God were present. Today, the Noon Gate was truly a gathering of big shots. At this moment, the air was filled with an indescribable atmosphere of killing intent, a storm brewing silently. Ji Zixuan, you have defied the law and exterminated the Lin family, even killing our great Xia's first-rank official, Grand Tutor Lin. This is a grave crime. Today, we will impose the death penalty on you according to the law, to demonstrate the authority of the nation. He Zhendong declared to Ji Zixuan. He. In response, Ji Zixuan smiled lightly, her eyes filled with disdain. Arrogant girl, facing death, and still unaware of the situation. No need to waste words with her, just kill her. The ninth elder of the Yanhuan Hall shouted expressionlessly. Yes. He Zhendong nodded and was about to announce the execution, but at that moment, a cold voice rang out, who dares to touch my second sister? Boom! Immediately, a deafening sound erupted, and all the guards of the outer forbidden army were sent flying, clearing a path in the middle. Qin Jun, holding the blood-drinking sword, walked over with a fierce expression, followed by Lung Feng, Crazy Lion, Tiger, Little Fatty, Blood Demon, Butcher, and others. As Qin Jun appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed. The ninth elder of the Yanhuan Hall said coldly, as expected, he came. He looked at Ji Zixuan and sneered, it seems this kid cares about you quite a bit. The heir has arrived, you two should be on your way. Ji Zixuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. At this moment, she did not resemble a prisoner but rather a queen in control of everything. It's you two who are going to meet your end. Today, I will send you both to hell to see Qin Longxiang. The ninth elder said coldly. Qin Jun, you dare to intrude on the execution ground, this is a blatant contempt for the law of the land, a grave crime. Someone, take him down. He Zhendong glared at Qin Jun. Instantly, all the forbidden army present aimed their weapons at Qin Jun and the others, and a great battle was about to break out. Swish! At this moment, the Azure Dragon War God appeared before Qin Jun and said, you shouldn't have come. If you don't want to die, get out of the way immediately. Qin Jun scolded without any politeness. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Do you really think you're still that heir of the Northern Territory, backed by the King of the North, untouchable? The White Tiger War God, Xiaotian, walked over, looking at Qin Jun with disdain. Swish! Lang Feng's expression changed as he looked at Xiaotian, his left hand tightly gripping the Changying sword, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable killing intent. He spat at Qin Jun, young master, he is the White Tiger War God, Xiaotian. Xiaotian glanced at Lung Feng. Aren't you that little guard from the King of the North's mansion back then? I thought you had died after my commander severed your arm. I didn't expect you to still be hanging around with this guy. Lung Feng stared coldly at him, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. What? You still want to kill my commander? A cripple, truly unaware of your own limitations. Xiaotian mocked. He can't kill you, but I can. Suddenly, Qin Jun's voice turned cold and ruthless. Boom! In an instant, Qin Jun charged at the White Tiger War God with his sword. Boom! As Qin Jun drew his sword, his momentum surged like a rainbow, the sword in his hand radiating a mesmerizing bloodlight, devouring the soul. Xiao Yan, however, merely smiled disdainfully. An ant that doesn't know its place. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted around Xiao Yan. He flipped his right palm, and his 5 fingers instantly transformed into sharp tiger claws, gathering a surging true energy, like thunder roaring across the sky, carrying unmatched power, heading straight for Qin Jun's dazzling sword. Where the claw shadows passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, accompanied by a deep and shocking tiger roar, the momentum so strong it felt like the heavens were collapsing, instilling fear. At this moment, Xiaotian's face was filled with immense confidence. He firmly believed this strike would completely crush Qin Jun, turning the Northern Territory heir, who dared to challenge his authority, into dust under this fierce claw wind, ceasing to exist. But the thought was beautiful, while reality was harsh. When Xiaotian's claw struck against Qin Jun's sword, he let out a piercing scream. His palm was actually severed by Qin Jun's sword, and Qin Jun's sword continued its unstoppable path towards Xiaotian. Swish! Xiao Tian's pupils suddenly constricted, as if drawn by an invisible force. The bloodline power hidden deep within his body surged forth like a slumbering beast awakened violently. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar erupted from his throat, echoing between heaven and earth, shaking every inch of air. Immediately after, a blinding white light shot out from within him, and within that brilliance, the outline of an unmatched white giant tiger faintly emerged. This giant tiger bared its fangs and claws, exuding a chilling and domineering aura that was unstoppable as it pounced fiercely towards Qin Jun, as if to tear him apart. This guy's bloodline has actually awakened to this extent? The Azure Dragon War God glanced at Xiao Tian, his expression changing. As soon as the white tiger appeared, it radiated an overwhelming pressure that left everyone gasping for breath. Qin Jun, however, swung his sword fiercely, colliding with the white tiger. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and terrifying energy scattered in all directions. The Azure Dragon War God quickly waved a wave of azure light to block the ripples of energy from spreading. Then, the white tiger was cleaved in half by Qin Jun's sword, and Xiao Tian's pupils shrank as he shouted, "How is this possible?" Before he could react, Qin Jun's sword pierced directly through his chest. Put! Xiao Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on Qin Jun. "You put!" Before he could finish, Qin Jun twisted his sword, and his body instantly exploded, turning into a pile of severed limbs scattered across the ground. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. The White Tiger War God, one of the 10 great war gods of the Great Xia, had just died like that? At this moment, the scene fell into silence. The face of the 9th elder of the Yanhuan Hall was extremely grim. "Who else wants to die?" Qin Jun said coldly. "You little yellow-haired brat, do you really think no one in the Great Xia can deal with you?" Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Then, a middle-aged man in a black robe, with a square face and crew cut, walked over step by step. With each step he took, his aura surged, and by the time he reached Qin Jun, his momentum had reached its peak, giving off a feeling of being unparalleled and shaking the world. This man's gaze was like a torch, and his aura was stronger than that of the previous White Tiger War God. The invincible War God, he has also come. Su Tiancheng looked at this person in surprise, and this man was none other than the invincible War God, Lu Jingho, one of the 10 great war gods of the Great Xia. "Don't you know? That guy killed the young master of the Lu family." Bai Zijuan said coldly. "This guy really has enemies everywhere." Su Tianqing sighed, then looked at Bai Zizai. "My lord, are we really going to take action against him?" The director of the Special Operations Department stared at Qin Jun and said, "Just watch the show, no need for us to take action." "Who are you?" Qin Jun looked at this person coldly. "Invincible War God, Lu Jingho." As these 7 words were spoken, the scene erupted in a frenzy. The invincible War God was a legendary figure, even more formidable than the White Tiger War God, having never suffered a defeat since the age of 20. Who would have thought that even such a person would appear? Invincible War God? That title sounds impressive, but I wonder if you truly have invincible strength, Qin Jun snorted coldly. "Killing you is enough." As Lu Jingho's voice fell, he shouted, "Eight desolate fist." Boom! As he threw this punch, the surrounding air shattered, and this punch seemed to possess the might to tread the 8 desolates and sweep through the heavens. What powerful fist techniques! The others were greatly shocked upon seeing this. Even the 9th elder of the Yanhuan Hall furrowed his brows and said, "Where did this guy learn such martial arts?" Among the 10 great war gods of the Great Xia, only this invincible war god remained unknown regarding his master. Interesting. As Qin Jun watched the opponent's punch come at him, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The martial technique being used was not simple, it was at least a heavenly level martial skill. Just like cultivation methods, martial skills are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Heavenly level martial skills are among the most elite, and since Qin Jun was released from prison, he had never seen anyone use a heavenly level martial skill. Boom! In an instant, Lu Jingho's punch came crashing in, the terrifying force causing Qin Jun's clothes to flutter as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Qin Jun sheathed his sword and threw out a punch of his own. He did not use any martial technique, it was the purest form of a punch. Bang! As their fists collided, a dull, thunderous sound erupted, shaking the eardrums of everyone present, causing many to bleed from their ears. The ground beneath them instantly shattered and collapsed, and the terrifying shockwave spread out, even forcing the Azure Dragon War God to stagger backward repeatedly. Put! Immediately, a sound of spitting blood rang out, and Lu Jingho, the undefeated war god, was sent flying back dozens of meters, finally kneeling on the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Everyone was dumbfounded. "You have lost," Qin Jun said coldly to Lu Jingho. The three words struck Lu Jingho's ears like a heavy blow, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. He muttered to himself, "I have lost, I actually lost. No, this is impossible. I am the undefeated war god, how could I lose?" Lu Jingho's eyes fixed on Qin Jun, roaring, "I will not lose." Boom! Lu Jingho immediately burned his essence blood, forcibly increasing his strength, ready to fight Qin Jun again. However, before he could make a move, Qin Jun's punch pierced through his body. "Who dares to claim invincibility in front of me?" Qin Jun coldly looked at Lu Jingho, whose body fell to the ground with a thud, eyes wide open in death. Meanwhile, in a mysterious place, a figure suddenly changed expression and shouted, "Jingho's life token has shattered? Who dares to kill my disciple?" Suddenly, a voice filled with authority echoed. In the imperial capital's woman, following the White Tiger War God, the undefeated war god also met a tragic end at Qin Jun's hands. At this moment, Qin Jun's image completely transformed in the eyes of the crowd. His terror was comparable to that of the former king of the north. The ninth elder of the Yanhuang Hall stared at Qin Jun, his killing intent surging wildly. The stronger Qin Jun became, the more he deserved to die. The Yanhuang Hall would not allow a second king of the north to appear. Clap, clap, clap. In this moment of silence, a sudden round of applause erupted, leaving everyone stunned. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, the sound of applause rang out abruptly. The guards stationed outside automatically parted to make way, and four figures cloaked in dark robes slowly entered. Among them, a man in his 50s with graying hair sat in a wheelchair. His slightly murky eyes were deep and inscrutable, as if they could swallow all probing gazes around him, and he emitted no aura of a martial artist, appearing as ordinary as a neighborly old man. In an instant, all eyes in the venue focused on the man in the wheelchair. "Isn't that Director Chen of the Supervisory Institute, who hasn't been seen for a long time? He actually came. This Director Chen hasn't appeared for 3 years, why is he in a wheelchair now?" Many recognized the identity of the man in the wheelchair and exclaimed in surprise. This person was indeed Chen Hanlin, the director of the Supervisory Institute overseeing all officials. However, since 3 years ago, this director had not appeared before the public, and now that he reappeared in a wheelchair, it naturally shocked everyone. Upon learning the man's identity, Qin Jun's eyes narrowed, coldly staring at the director of the Supervisory Institute. "The Northern King truly has a good son, and he has hidden it so deeply that all of us thought you were just a playboy who only knows how to indulge in pleasure." Chen Hanlin looked at Qin Jun and clapped his hands, laughing sinisterly. Then he touched his own legs and spat. "Do you know who crippled these legs of mine? My father." Qin Jun replied directly. Swish! Chen Hanlin's gaze suddenly sharpened, and in his slightly murky eyes, madness and killing intent burned like a raging fire. His expression was as cold as frost, staring intently at Qin Jun, each word squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "That's right, these legs of mine have been rendered so broken, thanks to your father. For the past 3 years, my heart has been filled with killing intent and anger at all times, but unfortunately, there was nowhere to vent it, until you were released from prison. This opportunity to vent has finally come." As he spoke, Chen Hanlin's hands clenched into fists, spasming as he gripped his useless legs, as if trying to merge all his resentment into this action. He exuded a chilling aura that made one's heart race, like a vengeful soul crawling out from the abyss, vowing to turn everything to ashes. At that moment, everyone present felt an inexplicable chill, penetrating to the bone, making their scalps tingle and shudder. As Chen Hanlin's words fell, the four figures in black robes behind him revealed their bloodthirsty eyes and directly approached Qin Jun. These four emanated a strong aura of killing intent, as if they had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Boom! 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 Then, their cultivation erupted, all at the 6th stage of the Master Realm. This scene stunned everyone. The 6th stage of the Master Realm could rank among the top 10 on the heavenly ranking. The Supervisory Institute actually has 4 experts at the 6th stage of the Master Realm? Why was there no news of this? At this moment, Su Tianqing's expression changed, surprised. Back then, Chen Hanlin selected a group of elites to go to the Purgatory battlefield. These 4 should have come from there, the director of the Special Operations Department replied. Upon hearing the words Purgatory battlefield, both Su Tianqing and Bai Zijuan's expressions changed, revealing a serious demeanor. Seeing this, the 9th elder of the Yenuang Hall revealed a cold smile. It seems there's no need for me to take action today. At this time, the 4 had already reached Qin Jun, their combined killing intent forming an invisible domain that enveloped him. In that moment, the air around Qin Jun froze. The invisible killing intent surged towards Qin Jun like a flood breaking through a dam, its might comparable to the pressure of a 7th-stage Master Realm expert. Yet Qin Jun appeared extremely calm. He glanced at the 4 and then looked at Chen Hanlin in the wheelchair, disdainfully saying, "Just these 4 want to cripple me? Go!" Chen Hanlin let out a beast-like roar. Instantly, the 4 charged towards Qin Jun, their speed incredibly fast, appearing before him in the blink of an eye, each unleashing a killing technique aimed directly at Qin Jun's vital points. As these 4 made their move, the power they unleashed, combined with their terrifying killing techniques, would be difficult for even a 7th-stage Master Realm expert to withstand. Truly terrifying, coming from the Purgatory battlefield. Su Tianqing exclaimed. Cold Feng and Huzi's eyes showed concern, ready to intervene, but were stopped by Blood Demon and Butcher. Don't worry, young Master Qin will be fine. They had immense confidence in Qin Jun. After all, the likes of these 4 existed in the dead prison, not 1,000 but at least 800, yet they all obediently submitted at young Master Qin's feet. Boom! At this critical moment, Qin Jun gripped the long sword in his right hand and slashed out like lightning. In an instant, a blood-red, enchanting sword light erupted, charging towards the 4 individuals. At that moment, the sword in Qin Jun's hand resembled a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, ready to devour these 4 6th-tier masters. Boom! The next second, endless explosive sounds echoed one after another. Qin Jun and the 4 were completely enveloped by the blood-red sword light, obscuring the situation within. After a long while, the sword light gradually dissipated, revealing Qin Jun's figure. He still stood there, holding the sword, which now glowed with a sinister bloodlight, a hint of bloodthirsty energy about to erupt. As for the 4 6th-tier masters, they had all turned into a pile of minced flesh, their bodies unrecognizable. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. 4 6th-tier masters were actually slain by Qin Jun alone? Was he even human? Such talent was terrifyingly monstrous. 3 years ago, my father crippled your legs. Today, I will take your life. At this moment, Qin Jun looked at Chen Hanlin and issued a decree like that of the King of Hell. Whoosh! In an instant, he swung his sword towards the opponent, while Chen Hanlin, with a pair of eyes gleaming with a sinister and eerie light, sat in his wheelchair, making no move, appearing as if he was waiting for death. But for some reason, Qin Jun felt something was off. Whoosh! In an instant, Qin Jun's sword pierced into Chen Hanlin's body, but the latter's eyes suddenly erupted with a frenzied expression. He fiercely grasped the sword and spat at Qin Jun. Kid, die! Boom! In that moment, an invisible roar exploded in Qin Jun's ears. He immediately focused his gaze on Chen Hanlin. You actually. Boom! At this moment, Chen Hanlin's eyes locked onto Qin Jun, and an invisible force surged directly into his brain, rushing towards his soul. This scene caused Qin Jun's expression to change, while the others present looked on in confusion, but Ji Zishuan and the chubby boy's eyes narrowed, as if they had sensed something. Ah, kid, die. Chen Hanlin looked at Qin Jun with a mad expression and shouted. But the next second, when he saw Qin Jun looking at him with a disdainful gaze, he froze. You! Chen Hanlin's eyes widened as he stared at Qin Jun. A mere half-baked soul attack, and you think you can kill me? Qin Jun scoffed. How is that possible? How could you be unharmed? This is impossible, Chen Hanlin shouted. Qin Jun twisted the sword embedded in his body, instantly tearing apart the body of the head of the Inspection Institute. He died without ever understanding why his soul attack had no effect on Qin Jun. Thud! As Chen Hanlin's body was shredded, a black token suddenly fell from him. Qin Jun picked up the mysterious token, and in an instant, a chilling aura crawled up his fingertips to his heart, making him shiver involuntarily. The token was entirely covered in a pitch-black darkness, with a solitary character's soul engraved on it, simple yet exuding an indescribable eeriness. When Qin Jun's gaze met the character's soul, it seemed to come alive, transforming into a swirling black vortex, with an endless allure, attempting to draw his soul into the unknown abyss. In a flash, Qin Jun's eyes suddenly focused, like cold stars flickering. He exerted force and tightly grasped the token filled with temptation and danger. As the warmth from his palm spread, the chilling aura gradually subsided, and Qin Jun's expression returned to its usual calm and composure. He took a deep breath, glanced at the token, and murmured to himself, this token is indeed extraordinary, even I almost fell under its spell. It seems this old thing can unleash soul attacks, all thanks to this token. Qin Jun speculated silently. He directly put the token away, preparing to study it thoroughly when he returned. At this moment, He Shindong glared at Qin Jun and shouted, "Qin Jun, you dare to kill the head of the Supervisory Institute? Do you still have any respect for the law of the country? Director Bai, aren't you going to take down this lotifying scoundrel?" Hearing He Shindong's words, Bai Zizai replied calmly, "Commander He, this kid is too strong. I'm afraid my old bones won't be able to handle him. You should go instead." "You." He Shindong's expression changed immediately, looking very ugly. Although he was one of the 4 marshals of the Great Xia, his cultivation was only half a step into the master realm. Asking him to deal with Qin Jun was akin to seeking death. He then cast his gaze towards the 9th elder of the Yanhuan Hall. At this moment, the 9th elder coldly looked at Qin Jun and said, "Kid, it seems we really underestimated you. Had I known today would come, 3 years ago, I would have personally eradicated you." "Is that so? What a pity. 3 years ago, I didn't die, now it's you and your Yanhuan Hall people who will die," Qin Jun said coldly and mercilessly. "Impudent!" The 9th elder shouted sternly, "Do you think with your current strength you can contend with the Yanhuan Hall? You are simply overestimating yourself. Today, I will let you know that in the Great Xia, the Yanhuan Hall is the law, no one can defy it." With the 9th elder's command, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from him. Boom! As this pressure swept out, the air within a 100-meter radius of the woman gate solidified, and most people within this range were forced to kneel, their faces showing fear. Master level 7. He is actually a Grand Master. Many people exclaimed as they looked at the 9th elder of the Yanhuan Hall. Although the 4 people brought by Chen Hanlin had just unleashed the might of a Master level 7, they were not true Grand Masters. However, this 9th elder was a genuine Grand Master. Although he was only at Master level 7, he was still a Grand Master. The difference between a Grand Master and a Master is like heaven and earth, despite only one word separating them. At this moment, as the 9th elder unleashed his Grand Master might, he directly suppressed the entire scene. In that moment, the 9th elder seemed to be the ruler of this space, controlling the life and death of everyone. His eyes blazed as he looked at Qin Jun and shouted, "Kid, if you kneel before me now, I might make your death a bit more merciful." "Merciful my ass!" Qin Jun roared, pushing off with his feet like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the 9th elder. Seeking death. The 9th elder's expression darkened, and he struck down towards Qin Jun with a palm. Boom! As his palm struck out, endless true energy surged forth, transforming into a gigantic hand that slammed down towards Qin Jun. This palm was like the Buddha's divine palm, aiming to suppress Qin Jun, the Monkey King. But Qin Jun gripped his sword with both hands and slashed out. Bang! This sword, glowing with bloodlight, erupted with endless bloodthirsty energy, directly shattering the 9th elder's palm. Staggering back, the 9th elder was forced back several meters, staring at Qin Jun in disbelief. He looked at the sword in Qin Jun's hand and asked, "What kind of sword is that in your hand, to have such immense power?" As he spoke, everyone focused on the long sword in Qin Jun's hand, which shimmered with bloodlight. Could it be that this kid's strength is so great because of this sword? What kind of divine weapon is this, to possess such power? Now it makes sense. I was wondering how he could be so strong at such a young age. It turns out he is relying on the power of this weapon. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar, all believing that Qin Jun's strength was entirely due to the sword in his hand. Many even looked at the sword with greedy eyes. The dead don't need to know these things, Qin Jun said expressionlessly. Immediately, the 9th elder's face changed repeatedly, his gaze flickering. Suddenly, he moved and vanished from his spot. Qin Jun's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to act, the 9th elder appeared directly on the execution platform, grabbing Ji Zishuan by the throat and coldly shouting at Qin Jun, "Kid, if you don't want this woman to die, put down your sword immediately." Swish! Qin Jun's expression turned cold as he glared at the other man, shouting, "If you dare to harm my second sister in the slightest, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Hurry and put down the sword, or I will kill this girl right now." The 9th elder shouted. This 9th elder is truly shameless, actually using a woman as a shield. Su Tiansheng sneered upon seeing this. However, Bai Zizai suddenly said, "He probably has the wrong person." Just then, Qin Jun was about to speak when Ji Zishuan suddenly said, "You think you can threaten the air with me, old man? Do you really think I'm useless? Ha!" The 9th elder was momentarily stunned by Ji Zishuan's words, and in that instant of distraction, the chains binding her hands and feet suddenly erupted with a loud bang, shattering into countless pieces. How is this possible? The 9th elder's face turned ashen. It should be known that these chains were meticulously crafted by the Yanhuang Hall. Even a 9th-level master would find it impossible to break free once locked. How did Ji Zishuan manage to do this? At that moment, a cold and disdainful voice suddenly rang in the 9th Elder's ears. "Hoof, you old fools really think you can take me down? You!" At this moment, the 9th Elder of the Yanhuang Hall stared wide-eyed at Ji Zishuan, and before he could finish his sentence, she struck out with a palm like lightning. Put! This palm sent the 9th Elder flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood violently. Not only did Ji Zishuan's palm severely injure him, but it also shattered all of his Dantian meridians. In an instant, the 9th Elder's mastery as a grandmaster dissipated, and he aged decades in an instant, resembling a frail old man. This sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. Even Qin Jun showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, clearly not expecting his second sister to possess such strength. That last palm strike was something he himself wouldn't have been completely confident in withstanding. At this moment, Su Tianshan, Bai Zijuan, and the Azure Dragon War God all changed their expressions, staring intently at Ji Zishuan. Meanwhile, the 9th Elder, lying on the ground and feeling his cultivation dissipate, stared at Ji Zishuan in disbelief. You actually crippled my entire cultivation? Did you really think that just because you old men are here, you could do anything to me? You still want to use me to threaten my family's heir? You really don't know your own limits. If it weren't to draw you behind the scenes out and deal with you all at once, I would have crushed you to death long ago during the Lin family incident. Ji Zishuan coldly declared with disdain. Her words shocked the others, clearly not expecting that everything was a trap set by her. It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, not far away, on a building, Wei Zhangwei and a graying old man sat together. The old man took a sip of tea and leisurely said, "It seems there's no need for me to take action." Wei Zhangwei gazed at Ji Zishuan in the distance and said in a deep voice, "This queen of the Daxia business world is hiding herself so deeply, it seems her identity is not simple. In Daxia, the only family with the surname Ji is probably that one." The elderly man in his 50s put down his teacup and spat. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Wei Zhangwei was first taken aback, then he thought of something, his pupils constricting as he exclaimed, "Could it be?" He did not finish his sentence, but his eyes were filled with shock. Then, his gaze sharpened, and he questioned, if she really is from that family, then why was she taken as an adopted daughter by the king of the north? That would have to be asked of Qin Longxiang, the old man replied. It seems he has been plotting for a long time. 7 adopted daughters, I fear the others are not simple either, the old man said quietly. Puff! At the same time, upon hearing Ji Zishuan's words, the 9th Elder of the Yanhuang Hall spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Ji Zishuan with eyes that seemed ready to burst. You wretched woman, the Yanhuang Hall will never let you go. Slap! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jun appeared in front of him and slapped him, sending the 9th Elder flying to the ground in a dog-eat-dog position. The others from the Yanhuang Hall will soon come down to accompany you, Qin Jun said coldly. He gripped his sword and walked towards the opponent. Seeing Qin Jun approach with the sword, the 9th Elder's pupils shrank, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. You can't kill me! The 9th Elder shouted, then turned to Bai Zizai and the others, roaring, Bai Zizai, Qinglong War God, Feng Wuan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take this bastard down. If I die, you all will have to accompany me in death. Bai Chief, are you not going to make a move? If the 9th Elder dies here, you should know what the consequences will be. At this moment, He Jindong shouted at Bai Zizai, the chief of the Special Operations Division. Swish! Immediately, the Qinglong War God and the Deputy Commander Feng Wuhan stood in front of Qin Jun. His cultivation has been wasted, he can no longer pose a threat. Just spare his life, the Qinglong War God said to Qin Jun. At this time, Bai Zizai spoke to Qin Jun, young Master Qin, I can request the higher-ups to pardon your second sister's crimes. Let today's matter end here. End? Qin Jun's gaze sharpened, and a cold smile curved his lips. This is just the beginning. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from him, forcing the Qinglong War God and Feng Wuhan to stagger back, and he swung his sword towards the 9th Elder. Puff! In an instant, the body of the 9th Elder of the Yanhuang Hall was cleaved in two by Qin Jun's sword, blood staining the ground. This scene caused everyone present to change their expressions. It's over. He Jindong's face darkened, looking very grim. He shouted at Bai Zizai, Bai Chief, Qinglong War God, you all must take this child down immediately, or we will all be unable to report back to the Yanhuang Hall. Report back? It's just a Yanhuang Hall, what's there to report? Suddenly, a cold voice came. A stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair walked over, surrounded by a group of people, exuding an aura of authority. Beside her was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. Fourth sister. Qin Jun called out to the golden-haired woman, who was indeed his fourth sister, Si Ruching. "Young master, are you alright?" Si Ruching hurried over, looking at Qin Jun with concern. "I'm fine, fourth sister. What brings you here?" Qin Jun asked. Si Ruching looked at the bespectacled man in a suit and said, "Secretary Li, it's time to announce it." Secretary Li, He Jindong, Bai Zizai, and the Qinglong war god all looked at the man and respectfully called out. This person is none other than the personal secretary of the current ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom. At this moment, Secretary Li spoke up. "The ruler's decree grants amnesty to Ji Zishuan, the chairman of the Jun Tian Group, for all her crimes, and also grants amnesty to Qin Jun, the son of the Northern King, for all his offenses. Today's matter ends here." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd changed. He Jindong immediately said, "Secretary Li, this kid not only killed the White Tiger war god and the Invincible war god today, but even the ninth elder of the Yenhuang Hall died at his hands. Is this all just going to be overlooked?" "What? Marshal He, do you have objections to the ruler's decision?" Secretary Li adjusted his glasses and glanced at He Jindong. "I wouldn't dare." He Jindong quickly shook his head. "So much nonsense." Suddenly, Qin Jun's voice rang out. "Put." The next second, a line of blood appeared at He Jindong's throat, his eyes bulging wide. He reached out to cover his throat, but the blood gushed out uncontrollably. With a thud, He Jindong fell to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then breathed his last. The one who drew the sword was naturally Qin Jun. Ha! This sudden scene even stunned Secretary Li. He looked at Qin Jun, mouth agape, his face full of helplessness. The others, witnessing Qin Jun kill a current marshal without a word, were all shocked by his ruthless methods. "Ha, today is truly a good show." At this silent moment, a light, airy laugh suddenly came. When the laughter rang out, Qin Jun and the others turned their gazes to see a disheveled man with a scruffy beard, sitting cross-legged atop the noon gate, holding a jug of wine, looking quite drunk and laughing heartily. "It's him!" Qin Jun's expression changed as he looked at the man. This man was none other than the drunkard Qin Jun had encountered at the Jianhai Tavern. He didn't expect to see him here. This guy is really not simple. Qin Jun muttered to himself as he looked at the man. From their first meeting, he had sensed that this person was not just an ordinary drunkard, and now the fact that he could appear here unnoticed further proved his extraordinary nature. "Who are you?" At this moment, Bai Zizai, Secretary Li, and the others all looked at the man. "Me? I'm just a rough fellow who enjoys a bit of wine and likes to watch plays. Today's show is really lively. Ha ha ha." The man laughed heartily, took another big swig from his jug. "Young master, this guy is not simple." Ji Zishuan walked over and reminded Qin Jun. Qin Jun then looked at the man and said, "Senior, we meet again. Did you not say before that you wanted to try the wine from the drunken immortal tower? How about I treat you to a drink today?" Whoosh! As soon as Qin Jun finished speaking, the man appeared right in front of him, looking at him with drooling anticipation. "Are you serious? Don't you dare lie to me." Seeing the man's speed, Qin Jun's pupils constricted, then he smiled and said, "Of course not. What should I call you, senior? Just call me Old Ghost. What are we waiting for? Let's go." The man immediately pulled Qin Jun to leave, while Ji Zishuan and Si Ruching both watched him closely, on guard. Where did this strong person come from? Su Tianqing's eyes flickered, while Bai Zijuan coldly said, "No matter how many strong people there are, they can't stop the wrath of the Yenhuang Hall." Meanwhile, in the drunken immortal tower, this wine is really refreshing. At this moment, Old Ghost sat there, drinking the drunken immortal brew in large gulps, with 7 or 8 empty bottles of the brew already in front of him. Qin Jun said, "Senior, you really have a great capacity for alcohol." "Ha, kid, you have no idea that I've been thinking about the drunken brew from the drunken immortal tower all this time. Unfortunately, damn it, it's too expensive. I couldn't afford a sip even if I sold myself. Luckily, there's you, my dear." Old Ghost realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself, saying, "Fortunately, you little brat are treating." Qin Jun smiled slightly, not minding it. It was the Mad Lion and the Butcher who murmured to Qin Jun, "Master, this guy feels like a drunkard just here to swindle some wine. It's a waste to let him drink this wine worth over 100 million. Hey, what are you guys saying? Am I the kind of person who swindles wine?" Old Ghost said seriously. After exchanging glances, the Mad Lion and the Butcher replied, "Looks like it." Instantly, Old Ghost's face turned awkward, and Qin Jun said, "It's fine, as long as there's wine at the drunken immortal tower today, drink as much as you want." "Really? Do you have enough money? Don't end up unable to pay. I don't have money to give you." Old Ghost pouted. "Money is just a number to me," Qin Jun said with a playful smile. "Awesome." Old Ghost gave a thumbs up and began to drink without restraint. Soon, a melodious tune began to play. Petals filled the air, and a colorful ribbon descended from the sky, with a woman in a white long dress holding the ribbon and slowly descending. This woman was Lu Shirshir, whom they had seen earlier at the Drunken Immortal Tower. "Young master, isn't it boring just to drink? Today, Shirshir will perform a dance. I hope the young master will like it." Lu Shirshir smiled sweetly and began to dance, waving her sleeves. Her dance, in harmony with the music, was truly delightful, captivating everyone. As soon as the dance ended, Shin Jun, still wanting more, said, "Play the music and dance again." At that moment, a mournful voice came, "Young master, it seems you really like this beauty, you're ignoring us." "Ha?" Shin Jun turned his gaze and saw second sister and fourth sister looking at him with a resentful expression. He immediately showed an awkward look and coughed a few times, saying, "No, I'm just appreciating the dance. And you two sisters are the real beauties." Hearing Shin Jun's flattery, Ji Zixuan and Si Ruqing looked at him with bright eyes. "Really?" Shin Jun, seeing the expressions of these two sisters, secretly thought, could these two sisters have taken a liking to me? No, rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrow. Shin Jun shook his head repeatedly. Then he looked at Si Ruqing and changed the subject. "By the way, fourth sister, how did you end up in the capital, and why are you with that National Lord's secretary?" "Because I just met with the National Lord as the President of the European Union, and I used the development cooperation between the EU and Dacia as a bargaining chip to have the National Lord pardon your previous crimes," Si Ruqing replied. "Fourth sister is still impressive, but why not have the National Lord clear father's name and wash away his treason charge? I don't believe the National Lord doesn't know whether father committed treason or not. It was 3 years ago, and he was involved too," Shin Jun said coldly. "I brought this up as well, but the National Lord said he was unaware of the events from 3 years ago. However, this matter is deeply entangled and cannot be changed by him alone. To clear the prince's treason charge, all the forces behind it must be uprooted," Si Ruqing answered. "In that case, let's continue to kill. Anyone involved from 3 years ago, kill them all," Shin Jun commanded coldly. "You won't have that opportunity." Suddenly, a low, cold voice came. Swish! Then a man with gray hair, dressed in a gray long robe, walked in. "Who are you?" Shin Jun asked the man. "I am Jiang Bieha, the president of the Martial Arts Association," Ji Zixuan immediately said. At this moment, Jiang Bieha stared at Shin Jun, his eyes revealing a murderous intent as he said, "What a pity. If you hadn't killed my adopted son, I would truly be reluctant to kill such a talented individual like you. Do you think you can kill me?" Shin Jun smiled lightly. "Let's give it a try." Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura of a master erupted from Jiang Bieha. His cultivation had also reached the 7th stage of the Master Realm. 7th stage of the Master Realm? It seems you don't know what happened at the woman. Shin Jun sneered. "Woman?" Jiang Bieha was taken aback. He had just emerged from seclusion and received the order from the Huangfu faction leader, then hurried over upon learning Shin Jun's location. As for the incident at Woman, it had been forcibly sealed off by the higher-ups, so he was unaware that the 7th stage elder from the Yanhuang Hall had already died at Shin Jun's hands. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have come. "Enough, kid, no need to delay. You must die today," Jiang Bieha shouted coldly, ready to strike. But at that moment, a light and melodious voice rang out. "Are you trying to smash the reputation of my Zui Xianlu by killing my guest here?" This voice is round and smooth, crisp and pleasant, yet carries an invisible authority. As the voice echoed, a beautiful woman in palace attire appeared in Zui Xianlu. A beauty, an absolute beauty. Any man, as long as he was psychologically and physiologically normal, would think of the word beauty upon seeing her. Her long, shiny black hair was like a mirror, her delicate brows curved, her eyes like autumn waters, her nose straight and proud, her lips moist and red, her pearly teeth white, her swan-like neck snow-white, her full and perky bosom, slender waist, ample hips, long legs, her entire being was flawless and impeccable. Combined with her ancient-style palace attire, she gave the impression of a celestial being descending to earth, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal aura. As this woman appeared, everyone in Zui Xianlu was momentarily stunned. Lu Shirshir immediately stepped forward and respectfully called out, "Greetings, Lu Master." Jiang Bieha frowned as he looked at her. "You are the master of Zui Xianlu?" The stunning woman in white palace attire cast a cold glance at Jiang Bieha, then gently raised her delicate fingers, lightly tapping. Whoosh! In an instant, a dazzling white light shot out like a meteor streaking across the sky. Jiang Bieha, witnessing this sudden white light, felt his pupils constrict sharply, his heart filled with horror. He quickly mobilized all his true energy, forming a solid protective barrier, attempting to withstand this unknown attack. However, the white light surged through with unstoppable force, easily shattering his protective barrier in an instant, and then mercilessly pierced through his forehead. With a splash of blood, Zhang Biehe's eyes widened in disbelief and shock, filled with unwillingness. Ultimately, his body fell weakly, lying straight on the cold ground, silent forever. At this moment, everyone in Zue Xianlu was taken aback. A 7th-stage master-level powerhouse was actually killed in an instant? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. Even Qin Jun's pupil shrank, then he looked at the palace-attired beauty in amazement. Wow, is my third sister really that amazing? Third sister? Hearing Qin Jun's words, the lion, blood demon, and butcher were all shocked. They hadn't expected such an impressive beauty to be Qin Jun's third sister. Qin Xiao's backing is too strong. Not only does he have the 10 from the death prison supporting him, but he also has so many powerful sisters. The butcher couldn't help but exclaim. The blood demon even spat. Qin Xiao is indeed not to be trifled with. At this moment, the old ghost took a sip of wine and muttered, "Interesting, truly interesting." After killing Zhang Biehe, the palace-attired beauty calmly said, "Dispose of him." "Yes, Lu Master." Lu Shishir nodded, and immediately someone stepped forward to handle Zhang Biehe's corpse. Even the bloodstains on the ground were quickly cleaned up, creating the appearance that nothing had happened. Then, the palace-dressed beauty walked over to Qin Jun, smiling, "Young master, long time no see." Third sister. Qin Jun stepped forward and gave her a hug, saying, "Third sister, you are actually the owner of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Didn't expect that, did you?" The beauty smiled slightly. She was Qin Jun's father's third adopted daughter, named Ling Menger. Third sister. Third sister. At this moment, Ji Zixuan and Si Ruqing looked at Ling Menger and called out in unison, "Second sister, fourth sister. Long time no see." Ling Menger stepped forward and hugged the two women. "I didn't expect that the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was opened by you. You really hid it well, even I didn't know." Ji Zixuan teased Ling Menger. "Sorry, second sister, for some reasons, I haven't publicly announced my identity or contacted you." Ling Menger explained. "Alright, no more talk about that. Now that all three sisters are gathered, let's have a meal together and celebrate," Qin Jun said directly. "And my Manhen Xuanxi, don't forget." The chubby boy quickly mumbled. "Don't worry, I won't forget your Manhen Xuanxi," Qin Jun smiled. "I'll take care of the arrangements," Ling Menger said with a smile. Then, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion hung up a sign indicating it was closed for business, and Ling Menger gathered a group of highly skilled chefs to carefully prepare a grand Manhen Xuanxi feast within the pavilion. Fine wine and delicacies, what more could one ask for in life? The old ghost leaned against a carved chair, lightly shaking the wine jug in his hand, looking utterly intoxicated, as if he had forgotten all worldly troubles. Seeing this, Qin Jun's lips curled into a gentle smile. "If the elder is willing to accompany me, I will ensure that you have wine and meat at every meal." "Hey, you little brat, do you think you can win my loyalty with mere wine and meat?" The old ghost pretended to be angry, glaring at Qin Jun, but his eyes held a hint of amusement. At this moment, Ling Menger smiled gently and interjected softly, "If the elder is willing to accompany my family's young master, Menger can guarantee that in the future, you will taste even more exquisite wines than the Drunken Immortal Brew." "Is that true?" The old ghost's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, as if he had seen some rare treasure. "Absolutely." Ling Menger nodded lightly, her demeanor both serious and imbued with an indescribable softness. "Since that's the case, I will reluctantly agree, but I must make it clear that I act on a whim and will not easily involve myself in disputes." The old ghost pouted, his tone carrying a hint of irreverence, yet also an undeniable insistence. "Naturally, that's no problem." Qin Jun smiled, secretly pondering. Although he could not gauge the depth of the old ghost's strength, his intuition told him that this person was not to be underestimated and might become a significant ally in the future. At this moment, Si Ruqing looked at Qin Jun and reminded him, "Young master, this person's origins are unclear, it's best to be cautious." "Rest assured." Qin Jun nodded. While Qin Jun and the others were enjoying the Manhen Xuanxi feast, in the Yenhuang Hall, as the body of Elder Jiu was returned, the entire hall was instantly enveloped in shock and indignation. This Qin Jun must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, where will the illustrious reputation of our Yenhuang Hall be? An elder's voice, filled with undeniable resolve, echoed in the spacious hall. "Absolutely right. That royal family member actually pardoned this boy. If he continues to survive, even that lofty royal family will no longer regard the intentions of the Yenhuang Hall. We must take decisive action to set an example and let the world know the consequences of challenging our Yenhuang Hall." The other elders were equally indignant, their words revealing an undeniable firmness and ruthlessness. "Send word to the Yenhuang law enforcement team, act immediately. Anyone associated with this boy is to be killed without question." Before the words had faded, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward slowly, his face as cold as frost, and said in a deep voice, "That royal figure has long sought to use the power of the Northern King to suppress the brilliance of our Yenhuang Hall. Today, he wishes to repeat his old tricks. Humph, let him see that within the territory of the Great Xia, the might of Yenhuang Hall cannot be shaken nor surpassed by anyone." Understood. The elders, upon hearing this, all wore solemn expressions, nodding in agreement as if, at that moment, they collectively felt the undeniable authority and power emanating from the depths of Yenhuan Hall. Meanwhile, outside the imperial capital, in a military camp, one of the 10 war gods of the Great Xia, the Qilin war god, known as the young marshal, Xiao Wuchen, sat listening to his subordinate's report and said, "This northern heir has become this strong? How interesting. Young marshal, no matter how strong he is, he cannot compare to you." Immediately, Xiao Wuchen's trusted aide hurriedly replied. Xiao Wuchen glanced at him, "I don't like flattery." Instantly, the aide trembled and quickly knelt, saying, "I was wrong. However, he has done me a favor by killing the White Tiger War God. I can just take the White Tiger Army from him. And the Vermilion Bird Army, I will take that as well." Xiao Wuchen's lips curled slightly, speaking casually. "Then, young marshal, this boy." At this moment, the aide inquired. "No rush, there are plenty of people to deal with him. We just need to sit back and reap the benefits." Xiao Wuchen said, "By the way, have those forces in the north been dealt with? Except for a few die-hard loyalists to the Northern King, the other northern forces have all pledged allegiance to the young marshal." The aide replied. "In that case, let them go underground to pledge their loyalty to the Northern King." A faint glimmer of killing intent appeared in Xiao Wuchen's eyes as he said coldly. In the blink of an eye, night fell, and Qin Jun and his companions had finished eating and drinking. He left the drunken immortal building, preparing to find a place to study the token left by the head of the Supervisory Institute. However, he had not walked far when a scene of tragedy came into view. A man, covered in wounds, was crawling on the ground in a nearly desperate manner, his legs a bloody mess, clearly having been brutally broken. Surrounding this man was a group of well-dressed young masters, forming a circle as they mocked and ridiculed him. Qin Jun's gaze fell on the man, and his expression instantly darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. "Oh, isn't this the once high and mighty second young master of the Pei family? How did he end up in such a miserable state? What second young master? This guy has been ruthlessly crippled by the Pei family and expelled. At this moment, he is probably worse than a beggar on the street, just a useless person barely hanging on. Truly blind, choosing to associate with that northern heir instead of walking a good path. Look how quickly karma has come." The group of young masters in fine clothes surrounded the man with broken legs, their words dripping with malice and mockery. The man on the ground, listening to the incessant laughter and ridicule around him, turned pale as paper, his eyes devoid of any light, filled only with deep despair and helplessness. He was none other than Pei Qianli, the second young master of the Pei family. Slap! 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 Suddenly, a series of slapping sounds rang out. The mocking young masters were each sent flying, landing on the ground, spitting blood, with half their teeth knocked out. "Damn it, who is it?" Immediately, the group of young masters shouted angrily. "Who are you?" At this moment, Qin Jun walked over, coldly looking at the group. "Who the hell are you to dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" One young master pointed at Qin Jun and shouted. "I am the northern heir you speak of." Qin Jun replied indifferently. His words instantly left the group of young masters dumbfounded. Although they had just mocked Qin Jun, they were deeply afraid of this infamous northern heir, as rumors had it that he was someone who could kill without blinking. North. At this moment, the group struggled to speak, and with a single palm strike, Qin Jun annihilated them all. He then turned his gaze to Pei Qianli on the ground, who was looking down, not daring to meet Qin Jun's eyes. "I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble." Qin Jun squatted down and apologized to Pei Qianli. Pei Qianli quickly looked up at Qin Jun. "Heir, this has nothing to do with you. My father and that elder brother have long wanted to kick me out of the Pei family, this just gave them an excuse. I'll treat your injuries first." Qin Jun directly used the yin-yang life and death needle to begin treating Pei Qianli's legs. Although his leg bones were shattered and even his meridians were severed, to Qin Jun, these injuries were nothing. Soon, the shattered bones and meridians of Pei Qianli's legs were all reconnected. Pei Qianli stared in astonishment at this miraculous scene. When he saw his legs restored to their original state, he excitedly bowed to Qin Jun. "Heir, thank you." Qin Jun helped Pei Qianli up. "Remember, a man's knees are worth gold, do not kneel easily." "Yes, heir." Pei Qianli nodded. "Let's go," Qin Jun said, and Pei Qianli was taken aback. "Heir, where are we going? The Pei family has beaten you like this, don't you want revenge?" "To the Pei family," Qin Jun said coldly. "In the capital, at the Pei family." At this moment, in the Pei family's banquet hall, the head of the Pei family, Pei Zhanghai, and his eldest son, Pei Bailey, were toasting a young man. "Young Master Fong, if you have any requests in the future, just let me know. Whatever I, Pei, can do, I will certainly not refuse," Pei Zhanghai said, raising his glass to the young man. This young man was none other than Fong Xian, the son of the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, who had previously demanded that Lu Shishir accompany him at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. "Ah, Pei family head, you are too polite. I have known young Master Pei for quite some time," Fong Xian said with a smile. Then Pei Bailey clapped his hands, and immediately two scantily clad, sexy women appeared in the banquet hall. "Young Master Fong, these two are the hottest models in the Great Xia modeling scene right now. Let them keep you company tonight," Pei Bailey said with a smile. "Ha, young Master Pei, no one knows me better than you." Fong Xian laughed heartily, and the two models were soon in his embrace. Pei Zhanghai and Pei Bailey exchanged smiles upon seeing this. The reason they were so attentive to Fong Xian was naturally because of his father. To be precise, they wanted to climb up the mountain behind his father, Juch Qiansui. "As long as we can climb up this mountain, the Pei family will still be one of the great families of Great Xia," Pei Zhanghai thought to himself. But just then, a cold voice came from outside. "All Pei family members, get out here." This voice changed the expressions of Pei Zhanghai and the others. "Who dares to make a scene in my Pei family?" Pei Bailey's face darkened. "What's going on?" Fong Xian asked. "Young Master Fong, it's nothing, you continue to enjoy yourself." Pei Zhanghai and Pei Bailey walked out directly. At this moment in the Pei family courtyard, all the Pei family guards were lying on the ground, screaming in agony. Qin Jun and Pei Qianli stood in the middle, and when Pei Zhanghai and his son saw Pei Qianli appear, they were both taken aback. Then Pei Bailey noticed Qin Jun beside him, his pupils constricting as he shouted, "The heir of the northern border." A few glances. This scene happened to fall into Qin Jun's eyes, and he couldn't help but glance over there, then instinctively swallowed hard and blurted out, "So big." "Ah!" Zhao Yuron, hearing this, was first stunned, then followed Qin Jun's gaze and looked down, only to realize that she was still completely naked at that moment. The originally eye-catching proud part was now fully exposed to Qin Jun's gaze without any cover. She immediately felt both shy and angry, letting out a scream, and in a panic, she grabbed the blanket and tightly wrapped herself up, shouting at Qin Jun, "Why aren't you getting out quickly?" Seeing the situation was not good, Qin Jun hurriedly put on his clothes and left in a fluster. Outside the room, as soon as Qin Jun came out, he saw Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu standing there. Both of them had obvious dark circles under their eyes, filled with resentment, staring at him as if he had committed some unforgivable crime. "What happened to you? Didn't you sleep last night?" Qin Jun looked at the two girls' expressions, full of confusion, and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it because of the master? You made such a big noise last night, how could we sleep?" Xiao Xing pouted, her face full of grievance, murmuring. Although her voice was not loud, the meaning of complaint was unmistakable. "Ah." Qin Jun immediately felt embarrassed, scratching his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. "Young master." At this moment, Lang Feng came to Qin Jun and said, "The matter you instructed has been taken care of, and now the entire dark web is spreading the news. Humph, let's see who else is blind enough to come to their death." Qin Jun snorted coldly. Soon after, Zhao Yurong also walked out of the room, but her walking posture looked a bit strange, her brows occasionally furrowing, and there was a hint of pain on her face. "Are you okay? Is everything alright?" Qin Jun asked upon seeing this. "Do you not know if I'm okay? You jerk." Zhao Yurong shot Qin Jun a glare, her tone full of reproach. Last night's intense battle lasted for several hours, and since it was her first experience, every step she took now sent a tearing pain through her. If she weren't a martial artist with a much better physique than ordinary people, she probably wouldn't even have the strength to get out of bed, let alone walk like she was now. "But you can't blame me, you were the one who kept asking for it yesterday," Qin Jun quickly defended himself. "Shut up." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yorong's face turned beet red, and she shot Qin Jun another fierce glare. Her shy yet angry expression had a unique charm. Just then, Zhao Yorong's phone suddenly rang. She hurriedly answered the call, and as she listened to the voice on the other end, her expression changed repeatedly, the blush on her face gradually fading, replaced by a serious look. "Got it, father." After Zhao Yorong finished speaking, she hung up the phone and looked at Qin Jun, her expression complex as she asked, "Did you cripple the grandson of the King of the West?" "Yes." Qin Jun nodded without hesitation, looking calm as if it were just a trivial matter. Immediately, Zhao Yorong's gaze flickered slightly as she looked at Qin Jun. "Thank you. Because of me, you have become the enemy of the King of the West." She knew very well that the King of Jinshi was not someone to be trifled with. Because of her, Qin Jun had offended him and would likely face many troubles in the future. Just thinking about it filled her heart with a complex mix of self-blame and gratitude. It's nothing, just a mere king of Jinshi. I don't take him seriously. Shin Jun waved her hand dismissively. My father has come to Jianhai. I need to head back first, Zhao Yurong said. Shin Jun looked at her and said, if that king of Jinshi causes you any trouble, just let me know any time. The concern in his tone warmed Zhao Yurong's heart. Zhao Yurong nodded, giving Shin Jun a deep look before quickly leaving. Shin Jun raised an eyebrow, looking at Long Feng. Notify the people from the demon sect to send a few to secretly watch the Zhao family. If anything happens, let me know immediately. Yes, young master. Long Feng nodded. Where is Shin Jun? Suddenly, a loud and stern voice echoed from outside the villa. Swish! Shin Jun's expression turned cold as he walked out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a group of figures clad in bright red battle armor appearing in front of the villa. The armor shone brilliantly under the sunlight, exuding a chilling aura of death. Each of these individuals wielded long knives, their blades glinting with a cold light that sent shivers down one's spine. All of them were powerful figures above the master realm, with 4 grand masters among them, and the leader had even reached the 8th stage of the master realm. Who are you? Shin Jun coldly scanned the group. We are the enforcers of the Yanhuan Hall's law enforcement team. You have openly provoked the Yanhuan Hall and have committed a capital offense. Today, we are here under orders to execute you and uphold the authority of Yanhuan. The leader stood at the forefront, his voice icy, as if delivering a sentence from the depths of hell. Each word was laced with a sharp killing intent, his gaze fixed on Shin Jun as if he were looking at a condemned prisoner. The other members of the Yanhuan law enforcement team, upon hearing this, also revealed murderous intent, resembling enraged beasts, their fierce killing aura instantly enveloping Shin Jun, creating a powerful sense of oppression that seemed to freeze the air around them. Yanhuan law enforcement team? Shin Jun frowned slightly, but then a look of disdain appeared on his face, and he chuckled. That light laugh carried endless contempt, instantly enraging the members of the Yanhuan law enforcement team. In an instant, they all charged towards Shin Jun, their red battle armor making a series of friction sounds as they ran, their long knives raised high like the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, striking down fiercely at Shin Jun. The momentum seemed as if it would shatter Shin Jun into pieces in an instant. At this moment, 2 figures appeared on the scene. They watched this unfolding scene, and one of them coldly remarked, the Yanhuan Hall actually sent the Yanhuan law enforcement team. It seems we won't need to intervene. Boom! In an instant, the once peaceful courtyard of Villa No. 1 transformed into a battlefield of doom, with a series of thunderous explosions echoing, deafening, and resonating through the skies. As these master realm powerhouses made their move, the energy they unleashed surged violently. The terrifying energy swept through like a raging tsunami, leaving destruction in its wake. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were instantly flattened, and even the incredibly sturdy villa showed shocking cracks under the impact of this powerful energy, as if it would collapse at any moment. In the center of this energy, endless blade light surged towards Shin Jun like waves, as if wanting to engulf him. However, Shin Jun remained remarkably calm as he swung the blood-drinking sword, forcefully slicing out. Boom! His incredibly sharp sword struck directly against the long knives raised high by the members of the Yanhuan law enforcement team, producing a deafening sound that seemed to shatter the heavens. The noise was so intense that it made everyone's eardrums ache and their heads buzz. Instantly, the ground could not withstand the tremendous impact, collapsing at the point of contact and forming a massive pit, with dust flying everywhere. Then, the group of Yanhuan law enforcement members, who had charged fiercely at Shin Jun, were sent flying uncontrollably like leaves caught in a wild wind, crashing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths as they groaned in pain. Immediately, Shin Jun emerged from the swirling dust as if nothing had happened, his expression calm, standing tall like a pine tree, completely unscathed. He gazed at the battle armor on these people and remarked, "This armor is quite interesting." The force of his earlier strike had been mostly absorbed by their armor, otherwise, few among them would have survived. You! How could you? At this moment, the leading 8th level master stared at Shin Jun in disbelief. The power of that sword strike had even felt more terrifying than that of a 9th level master. Quite interesting, indeed. No wonder he is the offspring of the Northern King, he has the demeanor of his time. Just then, a voice filled with disdain and a cold snort drifted over. The 2 individuals who had been silently observing the battle stepped forward. One was dressed in white, his expression extremely cold, and his gaze sharp as a tiger. Just a glance from him could instill an invisible sense of pressure, as if one were being targeted by a ferocious beast, sending chills down the spine. The other wore a long red robe, flowing in the wind like a burning flame. Who are you two? Shin Jun shot a cold glance at them. I am Shiman Bai of the Shiman clan, the guardians of the Great Xia. The man in white snorted coldly, slightly raising his chin, looking down at Qin Jun with an air of arrogance. The white tiger war god you killed was one of my clan, albeit a useless collateral bloodline, but still one of us. Shouldn't you give my Shiman clan an explanation? His words were filled with questioning and a sense of superiority, as if Qin Jun were already a fish on his chopping board, at his mercy. There's no need to waste words with him, just kill him. The man in the red robe said frostily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Now, there's no northern king to back him up. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Jun, his eyes filled with hatred, gritting his teeth as he said, remember, I am Nangong Lai of the Nangong clan. The Zhuke clan you killed was my sister. I, Nangong Lai, swear I will not be human until this grudge is avenged. Boom! In an instant, a ball of flames surged toward Qin Jun. As the flames appeared, the surrounding air was completely evaporated, and even the space seemed to distort, unable to bear the high temperature of the flames. Seeing this, Qin Jun remained unafraid, swinging his sword directly at the oncoming flames. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the flames were split apart by Qin Jun's sword, dispersing to either side. However, the flames seemed to possess their own will, like maggots burrowing into bones, rapidly spreading along the sword's blade toward Qin Jun. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped his entire body in a raging inferno. Oomph, what a northern prince, nothing more than this. Nangong Lai sneered, a smug smile appearing on his face, as if he could already envision Qin Jun being reduced to ashes by the flames. Shiman Bai frowned, not right. In the next moment, the flames enveloping Qin Jun rapidly dissipated, as if they had all been absorbed by him, and he appeared completely unfazed. How is that possible? You! Nangong Lai stared at Qin Jun, his pupils constricting, his face filled with disbelief. Is that all you've got? Qin Jun curled his lip in disdain. White tiger rending the heavens. Shiman Bai suddenly stepped forward, letting out a deep roar. Immediately, his right hand transformed from a palm into a claw, swinging fiercely towards Qin Jun. Boom! At the instant he swung his claw, it was as if a long-dormant power within him was awakened. A terrifying bloodline force surged forth from his body like a raging river, instantly filling him. Then, this powerful bloodline force coalesced in the air into a tall and mighty white tiger. The white tiger bared its fangs and claws, emitting a series of tiger roars, its sharp claws tearing through the air as if to rend the very heavens, charging towards Qin Jun with an unstoppable momentum. Blazing flames burning the heavens. At the same time, Nangong Lai also roared, his bloodline boiling like magma, instantly transforming into an incredibly hot crimson flame. This flame quickly coalesced in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it took the form of a vermilion bird. The vermilion bird spread its wings, seemingly blocking out the sun, as torrents of flames swept from it, completely enveloping the area where Qin Jun stood. The flames raged fiercely, turning everything in their path to ashes, as if intent on incinerating the very world. At this moment, the combat power they both unleashed surpassed the 9th level of the Master Realm, infinitely close to the Martial General Realm. Above the Master Realm lies the Martial General Realm, where one can manipulate objects with their aura and kill from a distance, their combat power many times stronger than that of the Master Realm. Although the combat power they unleashed had not yet reached the Martial General Realm, it was significantly stronger than the Master Realm due to their bloodline power. Yet Qin Jun showed no fear, gripping his sword and striking out directly. At that moment, two sharp sword lights flickered in his eyes, and a terrifying sword intent enveloped him. Boom! He swung his sword without any technique, just a pure strike, yet it seemed to return to simplicity, containing an incredibly terrifying sword intent. Rumble! In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed, and the entire Villano one was reduced to ruins. Put! Put! The flames and the white tiger disintegrated under Qin Jun's sword, while Nangong Lai and Shiman Bai both spat blood, their bodies flying out. They landed on the ground, pale-faced and terrified as they looked at Qin Jun. How could this child? They never expected Qin Jun's cultivation to reach such a level. Could he already be a martial general? At that moment, the two looked at Qin Jun in disbelief. Although there was only a thin line between the Master Realm and the Martial General Realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Reaching the Martial General Realm meant belonging to the category of martial practitioners, where true energy would transform into true essence, a devastating blow for those cultivating true energy. But stepping into the Martial General Realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With their inherited divine beast bloodlines, the two could barely reach the level of half a step into the Martial General Realm, far from achieving the Martial General Realm. Brother Qin! At that moment, a woman's voice called out. Whoosh! Hearing the call, Qin Jun glanced over, and Shiman Bai reacted even faster, leaping towards the speaker. In the next second, the woman who had just appeared was grabbed by the throat by Shiman Bai, her face showing signs of suffocation. Qin Jun's expression turned cold as he looked at the other party and said, "Let her go, or you will die. Let her go, or you'll die. Shin Jun's expression was as cold as frost, his gaze like two icy blades fixed on Shimenbai, while the woman he was choking was Fong Siki, the intern nurse who had once taken care of Linger. At this moment, she was being strangled, her face turning red, eyes filled with fear and helplessness, her hands struggling desperately but unable to break free from the iron grip. You can let her go, but you have to kneel. Shimenbai tilted his head back, coldly snorting at Shin Jun, his eyes full of provocation. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Shin Jun glanced at him disdainfully. Boom! In the next second, an invisible pressure surged forth like a roaring tide, sweeping towards Shimenbai. That pressure felt like a towering mountain, weighing heavily on Shimenbai, rendering him immobile, every inch of his skin bearing immense pressure. Even breathing became extremely difficult. Shimenbai's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected Shin Jun to unleash such terrifying pressure, far beyond his expectations. Bang! Before he could react, Shin Jun appeared in front of him, striking out with a palm. With a loud crash, Shimenbai was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shin Jun then looked at Fong Siki and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Brother Shin, thank you." Fong Siki finally came to her senses, hurriedly shaking her head, a trace of lingering fear in her eyes, but upon seeing Shin Jun's concerned gaze, warmth surged in her heart. Cough cough cough. Meanwhile, Shimenbai lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his body twitching uncontrollably, coughing violently, looking utterly disheveled. At this moment, both Shimenbai and Nangon Lai looked at Shin Jun with faces full of terror, their eyes filled with fear. The only thought left in their minds was to escape this terrifying place as quickly as possible. Immediately, the two of them attempted to flee. "Do you think you can escape?" Shin Jun's cold voice was like a death warrant, directly entering Shimenbai and Nangon Lai's ears. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura of bloodlust surged from Shin Jun, enveloping both Shimenbai and Nangon Lai in an instant. That bloodlust spread like a crimson light, as if forming an invisible domain that completely suppressed the two. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a sea of corpses and blood, surrounded by a pungent smell of blood, the intense feeling of suffocation clinging to them, as if invisible hands were tightly gripping their throats, making it hard to breathe, nearly driving them to despair. Is this a domain? Shimenbai's eyes widened, filled with terror and disbelief, staring at Shin Jun and exclaiming, his voice sharp with fear, "You actually..." But before he could finish his last few words, Shin Jun had already raised the sword in his hand, striking fiercely at him. Die! Accompanied by this voice like that of the Grim Reaper, endless bloodlight carrying overwhelming killing intent surged forth, aiming to devour Shimenbai. Boom! But at this critical moment, a terrifying power of bloodline erupted from within Shimenbai, coalescing into a protective shield, attempting to withstand Shin Jun's strike. Bloodline protection? No one can save you today. Shin Jun's disdainful voice rang out, and in the next second, the bloodlight, carrying overwhelming killing intent, violently struck the protective shield formed by the bloodline, producing a series of earth-shattering booms. Bang! The seemingly solid protective shield shattered under Shin Jun's terrifying attack, breaking apart like fragile glass in an instant. Without the shield's protection, Shimenbai was suddenly exposed to the blood-red light, and in the next moment, his body was torn apart, flesh and blood flying, instantly turning into a puddle of minced meat, leaving no complete corpse behind. The gruesome scene was chilling. Nangon Lai, witnessing this, turned pale as paper, his expression changing repeatedly, filled with despair, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stared fixedly at Shin Jun. "I didn't expect your cultivation to be hidden so deeply, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Jun swept his sword, and a protective shield formed from bloodline power appeared around him, but it shattered in less than a second, and his body was directly split in two. As Shin Jun killed these two, the Shimen clan and the Nangon clan, thousands of miles away, learned of it immediately. Who dares to kill a member of my Shimen clan? Who? Find out immediately. A roar echoed from the Shimen clan, the voice booming like a great bell, resonating throughout the clan, filled with endless anger and authority. The same was true for the Nangon clan. As a guardian family of the Great Xia, the murder of a direct bloodline member was a huge provocation for both clans. The two major families immediately sprang into action. Shin Jun, of course, was unaware of this. After dealing with the two, he turned his gaze to the group of the Yanhuan law enforcement team and walked over with his sword drawn. Instantly, the faces of the Yanhuan law enforcement team turned extremely ugly, and their leader glared at Shin Jun, North Border's heir. "If you continue to be so stubborn, not only you, but everyone related to you will die with you." "Is that so?" Shin Jun raised an eyebrow, coldly looking at the other party. "Then I'll let your Yanhuan Hall people die first." Immediately, Shin Jun beheaded each member of the Yanhuan law enforcement team, then he made a phone call. "Kid, you still remember to call me." The voice of Wei Zhenghua came from the other end of the line. "Grandpa Wei, you should know where the Yanhuang Hall is, right?" Qin Jun asked. Swish! Instantly, Wei Zhenghua's expression changed, and he said to Qin Jun, "You brat, you're not planning to make a move against the Yanhuang Hall, are you? I must tell you, the Yanhuang Hall has countless connections with the Great Xia. Pulling one thread can move the whole body. You must not act recklessly, or even the National Lord won't be able to protect you." Wei Zhenghua's voice was filled with urgency and seriousness, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation, fearing that Qin Jun might act impulsively and do something irreparable. "Grandpa Wei, you're overthinking it. I just want to know the address of the Yanhuang Hall to send them something," Qin Jun said lightly. Wei Zhenghua couldn't grasp Qin Jun's meaning but still told him the address of the Yanhuang Hall. "By the way, did you cripple the grandson of the King of the West?" Wei Zhenghua then asked. "That's right," Qin Jun replied directly. "Alas!" Wei Zhenghua sighed heavily and said, "What can I say about you? Do you know who the King of the West is?" "Of course I know. Isn't he the uncle of the current National Lord, the leader of the West Border Army?" Qin Jun shrugged. "You brat, knowing that and still daring to do this? The King of the West's son passed away early, and now he only has this one grandson. By crippling him, you've cut off the King of the West's lineage. How could he let you go?" This morning, the King of the West sent a message to the imperial capital, demanding an explanation from the National Lord. He also said that if the National Lord does not severely punish you by tomorrow, he will personally lead 100,000 troops from the west border into the capital to kill you himself. Now the National Lord and the entire cabinet are holding a meeting to discuss how to handle this matter, Wei Zhenghua said heavily. "Lead 100,000 troops from the west into the capital? Ha!" Upon hearing this, Qin Jun sneered disdainfully, his smile radiating a powerful confidence and dominance, his words filled with a terrifying intent to kill. "If that old man dares to come, I guarantee he and all of those 100,000 troops won't escape. Don't act recklessly, you brat. If you really wipe out those 100,000 troops, the entire Great Xia will fall into chaos. Moreover, the West Guard army is the main force defending the western borders. If anything goes wrong, the western nations will surely take advantage of the situation, potentially sparking a great war." Wei Zhenghua hurriedly reminded, his voice rising slightly due to urgency. "Especially since the King of the West is a member of the Great Xia royal family. If you really kill him, you might provoke those hidden old geezers in the royal family, and then it will be a huge mess. Anyway, if they don't offend me, I won't offend them. If the King of the West seeks death, I don't mind sending him on his way." After saying this, Qin Jun hung up the phone, then turned to Lang Feng and said, "Send someone to deliver their heads to the Yanhuang Hall, and tell them to prepare their coffins and wait for death." "Yes, young master." Lang Feng nodded. Qin Jun then looked at Feng Siki. "Siki, what brings you here?" "I came to see if there's any news about Linger," Feng Siki replied. Mentioning Linger, Qin Jun's expression darkened, his gaze flickering. Previously, the Tianji Pavilion said there would be news about his sister within 3 days, but now there was not a single word, and he felt powerless. "It's my fault, I haven't found Linger yet," Qin Jun said, lowering his head. "Brother Qin, you don't need to blame yourself too much. I believe that good people have their own protection, she will be fine," Feng Siki comforted. At the same time, in a palace of the Great Xia, a woman lay on a jade stone bed, her hair completely white, her complexion pale and colorless, her blood nearly exhausted, looking like a person on the verge of death. This woman was none other than Qin Jun's sister, Qin Linger. At this moment, a figure sat cross-legged in front of Qin Linger, completely enveloped in a layer of blood-colored cocoon, exuding a mysterious aura. Boom! Suddenly, the originally quiet blood-colored cocoon exploded like a bomb, without any warning. In an instant, a terrifying and suffocating energy surged forth like a raging tsunami, sweeping across the area with overwhelming force. The powerful shockwave caused the entire palace to shake violently. Soon, the surging energy gradually dissipated, revealing the true form of the figure within the cocoon. She wore a magnificent and resplendent crown, draped in a brocade and glass robe, exuding an air of nobility and luxury. Her entire presence was commanding, like a queen looking down upon all beings, radiating an unassailable aura of dignity that inspired awe in anyone who dared to glance at her, making them hesitate to harbor any thoughts of disrespect. She was the mastermind behind the capture and poisoning of Qin Linger. "Finally broken through. Now I can finally return," the woman murmured to herself, her words laced with barely concealed excitement and thrill. Then, she glanced at Qin Linger and said, "Little girl, your blood is truly remarkable. It has allowed me to reach that level. I owe you this one." Although her words expressed gratitude, her tone held no trace of appreciation, instead conveying a sense of condescension and mockery, as if Qin Linger's blood was merely a tool for her to enhance her cultivation. Truly worthy of the bloodline of the King of the North, it is indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, you have very little blood left in you now, and not many days to live. But don't worry, before you die, I will bring your brother to see you. As she spoke, the woman let out a cold laugh, the sound echoing in the silent palace, particularly grating and sending chills down one's spine. Her words caused Qin Linger's gaze to shift slightly, but at that moment, she could do nothing. Her blood had almost been drained, leaving her utterly weak, unable to even speak or move, lying there with a gaze full of hatred fixed on the culprit before her. Your blood is already so powerful, if I can absorb the blood of your talented brother, my cultivation will surely advance further. The woman's eyes sparkled with a chilling light, revealing a desire and greed for powerful strength, as if she would stop at nothing to enhance her abilities. She then stood up and walked out, coldly stating, "Notify everyone, act immediately, and bring Qin Jun back alive." "Yes, master." In an instant, responses rang out, and terrifying auras erupted from outside the palace, swiftly heading into the distance. Inside the palace, upon hearing the woman's words, a single tear rolled down Qin Linger's cheek, her eyes filled with worry for her brother. Yet at that moment, no one noticed that the bloodline within her, which had been nearly exhausted, suddenly began to shimmer with faint but mysterious golden light, as if a mysterious power was quietly reviving. Qin Jun, of course, was unaware of Linger's situation. He had already returned to the imperial capital. In the drunken immortal pavilion, Qin Jun entered holding the white fox, followed by the sisters Xiaoxing and Xiaoyu. One villa had been destroyed and was uninhabitable, so Qin Jun had brought Xiaoxing and Xiaoyu to the imperial capital with him. "Master! Young Master Qin!" At that moment, the likes of the Mad Lion, the Butcher, and the Blood Demon called out to Qin Jun. "Why are you all injured?" Qin Jun frowned as he looked at their wounded forms. "Young Master, a group of people from the Yanhuan law enforcement team just came, and we had a fierce battle with them." Huzi stepped forward, exuding a murderous aura, clearly having fought as well. "The Yanhuan law enforcement team? They actually attacked you?" Qin Jun's expression turned cold. "Master, did they also attack you?" the Mad Lion asked. "Yes." Qin Jun nodded. "It seems the Yanhuan Palace wants to capture you and everyone around you in one fell swoop." At that moment, third sister Ling Manga walked over and said lightly, "I fear they don't have that capability." Qin Jun snorted coldly, saying, "Once we deal with the ancient martial alliance, they will be next. By the way, are you and second sister and fourth sister all right?" Qin Jun then asked. "A mere Yanhuan Palace cannot do anything to me." Ling Manga replied, "As for your second sister, she's quite formidable. Even if the major elders of the Yanhuan Palace attacked together, they wouldn't be able to touch her. And your fourth sister has already returned to the European Union, so the Yanhuan Palace can't do anything to her either." "Third sister, what exactly is your and second sister's identity? I feel like you both are quite mysterious." Qin Jun asked curiously. "When the time is right, we will naturally tell you." Ling Manga smiled slightly, then looked at the white tiger in Qin Jun's arms, her gaze suddenly sharpening with a hint of unusual color. "This white fox. I saved it from a few guys, it seemed quite cute, so I kept it by my side." As Qin Jun spoke, he gently stroked the soft fur of the white fox, which seemed to enjoy it, nuzzling against him. He then looked at Ling Manga. "Third sister? What's wrong?" "Nothing." Ling Manga shook her head and looked at Xiaoxing and Xiaoyu. "What about these two?" "They're called Xiaoxing and Xiaoyu, my maids," Qin Jun introduced. "By the way, third senior sister, do you know where the Tianji Pavilion is?" "Ha?" Hearing Qin Jun's words, Ling Manga's gaze sharpened. "You want to find the Tianji Pavilion?" "Yes, I previously sought the Tianji Pavilion to learn about Linger's whereabouts, but the people there said I would have news within 3 days, and now there's not a single word. So I want to ask the people at the Tianji Pavilion," Qin Jun replied. "The people at the Tianji Pavilion are always extremely mysterious, no one knows where they are. As for the princess, we are also searching, but there has been no news so far." "The ones who captured the princess must be quite powerful," Ling Manga said one by one. Qin Jun's brows furrowed tightly, worry evident in his eyes, silently praying, "Linger, you mustn't be in any danger." In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. "Let's get ready to set off," Qin Jun said to the others, including the Mad Lion. He was to depart for the ancient martial alliance today, as the martial arts conference was about to be held. This time, Qin Jun brought everyone around him along, as he needed enough manpower for the big undertaking. Originally, Qin Jun planned to leave the white fox at the Zuixian Lu, but it kept pestering him, determined to go with him. He had no choice but to take the white fox along. However, just as he exited the Zuixian Lu, he encountered two people, Lu Qingyu and her best friend Yu Qing. "Miss Lu, what brings you here?" Qin Jun asked in surprise. Young Master Qin, I wanted to invite you to a meal to thank you for saving my life. I wonder if you have time. Lu Qingyu asked. Sorry, I don't have time right now. Qin Jun shook his head and walked away. What's with this guy acting all high and mighty? The Northern King's residence is gone, now he's just an ordinary person who knows a bit of medicine, Yu Qing said indignantly, very dissatisfied with Qin Jun's attitude. Lu Qingyu frowned, looking at her friend. Yu Qing, don't speak carelessly. Young Master Qin has saved me twice, he is my lifesaver. He must have something to attend to, which is why he's unavailable. Qingyu, why do I feel like you're different towards him? You're not falling for him, are you? Yu Qing said, looking at Lu Qingyu, her expression slightly changing. No, I just want to thank him sincerely, Lu Qingyu replied. Qingyu, he's not worthy of you, only young Master Wang is your match, Yu Qing quickly said. Alright, Yu Qing, you know I have no feelings for Wang Qian, Lu Qingyu shook her head. But Yu Qing continued to persuade her, young Master Wang's father is a current cabinet elder, a figure above all others. That guy is nothing now that his father is gone, he doesn't even qualify to carry young Master Wang's shoes. Qingyu, you absolutely cannot be confused. Meanwhile, in a courtyard in the imperial capital, two old men, one in black and one in white, sat there, sipping tea and playing chess. He has set off for the ancient martial alliance, the old man in black said. The old man in white lightly stroked his beard, looking at the chessboard, and placed a piece. The game has begun. Do you think he can be captured this time? If we fail this time, he will come after you and me next, the old man in black said, his brow slightly furrowing, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. This is a killing game. He will undoubtedly die. The old man in white said indifferently, his eyes filled with unmatched confidence, as if he were a master controlling the entire situation. In the imperial capital, the Jun family. Now, the entire Jun family had completely lost the grandeur of being one of the top families in the Great Xia. Ever since the Jun family's ancestor, the second master, and the young master and miss had fallen one after another, the entire Jun family had become disheartened. Moreover, the painful lesson of the Lin family's extermination was fresh in their minds, causing the entire Jun family to scatter and flee, fearing they would follow in the Lin family's footsteps. At this moment, in the vast Jun family estate, looking around, there were only a few loyal old servants and a handful of family members who cherished their familial ties and were reluctant to leave. Apart from them, it was hard to see anyone else. The entire residence exuded an endless desolation and loneliness. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, a figure walked into the Jun family. This person wore a long black robe, with long hair tied back, their expression indifferent, and their gaze calm as water, yet it evoked an inexplicable sense of heartache in others. With this person's arrival, the remaining members of the Jun family were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with surprise. Then, their expressions instantly turned excited as they all looked towards the newcomer and shouted loudly, "Head of the family, you have finally returned. Welcome back, head of the family." This group of Jun family members hurriedly knelt before the newcomer, calling out loudly, their voices echoing in the silent estate, filled with intense excitement and anticipation. And this person was none other than Jun Mo Shao, the head of the Jun family. What has happened to the Jun family? Jun Mo Shao looked at the desolate estate before him, his expression slightly changing as he spoke in a low voice. Soon, an elder from the Jun family stepped forward and recounted everything that had transpired. Upon learning that his brother, son, daughter, and the Jun family's ancestor had all been killed, Jun Mo Shao did not show any anger or murderous intent. He appeared remarkably calm, so calm that it made others feel a bit afraid. North Border's heir. Jun Mo Shao murmured, slightly raising his head. Head of the family, you must avenge second master and young master. A younger member of the Jun family could not help but cry out in grief and anger, his eyes filled with flames of hatred. Yes, that North Border heir deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Others echoed, all of them filled with rage, their teeth clenched as if they wished to tear the North Border heir to pieces to relieve their hatred. Notify everyone, the day after tomorrow I will hold a memorial for our ancestor, Mo Yao, and my children, inviting all the major families and powers from the imperial capital to attend. Jun Mo Shao stated directly. Upon hearing this, the elder from the Jun family showed a troubled expression, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Head of the family, the Lin family was destroyed by the North Border heir's sister for offending him, and even the Grand Tutor Lin Wu Wei was killed. Moreover, the North Border heir has continuously slain elders of the Yen Huan Hall and the head of the Supervisory Institute. I'm afraid others will not dare to attend the memorial. His voice carried concern. After all, the North Border heir's notorious reputation was well known, and everyone was wary of him. It would be extremely difficult to invite members of the major families to the memorial. Tell them, those who do not come will be my enemies. Jun Mo Shao slightly narrowed his eyes, a hint of indifference flashing in his gaze. His tone remained calm, but his words carried an inexplicable sense of suffocating pressure. What should be done about the north border heir? Someone else asked, their eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. They all wanted to know what the head of the family planned to do about this enemy who had killed so many of their kin. Send him an invitation as well, inviting him to the memorial. After Jun Mo Shao said this, the members of the Jun family were all taken aback. They never expected the head of the family to make such a decision, each of them wearing a puzzled expression. Do as I say. Seeing everyone frozen in place, Jun Mo Shao frowned slightly and coldly emphasized again. The chill in his gaze made everyone dare not ask another question, and they hurriedly went to prepare as instructed. At this moment, in the Yan Huang Hall, when Qin Jun threw the heads of the Yan Huang law enforcement team at the entrance of the hall, it caused another uproar within the Yan Huang Hall. Since its establishment, the Yan Huang Hall had never been so openly provoked. In an instant, the atmosphere in the Yan Huang Hall was charged with excitement, everyone clamoring to execute the Northern Prince. In the conference hall of Yan Huang Hall, the elders and high-ranking officials had gathered to discuss how to handle the matter. At this moment, the white-haired old man spoke again. If this child is not eliminated, where is the dignity of Yanhuan Hall? Notify the 4 great Yanhuan generals to capture him at all costs. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders and high-ranking officials present were taken aback. The Yanhuan generals were the top powerhouses within Yanhuan Hall, each one a martial artist of the general level. They usually only appeared when dealing with transcendent forces, and now they were being mobilized because of the Northern Prince, and 4 of them at that. This was indeed an intimidating display. Meanwhile, in Jinling, at the ruins of the Zhang family, an old man and a young man appeared. The young man was Zhang Xiaofeng, the eldest son of the Zhang family, who had escaped a calamity when the family was destroyed. Beside him stood an elderly man in a white Taoist robe, the ancestor of the Zhang family who had been in seclusion at Longhu Mountain. I never expected that after 30 years away, I would return to find the Zhang family no longer exists, the ancestor said, looking at the ruins of his family, his eyes filled with infinite emotion, revealing deep sorrow and self-blame. Ancestor, you must avenge the more than 300 clan members of the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaofeng pleaded with the ancestor. Killing for revenge is only right. The ancestor slightly raised his head, his gaze becoming resolute, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. Though I vowed long ago not to take action again, the grudge of exterminating my clan must be avenged. As he spoke, his voice involuntarily rose a few notches, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, like a tangible storm sweeping outwards, the powerful force causing the air around them to solidify. In the central Huazhong region, in the Shanhaixing province, in Tian City, at this moment, Qin Jun and his group had traveled for 7 or 8 hours and arrived here. Master, this city is the closest to Mount Tai, where the Ancient Martial Alliance will hold the martial arts conference tomorrow. We should rest here for the night and climb the mountain tomorrow. Nia Yun introduced to Qin Jun. Qin Jun nodded. Can we eat first? I haven't eaten all day, and if I don't fill my stomach, I won't have the strength to fight tomorrow. At this moment, the chubby boy rubbed his already growling stomach and mumbled. You really can't go a day without eating. Qin Jun teased, and they soon found a restaurant to eat. Wow, what a beautiful fox. Not long after, a voice of admiration came from behind Qin Jun. A woman in a red long dress with a ponytail walked in, and she immediately spotted the white fox snuggled beside Qin Jun, her eyes sparkling with delight as she instantly took a liking to it. Is this white fox yours? The woman in the red dress approached Qin Jun and asked. Is there something you need? Qin Jun glanced at her. I want this white fox, name your price, the woman in the red dress said directly. Not for sale. Qin Jun shook his head. Swish. The woman's expression darkened, displeased. Do you dare not sell something that I, miss, have taken a liking to? Do you know who I am? Who you are is none of my business, Qin Jun replied nonchalantly, curling his lip as if he didn't regard the woman in the red dress at all. After saying that, he continued to eat, completely ignoring her, which was truly infuriating. You. Instantly, the woman in the red dress's expression turned cold, her eyes flashing with a sharp, icy light, filled with intense displeasure and anger. As she stood there, one of her maids struck a haughty pose and shouted, impudent. How dare you be disrespectful to my lady? Slap him. The sharp, piercing voice shattered the previously calm atmosphere of the restaurant, instantly breaking the tranquility. Smack! Before the words had even faded, a man lunged at Qin Jun like a ravenous wolf, swinging his hand with fierce aggression. The slap carried a whistling wind, clearly delivered with full force, showing no mercy whatsoever. This sudden scene left the other diners, who were either eating or chatting, stunned. No one expected these people to resort to violence so abruptly and so brazenly. With the martial arts tournament approaching, many disciples from various sects had gathered in Tian City to participate. At this moment, These disciples watched the arrogant display of slapping someone for a mere disagreement, all secretly astonished, speculating which sex young lady was so domineering and reckless in her actions. That one seems to be the young lady of the Heavenly Fire sect, Huaqinger. Someone in the crowd whispered, and the words, in the eerily quiet atmosphere, clearly reached everyone's ears. Hiss. So it's the young lady of the Heavenly Fire sect, no wonder she's so arrogant. A few sect members gasped, their eyes filled with apprehension. The Heavenly Fire sect was one of the top ancient martial arts forces in the Great Xia, with a profound background and numerous experts, holding a significant position in the martial arts world. Moreover, the sect leader was one of the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial alliance, a figure of immense prestige. With such a powerful backing, it was no surprise that Huaqinger acted so high-handedly. Smack! As the crowd murmured, a crisp and loud slap echoed suddenly, like thunderclaps in their ears, drawing everyone's attention instantly. Then, a figure flew out like a broken sack, tracing a messy arc in the air before crashing down onto a table, shattering it and letting out a piercing scream. However, unexpectedly, it was not Qin Jun who was struck, but the man who had attacked him. At that moment, the butcher walked over to the man, snorting coldly, "You think you deserve to slap young Master Qin?" Bang! With that, he raised his foot sharply, a fierce glint in his eyes, and crushed the man's head. Instantly, bright red blood mixed with white brain matter erupted like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The gruesome and brutal scene turned many faces pale, their stomachs churning violently, and they couldn't help but vomit. Although most of the diners were disciples from various sects and often engaged in sparring, such lethal violence was rare, let alone witnessing such a bloody and horrifying scene of a head exploding. At this moment, Huaqinger, the young lady of the Heavenly Fire sect, looked at her subordinate's exploded head, her expression frozen, filled with shock and disbelief. The maid who had just threatened to slap someone stood petrified, her eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to regain her composure. The earlier arrogance completely vanished. "You just said you wanted to slap me?" At this time, Qin Jun glanced at the maid. His voice was calm, but to her ears, it felt like a death knell from the depths of hell, sending an inexplicable chill from her heart, spreading throughout her body. "You." Seeing this, Huaqinger was about to speak when Lung Feng beside her suddenly swung out the Changying sword. Put! In an instant, a flash of blood appeared, and the head of the maid was sent flying high, rolling to the ground after tracing a line of blood in the air, her eyes wide open in death, seemingly still filled with the terror and unwillingness from before she died. The blood that gushed from her neck splattered onto Huaqinger like raindrops, dyeing her originally beautiful red dress a deep crimson, looking particularly glaring, exuding an indescribable strangeness and horror. At this moment, everyone else at the scene was dumbfounded. They had thought that Qin Jun had offended the young lady of the Tianhua sect and would face dire consequences, but unexpectedly, it was Huaqinger's people who suffered. One had their head blown off, and another was beheaded. In an instant, the expressions of the various sect members present changed as they looked at Qin Jun and his group, secretly wondering what kind of background these people had. "You dare to kill my people?" After a long while, Huaqinger finally came to her senses, staring at Qin Jun and the others with a fierce expression, her eyes seemingly ready to spit fire, her anger evident, her whole body trembling slightly from extreme rage, like an enraged lioness. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, a group of disciples from the Tianhua sect behind Huaqinger all drew their weapons, pointing them at Qin Jun and the others, and the atmosphere at the scene became tense. "Huaqinger, I advise you to leave immediately if you don't want to die," a cold voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, a young man in black holding a long knife walked in, heading straight for Qin Jun. "Gui Hai Yi Dao, what do you mean?" Huaqinger glanced at the young man in black, who was none other than the genius Gui Hai Yi Dao from the Gui Hai clan that had appeared in the human ranking battle. "Do you know who he is?" Gui Hai Yi Dao ignored Huaqinger's question and looked at Qin Jun, his eyes carrying a hint of complexity. "Who is he?" Huaqinger was taken aback. "He is the North Border's heir, Qin Jun," Gui Hai Yi Dao said, walking over to Qin Jun and casually sitting down beside him, spitting out, "We meet again." The demeanor was like that of old friends reuniting. "Yes, would you like to have a drink?" Qin Jun raised his glass with a slight smile, and Gui Hai Yi Dao was not polite, pouring himself a drink and downing it in one go. At this moment, everyone present was astonished. The North Border's heir, these 4 words were not unfamiliar to the various ancient martial arts forces present, as Qin Jun's achievements in the battle at the peak of Yenshan had long spread throughout the martial arts world of the Great Xia. He had crushed all the top talents competing for the human ranking, even slaying the 4 guardians of the ancient martial alliance, making quite a stir. Although the ancient martial alliance had not explicitly stated the purpose of this martial arts conference, news had already spread that it was secretly convened to deal with this North Border heir. No one expected that this North Border heir would appear here. This was simply too bold. You are that North Border heir? I thought it was someone else. Huaqinger was first taken aback by Gui Hai Dao's words, then sneered, just a stray dog. Even if you have some martial arts talent, what use is that? If you dare to appear here today, you probably won't even see tomorrow's sun. Huaqinger looked down on Qin Jun, not taking him seriously at all. After all, no matter how strong Qin Jun was, could he be stronger than the Tianhua sect? She was the young lady of the Tianhua sect, of noble status, and with Qin Jun's identity, he was simply not worthy of her attention. Kneel down, bow 3 times, and give me this white fox. I can spare your life for the sake of your father's contributions to the great Xiao back in the day, Huaqinger said to Qin Jun with an arrogant expression. As soon as these words were spoken, those around Qin Jun looked at the woman with expressions of disbelief. Even Gui Hai Dao couldn't help but mutter to himself, is this woman brain dead? The others present sighed, remarking that she was indeed the young lady of the Tianhua sect, truly bold. No, it was courage. At this moment, Qin Jun turned to Huaqinger, are you done? Huaqinger, not understanding Qin Jun's meaning, nodded slightly. Since you're done, then go die. Qin Jun's cold voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, an extreme chill swept through the entire restaurant, causing everyone present to stiffen. Qin Jun's right hand reached directly for Huaqinger. Young master of the Northern Realm, you are being too presumptuous. At this critical moment, a powerful voice filled with pressure rang out, sounding like a great bell, exploding in everyone's ears with an undeniable authority. Young master of the Northern Realm, you are being too presumptuous. As this booming voice echoed, a white-haired elder appeared like a ghost in front of Huaqinger, swinging his wrinkled palm to counter Qin Jun's grasp. Bang! Immediately, a sound like muffled thunder erupted in the restaurant, deafening everyone as if it would shatter their eardrums. Following that, a terrifying force spread out from the point of contact between the two, like a tide, wildly expanding in all directions. Wherever it reached, tables and chairs were instantly smashed to pieces, wood chips and porcelain shards flying everywhere, turning the entire restaurant into chaos. Thud thud thud. After colliding with Qin Jun, the elder, along with Huaqinger, was sent flying backward. The elder's feet left deep marks on the ground with each step, as if each step weighed 1,000 pounds, yet even so, he struggled to stop his retreat. It wasn't until he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood that he barely managed to halt his backward momentum. Elder Wu, are you alright? Huaqinger quickly asked, looking at the elder. Miss, I'm fine. The elder forced himself to suppress the surging blood within, waving his hand, then his gaze fixed tightly on Qin Jun. Filled with shock and wariness, he slowly spoke. I didn't expect your cultivation to have reached this level. It seems we underestimated you. As the 5th elder of the Tianhua sect, his cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the Master Realm, just below the Grand Master, yet he was injured by a single strike from Qin Jun, indicating that the latter had already stepped into the Grand Master ranks. The other disciples from various sects present were also greatly shocked to see Qin Jun injure an elder of the Tianhua sect with a wave of his hand. Just how strong is he? Gui Hai Dao stared intently at Qin Jun, murmuring to himself. It's not that you underestimated me, but that you are all too trashy. Qin Jun stood with his hands behind his back, his expression full of disdain. Awesome! Blood Demon, Butcher, and Mad Lion all cheered loudly, their eyes filled with admiration for Qin Jun. This Qin Dao friend really knows how to show off. The chubby boy muttered, then looking at the scattered dishes on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh in pity, saying with a face full of regret, what a shame for such a delicious meal, and I didn't even get to eat a few more bites. This kid, really? The drunkard said, holding a jug of wine, smiling lightly, his smile revealing a hint of appreciation for Qin Jun. Hearing Qin Jun's words, the 5th elder's face turned extremely ugly, while Huaqinger immediately retorted angrily, You, a person whose family has been destroyed, what are you pretending for? When my father arrives, it will be your death. Her eyes were filled with hatred and disdain, still showing an attitude of not taking Qin Jun seriously. Whoosh! Qin Jun's cold gaze swept toward Huaqinger, and with a step, he shot toward her like a bolt of lightning. Miss, be careful! The 5th elder's pupils constricted as he directly stood in front of Huaqinger, channeling all his true energy in an attempt to block Qin Jun. Bang! This time, when Qin Jun's fist came crashing down, it completely shattered the 5th elder's power, ultimately landing a punch on him. Put! With a dull explosion, the old man's body instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, crimson blood gushing out like a spring, wildly splattering everywhere, instantly covering Huaqinger's face. The warm blood flowed down her cheeks, plunging her into extreme terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Huaqinger was completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide open in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that everything happening before her was real. Her mind went blank, the previous arrogance vanished without a trace, leaving only endless fear. Whoosh! After exploding the fifth elder's body, Qin Jun's right hand did not lose momentum. Like a sharp claw, it reached directly for Hua Qinger's neck, and in the blink of an eye, it grasped her throat, lifting her up. Instantly, Hua Qinger showed signs of asphyxiation, her hands desperately clawing at Qin Jun's hand, struggling with all her might. She shouted at Qin Jun with all her strength, "If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go." Crack! Just as Hua Qinger finished speaking, a crisp and chilling sound of bones breaking echoed in everyone's ears. Qin Jun had crushed her throat on the spot, and her pupils instantly froze, the light in her eyes gradually dimming, her body stopped struggling, and she completely lost her breath. Then, Qin Jun casually tossed the body of the young lady from the Tianhua sect aside like garbage, the corpse arcing through the air before landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the scene fell into silence, everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The North Border heir had actually killed the young lady of the Tianhua sect, along with an elder from the Tianhua sect? This was simply earth-shattering. Let me remind you, the sect master of the Tianhua sect has already entered the ranks of martial practitioners. Gue Hai Idao looked at Qin Jun and warned, "Just a martial practitioner." Qin Jun merely smiled lightly, dismissively saying, his expression relaxed as if he didn't regard the sect master of the Tianhua sect at all. This attitude made Gue Hai Idao's expression tighten, and he secretly speculated, could it be that he has already? But the words were swallowed back. He truly couldn't believe that Qin Jun had entered the ranks of martial practitioners at such a young age. Soon, Qin Jun and his group left the restaurant and found a hotel to rest. The news of the North Border heir publicly executing the young lady of the Tianhua sect spread rapidly throughout Taiyan City, even reaching the ancient martial alliance. "Leader, the North Border heir has actually come. Could it be that he is here for tomorrow's martial arts conference?" In a room of the ancient martial alliance, a figure spoke to a silver-haired man in front of him. The silver-haired man was the leader of the ancient martial alliance, Gu Santong, ranked second on the heavenly ranking. "It's just right that he came. I can take care of him during tomorrow's conference. However, this young man's strength is indeed beyond my expectations," Gu Santong said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Then he added, "Could it be that the treasure Qin Longsheng obtained back then is in his son's hands? Otherwise, how could this young man be so strong?" "Leader, are you referring to that treasure?" The figure thought of something, his expression tightening, while Gu Santong coldly replied, "If it really is in his hands, it must be obtained. With this treasure, I will no longer fear those hidden families." At this moment, within the Heavenly Fire sect, as the news of the deaths of Hua Qinger and Elder Wu returned, the entire sect was shaken. "Damn it!" The sect master, Hua Tsanglia, let out a deafening roar filled with rage, a terrifying pressure sweeping through, causing everyone in the sect to kneel on the ground. Originally, Hua Tsanglia had no intention of attending the martial arts conference, so he only sent his daughter and an elder, but he never expected such an outcome. "Notify everyone, tomorrow I will personally attend the martial arts conference to take the life of that northern prince." Hua Tsanglia issued a command laced with endless killing intent. Meanwhile, on the mountain where Qin Jun had encountered the white fox, a group of people in black robes appeared like ghosts, their faces grim, their eyes radiating a chilling coldness. They quickly found the bodies of those who had previously pursued the white fox and were killed by Qin Jun. Upon seeing the gruesome corpses sprawled on the ground, their expressions grew even darker, the coldness in their eyes intensifying. Then, one of them took out a disc emitting a mysterious glow from his bosom, muttering incantations, and then cast a complex seal into it. Instantly, the disc seemed to awaken, flashing with dazzling light, which flickered a few times before suddenly pointing in a direction. This direction was precisely where Mount Tai was located. "That little fox is in that direction," the man exclaimed, his pupils contracting, and he shouted loudly, "Go!" With his command, the others did not hesitate, their figures flashing as they instantly disappeared from their spot, racing towards the direction indicated by the disc. At the same time, in the drunken immortal building in the imperial capital, Ling Menger was meditating when she suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. She opened her eyes wide and murmured, "What's going on? Is the prince in danger?" Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Ling Menger's expression changed repeatedly, and unable to shake off her concern for Qin Jun, she decided to personally head to Mount Tai. But at that moment, 4 figures appeared in the drunken immortal building. Swish! Ling Menger looked at these people, her expression changing, and she said solemnly, "How did you get here?" "Ling Menger, do you think hiding in this mortal realm means you are safe?" one of them said coldly. Boom! Soon, a terrifying aura erupted within the drunken immortal building. At that moment, Ji Zixuan, who was in the Jun Tian building, instantly sensed the aura coming from the drunken immortal building, her pupils narrowing. Not good. Bang! Before she could react, the bronze door of the office was suddenly blasted open, and a group of people walked in. Ji Zishuan frowned at the group and said coldly, "What do you want?" "Miss, we are here under the order of the clan leader to bring you back," said an elder in purple robes indifferently. "That family has long had nothing to do with me." "You want me to go back?" "Ha!" Ji Zishuan scoffed. "The clan leader's order must not be disobeyed," the elder in purple robes commanded, and instantly, the bronze door behind him slammed shut, and what happened next in the office remained unknown to anyone. In any case, the imperial capital was not peaceful that night. The next day, at the summit of Mount Tai, where magnificent retro-style buildings stood, this was the location of the ancient martial alliance. At this moment, the training ground was already filled with rows of disciples from the ancient martial alliance dressed in uniform attire, standing tall and solemn, welcoming the arrival of various ancient martial forces. In front of the training ground, 9 uniquely styled and imposing chairs were placed, which were the exclusive seats of the leader of the ancient martial alliance and the 8 honorary elders, symbolizing authority and status in the martial arts world. Before long, a large number of ancient martial arts families and sects had gathered at the scene, the scale of which was several times greater than that of the previous ranking battle. Moreover, most of those attending the meeting were leaders of major ancient martial arts forces, each possessing extraordinary strength, exuding a powerful aura with every gesture, making it impossible to underestimate them. The patriarch of the Situ clan has arrived. Accompanied by this strong announcement, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing led a group of people into the sight of the crowd. Among that group was a beautiful woman with an outstanding demeanor, Situ Jing. The middle-aged man walked with a commanding presence, his steps steady and powerful, radiating an air of authority. He was Situ Kong, the patriarch of the Situ clan and one of the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial arts alliance. "Greetings, Patriarch Situ." Immediately, everyone present bowed to Situ Kong, their attitudes extremely respectful. After all, Situ Kong's status was evident, and no one dared to be negligent. Situ Kong nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then walked directly to his seat. He then looked at Situ Jing beside him. "Jinger, I heard that the heir of the Northern Territory killed the young lady of the Tianhua sect in Tian City yesterday. Do you think he will appear here today?" "If he dares to kill, he will definitely come," Situ Jing replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light, then looking at her father. "Father, this person must not be made an enemy. It seems you hold him in high regard." Situ Kong smiled gently, a hint of deeper meaning in his smile, as if he could see through Situ Jing's thoughts, yet he said nothing more. Soon, the figure of Gue Hai Idao also appeared, and he too sat in the position representing one of the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial arts alliance. His father, the patriarch of the Gue Hai clan, was also one of the 8 honorary elders. "Idao, why didn't your father come today?" Situ Kong inquired. "He's busy cultivating and has no time to attend these gatherings." Gue Hai Idao shrugged. Gue Hai Bashan is too self-important. The martial arts conference called by the alliance leader, and he doesn't even come? Does he not take the ancient martial arts alliance seriously?" As this voice filled with dissatisfaction and mockery echoed, everyone turned to see a group of people dressed in blue, wielding long swords, appearing at the scene. At the forefront was an old man in a blue robe, his face thin, with triangular eyes gleaming with a cold, sinister light, making one feel a chill, as if a venomous snake was ready to strike. This old man was the headmaster of Qincheng Mountain and also one of the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial arts alliance, a formidable figure in the martial arts world. "What my father does or does not do is none of your business," Gue Hai Idao retorted without holding back. He was straightforward by nature and would not allow others to mock his father, immediately engaging in a sharp exchange. As soon as he spoke, the others present were taken aback, not expecting the young patriarch of the Gue Hai clan to be so bold as to confront the headmaster of Qincheng Mountain in front of everyone, which indeed required considerable courage. "You!" Instantly, the headmaster's expression darkened, his eyes burning with anger, the muscles on his face twitching slightly from rage. He shouted sternly, "At such a young age, to be so arrogant and disrespectful to your elders, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Saying this, he shook his long sword, preparing to strike, and a chilling light immediately glimmered on the blade, clearly ready to give Gue Hai Idao a lesson. But at that moment, a loud and domineering voice like thunder came from afar. "Old man, my Gue Hai clan's people are not for you to teach a lesson." Boom! Suddenly, a blade of light, solidified into a tangible form, appeared out of nowhere, carrying an overwhelming momentum as it slashed directly towards the leader of Qincheng Mountain. Wherever the blade passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a hissing sound, and the powerful pressure made everyone present feel a tightening in their hearts. The leader of Qincheng Mountain's expression changed upon seeing this. He dared not be careless and quickly raised his long sword, striking out with all his might, attempting to confront the fierce blade. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it was as if the very heavens and earth trembled. The leader of Qingcheng Mountain shuddered violently, the ground beneath him cracking with several fissures, while the blade of light, upon colliding with his long sword, transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and a full beard appeared before everyone, shouldering a large knife like an iron tower. He was burly, muscles bulging, exuding a fierce aura, and his sharp gaze seemed to pierce through everything, making it hard for anyone to meet his eyes. Guihai Balan. The leader of Qingcheng Mountain's expression stiffened upon recognizing him, and he shouted, "You dare to attack me? You old man are going to teach my nephew a lesson. Can't I strike back?" The buzzcut man snorted coldly. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Guihai Dao called out to him, and this man was indeed his uncle, Guihai Balan. "Isn't it because your father is worried you'd be bullied alone, so he sent me? Luckily, I arrived in time, otherwise, my Guihai family would really have been bullied by this old man," Guihai Balan said coldly, casting a glance at the leader of Qingcheng Mountain. Hearing the term old man repeatedly, the leader's face turned red with anger, trembling all over, ready to strike again. At that moment, Gu Santong's figure appeared, and he spoke, "Everyone, we are all part of the ancient martial alliance. Why must we harm our harmony? Today, let's give Santong some face. Since the ancient alliance leader has spoken, I shall not hold it against you today," the leader of Qingcheng Mountain said, brushing his sleeves and walking straight to his seat. "Humph." Guihai Balan snorted, not even glancing at Gu Santong. This scene did not escape Gu Santong's eyes, revealing a hint of shadow in his gaze, secretly resenting Guihai Balan's rudeness, but at this moment, he could not explode in anger and had to suppress his fury. The sword sect has arrived. At this moment, a woman in white, holding a sword, appeared with a group of people. This woman was none other than the young lady of the sword sect, Yu Linglong. I didn't expect the sword sect to come too. Although the leader of the sword sect is one of the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial alliance, they rarely intervene in external matters except when dealing with the demonic path. I didn't expect them to come this time. Ancient alliance leader, my master is in seclusion and cannot attend, so I was specially ordered to represent the sword sect at the martial arts conference, Yu Linglong said, cupping her fists to Gu Santong. "No problem, please take a seat." Gu Santong replied with a smile. Soon, the master of the sword forging manor also appeared. He was likewise one of the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial alliance. Before long, people from various sects and forces appeared one after another, with only the leader of the Heavenly Fire sect yet to arrive among the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial alliance. "Everyone, today I, the alliance leader, have convened this martial arts conference to gather you all, and I'm sure you are all guessing the reason for this. Of course, some of you may have already guessed it," Gu Santong began. "The purpose of this martial arts conference is singular, to kill the northern heir, Qin Jun, and bring peace back to the great Xia." Swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. Although they had already received the news in secret, hearing it confirmed by Gu Santong still surprised them. After all, that northern territory heir is just a person who has lost everything. It is truly puzzling that the ancient martial alliance would mobilize such forces to hold a martial arts conference just to kill him. Gu Santong continued, "Everyone should know this northern territory heir. Previously, he killed and injured many outstanding figures of the ancient martial forces at the peak of Yanshan, and he even arrogantly slaughtered our ancient martial alliance's protector. He even dared to kill the steward of the Yanhuang Hall, which maintains the Great Xia. This child has completely lost his mind and disregards the law. 3 years ago, the king of the north betrayed the Great Xia, colluding with foreign powers, causing the prestige of the Great Xia to suffer, becoming a traitor that everyone wants to strike down. Now his son is so arrogant and reckless. If we do not kill this child soon, once he grows up, he will surely become another disaster for the Great Xia, just like his father. Therefore, this northern territory heir must be eliminated as soon as possible." As Gu Santong finished this impassioned speech, the expressions of those present changed continuously. That's right, this northern territory heir, like his father, is a scourge to the Great Xia, and everyone must eliminate him. As members of the Great Xia, we cannot condone his existence. At this moment, the leader of Qingcheng Mountain stood up first and said loudly, "That's right." Immediately, the master of the sword-casting manor, the leader of the Fire Gate, and several other sect leaders echoed in agreement. "Kill the northern territory heir, maintain the peace of the Great Xia." Soon after, someone suddenly shouted, and then others seemed to be inspired, all shouting along. In an instant, the voices rose higher and higher, layering upon each other, echoing throughout the peak of Mount Tai. Just then, Qin Jun appeared with his hands in his pockets, looking around the crowd with a disdainful smile. "You all want to kill me? You all want to kill me?" At this moment, in the training ground of the ancient martial alliance, when Qin Jun appeared with his hands in his pockets and uttered these words disdainfully, the previously clamorous scene fell into an instant silence. All eyes turned to Qin Jun, each expression changing. Northern Territory heir. Gu Santong looked at Qin Jun, his expression stern, and called out directly. Is this person the Northern Territory heir? He actually dares to come. What boldness! At this moment, many people from the ancient martial forces began to whisper to each other, discussing Qin Jun's appearance. He is actually the Northern Territory heir? At this time, Yu Linglong looked at Qin Jun, her expression changing, her eyes flashing with a strange light. However, Qin Jun seemed to be oblivious to the discussions around him, walking leisurely towards the crowd. When he reached the front of everyone, he stopped, his gaze lightly sweeping over the crowd, and said in a calm tone, "Who wants to kill me, step forward." Although his words were very calm, they seemed to carry an inexplicable chill, making it feel as if the Grim Reaper was silently calling names. The people who had just been emotionally charged, shouting to kill Qin Jun and maintain the peace of the Great Xia, all suddenly fell silent, like ducks with their necks grabbed. Kid, do you think you can act recklessly just because you have some ability? This is the ancient martial alliance, you cannot be so presumptuous. In the midst of this dead silence, a master-level expert from the ancient martial alliance stepped forward, pointing at Qin Jun and shouting loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed by, and Blood Demon appeared before him like a ghost. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and without saying a word, he suddenly exerted force with both hands, tearing the person apart on the spot. Splash! Instantly, blood splattered everywhere, the scene gruesome to behold. At this moment, the scene fell into a dead silence once again, and Gu Santong stared at Qin Jun, Northern Territory heir. You are being too presumptuous. Are you the leader of the ancient martial alliance? Qin Jun glanced at the other party, who coldly replied, that's right. 3 years ago, you led the ancient martial alliance's experts to attack my father. Is that true? Qin Jun then coldly asked. Gu Santong remained unfazed and said, 3 years ago, your father colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country, conspiring with foreign powers to plot against the Great Xia. As a member of the Great Xia, how could I stand by and watch? It is everyone's responsibility to slay traitors. His words were delivered with great conviction, his face bearing an expression of righteousness, as if he were acting for the country and the people. As long as you admit it. Qin Jun sneered slightly, the killing intent in his eyes intensifying. Today is your day to die. Presumptuous, North Border's young master, do you really think no one can take you down? At that moment, the leader of the fire sect suddenly shouted fiercely, unleashing his 5th-tier master cultivation to suppress Qin Jun. In response, Qin Jun calmly said, who else wants to kill me? Step forward. As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback, unsure of what Qin Jun meant. Are you trying to kill us all? Gu Santong frowned, looking at Qin Jun with disbelief. He simply could not understand how Qin Jun dared to speak such bold words. Did he really think he could stand against the entire ancient martial alliance and all the major ancient martial forces present? That's right, anyone who wants to kill me today must die. Qin Jun declared, each word resonating powerfully. Boom, his words instantly ignited the scene, everyone looking at Qin Jun as if they had heard the most absurd joke in the world, their expressions filled with disbelief and mockery. Many were even secretly wondering if this guy had gone mad. Ha, so arrogant, I like it. Gue Haibalin looked at Qin Jun and suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with admiration. Compared to him, my domineering aura is still lacking, no wonder I can't advance further with the dominance blade technique, Gue Hai murmured to himself, increasingly admiring Qin Jun's fearless demeanor. Is this guy crazy? Yu Linglong looked at Qin Jun, her expression slightly changing. Situ Kong stared at Qin Jun, this child's provocation today, unless the king of the north is present, no one can save him. Father, I think he doesn't need anyone to save him. Situ Jing gazed at Qin Jun and shook her head. Kid, you have quite the audacity. At this moment, the leader of Qingqing Mountain suddenly slammed his hand down, standing up to glare at Qin Jun and shouted, do you think you are the king of the north? Even if the king of the north were here, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. You, a mere young brat, dare to speak so wildly? That's right, so young yet so arrogant and overbearing, you truly cannot be left alive. The master of the sword-forging manor also shouted. Master, they are the leader of Qingqing Mountain and the master of sword-forging manor. Nya Yun immediately introduced to Qin Jun. Everyone, you can see how arrogant and tyrannical this child is. Keeping him would be a disaster for the Great Xia. At this moment, Gu Santong timely added, clearly trying to incite the various sects to deal with Qin Jun together. This child cannot be left alive. One of the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial alliance, the master of Jiuhua Gate, also spoke up. Then another honorary elder said, this child is an enemy of the ancient martial alliance, he cannot be spared. He was the master of the 5 Elements sect, one of the top ancient martial sects in the Great Xia. In an instant, 4 of the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial alliance wanted to take action against Qin Jun, representing the 4 top ancient martial sects of the Great Xia. Subsequently, many leaders of ancient martial forces present also voiced their support for the ancient martial alliance. At this moment, among the 8 honorary elders of the ancient martial alliance, aside from the yet-to-appear Heavenly Fire sect, only the Gui Hai clan, the Situ clan, and the Sword sect had not spoken. Gu Hai Xiao Zuzhang, Situ Zuzhang, Yu Gunyang. What do you think of this child? Gu Santong's gaze swept over Gu Hai Yi Dao, Situ Kong, and Yu Ling Long. Although my Situ clan is a member of the ancient martial alliance, this is a private matter between the ancient alliance leader and him, so my Situ clan will not interfere. Situ Kong said. My sword sect will not interfere in this matter either. Yu Ling Long's eyes flickered for a few seconds before she said the same. Gu Hai Yi Dao directly pointed at Qin Jun and said, I stand with him. As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. They clearly did not expect this young clan leader of the Gu Hai clan to take a stand for Qin Jun at such a critical moment, which undoubtedly was a direct challenge to the ancient martial alliance and many ancient martial forces. Even Qin Jun was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Gu Hai Yi Dao and found himself somewhat admiring this guy. Oof, it seems your Gu Hai clan wants to be enemies with the ancient martial alliance. Qingchang Mountain's leader coldly shouted. So what if we are enemies? My Gu Hai clan has never feared opposing any force. Gu Hai Ba Lin swung his long knife, producing a clear sound, and with a cold snort, he said proudly, his aura not losing to any of the strong present, fully displaying the Gu Hai clan's dominance and boldness. Enough with the nonsense. Since you all want me dead, then let's go together to accompany the ancient martial alliance to the grave today. At this moment, Qin Jun said coldly, arrogant. Kid, do you think you few can contend with us? Any one of us can crush you with a single hand. At this time, the leader of the Fire Gate scoffed. The others looked at Qin Jun as if he were a fool, clearly not believing that Qin Jun could pose any threat to them. After all, those present were all top-tier strong figures from the Great Xia martial arts world. No matter how powerful Qin Jun and his few companions were, could they really turn the tide? A mere 5th stage master, who gave you the courage to say such things? Just as the leader of the Fire Gate finished speaking, a cold and ruthless voice suddenly erupted. Who? Hearing the sarcastic words, the leader of the Fire Gate's expression turned cold, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. Just as he was about to erupt, he suddenly felt a vast and terrifying pressure enveloping him from above. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a giant hand, resembling a towering pillar, abruptly descended, carrying a force that could topple mountains. Before everyone could see what was happening, it slammed down, instantly turning the 5th stage master of the Fire Gate into a pile of meat paste. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of gasps filled the air. Everyone was dumbfounded, secretly shocked. At this moment, a man with an explosive hairstyle and a scruffy beard appeared on the martial arts field without warning. He exuded a fierce and arrogant aura, like a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Gu Santong looked at this person, his expression changed, and he exclaimed, Li Tianqing. Isn't that the demon Li Tianqing who wiped out the 4 major sects? How could he appear here? Wasn't he said to have been locked in the death prison long ago? At this moment, many people present looked at the explosive-haired man in shock, their eyes filled with fear and apprehension. Speaking of Li Tianqing, he was a legend in the Great Xia martial arts world. In his early years, he had mediocre talent and was not accepted by any major sect. Later, he inexplicably learned a mysterious technique, rapidly advancing in cultivation, becoming a prominent figure in the martial arts world. In the last heavenly ranking battle, he even secured 3rd place, second only to Gu Santong and the 1st on the heavenly ranking. However, the good times did not last long. It was later rumored that Li Tianqing went mad while practicing a profound technique. His personality changed drastically, as if possessed by a demon, stirring up a bloody storm in the martial arts world. The most chilling thing was that he had crazily slaughtered the 4 ancient martial sects, and once this news spread, it immediately caused a sensation in the martial world of the Great Xia. Everyone spoke of him with fear, viewing him as a major demon in the martial realm. Later, the Great Xia government, in conjunction with the ancient martial alliance and the sword sect, took action to capture Li Tianqing, ultimately imprisoning him in a death prison. However, what no one expected was that today, Li Tianqing had reappeared. With his appearance, the likes of Gu Santong, the headmaster of Qingqing Mountain, and the master of the sword casting manor were all greatly shocked. Qin Jun glanced at Li Tianqing in surprise and said, What are you doing here? Greetings, young Master Qin. Li Tianqing respectfully addressed Qin Jun. This scene caused those present who knew Li Tianqing to be astonished once again. They never expected this once notorious figure in the Great Xia martial world would show such respect to Qin Jun. This kid seems to be quite extraordinary. Situ Kong observed Qin Jun with flickering eyes, while Yu Linglong frowned, coldly staring at Qin Jun, her eyes filled with disgust and disdain, secretly thinking, this kid is indeed not a good person. In her view, Qin Jun had previously associated with the demon sect, and now he was entangled with this notorious killer, Li Tianqing, which led her to completely regard Qin Jun as a person of evil and wickedness. Li Tianqing, you have some nerve to escape from the death prison. At this moment, Gu Santong glared at Li Tianqing and shouted. Whoosh! Li Tianqing glanced at Gu Santong and disdainfully said, Gu Santong, with just you dare to touch young Master Qin? You overestimate yourself. Impudent! Seeing Li Tianqing humiliate him like this, Gu Santong's expression darkened, and a terrifying power beyond true energy erupted from him, directly striking towards Li Tianqing with a palm. His cultivation had evidently reached the martial general realm, and the power he unleashed was the unique true essence of martial practitioners. Boom! Li Tianqing also erupted with a terrifying true essence power, showcasing the might of the martial general realm. He has also entered the martial general realm? Many were taken aback. Li Tianqing had once gone mad after failing to break through to the martial general realm, yet now he had actually entered it. Rumble! In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing terrifying combat energy. Kid, even with Li Tianqing here today, you can't be saved. The headmaster of Qincheng Mountain coldly shouted at Qin Jun. With his command, a group of masters rushed towards Qin Jun, leave no one alive. With a shout, Qin Jun charged out. Boom! As Qin Jun swept out with his sword, the group of masters rushing towards him was instantly torn apart, turning into a pile of severed limbs and broken arms. Whoosh! The headmaster of Qincheng Mountain's expression turned cold as he wielded a 3-foot green blade and charged at Qin Jun. His cultivation had already reached half a step into the martial general realm, while the other sect leaders rushed towards the likes of the Mad Lion. Although the Mad Lion and others were not as strong as these sect leaders, their team included the extraordinary experts, the Little Fatty and the Old Ghost. The Little Fatty quickly formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations, and then suddenly waved forward, releasing a bolt of lightning that instantly shot out. The lightning flickered with dazzling light, carrying a destructive force, and struck towards the master of the sword-casting manner, the leader of the Jiohua sect, and the master of the Five Elements sect. Boom! With a loud bang, these 3 ninth-tier masters were instantly blasted away by the Little Fatty's lightning, crashing to the ground, spitting blood wildly, their bodies mangled and on the verge of death. However, this time the Little Fatty controlled the power of the thunder technique and did not unleash the purple lightning he had used against the American superhumans before. Otherwise, these 3 ninth-tier masters would have turned to ashes. As for the other strong figures from the major factions, they were all slaughtered one by Blood Demon, Butcher, and Mad Lion. That old ghost didn't even make a move. Instead, he sat to the side, leisurely drinking wine. Put! At that moment, the leader of Qincheng Mountain was also sent flying by a sword strike from Qin Jun, spitting out blood on the spot, and the long sword in his hand was broken in two. You! He stared wide-eyed at Qin Jun, his face filled with disbelief. With his half-step martial general cultivation, he was completely no match for Qin Jun's single strike, which he found hard to accept. Bang! On the other side, with a muffled sound, Gu Santong was also blasted away by Li Tianqing, retreating over 10 meters and violently spitting blood. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Gu Santong stared at Li Tianqing in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could you be this strong?" Now, Li Tianqing had not only entered the martial general realm but had even surpassed Gu Santong. What he didn't know was that after being imprisoned in the death prison, several prison wardens saw his extraordinary talent. Although he had gone astray, they believed there was still hope for him and provided him with guidance. Under the teachings of the prison wardens, Li Tianqing not only regained his sanity but also resolved the hidden dangers accumulated during his previous cultivation, making rapid progress and breaking through to his current level. Alright, you can go die now. Qin Jun coldly swept a glance at the group. Do you dare? I am. The leader of Qincheng Mountain shouted at Qin Jun. Put! Immediately, his head was severed by Qin Jun, and the expressions of the others changed, revealing fear. Hee little guy, you're quite impressive. How about becoming your sister's male pet? Suddenly, a sharp, playful laugh echoed, and the voice stood out starkly in the bloody and murderous atmosphere, making one's heart tighten. At this moment, four cold-faced men in white appeared at the martial arts training ground, carrying a palanquin. Inside the palanquin lay a woman dressed in a thin red gauze gown, the fabric as light as a cicada's wing, gently swaying in the breeze, subtly outlining her graceful and seductive figure. A large expanse of snow-white skin was thus exposed, glistening enticingly under the sunlight. The woman's features were stunningly beautiful, each part seemingly sculpted by the heavens, with a pair of enchanting eyes that could captivate souls with just a glance, making it impossible to extricate oneself. With her appearance, a slight stir arose in the training ground, as many men's gazes were instantly drawn to her, their eyes fixated on the woman in the palanquin as if they had lost their souls. Isn't that the Sun and Moon sect leader, Zhang Wuyan? She actually came. The leaders of the various sects present changed their expressions drastically upon seeing the woman, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease, as if what stood before them was not a charming woman but a fierce beast ready to pounce. I didn't expect even this woman to come. Gu Hai Balan glanced at the woman and snorted. Is she really the Sun and Moon sect leader, Zhang Wuyan? Gu Hai Yidao's expression turned serious as he solemnly gazed at the woman in the palanquin. Zhang Wuyan, this name was also a legendary existence in the martial arts world of the Great Xia. With her own strength, she had led the Sun and Moon sect, which was on the brink of extinction, back to its peak, becoming the most terrifying presence in the Great Xia martial arts world. Even transcendent forces like the Ancient Martial Alliance and the Sword Sect did not dare to easily confront her. What she feared the most was practicing a technique called yin-yang absorption. It was rumored that as long as she had physical intimacy with a man, engaging in that illicit act, she could forcibly absorb the essence from his body to enhance her own cultivation. Any man chosen by this woman would first become her male pet, trapped in her tender embrace, and eventually be drained of their essence until they perished. Because of this, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect was known in the martial world of the Great Xia as a female demon, feared by all. Although she was stunningly beautiful, no one dared to covet her, for she was a death rose, touch it, and you would die. Qin Jun glanced at the woman, his eyes flickering. He sensed a mysterious energy emanating from her, something even he could not see through. Little guy, you're quite impressive. How about becoming your sister's male pet? At that moment, Zhang Wuyan lay sideways in her palanquin, looking at Qin Jun with a bewitching expression, a rich fragrance wafting towards him, igniting a feeling of uncontrollable excitement. Master, be careful. This woman practices the yin-yang absorption technique. Anyone who becomes her male pet ends up in a terrible fate. Nya Yin quickly warned Qin Jun. Yin-yang absorption? Qin Jun raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face as he regarded the woman. If this female demon has set her sights on him, he's finished. Instantly, everyone present shook their heads, thinking that this guy was doomed. In the Great Xia, no man targeted by Zhang Wuyan had ever escaped. They all became tools for her to enhance her cultivation. With her current strength, even the Sword Sect's leader would likely struggle to defeat her. That vixen. Yu Lingwang frowned at Zhang Wuyan, her eyes filled with disgust. At this moment, Gu Santong and the others showed expressions of delight, hoping Zhang Wuyan would quickly take Qin Jun down. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Qin Jun coldly retorted. His words caused the air to freeze momentarily, and everyone thought this guy truly had guts to speak so indifferently to the female demon. Giggle. Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, Zhang Wuyan was not angry. Instead, she let out a series of delightful, tingling laughs that echoed across the training ground, making everyone feel as if their bones were melting. She continued to look at Qin Jun with increasing interest, her voice softening. Little guy, you're the first to reject me. Now I'm even more interested in you. North Border's young master, come and face your death. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the slightly eerie atmosphere, filled with endless rage and killing intent, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. A terrifying pressure surged like a tidal wave from afar, and above the sky, a sea of flames spread, resembling a burning cloud, enveloping the entire training ground. Under the flames, a fierce figure appeared. It was Song Lai, the leader of the Heavenly Fire sect. At this moment, Song Lai's eyes burned with fierce flames, as if he wanted to incinerate the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura. The moment he appeared, he fixed his gaze on Qin Jun, killing intent radiating from him. The others present changed their expressions upon seeing the leader of the Heavenly Fire sect. They knew he had come to avenge his daughter. North Border's young master, you killed my daughter and the fifth elder of my Heavenly Fire sect. Today, I will tear you to pieces and scatter your bones to the winds. Song Lai shouted at Qin Jun, each word laced with boundless killing intent. I want his life. Immediately after, a hoarse voice came through, and an elderly man with white hair appeared. He exuded a restrained aura that made it impossible to sense any presence, yet he radiated an invisible sense of oppression. Who are you? Qin Jun glanced at the old man, who coldly replied, Zhang Taishan, the ancestor of the Zhang family. Zhang family? Qin Jun instantly thought of the Zhang family from Jinling, surprised to find that there was still an ancestor alive. Swish, swish, swish. For more figures appeared in the training ground, all clad in crimson battle armor, wielding long spears, emanating a fierce and terrifying aura, their true essence surging wildly. They are all martial generals. Many people present were taken aback at the sight of these four, as all of them had reached the realm of martial generals, and judging by the true essence they emitted, they were at least at the fourth level of martial general or above. In an instant, everyone began to speculate about the identities of these four. Northern Territories heir, we are the Yanhuang warriors, sent by Yanhuang to capture you. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. One of the four coldly shouted at Qin Jun. As soon as they finished speaking, they swung their long spears and charged at Qin Jun. His life is mine. At that moment, Sanlai unleashed a tremendous amount of true essence, roaring towards Qin Jun, intent on personally slaying the murderer of his daughter. Boom! The ancestor of the Jiang family also unleashed a powerful seal towards Qin Jun. At that moment, the six martial generals struck simultaneously, their combined aura terrifying beyond measure. The martial artists from the Great Xiao were dumbfounded. They had never seen martial practitioners engage in battle before, but today they witnessed so many martial practitioners attacking at once, a scene that was truly rare. Little guy, do you want sister to help? As long as you're willing to be my pet, I'll help you kill them all. At that moment, Zhang Wuyan looked at Qin Jun and said again, no need. As soon as Yi finished speaking, he made his move. Boom! This time, Qin Jun did not summon the blood-drinking sword but instead swung his fists, striking out directly. As he threw this punch, the space roared with sound. Under this punch, an incredibly terrifying force erupted, one that was even more horrifying than true essence, completely obliterating the true essence of the six martial generals. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the four Yanhuang warriors, along with San Lai and the Jiang family ancestor, were all sent flying, kneeling on the ground and spitting blood. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent, everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. Previously, when Qin Jun severely injured the headmaster of Qingcheng Mountain with a single sword strike, people had already sensed his terror, but they never expected that was not even his true strength. Now, he had single-handedly taken down six martial generals with a single punch, leaving everyone dumbfounded. At this moment, Gui Haibalin, Situ Kong, Yu Linglong, and Gu Santong all looked at Qin Jun with changed expressions. At this moment, Qin Jun's terror completely exceeded their imagination. This boy has become this strong, it seems he must have obtained that treasure. Gu Santong's eyes, filled with malice and greedy ambition, were fixed on Qin Jun. Then, he secretly took out a jade pendant and crushed it. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuyan looked at Qin Jun with even more interest, as if she had already regarded him as her prey. You! How could you? San Lai stared at Qin Jun, his face filled with disbelief. You are nothing. Qin Jun replied disdainfully. You must die today. San Lai roared, and all the blood within him ignited, followed by a terrifying flame erupting from his body. As the flame emerged, it exuded an aura capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, melting the surrounding space away. What a terrifying flame! Many people were startled at the sight of it, their faces showing fear. Could this be the heavenly fire left behind by the ancestor of the heavenly fire sect? It is said that the ancestor of the heavenly fire sect founded the sect and became a top martial arts practitioner thanks to this heavenly fire. At this moment, several sect leaders were discussing the fire. Kid, if you die under this heavenly fire today, it can be considered your honor. Die! San Lai glared at Qin Jun with bloodshot eyes, then summoned all his power to control the flame and hurled it towards Qin Jun. Boom! As the fire struck, an endless rumble echoed through the void, collapsing inch by inch, as if unable to withstand the power of the flame. Qin Xiao, be careful. At this moment, Li Tianxia, Blood Demon, Butcher, and the chubby boy all rushed towards Qin Jun. Even the old ghost, who was drinking, raised an eyebrow, wanting to intervene, but upon seeing Qin Jun's calm demeanor, he hesitated. Humph, a mere flame from the earth's core, and it dares to be called heavenly fire? How ridiculous! Qin Jun looked at the flame with disdain. This fire was not some heavenly fire, but rather a flame from the earth's core, formed by absorbing endless magma. Compared to heavenly fire, it was far inferior. Then, he took a step forward, not retreating but instead advancing towards the flame. Boom! The terrifying core flame struck Qin Jun, instantly engulfing him. At that moment, the space where Qin Jun stood was completely consumed by the fire, turning into a black hole, and the aura emitted by the flame was such that even a powerhouse like Li Tianxing could not approach. Daughter, father has finally avenged you. San Lai watched as Qin Jun was mercilessly swallowed by the raging flames, murmuring to himself. Then, his body trembled, and he knelt on the ground, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corner of his mouth. His once black hair had turned white, his face wrinkled, as if he had aged decades in an instant, resembling a frail old man on the verge of death. Although this was merely a flame from the earth's core, with his martial general cultivation, he could not control it. This flame had been sealed within him by the previous master of the heavenly fire sect, who had told him that he could only ignite it by burning his own blood essence in times of crisis. To activate this flame, San Lai did not hesitate to burn all his blood essence, leading him directly to the end of his life. But as long as he could avenge his daughter, it was all worth it. What a pity! Si-tu Kong and Gue Haiba-lin both shook their heads, looking regretful. Clearly, they believed that Qin Jun was doomed this time. Qin Daoyu, you can't die. If you die, who will take care of my meals? At this moment, the chubby boy silently prayed for Qin Jun. Is he really dead? Zhong Wuyan stared at the flame, her delicate brows furrowing. But just then, a cracking sound came from within the flames, as if something had shattered. Boom! Immediately after, an extremely terrifying and overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted. Instantly, the terrifying core flame was extinguished, and Qin Jun's figure appeared unscathed. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, and a faint golden glow surrounded him, so dim that it was nearly imperceptible. But at this moment, everyone could feel an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Qin Jun. This aura was so strong that it felt like an invisible hand was gripping their throats, making it hard for them to breathe, even inducing an impulse to kneel and worship. Song Lai looked at Qin Jun standing there unharmed, his face filled with disbelief as he shouted, "How is this possible? How could you?" At this moment, he widened his eyes in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He had burned his own essence to unleash this flame left by his ancestors, yet it didn't harm Qin Jun in the slightest, which dealt him a heavy blow. Put! In that instant, Song Lai spat out blood in anger. Swish! Qin Jun opened his eyes, shining with brilliance, murmuring to himself, "It actually broke through?" Previously, the 10th shackles within him had been unbreakable, and even after absorbing the power of that spirit stone, he was still a bit short. But this time, with the help of this earth core fire, he had completely shattered the 10th shackle. What a pleasant surprise! He then looked at Song Lai, "Thank you for helping me break through." His words struck Song Lai like an invisible arrow, piercing deep into his heart. Song Lai stared at Qin Jun, "You." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, dead. He just died like that? Seeing this, Qin Jun curled his lips, thinking that this guy's mental fortitude was too weak. If Song Lai knew what he was thinking, he would probably be so angry he would come back to life. Then, Qin Jun glanced at Jiang Taishan and the 4 Yanhuang warriors, whose faces were all extremely grim at that moment. Die! Jiang Taishan roared at Qin Jun, charging forward, his body rapidly swelling, clearly intending to self-destruct. This scene startled the others. A self-destructing martial general could level the entire Mount Tai. Crack! The next second, Jiang Taishan's throat was crushed by Qin Jun, not even giving him a chance to self-destruct. Boom! Qin Jun casually tossed the old ancestor of the Jiang family to the ground. At that moment, a figure in the distance witnessed this scene, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes filled with intense hatred. This person was Jiang Shaofeng, the young master of the Jiang family. Previously, Jiang Taishan had kept him hidden in the shadows to avoid any accidents, allowing him to narrowly escape death. Qin Jun Jiang Shaofeng stared at Qin Jun, his hatred reaching its peak. Qin Jun, unaware of Jiang Shaofeng's presence, turned his gaze to the 4 Yanhuang warriors. "How do you want to die?" "North Border's heir, even if we die, we will never disgrace the Yanhuang Hall." The 4 of them roared in unison, simultaneously casting a secret technique, pouring all their true essence into their long spears. They swung their spears towards Qin Jun, their cultivation fully unleashed, Martial General 5th level. At this moment, their combined attack was enough to kill a Martial General at the 6th level. However, Qin Jun simply threw a punch. Crack, crack, crack. His punch shattered the long spears in their hands, and the specially made battle armor on their bodies was struck by an invisible force, instantly breaking apart. Then, the 4 Yanhuang warriors exploded, turning into 4 clouds of blood mist, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Everyone in the ancient martial alliance's training ground stared at Qin Jun, and for a moment, he became the focus of the crowd. "I didn't expect there to be such a genius in the secular world. No wonder you dared to kill my Beastmaster sect's disciples." Suddenly, a deep and cold voice echoed. Swish! As this voice fell, Qin Jun's expression instantly froze, as if an invisible force tightly bound his entire body, rendering him unable to move. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a group of mysterious figures in black robes appeared out of nowhere like ghosts, each with an extremely cold expression, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. At this moment, everyone present felt a strong sense of suffocation, their faces showing horror as they stared wide-eyed at this group of unknown black-robed figures. Even Zhong Wuyan, upon seeing the appearance of these black-robed individuals, furrowed her brows, her previously lazy and enchanting demeanor instantly turning serious. Whoosh! At this moment, the white fox that had been following Qin Jun seemed to sense an extremely terrifying aura, its lively eyes filled with fear. It let out a low whimper and quickly hid behind Qin Jun. "Little fox, do you think you can escape? No spirit beast can escape the grasp of my Beastmaster sect." The leader among the group of black-robed men shot a glance at the white fox hiding behind Qin Jun, a cold and disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beast Master Sect? Spirit Beast? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, their eyes flickering. Shin-jun, however, was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this white fox to be a spirit beast, no wonder it was being hunted. Although he had never seen a spirit beast, he had heard from a master in the death prison that spirit beasts were creatures that had awakened intelligence and could cultivate on their own. However, in this era of thin spiritual energy, spirit beasts were even rarer than martial arts practitioners, and the Beast Master Sect, by its name, was a sect that specialized in enslaving spirit beasts. And you, how dare you kill a disciple of my Beast Master Sect and steal my spirit beast? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Suddenly, the leader raised his head sharply, his gaze like a torch, fixed on Shin-jun, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent as he shouted, "Boom!" As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Shin-jun a moment to react, he struck out with a palm towards him. One could see his true essence surging, gathering in his palm, transforming into an incredibly powerful force that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, sweeping towards Shin-jun. Wherever it passed, the air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp hiss sound. The power of this strike was terrifying. Even Shin-jun instantly sensed a wave of danger approaching, causing his nerves to tense up. His gaze sharpened, and just as he was about to make a move, a wine jug suddenly flew over from the side, tracing a graceful arc in the air as it headed straight for the man. The result was that a wine jug suddenly flew over, directly smashing towards him. The Beastmaster Sect man looked at the incoming jug, first slightly stunned, then revealing a look of disdain. Did a mere wine jug think it could stop him? He immediately struck out with a palm towards the jug, intending to shatter it. Bang! However, what no one expected was that at the moment his palm collided with the jug, his pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The seemingly inconspicuous little jug erupted with an unimaginable terrifying power, sweeping towards the Beastmaster Sect man like a tide. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, the Beastmaster Sect man was instantly sent flying, his body soaring backward like a kite with a broken string, flying dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, utterly disheveled. At this moment, the old ghost's figure flickered, appearing in midair like a specter, reaching out to catch the jug steadily. He then opened the lid, brought the jug to his mouth, took a big swig, smacked his lips, and exclaimed, "Refreshing." This sudden scene left the others dumbfounded, each one looking at this drunken beggar-like figure, wondering who he was and how he could be so terrifying. The members of the Beastmaster Sect all darkened their expressions, glaring at the old ghost. "Who are you? How dare you oppose my Beastmaster Sect?" "Beastmaster Sect? What is that? Never heard of it." The old ghost shook his head, appearing completely drunk, squinting his eyes, and said carelessly. This scene infuriated the Beastmaster Sect members, who had never been treated with such contempt. Their anger surged, and they charged directly at the old ghost. Boom boom boom! They each erupted with terrifying power, all surpassing the realm of martial generals, reaching a horrifying level. As they struck together, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind swept away the clouds, and a breath of destruction filled the air. In that moment, everyone present trembled, feeling as if the Grim Reaper had descended. However, the old ghost remained extremely calm, standing in place, even too lazy to lift his eyelids, merely waving his hand lightly, the gesture so casual it was as if he were just swatting away an annoying fly. As a result, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The members of the beast-taming sect exploded one after another like barrels of gunpowder ignited, instantly turning into clouds of blood mist, filling the air with a pungent smell of blood that permeated the entire martial arts arena. At that moment, the venue fell silent, and the beast-taming sect member who had just been struck away by the wine jug stood there in a daze. He opened his mouth to look at the old ghost but couldn't utter a word. Then, this person turned to flee, and boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared, instantly reducing him to ashes. This bolt of lightning naturally came from the chubby boy, who looked at Shin-jun with a grin and said, "Hee, my timing was pretty good, right? Impressive." Shin-jun gave the chubby boy a thumbs up, and the latter rubbed his round belly, saying, "Your killing speed is too slow. How about I use a lightning technique to strike down everyone here? Then we can go back to eat." Gulp! Upon hearing this, the members of various ancient martial arts sects and families present all swallowed hard, breaking out in a cold sweat. They looked at this chubby Taoist with a feeling akin to staring at the king of hell. Even Shin-jun couldn't help but complain, this guy isn't a Taoist, but a god of death, how is he even more ruthless? He then glanced at Zhong Wuyan. "Woman, do you still plan to make me your male pet?" Zhong Wuyan smiled charmingly, her figure flashing like a ghost, appearing in front of Shin-jun. One delicate hand hooked under his chin, and she said seductively, "If you don't want to be my male pet, how about becoming Wuyan's husband?" Together, we will surely become the masters of this great xia. Husband? Not interested. Qin Jun pouted at her. If you're willing to be my foot-washing maid, I might consider it. He Zhong Wuyan let out a silver bell-like laugh, leaning forward suddenly, whispering in Qin Jun's ear, alright, but I wonder if you have that capability. Suddenly, Zhong Wuyan's gaze sharpened, her previously affectionate eyes turning icy. A red-blue light flickered in her palm, intertwining like two agile spirit snakes, rapidly spinning and merging into a mysterious and complex mark. Then she raised her hand abruptly, unhesitatingly imprinting this mark into Qin Jun's body, the entire process swift as lightning, leaving no time for reaction. After completing this, she slowly stepped back a few paces, a hint of triumphant amusement in her eyes, quietly watching Qin Jun. Whoosh! Zhong Wuyan's sudden action left everyone present stunned, all with expressions of shock frozen on their faces. Young Master Qin! Master! Young Master! At this moment, Li Tianqing, Kuang Shi, Leng Feng, and others saw this and their faces changed drastically, anxiously calling out to Qin Jun. What did you do to young Master Qin? Li Tianqing's eyes widened in an instant, filled with flames of anger, staring fiercely at Zhong Wuyan, and shouted sternly. But Zhong Wuyan seemed to have heard nothing of Li Tianqing's roar. She merely let out a delicate laugh, her laughter laced with a hint of triumph. She blinked her captivating big eyes, her gaze landing on Qin Jun, and with a beaming smile, she said, "Little guy, now that you've fallen under my life and death talisman, it seems you can only obediently become my male pet." Life and death talisman? Upon hearing this, Qin Jun's eyes flickered, while Situkon's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "It's actually the life and death talisman? Wasn't it thought to be lost long ago? Father, what is this life and death talisman?" Situ Jing quickly asked. Situ Kong replied with a serious expression, "The life and death talisman is a mysterious and unique skill of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. It is said that once this talisman is embedded in a person's body, the one who cast it can, with just a thought, plunge the person under its influence into a fate worse than death, completely controlling their life." At this point, Situ Kong paused slightly before continuing. However, mastering this life and death talisman is extremely difficult. The Sun and Moon Divine Sect has been passed down for over 1,000 years, and only a handful of people throughout history have managed to master such a skill. I never expected this woman to have succeeded. It seems her strength and methods are far beyond our imagination. Then doesn't that mean? Upon hearing this, Situ Jing frowned and looked at Qin Jun, asking, "Is there a way to lift the talisman? Unless the caster voluntarily lifts it, there is absolutely no way to break it. Moreover, the more troublesome part is that if the caster encounters an accident and dies, the person under the talisman will die along with them." Situ Kong slowly shook his head, speaking with a sense of helplessness. His words were not concealed and clearly reached the ears of everyone present, causing a wave of gasps to rise in the training ground. Everyone was greatly shocked. No one had expected the Sun and Moon Divine Sect to harbor such a chilling dark art. This method of controlling someone's life and death was truly terrifying. At this moment, Qin Jun's subordinates, hearing about the terror of the life and death talisman, all looked extremely grim. "Hurry and lift it for young Master Qin, or I'll kill you." Li Tianqing immediately roared at Zhong Wuyan, but she remained smiling, unfazed by his threat. She leisurely replied, "Did you not hear? If I die, the person under the talisman will die too. If you want your master to accompany you in death, feel free to try." "You!" Li Tianqing was instantly furious, trembling all over, yet helpless. "Life and death talisman? Interesting." Old Ghost took a sip of wine, squinting at Qin Jun. "Kid, I can't help you this time." Meanwhile, the chubby boy stepped forward, placing a hand on Qin Jun's wrist, his brow furrowing as he looked at Qin Jun. "This woman isn't lying. This is troublesome. Little guy, now you can only obediently be someone else's male pet." Zhong Wuyan looked at Qin Jun, smiling slightly, exuding an air of control. "Is that so?" At this moment, Qin Jun remained extremely calm, looking at her with disdain. "You think a mere life and death talisman can control me? It seems I need to let you experience the power of this life and death talisman." Zhong Wuyan was about to activate the talisman, intending to let Qin Jun feel a fate worse than death, but as she activated it, she found Qin Jun completely unresponsive, as if nothing had happened. "How is this possible?" Zhong Wuyan's expression changed suddenly as she stared at Qin Jun. "How could you?" Qin Jun merely smiled lightly. "So, how about it? Still want to control me? This is impossible. How could you break my life and death talisman?" In an instant, Zhong Wuyan's face turned extremely ugly, while others who understood the power of the life and death talisman looked at Qin Jun in disbelief. The life and death talisman of the Sun-Moon Divine Cult has never been cracked by anyone, and Qin Jun can definitely be considered the first. Of course, they did not know that Qin Jun had a special physique. Any energy that entered his body could be directly absorbed and then transformed into the power to break the shackles within him. Although this life and death talisman was powerful, he absorbed it directly, rendering it unable to control him. After some attempts, Zhong Wuyan finally confirmed that the life and death talisman she had implanted in Qin Jun was completely ineffective, and her expression turned extremely ugly. At that moment, Qin Jun stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhong Wuyan, grabbing her by the throat. Qin Jun's speed was too fast, and Zhong Wuyan was still immersed in the shock of the talisman's failure, unable to react in time before he seized her throat. "Woman, you've played with fire." Qin Jun looked at Zhong Wuyan coldly and then threw her to the ground, saying indifferently, "But don't worry, I won't kill you. Don't you like to control people? Then I'll let you experience what it's like to be controlled." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jun raised his right hand, and a beam of black light shot towards Zhong Wuyan, instantly entering her body. Whoosh! Her expression changed as she looked at Qin Jun. "What did you do to me?" "Nothing much, just injected a strand of demonic energy into your body. Now, with just a thought, I can activate this demonic energy to make you wish for death, or even directly explode your body." Ah! With these words, Zhong Wuyan's face twisted in pain, letting out a cry of agony, while the others present looked at Qin Jun in shock. "He is actually a demonic cultivator? How does it feel?" Qin Jun asked, watching Zhong Wuyan. Just moments ago, the demonic energy within her was tearing through her flesh, causing her unbearable pain, and when she tried to expel it, she found it impossible to remove. "You." Zhong Wuyan looked at Qin Jun, her expression changing repeatedly. "Woman, remember, you are now my maid. If you want to live, you better obey me." Qin Jun patted Zhong Wuyan's cheek, showing no regard for this formidable female demon of the great Xia martial arts world. He then turned his gaze towards Gu Santong, walking step by step towards him. "Gu Santong, the blood debt you owe from 3 years ago is due now." Qin Jun coldly stared at Gu Santong, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Gu Santong's expression tightened as he stared at Qin Jun. "If you want to kill me, you're still a bit short. It seems you still have a trump card." Qin Jun said indifferently, "No matter what trump card you have, you will die today." "Oh really?" Just then, a voice filled with disdain suddenly rang out. "Oh really?" As this extremely contemptuous voice echoed in the training ground, everyone present paused. Another person has arrived? This martial arts conference today is truly full of twists and turns. Qin Jun glanced around and saw a group of people striding in, each exuding an imposing aura, giving off a sense of superiority and disdain for all. "Lord Gusu, save me." At this moment, Gu Santong looked at the leading man in white among the group and called out urgently. "Gusu? Could it be someone from the Gusu clan, one of the 9 great clans of the Great Xia?" Situ Kong raised an eyebrow, looking at the group in astonishment, then said, "I didn't expect Gu Santong to have connections with the Gusu clan." The man in white glanced at Gu Santong and coldly said, "You can't even handle a little brat. What a waste of the Gusu clan's years of training you." Hearing this, Gu Santong felt extremely embarrassed but dared not say anything. The people present were startled upon hearing the words Gusu aristocratic family. As a member of the Great Xia martial arts community, they naturally knew of the existence of the 9 major families, and the Gusu family, being one of them, was far more profound and powerful than the ancient martial sects and families present. "Is the person behind Gu Santong from your Gusu family?" Qin Jun coldly glanced at the man in white from the Gusu family, who arrogantly replied, "That's right. Then 3 years ago, when the ancient martial alliance targeted my father, it was also under your orders?" "Ha!" Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, the man let out a disdainful snort, his tone filled with contempt and arrogance. "In the past, your father relied on his cultivation and the renowned Northern Town army under his command, becoming extremely arrogant, even looking down on our 9 major families. He even attempted to uproot us entirely. He deserved to die. In this land of Great Xia, anyone who dares to oppose our 9 major families and challenge our supreme authority is bound to meet a dead end. And you, Qin Jun, are no exception." As these words fell, each one struck like a hammer, resonating powerfully, causing everyone present to feel a chill in their hearts, secretly gasping for breath, as if the very air had solidified. "Ha!" Qin Jun sneered, "You 9 major families think of yourselves as the masters of Great Xia, wanting to trample the country underfoot and rise above the imperial authority?" The man in white, far from showing any fear, appeared even prouder. He declared in a near proclamatory manner, "The dynasties of Great Xia have changed for thousands of years, and the rise of each dynasty has been controlled by our 9 major families, including the current Great Xia. We are the true masters of Great Xia." This statement caused many to secretly click their tongues, while Qin Jun coldly replied, "No wonder my father wanted to eradicate your 9 major families. You dare to rise above the nation, you deserve to die. Impudent!" The man in white's expression darkened, and he struck out towards Qin Jun with a palm. With this palm strike, a terrifying force of true essence erupted, and his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the martial general realm, making him extremely formidable. Bang! Immediately, a muffled sound echoed, and the man in white was sent flying, spitting blood on the spot. However, Qin Jun did not make a move. It was Zhang Wuyan who had acted. This scene left the others stunned, while Zhang Wuyan looked at the man in white coldly and said, "Dare to touch the master? Seeking death. You." The man in white was about to speak when Zhang Wuyan unleashed a powerful seal directly at him. Boom! As the seal landed, a thunderous sound erupted, and the man from the Gusu family, at the 7th level of the martial general realm, was reduced to nothing, leaving the other Gusu family members dumbfounded. Zhang Wuyan's strength shocked everyone from the various ancient martial sects and families present. Previously, they had thought she was of average strength since Qin Jun had controlled her in an instant, but now it seemed her power had crushed them all. Go! Immediately, another member of the Gusu family shouted, and they prepared to retreat. The man in white was already the strongest among them. Now that he had been killed in an instant, staying here would only lead to death. Zhang Wuyan, however, forcefully struck out and killed them all. "Master, I performed quite well, didn't I?" Zhang Wuyan then turned to Qin Jun, her face charming. Seeing this, Qin Jun thought to himself that this woman was indeed not simple, adapting so quickly. As Gu Santong watched the Gusu family members all perish, his gaze flickered for a few seconds before he suddenly activated a secret technique, unleashing a terrifying aura as he shot off into the distance. In an instant, Gu Santong had arrived at the edge of the training ground, about to descend the mountain. At that moment, the others had not reacted at all. Just as Gu Santong was about to leave, thinking he had escaped a calamity, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Qin Jun. In that split second, Gu Santong's pupils constricted. "Do you think you can escape?" Qin Jun looked at him coldly and threw a punch directly. Boom! Gu Santong's body was instantly obliterated, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back, turning into a mist of blood, leaving no corpse behind. Thud! However, as Gu Santong was killed, a piece of jade suddenly fell to the ground. Ha! Qin Jun glanced over and immediately picked it up, exclaiming in surprise, "Hishiryu?" This jade was one of the 9 pieces of Hishiryu that had split from the imperial seal, and Qin Jun had already obtained 2 pieces before. He didn't expect that Gu Santong had another piece in his possession, which turned out to be a windfall for him. Hishiryu. At this moment, the leaders of the major ancient martial arts factions looked at the piece of Hishiryu with fiery eyes, but no one dared to make a move against Qin Jun. The leader of the ancient martial alliance had been killed in an instant. If they acted, wouldn't that be like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, seeking their own death? "Young Master Qin, how should we deal with these people?" Li Tianqing then pointed at the masters of the sword-casting manner, Jiuhua sect, and 5 Elements sect, asking. Qin Jun glanced at the leaders of these ancient martial arts sects, and they all turned pale with fear, kneeling and saying, "Young master of the northern border, we were just deceived by Gu Santong. We no longer dare to be your enemies. Please spare our lives, and we will obey your orders in the future." At this moment, these once respected leaders in the martial arts world of the Great Xia were all kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, a sight that was truly poignant. Kill! But Qin Jun showed no mercy. Anyone who wanted to kill him deserved to die. Pft, pft, pft. Immediately, Li Tianqing acted and slaughtered the 3 sect leaders. "You are the young master of the northern border?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Qin Jun. He turned around and saw a dozen people in black clothes appear, all of them above the martial general level, staring at Qin Jun with ill intent. "Who are you?" Qin Jun asked coldly. "We come on the orders of our master to capture you." One of them replied indifferently. "Who is your master?" With this question from Qin Jun, the other party coldly responded, "You will know who our master is once you go with us. Your sister is also in our master's hands." Swish! This last sentence instantly changed Qin Jun's expression, his pupils fixating on the group. "My sister was captured by you?" Qin Jun shouted with a dark expression. "That's right," the person replied directly. Immediately, Qin Jun's expression changed repeatedly, and he said, "All right, I will go with you." Young Master Qin instantly, Li Tianqing and the others frowned and were about to speak, but Qin Jun said, "Wait for me to come back. Let's go." He looked at the group coldly. The black-clad individuals were taken aback by Qin Jun's willingness to go with them so readily. Could it be a trap? One of them worriedly asked. The leader snorted coldly, "What are you afraid of? Once this kid is in front of our master, no trap will matter. Take him away." They then left with Qin Jun. "These people are of unknown origin, will there be any trouble with the master?" At this time, the Mad Lion expressed concern. "Don't worry, I calculated a divination for him, there is no danger for now," the chubby boy said, counting on his fingers. "What do you mean by for now?" The Mad Lion raised an eyebrow, staring intently at the chubby boy. Immediately, the chubby boy's expression became solemn, his eyes glimmering with depth as he said, "Soon, Dao Friend Qin will face a great calamity." Next, the news that Gu Santong, the leader of the ancient martial alliance, along with the headmaster of Qingqing Mountain, the master of the sword-forging manor, the leader of Jiuhua Gate, and the sect master of the Five Elements sect, had all fallen at the hands of the northern prince Qin Jun, spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the Great Xia. In an instant, the martial arts world of Great Xia was shaken as if by an earthquake, creating a great uproar. Within the Yanhuang Hall, the high-ranking officials gathered together, their expressions grave, and intense discussions erupted one after another. The usually hidden and inscrutable aristocratic families were also brightly lit, with the heads of various factions discussing Qin Jun. Even the Great Xia cabinet convened an emergency meeting. The strength Qin Jun displayed this time clearly exceeded the expectations of all parties, forcing them to treat him with caution. At this moment, in a quiet courtyard in the imperial capital, two elderly men, one in black and the other in white, sat quietly, both showing serious expressions. "I didn't expect his strength to be hidden so deeply, just like his father. Both are such prodigies." The elder in white sighed slightly, his expression quite complex. It's a pity that he, like his father, is uncontrollable. For someone who cannot be controlled, keeping him around is ultimately a disaster. He should be eliminated." The elder in black coldly snorted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, his tone icy and resolute. "The only way now is to use his weakness against him." The elder in white slowly picked up the teacup on the table and took a light sip. He squinted slightly, and as his gaze flickered, it seemed he had already made up his mind. "Weakness?" The elder in black showed a look of confusion upon hearing this, turning to the elder in white. Then, the elder in white's gaze sharpened, slowly uttering two words, "Northern Territory." Though the voice was soft, it seemed to carry immense weight, echoing in the quiet courtyard, instantly making the elder in black understand his meaning. The two exchanged glances, both their eyes revealing a hint of darkness and calculation. In the blink of an eye, the sun set, and night fell. In the southern region of Great Xia, there lay a vast and boundless primitive mountain range, stretching endlessly, resembling a sleeping giant dragon on the earth, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura, known to the world as the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this moment, Qin Jun wore a cold expression as he followed the group of black-clad men into the 10,000 Great Mountains. After an unknown amount of time, they passed through patches of forest and emerged in a deep canyon. Surprisingly, in this canyon stood a grand and imposing palace. As soon as Qin Jun arrived, he furrowed his brow, sensing an extremely terrifying aura emanating from the palace. This aura, while not as strong as that of the Beastmaster sect, was undoubtedly the strongest presence Qin Jun had encountered since his release from prison. Clearly, this was the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Linger and the one who had poisoned her in the first place. Moreover, as he carefully sensed, he also detected a familiar aura from within the palace, so familiar that it made his heart clench instantly. It was undoubtedly Linger. Qin Jun's pupils constricted sharply, and flames of anger ignited in his eyes, his gaze piercing like a tangible arrow straight into the depths of the palace. At that moment, the leading black-clad man respectfully bowed to the palace before him and announced loudly, reporting to the master, "Qin Jun has been brought here." Whoosh! Just then, Qin Jun moved, charging towards the palace in an instant. Bold! The group of black-clad men changed their expressions and rushed forward to stop Qin Jun, but he roared, "Get lost!" Boom! A tremendous killing intent erupted from Qin Jun without reservation, forming a blood-red torrent that completely shredded the bodies of the black-clad men. Bang! Suddenly, the palace gate was shattered, and Qin Jun appeared here. He immediately saw Qin Linger lying on the jade bed, her hair completely white, her face pale, and her breath faint like a wisp of smoke. Linger! Looking at his sister, frail and with white hair, Qin Jun's body trembled violently, and he couldn't help but shout loudly, "The heir of the Northern Territory, we finally meet." At that moment, a cold voice entered Qin Jun's ears. He saw a woman dressed in a brocade and glazed robe, sitting beside him like a queen, looking down at Qin Jun. Swish! Qin Jun stared at her, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. "What have you done to my sister?" "Nothing much. I just drained all her blood, but her blood is truly effective. It has greatly increased my cultivation," the woman said nonchalantly, then gazed at Qin Jun. "If your sister's blood is already so terrifying, your blood as her brother should be even more powerful. If I could devour your blood, it would surely help me." Boom! Before she could finish, Qin Jun launched a punch at her, the sound of the sonic boom echoing throughout the palace. The woman looked at Qin Jun's attack and raised her hand to meet his punch head-on. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a deafening roar, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Linger! Seeing the battle energy spreading towards Linger, Qin Jun hurriedly waved his hand to block it. Daring to be distracted while fighting with me, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Suddenly, the woman shouted sharply, and a force surpassing true essence erupted, rushing towards Qin Jun like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. At that moment, the entire palace was instantly destroyed, and the surrounding mountains roared. After the roar, the place where the palace stood had turned into ruins. Then, the woman walked out, her gaze cold, exuding a terrifying aura, with a dreadful energy swirling around her. Bang! Immediately, a muffled sound was heard as Qin Jun emerged, holding Qin Linger. You do have some skill. It seems I underestimated you. The woman coldly stared at Qin Jun, while he gently placed Qin Linger aside, softly caressing her pale cheek, saying, Linger, wait for me, I will avenge you. He then summoned a light to envelop Qin Linger, preventing her from being affected by the energy. Swish! Slowly, Qin Jun stood up, turning to face the woman. His eyes instantly turned blood red, as if transformed into a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, the killing intent in his gaze reaching an extreme that instilled fear in anyone who looked at him. You must die today. Qin Jun's voice was icy cold, echoing like the judgment of the king of hell in the silent valley. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely terrifying killing aura erupted from Qin Jun, a black mist that seemed tangible swirling around him, constantly rolling and surging, making him appear as if a demon god had descended. At that moment, the heavens and earth changed color, the already dark night sky became even gloomier, thick clouds gathered, and a fierce wind howled, swirling the sand and debris on the ground, flying everywhere, as if the end of the world was approaching. You! The woman's pupils suddenly constricted at the sight. Die! Qin Jun unleashed a deafening roar of killing intent, the sound waves rolling and echoing between the mountains, startling the forests into rustling. He then swung the blood-drinking sword fiercely at the woman. Rumble! In an instant, where the sword struck, a blood light shot into the sky, coalescing into a ferocious blood-colored dragon, surging forward with overwhelming momentum, as if it intended to tear its opponent into pieces in an instant. The scene was terrifying beyond measure. For a moment, endless bloodlight enveloped most of the 10,000 great mountains, and a chilling killing intent spread out, causing the beasts in the mountains to tremble in fear, hiding in their lairs and daring not to show their faces. The forest was deathly silent, save for the howling of the rampant bloodlight. In a valley deep within the 10,000 great mountains, a group of wild-looking people with disheveled hair, dressed in coarse linen garments, gathered together. They were busy with their own tasks when they were drawn to the distant bloodlight, their faces showing fear as they looked towards its direction. That direction seems to be where that bad woman is. A girl of about 17 or 18, with braided hair and bright, gem-like eyes that radiated innocence, exclaimed, pointing towards the bloodlight. She then turned to an elderly man beside her, who held a staff and wore a solemn expression, asking, Great uncle, is someone trying to kill that bad woman? I'm not sure, but with that woman's cultivation, it's likely that no one can kill her, the old man replied, slightly furrowing his brow, his gaze heavy with concern. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes twinkled as if she was pondering something. Meanwhile, as Qin Jun unleashed a fierce sword strike, the woman's expression changed dramatically, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Qin Jun's cultivation could reach such a level. Not daring to be careless, she quickly struck out with a palm, a cold and chilling force erupting from her palm, crashing violently towards the blood dragon formed by the blood-colored sword light. Boom! In an instant, the sounds of roaring and explosions intertwined throughout the 10,000 great mountains, echoing like thunder, causing the valley to tremble slightly. Waves of terrifying energy spread out like a surging tide, breaking trees and shattering boulders, turning the surroundings into a scene of devastation and ruin. Qin Jun's sword was extraordinarily powerful, forcing the woman to retreat repeatedly, her steps faltering, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, her once lofty demeanor now marred by a hint of disarray. Damn it! Gong Qianshue's face darkened, her gaze fixed on Qin Jun, her heart filled with anger. With her noble status, being pushed back by such a mundane boy was something she found hard to accept. Yet Qin Jun did not pause, his killing intent unabated. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, his figure like lightning, charging once more towards Gong Qianshue with increasing ferocity. Bang bang bang! The two immediately engaged in fierce combat, sword shadows intertwining, palm winds howling, both sides locked in a struggle where every clash erupted with earth-shattering energy. This fierce battle lasted for several dozen minutes, and finally, with a thud, Gong Qianshue was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth, her body marked with numerous sword wounds, blood-soaked and in a state of utter disarray. Though Qin Jun was also panting heavily, he had not sustained serious injuries, his face was slightly pale, but the anger in his eyes remained undiminished. Whoever harms my sister shall be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Qin Jun glared at Gong Qianshue, each word biting and filled with bone-deep hatred. You dare? I am. Gong Qianshua's expression turned cold as she was about to invoke her identity to intimidate Qin Jun, but before she could finish her sentence, Qin Jun had already charged forward with a sword, the wind howling as it approached. Swish! Gong Qianshua's expression darkened, sensing the danger. She hurriedly prepared to cast a secret technique, her hands quickly forming seals as she chanted incantations. However, at that moment, a booming sound suddenly erupted from behind Qin Jun, like thunder striking the ground, startling him. He turned around abruptly, his expression changing drastically. At that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from within Qin Linger without any warning. The golden light was brilliant and eye-catching, like a golden sun breaking through the clouds, shooting straight into the sky. Where the light reached, it seemed to tear the sky apart, magnificent and mysterious. Linger! Seeing this, Qin Jun quickly sheathed his sword and rushed towards Linger. Gong Qianshua, witnessing Qin Linger's transformation, was also astonished, filled with disbelief. This girl had clearly had all her blood drained by herself, yet at this moment, new blood was actually being generated within her, and it was golden. That blood faintly exuded an extremely ancient aura, sacred and inviolable. Could it be that Gong Qianshua couldn't help but ponder, her expression changing repeatedly, as if she had guessed something but dared not confirm it. At this time, Qin Jun had already rushed to Qin Linger's side. He anxiously reached out to touch her, to check on her condition, but as soon as he got close, the golden light on Linger suddenly erupted with a powerful force, violently sending Qin Jun flying away. Puff! Blood spurted from Qin Jun's mouth, his face instantly turning pale, and he fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This was the first time he had vomited blood since his release from prison, which showed just how powerful the force contained in that golden light was. Boom! At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed from above the sky, and then a huge vortex slowly appeared. The vortex was as deep as a black hole, exuding a terrifying aura that chilled the bones, as if it connected to an unknown mysterious world. This astonishing scene instantly stirred the entire Great Xia. Whether martial arts experts or ordinary citizens, they all cast astonished gazes towards the direction of the 10,000 great mountains, filled with curiosity and unease, unsure of what had happened. This is the old ghost and the chubby boy changed their expressions upon seeing this scene. Without hesitation, the two of them flashed and sped towards the 10,000 great mountains, moving as fast as a shooting star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon, a more dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from within the vortex, as if it came from the ancient wilderness, piercing through the heavens and the earth, like a sacred beam of light, rushing straight towards the 10,000 great mountains below. In the next second, the golden light transformed into a massive golden pillar, enveloping Qin Linger securely within it. Linger's body seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly rising from the ground, drifting towards the vortex. Linger! Seeing this, Qin Jun's expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. He leaped up and desperately charged towards the ascending Linger, gripping the blood-drinking sword tightly in his hand, and struck fiercely at the golden pillar. Boom! But when the sword struck the golden pillar, an extremely terrifying backlash force erupted instantly, sweeping towards Qin Jun like a surging tsunami. Put! Qin Jun spat out blood again, the sword slipping from his hand and falling with a clatter in the distance. He, too, was sent crashing down to the ground like a kite with a broken string. With a loud bang, Qin Jun fell heavily to the ground, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, his face as pale as paper, his entire being severely injured by this backlash force. At this moment, Linger had already slowly entered the vortex along the golden pillar, and then, the vortex and the golden pillar instantly vanished, as if everything had never happened. Linger! Qin Jun half-kneeled on the ground, unwillingly shouting into the void. He never expected that after finally finding his sister, she would be forcibly taken away by this mysterious power, and he had no idea where she would be taken, his heart filled with immense pain. I never expected that your sister actually harbored such a powerful bloodline force within her. At this moment, Gong Qianshua wore a gloomy expression and coldly snorted, I drained her of all her blood, and instead helped her awaken this bloodline power. How unfair to me. What a pity, if I could devour her bloodline power, I would surely advance further, even. Gong Qianshua's face was filled with regret, her eyes revealing a greedy glint, as if she had missed out on an unparalleled treasure. Shut up! Qin Jun roared, unleashing all the fury from failing to save Linger onto Gong Qianshua. He waved his right hand, and the blood-drinking sword reappeared in his grasp, disregarding his severely injured body, charging towards Gong Qianshua with the sword raised. Humph! Gong Qianshua scoffed disdainfully upon seeing this. Although she was also injured, Qin Jun's wounds were far more severe than hers. She suddenly struck out with a palm, and a powerful force erupted instantly, sweeping towards Qin Jun and sending him flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Now that you are heavily injured, you are no match for me. Gong Qianxue mocked coldly, her lofty demeanor returning, as if Qin Jun were nothing more than an ant in her eyes. Big brother, are you okay? At that moment, a delicate figure rushed over. It was the girl with the braids. She hurried to Qin Jun's side, carefully helping him up, her eyes filled with concern. Gong Qianxue glanced at the girl, her gaze turning icy as she scolded, "A barbarian? You have quite the nerve to appear before me. You wicked woman!" The little barbarian's face flushed with anger upon hearing this, glaring fiercely at Gong Qianxue, unafraid as she rebuked her, her youthful face showing a stubbornness and bravery. Seeking death. Gong Qianxue's anger flared at this, and she immediately struck out with a palm. Boom! In a critical moment, a purple lightning bolt shot forth like a flash. Boom! A purple lightning bolt suddenly descended, striking fiercely at Gong Qianxue. Her expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly redirected her palm aimed at the girl towards the lightning. However, what she never expected was that the power of this lightning far exceeded her imagination, instantly shattering the force she had unleashed, and then it surged towards her uncontrollably, moving so fast that there was no time to react. Puff! Gong Qianxue was caught off guard, and the lightning struck her body squarely, sending her flying as if struck by lightning, tracing a messy arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood wildly. Swish! Swish! At that moment, the figures of the old ghost and the fatty appeared like phantoms, instantly materializing at the scene. Qin Daoist, are you okay? As soon as the fatty appeared, his gaze anxiously fell on Qin Jun, loudly asking with concern. But then, as if recalling something, he muttered, "Wait a minute, I had calculated before that the great calamity shouldn't have arrived yet. Why are you injured now? Why is this divination so inaccurate? It's truly strange. Aren't you from the great Xia?" The old ghost squinted slightly, his sharp gaze glancing at Gong Qianxue, his brows furrowing. Swish swish swish. At this moment, Gong Qianxue looked at the old ghost and the fatty, her expression changing repeatedly. She instinctively sensed a dangerous aura from the two of them. Then, she coldly glanced at Qin Jun, her eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. After that, she no longer hesitated, her figure flickering as she swiftly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing the woman leave, the old ghost turned to Qin Jun. "How are you?" Cough cough cough. Qin Jun coughed and said, "I'm fine, not dead yet." "What just happened? Who was the woman in that golden light?" the old ghost inquired. "She is my sister." Qin Jun's face turned grim. "Your sister? I see that girl has a complex bloodline. It seems she doesn't share the same bloodline as you," the old ghost said. "How is that possible?" Qin Jun's expression changed. He and Linger were born of the same parents, how could they not share the same bloodline? "Qin Daoyu, your injuries are serious. You should focus on healing first," the chubby boy said, glancing at the girl. "Who is this?" "My name is Xiao Man," the girl said, blinking her innocent big eyes. "Xiao Man." At that moment, an urgent voice called out, and an old man with a staff hurried over. When he saw the old ghost, the chubby boy, and Qin Jun, his eyes narrowed, and he looked wary. "Great-grandfather, why are you here?" Xiao Man called out to the old man, who immediately shot her a glare and scolded, "You girl, you have too much courage to come here. What if you run into that woman?" "Great-grandfather, that bad woman has already been driven away," Xiao Man said. Upon hearing this, the old man's gaze swept around, revealing a look of surprise on his face as he muttered, "That woman ran away?" He found it hard to believe. After all, Gong Qianxue was powerful, how could she be driven away? But seeing that she was indeed nowhere to be found, he had to admit this fact, though he was still filled with doubt, unsure of what had transpired. "That's right, she was driven away by Big Brother and these two friends," Xiao Man excitedly repeated, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude as she looked at Qin Jun and the others. In her heart, Qin Jun and the others were great heroes who helped them chase away the bad woman who always bullied the Man tribe. Qin Jun looked at the old man and the girl in confusion. "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Man Shan, the chief of the Man tribe," the old man introduced himself to Qin Jun. "Man tribe?" Qin Jun showed a puzzled expression, and the old man seemed to sense his confusion, explaining, "We, the Man tribe, have lived in these great mountains for generations. It's normal that you don't know." "You've always lived in these 100,000 mountains?" Qin Jun asked in surprise. "Yes, Big Brother, we of the Man tribe can only stay in these mountains. We can't leave," Xiao Man said with a helpless expression. "Why?" Qin Jun questioned. "Because a long, long time ago, our Man tribe was placed under a restriction. Anyone with the Man tribe bloodline cannot leave these 100,000 mountains," the tribe chief sighed. "The Man tribe, could it be?" The chubby boy muttered to himself, a strange look flashing in his eyes. "Let's not talk about that for now. You were seriously injured, focus on healing," the old ghost reminded Qin Jun. Then Qin Jun sat down on the ground, began to circulate his energy to heal, and in the blink of an eye, a new day arrived. Swish! Qin Jun opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. After a night of healing, his injuries had recovered significantly. He then said solemnly, "I wonder where that golden beam of light took Linger?" "Your sister should have already left Earth," the old ghost said. "What? Left Earth?" Qin Jun was taken aback. "Is there another world beyond this Earth?" "Of course, but with your current strength, you can't access those yet. Focus on improving your strength first," the old ghost said, curling his lip. Qin Jun's gaze flickered continuously. He suddenly realized that his strength was far from enough. Previously, in the dead prison, he had thought his strength was already formidable, but now it seemed he was still weak. No wonder his masters often said there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. "Let's head back first." Qin Jun then set aside his thoughts, planning to return and gradually enhance his strength. "Big brother, are you leaving?" Xiao Man, who had been there without leaving, looked at Qin Jun reluctantly. "Yes." Qin Jun reached out and gently stroked Xiao Man's head, saying softly, "I'll come to see you again next time I have the chance." For this little girl he had only known for less than half a day, Qin Jun felt an inexplicable fondness. Perhaps it was because she was of a similar age to Linger, and her innocent smile and clear eyes reminded Qin Jun of Linger, making him unconsciously feel a closer connection to her. Afterward, Qin Jun, along with Old Ghost and the chubby boy, left the 10,000 Great Mountains, while Xiao Man watched Qin Jun's retreating figure. Her gaze sharpened, and she suddenly said to the leader of the Man tribe, "Great-grandfather, I want to leave the 10,000 Great Mountains and see the outside world." Man Shan was taken aback, looking at Xiao Man. "Xiao Man, are you confused? How could a person from the Man tribe possibly leave the 10,000 Great Mountains? Didn't the ancestors say that as long as one can undergo the Man God's baptism, they can lift the restrictions within their body and leave this mountain?" Xiao Man suddenly replied. Man Shan's expression changed. "The Man God's baptism? That is something even the ancestor has never passed. I can definitely do it." Xiao Man clenched her small pink fists, her eyes filled with determination. On the other side, not long after Qin Jun and the others left the 10,000 Great Mountains, they received some news. "Jun Mo Shao has returned? He's holding a memorial service? Inviting me to attend?" Upon hearing this news, Qin Jun's eyes flickered. He didn't know much about Jun Mo Shao, he only knew that he was a defeated opponent of his father, who later developed inner demons and could not break through in strength. However, now that he had returned, not only was he grandly holding a memorial service for the members of the Jun family he had killed, but he had also specifically invited Qin Jun to attend, which felt somewhat like a banquet of intrigue. Immediately, Qin Jun headed to the imperial capital, preparing to attend this banquet of intrigue. What he didn't know was that while he was on his way to the imperial capital, a huge upheaval was also occurring in the northern border. In the imperial capital, at the Jun family estate, the once desolate place was bustling with activity today. People from various noble families, wealthy merchants, and powerful figures gathered here to attend the memorial service hosted by the Jun family. Originally, these people would not dare to easily attend the Jun family's memorial service, as the deceased were all killed by the northern heir, Qin Jun. Now, Qin Jun's reputation was at its peak. In the eyes of everyone, he was a ruthless character, a cold-blooded executioner, and his profound cultivation was terrifying, making anyone hesitant to offend such a calamity. However, on one hand, there was pressure from Jun Mo Shao, a top genius of the Great Xia, and on the other hand, hearing that the Jun family had invited Qin Jun piqued everyone's curiosity. Inviting an enemy to a memorial service was indeed a rare occurrence, and everyone wanted to see what the Jun family was up to, so they all came in response to the invitation. In the main hall of the Jun family, white sails were high, creating a solemn atmosphere. In the center were placed golden silk Nanmo coffins, and in front were the portraits of the Jun family's ancestors, the second master, and Jun Mo Zhao's children, the scene exuding a sense of sorrow. Jun Mo Zhao, dressed in white mourning clothes, stood coldly to the side, like an iceberg, emanating a chill. People from all sides came forward to pay their respects in order, exchanging a few pleasantries before stepping aside, but none left. They were all waiting for Qin Jun to appear. "Do you think the northern heir will come?" Someone whispered, their words filled with curiosity and concern. "If he comes, the Jun family might follow in the footsteps of the Lin family and suffer a tragic end," someone replied in a low voice, feeling uneasy at the thought of Qin Jun's style of action and formidable strength. "I really don't know where Jun Mo Shao gets his confidence. Doesn't he know that Qin Jun has already stepped into the realm of a master?" Another person murmured, their face full of confusion, as everyone was puzzled by Jun Mo Zhao's intentions. "Master, what do you think?" At this moment, someone in the crowd, holding a sword, looked at the Lord of the Heavenly Gate, Yang Ding Tian, and asked. The person holding the sword was none other than the Heavenly Sword. "I cannot see through Jun Mo Zhao's strength," Yang Ding Tian said in a deep voice. "You can't see through even the sect leader?" Has his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds? The heavenly sword's expression turned serious. Soon, the memorial service had been going on for several hours, yet Qin Jun still had not appeared. The patience of the crowd was gradually wearing thin, and their curiosity grew stronger, all speculating whether Qin Jun would come or if he was plotting something else. Master, do you think the heir of the northern region won't come? At that moment, a member of the Jun family looked at Jun Mo Xiao and couldn't help but say. Jun Mo Xiao's expression turned cold as he walked straight outside the hall. After scanning the crowd, he declared loudly, "Today, I hold a memorial service for my family. I intended to invite the heir of the northern region to atone for his actions, but unexpectedly, he did not show up. In that case, from now on, anyone close to him will be my Jun family's enemy. I will kill them all, leaving not a single one alive." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock, their faces displaying disbelief. Jun Mo Xiao was so aggressive, openly making such a harsh statement, which was undoubtedly a declaration of war against Qin Jun. "Humph, just because you are the first on the earth ranking, you dare to be so arrogant? Do you think you are the first on the heavenly ranking?" A disdainful voice came from the entrance as Li Tianxing walked in with a cold expression, followed closely by Lung Feng, Huazi, Shuiamo, Tu Fu, and Kuang Shi, each exuding an extraordinary aura, faintly revealing a murderous intent. Third on the heavenly ranking, Li Tianxing. Jun Mo Xiao looked at him, responding coldly. It seems the heir of the northern region doesn't take Jun Mo Xiao seriously at all, only sending his subordinates here, the crowd murmured as they watched Li Tianxing and the others appear. "Jun Mo Xiao, today we are here to send your Jun family on their way," Li Tianxing shouted coldly. Originally, upon learning that the Jun family had invited Qin Jun, they had come to investigate after being unable to contact him. Hearing Jun Mo Xiao's harsh words, they decided to eliminate the Jun family to remove any future threats to Qin Jun. No need for nonsense, just kill. Shuiamo and Tu Fu charged towards the Jun family members with bloodthirsty expressions, filled with murderous intent. The onlookers turned pale and retreated in fear, while the Jun family members showed expressions of despair, terrified beyond measure. Boom! But at that critical moment, a terrifyingly cold aura erupted from Jun Mo Xiao. His eyes instantly glowed with a dark light, and he uttered a chilling voice, "Since the heir of the northern region dares not come, I will kill you all first, then go after him." Whoosh! In the next second, Jun Mo Xiao shot out like a bolt, and two loud crashes followed. Blood Mo and Tu Fu were sent flying like cannonballs, crashing heavily into a wall, the immense impact causing the entire wall to collapse, burying them beneath it, spitting blood and on the verge of death. This scene unfolded so quickly that Li Tianxing and the others were caught off guard. "You!" Li Tianxing's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Jun Mo Xiao, who looked back at him with eyes that were cold to the extreme. "Third on the heavenly ranking, right?" Boom! Jun Mo Xiao threw another punch at Li Tianxing, who, with a serious expression, quickly mobilized all his true essence to block the blow. Crack! In an instant, Li Tianxing's entire arm was shattered, and he flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, finally crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood wildly. At this moment, the expressions of Lang Feng, Kuang Shi, and Huazi turned extremely ugly, clearly not expecting Jun Mo Xiao to be this powerful. Jun Mo Xiao did not spare them either, knocking each one down to the ground with a single punch, leaving them gasping for breath. At that moment, the Jun family was silent, not a sound to be heard. No one had expected that the first on the earth ranking, the head of the Jun family, had reached such a level of strength. At this moment, Jun Mo Xiao looked at Qin Jun's group of subordinates, a cold light flickering in his eyes, and said, "Come, cut them into 1,000 pieces." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue gasped in shock. The members of the Jun family were extremely excited, each one filled with hatred as they glared at Li Tianxing and the others, immediately drawing their knives and stepping forward. But just then, Qin Jun's voice came from outside the Jun family. "Did those who killed me do so with my consent?" At this moment, Qin Jun, the chubby boy, and the old ghost stepped into the Jun family. "The heir of the northern territory has arrived." Everyone exclaimed in surprise at Qin Jun's appearance. Li Tianxing and the others looked at Qin Jun, opening their mouths but unable to utter a word. Qin Jun, seeing the miserable state of his subordinates, darkened his expression, and a strong killing intent radiated from his eyes, palpable as if it were a physical presence. Without saying a word, he waved his hand, and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The yin-yang life and death needles flew out, each one accurately piercing into Li Tianxing, Blood Demon, Butcher, and others, using the power of the needles to stabilize their precarious lives. Then, Qin Jun's cold gaze swept towards Jun Mo Xiao, his tone chilling and extremely domineering. "I originally wanted to leave a way out for your Jun family, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, the Jun family has no reason to exist. After today, there will be no more Jun family in the Great Xia." This declaration rang out loudly, echoing throughout the imperial capital. In an instant, everyone in the capital felt a jolt in their hearts, their faces filled with horror. Inside the Jun family courtyard, upon hearing Qin Jun's words, Jun Mo Xiao stared at him fiercely, roaring, "Do you think you can destroy my Jun family?" Boom! In an instant, Jun Mo Xiao's eyes flickered with black demonic light, and an overwhelming demonic aura erupted from his body, surging like a black tide, madly sweeping in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire Jun family was enveloped in demonic energy, as if it had transformed into a dark space, oppressive and filled with the breath of death, causing everyone present to shudder, a strong fear rising in their hearts. Demonic energy? He has actually fallen into darkness? Yang Dingtian looked at Jun Mo Xiao, his expression changing drastically, filled with shock. This person contains a powerful demonic force. Qin Dao friend, you must be careful. The chubby boy squinted slightly, warning Qin Jun. However, Qin Jun looked at Jun Mo Xiao and coldly said, "I heard that you were defeated by my father back then, and a heart demon was born in your heart. I didn't expect that after all these years, you haven't dispelled your heart demon, but have directly fallen into darkness. Die." Upon hearing Qin Jun mention the past, Jun Mo Xiao's demonic energy erupted even more violently, his eyes fixed on Qin Jun as he shouted angrily, raising his hand to strike at Qin Jun with a palm, the wind of his palm howling, carrying a world-destroying momentum. "Do you think you're the only one who can fall into darkness?" Qin Jun snorted coldly, "Today, I'll let you see what true darkness is." As soon as his words fell, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from within Qin Jun, his eyes instantly transforming into demonic eyes, seemingly capable of capturing souls, and an incredibly terrifying demonic energy erupted from his body as well. That demonic energy soared into the sky, rapidly condensing in the air into a demonic statue over 10 feet tall, clad in black battle armor and wielding a large blade, its momentum like a rainbow, as if an unparalleled demon god had descended to the world, suppressing all. The powerful pressure made everyone feel it hard to breathe. Boom! As soon as this demonic statue appeared, it completely suppressed the demonic energy that Jun Mo Xiao had unleashed, the powerful collision of forces overwhelming Jun Mo Xiao. Put! Jun Mo Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, his body exploding backward, and with a thud, he half-kneeled on the ground, his eyes fixed on Qin Jun, his face filled with unwillingness, muttering, "How could this be? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I lost back then, but this time I will never lose again." Suddenly, Jun Mo Xiao let out a long howl to the sky, his face twisted, and an extremely terrifying demonic power erupted from within him. In the blink of an eye, black lines appeared on his face, exuding a sinister and ghostly aura, making him look quite terrifying. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "I didn't expect the son of Qin Longxiang to have fallen into darkness as well. Truly unexpected. Kid, since you've already succumbed to darkness, why not join my Outer Realm Demon Clan?" Jun Mo Xiao looked at Qin Jun with a playful expression, enticing him, "How about we rule this world together?" At this moment, he was enveloped in a dense demonic aura that sent chills down one's spine, and with that expression, it seemed he had completely transformed into another person. Outer Realm? He actually hides the essence of an Outer Realm being within him. The old ghost furrowed his brows and said solemnly, "Outer Realm Demon Clan? What is that?" Qin Jun frowned, "It seems your father didn't tell you about it back then, but it doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to join us, you will know everything." Jun Mo Xiao smiled coldly again, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. "Join you? What are you even worth?" Qin Jun snorted coldly, "I don't care who you are, you all must die today." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch towards his opponent. Boom! As this punch was thrown, the demonic statue in the air simultaneously swung its fist down towards Jun Mo Xiao, its might astonishing. Humph! Jun Mo Xiao waved his hand, blocking Qin Jun's punch, then stared at him, mocking, "You are far inferior to your father. What about me?" At that moment, the chubby boy suddenly shouted, quickly forming hand seals and directly casting a lightning technique. A purple lightning bolt instantly struck Jun Mo Xiao. Ah! Jun Mo Xiao let out a scream, his body flying back in a disheveled state. Seeing this, Qin Jun seized the opportunity, wielding the blood-drinking sword, he forcefully slashed, instantly cutting Jun Mo Xiao in half. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black light burst forth from Jun Mo Xiao's body, moving at incredible speed, like a black lightning bolt, heading straight for Qin Jun's brain. "Be careful!" The old ghost shouted at Qin Jun, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. The black light instantly surged into Qin Jun's mind, emitting a chilling voice, "Kid, you destroyed my host, so you shall become my new host." Immediately, Qin Jun felt his soul tremble, as if a cold power was trying to devour his soul, extremely dangerous. Qin Jun's expression hardened, and he coldly said, "You think it's that easy to occupy my body?" Without hesitation, he activated the soul-devouring technique, as this essence of the other party also belonged to the realm of soul power, it was perfect to test the power of the soul-devouring technique, especially since he had never used this technique since acquiring it. Buzz! As the soul-devouring technique was activated by Qin Jun, his soul instantly flickered with a deep, eerie light, then erupted with a terrifying devouring force, sweeping towards the invading essence. Ah! How could this be? The essence let out an incredulous scream, and was forcibly devoured by Qin Jun's soul. However, after devouring this essence, Qin Jun felt a sharp pain in his soul, as if it were about to burst, extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, the black tower in his mind shone with light, enveloping his soul, allowing him to gradually recover. Qin Jun did not dare to delay, immediately sitting down on the ground, focusing on refining and absorbing this essence of power, and soon, a faint glow flickered around him, his aura continuously changing. At the same time, in a palace in the outer realm, a figure in a black robe was meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face dark and terrifying, roaring, "Damn kid, he hasn't even condensed his essence, how could he possibly devour my essence power? No wonder he is that guy's son, I underestimated him." The man in the black robe gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage, and then shouted loudly, "Come here, send a message down, at all costs open the outer domain passage. I will personally go to Earth and tear the damned ant to pieces." His hysterical roar echoed through the palace, filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Meanwhile, in the capital's Jun family, an hour later, Qin Jun finally refined that strand of primordial spirit power. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant power of his soul, a look of satisfaction on his face, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Refreshing." He secretly rejoiced that the soul-devouring technique was indeed powerful. Devouring others' souls could make him stronger. This technique was simply like having a cheat. "Are you still Qin Jun?" At this moment, the old ghost looked at Qin Jun, his expression solemn, with a scrutinizing gaze. "Of course, a mere strand of primordial spirit power thinks it can control me?" Qin Jun scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "See, I told you Qin Daoist is not so easily controlled," the chubby boy said with a smile, his face full of ease. "You haven't even stepped into the realm of primordial spirits, yet you can deal with a strand of primordial spirit power. It seems I underestimated you." The old ghost looked Qin Jun up and down, sincerely exclaiming. Qin Jun merely smiled slightly, not offering further explanation. The soul-devouring technique was so against the heavens, it couldn't be easily leaked. Then, Qin Jun's expression turned cold as he looked at the Jun family members and ordered the chubby boy, "Kill all these Jun family members." "All right." The chubby boy responded, forming seals with his hands again, summoning a lightning technique that struck down like an angry dragon towards the Jun family members. Boom! With a series of rumbling sounds, the entire Jun family was instantly reduced to ruins, dust swirling, all the Jun family members were scattered, not even a trace left behind. The scene was extremely tragic. Qin Jun hurriedly treated Li Tianqing and the others with needles. Under his miraculous medical skills, although Li Tianqing and the others were left with only a breath, they gradually recovered, their breaths slowly stabilizing. "Your medical skills are truly miraculous." The old ghost couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a heavy sound of footsteps approached, and everyone turned to look, only to see Wei Zhenggui appearing here with a solemn expression. He looked at Qin Jun, his lips moved as if wanting to say something but hesitated, his face full of seriousness. "Grandpa Wei, what's wrong?" Qin Jun noticed something was off with Wei Zhenggui's expression, a bad premonition rising in his heart, and quickly asked. "Something happened in the north," Wei Zhenggui said in a deep voice. At the capital airport, a plane roared into the sky, heading towards the northernmost part of the Great Xia. Inside the airport, Wei Zhenggui's face was terrifyingly dark. He spoke to the military knife beside him, his tone cold and resolute. "Immediately investigate. If this matter is indeed related to them, then even if it costs me my martial position, I will make them pay a painful price." Wei Zhenggui's eyes were filled with fury, exuding a strong aura of killing intent, like an enraged lion. "I want them to understand that the soldiers of Great Xia will never tolerate anyone's wanton insult." "Yes." The military knife's expression was serious as he nodded solemnly, then turned and quickly left. Meanwhile, in the Town West King's mansion in the western region of Great Xia, a figure hurriedly rushed to the Town West King, kneeling on one knee, cupping his fists and reporting, "Report to the king, Qin Jun has set off for the north. He really came. It seems that the plan of that one in the capital has already begun. In that case, let this kid be completely buried in the north." The Town West King's face was as cold as frost, his eyes filled with killing intent. He suddenly waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Notify everyone, prepare for action." In a certain military camp, the young commander Xiao Wuchen learned of Qin Jun's journey to the northern borders. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, sketching a wicked smile as he muttered to himself, "It seems it's time to meet this renowned heir of the northern borders. By the way, bring along our commander of the northern army. It would be just right for him to reunite with this heir he swore loyalty to." His words were laced with mockery and conspiracy, sending chills down one's spine. Not only that, but the remaining 8 great clans of the Great Xia also took action upon learning of Qin Jun's trip to the northern borders. The situation at Qincheng Mountain changed dramatically. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted without warning, sweeping across Qincheng Mountain like a surging tide. The power of that aura was suffocating, exuding endless majesty. Deep within a forbidden area of Qincheng Mountain, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a green Taoist robe, slowly emerged. He emitted no aura, yet gave off an extraordinary feeling of returning to simplicity. "Greetings, ancestor." All the disciples of Qincheng Mountain gathered upon hearing the commotion, respectfully bowing to the old man. This elder was a long-hidden ancestor of Qincheng Mountain, rarely seen in public. It was only after learning of the death of the sect leader that he broke his seclusion, clearly seeking an explanation for the leader's demise. "Where is that heir of the northern borders now?" The old ancestor's expression was cold, his gaze like lightning as he coldly commanded, his voice echoing through the mountains with an undeniable authority. "Just received news that he has gone to the northern borders." An elder of Qincheng Mountain hurriedly stepped forward to report, his tone tinged with tension. "Humph, then let him be buried in the northern borders." The old ancestor of Qincheng waved his long sleeves, exuding an intimidating presence without anger. His words seemed to issue a death sentence to Qin Jun, filled with endless killing intent. Within the Five Elements sect, the murder of the sect leader also prompted the 5 supreme elders, who had been in seclusion, to emerge. Each of them wore a grim expression, their eyes filled with rage, determined to kill Qin Jun and avenge their leader. At the sword-forging manor, a piercing sound of a sword cry echoed, as if it came from the depths of hell, sharp and jarring, slicing through the air. Following that, a long sword radiating a soaring sword intent broke through the void, its blade shimmering coldly, seemingly capable of severing the fabric of reality, hovering directly above the sword-forging manor, releasing unmatched sword might. At that moment, a white-clad elder slowly walked out. He raised his hand, and the long sword landed steadily in his grasp. The elder gazed at the sword in his hand, murmuring, "My sword-forging manor has spent 100 years crafting this unparalleled sword. Next, let the blood of that heir of the northern borders be the first to sharpen it." In an instant, as Qin Jun headed to the northern borders, various forces within the Great Xia stirred in secret, all targeting the north, as if a massive net was quietly cast towards Qin Jun. Meanwhile, abroad, countries such as the eastern Japan, Tianzhu, Bear Country, and Goryeo also received a secret message. In the White House of the United States, the current president, Trump, slammed the table after reading the letter, shouting, "This president will not allow a second northern king to appear in the Great Xia. We must spare no effort to kill this heir of the northern borders." In the eastern Japan royal family, Prince Incheon stood before his elder brother, the emperor, with a face full of grief and anger, clasping his fists and requesting, "Your Majesty, please allow me to personally lead a team to the northern borders to avenge my son." "Very well. The task of killing this heir of the northern borders is entrusted to you. I will notify the IGA clan and the Black Dragon Society to assist you fully. At the same time, I will send 2 royal offerings with you. You must kill this heir of the northern borders. Otherwise, the Great Xia may give rise to a second northern king, which will undoubtedly affect our plans to annex the Great Xia and become the master of East Asia." The emperor's gaze was deep, and his tone was serious, filled with naked ambition. "Yes, rest assured, your imperial brother, I will bring you the head of the North's heir," Prince Incheon declared firmly, his voice loud. At that moment, the king of Goryeo, the ruler of India, and the emperor of the Bear Country all issued a series of orders targeting Qin Jun, united by a single purpose, to kill the son of the northern king, Qin Jun, attempting to replay the scene from 3 years ago against the northern king and completely eliminate this potential threat. However, Qin Jun, the very person involved, was completely unaware of this. After a long flight of 6 or 7 hours, he finally set foot again on the familiar soil of the north. As he walked out of the airport, gazing at the familiar sights before him, his thoughts surged like a tide, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, nostalgia and sentiment. He took a deep breath of the familiar air, his gaze firming as he murmured, "North, I have returned. Finally back." At this moment, Long Feng and Huzi, who had come with Qin Jun, were also filled with emotion, while the little fatty and Li Tianqing looked on with curiosity about the north. This time, Qin Jun had brought the 4 of them back, while the others remained in the imperial capital. Just then, a line of luxury cars worth millions drove up to the airport like a dragon, coming to a synchronized stop. A large number of figures dressed in black quickly surged out, instantly surrounding the entire airport, roughly driving away all the civilians present to the sides, forbidding anyone from moving freely. The scene resembled a grand welcome for someone extremely important. Qin Jun and his companions were also blocked from proceeding. Cold Fong and the others immediately turned serious and were about to take action, but at that moment, a young man dressed in a full Armani outfit, adorned with various shiny rings, and whose attire was worth over 10 million, swaggered out. "Welcome back, young master." At that moment, all the black-clad figures bowed their heads in unison, their voices echoing in perfect harmony throughout the airport. "Who is this? Such a grand display?" Many present looked at the young man with puzzled expressions, whispering among themselves. "You don't even know him? This is the number one young master of the North, his status comparable to that of the Northern heir from 3 years ago. His father is the head of the current number one family in the North, and his brother-in-law is the governor of the Northern War Zone, General Hu Biao, the 5-star dragon general." Someone who recognized his identity immediately introduced him. As these words fell, everyone present gasped in shock, clearly intimidated by the young man's prominent status. The young man wore a cold and proud expression, seemingly oblivious to the voices around him, striding towards the $10 million Bentley in the center. Just then, a mocking cold voice came from behind him. "Xiaoquanzi, it's been 3 years, and you sure have a lot of flair." Upon hearing the name Xiaoquanzi, He Quan, the young master of the Yi family who was about to get into the car, instantly turned cold, his eyes filled with displeasure and anger. In the North, aside from that person from years ago whom he both respected and feared, no one had ever dared to call him that, and this name was an indelible humiliation for him. Just hearing it ignited a surge of nameless fury within him. "Who the hell dares to call me?" He Quan exploded in rage, turning sharply, his face twisted in a snarl, as if he were about to dismember whoever dared to utter that name. But when he saw who had called him Xiaoquanzi, the harsh words he had yet to finish were abruptly cut off, as if an invisible hand had strangled them. His pupils dilated suddenly, his eyes filled with shock. The one who spoke was none other than Qin Jun. At this moment, Qin Jun stood there casually, coldly regarding the young master of the He family. "You." He Quan looked at Qin Jun, his mouth opening and closing, unsure of how to begin. The arrogance he once displayed seemed to have been doused by a bucket of cold water, and a flicker of fear instinctively surged within him. Qin Jun, observing He Quan's expression, couldn't help but curl his lip in mockery, saying, "What's wrong? Little Quan, after 3 years, you don't even recognize me?" Back in the day, He Quan had always been Qin Jun's sidekick, and calling him a sycophant wouldn't be an exaggeration. Not just him, but the entire younger generation of the major families in the northern region had basically surrounded Qin Jun, indulging in feasting and revelry, living a life of excess without any restraint. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Jun earned the title of the first prodigal of the Great Xia. At this moment, He Quan fell silent for a few seconds, suddenly coming to his senses. Remembering that Qin Jun had long lost his former power, he felt there was no need to fear him anymore. A mocking expression instantly replaced his previous demeanor, and he said sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this our northern region's heir? Oh, wait, the northern king's residence is gone now, so you're just a pitiful person with a broken family and nowhere to go." The more He Quan spoke, the more pleased he became, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, as if he wanted to trample Qin Jun underfoot to showcase his current authority. "But don't worry, heir, considering our past friendship, if you have nowhere to stay, I can arrange a place for you. My dog's kennel happens to be empty, if you don't mind." Before He Quan could finish his sentence, Qin Jun suddenly stepped forward, appearing right in front of him. He grabbed He Quan's head and, with a powerful swing of his arm, slammed him to the ground. The force was tremendous, and with a loud thud, the ground seemed to tremble. He Quan's head struck the ground, instantly cracking open, blood gushing forth, leaving him in a wretched state. He let out a piercing scream that echoed through the airport, sounding particularly jarring and sending shivers down the spines of those present. "Young master!" The group of men in black shouted in unison, their faces filled with rage as they charged towards Qin Jun. At that moment, Li Tianqing and a few others rushed out, quickly taking down the entire group. "Qin Jun, you bastard! How dare you!" He Quan's face twisted in fury, his eyes filled with hatred as he struggled to get up. However, Qin Jun stomped his foot down hard on He Quan's face, coldly saying, "I haven't been back for 3 years, and you really think this northern region is your home? You want me to live in a dog kennel? Who gave you the audacity?" "Ah!" As Qin Jun spoke, he continued to press down with his foot, He Quan's face becoming a bloody mess. His screams grew increasingly desperate, sounding particularly tragic in the airport, making everyone who heard it feel a chill run down their spine. Then, Qin Jun slowly lifted his foot, coldly gazing at the group of men in black, and said in a chilling tone, "Go back and tell your master that if he wants to see his son, he should go to the northern region cemetery." And let him notify the major families of the northern region and the provincial lord of Beijiang that I want to see them at the northern region cemetery today. Anyone who doesn't come, I guarantee they won't see the sun tomorrow." After saying this, Qin Jun didn't even glance at the bloodied He Quan on the ground. He reached down, lifting He Quan's battered head as if it were a chick, and turned to stride away, leaving a group of stunned onlookers standing there in shock. In less than 15 minutes, the news of the northern region's heir, Qin Jun, returning to the northern region spread like wildfire, as if it had grown wings. In an instant, the entire northern region was shaken. Various factions, upon hearing the news, changed their expressions, a sense of oppressive dread hanging over everyone's hearts like a dark cloud ready to crush a city. In the southeastern region of the Northern Territory, there stands a towering peak, beneath which lies a vast cemetery, the Northern Cemetery. Here rest the brave martyrs of the Northern Army who once fought valiantly to protect the North. For the people of the North, this place is the most sacred and inviolable. It stands as a spiritual monument, towering in the hearts of all, regarded as a forbidden ground. Once, a few drunken fools, under the influence of alcohol, attempted to trespass and cause trouble in this cemetery, only to be executed on the spot by the soldiers guarding it, their bodies left hanging for a month as a stern warning to all. The Northern Cemetery is not to be desecrated. However, at this moment, within this hallowed and solemn Northern Cemetery, a shocking scene unfolds. Numerous excavators and bulldozers roar deafeningly, rampaging through the cemetery like ferocious beasts, crazily destroying and digging up the graves of the Northern Army martyrs. Dust flies, stones scatter, and the once orderly and solemn cemetery is reduced to chaos, with broken tombstones strewn everywhere. Those stones, which bore the names and honors of the martyrs, are now shattered, and the scattered bones evoke deep sorrow and anger. "You bastards, stop digging! This is the cemetery of the Northern Army's martyrs, how dare you!" At this moment, a dozen gray-haired men are being forcefully pressed to the ground by a group of men in black. Most of them are disabled veterans of the Northern Army, having survived severe injuries on the battlefield. Their faces are filled with grief and rage as they spit blood and roar with a fierce expression, their voices laced with endless anger and unwillingness. "Humph! What nonsense about the Northern Army! The Northern Army is long gone, and that Northern King is a traitor. His soldiers are naturally traitors too. What right do they have to be called martyrs?" At this time, a man with a stubbly beard scoffs disdainfully, standing there with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with contempt and arrogance. "Since they are traitors, then this martyr cemetery has no reason to exist. Dig it up hard. This place is a treasure of feng shui. We could open a brothel here, and business would surely be good." The bearded man grows more pleased with himself as he speaks, a hint of greedy delight appearing on his face, as if he can already envision the prosperous future of opening an entertainment venue here. His words pierce the hearts of the disabled veterans like sharp blades, causing them to tremble with rage, their eyes nearly bursting with fury as they glare at the bearded man, their hatred seemingly capable of devouring him alive. If not for the black-clad men holding them down, they would undoubtedly rush forward recklessly, tearing this blasphemous scoundrel to pieces. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a thunderous voice, filled with an endless aura of slaughter, suddenly erupts like a thunderclap in the air above the cemetery. "Who do you call a traitor? Who do you call a traitor?" At this moment, a voice imbued with overwhelming killing intent reverberates through the Northern Cemetery, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. "Who?" The bearded man's brow furrows, his expression darkening as he sharply demands, turning his gaze toward the source of the voice. At that moment, Qin Jun's figure appears, his eyes blood-red, enveloped in a faint glow of blood, a manifestation of the condensed aura of slaughter. Behind him, Lung Feng and Huzi looked at the devastated Northern Cemetery, their eyes filled with an uncontrollable killing intent that erupted like a surging tide. The broken tombstones and scattered remains of the martyrs pierced their hearts like sharp thorns, making them wish they could rush forward and tear apart these desecrators of heroes to relieve their pent-up hatred. "Young master? Is it really you? Young master!" At this moment, the old soldiers of the Northern Army, seeing Qin Jun appear, were all stirred with red-rimmed eyes, their voices trembling as they struggled to rise and called out towards Qin Jun. "Young master of the North?" The man with stubble looked Qin Jun up and down, snorting coldly. "Humph, now that the Northern King's residence is gone, a mere brat like you is worthy of being called young master?" His words dripped with disdain and contempt, completely disregarding Qin Jun. Swish! In the next moment, Qin Jun's figure flashed, moving with such speed that it was almost like teleportation, appearing right in front of the stubbled man in the blink of an eye. Before the man could react, Qin Jun suddenly reached out, gripping his throat tightly, and with a powerful lift of his arm, hoisted him up. Instantly, the stubbled man's face turned crimson, his hands struggling desperately, his feet kicking wildly in the air, trying to break free from Qin Jun's grip, but it was all in vain. The black-clad men operating the excavators were momentarily stunned, then they began to shout at Qin Jun, cursing and waving their tools, ready to charge in for a fight. Kill them, leave none alive. Qin Jun's expression was emotionless, his gaze as cold as polar ice, and his words carried a chilling decisiveness that brooked no argument. Immediately, Lang Feng and Huzi charged forward like tigers unleashed, showing no hesitation as they rushed at the group of black-clad men. In just a moment, the black-clad men lay sprawled in a pool of blood, the entire cemetery filled with a heavy stench of blood. This sudden scene left the stubbled man dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at Qin Jun, incredulously stammering, Do you know who is behind me? Bang! Qin Jun ignored his words, waving his arm as if tossing away garbage, and threw the man harshly to the ground, coldly saying, No matter who is behind you, call him here immediately. Then, Qin Jun quickly walked over to the old soldiers of the Northern Army, his icy demeanor instantly melting into concern and guilt. He bent down, carefully helping each of them up, filled with self-reproach as he said, Uncles, I'm sorry, I came too late and caused you to suffer. Young master, we should be the ones apologizing. It's us old fellows who are useless, failing to protect this northern cemetery, allowing the martyrs of the Northern Army to rest in peace. The old soldiers were all in tears, shaking their heads and sighing, their voices choked with emotion. Since the incident 3 years ago at the Northern King's residence, this cemetery had lost the protection of the Northern Army soldiers. These old soldiers, out of deep camaraderie for their fallen comrades, had voluntarily guarded this cemetery, accompanying the martyrs day and night. Even in the face of hardship and numerous difficulties, they had never thought of leaving. Yet today, they had not expected such a great desecration to befall the cemetery. This matter has nothing to do with you. Qin Jun's eyes flashed with a cold light, his tone carrying a hint of comfort but also endless anger as he coldly shouted, In 3 years, it seems many in the north have thought that the Northern King's residence is no more. He surveyed the chaotic scene around him, his anger burning ever more fiercely in his heart. Now that I have returned, it is time for everyone to know that the Prince of the Northern Town still has people, and the heroic souls of the Northern Town Army cannot be insulted. By the end of his words, Qin Jun's voice had risen, and the imposing and resolute aura made everyone present shudder involuntarily. Before long, outside the Northern Cemetery, a large number of luxury cars had parked there. The head of the Yi family, the first family in the northern region, along with the heads of several other prominent families, all appeared. From one of the Audi A6 cars stepped out a middle-aged man in official attire, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He was the governor of the Northern Frontier Province. At this moment, all these people had entered the Northern Cemetery. When they saw the Northern region's heir standing among them, filled with a murderous aura, their expressions changed slightly, their eyes flickering. Quan. At that moment, the head of the Yi family spotted his son lying on the ground, barely alive, and his face changed dramatically as he rushed over, calling out anxiously, Father! Quan managed to utter a word with great difficulty, his breath weak, already gasping more than breathing. Immediately, the head of the Yi family glared at Qin Jun with a face full of grief and rage, shouting, You dare to harm my son, Qin Jun? His eyes were filled with hatred and anger, completely disregarding Qin Jun's former status. In his heart, there was only pain for his injured son and fury towards Qin Jun. How dare you call the heir by name? Cold Feng, seeing this, brandished his sword, pointing its tip directly at the head of the Yi family. Humph! What heir? The prince of the northern town is gone, he is nothing but a stray dog now. The head of the Yi family scoffed. Put! As soon as he finished speaking, Cold Feng's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he swung his sword, a flash of cold light passing through, and in an instant, he severed the head of the Yi family head. The head rolled to the ground, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. The expression of disdain and anger on the head of the Yi family froze instantly, unable to react before death. This scene caused the other family heads to change their expressions. Young Master Qin, isn't what you did a bit too much? At this moment, the governor of the Northern Frontier frowned, displeased. You are the governor of the Northern Frontier Province? Qin Jun glanced at him. That's right. The governor of the Northern Frontier straightened his chest slightly in response. As the highest official of the Northern Frontier Province, he was used to others showing him respect, and even now, facing Qin Jun's questioning, he maintained his authority. Since you are the governor, then may I ask what happened in the Northern Cemetery? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Qin Jun's eyes widened in anger, filled with questioning and fury, as he shouted, A dignified martyr's cemetery has been openly desecrated and destroyed. What are you, the governor, doing about it? Qin Jun's words came like a barrage, each one striking at the heart of the matter, leaving the governor of the Northern Frontier in an awkward and passive position. He knew very well what had happened in the Northern Cemetery, but the background of the person behind this matter was far too great for him to offend. This matter is beyond my control. After hesitating for a moment, the governor of the Northern Frontier sighed helplessly and spoke softly. Since you can't do anything, then you shouldn't be the governor of the northern frontier. Qin Jun showed no mercy, coldly rebuking him. In his view, as the governor of the northern frontier, to turn a blind eye to such desecration of the martyrs' cemetery was a dereliction of duty, unworthy of holding that position. No wonder you are the son of the prince of the northern town, you do have some of the former prince's dominance. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice broke the brief silence. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a bald man in a mink coat striding over, followed by a group of martial arts experts, each exuding an extraordinary aura, their eyes revealing a fierce and arrogant demeanor that made it clear they were not to be trifled with. Sixth Master. Immediately, the heads of several major northern families present greeted him respectfully, their attitude starkly different from when they faced Qin Jun. Sixth Master, you finally arrived. At that moment, the man with stubble saw the bald man and exclaimed excitedly as if he had seen a savior. Bang! However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun suddenly stomped down hard, crushing his head and splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Then, Qin Jun coldly glanced at the bald man and asked in a chilling voice, "So, you want to demolish this northern cemetery, right?" "Exactly." The bald man looked at Qin Jun with a playful expression, showing no fear of Qin Jun's earlier ruthless actions. Instead, he spoke slowly with a hint of provocation. "Northern heir, 3 years have passed, and this northern region is no longer what it used to be. Here, it's not you who decides, but me, Sixth Master Qiao. I say this northern cemetery will be demolished, so it must be demolished." Sixth Master Qiao's eyes were filled with disdain for Qin Jun, as if he viewed him merely as a clown trying to stop a moving cart. Swish! A sharp killing intent flashed in Qin Jun's eyes. He moved in an instant, appearing right in front of Sixth Master Qiao. He suddenly reached out, grabbing the other man's neck, and with a powerful swing of his arm, he slammed him down onto the ground. The action was seamless, without a hint of hesitation, as he coldly shouted, "Try to demolish it. Impudent!" Immediately, the group of martial arts experts behind Sixth Master Qiao shouted angrily and charged at Qin Jun. However, as soon as they got close, they were met with a punch from Li Tianqing that sent them flying like cannonballs, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood, and looking utterly miserable. "You!" Sixth Master Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression changing dramatically. He never expected that the martial arts experts he brought would be so easily defeated in front of Qin Jun and his companions. Shocked and furious, he shouted at Qin Jun, "Do you know who my master is?" "Who?" Qin Jun asked coldly, his expression unchanged. "My master is the young marshal." Sixth Master Qiao shouted loudly. "The young marshal." Upon hearing these two words, Qin Jun's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with a chilling light, his gaze like a tangible blade, filled with a cold killing intent and unmasked anger. The provincial leader of the northern region and the heads of the major families trembled at the mention of young marshal, their faces showing signs of fear. "Kid, if you don't want to die a miserable death, you better hurry and..." Sixth Master Qiao, seeing Qin Jun in a daze, thought he was afraid and became even more arrogant, shouting loudly. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Jun suddenly swung out the blood-drinking sword, its blade gleaming coldly, instantly transforming into streaks of icy light, striking down fiercely on Sixth Master Qiao. "Ah!" Immediately, Sixth Master Qiao let out a series of piercing screams that echoed in the silent cemetery, sounding particularly grating and sending chills down one's spine. Qin Jun showed no mercy, directly using the sword to slice off pieces of flesh from his body, the scene resembling a brutal execution, extremely cruel. With each strike, blood sprayed everywhere, and Sixth Master Qiao's body gradually became a bloody mess, but Qin Jun's movements showed no signs of stopping, as if he intended to vent all his inner fury through this brutal method. In this scene, the expressions of the leaders from the northern border province turned pale, their bodies trembling as they secretly cursed the cruelty of the situation. "Bastard, you dare treat me this way. The young marshal will never let you go." Immediately, Lord Xiaolu's face twisted in rage as he painfully shouted at Qin Jun. "Don't worry, that young marshal will accompany you underground. I will make all of you go underground to apologize to the heroic spirits you have disturbed and desecrated." Qin Jun spoke each word deliberately. In the end, Qin Jun unleashed over 1,000 swords, and amidst endless suffering, Lord Xiaolu's flesh and blood were completely severed, leaving only a chilling skeleton that fell to the ground in a tragic manner. At that moment, the scene fell into silence, not a sound was heard, everyone was stunned by Qin Jun's ruthless methods, as if time had stopped, leaving only the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air, making it hard to breathe. Then, Qin Jun slowly raised his head, his gaze coldly fixed on the heads of the major northern families, filled with disappointment and anger. He said coldly, "You people rose to power relying on my northern king's mansion back then. I treated you well, but now? You can't even protect the martyrs' cemetery of my northern army. What use are you? Kill!" With Qin Jun's command, Li Tianqing, Lung Feng, and Huzi charged out like tigers released from their cages, ruthlessly attacking the members of these families. In an instant, the cemetery was once again plunged into chaos and bloodshed, the sounds of battle and screams intertwining, as the members of the major families fell one after another under the assault of Li Tianqing and his companions, blood staining the ground beneath them. The northern border province leader watched all of this with a grim expression. He then looked at Qin Jun and said, "The energy and status of that young marshal are not something you can contend with now. Take my advice and leave the northern border quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the cemetery like a ghost. The person stood tall and indifferent, coldly addressing Qin Jun, "Northern border heir, my young marshal requests your presence. You came quite fast." Qin Jun snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Then, his gaze turned sharp as he looked at the northern border province leader, his tone icy. "I hope this northern border cemetery is restored to its original state before I return with the young marshal's head." After saying this, he followed the person and left, while Li Tianqing and the others were left behind in the northern border cemetery to prevent any further incidents. Is he really going to kill that young marshal? Upon hearing Qin Jun's words, the northern border province leader's heart jolted, greatly shocked. Meanwhile, in a certain pavilion in the northern border, Xiao Wucheng was leisurely sitting there, holding a cup of fragrant tea and sipping it gently, appearing calm and composed. Soon, Qin Jun's figure appeared here, and the moment he stepped into the pavilion, his gaze locked directly onto Xiao Wucheng. The two locked eyes, as if invisible sparks were igniting between them, filling the air with a tense atmosphere. This was also their first meeting. "Northern border heir, I've heard a lot about your talents and deeds. Today, I finally get to see you," Xiao Wucheng said with a slight smile, looking at Qin Jun warmly. "That Lord Xiao Lu is your man?" Qin Jun asked coldly. "That's right." Xiao Wucheng nodded, acknowledging it openly. "However, I didn't expect this guy to be so bold as to even touch the martyrs' cemetery of the Northern Army. He really is becoming more and more lawless. I must thank you for cleaning up my doorstep." Although his words carried a hint of reproach towards Lord Xiao Lu, his demeanor remained relaxed, as if this matter was merely a trivial issue to him. "Disturbing the spirits of my Northern Army, desecrating the souls of my Northern Army, do you think killing him is the end of it?" Qin Jun glared angrily, his voice cold. The fire of rage in his heart had not diminished in the slightest due to the death of Xiao Liuya. Instead, it burned even more fiercely because of Xiao Wucheng's nonchalant attitude. "Then what does the young master plan to do?" Xiao Wucheng still wore a smile, looking at Qin Jun with great interest. "I want your life." Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed across Qin Jun's face as he charged directly at Xiao Wucheng, but at that moment, a terrifying aura erupted. Four grandmasters, accompanied by dozens of masters, appeared before them, each holding weapons and coldly staring at Qin Jun. "The Hellion clan, the Shin clan, the Zhan clan, the Mu clan. So all four of your great families have come," Qin Jun said coldly, looking at the four grandmasters. They were the leaders of the four ancient martial families of the northern region, and previously, Lung Feng had infiltrated the northern region and discovered that these four ancient martial families had also participated in the battle against his father and the northern army 3 years ago. "Northern region's young master, this northern region is no longer the territory of your northern king's mansion, you shouldn't have come back," the leader of the Hellion clan said coldly. "I came back to kill all of you traitors, to honor the souls of my northern army." As soon as Qin Jun finished speaking, he swung his blood-drinking sword and charged forward. Put, put, put. In that moment, Qin Jun transformed into a god of slaughter, wielding his sword to slay the members of the four ancient martial families one by one. Meanwhile, Xiao Wucheng simply sat quietly, sipping tea, looking as if he were watching a show. In the blink of an eye, the leaders of the four ancient martial families and their followers were all buried beneath Qin Jun's sword. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Xiao Wucheng clapped his hands and praised Qin Jun. "Truly, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. You are indeed no less than the northern king of 20 years ago. It's your turn." Qin Jun raised his sword, looking at Xiao Wucheng with a murderous intent. "Don't be in such a hurry to attack me. I still have a member of the northern army here, someone the young master should be quite familiar with." Xiao Wucheng waved his hand, and immediately, 2 men in crimson battle armor appeared, dragging a man who was pierced through the body by a peep of bone and covered in wounds. "Uncle Lin." Qin Jun's expression changed upon seeing this person, who was none other than Lin Langtian, the commander of the 9th Corps of the Northern Army. "You actually captured Uncle Lin?" Qin Jun glared at Xiao Wucheng with a dark expression, while the latter smiled slightly. "If it weren't for me intervening back then, this commander of the 9th Corps would have long been eliminated along with those people, sent to the underworld to accompany the Northern King. Young master, hurry and leave, don't stay here." Lin Langtian shouted anxiously at Qin Jun, his voice filled with worry and urgency. Then, he turned to Xiao Wuchen, his gaze firm and resolute. Whatever you want, come at me, do not harm the young master. He. Xiao Wuchen chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his smile as he looked at Lin Langtian. You are quite loyal to this Qin father and son. Over the past 3 years, I have used various means to try to make you submit, yet now, for this young master of the northern region, you actually bow your head and plead with me. He paused, picked up a cup of tea, took a small sip, and continued, however, you now have 2 choices, either choose to be loyal to me, and I can spare his life, or I will send you both down to accompany the northern king. Lin Langtian's expression changed repeatedly, his heart in turmoil, and just as he was about to speak, alright, I. At that moment, Qin Jun's cold and merciless voice suddenly rang out like a thunderclap. Do you think too highly of yourself? When did my life and death become something for you to decide? You want me, the commander of the Northern Army, to be loyal to you? Who do you think you are? As soon as Qin Jun's words came out, Lin Langtian was taken aback, clearly not expecting that the usually carefree young master would now be so strong and domineering. However, Xiao Wuchen did not get angry. He looked at Qin Jun and said, I know you are strong, even having entered the ranks of martial practitioners, but it would still be as easy as pie for me to take you down. Seeking death. Qin Jun snorted coldly, a flash of cold light in his eyes, and the blood-drinking sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed, carrying a fierce killing intent as it swiftly struck towards Xiao Wuchen. Yellow-skinned brat, return my disciple's life. Suddenly, a loud and piercing voice echoed like rolling thunder from afar. Immediately after, a streak of blue sword light, like a bolt of lightning, tore through the roof of the pavilion and struck fiercely towards Qin Jun. This sword contained surging true essence power, like a raging tide, bringing a strong sense of oppression, indicating that the person who struck was at least at the 7th level of the martial general realm. Young master! Lin Langtian's pupils constricted at the sight, unable to help but shout, fearing for Qin Jun's safety. In this extreme worry, a faint illusory mark appeared on his forehead, flashing by unnoticed by anyone. Qin Jun reacted extremely quickly. The sword that was originally aimed at Xiao Wuchen swiftly turned in midair and struck towards the blue sword light. With a loud bang, it sounded like a cannonball explosion, shockwaves scattering everywhere. Qin Jun stood firm like an ancient tree rooted for 1,000 years, remaining completely motionless. Within the pavilion, an old man in a blue robe with white hair appeared. He was tall, yet under this impact, he involuntarily took 3 steps back, his gaze fixed on Qin Jun, filled with shock and confusion. He was the ancestor of Qincheng Mountain who had just emerged from seclusion. I didn't expect your cultivation to reach this level. No wonder you dared to kill the headmaster of Qincheng Mountain. The ancestor of Qincheng Mountain glared at Qin Jun, his tone filled with anger and killing intent. From Qincheng Mountain? Here for revenge? Qin Jun's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a disdainful smile, his eyes full of contempt, as if he didn't take the ancestor of Qincheng Mountain seriously at all. And I, from the 5 Elements sect. Soon, 5 more figures appeared like phantoms. They wore long robes of 5 colors, gold, blue, white, red, and yellow, each person's gaze sharp as blades, coldly fixed on Qin Jun. They were the 5 supreme elders of the 5 Elements sect, each exuding a powerful aura that sent chills down one's spine. Xingqingzi, this person's strength is not simple. Let's form a formation to trap him first, and then you can make your move. The elder in the golden robe said to the ancestor of Qincheng Mountain. Form the formation. With a command, the 5 quickly moved into action, standing in the 5 cardinal directions of east, south, west, north, and center. They then performed hand seals, their hands moving rapidly as they chanted incantations, their voices deep and mysterious, as if summoning ancient and powerful forces. Soon, golden, blue, white, red, and yellow lights began to surge from their bodies, containing the powerful forces of the 5 elements. As the 5 elements' power continued to surge, they began to resonate and merge with each other. Wood generates fire. Fire generates earth. Earth generates metal. Metal generates water. Water generates wood. Then, the 5 began to chant simultaneously. Under their control, the 5 elements' power they unleashed began to cycle continuously, directly forming a massive vortex of the 5 elements. The vortex shone brightly, the 5 elements' powers intertwined, ultimately transforming into a formation that trapped Qin Jun within. At this moment, Qin Jun felt as if he were completely bound, surrounded by the oppressive force of the 5 elements. Now, the 5 supreme elders of the 5 elements sect shouted in unison. At that moment, the ancestor of Qincheng Mountain swung his sword towards Qin Jun, and this strike showed no mercy, unleashing the full power of a 9th-level martial general. Boom! At the same time, a piercing sword chant echoed through the void, and a brilliant sword, radiating dazzling light, slashed fiercely towards Qin Jun, as if it were going to cleave Manhwa. The sword's body shimmered with spiritual light, causing the 5 members of the 5 elements sect to exclaim in unison, "Spirit sword!" At this moment, under the powerful attack of the Qingcheng Mountain Ancestor and the Spirit Sword, a terrifying force surged towards Qin Jun, as if it were going to swallow him whole. "Young master!" Lin Langtian cried out in anguish. Xiao Wuchen smiled lightly. "This northern territory young master has offended quite a few people." However, Qin Jun, at the center of the storm, appeared extremely calm. His gaze was resolute, showing no fear, and he slowly uttered 4 words, sword technique, slash. Especially when he pronounced the last word slash, an astonishing aura erupted from his body, as if a giant beast that had slept for 1,000 years was awakening. The blood-drinking sword in Qin Jun's hand instantly slashed out, and endless blood light erupted, resembling a blooming blood-colored flower, radiating a brilliant and terrifying glow. This blood light transformed into a blood-colored dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, carrying boundless destructive power, and charged directly towards the 5 elements formation cast by the 5 elders of the 5 elements sect. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately, the 5 elders were struck as if by a heavy hammer, spitting blood and kneeling on the ground, their faces as pale as paper, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The 5 elements' great formation, which they had proudly cultivated for many years, collapsed in an instant under the assault of the blood dragon, unable to withstand a single blow. The blood dragon, carrying endless sword intent, crashed directly into the Qingcheng Mountain Ancestor, and the powerful force instantly tore his body apart, flesh and blood flying, creating an extremely gruesome scene. Finally, the blood dragon and the spirit sword collided violently. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, like a bomb detonating, and the spirit sword was sent flying, tracing a long arc through the air. At that moment, an old man rushed over like an arrow released from a bow and caught the spirit sword. However, his body was shaken back repeatedly by this powerful force, spitting blood and showing a look of horror. But at this time, the blood dragon transformed from Qin Jun's sword did not stop. Instead, filled with rage, it continued to charge towards Xiao Wuchen, as if it wanted to devour him as well. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with this ferocious and unstoppable blood dragon, Xiao Wuchen appeared extremely calm. He leisurely extended his right hand and gently pinched in the air. Bang! Instantly, the blood dragon, formed from Qin Jun's swordlight, exploded, and the powerful energy shockwave surged outward like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions. The impact was astonishing, even causing Qin Jun to take a step back. At this moment, the 5 elders of the 5 elements sect and the man from the sword-forging mountain holding the spirit sword all wore shocked expressions. It should be noted that the power unleashed by the blood dragon just now completely exceeded the realm of martial generals, otherwise, it would not have been able to tear apart the Qingcheng Mountain Ancestor, who was at the 9th level of martial generals, in an instant, nor could this spirit sword, which had already surpassed ordinary quality and advanced to spiritual quality, withstand it. And Xiao Wuchen destroyed it with a single hand, showcasing his immense strength. I didn't expect that the secular world has given birth to so many prodigies. We really are getting old. The 5 elders of the 5 elements sect lamented. Qin Jun coldly snorted, having some strength, no wonder you dare to oppose me, but no matter what your strength is, you will die today. Boom! He gripped his sword and charged out again, this strike even more powerful, its momentum like a rainbow, and containing even more terrifying sword intent. It's been a long time since I've shown my true strength. Today, I'll play with you. Xiao Wuchen smiled slightly. He stood up directly, and with a fierce grip of his hands in the air, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him. This power was like a volcano that had slept for 1,000 years suddenly erupting, its might astonishing. As this power exploded, the entire pavilion could not bear the burden and instantly collapsed into ruins, bricks and stones flying everywhere. The others present had no time to react and were all sent flying by this powerful force, like kites with severed strings, tumbling through the air. Only Qin Jun stood firm like an ancient tree, unmoving in place. At this moment, the strength that Xiao Wuchen unleashed had already surpassed the realm of a martial general, stepping into the domain of a martial marquis, even more terrifying than that. Above the martial general is the martial marquis. In ancient times, those who reached this realm were powerful lords who dominated a region, possessing immense strength and supreme authority. In today's era, where spiritual energy is scarce, martial marquis level experts are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, almost impossible to see in the secular world. Martial marquis? He actually stepped into the martial marquis realm? To reach the martial marquis realm at such a young age, what is his background? At this moment, the 5 members of the 5 elements sect and the elder from the sword-forging villa narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Martial marquis? He. Upon hearing their discussions, Xiao Wuchen sneered disdainfully, as if the martial marquis realm was nothing to him. That was just my strength from 3 years ago. He slightly raised his head, a proud glint in his eyes. Now, I am at the martial lord realm. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a heavy bomb exploding in everyone's hearts. Xiao Wuchen stepped forward, and an even more terrifying pressure erupted like a tangible wave, instantly sweeping across the entire northern region. At this moment, everyone in the northern region felt an inexplicable sense of terrifying oppression, as if someone had their neck in a vice, ready to suffocate at any moment. Martial Lord Realm. At this time, the 5 elders of the 5 Elements sect and the elder from the sword forging villa were all stunned. The Martial Lord Realm was something they dared not even imagine. They knew well the terror of a martial lord, a power capable of overturning everything. Even Qin Jun was somewhat surprised, not expecting this young commander to be at the Martial Lord Realm, which was indeed unexpected. Qin Jun, I now give you a chance. Kneel and submit to me, and I can spare your life. You can also become the commander of my Qilin army's first legion, following me to conquer this world. What do you think? Xiao Wuchen stared at Qin Jun, his gaze like a torch, as if a high and mighty king was examining his subjects. At this moment, he exuded an irresistible authority. Boom! The only response to him was the howling sound of Qin Jun's sword energy. You overestimate yourself. A hint of disdain appeared in Xiao Wuchen's eyes, as if Qin Jun's resistance was merely futile in his view. He raised his hand and struck out, this palm containing the terrifying power of a martial lord, like a great mountain pressing down towards Qin Jun. Rumble! As the two forces collided, it was as if 2 planets had crashed together, producing a deafening explosion. This horrifying energy, like a surging tsunami, obliterated the surrounding air, turning the space around them into a vacuum. Under the strike, Qin Jun and Xiao Wuchen both retreated. The two locked eyes, filled with killing intent and fighting spirit, and Xiao Wuchen coldly said, "You are quite good, to be able to withstand 8/10 of my strength." 8/10? Qin Jun sneered, "I only use 3/10 of my strength." Whoosh! At that moment, Xiao Wuchen's pupils constricted, and he stared intently at Qin Jun, disbelief filling his eyes. Impossible. He could not believe that Qin Jun had only used 30% of his strength. In Xiao Wuchen's perception, he was an invincible presence among the younger generation, both in this world and within his family. It was only natural that no peer could surpass him. Boom! Immediately, the true essence within Xiao Wuchen surged forth like a raging flood. He quickly formed seals with his hands, condensing a massive seal. This seal exuded an ancient and powerful aura. As soon as it appeared, it blotted out the sky and the sun, as if he had summoned a vast mountain from thin air, crashing down towards Qin Jun with great force. Wherever the seal passed, the space seemed to twist, emitting a sizzling sound. Be careful, young master. From a distance, Lin Langtian, lying on the ground, called out with a worried expression. Qin Xiao, young master. At this moment, Li Tianqing and Lang Feng, who had sensed the commotion, rushed over and saw the massive seal descending upon Qin Jun, their hearts instantly jolting. This kid is finished, the 5 supreme elders of the 5 Elements sect declared with certainty. Meanwhile, Qin Jun sheathed the blood-drinking sword, clenched his fists instead, and stared at the descending seal. Break for me. With a grip of his right hand, a faint golden glow enveloped his body, and he punched fiercely at the seal. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming and surging power erupted from within Qin Jun, crashing towards the seal like a force of nature. The collision produced a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to penetrate the soul, leaving everyone in shock. People within a radius of several kilometers had their eardrums burst from the sound, but strangely, the immense power of Qin Jun's punch did not spread out, as if it were purely the strength of his physical body. Bang! As a result, Xiao Wuchen's massive seal was directly shattered by Qin Jun's punch. The powerful impact caused Xiao Wuchen's body to tremble violently, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale with horror as he stared at Qin Jun, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He wanted to say something but was too stunned to speak. You. Before he could finish, Qin Jun had already dashed in front of him like a bolt of lightning, his cold voice reaching Xiao Wuchen's ears. Die. Boom! Once again, that terrifying fist loomed large in Xiao Wuchen's eyes, like a scythe of death about to reap his life. Stop, you brat! At a critical moment, a loud shout resonated in Qin Jun's ears, making them buzz, and a large hand appeared out of nowhere, striking towards Qin Jun. But Qin Jun paid no mind to the attack of the large hand, still aiming to strike Xiao Wuchen, as if no one could stop him from killing this young commander. Bang! Bang! In an instant, 2 thunderous sounds erupted. Bang! Bang! In an instant, 2 thunderous booms exploded in the air, as if 2 heavy bombs had detonated simultaneously, shaking the surrounding air. Xiao Wuchen's chest was caught off guard and punched through by Qin Jun, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground around him red. At the same moment, Qin Jun was also struck hard by the suddenly appearing large hand, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. He flew several meters away, landing on the ground, his face pale, yet his eyes remained fixed on Xiao Wuchen. At this moment, Xiao Wuchen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the hole in his chest, his lips trembling slightly. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately could not utter a word. He could hardly accept that, with his noble status and immense power, he would die at the hands of an unknown junior from the secular world. This was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation for him. Young master! At that moment, the owner of the large hand let out a heart-wrenching cry, his figure flashing as he rushed to Xiao Wuchen's side, steadying his swaying body. Immediately, he frantically pulled out several pills from his bosom and hurriedly fed them to Xiao Wuchen, but it was all in vain. Just moments ago, Qin Jun's powerful punch had precisely shattered Xiao Wuchen's heart. Unless he could obtain a legendary elixir, no one could save him. Help me! Kill him! Xiao Wuchen used the last bit of his strength to utter these words with great difficulty, and then his gaze gradually dimmed. His head tilted, and he completely breathed his last. Young master! The owner of the large hand cried out in despair, his voice echoing through the heavens. He gently laid Xiao Wuchen down on the ground, then rose, his eyes instantly turning bloodthirsty and ferocious, fixating on Qin Jun with an endless killing intent, as if he wanted to slice Qin Jun into 1,000 pieces. Do you know who you have killed? He suppressed his grief and spoke to Qin Jun word by word, his voice laced with bone-chilling coldness. No matter who he is, he must die. Qin Jun replied coldly, his expression stern and his tone as firm as steel. Then you should die too. The man was completely enraged by Qin Jun's attitude, roaring as a terrifying aura erupted from him. This aura surged like a raging black tide, wildly spreading outwards from him, distorting the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qin Jun like a ghost, raising his palm high, bringing down a crushing force towards Qin Jun. This palm was dozens of times more terrifying than the great seal Xiao Wuchen had unleashed earlier. The wind from the strike produced a sharp whistling sound, as if the air were being sliced by a blade. However, facing such a powerful attack, Qin Jun showed no fear. He raised his hand without hesitation and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The two fists collided instantly, like two stars crashing together, producing a deafening roar. The sound reverberated like rolling thunder, echoing around and causing pain to the eardrums. Crack! In that moment, the man's palm shattered like fragile glass upon colliding with Qin Jun's fist, blood splattering everywhere. Following that, his entire arm exploded like detonated dynamite, flesh flying in all directions. He himself could not withstand the tremendous recoil, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying dozens of meters away by Qin Jun's punch, crashing heavily to the ground, madly coughing up blood, his breath weak. This scene left the 5 supreme elders of the 5 elements sect and the sword-wielding figure from the sword-casting manor watching in stunned silence, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. You! How could you? At that moment, the man lay on the ground, using the last of his strength to stare at Qin Jun, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Since I left the death prison, I haven't had a good fight until today. It's a shame you all still fall short, Qin Jun said casually, cracking his knuckles and stretching his body. In an instant, the man's face turned extremely ugly. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Qin Jun and let out a hysterical roar. The hidden Shao clan will never let you go. You and everyone around you will pay the price for the mistakes you made today. The hidden Shao clan? Qin Jun's gaze flickered slightly as he pondered internally. He instinctively glanced at Xiao Wuchen's corpse, genuinely surprised that this guy came from that mysterious hidden clan. It turns out they are from a hidden clan, no wonder they have some strength. Qin Jun curled his lips, yet his face remained calm, as if he didn't regard the threat of the hidden clan at all. The 6 members of the 5 elements sect in the sword-forging manor, however, had their pupils constrict sharply upon hearing the words hidden clan, their faces revealing great shock. A hidden clan? This was the oldest and most powerful force in the Great Xia. Even the noble families paled in comparison to the hidden clan. It was said that all members of the hidden clan were martial artists, meaning their lowest strength was at the martial general level. One could only imagine how terrifying that was. The most frightening part was that no one knew just how strong the hidden clan was, as outsiders couldn't even catch a glimpse of them, let alone probe their true strength. And, you have no idea how terrifying the hidden Shao clan is. Your doom is about to arrive. The man seemed unwilling to accept this and continued to shout at Qin Jun, trying to intimidate him with the reputation of the hidden Shao clan. Noisy! Qin Jun snorted coldly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He suddenly swung the blood-drinking sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed. The man's head rolled off like a watermelon, blood gushing out like a fountain, and this blood was instantly absorbed by the blood-drinking sword as if it were starving. As the blood merged, the sealed blood-evil energy within the blood-drinking sword began to stir restlessly, strands of terrifying blood-evil energy spreading out, resembling a demonic aura from hell, instilling fear in people's hearts. This aura carried a terrifying power that seemed capable of eroding one's soul. How terrifying will it be when this blood evil energy fully erupts? Qin Jun looked at the blood-drinking sword, murmuring to himself. He could sense that the terror of this blood evil energy had likely reached a level that even his current cultivation couldn't contend with. Fortunately, it was still sealed, otherwise, Qin Jun might not be able to control this sword. As the sword continued to drink blood, the seal within its body was gradually weakening, and eventually, that blood evil energy would completely erupt. As for whether Qin Jun could control it then, he wasn't worried. At worst, he would just swallow it all, turning it into energy to break through the 11th shackles. Qin Jun then glanced at the 6 members of the 5 Elements sect in the sword-forging manner, instantly making them show expressions of despair. Please. The 5 members of the 5 Elements sect were just about to plead for mercy when Qin Jun sent them all to the afterlife with a single sword strike. He then turned his gaze to the person from the sword-forging manner, looking at the spiritual sword in their hand, and asked, "Where did you get this spiritual sword?" A spiritual sword was a weapon that surpassed ordinary items, reaching the spiritual grade. In this era of depleting spiritual energy, spiritual grade weapons had long become rare, yet the other party possessed one, which piqued Qin Jun's curiosity. This sword is a peerless weapon crafted by my sword-forging manor over 100 years. What a pity, after today, the sword-forging manor will no longer exist. The old man sighed as he looked at the spiritual sword in his hand. It seems your sword-forging manor has some skill, being able to forge a spiritual sword. Qin Jun smirked and said, "Now I give you a chance. I can spare your life and not touch your sword-forging manor." Swish! Upon hearing this, the other party was taken aback, watching him warily. "Then what do you want? Do you want this sword? Rest assured, I'm not interested in a single spiritual sword. What I want is for your sword-forging manor to forge weapons exclusively for me from now on," Qin Jun stated directly. A good weapon provides a significant combat power boost for a martial artist. With the support of the sword-forging manor, all his subordinates could obtain suitable weapons. Hearing Qin Jun's words, the other party's eyes flickered continuously. "Do you want the entire sword-casting manor to perish, or do you want to submit to me? Think it over," Qin Jun said coldly. "Alright, I agree." In the end, this person agreed for the sake of the lives of the hundreds in the sword-casting manor. Following this, Qin Jun approached Xiao Wuchen and, with one sword strike, severed his head. He then noticed that the other parties seemed to be hiding something. Reaching out, he discovered a piece of Heshur jade. Another piece of Heshur jade? Not long ago, Qin Jun had obtained a piece from Gu Santong, and he didn't expect to find another so soon. He then took out the other 3 pieces of Heshur jade he had acquired, leaving only 5 pieces remaining. However, what Qin Jun did not expect was that as these 4 pieces of Heshur jade gathered, they actually produced some kind of resonance, erupting in a dazzling light. At the same time, in other places, beams of light burst forth. At that moment, as Qin Jun brought the 4 pieces of Heshur jade together, 4 brilliant rays of light erupted, resembling 4 sharp swords piercing the sky. Meanwhile, across the vast territory of the Great Xia, 3 beams of light erupted in succession, and in a distant foreign land, 2 beams of light shot up into the sky. Clearly, the 4 pieces of Heshur jade in Qin Jun's hands had successfully triggered a resonance with the remaining 5 pieces. Qin Jun's gaze suddenly sharpened, as keen as a hawk, and he said in a deep voice, "In those 2 directions, there are traces of 3 pieces of Heshur jade." After a pause, he murmured to himself, "As for the foreign land, one of those beams of light must come from the Heshur jade in the hands of the Emperor of the East, but where does the other beam come from? There's even a piece of Heshur jade lost overseas." Just as Qin Jun pondered the whereabouts of the remaining 5 pieces of Heshur jade, their owner also sensed the light emitted by the 4 pieces in Qin Jun's hands. They were all taken aback, thinking, someone actually obtained 4 pieces of Heshur jade? In the Great Xia, at the 2 locations where the light of Heshur jade was born, a voice echoed, "The place where those 4 pieces of Heshur jade emitted light should be the northern border. Immediately send someone to investigate who possesses those 4 pieces." Meanwhile, Qin Jun was unaware that he had already been targeted. "Young Master Qin, Master!" At this moment, Li Tianqing and Lang Feng rushed to Qin Jun's side. "Take this head with you, we'll return to the northern border cemetery later." Qin Jun handed them Xiao Wuchen's head, and then he approached Lin Langtian. "Uncle Lin, how are you?" Cough, 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 "I'm fine." Lin Langtian coughed a few times and looked at Qin Jun with a face full of relief. "Young Master, I didn't expect that after 3 years, you have changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Now that the Northern Army and my father are in trouble, if I were still just a playboy who knows nothing but indulgence, how could I live up to the title of Young Master of the Northern Border?" After saying this, Qin Jun directly used the Yin-Yan Life and Death Needle to treat Lin Langtian. After some treatment, Lin Langtian's injuries and cultivation gradually recovered. They then returned to the Northern Border Cemetery, where Huzi, the chubby boy, the governor of the northern province, and a group of veterans from the northern army were present. In front of them were a large number of busy workers who were repairing the northern border cemetery. Upon seeing Qin Jun return, the governor of the northern province's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, "The cemetery has basically been repaired." "What happened to the northern border cemetery?" Lin Langtian's expression changed as he looked at the cemetery. "Uncle Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't protect the northern border cemetery well," Qin Jun said apologetically, then briefly recounted the events. "Sigh, I didn't expect that the reputation of my northern army, built over decades, would now mean that even the fallen martyrs cannot rest in peace." Lin Langtian sighed. "Don't worry, Uncle Lin, the northern army will return soon, and no one will dare to disturb the rest of these heroic spirits again." Qin Jun's gaze was resolute. Now that he had returned to the northern border, it was time to rebuild the northern army. "By the way, Uncle Lin, do you know the whereabouts of Uncle Dongfang?" Qin Jun asked, referring to Dongfang Chanyuan, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Northern Army. In the past, aside from the Northern King, Dongfang Chanyuan had the strongest combat power and prestige in the Northern Army. If he could be found, it would undoubtedly be a great help in rebuilding the Northern Army. Lin Langtian shook his head. 3 years ago, during that battle, the prince had me and Commander Dongfang stay at the headquarters. When we learned that the prince and the Northern Army were in trouble, we were about to head to the battlefield to investigate, but we were attacked by a group of powerful enemies. I fought desperately to break through and ended up in the hands of Xiao Wuchen. As for Commander Dongfang's situation, I do not know, but based on my understanding of him, he should still be alive. If we want to find Commander Dongfang, perhaps we can inquire about the Dongfang clan." "The Dongfang clan?" Qin Jun was taken aback, and Lin Langtian explained, "The Dongfang clan, along with the Shiman clan, the Nangong clan, and the Baiming clan, are the 4 great guardian families of the Great Xia. It is said that they carry the bloodlines of the ancient 4 divine beasts, with unparalleled combat power. And Commander Dongfang comes from the Dongfang clan." Hearing Lin Langtian's words, Qin Jun was shocked. He hadn't expected that Commander Dongfang was from a guardian family. As for this guardian family, he had already dealt with members of the Shiman and Nangong clans before, so it seemed he would need to go to the Dongfang clan next to inquire about Commander Dongfang's whereabouts. He then placed Xiao Wuchen's head in front of the tombstones of the martyrs to pay his respects. At that moment, a series of rumbling sounds came from outside the cemetery. "What's going on?" Qin Jun frowned. "Governor, it's bad. General Hu Biao, the governor of the northern border war zone, has surrounded the cemetery with tens of thousands of soldiers from the northern border war zone," a subordinate of the northern border governor hurriedly reported. Swish! Immediately, the northern border governor's expression changed as he looked at Qin Jun. Before he could speak, a loud voice rang out, "Qin Jun, come out and die." Qin Jun's expression turned cold as he stood up and walked out of the northern border cemetery. Outside the cemetery, a large number of fully armed soldiers stood with firearms, along with many armored vehicles and heavy weapons. Leading them was a man with a full beard, a rough demeanor, and a fierce expression, dressed in military attire. Bearing the rank of 5-star dragon general, he was Hu Biao, the governor of the northern border war zone. As Qin Jun stepped out, Hu Biao's expression darkened as he stared at him fiercely. "You dare to kill my brother-in-law and my father-in-law? Today, I will have you dead. Governor Hu, don't be impulsive." The northern border governor quickly stepped forward to advise Hu Biao. "Governor, you are here too? Have you been taken hostage by this brat?" Hu Biao shouted angrily. "Everyone, listen up. Immediately kill this brat and rescue the governor. How dare you? This is the heir of the northern border, do you dare to act against him?" At that moment, Lin Langtian stepped forward and reprimanded Hu Biao. "Humph, what nonsense is this heir of the northern border? The northern king's residence is gone, and the northern king has become a traitor. What face does he have to call himself an heir? Kill him!" Hu Biao shouted disdainfully. But as soon as he finished speaking, a soldier from the northern border war zone suddenly knelt down in front of Qin Jun with tears in his eyes, emotionally exclaiming, "Soldier Liao Lai under the command of the 7th Legion of the Northern Army greets the heir. Soldier Su Chang under the command of the 9th Legion of the Northern Army greets the heir." Northern Army. In an instant, a large number of soldiers from the northern border war zone knelt down to pay their respects to Qin Jun, all of whom had previously been members of the Northern Army. At this moment, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Hu Biao's face darkened instantly, as he knew that most of the soldiers in the northern battlefield were former members of the Northern Town Army. However, he did not expect that after 3 years, these people still held on to their feelings for the Northern Town Army. Anger flickered intensely in his eyes. "You bastards, the Northern Town Army is no more, and you still dare to call yourselves the Northern Town Army. Someone, Bring these traitors to me. Before Hu Biao could finish his sentence, his voice suddenly cut off. Qin Jun appeared before him, grabbing his throat and lifting him up. What are you? How dare you lay a hand on my northern town army? Qin Jun looked at Hu Biao with utter contempt, and then crushed his neck on the spot, throwing him aside. Immediately, the other soldiers from the northern battlefield were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the members of the northern town army shouted in unison, "The young master is mighty! The young master is mighty!" The deafening sound echoed through the sky, as if to release the emotions they had suppressed for so long. Over the past 3 years, although they had all belonged to the northern battlefield, they had been looked down upon by Hu Biao because of their former identity as members of the northern town army, enduring various humiliations and mockeries. If it weren't for their faith, they might have given up long ago. Now, seeing Hu Biao killed, they were naturally overjoyed. From now on, this northern region does not need any northern battlefield. The northern town army will guard the north. After dealing with Hu Biao, Qin Jun coldly declared. The cheers and excitement that followed resonated throughout the northern skies. Young master, rebuilding the northern town army may not be so easy? Lin Langtian said to Qin Jun. Whoever obstructs me, I will kill. Qin Jun replied expressionlessly, his tone icy and resolute, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination and ruthlessness. That night, the northern region was destined to be restless. The next day, as Qin Jun had just woken up, Lin Langtian hurriedly approached him, his expression grave. Young master, something has happened. In the northern region, at Yanmen Pass. This fortress stood at the edge of the northern region, covered in winter snow year-round, with the piercing cold wind howling through, making it a place of bitter cold. In the past, it had always been defended by the northern town army. Although the northern town army was forced to disband 3 years ago, thousands of its soldiers resolutely remained here, never leaving a step despite the harsh weather, all because of their soldiers' faith. However, at this moment, the scene inside Yanmen Pass was one of hellish despair, with rivers of blood and corpses strewn everywhere. Thousands of northern town army soldiers lay scattered, most of them leaving behind no complete bodies, only piles of severed limbs and mangled flesh, their deaths so tragic it was unbearable to look at. Snowflakes fell gently, landing on these soldiers' bodies, adding to the desolation and sorrow. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after, Qin Jun and Lin Langtian's group rushed in, appearing at the scene. As they looked at the horrific sight before them, their expressions changed drastically. Qin Jun's face turned extremely grim as he gazed at the tragic state of the northern town army soldiers, his eyes instantly turning blood red, and endless rage surging within him. Lin Langtian, Huzi, and Lang Feng all showed murderous intent, their faces extremely grim. Damn it, who did this? Huzi clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his voice trembling slightly with anger. Northern region's young master, you have indeed come. At that moment, a voice filled with an exotic accent, rich with Eastern flavor, rang out. A large group of people, numbering over 1,000, emerged from Yanmen Pass, each dressed differently, with more than half being Westerners, along with some from the East and Korea. They were the strong from the United States, Goryeo, the Bear Country, the Land of the Gods, the Sun Never Sets Country, and the Land of the Rising Sun, led by representatives from each nation, including the Prince of Incheon from the Land of the Rising Sun, who at this moment wore a dark expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at Qin Jun. People from the Land of the Rising Sun? Qin Jun glanced at the Prince of Incheon, dressed in a traditional Japanese kimono, then looked at the others. Americans? People from the Land of the Gods? And the Bear Country and the Sun Never Sets Country? Kid, I am the Grand General of Goryeo. One man in Goryeo military uniform, feeling dissatisfied that Qin Jun had not mentioned his country, suddenly erupted with anger, shouting at Qin Jun to assert his presence. Did you kill all these soldiers of the Northern Defense Army? Qin Jun's expression was emotionless, his voice devoid of warmth, as if it came from 1,000 years of ice. That's right, we crushed these ants one by one. Not only them, but soon you will also die at our hands. The Prince of Incheon curled his lips into a cruel smile. In the end, your entire Great Xiao will be trampled by the armies of our nations, and you lowly Great Xiao people will become our slaves. That's right, Great Xiao people deserve to die. The Goryeo Grand General nodded repeatedly, coldly huffing in agreement, his words filled with disdain and malice towards the Great Xiao people. North Border Heir, your father killed our 5-star General Mason from the United States, annihilated our 100,000 troops, and slaughtered thousands of our ability users. Although your father is dead, this debt has not been settled. Now it will be your turn to continue repaying for your father. At this moment, a tall man from the American team looked coldly at Qin Jun, his voice laced with ruthlessness. Back then, the Northern Defense King caused our capital in the Land of the Gods to fall, leading to heavy casualties among my Brahmins, nearly leading to our extinction. This is a 1,000-year humiliation for my Brahmins. Today, as an elder under the Brahmin, I will make you wish you were dead, to wash away the shame of my Brahmins with your blood. Immediately, an old woman in a long robe from the land of the gods, her face marked with mysterious patterns, fixed her knife-like gaze on Qin Jun, as if she wanted to carve him into pieces to relieve her hatred. You damned bastards! Huzi could no longer contain his anger upon hearing these words, and as he moved to charge at them, he was swiftly pulled back by Lung Feng. Good, very good. Qin Jun's face darkened like the clouds before a storm, his eyes revealing a chilling determination. He scanned each of them and coldly said, United States, sun never sets country, bear country, Goryeo, the land of the rising sun, the land of the gods, I will remember each of you. What awaits you next is the destruction of your nations. I will make you all go underground to accompany these fallen soldiers of the Northern Defense Army in atonement. As Qin Jun uttered this final sentence, the blood-drinking sword instantly appeared in his hand, its blade shimmering with a strange light, as if craving the nourishment of blood. At the same time, a tangible aura of killing intent erupted from him, the light burning like flames, carrying the power to destroy everything. Kill him, kill this bastard. The Prince of Incheon immediately shouted angrily, and instantly, the elite ninjas from the IGA clan and the top warriors from the Black Dragon Society he brought all charged towards Qin Jun. At this moment, representatives from other nations also issued orders, and the thousands of elite fighters they brought all rushed towards Qin Jun. These individuals were at least comparable to the celestial realm experts of Great Xia, indicating their strength, with many being comparable to Grandmaster-level existences, and even dozens at the Marshal General level. This demonstrated the determination of the nations to eliminate Qin Jun, the son of the Northern Defense King. But in Qin Jun's eyes, these people were no different from ants. You don't need to intervene, let me handle this alone. Qin Jun looked at Lin Langtian and the others and said a word before charging out alone with his sword. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, flesh flying. Qin Jun was like a god of death, killing anyone who stood in his way, whether they were human, Buddha, or deity, he was unstoppable. Among the thousands of people, there were top ninjas from the East, superpowered beings from America, genetically engineered humans from Korea, and steel warriors from the Bear Country, but in front of Qin Jun, they couldn't withstand even a single strike from him, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a pile of severed limbs. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people were slaughtered by Qin Jun, leaving only a few hundred. The stench of blood in the air was so thick it made one nauseous, and the ground was a river of blood. At this moment, the leaders of the 6 nations were all dumbfounded. They never expected that Qin Jun, so young, would possess such terrifying combat power. Two esteemed elders, you should also take action, we must kill this boy today. At this time, Prince Rinchuan said gravely to the 2 elderly men in long robes beside him, who were the 2 great elders from the East's royal family, both having reached the martial marquis realm. Yes. The 2 elders knew how strong Qin Jun was, so without any hesitation, they charged towards him, and the top experts sent by the other 5 nations also took action. Boom, boom, boom. As they unleashed their respective powers, a terrifying aura erupted instantly, each person exuding an aura no weaker than that of a martial marquis. The entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in a powerful force, the air becoming thick and sticky. Dashot ants, die. The 2 royal elders from the east struck with both palms, bringing a force like a landslide towards Qin Jun, the wind from their palms howling as if they wanted to crush him into meat paste. At this moment, the Brahmin elder from the Tianju nation also cast a mysterious spell, its light flickering like a brilliant lightning bolt, crashing towards Qin Jun, the spell containing powerful mysterious energy. An American superpowered being waved his hands, manipulating endless fragments of stone around him, like a rain of stones, smashing towards Qin Jun, the stones whistling through the air with tremendous kinetic energy. The top experts from the other nations also unleashed their full strength, attacking Qin Jun. Swish! Qin Jun's eyes burned with a bloodthirsty flame as he fixed his gaze on these people, uttering a single phrase, all of you, die. All of you, die. As soon as Qin Jun said this, gripping the blood-drinking sword, he swung it directly, an endless bloodlight erupting, transforming into a blood dragon that charged towards the 6 nation experts with bared fangs and claws. Boom! At this moment, an endless roar of explosions echoed throughout Yanmen Pass, a tidal wave of energy sweeping through, destroying everything around, even cracking the ground into deep fissures. The blood dragon formed from Qin Jun's sword instantly tore apart all the experts from the 6 nations, their blood completely devoured by the blood-drinking sword. Even their flesh turned to nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. At this moment, Prince Rinchuan and the representatives from the other nations seemed to be under a paralysis spell, standing there like wooden chickens, their faces frozen in extreme terror. They could hardly believe that such a powerful force, meticulously gathered by the 6 nations, had met such a fate, these experts hadn't even touched a hair on Yifan's head before being completely annihilated. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe this absurd reality. You. Prince Rinchuan's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Yifan, his lips trembling as he was about to speak, but then he saw Yifan's figure flash, appearing before him like a ghost, a cold light flashing as the blood-drinking sword pierced through his chest. Put! Prince Inchan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He used the last bit of his strength, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared fiercely at Yifan, hissing, "I am the Prince of the Eastern Japan, how dare you kill me? Don't worry, I will soon send that damn emperor of yours down to accompany you." Yifan's voice was extremely cold, sounding as if it came from the depths of hell, devoid of any warmth. He gently turned the sword in his hand, and in an instant, Prince Inchan's body was torn apart, turning into a pile of flesh. Seeing this, the representatives from the other countries turned pale with fear, and without a word, they turned to flee. However, how could Yifan let them escape so easily? With a swing of his sword, shadows flickered, and like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, he shattered them one by one into pieces. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of people stood. They were sent by several major factions of the Great Xia. Initially, they thought there was no need for them to intervene when they saw the 6 nations take action, but they never expected that Qin Jun alone would sweep through the 6 powerful nations. As they witnessed Qin Jun's terrifying killing power, each of them showed a serious expression. "Should we take action?" One of the faction members hesitantly looked at the others. At this moment, everyone from the major factions fell silent. Among them, the strongest was only at the martial marquis level. They had thought it would be more than enough to kill Qin Jun, but now they feared they couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Retreat! They quickly made a decision and withdrew rapidly. At this time, Lin Langtian stepped forward and said, "It seems that the 6 nations have planned this in advance, specifically to deal with the heir. However, the heir only arrived in the Northern Territory yesterday, and they reacted so quickly, even uniting to send powerful warriors here. I fear." "What do you fear?" Qin Jun looked at Lin Langtian. "I fear that from the moment the heir decided to head to the Northern Territory, they began to lay their plans, or rather, from the sudden destruction of the mausoleum, the heir's return to the Northern Territory, to yesterday when the young Marshal Xiao Wuchen took action, and today when the 6 nations' powerful warriors surrounded the Yanmen Pass, this series of events was all a trap set to kill the heir," Lin Langtian said, his eyes flickering, his expression grave. "Then who set this trap? Could it be that young Marshal?" Cold Fong couldn't help but ask. "It shouldn't be him, he is likely just one part of it. The one who set the trap is probably from the imperial capital," Lin Langtian replied. Swish! A cold glint flashed in Qin Jun's eyes as he coldly said, "No matter who set the trap, they must die. Kid, today the one who dies will be you." Suddenly, a loud voice filled with sharp killing intent rang out. Immediately after, a series of deafening booms echoed, and Yifan and the others turned to look, only to see a large number of armored vehicles and tanks surging like a black tide in the distance, mixed with various heavy weapons like cannons and anti-aircraft guns, densely packed and intimidating. In addition, tens of thousands of armed soldiers surged in like a tide, surrounding the Yanmen Pass so tightly that not a drop of water could leak through. On one of the armored vehicles stood an elderly man in battle attire. Though he was old, he still stood tall, his eyes filled with a fierce killing intent, glaring intently at Yifan. He was the King of the West. King of the West. Lin Langtian recognized him at a glance, and upon learning the identity of the other party, Qin Jun frowned, instantly guessing that he had come to avenge his grandson. "King of the West, I didn't expect you, an old bone, to travel all the way from the Western Territory to my Northern Territory without fear of not returning." Yifan looked at the King of the West and coldly snorted, his words filled with disdain. "Kid, you killed my only grandson, how can I allow you to live in this world?" The King of the West's eyes turned red as he glared at Yifan, almost gritting his teeth as he roared, "Today, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Open fire!" With a command from the King of the West, it was as if the curtain had been drawn on a scene of destruction. Instantly, the tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery present roared in unison, and various shells rained down like mad towards Yifan. Boom! 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 In an instant, the deafening sound of explosions echoed continuously, as if it would drown the entire world. Lin Langtian, Lang Feng, and the others changed their expressions and shouted to Qin Jun, "Young master, be careful." "Wow, this is too terrifying, right?" the chubby boy mumbled, quickly dodging far away. Yet Qin Jun remained indifferent, saying, "A pile of scrap metal thinks it can kill me?" He stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura, and his sword slashed out like lightning. This sword contained boundless power, cleaving the incoming shells, which were like locusts, in half. The shells had no chance to explode before turning into scrap metal and falling to the ground. The King of the West's pupils constricted as he shouted again, "Continue! Bombard him at all costs!" Qin Jun charged forward, unleashing blood-red swordlights that shot towards the armored vehicles, tanks, and artillery. Bang! 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 In an instant, one armored vehicle, tank, and various artillery pieces exploded under the impact of the blood-red swordlights, flames soaring into the sky, thick smoke billowing, instantly turning into a pile of true scrap metal. Kill! Kill him for me! The King of the West's eyes turned red, roaring like a mad beast. The soldiers he brought surged towards Qin Jun like a swarm. But to Qin Jun, these people were like a pile of ants. In less than a moment, the thousands of soldiers brought by the King of the West were all brutally killed, leaving only the King of the West himself. You brat, I will definitely kill you. The King of the West's face twisted with unwillingness as he glared at Qin Jun, raising a large knife and charging out from the armored vehicle, fiercely slashing towards Qin Jun. As the general guarding the western border, although the King of the West was old, his strength had reached the level of a martial general, and he slashed towards Qin Jun with a momentum like a rainbow. Put! However, Yi Fan did not even move. He casually thrust out his sword, and the King of the West's body halted in an instant, blood gushing from his throat like a fountain. Soon after, his head slowly rolled off, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Is there anyone else who wants to kill me? Qin Jun surveyed the mountain of corpses at Yanmen Pass, coldly shouting, his voice echoing across the desolate battlefield, but no one answered. Just then, in the distant sky, several meteor-like objects suddenly flew in at high speed, astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, those meteors appeared over the northern border, and Lin Langtian and the others looked up, their faces turning pale as they cried out in terror, "Not good, it's missiles." Indeed, those meteors were missiles trailing fiery tails, hurtling towards Yanmen Pass. Boom! Just as Lin Langtian and the others spoke, the missiles crashed down, unleashing world-destroying energy. A massive mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, and the entire Yanmen Pass was instantly engulfed by terrifying energy, the ground trembling, and the sky seemingly torn apart. The sound of the explosion was like a heavy bomb, instantly shaking the entire northern border and even the whole of the Great Xia. At this moment, Great Xia was in an uproar. In the imperial capital, at the War Department base. Who the hell ordered the launch of the missiles? Get someone to find out immediately. At this moment, in Wei Jingguo's office, upon learning of the events at Yanmen Pass in the northern border, he immediately roared with uncontrollable anger, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. I ordered it. At that moment, a deep and resonant voice came from outside the door. Wei Jingguo looked up and saw an old man in a black robe walking in with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was solemn, and he exuded an air of authority that was intimidating without being angry, sending an inexplicable chill through the room. This man was none other than Gu Zhengtian, the foremost of the four marshals of the Great Xia, and currently the most powerful figure in the military department of Great Xia. However, he rarely participated in military affairs and seldom appeared before the public. With a swish, Wei Jingguo's expression changed as he looked at Gu Zhengtian, then angrily shouted, "Why did you do this?" Gu Zhengtian, with a cold demeanor, retorted, "Qin Jun has killed the governor of the northern war zone and the young Marshal Xiao Wuchen, colluding with the strongmen from the United States and 5 other countries, slaughtering thousands of soldiers at Yanmen Pass, and then annihilating the troops of King Jinshi who came to provide support. My lord and the cabinet elders have discussed this matter. To prevent the northern region of Great Xia from falling, I have ordered the missile base to launch missiles at Yanmen Pass, intending to bury Qin Jun and the strongmen from the 6 countries here, to protect the territory of Great Xia." Faced with Gu Jingtian's earnest explanation, Wei Jingguo was furious and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. 3 years ago, you used this excuse and method against King Jinbei and the Jinbei army, causing Great Xia to lose excellent generals and an elite legion. Now, 3 years later, you even refuse to spare his son and have come up with the same trick again. You scoundrels who bring disaster to the country, with you in Great Xia, it is simply a calamity for the nation." As Wei Jingguo vented his anger, Gu Jingtian's expression turned extremely grim. He stared at Wei Jingguo and said, "Wei Jingguo, you are being outrageous. I am the foremost of the 4 marshals, how dare you insult me at will? I will insult you. Today, even if I have to give up this marshal position, I will go to the national leader and expose your crimes of disturbing the court." Wei Jingguo shouted in fury. "Humph, it seems you have lost your mind and still want to disturb the national leader." Gu Zhengtian snorted coldly and commanded, "Come, Wei Jingguo intends to assassinate me and seize the military power of Great Xia. Immediately imprison him, no one is allowed to see him." Yes. Immediately, a group of people dressed in black battle armor, wielding black gold sabers, emerged from behind him. They were from the Military Punishment Department. The Military Punishment Department? Ha! It seems you have long planned to take action against me. Gu Zhengtian, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." Wei Jingguo shouted. At this moment, the military saber blocked his path, facing the people from the military punishment department and shouted, "Do you dare? Take him down together," Gu Zhengtian said coldly. Then, the people from the military punishment department moved to seize both Wei Jinghua and the military saber. In the end, both Wei Jinghua and the saber were imprisoned, while Gu Zhengtian made a public statement. He explained that the reason for the missile launch in the northern region was due to the former King Jinbei's son, Qin Jun, colluding with enemy countries to betray the north, even killing the governor of the northern war zone and the King Jinshi who guarded the west. Ultimately, the country had no choice but to launch missiles to attack in order to protect the northern region. Now, Qin Jun and the enemy rebel forces had all been eliminated, and peace had been restored in the northern region. As this statement was broadcasted through news live streams, it instantly caused a stir throughout Great Xia. No one expected that the son of King Jinbei would collude with enemy countries like his father, attempting to seize the north. In an instant, the internet was flooded with posts cursing King Jinbei and his son, and Qin Jun became a target of public outrage. At this moment, within the imperial palace of the capital, "This is outrageous. They are becoming more and more lawless. Do they really think I, the national leader, do not exist?" The national leader of Great Xia shouted in extreme anger. "Your Majesty, please calm down," his personal secretary quickly advised. "This is all because of your repeated indulgence." Suddenly, a figure appeared here. The man wore a long robe adorned with dragon patterns, his white hair giving him an air of authority despite not appearing old. Dragon Emperor. The ruler of the Great Xia looked at him, startled, and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Dragon Emperor, what brings you here?" "Old Wei specifically came to invite me, thinking I could help that young man, but it seems my assistance was unnecessary. I didn't expect such a huge commotion this time. They are trying to completely shake the foundations of the Great Xia." The Dragon Emperor lightly stroked his beard, his expression cold. "Dragon Emperor, it's not that I don't want to act, but the forces behind them." The ruler of the Great Xia sighed. "What is there to fear? You are the ruler of a nation, everyone in this world must bow to you. After enduring for so long, it's time to clear the air in the Great Xia. As for the forces behind them, don't worry, leave that to me." The Dragon Emperor snorted coldly and commanded. Meanwhile, in the drunken immortal pavilion in the imperial capital, the old ghost, Mad Lion, Blood Demon, and Butcher had all learned of the events in the northern border, their expressions shifting. "This is utter nonsense. How could the master collude with foreign forces to seize the northern border? This must be their doing." The Mad Lion shouted. "Head to the northern border immediately," the Blood Demon coldly ordered. "You can't go anywhere." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the drunken immortal pavilion. "In the southeastern province, within the Zhao family, it can't be. How could he die? He won't die." Zhao Yurong trembled upon hearing the news of Qin Jun's death, repeatedly exclaiming in disbelief. At that moment, her father, Zhao He, snorted coldly, "With so many missiles, that kid would only survive if he were the reincarnation of a great immortal. But he did do one good thing, he killed the king of the West. Now our Zhao family doesn't have to live in fear of the king of the West causing us trouble." Suddenly, Zhao Yurong bent over and began to vomit. "What's wrong with you, Zhao?" he asked. A serving maid nearby quickly stepped forward, speaking softly, "Miss, you've been vomiting frequently these past few days. Should we call a doctor to take a look?" "Frequently vomiting?" Zhao He frowned involuntarily at her words, suddenly fixing his gaze on Zhao Yurong, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. "Could it be? Are you pregnant?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yurong's expression changed, and she instinctively touched her belly. Zhao He's expression darkened. "Whose child is it? Could it be that northern prince's?" Zhao Yurong remained silent, merely touching her belly, murmuring, "Perhaps this is fate, heaven wants to leave him a legacy." Zhao He's face instantly darkened, and he shouted, "Go to the hospital for a checkup immediately. If you really are pregnant, terminate it at once." "No!" Zhao Yurong shook her head vigorously. "He is gone now, this is his only child. I must give birth." "Foolish!" Zhao He scolded immediately. "That kid is already dead. Do you want to be a widow raising a child? If that gets out, what face will our Zhao family have? Someone, take the young lady to the hospital at once." Zhao He commanded coldly. Soon, the events in the northern border rapidly spread abroad, causing a stir on the dark web. No one expected that the northern prince, with a bounty of over 10 billion, would die just like that. Many lamented, realizing they would never have the chance to claim that hefty reward. At the headquarters of the European Union, how could this be? The prince can't be dead. Si Ruqing, upon hearing the news, was also in disbelief. She immediately wanted to arrange for someone to fly to the northern border to search for Qin Jun, but at that moment, her office door suddenly opened, and her secretary rushed in. "Chairwoman, it's bad. Something major has happened. Meanwhile, in the depths of the death prison, a cold snort echoed from a room deep within. It seems those old fools in the imperial capital truly have no shame left. Immediately, a voice filled with the aura of slaughter rang out. Since they have lost all shame, why should we give them any face? Dare to touch our disciples? If we don't do something, do they really think we old folks are dead? Notify those little girls and let them go out. A deep voice followed. While everyone was discussing the northern region, at this moment in the northern region, at Yenmen Pass, it had now turned into a massive pit. Within 100 miles, not a blade of grass grew, and the ground had collapsed by several dozen centimeters. After an unknown amount of time, a voice emerged from the deep pit. Amatba, fortunately, this poor Taoist is still alive. Chapter 157, Offend my northern army, and you shall be punished, no matter how far. What are you, a Taoist, shouting Amatba for? A teasing voice suddenly echoed from the pit. In an instant, a figure shot out like an arrow. It was Qin Jun. However, Qin Jun now looked quite disheveled, his clothes tattered, with only a few wooden strips left, his hair a wild mess, and his body covered in dust. Following closely, the chubby boy also struggled to climb out of the deep pit. Patting his round belly with relief in his tone, he sighed. Fortunately, this poor Taoist has thick skin, otherwise, I would have been blown to bits by now, not even a trace left. Soon after, Li Tianqing, Lung Feng, Huzi, and Lin Langtian all crawled out, each covered in dirt, panting heavily, looking as if they had just escaped a nightmare. The recent missile attack had been terrifying for them. After all, the power of the missile was such that even a martial sovereign or martial monarch level expert might not be able to fully withstand it, let alone their cultivation levels. If it weren't for the life and death moment when Qin Jun and the chubby boy exerted all their strength to create a solid protective shield, keeping everyone safe within, they would have likely turned to dust by now. And at the scene, apart from them, everyone else had long since ceased to exist, with not even a body to be found. Who launched that missile? Long Feng frowned. Lin Langtian's expression was grave as he looked in the direction from which the missile had come, analyzing. Judging from the missile's flight trajectory and direction, it should have come from within the country, and in the country, the only ones capable of launching missiles are probably those few powerful figures in the imperial capital. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Qin Jun, worry etched on his face as he said, Young master, it seems this is their long-planned final move. Humph, they really underestimate me. Qin Jun snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Qin Daoist, your life seems to be a daily struggle for survival. The chubby boy couldn't help but exclaim again, his tone filled with helplessness and a hint of concern for Qin Jun's situation. What, are you scared? Qin Jun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at the chubby boy with a teasing expression. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy immediately straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and said loudly, How could I be scared? I am. Before the chubby boy could finish, Lung Feng suddenly shouted anxiously, Young master, quickly look at the news. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly took out their phones, and what came into view was Gu Jingtian's speech in front of the media. Just a glance, and everyone's faces instantly darkened, anger and shock intertwining in their eyes. Gu Jingtian has always been at odds with the prince. I didn't expect this person to be so malicious, trying to use the same tricks from 3 years ago to frame the young master. Lin Langtian said with a solemn expression. Damn it, this is simply too much. Young master, let's not hesitate any longer. Let's go straight to the imperial capital and take care of these bastards. Tiger's face was flushed with anger, his fury burning like a raging flame in his eyes as he shouted loudly. However, Qin Jun remained unusually calm, his expression serene as he slowly said, There's no rush. They must all think I'm dead by now, so let them revel in their triumph for a while. When they are at their happiest, I will reappear, and their expressions will surely be quite amusing. At that time, I will send them down to the Yellow Springs. So, young master, do you plan to deal with the 6 nations first? Lin Langtian asked, his eyes flickering as he tentatively looked at Qin Jun. A faint smile appeared on Qin Jun's face as he replied, Uncle Lin, you are as sharp as ever, able to see through my thoughts. That's right. 3 years ago, during the battle against my father and the Northern Army, all 6 nations participated. Now they have slaughtered thousands of my Northern Army soldiers, their hands stained with our blood. Just a few deaths are too lenient for them. Next, I want the rulers of these 6 nations to repent for the souls of the fallen Northern Army. I want everyone to know that those who offend my Northern Army will be punished, no matter how far. Qin Jun's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke each word with conviction. But young master, you. Lin Langtian began, but Qin Jun interrupted coldly, let's start with those eastern barbarians. Once we deal with them, we will eliminate these domestic scoundrels one by one, to honor my father and all the fallen souls of the Northern Army. At that moment, Lin Langtian spoke up, the prince should still be alive. Uncle Lin, do you also think my father is not dead? Qin Jun looked at Lin Langtian, who replied, with the prince's cultivation, those people could never have killed him. It's very likely that he has gone to another world. Another world? Qin Jun's expression changed in surprise. Lin Langtian nodded, that's right. The prince mentioned before that he wanted to go to another world to find the princess. My mother? Qin Jun was taken aback, his gaze flickering. He knew very little about his mother, and his father had not spoken much about her. Thus, in Qin Jun's mind, his mother had always been a mysterious figure. Now, hearing Lin Langtian say this, could it be that his mother was not on Earth? For a moment, countless thoughts raced through Qin Jun's mind, but he quickly set them aside. Without any current information about his father and mother, it was useless to dwell on it. It would be better to handle the matters at hand first and then focus on searching for his father and mother's whereabouts. A day later, on the vast sea leading to the east, a massive cruise ship floated like a castle, slowly gliding across the azure waters. On one of the decks of the cruise ship, Qin Jun leaned quietly against the railing, holding a glass of red wine. At that moment, a contented smile graced his face, as if he had forgotten all his troubles and worries. May I offer you a drink? At that moment, a melodious voice reached Qin Jun's ears.